Meeting his demise in the Tiandong Mountains, the heavenly martial king Gu Feiyang is reincarnated 15 years later as Li Yun Xiao, a complete trash of his generation, and thus begins an extraordinary tale of the martial king looking to restore his former glory, all the while fighting off against the challenges that his new vessel brings. Surrounded by ruins, a man hears someone call out to him, Li Yun Xiao. "Who's calling me?" wonders the man, questioning whether he, Gu Feiyang, didn't die already. As his mind begins to get flooded with someone else's memories, the voice once again shouts out Li Yun Xiao. With this, the man snaps awake as a boy and catches the piece of chalk flying towards him. From the memories he now possesses, Yun Xiao comes to understand that this is the year 1033 of the Sky Martial calendar, meaning that 15 years have passed since he, Gu Feiyang, died on the Tiandong Mountain. He then looks outside through a window, only to see a towering statue of himself from 15 years ago. Suddenly, the teacher starts scolding Yun Xiao for sleeping in her class. Having taken in the setting, Gu Feiyang realizes that he has been reborn as a boy named Li Yun Xiao. While the entire class looks on, Luo Yunshang, Tian Shuai Nation's Blue Jewel Academy instructor, asks Yun Xiao to answer how many methods there are to refine an ordinary Xuan weapon. Turning his gaze towards the teacher, the reincarnated soul notes that she is a great-looking girl with long crimson hair and a good body. So, if Yunshang wore a set of armor and added the Frost of Grief to her arsenal, she would be exactly like the Red Lotus Empress. Nah, Du really playing dress-up in his thoughts. Pitying that the instructor still has a long way to go as she's currently only in the 4th martial realm, Yun Xiao gives her a disappointed look. Shocked at her mind getting disrupted by just a glance from a regular brat, Yunshang rushes him to answer her question. As a 9th-tier refiner in his past life who stood at the pinnacle of the martial world, Yun Xiao feels insulted by the childish query. He nonchalantly answers that there are 48 types of refining methods, leaving Yunshang in shock. Hearing this, the entire class erupts in laughter. Ridiculing the trash of the Li family for not being able to answer such a simple thing, the other students show him that there's clearly only 36 types mentioned in Master Yang Di's notebook. Yang Di, that brat, he dared to forget the 12 methods that Gu Feiyang had devised, remarks Yun Xiao, unbothered by the mockery. While the rest of the class laugh at the boy, the instructor is baffled by his words. "Silence," shouts out Yunshang. Co-signing what Yun Xiao said, she tells the students that Yang Di didn't add the extra 12 methods in the notebook because they are simply impossible for ordinary people to grasp. Dude straight up said skill issue. Noting that Li Yun Xiao is considered trash in martial arts because his meridians haven't opened, Yunshang thinks that he will be valued much higher than a martial warrior if he is trained to be a refiner. Telling Yun Xiao not to be proud of himself just because he read some extracurricular materials, Yunshang asks him a nigh impossible question, announcing that he won't need to attend her class anymore if he can answer it. Much to everyone's surprise, Yun Xiao easily responds to her query. Following this, Yunshang asks him a series of questions that, in reality, is advice for herself. Yun Xiao's responses not only make her understand why she was failing in her task, but also that his gaze earlier was filled with disdain because of being asked a dumb question. She then rushes out of class, telling the boy to see her when classes are over and to study on his own for now. After Yun Xiao leaves, the students wonder if he is a prodigy in alchemy. Though, a sinister-looking boy shuts down their theory by reiterating that the Li family's trash can't possibly become a refiner. Afterwards, Yun Xiao takes a stroll around town, which is the capital of the Tian Shuai Nation. The former 9th-tier refiner vows at the coincidence that his idiotic disciple Yang Di is now among the best refiners in this country, all the while feeling a bit moved that he made a statue to honor him. Soon, Yun Xiao arrives at the Alchemy Tower, lamenting that his current body is extremely weak since its previous owner was trash among trash, really catching strays even when he isn't even there. In his previous life, Yun Xiao was a grandmaster who was ranked 3rd in the martial world. So he quickly wants to find Yang Di and then train his trash of a body, aiming to regain all his prior strength in the next few years. Vowing to use his past life's experiences to become even stronger in this one, Yun Xiao proclaims, "I will reach the pinnacle of this world." As all the meridians in his current body are closed, Yun Xiao rushes to find Yang Di to open them. Arriving at the Alchemist Guild, he is welcomed by the receptionist named Lu Yao. Yun Xiao asks her if Yang Di is still there, only to find out that he was the previous guild master 20 years ago. Having originally wanted Yang Di to brew him some pills to help with breaking through, Yu Xiao feels that the task of unclogging his hidden meridians himself is a bit troublesome. Previously, the whole world knew him as Gu Fei Yang, a prodigy in martial arts and alchemy, as well as one of the 7 elders of the Alchemist Guild. With his achievements standing at the pinnacle of the 9 realms as the world's top expert, Gu Fei Yang was named military breaker by the church. Even his students are famous in the world of martial arts. To go from all that glory to a 15-year-old trash whose meridians are still clogged up, Yu Xiao is enraged, worrying that it will be hard to regain his strength in the future if he doesn't open them soon. He asked the receptionist if she could help him find the materials if he writes her a recipe, getting told to go ahead. Right then, an alchemist named Jia Rong comes calling for Lu Yao, instructing her to hurry up as Master Liang is looking for her. Informing the middle-aged man that Yun Xiao wanted her help to help him look for something. Lu Yao begins heading off to Master Liang. Before she can go, Jia Rong snatches the boy's recipe from her hand. "What kind of a lousy recipe?" announces the first-tier alchemist, crumpling and tossing the recipe away like trash. Top 10 moments captured before disaster. As any document he writes is a priceless treasure. Yu Xiao is overcome with fury at this act. After telling Lu Yao to hurry to Master Liang, Jia Rong turns his back to the boy and tells him to get lost, declaring that this is not a place for children. With this, Yu Xiao brings to light the fact that Jia Rong got promoted to an alchemist just this week, pinpointing exactly what his exam was. The former lets the latter know that by utilizing a blood flame stone to increase his alchemic fusion abilities right before the exam, he has put his life in jeopardy. "What a waste of a talented alchemist," mutters Yun Xiao, informing Jia Rong that he will have to chop off his right arm and destroy his Dun Tien to preserve his life. Ouch, that's almost worse than what I felt when Cody introduced The Rock to beat Roman. Despite knowing that the boy isn't just chatting nonsense since he was able to list his exact symptoms, Jia Rong tells him to stop with the scare tactics. Hearing this, Yu Xiao starts walking off, remarking that it's a shame as he was about to teach Jia Rong the cure. Suddenly, the man no longer wants Yu Xiao to leave and puts his hands on him, demanding to be told the cure. However, the former 9th-tier refiner's powerful gaze forces Jia Rong to unhand him. Scared for his life, Jia Rong bows down before Yun Xiao and begs to be told the cure, much to the shock of the other guild members. As the boy asks for his list of materials, the man rushes to pick the recipe and straighten it out for him. Yu Xiao then proceeds to blow his nose into the piece of paper before crumpling it right back. Dude is on that Sigma grind set. Tossing the recipe at Jia Rong's face, he commands him to bring 10 batches of every item on the list to Blue Jewel Academy. While the first-tier alchemist stands there speechless, Yun Xiao urges him to remember his name and declares respect is not given but earned, and you lost mine from the very beginning. Revealing the cure that will allow him to hold on for a few days, Yun Xiao leaves Jia Rong with an order to meet him alive and well. Afterwards, the man wonders why he was so afraid of a brat that is neither a warrior nor a refiner. Remembering Yun Xiao's words about respect and the ferocious aura he was emitting, Jia Rong vows to rip him into 1,000 pieces after finding a solution. Blood still pretending to be tough, that's tough. Elsewhere, Lu Yao informs the 2nd-grade refiner, Li On Yu, of a few ingredients that the teenager asked her to find. Prior to leaving, Yu Xiao tells Jia Rong that his right hand would only hold for 3 more days, after which he won't be able to refine again. Hearing this, the already shaken-up man falls further into despair. Questioning if the boy is lying, Jia Rong wonders how he is supposed to find the materials in such a short span of time, given that he has never even heard of half of them. On the other hand, when you ask Lu Yao for all the materials in Yun Xiao's recipe, as the receptionist begins to list them, the 2nd-grade refiner is baffled, questioning if the boy left any way for them to contact him. For Yu to think so highly of someone was unheard of, making Lu Yao wonder where Yun Xiao came from. Who's gone tell her? She asked the refiner about the materials, given that she hadn't heard of them despite being in the Alchemist Guild for 3 years. Much to Lu Yao's surprise, even Yu is unaware about most of them. Though having a feeling that the resulting product will boost the levels of warriors enormously, he urges the receptionist to contact him if Yun Xiao comes back again. Back over with Yun Xiao, he notes that Jia Rong will have a hard time finding the materials. Wanting to find another way, the former 9th-tier refiner checks what the boy has in his storage ring, only to find it filled with garbage. The one barely good item he finds is the black-hilted iron-heavy sword, weighing around 32 kilograms. Missing his star sword, Yun Xiao effortlessly swings around the heavy sword, deciding to use it until he opens the 7 meridians and forges a Xuan weapon himself. Du got that sleeper build. Soon, Yun Xiao arrives at the academy and gets attacked by 2 students named Yu Feng and Luo Jia. Avoiding their attacks with ease, the boy prepares to strike back. Right then, Han Bai and Chun Jun, 2 of Li Yun Xiao's best friends, come to his aid, intercepting Lan Fei's dogs. Having opened 4 of his meridians, Han Bai collides with Du Feng. Being equally matched, the 2 push each other back. However, Luo Jia jumps in and clashes with Han Bai. As the former has unclogged 5 of his meridians, he overpowers the latter and ends up breaking his arm. Du Feng then tells Han Bai and Chun Jun to get out of there, warning them that they will become collateral damage if they don't listen. Suddenly, a voice declares that anyone who dares to bully Li Yun Xiao will have to go through her. Seeing the princess of Tian Shui country, Qin Ru Sue, herself coming to his aid, the reincarnated soul wonders how a trash like Yun Xiao has such connections. Not having the gall to disrespect the princess, Lan Fei's underlings begin to move out, just as they turn their backs to him. Yun Xiao chimes in, declaring they aren't going to leave that easily after beating up his friends. As Du Feng snarks at this proclamation, the boy remarks that he just wants to see the difference between 5 meridians and 0. While Luo Ji gets fired up, Du Feng jumps in first to teach Yun Xiao a lesson with his 4 meridians. The spectators look on and worry in anticipation, only to be met with an utterly shocking outcome. Yun Xiao stands victorious, having kicked him right in the family jewels. Oof. Holding his crotch, Du Feng curls up on the ground, writhing in agony. Luo Jia accuses Yun Xiao of playing dirty, but the boy argues that he only lifted his right knee without knowing that Du Feng would run into him. While the onlookers buy into this story, Luo Jia refuses to believe that his friend would get accidentally kicked like that. Unleashing the power of his 5 meridians, the high-ranked warrior charges towards Yun Xiao, vowing to avenge Du Feng by ending him. As a barrage of fists rains down on the boy, his friends scream at him to run. Though, Yun Xiao simply stands his ground, lifting his black-hilted iron-heavy sword up to intercept the onslaught. In the goofiest manner possible, Luo Jia ends up cutting his fist on the blade. Yun Xiao proceeds to add insult to injury, striking his opponent down with yet another kick in the nuts. Bro does not want them to continue the generation. Once again, the spectators buy into Yun Xiao's narrative, wondering how someone could be so stupid to try and block a sword with his bare fists. If I can't even take down a few warriors, then I would rather die, proclaims the former 9th tier refiner, announcing that hurting his friends has severe consequences. Yun Xiao then kicks Luo Jia into Du Feng, sending the 2 flying into a wall and causing them to pee themselves. As the boy towers over Lan Fei's defeated underlings, Han Bai tells everyone to leave the area. Meanwhile, Chun Jun wonders if Yun Xiao has activated his meridians, getting convinced that the stupid enemies hurt themselves. My guy graduated from the Among Us Academy in gaslighting. Right then, Qin Ru Sue questions, Li Yun Xiao, are you really Li Yun Xiao? The princess fears that the Du and Luo family, who have always been against the Li family, will use this situation against him. Unfazed, the boy sinks his heavy sword inches away from Du Feng and Luo Jia's crotches, nonchalantly vowing to destroy whatever makes them a man if it comes to that. He then starts heading back to the dorms, leaving Qin Ru Sue flustered. After Yun Xiao leave, his 3 friends note that attacks from external forces aren't the main concern. Rather, it's the fact that the academy will simply look the other way if the students fight amongst themselves, meaning that the real danger to Yun Xiao's well-being is Lan Fei. Not only has the overwhelming force already activated 7 meridians, but he is also about to train his spirit to become a champion, a level that is far greater than a mere warrior. Sometime later, Yun Xiao arrives back to his dorm, lamenting his weak body. He notes the need to train even if he can't activate his meridians yet. Let's do this, declares Yun Xiao, taking a stance to get ready for Heavenly Tyrant body training technique. Once upon a time, the martial world held an event to determine the top 10 strongest fighters, crowning the 10 great martial kings as the pinnacle of power in the martial world. Among them, the man called Ao Chang Kong was thought to be the strongest. This gave rise to his nickname, the Tyrant Martial Sovereign. Ao Chang Kong's body training technique, famous for being the ultimate martial arts, was obtained by Gu Feiyang through sheer coincidence. Ah yes, that plot armor finally kicking in. Now, reborn as Li Yun Xiao, he finally gets the chance to try out this body tempering technique that's supposed to be the strongest one known to man for the first time ever. Though, the boy's entire being soon starts to feel like it's getting ripped apart, making him realize why Ao Chang Kong was so powerful. Regardless, Yu Xiao musters up the courage to continue using the body training technique, as it will enable him to reach the level of a martial king even without opening his meridians. Being the third strongest among the 10 great martial kings himself in his past life, Yun Xiao pushes through the pain. Talent, determination, courage, I lack nothing, proclaims the boy, activating the first form of the tyrant body technique called Moonlight. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of lightning flows through his entire body, sending him rolling across the floor in immense agony. Getting slammed into the nearby wall, Yun Xiao coughs up a bit of blood. However, his pride won't allow him to give up as he once again activates the Moonlight form. Nah, dude gotta be a masochist. The next day, Yun Xiao arrives at the Academy's gravity training grounds, noting that his body will massively benefit from the gravity chambers thanks to having the body training technique as a foundation. Though seeing the other students walking around makes him feel nostalgic about the good old days, when he was just a normal fighter like them a few decades ago. As per his body's current limitation, Yun Xiao arrives at the teleporter for the tenfold gravity chamber. Getting transported there, the boy starts huffing and puffing right out the gate, suffering a drastic effect on his body. Had it not been for the former 9th tier refiner's mental preparation, Yun Xiao would have already crumbled. Dragging himself the stairs, he sees that a lot of people are waiting outside the 200 training rooms. Using Universal Detect to spot the training room that is about to get freed up, Yun Xiao quickly marches towards it, beating the other trainees who had been waiting there for ages. Needing to grasp the Moonlight form quickly so that he can withstand the force of using medicine to open his meridians, Yu Xiao begins heading inside the training room. However, he gets stopped by Yu Hezheng, a peak martial disciple with 7 of his meridians opened. "You just got here, right? Let me have this room," remarks the latter, only to be told that he should get lost. Witnessing this, the spectators start gossiping about how shameful it is for a top student like Hezheng to get burned by the noob who hasn't even opened a single meridian. This irritates the peak martial disciple, who warns Yun Xiao not to embarrass him and tells him to just use his name in case anything comes up in the academy from now on. Bro really thinks he's him. Of course, Yun Xiao ends up reiterating his earlier words in an even more condescending tone. Suddenly, Hezheng starts laughing like a maniac and bursts forth his wild energy. Amused at the fact that piece of trash without any energy fluctuations dares to speak in such a manner, the peak martial disciple vows to teach him some rules that new students must abide by. Witnessing Hezheng burst forth with an immense energy, the other trainees start glazing his feet. The peak martial disciple announces that he is in a good mood today, so he will only break Yun Xiao's ribs instead of ending his life. Hezheng roars out, only for the boy to simply walk away. Noting the former's technique to be concealing Tiger Fist, the latter tells him that his attack's form is strong but lacking in the imposing spirit required for it. Already shaken up by this remark, Hezheng gets irritated further by the spectators' commentary and leaps to finish off Yun Xiao. Turning around in his snap, the former martial king unleashes his dragon-like imposing presence, leaving Hezheng feeling like he is the one in danger. An overwhelming feeling that a dragon is about to eat him whole. The peak martial disciple ignores what his entire being is telling him and looks to crush Yun Xiao with brute strength alone. Much to Hezheng's dismay, the boy grabs his wrist to stop the attack and lands a crushing blow on his right arm. Sighing in disappointment at his weak body not allowing him to finish off his foe, Yun Xiao decides to make do with just making him lose an arm. As Hezheng and the spectators wonder how someone without any meridians open is so strong, Luo Lan Duo arrives at the scene, telling the peak martial disciple to give up on the training room that he was going to get for her. So, robot beat up for simping deserved. The imposing girl compliments Yun Xiao for training his techniques when he can't strengthen himself, only to say in the same vein that a technique without power is unfit for any use. As the boy says that she isn't wrong, Lan Duo announces that he will never beat her and questions why he puts himself through all this, given that his future is bright regardless as the young master of a Li family. Hearing this, the other trainees recognize Yun Xiao as the infamous Trash, who chased Lan Duo relentlessly and only gave up after getting beaten. Turns out, before Gu Feiyang's soul awakened in his body, Li Yun Xiao was rejected by Lan Duo, getting told that she will think about it only can defeat her. Hezheng starts laughing at this revelation, only to shut up instantly after just a quick glance from the former marshal. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to train," announces Yoon Xiao, slamming the training room's door shut in their faces. "That's my Giga Chad." Even after a few moments go by, Heejung is still unable to stop himself from trembling and questions why a single glare from the Lee family's trash has made him lose his will to fight. To rub salt into his wounds, Lan Duo co-signs Yoon Xiao's words about the problem with his concealing tiger fist technique, leaving him with a burning fury against the boy. Elsewhere, Yoon Xiao marvels at the centuries-old black iron statues, thinking it to be remarkable that there's people who follow the path of the tenacious. He then gets ready to start his training, noting that it will take him about 10 years to return to the Nine Heavens realm after opening his meridians and fusing his Yuan energies. Going crashing into a wall, Yoon Xiao realizes that the effect of the body training technique has multiplied under the tenfold gravity. Shrugging himself off, the boy notes that he will be able to reach the physical level of a martial apprentice within 3 days at this rate, granting him at least a 60% chance to successfully unclog his meridians. And so, Yoon Xiao begins his brutal training once again. Meanwhile, the story of him defeating Yu Heejung with a single blow gets spread throughout the tenfold gravity chamber. 3 days later, Yoon Xiao exits the training room, covered in wounds. Seeing the battered and bruised boy, the other trainees get motivated to work hard. Right then, one of them shouts out in shock. Everyone gathers to see the commotion, only to be terrified to find that the black iron stone statues that they had been practicing on for years have been blown to pieces. Afterwards, Lee Yoon Xiao examines his now strong and muscular body, whose scars have already healed completely. Having experienced firsthand that Ao Chang Kong's body training technique is indeed the best one of its kind, the boy looks to use his newfound physical strength of a martial apprentice to attempt some refining. After all, obtaining just a few low-level pills will accelerate his cultivation speed greatly. Sometime later, Yoon Xiao is walking when he feels someone's arm coming towards him. With his eyes closed, the boy grabs the incoming limb and slams the person it's attached to onto the ground. My guy really unlocked Ultra Instinct in there, though it's just poor Hun Bai. As he worries that his arm might be broken, Yoon Xiao jokingly says that it only fell off, insisting that it's not his fault that he snuck up on him. Examining his friend's limb, Yoon Xiao questions why he is there. Hun Bai remarks that he wanted to test him out a bit since he was acting a little odd the last time they met. After confirming that Yoon Xiao has somehow gotten this strong without opening his meridians, Hun Bai informs him that teacher Luo Yunshang has been looking everywhere for him. "Luo Yunshang, why is that little girl looking for me?" inquires Yoon Xiao, suddenly popping Hun Bai's dislocated arm back into place, almost pulling out his soul along with it. Lil broing the teacher is insane, wondering if Yoon Xiao has lost his mind referring to their teacher as a little girl. Hun Bai suddenly leaps onto him. He announces that the boy might be in big trouble, as Lan Fei has disappeared these past few days to cultivate in seclusion and break into the First Origin realm. "Calm down, it's just the First Origin realm," remarks Yoon Xiao, once again confusing Hun Bai with his unconcerned behavior, considering that with this, Lan Fei has condensed his Yuan Qi and broken into the ranks of a real martial warrior. Hun Bai then starts shaking Yoon Xiao, questioning how he can say it's just the First Origin realm when his friends have been worried sick for him for days. Suddenly, Yoon Xiao grabs his friend's shoulder and declares that he has something more important that he needs him to do. As Hun Bai wonders what could be more important than the threat of Lan Fei, Yoon Xiao proclaims, "Lend me all your money," wanting to buy pills with them. Surely, he is talking about cultivation pills, right? The former fulfills the latter's request and begins heading out, confirming if he is really not worried at all. Giggling like an idiot, Yoon Xiao tells Hun Bai that he is so worried, but there's no point in it in the end, joking about returning the money only if he is still alive. Relieved that the boy can still laugh even when things are this bad, the friend commends the change he has gone through recently and gives up on worrying for him. Right then, a kick that shatters even the massive wooden door sends Hun Bai flying at Yoon Xiao's feet, followed by a bloodied and unconscious Chun Jun. Of course, this is Lan Fei's doing, who now marches towards the former 9th tier refiner. "Li Yoon Xiao, how dare you touch my men?" questions the martial warrior. Brimming with his sinister aura, Lan Fei then vows to cripple him completely. While Du Feng and Luo Jiyao glaze their boss, Yoon Xiao checks up on his friends. Feeling relieved that they don't have any life-threatening injuries, he provokes Lan Fei, remarking that he isn't special just because he can glow a little to show off. The martial warrior questions if Yun Xiao will bow before him for his mistakes, or if he will have to cripple his arms and legs first. Cripple me? How interesting, mutters the reincarnated soul, declaring that it's been a very long time since he has heard such an arrogant statement. Walking towards Lan Fei, Yun Xiao unleashes his intimidating glare. With this, the martial warrior is overcome with an inexplicable sense of uneasiness and fear. My God, you be having that effect on people. Lan Fei instantly charges forward to attack, absurdly feeling like he would never have the courage to strike if he doesn't do it now. Complimenting his foe for being decisive and unambiguous, Yun Xiao raises his heavy sword towards him. "How dare you mock me?" declares the former, bringing his blade down on the latter with all his might. Having blocked Lan Fei's assault with his heavy sword, Yun Xiao gets pushed back and his weapon suffers a crack. However, even after all this, he still doesn't lose his footing. This leaves Lan Fei baffled, making him wonder how such trash managed to withstand his attack. After all, even if he were a martial apprentice instead of being a martial warrior, there should have been no way for someone who still hasn't opened his meridians to block an attack that Lan Fei unleashed with 120% of his strength. Is that a Jujutsu Kaisen reference? Suddenly, Yun Xiao lets out an exhilarated laughter, announcing that it's been a long time since he fought with his full strength. Remarking that Lan Fei's sword slash felt really satisfying, the boy invites him to strike again so that he can give him a few more pointers. Gritting his teeth at this comment, the first Origin Realm martial warrior furiously unleashes the Lan family's flowing cloud slash technique. However, Yun Xiao looks completely unimpressed and criticizes Lan Fei for messing up the technique, giving him pointers on how to execute it properly. "Shut up and go to hell," replies the enraged foe, not standing for the patronization. Declaring Lan Fei to be extremely lucky to have gotten advice from him, Yun Xiao swings his heavy sword with an immense weight and intercepts the incoming attack. With this, he disarms the martial warrior, sending his blade flying into a nearby wooden frame. Should have just listened to bro. No. As the battle concludes, Yun Xiao assumes a relaxed stance, exuding an aura of confidence. Meanwhile, Lan Fei trembles in defeat, unable to come to terms with the fact that a martial warrior like him would get defeated by trash, who hasn't even opened his meridians. Right then, Yun Xiao kicks Lan Fei right in the face, launching him into a wall. While the martial warrior is still trying to process what just took place, his underlings shout at him to be careful. Suddenly, Yun Xiao brings the heavy sword down inches away from Lan Fei's moneymaker. Snapping back to his senses, the latter manages to stutter some words out of his trap. "Wah, what are you doing? Yo, you dare touch me." Leading into this remark, Yun Xiao mockingly replies that he is oh so shaken up from the big, strong attack earlier that his hands are numbing and making him unable to hold the sword properly. Realizing the implication of Yun Xiao's snarky response, Lan Fei tells him to remove the sword. The boy was too lazy to settle his previous score with the martial warriors, so he was willing to let it go. However, Lan Fei had now injured Chun Jun and Han Bai, aside from making an attempt on his life. "Am I supposed to just let this slide?" questions Yun Xiao, edging the heavy sword closer to the foe's crotch. With this, Lan Fei tries begging for mercy, promising to do anything in return for his bird remaining intact. Bro is desperate to continue his generation, already wearing diapers from their last encounter with the former 9th-tier refiner, Du Feng. Luo Jia and even the others who didn't see their previous humiliation start trembling in fear. Yun Xiao then tells Lan Fei to give him some money if he wants to keep his manhood intact, ordering his numerous underlings to pay up if they want to live as well. After emptying their pockets, Lan Fei and his lackeys ask for permission to leave. Suddenly, Yun Xiao spots an expensive-looking jade pendant around the boss's waist and takes it off him. "I can give you anything else, just not this jade pendant," exclaims the martial warrior, getting an annoyed look from the former 9th-tier refiner. Albeit feeling scared, Lan Fei explains that the protection jade pendant is a generational treasure in his family. As there are only 5 of it to be worn by the core members of the Lan family, the pendant is a symbol of status, meaning that it would be of no use to Yun Xiao, but extremely important to the martial warrior. La just straight up lying now. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul gives Lan Fei a choice. Since the latter's underlings had barely any money to give, the former will make them all end up like Du Feng and Luo Jia if he can't have the jade pendant. On the other hand, everyone can leave peacefully if Lan Fei lets him have it. Obviously, the jade pendant is more important to the martial warrior, but he could never look his lackeys in the eyes again if he chooses it over them. Suddenly, a girl shouts out, boss Lan. Hearing this, Lan Fei declares that even the precious jade pendant is nothing to him when compared to his fellows, bringing them all to tears. He then tells them all that it's time to leave, questioning if Lan Fei still wants to act cool before leaving even though he has been let off the hook very easily. Yan Xiao swings at him. As the martial warrior is unable to avoid it, the girl from earlier jumps in front of him. Of course, the former 9th tier refiner is just playing. Having accomplished his goal of not letting Lan Fei look cool in his exit, Yu Xiao pulls the weapon back into the storage ring right before it makes contact. Though, the girl falls unconscious from the shock anyways. Flustered and embarrassed, the martial warrior announces that they are going now and stomps out. Examining the supposedly worthless jade pendant, Yu Xiao notes that it's actually a 5-colored divine stone. Suddenly, he orders the person lurking in the shadows to show themselves. Complying with the command, Jia Rong appears before Yu Xiao. Despite witnessing the entire scene, he doesn't have the slightest clue as to how the boy was able to defeat Lan Fei. Originally, Jia Rong planned on sneaking up on Yu Xiao to force the detoxification method out of him. However, the earlier battle has left him completely unconfident in his mid-tier warrior capabilities in beating the former 9th tier refiner, at least due to self-aware. Upon Yu Xiao's query, Jia Rong reveals that he has only managed to gather 6 batches of the recipe despite his best efforts. Taking them from the man, the boy orders him to heal Chun Jun and Hun Bai before anything. "Who do you think I am?" questions Jia Rong, protesting being ordered around like that. Though, when Yu Xiao tells him to scram if he isn't happy with it, the rank 1 alchemist is left with no choice but to comply. After healing the boy's friends, Jia Rong demands to be given the detoxification method, declaring that he will never be ordered around again. "Don't be so sure about that," snarks Yu Xiao, remarking that countless people have begged to be commanded by him and were rejected. He bets that soon, Jia Rong will be more than happy to listen to him. Jia Rong exclaims that Yu Xiao is lying, only to be told that there's no reason to lie to a mere rank 1 alchemist like him. Suddenly, the latter hurls a piece of paper at the former with immense strength, making him work just to catch it. Though the effort is worth it, as Jia Rong finds the prescription to be absolutely incredible. Realizing that Yu Xiao was telling the truth all along, the man finds his eccentric behavior is completely unreadable, having gotten what he came here for. Jia Rong announces that they are now even and begins to head out, not willing to die for payback against the humiliation he suffered before. First smart character ever. Suddenly, Yu Xiao remarks that even though the prescription will cure the bodily damage, the deterioration of Jia Rong's soul power during that period will make it impossible for him to reach the level of a rank 1 alchemist again in this lifetime. Though, the former 9th tier refiner just so happens to know of a way to make Jia Rong a real rank 1 alchemist within 50 days instead of 50 years. Unable to believe this absurd statement, the man shouts out, "You can't fool me." Condescendingly looking down on Jia Rong, Yu Xiao proclaims that it isn't worth his time to fool someone like him. This makes the former settle down, and he notes that the latter's words are too tempting to be ignored, even if they are too suspicious. Apologizing for his outburst, Jia Rong questions if such a way is really out there, and if so, what would he have to do for Yu Xiao to help him? "Be my servant," declares the boy, instantly getting his preposterous demand shut down. However, Yu Xiao is of the view that Jia Rong is the one not qualified to be his servant, so he will give the privilege of serving him for only 50 days. Jia Rong realizes that the former 9th tier refiner is being completely sincere with this sentiment, as if his words were an unquestionable truth. With his mind all jumbled up, the man tries to make sense of the situation. Suddenly, Yu Xiao questions, "Do you feel aggrieved to be my servant?" Before Jia Rong can answer, the boy glares at him, exerting such a powerful and crushing pressure that he falls to his knees. Dude really unleashed his conqueror's haki. "Just who is this brat?" wonders the alchemist. Terrified from the soul-crushing pressure, he understands that Yu Xiao could disintegrate him at any time if he wanted to. The latter then gives the former 3 breaths time to either accept his offer or reject it. Realizing that there's a chance for him to rise to the top by listening to Yu Xiao, Jia Rong doesn't want to regret this moment for the rest of his life by rejecting this offer, and so he accepts the privilege of being his servant. "Not bad, you were quite decisive," remarks Yu Xiao, announcing that Jia Rong will realize later that this was the correct choice. The former 9th tier refiner then gives the man some cultivation instructions, announcing that if he can advance to a rank 1 alchemist within 5 days even after following them, then he lacks the aptitude to be his servant. Examining the instructions, Jia Rong is baffled to see the soul cultivation art in them. Though, Yun Xiao is unconcerned as it's the trashiest of all the soul cultivation techniques. Telling the alchemist to call him Young Master Yun from now on, the boy promises not to be stingy when rewarding him if he behaves well. Given the permission to leave, Jia Rong bows before his new master and heads out. On his way back, the alchemist is extremely careful to hide the instructions, still unable to believe that he got his hands on a technique of legends. Jia Rong concludes that the reason he was trembling before an ordinary child was because of the legendary soul dementing technique, considering that he gave him the precious soul cultivation technique as if it were nothing. To repay this generosity, Jia Rong wouldn't consider it a loss even if Yun Xiao made him his slave for several years. Though, he does still wonder just who exactly is young Master Yun. Yun Xiao cultivates at night, lamenting that his soul power was inferior to a mere rank 1 alchemist after being reborn. To frighten Jia Rong, he used the soul dementing technique, losing much of his remaining soul power as a result. Thinking that becoming the strongest in this generation will just be a matter of time, Yun Xiao doesn't want to stop there. He wants to become an existence surpassing even his previous life, breaking through into the realm of legends. To that end, Yun Xiao is relying on a soul cultivation technique that he, Gu Fei Yang, had discovered in the Tiandong Mountains before his death. Divine Soul Expansion Technique, it's an unheard of technique with a method beyond anyone's imagination. Yun Xiao thinks that it's linked to his rebirth, since the voice in his mind was reciting the text of this divine technique when he regained his past life's memories. With its successful practice, the former 9th-tier refiner's soul power will recover at a terrifying speed, the plot armor getting thicker than Lizzo at this rate. On the Ti and Mu continents, the cultivators are basically divided into 2 types. The martial cultivations specialize in the cultivation of Qi, with a few specializing in cultivating their bodies, becoming the so-called ordinary martial warriors. On the other hand, the alchemy cultivators specialize in cultivation of the soul. Spirit, Qi, soul. If either one is trained to a certain existence, a person can become an existence capable of shaking an entire continent. Though Li Yun Xiao knew the importance of the link between the 3, having previously reached the status of a martial king by cultivating both his Qi and soul. The other martial kings were the same, becoming far stronger than anyone else by cultivating 2 of the 3 to the peak. However, Gu Fei Yang realized that his physical body prevented him from breaking through upon being trapped at the pinnacle of the 9 Heavens realm, driving him to obtain the Tyrant Body Tempering Technique. After all, it is only when one's body, Qi, and spirit are all at their peak that one can attempt to break through to the legendary 10 Worlds realm. We got Sir Yaps a lot over here. With his soul power recovering quickly, Yun Xiao vows to break through to the 10 Worlds divine realm in this life and become invincible. But first, he will use the 5-color divine stone he got from Lan Fei to craft the 13 divine needles and arouse the body's potential, allowing him to unclog his meridians. Afterwards, Yun Xiao arrives at his storage room filled with decent materials, provided by his competent new servant, Jia Rong. Soul power, enfold, shouts out the boy, using his past experience as a top-ranking alchemist and his soul power to masterfully forge the divine needles. Inserting them into his body, Yun Xiao manages to unclog 5 of his meridians. Albeit a bit disappointed, the former 9th-tier refiner knows that the 5-color divine stone is extremely effective at arousing the body's potential, now wanting to find a way to obtain the other 4 jade pendants from the Wan family. Later, Chunjun and Hunbai arrive, mistaking the green residue in Yun Xiao's skin from the medicine as Lan Fei poisoning him. What do you mean he isn't the Hulk? Clearing up the misunderstanding, the boy informs the 2 of everything that happened when they were unconscious, leaving them in complete and utter disbelief. Haha, I knew it, remarks Chunjun, expressing that there's no way that General Fei Long's son could have been a loser anyways. He gets excited that once the 3 of them graduate, they will inherit their family's titles of nobility and assemble an army to destroy the Lan family's brats. Though, Hunbai worries about the dangers that Yun Xiao's newfound strength and recent actions will bring in the future. Despite this, Chunjun is convinced that Lan Fei and his lackeys won't be able to do anything, given that they can't call for outside help. After all, there are only 2 people who have reached the 5 elements realms to become martial kings in the country of Tian Shuai. One of them is none other than Ji Lan Academy's headmaster himself, Zhang Lishan. as he is considered to be the strongest man in the entire country. Even the emperor himself wouldn't be able to cause trouble within the academy. Right then, Hunbai questions if Chunjun has forgotten about the man who's ranked third in the academy's mini Fengyun ranking, the Lan family's other descendant and Lan Fei's half-brother, Lan Suan. While the two friends tremble at this thought, Yu Xiao is unconcerned. He doesn't deem the academy's ranking to be even worth mentioning, given that he was ranked third in the entire continent's Fengyun ranking back in the day. My guy just wants to flex. Hunbai then reveals that Lan Yuan is an 18-year-old genius martial master who is already about to break through to the Two Forces realm, noting that he might become a deputy commander of the Guardians at the rate he's progressing. Since Lan Xuan will be graduating this year, Chunjun and Hunbai pray that they stay and are able to survive until then, hoping that he won't trouble himself with small fries such as themselves. However, Yu Xiao tells them not to worry about that, since Lan Xuan will definitely come find him. Though, if he doesn't, the boy will go find him instead. His friends beg him not to make this situation worse, but Yu Xiao simply can't wait to get his hands on the martial warrior's 5-color divine stone. Lan Fei goes running to his uncle Wang Feng, who was a teacher at Jia Lan Academy, begging for Yu Xiao to be taught a lesson. However, Wang Feng tells him to shut up since he was the one who caused the problem, not wanting to ruin the many years that Lan Fei's mother has put into educating Lan Xuan. Despite this, the brat insists that he just wants to vent his frustration by having his brother teach that trash a lesson. Hearing this, Wang Feng declares Lan Fei to be an idiot. After all, the trash of the Li family is a nobody, meaning that his greatest enemy is Lan Xuan himself. If the latter learns that his brother lost the token passed down in the Lan family to such trash, he will have the clan discipline him. Wish someone disciplined me. Pause. In the worst case scenario, Lan Fei could lose his status as a direct descendant and become second in line. Then what do I do? Questions the pathetic boy, begging his uncle for help. Telling him not to worry as he is the son of his dear sister, Wang Feng promises to help him by applying to be the chief assessor in the yearly examination that is coming up in 7 days. There, if Yu Xiao is unable to display the light that shines from open meridians, he will have the right to expel him according to the school rules. Wang Feng will then recover the jade pendant, after which Lan Fei can do whatever he wants with the Li family's trash. I have to wait another 7 days, complains the spoiled brat, not wanting to wait to get his hands on Yu Xia. Blood is more annoying than Big Mom. Suddenly, Wang Feng snarks, questioning how he can count on Lan Fei to do something more important if he can't even put up with this, remarking that there's a big difference between Lan Fei and Lan Xuan. The man expresses worry for his sister. Hearing this, the brat decides to listen to his uncle. However, he wants to ruin Yu Xiao's reputation in these 7 days instead and hopes that Wang Feng will cooperate. As Lan Fei reveals his plan, the uncle starts laughing maniacally and gives him the go-ahead. "You really are my sister's son. I looked down on you just now," shouts out Wang Feng. Sometime later, Yu Xiao gets his divine soul expansion technique disrupted by some ruckus. Using Universal Detect, he spots a couple silhouettes. Wondering if they are thieves, Yu Xiao opens a door, only to be greeted with a love letter from Luo Lan Duo. As he confidently heads out to meet her in the autumn forest, a couple of Lan Fei's lackeys leave something inside his dorm. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Xiao observes the entire scene from nearby. Returning his room, he finds an assortment of women's undergarments lying on his bed. "Ayo, where did bras get them? Lan Fei. Oh, Lan Fei," mutters Yu Xiao, announcing that he will also play dirty if that's how they are doing things now. Later, the boy arrives at the autumn forest. Being one of the training grounds at day, it becomes a great meetup spot for crazed teenagers at night. Suddenly, a blonde girl comes running to Yu Xiao for help, getting chased by a perverted boy. However, the former 9th-tier refiner instead points his heavy sword at her neck. "Sus, senior," mutters the girl, getting told not to move if she doesn't want to die. Bursting into tears, the maiden promises to do anything if Yu Xiao just helps her. Right then, the pervert catches up to the girl and grabs her shoulders. Telling the reincarnated soul to get lost, the creep pushes the helpless maiden on ground. She repeatedly lets out cries for help, but Yu Xiao doesn't move. Suddenly, he starts unbuttoning his shirt and remarks, "Don't worry, babe, I will save you soon." Smacking the pervert away, the girl runs towards Yu Xiao. Enraged, the former boasts about being Liu Yitian, the son of the Imperial Guard Commander, Liu Siqi. Stopping the girl from coming any closer by giving her a pat on the shoulder, Yoon Xiao announces, "I am not the one saving you. They are." Liu Yitian looks around, finding himself surrounded by the academy's students, led by their dean, Feng Buping, aka the God of Slaughter. Hiding in the bushes nearby, Lan Fei, Du Feng, and Luo Jia wonder what is going on. Suddenly, Feng Buping's loud cry echoes out in the autumn forest. "You animal," as he slaps ever-living crap out of Liu Yitian. Meanwhile, Han Bai and Chun Jun go around gathering the others to beat up the pervert. While Liu Yitian gets pulverized by the students, Feng Buping checks up on the girl. Asking her name, he questions how she ended up with that animal. "Ma, my name is Meng Wu. I. As the girl stutters over her words, Yoon Xiao suddenly pulls her into his arms, declaring that nobody's going to bully her anymore as long as he is here. The boy signals Meng Wu not to make a sound, making her realize that he saw through their act, leaving Yoon Xiao to take care of the girl. Feng Buping heads off to make sure Liu Yitian is still alive. Seeing the boys shut Meng Wu up, Du Feng and Luo Jia note that he saw through their ploy. They ask Lan Fei if they aren't going to save Liu Yitian, getting told that doing so would just be walking right into Yoon Xiao's trap. Lan Fei then questions his other lackeys if everything has been put in place, assuring their boss that they handled the matter with utmost care. The two underlings mock Du Feng and Luo Jia for their prior failures. Who's gonna tell him? While Lan Fei wonders how Yoon Xiao is going to deal with the next ploy, the latter looks forward to him coming right out with it, all the while embracing Meng Wu like he is comforting her. As Feng Buping arrives there with Liu Yitian's battered and bruised body, Yoon Xiao lifts Meng Wu up into a princess carry. He tells her not to be scared anymore as the perverted animal has been crippled, leaving the girl completely flustered. How ruthless. Yoon Xiao exchanges nods of approval with Han Bai and Chun Jun, who learned to do so from the very best. Feng Buping then instructs everyone to leave, promising to report everything to the headmaster as Liu Yitian brought this upon himself. He also tells Yoon Xiao that it isn't appropriate for him to keep hugging Meng Wu, setting her back with one of her dormmates. Letting out a grin, the boy remarks that there's no need to thank him as he was just doing the right thing. "Give this man an Oscar right now." "Don't leave," shouts out someone from nearby, being none other than Lan Fei. Leading a horde of female students, he informs Feng Buping that there's a perverted thief in the academy who has been going around stealing undergarments from girls, having lost something of hers too. Princess Ru Suwei insists also that the creep be caught and punished. Before Yoon Xiao gets accused of anything, he asks Lan Fei why he was the one leading the charge even though the female students lost their underwear. This makes the girls wonder the same thing, as they start giving him suspicious looks. Suddenly, one of Lan Fei's lackeys announces, "I saw the thief running here with my own eyes." The underling paints his boss in the light that he couldn't bear to see such a disgusting act, which is why he gathered everyone to catch the thief. Lan Fei quickly latches onto this argument, questioning if Yoon Xiao changed the topic because he is the thief. The lackey concurs, lying about the thief's figure being extremely similar to the former 9th-tier refiner. Yoon Xiao calmly asks Lan Fei what he's trying to accomplish with such slander, all the while thinking, here it comes. As expected, to prove his innocence, the martial warrior wants him to allow his dorm to be searched. Eyes then level planning right here. As Yoon Xiao inquires why he should do as Lan Fei says, Qin Ru Suwei presses the lackey Monk Kun and questions if he is sure about what's seeing the thief. Albeit worrying that lying to a princess would have severe consequences, the underling folds when Lan Fei looks at him and reiterates that the person was undoubtedly Yoon Xiao. Hearing this, the former 9th-tier refiner respectfully allows teacher Feng to search his dorm, demanding an explanation from Lan Fei if he is proven innocent. After settling on this exchange, Yoon Xiao tells Princess Ru Suwei not to worry as he has always done things in an honest and just manner, leaving an upstanding impression on all the girls. While the boy leads everyone to his dorm, Ru Suwei wonders why he is being an idiot like this when someone's clearly trying to frame him. As everyone arrives at Yan Xiao's dorm, they find Wang Feng waiting outside, expressing surprise at Feng Buping being there too. The latter announces his desire to catch the perverted troublemaker himself. Suddenly, the former 9th-tier refiner presses him about being at his dorm, despite Meng Kun seeing the thief run towards the autumn forest. Hearing this, Feng Buping questions the same thing. Wang Feng proceeds to ignore the question completely and says that he simply wants to catch the thief just like them, proposing to expel the perverse culprit immediately after his capture. Accepting the suggestion, Feng Buping declares that anyone who dares to play tricks to wrong innocent people will not be forgiven. As Wang Feng agrees, Yun Xiao chimes in and expresses his relief at the fair proceedings, asking everyone to prove his innocence. "Let's see if I am the pervert Lan Fei calls me," remarks the boy, inviting anyone to search however they please. Confirming with Lan Fei that everything has been set up, Wang Feng orders the students to go in and search. The warrior sends Meng Kun to help with the search, prompting Feng Buping to reiterate that he will expel the person who dares to blame an innocent. At least someone has sense around here. Suddenly, Qin Ruxue declares that she will go in as well, hoping to stop Meng Kun in time if he tries to pull something. "Since everyone feels worried, why not have all of us go in together?" suggests Wang Feng, irritating the princess. Of course, Yun Xiao confidently invites them all inside, knowing what's about to happen. Lo and behold, Meng Kun finds nothing in the spots where he left them. The lackey whispers this information to his boss, infuriating him. While Yun Xiao continues to provoke his nephew, Wang Feng realizes the situation. Quickly calling off the search, he clears the boy of any suspicion. Seeing Yun Xiao let out a little smile, Princess Ruxue feels relieved, understanding that he must have known about the entire situation and made her worry for nothing. Declaring the former 9th-tier refiner to be innocent, Wang Feng announces that it's time to leave. "Leave," mutters Yun Xiao, questioning why catching the thief isn't important anymore. The man insists that running around without a witness or evidence is pointless, assuring everyone that the academy will deal with this incident. Press X for doubt. Bringing to light the fact that Meng Kun lied, Yun Xiao puts the suspicion on Lan Fei. Since the martial warrior owes him an explanation as per their prior agreement, the boy declares that they will simply check his dorm to prove his innocence as well. Of course, Yun Xiao makes sure to let everyone know that he is just being petty and doesn't actually know that Lan Fei is the culprit. Forced to keep his word, the martial warrior takes everyone to his dorm. All the while, Meng Wu realizes that he is not going to win this fight. Arriving at Lan Fei's dorm, Yun Xiao tells Han Bai and Chun Jun to commence the search. As they look around the place, Wang Feng stands with his unconcerned nephew in the corner of the room. Right then, a locked chest is found. Declaring that it's where he keeps his private possessions, Lan Fei confidently brings out his personal key to open it. Much to the dismay of everyone involved, it is filled with the missing underwear. Utterly shocked at the sight, Lan Fei swears up and down that Yun Xiao is framing him, getting told that it's impossible to do so since the chest can't be opened without his personal key. As the girls push for him to be expelled, Chun Jun questions why half of the chest contains soap along with the undergarments. Han Bai informs him that aside from stealing underwear, Lan Fei also goes around dropping soap in the men's bathroom and makes people pick it up. Bros straight up went for a fatality, fully ruining the martial warrior's reputation even amongst his lackeys. Yun Xiao once again takes the moral high ground by declaring that their hatred cannot bring true justice. Instead, since Feng Buping and Wang Feng are there, they will judge this matter. The students then erupt in a chant, "Judge him fairly." Questioning how the trash who usually lazes around managed to plot something like this, Feng Buping announces that he will inform the principal of this matter, after which he will decide how to deal with this. However, Princess Ruxue riles up the girls to riot if Lan Fei isn't expelled, refusing to coexist with a pervert like him. The martial warrior begs his uncle to save him, getting smacked away. "We don't know a useless person," declares Wang Feng, leaving his nephew in a pathetic state. As Lan Fei erupts into tears, Yun Xiao condescendingly looks down on him. With justice served, he heads on his way. Soon, the Academy's decision was released to the public, granting Lan Fei's unanimous expulsion. Rushing over to Yun Xiao's house, Han Bai asks him whether he wants to hear the good news first or the bad one. With the former correctly guessing that the good one is about Lan Fei, the latter gives him the bad news that they are doomed since Wang Feng will be supervising this year's exams. "What doom?" remarks Yun Xiao, promising to make the teacher suffer the same fate as his nephew if he doesn't do his work properly. Han Bai reminds him that Lan Fei was a mere student while Wang Feng is an actual instructor. But the former 9th-tier refiner couldn't care less. As Yun Xiao questions if there's any news about Lan Suan, Han Bai reveals that the ruthless martial warrior has openly announced seeking revenge for his brother. "Perfect," mutters the reincarnated soul, looking forward to getting the 5-colored divine stone from him. Elsewhere at the meeting chamber on the Alchemist Guild's 4th floor, Luo Yunshan, The crimson-haired teacher who took advice from the former 9th-tier refiner when he first awakened as Yoon Xiao, refines his Shuan weapon in front of some masters. She politely hands the resulting product to Master Xu-hun, the guild master, so that he can examine it, announcing that the sun-smashing axe has become a first-tier superior Shuan weapon. Xu-hun passes Yun Shang with flying colors. The elders erupt with applause, and the lady bows to thank them for their praise. Complimenting Yun Shang for her hard work, the guild master inquires how she now managed to complete the task she failed at in her previous exams. Remembering Yoon Xiao's exact words, she repeats them to Xu-hun, stole his whole flow, word for word, bar for bar. Pleased with the intelligent solution, the guild master reveals that someone will soon be sent to inform His Majesty that Tian Shuai now has another talented alchemist, so that he can throw a feast to celebrate her. Realizing that even the master alchemists that aren't adept with Yoon Xiao's refinement technique, Yun Shang begs Xu-hun to ask His Majesty not to have a feast since she doesn't like publicity. Though, he informs her that it's a tradition for the king to have a feast with all the dignitaries whenever someone gets promoted to a first-tier alchemist or steps into the Three Powers realm to become a great martial master. Suddenly, Yan Lei declares Yun Shang to be the most gifted person among Tian Shuai's younger generation, considering she previously reached the Four Quadrants realm and has now become a first-tier alchemist. This feat makes her the only person besides Yang Di in hundreds of years to have made His Majesty throw a feast for them twice in just 3 years. Yu Shang is awestruck at the flattery, getting told not to be so humble. After all, even though Yang Di was talented, he had the luck and benefit of being the disciple of the 9th-tier refiner, Hu Fei Yang. Xu-hun thinks that if Yun Shang gets lucky enough to get a good teacher like that, she might even surpass Yang Di. Hey, I know a guy. Today, the Alchemist Guild must celebrate, announces the guild master. He feels overjoyed at getting 2 first-tier alchemists and the rising stars, Jia Rong and Yu Shang, in just 1 year. Suddenly, Su Yuan Qiao chimes in, albeit agreeing with Yu Shang being a rising star. He thinks that Jia Rong must be deeply poisoned by now. As Xu-hun questions what he means, Yu Shang asks to be excused, though Xu-hun tells her that she's now an official first-tier alchemist and the core member of the guild, so there's no need to keep classified information from her. Getting told to continue, Yuan Qiao reveals that Jia Rong cheated in his last exam by using the banned Hellwind Stone. The other masters start throwing a fit, wanting to get rid of someone like that. However, Xu-hun tells Yuan Qiao to be careful with throwing around such a major accusation without any evidence, knowing that he has never liked Jia Rong. Having sent someone to stalk the rank 1 alchemist, Yuan Qiao exposes his recently purchased history to the core members, as the items he bought were clearly indicative of detoxing attempts. Xu-hun orders for Jia Rong to be brought there immediately. Looking on, Yun Shang notes that the guild master is one of the only 2 third-tier grandmasters in Tian Shuai and wouldn't let such a transgression pass unpunished. Sometime later, Jia Rong arrives before the alchemists, congratulating Yun Shang for her promotion. He compliments her for being the overall strongest among the 5 commanders of the State Guardians. Jia Rong then spots Yuan Qiao smirking nearby and asks Xu-hun why he was summoned in such a hurry, wondering if it's to celebrate the new first-tier alchemist. Despite feeling weirded out by the alchemist looking well, Yuan Qiao calls him out for pretending to be fine. Informing Jia Rong of the evidence against him, Xu-hun asks him for an explanation. At this moment, the man feels lucky that young Master Yun helped relieve his body and soul, feeling forever indebted to him. My guy called it and everything. Shutting down Su Yuan Qiao's accusations, Jia Rong shows everyone his skin. Much to their surprise, his hands look as fair as jade, not having a hint of corrosion from a hell windstone. Refusing to accept this outcome, Yuan Qiao wants to use divine sense to examine Jia Rong's body thoroughly. After all, there's no way that the power of his soul would be able to reach the level of a first-tier alchemist, even if he somehow cured the poison. Examining me, the likes of you, mutters Jia Rong, unleashing his soul power to leave Yuan Qiao bloodied. Falling to the ground a bloody mess, Yuan Qiao asks Jia Rong how his soul power got that strong. I am a true alchemist. My soul power is naturally stronger than those of fakers, declares the latter, leaving the former struggling for his breath. Suddenly, Yuan Qiao's body turns into that of an old and fragile arm. Unable to even stand properly anymore, he expresses his desire to retire and return home to spend his remaining years in the countryside, begging Xu-hun to approve his request. Everyone looks on at this sorry sight, wondering how just one move from Jia Rong has left Yuan Qiao with less soul power than a martial apprentice. Having gotten such amazing results by practicing Yun Xiao's soul training technique for just 5 days, Jia Rong is more than glad to be his slave for not only 50 days, but 50 years. Nah, the glaze is crazy. Surprised by the man's progress, Hu Han asks him for help in giving Yun Shan the alchemist badge. Later, the lady questions Jia Rong if he has ever considered taking in a disciple and brings up Yun Xiao's case without taking his name. The man wonders why she is asking him, being of the view that someone like her would do a much better job. However, Yun Shang doesn't feel that she is the right person to teach the boy, given that he is the eldest grandson of Duke Jing Guo and the son of General Fei Long. Not realizing that the lady is talking about Yun Xiao, Jia Rong remarks that an idiot like him with a weak body would have difficulty in achieving success in alchemy as well. Regardless, Yun Shang feels that there's something special about the boy and hopes that the man can at least guide him to become an apprentice alchemist as a way to keep their promise to Duke Jing Guo. In that case, I will meet this student, declares Jia Rong, promising to take him in but only if he meets the minimum standards of an apprentice alchemist. Thanking him for this favor, Yun Shang hopes that a young alchemist with a great future like Jia Rong can help Yun Xiao. Blood is clueless. 3 days later, the annual exam takes place in Jia Lan Academy. The exam venue gets sponsored by none other than the previous Alchemist Guild president, Yan Di, himself. A huge air of nervousness encapsulates the academy as the students who fail the exam get expelled. A large number of these eliminated students usually belong to powerful families. Examining the statue that Yan Di crafted in his honor, Yun Xiao appreciates his disciple's thoughtfulness. Suddenly, he hears some students talking about how the infamous loser of the Li family will be the one to get eliminated today. Seeing this, Yun Xiao's friends tell him to just ignore their words. Right then, Wang Feng announces that Yun Shang is currently in secluded cultivation, so he will be the one to preside over their assessments this year. Soon enough, he shows his ruthless ways by disqualifying the students who aren't there yet. Wang Feng then reveals a slight change in rules. In the past, those who had unclogged their meridians to unleash their chakras or those who could throw a punch with the force of over 1,000 pounds would pass. However, as many students cheating by consuming power-increasing pills, Wang Feng requires them to do both this year to pass. Of course, all this is just an excuse to fail Yun Xiao. Much to everyone's surprise, the former 9th-tier refiner arrives at the stage confidently. "Open your eyes and watch me," declares Yun Xiao. With this, he unleashes his root chakra, followed by sacral, solar plexus, heart, throat, third eye, and crown chakras, thus opening all his 7 chakras. Da Tabayo, demonstrating that he has unclogged all 7 of his meridians by unleashing the chakras. Yun Xiao leaves everyone in complete dismay. The previous laughingstock of the Li family continues to showcase his power, announcing that having strength isn't some great feat. Grounding his feet into the ground, Yun Xiao throws a thunderous punch at the training rock, even removing it from its chains. Everyone looks on in awe as the boy's attack leaves such a massive crack in the rock that even a martial warrior might not have been able to make. While Chu Jun and Han Bai celebrate, Princess Ru Stuwe playfully pouts, wondering how Yun Xiao managed to hide such great power so well. At the same time, Wang Feng questions how his idiotic nephew couldn't sense that his opponent had such strong energy. Now, as everyone satisfied, questions Yun Xiao. Telling the teacher that he is quite busy, the former 9th-tier refiner takes his leave. As the students gossip about Wang Feng having to eat his words at Yun Xiao's hands, he becomes infuriated, declaring that this is just the beginning between them. Despite this, the boy just laughs. Afterwards, Yun Xiao comes across Lan Suan, who introduces himself as a graduating student and the leader of the Xuan gang. Seeing the martial warrior come out of seclusion, the students wonder if he has already reached the first origin realm. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao flips him off instead and remarks, "Good dogs don't block the way. Me personally, I wouldn't take this." Albeit infuriated at the disrespect, Lan Suan decides not to make a fuss over it as he is there today about Lan Fei, only to get mocked again. This time, he questions if all members of the Li family are as uncultured as Yun Xiao. Though the boy thinks that Lan Suan is the idiot here for trying to reason with him after all the years of fighting between their families and the Lan Fei incident. Having had enough of Yun Xiao's provocation, the martial warrior vows to make him regret the day that he was born. The former 9th-tier refiner applauds his honest response, questioning why a ruffian like him even bothered to pretend otherwise. Declaring that he isn't there to argue, Lan Suan hands him a letter of challenge. Albeit admitting that his good-for-nothing brother behaved improperly deserved to be expelled, the martial warrior announces that it's his responsibility as the eldest brother to teach Yun Xiao a lesson. This just ends up confirming that Lan Fei wasn't framed and actually committed the perverted acts. Lan Suan then gives the former 9th-tier refiner two choices. Yun Xiao can either get down on his knees and swear to never mess with the Lan family, or he can challenge the martial warrior and regret his actions after getting destroyed. As Lan Suan advises him to choose the first option, Princess Ru Suwei and the other students come to Yun Xiao's defense, questioning if a genius graduating student like him feels no shame challenging an apprentice warrior. Right then, Yun Xiao snarks that when the younger brother is a huge creep, of course the elder brother is the same. "Since when did the Lan family have any shame?" asks the boy. "My goat really roasting the entire bloodline. W hater." Infuriated by this comment, Lan Suan questions why the eldest grandson of Duke Jing Guo and the son of General Fei Long is hiding behind a woman like Princess Ru Suwei. Suddenly, Yun Xiao spits in the martial warrior's direction, once again flipping Lan Suan the bird. The reincarnated soul accepts his challenge and vows to make him lick his shoes. As Yun Xiao's friends express their concern for him, he feels surprised that this body still has a few true friends despite achieving nothing in 15 years, contrary to his past life where Gu Feiyang stood at the top of the world alone. Patting Princess Ru Suwei on the shoulder, Yun Xiao lets out a gentle smile and remarks, "Don't worry." As he begins heading out, the martial warrior announces that he won't be named Lan Suan if he doesn't completely cripple him in their bout. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao vows to uproot the entire Lan family when the time is right. Find out when that is next time here. The 9th-tier martial sovereign Gu Feiyang gets reincarnated as Li Yun Xiao, the trash of the Li family. Using his past life's memories, he begins his journey to restore his former glory. Li Yun Xiao's doubters stand in his way of accomplishing this goal, but the martial sovereign starts putting them in their place. To this end, he decides to uproot the Lan family and get rid of Lan Fei. Now, Yun Xiao prepares for his duel against the mighty Lan Suan. Li Yun Xiao stands beside a martial apprentice named Lu Yu, guiding him about his errors in his potion-making process. He wants to meet Jia Rong, but Lu Yu doesn't have the qualifications to help him. Right then, the Tian Shuai Alchemist Guild receptionist, Lu Yao, arrives there. She reveals that Master Ling spoke highly of Yun Xiao after reading his prescription, shocking her brother Lu Yu, since the reincarnated soul isn't even an official alchemist. Who's gonna tell him? Getting depressed about his lack of talent, Lu Yu gets cheered up by his sister. Yun Xiao chimes in, informing the martial apprentice about the correct approach to make his potion. After Lu Yao's insistence that he try it out, Lu Yu gets busy with potion making. The receptionist then takes Yun Xiao to Jia Rong's room, hearing loud screams from inside. Bro is sus. What follows leaves Lu Yao baffled. Not only does Yun Xiao rudely shouts at the first-tier alchemist to open the door, but the otherwise prideful Jia Rong also listens to his words and desperately leaps onto him. Inside the room, the man goes on about making a breakthrough with his soul power. Though, the boy can't care less and asks for his help in refining some pills. Hearing that Yun Xiao wants an origin-impacting pill and an origin-blasting pill, Jia Rong expresses that it's impossible for a first-tier alchemist like him, given that they are second-tier. However, Yun Xiao tells him to just start refining and follow his instructions. Duke is told, Jia Rong eventually manages to refine both pills at the same time. Crying tears of joy, he wants Yun Xiao to call him an idiot or a fool forever, if it means that he can become an outstanding alchemist. As if the boy were fulfilling his wish, he orders Jia Rong to stop celebrating after refining low-purity trash. Lu is ruthless. Since Jia Rong is totally exhausted, Yun Xiao takes it upon himself to purify the pills using his soul power. The first-tier alchemist looks on at the boy's refining hand seals in awe. Having been under the impression that purification is only possible for ingredients and not objects, Yun Xiao notes that he will break through the origin realm in 3 days using the origin-impacting pill and saves the origin-blasting pill just in case. At the same time, his ability to purify finished pills while making them look flawless leaves Jia Rong with sparkling eyes. Wanting to follow Yun Xiao forever, Debbie Glazer. Walking out of the room, the boy spots Lu Yu surrounded by other martial apprentices. While her brother celebrates, Lu Yao notices Yun Xiao standing nearby and gives him a bright smile. Giving her a thumbs up, the boy goes back to cultivating in seclusion in order to defeat Lan Xuan. Elsewhere, Jia Lan Academy's dean named Zhang Lishan informs the crimson-haired teacher, Luo Yunshang, of the events that happened during her seclusion. He also reveals his plan to announce her promotion to vice dean during the feast. However, Yunshang seems to not care about this at the moment and rushes to stop Yun Xiao from becoming dead meat at Lan Xuan's hands. After all, he is the one who helped her become a first-tier alchemist. Zhang Lishan joins her, wanting to see the level of the students nowadays. Meanwhile, in the tenfold gravity chamber, Hezheng sits with Lan Duo, who is skipping out on the big fight of the day. To her, Yun Xiao is making a fool of himself, and Lan Xuan is merely picking on the weak. In her eyes, no one is better than the other. Only big brother Lin and Bai Changfeng are true warriors for Lan Duo. While Hezheng heads out to witness Yun Xiao's demise firsthand, the girl thinks he is a wimp for enjoying the defeat of someone he can't be himself. Suddenly, Lan Duo gets shocked as Yun Xiao walks past her with a monstrous presence. Du got that aura. At Jia Lan Academy's arena, students gather around Lan Xuan meditating in the battlefield. Yun Xiao isn't here yet, making everyone speculate that he has run away. As even Hunbai and Chunjun begin doubting him, a voice shouts out, "Look, that piece of trash is here." And so, under the shadow of Gu Feiyang's towering statue, Li Yun Xiao arrives onto the battlefield with his black-hilted iron-heavy sword. Walking proudly through the crowd of naysayers, Yun Xiao reaches his friends. Chunzun and Bai wonder where he is, while Princess Shinru Sue scolds him for showing up to get killed. Right then, Yu Shang arrives onto the scene and declares the match cancelled. However, this turns up the heat against Yun Xiao even more. Yu Shang announces that she is protecting him as he's her student, but the boy tells her that she is protecting Lan Xuan instead, proclaiming that it will only take a few minutes to destroy Lan Xuan. Yu Xiao walks past the teacher and marches onto the battlefield. W confidence, left with no choice but to let the boy fight. Yu Shang instead prepares to prevent him from getting crippled at all costs, facing off with Lan Xuan. Yu Xiao activates his chakras. This baffles the onlookers, including Yan Shang and Hezheng, as he emits power equal to a warrior of the Origin Realm. However, Lan Xuan is unfazed and unleashes the aura of a peak 9-star warrior's aura. No one doubts his complete and utter victory, except one person. The believer is none other than Zhang Lishan, who announces that everyone has underestimated Yun Xiao and declares the duel to be worth watching. Right as the boy starts walking, Lishan feels something to be off. With every step Yun Xiao takes, the area around him trembles, almost as if his pace is a mystic art in and of itself. However, taking it as Yun Xiao being unable to even walk properly, Lan Xuan unleashes his passing cloud sword technique, Spinning Star Palm. A swirling vortex of energy launches towards Yun Xiao, who manages to break through its range with his speed. Unable to believe this, Lan Xuan chases after his airborne opponent with slashes of Moonwalk Nether Swap. However, Yun Xiao avoids even that with an extraordinary movement technique, as if he was walking in midair. Stole Rob Luci's whole flow. Seeing the pattern in his steps, Li Shan realizes that the boy wasn't even trying to dodge Lan Xuan's attacks and only moved to complete a strange set of his previous paces. Right then, the force of heaven and earth starts condensing around Yun Xiao, leaving the spectators frozen in place. As Zhang Lishan announces that Yun Xiao is borrowing the might of heaven and earth, countless Buddha-like hands emerge in the sky. Life passes like a dream, a swan's step in the snow. With these words, Yun Xiao begins raining down the condensed energy onto Lan Xuan. With a terrified look, Li Shan declares that it's the floating life seal that Yun Xiao can't unleash with his own strength. So, he has borrowed the force of heaven and earth for it, something that requires a level of understanding to the point that even Li Shan hasn't found a way to do it. Yu Shang and Li Shan wonder if Yun Xiao is Yang Di's disciple to be unleashing his skill, unaware of their true relationship. Meanwhile, the floating life seal rains down on Lan Xuan, resulting in his complete and utter defeat. He came in with the brutality. However, ignoring Li Shan's pleas to do so, Yun Xiao doesn't stop there. No one can save you, sending chills down Lan Xuan's spine with these words. He breaks his Dan Tian, thoroughly crippling the martial warrior for life. Yu Xiao then smashes Long Suan's teeth in, fulfilling his promise of beating him to a pulp and making him lick his shoes. "I always keep my word," proclaims Yun Xiao, standing tall as the victor. While Yun Xiao takes Long Suan's jade pendant, Zhang Lishan jumps up, telling the former that he's been too cruel. Though the boy kicks Long Suan's disfigured body at the dean, prompting him to slam it away. Landing furiously in front of Yun Xiao, Lishan questions why he is still acting so cruelly, even though his opponent's already been crippled. However, Yun Xiao instead tells him to mind his own business. These words echo across the arena, leaving the onlookers in shock. After all, not even the king of Tian Shuoi or the head of the Alchemist Association would dare speak to Lishan like that. Bro's family jewels are huge. "Brat, do you know who I am?" screams out the dean, only to get ripped apart by Yun Xiao for being just a martial king despite being over 100 years old. Seeing this, Hezon, Princess Ruxue, and Yun Shang think that the boy has gone insane. "Die!" A loud voice ripples across the arena as Lishan unleashes his energy to crush Yun Xiao. However, even while the ground around him crumbles, the reincarnated soul stands defiant, vowing to make the headmaster pay 100 times over if he, Li Yun Xiao, doesn't die today. Witnessing the boy's stubbornness and fighting will, Zhang Lishan questions what kind of an unyielding soul harbors his body. At the same time, a realization dawns on Yun Shang, and she turns around to look at the statue erected behind her. Yun Xiao's stubborn look, his expression and demeanor. The reason they all seem familiar to Yun Shang is because they are identical to that of Lord Gu Feiyang. Lusted. Over on the battlefield, Yun Xiao coughs out blood, promising to make Lishan suffer even at the cost of his life. He consumes the origin-blasting pill. While the dean worries about his reputation, Yun Xiao begins emitting a radiant glow. With his eyes closed, the boy swirls his arms around in a tantalizing pattern, causing the winds and clouds to rise. Having been the strongest warrior in Tian Shuoi for decades, the martial king wonders the identity of the one-star warrior, making him sweat. As the winds rise and the world stirs, Lishan questions if this is really Lord Gu Feiyang's great wind and cloud palm. At the same time, Yun Xiao proclaims, "The winds and clouds rise high, all because of me." Long ago on Snowfall Peak at Shun Xiao Temple, martial sovereign Gu Feiyang, aka the Vanquisher, suppressed 10 9-star martial sovereigns using the great wind and cloud palm. Not only did he taunt the mistress of the temple 3 times, but he also roamed freely in the temple's forbidden places, showing scorn towards everything. This legendary feat was passed down in stories for thousands of years. Now, Lishan screams at Yun Xiao to stop, being under the impression that he is someone connected to Yang Di. The dean worries that hurting him would be inexcusable. So, Lishan turns around and begins heading off, letting Yun Xiao off for his first offense. He warns him that there won't be a next time. This leaves the students in shock, since Lishan has never let anyone walk after insulting him. Meanwhile, Yu Shang appears in front of Yun Xiao and tells him to disperse his power. "Old codger, you're lucky you ran fast," remarks the boy, suddenly sitting down to absorb the energy from the origin-blasting pill. Understanding that his meditation pose seems to contain some sort of powerful rule, Yun Shang sits down beside him to meditate, hoping to borrow this rule's power. As they wonder what's going on, all the spectators are told to leave the field at once. Bloods didn't get to see the post-credit scene. Yun Xiao golden glow and Yun Shang's crimson energy, both mixed with each other, completely opening the bottleneck in the latter's cultivation to help her ascend, even though she was only trying to grasp the former's technique. Moments later, Yun Shang opens her eyes only to see Yun Xiao right up in her face. The boy congratulates the 4 Quadrants Realm Martial King for advancing, while she wonders how he became a 2-star martial warrior. As Yun Xiao acts like this isn't surprising, Yun Shang pinches his ear, scolding him. The teacher demands an explanation for what happened in the 5 days she was in seclusion. Yun Xiao promises to explain things after he has rested well, and Yun Shang gives him 3 days for it. Seeing her walk off, Yun Xiao wonders how the girl can be so bossy and unreasonable. Aren't they all? However, he finds her talent to be extraordinary, noting that she's worth training. Afterwards, Yun Xiao enters the tenfold gravity chamber to cultivate and get rid of the remaining energy of the origin-blasting pill as soon as possible. There, all the other students avoid him. Seeing the boy there, Lan Duo wonders if Lan Suan didn't cripple him. Right then, she overhears the students gossiping about the events of the day. Li Yun Xiao, mutters Lan Duo with a distraught face, unable to comprehend the stories. Having reached the level of a peak 2 stars warrior previously, Yun Xiao now recovers the soul power of a first-tier alchemist using the wonderful Great Expansion Divine Technique. Excited to craft weapons and all kinds of potions himself, he leaves the tenfold gravity chamber and heads back to his room, only to quickly turn back. "Why are you leaving? Come back here." A voice quickly shouts out, belonging to teacher Luo Yunshang. She scolds the boy for not coming to see her even after 5 days, but he pretends to have forgotten about their promise while cultivating. Seeing that Yun Xiao has reached the peak of a 2 stars warrior despite only advancing to the level 5 days ago, Yunshang warns him of the consequences of consuming pills indiscriminately and demands an explanation. Becoming an addict to pills of all things gotta be tough. Just as Yun Xiao fears that he can't escape her this time, the teacher begins bombarding him with questions. Getting buried under the weight of her curiosity, the boy asks what the dean thinks. Hearing Yun Shang say that Zhang Li Shan has concluded him to be Yang Di's disciple, Yun Xiao's nose becomes as long as that of Pinocchio. He confirms this theory, pushing everything on the legendary alchemist. Of course, Yun Shang sees right through his lies. Despite this, she doesn't force Yun Xiao to answer her questions since her worries about him have proven to be unnecessary. "Still, you have to come with me," remarks Yun Shang, grabbing his hand to drag him along. Walking through Tian Shui State Street, the teacher informs Yun Xiao that she has found a master for him in the Alchemist Association. Yun Shang reveals that this promising master wants to see the result of the boy's soul power test before accepting him as a disciple. However, Yun Xiao protests, knowing all too well that his soul power is too rubbish at the moment. Regardless, the teacher insists that it took great effort from her to make this possible and drags him along. Arriving at the Alchemist Association, Yun Shang takes Yun Xiao to none other than Jia Rong. While the reincarnated soul gets utterly disgusted at this sight, the first-tier alchemist doesn't even turn around to see him, still ignorant of his identity. Jia Rong tells Yun Shang to find an apprentice to test Yun Xiao's soul power first. Right then, Lu Yao comes running up to the boy and thanks her repeatedly for helping her brother. Upon being asked how she can make it up to him, Yun Xiao remarks, "That's easy, just marry me," leaving the receptionist flustered. Wizard of Oz, suddenly, Yun Shang smacks the ever-living crap out of him for harboring such an evil intention and flirting with a girl. Though, Yun Xiao still insists that Lu Yao was the one flirting with him. Yun Shang then furiously grabs the boy by the ear and starts dragging him outside, being told by Jia Rong's students to stop causing a commotion and leave. Wondering what's going on, the first-tier alchemist turns around, only to have his soul leave his body upon laying eyes on Yun Xiao. One of Jia Rong's disciples announces that he will drive the troublemaking fools out now, getting smacked away by his master for this disrespect. As Jia Rong starts showering his young master Yuan with countless praises, Yun Shang casually smacks the boy and tells him to greet the first-tier alchemist respectfully. "Greetings, Master Jia." These words overwhelm the man, who insists that there's no need for a soul power test of Yun Xiao. However, Yun Shang smacks the reincarnated soul once more, causing Jia Rong to lose HP and beg her not to hit him anymore. W servant, doing a whole comedy routine while glazing Yun Xiao endlessly. Jia Rong leaves Yun Shang questioning what's going on. "Everyone, make way." Some voices repeatedly shout out, announcing that Master Zhang Qingfan has arrived. Being a third-tier alchemist who is also the head imperial alchemist for Tian Shui, the energy fluctuations emanating from him feel strong even to Yun Xiao. As Qingfan goes out of sight, Yun Shang wonders if he is visiting the guild in person because Ru Xu's illness is out of control. She reveals that the princess was born with 5 yin terminal meridians and was only supposed to live for 5 years. But the king enlisted a 5 elements refiner to give a prescription to preserve her life for another 10 years. That was 9 years ago. Deep in thought, Yun Xiao mutters that the 5 dragons pure yang pill, an 8th grade medicine, can cure her illness. However, Yun Shang and Jia Rong note that only a legendary 8-tier supreme refiner could make such a medicine, being a godlike existence compared to them. "Teacher Luo, you can go back first," remarks Yun Xiao, making the excuse of wanting to discuss his suitability as a student with Jia Rong. The master quickly backs his statement, leaving Yun Shang confused as to why a man who looks down on those weaker than him is acting like a slave in front of the boy. Afterwards, Yun Xiao gives Jia Rong the task of informing Zhang Qingfun that Ru Xu's illness is curable. The former 9th tier refiner reveals that it can be done via stimulating her acupuncture points with golden needles, leaving Jia Rong in awe of his legendary capabilities. Yun Xiao then hands the 1st tier alchemist a list of materials that he needs to treat the princess, ordering him to have Zhang Qingfun prepare them. Though, most of them are unneeded refining materials that Yun Xiao wants to make a Xuan weapon. Later, the reincarnated soul walks through town and comes across a mid-tier alchemist apprentice named Jun Liang harassing a girl at his store, who is none other than Mengwu. Even as she tries to leave, the disgusting fatso continues to throw himself at her. He offers the bottle of resuscitation magic water as exchange for Mengwu becoming his girlfriend, exploiting the fact that she desperately needs it to save her brother's life. The girl promises to fully pay him back in 3 months, but Jun Liang is hell-bent on being a creep. Right then, Yun Xiao arrives on the scene and smacks his hand away from Mengwu. "What are you doing, brat? How dare you touch my woman?" proclaims the reincarnated soul, making the girl's heart flutter. Unfathomable Riz. Memories of the autumn forest start flowing in Mengwu's mind, making her remember that her savior is Yun Xiao. Meanwhile, Jun Liang starts boasting about his status as Jia Rong's disciple and the sworn brother of Long Hao, the eldest son of city guard Captain Long Qing. He wants Yun Xiao to kneel down and apologize to him, demanding a few hundred golds as medical fees in exchange for the earlier smack. Remarking that he knows Jia Rong and Long Qing, but has never heard of his son Long Hao, Yun Xiao reveals a bag of a few hundred golds and throws it on the ground. As Jun Liang goes to pick it up, the reincarnated soul gives him a terrifying glare, announcing that he will have to be alive to spend it. This gaze freezes the mid-tier apprentice in his tracks, making him realize that touching the money bag would spell death for him. Witnessing this sight, Mengwu remembers the fights Yun Xiao had with Lan Fei and Lan Xuan. Despite not knowing what a true expert is like, she concludes that it shouldn't be far from Yun Xiao. Right then, Jun Liang spots Long Hao and quickly rushes to hide behind him. As the minor team leader of the Tian Shui guards, the latter gives Yun Xiao an ultimatum. Either get on his knees, apologize, and compensate the former by leaving Mengwu and the money with him, or become a cripple and live out the rest of his life in prison. Nah, bro has a death wish. Confident in his backing, Jun Liang goes to pick up the money bag, only to get kicked in the stomach by Yun Xiao. With his Dan Tian broken, the fatso cries out about becoming a complete cripple. "I choose the second option," announces the reincarnated soul, provoking the minor guards to send him to prison. Long Hao then leaps at Yun Xiao with his broadsword. However, the boy blocks his attack with just 2 fingers, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. Finger technique, flower twist. As Yun Xiao mutters these words, the martial warrior realizes that his opponent is hiding powerful techniques. What the fingers do? He responds by shouting out, "Jade Moon's sword, unseal." With this, the martial warrior's Xuan weapon begins emitting waves of energy with every slice, prompting Yun Xiao to take a step back. Boasting about his Jade Moon sword being refined using deep-sea frost metal by the 2nd-tier master alchemist, Lord Liang Wenyu, Long Hao reveals that Yun Xiao is the 3rd person to witness him unseal it. "Trash is using trash," mutters the reincarnated soul, unimpressed by the 1st-tier Xuan weapon. Easily avoiding all of Long Hao's sluggish attacks, Yun Xiao strikes the Jade Moon sword with multiple blazes of energy, causing it to return to its sealed appearance. The material warrior desperately tries to unseal the weapon, but he only ends up looking like a fool in the process. Questioning if the moon sword is broken, Long Hao spills the beans about cleaning out his family treasury and begging Liang Wenyu thousands of times to make it for him. Right then, Yun Xiao once again provokes the minor guards, telling them to bring out any tricks they are still hiding. This infuriates Long Hao, and he orders his gang to end the boy's life. Long Hao and 4 of his underlings charge towards Yun Xiao and Mengwu, only to get dealt with like a bunch of maggots. As the girl looks on at the boy's fighting style that looks more like dancing, he reveals that it's a martial technique called the Flowery Confusion Fist, invented by the martial sovereign Yuan Shi Xiao. Using it, Yun Xiao makes quick work of the guards. He then takes Long Hao's Jade Moon sword for himself, all the while breaking his bones one by one. Despite this, Long Hao continues to make threats. "I would like to see you try," declares Yun Xiao in response. Ice in his veins. Right then, the state guardians, Hu Wei Guang and Hu Wei Ming, arrive there on their steeds. Long Hao quickly turns the two brothers against Yun Xiao, and the latter of the two rushes to arrest him. Unseal. With this, the reincarnated soul produces a bright light from the moon sword, blocking the State Guardian's twin flaming energy blades. Wanting to take the mystic weapon from Yun Xiao, Hui Ming declared that his mischief will end today. Meanwhile, the boy realizes that he has to take initiative as he is fighting a warrior of a realm above his own. Yun Xiao charges towards the enemy without hesitation, unleashing his nether swat, devilish windy feet. A flaming kick sends Hui Ming flying back, who then unseals his copper longsword. The two warriors clash blades, but the State Guardian loses the exchange, having gotten his weapon sealed. As Yun Xiao is about to take Hui Ming down for good, Hui Guang realizes his brother's situation and jumps in to help, attempting to piece the boys back. However, his attack gets blocked by shadow residuals. "Fool, I was only luring you," announces Yun Xiao, unleashing Moon Slash to send both brothers to the grave together. Get baited, Keck. Yun Xiao unleashes Moon Slash, making Hui Guang realize that he lured him there to finish them off both at once. Struck with his killing intent, the duo calls out, "Connected hearts, 2 into 1, summoning the State Guardian's great bow. This combination technique catches Yun Xiao by surprise, blowing through his Moon Slash with ease. "I am going to lose," mutters the reincarnated soul. An unexpected attack sends him flying, causing a huge amount of blood to gush out. Yun Xiao's lifeless body falls at Meng Wu's feet, making her wonder how he managed to force the State Guardians to team up. She also remembers that when the boy was sent flying, he turned around midair, telling her to run. Meng Wu escapes, wanting to get some help. Long Hao screams at the State Guardians to chase after her, but they are stunned. The brothers can't believe that a martial warrior of the two forces realm forced them to use a combination technique. Taking Long Hao's Jade Moonsword for themselves, the State Guardians head off. Get mod lol. This enrages the former, who vows to make Yun Xiao regret coming into this world for making him lose his weapon. Meanwhile, Meng Wu runs around in tears, looking for someone to save Yun Xiao. Without even thinking about it, she ends up in front of a Li mansion. Elsewhere, an esteemed entity is marveling at a second-tier mystic weapon when he notices one of his servants running nearby, referring to the man as young Master Yi. The servant informs him of a girl outside the gate asking for help, as Yun Xiao has been caught by the Imperial Guards. "It's no big deal if a piece of trash is caught," mutters Li Yi, the Li mansion's butler. He orders the servant to tell the girl not to worry as the master is informed of this matter. As the servant passes the message on to Meng Wu, she questions when they are going to save him, only to get told that it's up to the higher-ups to decide. The master asks you not to worry. Hearing these words, the girl notes that Li Chunyang is the #1 veteran of Tian Shuoi's military and one of the most powerful men today. Stating that Li Yun Xiao's grandfather himself has said not to worry, she should be relieved. However, despite this assurance, Meng Wu is overcome with an uneasy feeling. Girl got ultra instinct. Over with Yun Xiao, he lies bloodied in a prison. With all the meridians in his limbs severed, the boy isn't even able to move. Suddenly, he sees countless silhouettes looking down upon him, surrounded by old and feeble men. Yun Xiao wakes up in the Long family's private prison. He talks about reporting this illegal act to the royal court as soon as he gets out, only to get laughed at by an old frail man with crooked teeth. The old guy begins telling Yun Xiao stories about the prisoners, revealing that all of them have been locked up there for life for the tiniest of disrespectful acts against the Long family. "Don't worry, old man. I can escape. I will be sure to free you guys as well." Yun Xiao's words of optimism are met with a snark. The old man tells the kid to stop dreaming and just accept his fate. Of course, Yun Xiao simply ignores the negativity and activates his heavenly tyrant body training technique, elegant lady style. Seeing this, all the prisoners start passing comments at him, unaware that the boy is slowly repairing his broken meridians as they speak. Ignore the haters, my king. In the inner chamber of the Alchemist Association's 4th floor, teacher Luo Yanshang informs Jia Rong that Yun Xiao has gone missing without a trace. This leaves the first-tier alchemist in a predicament, as Princess Qinru Su needs to be treated as soon as possible. Zhang Qingfan even volunteers to be Jia Rong's assistant for the process, leaving him with no choice but to spill the truth. Afterwards, Qingfan scolds Jia Rong for toying with the princess's life. Master Xu Hun, the guild master, is also infuriated, questioning how the first-tier alchemist could allow himself to be tricked by a notorious failure. Turning around, Qing Fun orders Jia Rong to be locked up and executed once this is over. Hearing this, the first-tier alchemist clings on to Qing Fun and begs him to believe in young Master Yun to save the princess. "Get lost," shouts out the third-tier alchemist, kicking away Jia Rong and questioning what you should tell the king now. Suddenly, Yun Shang tells Qing Fun to wait. However, this infuriates him even more. He declares that she won't be able to escape blame either, since Yun Xiao was her student. Bro is fluent in Japanese. Unfazed, Yun Shang informs him that she only passed her exam because of the boy's advice. Despite not knowing if Yun Xiao really knows the golden needle acupuncture, the teacher vouches for him, mentioning that he not only managed to unclog meridians, but also defeated Lan Xuan with the floating life seal. Hearing this, Qing Fun questions if Yun Xiao is Yang Di's disciple, as that would explain him claiming to know the golden needle acupuncture technique. At the same time, Master Xu Han remembers hearing from Liang Wenyu that Yun Xiao's meridians were broken and could never be reconnected, making his recent feats impossible. This seals the deal for Qing Fun, and he orders to find Li Yun Xiao in the shortest time possible using any and all means. In a bar close to Ji Yalan Academy, a fully drunk Yu Hezheng tells Lu Lan Duo that the stories about Yun Xiao are true, claiming that he might even be able to defeat Lin Yu and Bai Chung Feng. Though, the girl has no interest in listening to such things, telling Hezheng not to bother her ever again. Lan Duo heads off to enter seclusion for a few days to remedy her bottleneck. Unable to handle rejection gracefully, the pathetic dude starts badmouthing the girl as soon as she leaves. Right then, Mengwu, a part-time wine saleswoman there, recommends him a drink. Recognizing her from the academy, Hezheng boasts about becoming a martial warrior soon. Acting like a creep, he harasses Mengwu. The girl slaps away his hand, telling him to have some self-respect. Infuriated that a mere wine girl is rejecting him, Hezheng forcefully grabs Mengwu's face. Unfortunately, everyone chooses to ignore the scene and turns away. As a man, why are men? Right then, Han Bai and Chun Jun enter the bar, tired from searching for Yun Xiao. They recognize Mengwu as the girl who tried to frame their young master Yun, and Hezheng as Lan Duo's creepy stalker. Confident that Han Bai and Chun Jun are weaker than him, the guy tells them to get lost. Revealing that they are associated with Yun Xiao, the duo reminds Hezheng that anything goes as they are outside the academy right now. The martial warrior understands that Yun Xiao's followers are all children of important court officials from the National Army, so they can literally do anything while they are out in the country. Making an excuse about needing to cultivate, Hezheng heads back. Nah, bro is ducking. Afterwards, Han Bai and Chun Zun talk about Yun Xiao not being found even after 3 days. Overhearing this, Mengwu asks why the Li family hasn't done anything. "What?" shouts out the duo, questioning the girl what she knows. As Mengwu informs them of the entire situation, Chun Jun quickly gets up to go and save their master. Han Bai stops him as they need to inform Lord Zong and Teacher Luo first. He also tells Mengwu to follow them for now, considering she can't avoid getting involved in this anymore. At the Long family's courtyard, Long Ron, the second young master of the Long family, trains his concealed tiger fist. After praising him for being better than his good-for-nothing brother, Ron's father sighs out. Being the leader of the city guards, Long Qing is stressed out since they can't find a young man anywhere in the entire country. He then wonders where Long Hao has run off to this time. With a childlike admiration for his brother, Long Ron reveals that Long Hao has gone to the prison to make a brat regret coming into this world for injuring his arms. Long Qing sighs out yet again, expressing disappointment in him for loafing around at a time like this. Right then, Long Ron mentions that his brother locked that young guy up 3 days ago, wondering if he is the person the guards are looking for. Long Qing gets frightened, but soon feels relieved upon hearing that the guy's surname is Yun. Of course, this sense of security was a false alarm, as Long Ron finally remembers the name right. Li Yun Xiao. These words make Long Qing's soul leave his body. Having dispatched all the city guards to search strenuously for 3 whole days, Long Qing can't believe that Li Yun Xiao was locked up in his prison all along. Thinking about what would happen if the eldest grandson of Duke Jing Guo and the son of General Fei Long would be found there, he feels like an ant. Long Ron only scares him more by mentioning the possibility that Long Hao could have already killed Yun Xiao. Emotional damage. Right then, the Long family's disciples come running there, revealing that someone has forced their way into the mansion. Long Qing roars out, only to find out that the intruders are none other than the guardians of the state. Following them, Zhangqing Fun, Master Xu Hun, Luo Yunshang, Jia Rong, Meng Wu, Chun Zun, and Hun Bai all enter the mansion. Upon being accused of taking Yun Xiao captive, Longqing feigns ignorance. Yunshan then tells Meng Wu to explain what happened on that day, and the girl does so without leaving out a single detail. While Longqing gets pressed by the others, Jia Rong laments that all this happened because of his student, Jun Liang. He then inquires if Yun Xiao is alive or dead. Not knowing himself, Longqing puts all the blame on his disobedient son and guides them to the prison. Over with Yun Xiao, he has repaired the broken meridians in his body using the elegant lady style. Though, his Yuan Qi needs more time to recover fully, so he thinks it to be a pity that Long Hao and his accomplices have arrived earlier than he had expected, reiterating that he will make Yun Xiao regret ever being born. Long Hao commands his underlings to chain him up. Seeing the crowd standing before him, Yun Xiao notes that there's a total of 35 people, out of which 12 are martial warriors and 1 is a martial master. Realizing that it will be hard to fight his way out, he pretends to act dead. Long Hao then orders his underlings to wake Yun Xiao up with special salt water that corrodes flesh and blood upon contact with wounds. Much to their dismay, the boy has no wounds on his body. Yun Xiao provokes Long Hao for being unimportant, getting punched in the stomach. Of course, the former turns even this into an act of disrespect by coughing out blood right on the latter's face. Yun Xiao then sarcastically asks Long Hao where his sword is, infuriating him. Though, Jun Liang reels Long Hao back, remarking that Yun Xiao is only provoking him to earn a swift and painless death. Hearing this, Long Hao turns around, ordering his underlings to give Yun Xiao 100 lashes without killing him. At the same time, the reincarnated soul realizes that his body absorbed the impact from Long Hao's earlier punch and converted it into Yuan Qi for his Dan Tian. And the plot armor gets thicker. Could it be? Mutters Yun Xiao, wondering if this is also a usage of the Heavenly Tyrant body training technique. In his previous life, Yun Xiao fought with the Tyrant Martial Emperor in a ranking battle of the Cloud Wind leaderboards. Their battle lasted many days, causing immense destruction. In the end, the Tyrant Martial Emperor eventually overcame Yun Xiao's true Qi with brute force and physical strength. The longer their fight went on, the more the former gained the upper hand, until the latter suffered defeat. Now, Yun Xiao finally understands what happened, realizing that the Tyrant body training technique is as strong as the Godly evolution technique. Of course, the body still had to suffer an opponent's attack for the energy to be absorbed. At the Nine Heavens realm of emperors, no one would dare stand in place to get hit by a fellow emperor's attack unless they had no choice. Having gotten scared for a moment at the thought of this technique being invincible, Yun Xiao soon realizes its limitations. However, getting whipped should be very effective in utilizing this technique, living a masochist's dream. Facing the pain head-on, Yun Xiao provokes the guy whipping him to restore more of his energy. Seeing this, the martial master notes that the boy is a stubborn soul to have not made a single sound despite taking so many hits. However, Jun Liang and Long Hao think that it's fun exactly because of that. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao notes that he just needs 10 more hits to break through to become a 3-star martial warrior. Unfortunately, Long Hao stops the whipping at that exact moment and announces that they will be moving on the main course now. Despite being able to break free at any time, Yun Xiao decides to play along for now because of the second-tier martial master there. Right then, Jun Liang demonstrates the powder he calls insanity to the clear mind. He gives 2 of his underlings a whiff, turning them fruity. Boasting about his masterpiece, Jun Liang turns over to Yun Xiao. This surprise mental assault allows the reincarnated soul to break through to 3 stars, and he frees himself from the metal chains. He throws the powder right back at Jun Liang, turning him and the rest of his underlings to the dark side. Being the only one still in control of himself, Long Hao shouts at his uncle Ma to end Yun Xiao. The martial master reveals himself, only to get charged at by Yun Xiao. Infuriated that a mere martial warrior dares to appear before him, Ma unleashes all his strength and becomes buff. Master Roshi, is that you? Suddenly, the entire world starts to rumble as Yun Xiao unleashes his Universal Soul Suppressor, Demon Moon. Struck by Yun Xiao's Universal Soul Suppressor, Demon Moon, the martial master becomes frozen in place. The boy takes advantage of the opening, striking him down with a thunderous punch. Though, Ma soon gets up, As he wonders how a brat knows soul techniques, all the fruity guys in the room jump on him, including Long Hao. Laughing at the martial master getting buried under big, burly men, Yun Xiao leaves the prison. While walking up the stairs, the reincarnated soul uses attire adjustment to restore his ripped clothing. He also ties up his hair, fully returning to his glorified look. Wanting to return to the Alchemist Association quickly since Qinru Su, its condition can't be delayed any longer. Yun Xiao arrives above ground. Though, a crowd of people is waiting for him beyond the door, questioning if he's okay. The group then hears weird noises coming from inside the prison. Wondering what's going on, they head inside, ignoring Yun Xiao's advice not to bother them. Of course, the extreme scene they see in the prison has to be redacted, not them gatekeeping big burly men. Rushing back outside, everyone throws up. Long Qing asks Yun Xiao the meaning of all this, only to get told that his son invited him to his weird party without any warning. This Li Yun Xiao, mutters Long Qing, getting uneasy from the 3-star martial warrior. Sensing that not even he could be an opponent for Yun Xiao, Long Qing chalks it up to his earlier disgust, throwing off his intuition. As the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards tries questioning Yun Xia, Jia Rong accuses him of being fruity like his son, a notion that he strongly protests. Enough, shouts out Zhang Qingfeng, approaching the boy. Much to his surprise, Yun Xiao correctly deduces his identity, remarking that he's different from what the rumors say. The third-tier alchemist asks the boy if he knows how to perform golden needle acupuncture. I can try it, replies Yun Xiao, angering Qingfeng. The consequent conversation makes the third-tier alchemist put forward a proposal. If Yun Xia manages to save the princess, then Qingfeng will guarantee that his life is protected no matter what else happens in the future of Tian Shui. However, if the reincarnated soul fails, not even his grandfather Li Chunyang will be able to save him. My life will always be my own to control, declares Yun Xiao, enraging Qingfeng. Let them know, king. While Jia Rong tries to mediate the situation, the boy notices Meng Wu there, remarking that they are even now. He then tells Master Zhang to assign Meng Wu and teacher Luo Yunshang as his assistants, making Jia Rong wonder whatever happened to him being his assistant. Isn't Jun Liang your disciple? These words make Jia Rong realize that he's done for, as none of his pleas get through to his young master Yun. Afterwards, the group arrives at the cryo chamber on the Alchemist Association's 4th floor, where Princess Qinru Su lies unconscious like the Sleeping Beauty. Zhang Qingfeng explains that the violet jade bed slightly slows down the princess's illness, but has already reached its limit, remarking that the grade of his current spirit power is low. Yun Xiao wishes that he had discovered the princess's condition earlier. At the same time, Yun Shang questions if a roll of silk and 30 golden needles is really all he needs. Worried about the situation, Qingfeng asks Yun Xiao his rate of success, wanting to notify the king if the chances are too low. The boy reveals that he would have a 100% success rate with a procedure on a man, but since the princess is a lady, he will have to throw the needles from 15 meters away through curtains. Nah, bro is trolling. Adding in his recent electrocution at Long Hao's hands, the success rate would fall to 90%. Hearing that Yun Xiao prepared curtains to avoid behaving inappropriately with a girl, Qingfeng loses it. Master Xu Han also snarks at the reincarnated soul's claims, given that the spirit power of a 5th-tier alchemist is needed to successfully perform golden needle acupuncture. Yun Shang smacks her student for being unserious and thinking that he is Lord Yangdi as well. However, Yun Xiao insists that he is being serious, rushing the teacher and Meng Wu to help him with the flying acupuncture. Suddenly, Qingfeng snatches away the curtains. He tells Yun Xiao to spot fooling around with the princess's priceless life and just do it face to face. Though the boy snatches them right back, claiming that he needs the curtains precisely because she's priceless. As the target of golden needle acupuncture needs to be completely undressed during the procedure, Yun Xiao would see all of Ruxu as assets. I would fold like an omelet. If the king orders it, he will be forced to marry her. So, the reincarnated soul refuses to get entrapped by them. Zhang Qingfeng tilts his head, unable to believe that Yun Xiao has turned something this serious into a joke. He wonders if the kid is toying with him. Right then, Yun Xiao reminds them that time is of the essence and sends all the men outside the room. He then orders Meng Wu to take Ruxu Wei's clothes off and asks teacher Luo to put the curtains up. Yu Shang once again shouts at the boy to be serious, prompting him to give her a demonstration of his precision with the floating needles. Fully showcasing his prowess, Yun Xiao finally begins the procedure. Countless golden needles start flying through the small opening in the curtains, piercing Ru Suwe's body. At the same time, outside the room, Sun-hun asks Xing Fun if he thinks Li Yun Xiao to be full of crap. Of course, the third-tier alchemist is convinced that they will have to make do with it even if he is. Xing Fun then glares at Jia Rong, who instantly looks away, continuously praying for the procedure to work. Moments later, the room to the cryo chamber opens, and Yun Xiao walks out. Seeing this, Xing Fun shouts at him for not starting yet, asserting that the princess can't last much longer. "I am already done," announces the reincarnated soul, shocking everyone. Hearing Yun Xiao say that he's finished after just a few minutes, the men wonder if he is joking. While Jia Rong worries that he is doomed, Zhang Xing Fun charges towards the boy to chop his head off for messing with the princess's life. Suddenly, Yu Shang appears before him. Announcing that Yun Xiao is telling the truth, she reveals that the princess is fully healed. Xing Fun doesn't believe her words, but Su-hun quickly checks up on Ru Sue and confirms the claim. Wondering how a mere teenager cured a decade-long headache of a disease, Jia Rong falls to the ground, hoping that his life is safe for now. At the same time, Zhang Xing Fun starts sweating and lets out a nervous chuckle. It was at this moment that he knew he effed up. "Why are you giggling?" shouts out Yun Xiao, remarking that it only took him 18 needles to cure the princess, and it would take even less than that to slice up the man. Questioning how long the royal alchemist thought it would take him, Yu Xiao asks Xing Fun if everyone in the royal court is stupid. Seeing the boy scold the king's alchemist, the onlookers wonder if he has gone time. On the other hand, Xing Fun feels oddly nostalgic. Instead of being angry, he feels dejected. As Yun Xiao doubles down on his statement, Yu Shang smacks him. She instructs the boy to stop blabbering and apologize to Master Zhang. "Apologize?" mutters Yun Xiao, declaring that he will only consider it once Xing Fun masters flying needle acupuncture. The boy then heads off, leaving Yun Shang to apologize on his behalf. However, Xing Fun shakes his head. Murmuring that the informed are superior, he labels Yun Xiao to be correct. With his head lowered, the third-tier alchemist gives everyone permission to leave while he stays there for a few days to monitor the princess's condition. Hearing this, Teacher Luo grabs Hun Bai and Chun Zun, telling them to come with her. Mommy? In a street in Tian Shuai, Yu Shang questions Yun Xiao's friends if they have any clue about his recent changes. After a moment of silence, they remark that the boy used to be a burden, but out of nowhere, became someone for them to look up to. Pondering over it, Yu Shang questions if Yun Xiao has stayed silent for so long due because of the Li family's current situation. Just as everyone had concluded that he was trash who wasn't worth considering, Yun Xiao suddenly dared to stand on the stage, shining like a star. Hun Bai reveals that Yun Xiao's grandfather, the Duke, is currently in isolated training, having handed control of everything in the family to Li Yi. As Yun Xiao's father, General Fei Lam, is far away defending the frontier region, he couldn't do anything about it either. As it currently stands, the entire Li family is rumored to be under Li Yi's control. Chiming in, Chun Zun adds that there's a rumor about that the Duke isn't in isolation, but instead has been imprisoned by Li Yi, someone who was granted the Li family's surname. Yun Shang notes that a battle will soon stir up within the Li family that might end up involving the entire nation, telling Hun Bai and Chun Zun to be prepared for that, declaring their support for Yun Xiao. If that happens, they ask teacher Luo which side she would choose. Yu Shang turns around, announcing that she must obey His Majesty the King as the commander of the state guardians, making the boys feel dejected. "But Li Yun Xiao is my student after all," declares Yu Shang, turning back around with a bright smile. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao suddenly sneezes despite being in tip-top shape. Mengwu then comes running there, asking young Master Yun to have a look at her brother. Almost as if he was waiting for this, the boy proclaims that he's about to get lucky tonight. Yun Xiao gives Mengwu 1,000 gold coins to buy her brother some medicine. She refuses to accept the huge sum of money, but he insists that it's compensation for her contribution towards saving the princess. 4 hours later, Yu Xiao arrives at Mengwu's house at the country. He finally understood how the girl was able to open the 7 chakras at such a young age, considering she had to walk 4 hours every time she returned home from school. Remarking that they can't afford to live in the expensive houses of the capital, Mengwu reveals that her father was a kind-hearted captain of the guard. All of them originally lived together in the city, but her father was killed in action 3 years ago. forcing her to move to the countryside. Yoon Shiyao then heads inside Meng Wu's home, seeing her brother Meng Bai completely green from head to toe. Meng Wu tells the former that the latter's condition hasn't changed for the past 4 to 5 months, so she has been working for money everywhere to get a doctor for him. It's also why Meng Wu helped Lan Fei against Yoon Shiyao. Not wanting to dwell on the past, the reincarnated soul starts checking Meng Bai's condition. At the same time, Meng Wu bursts into tears. "I am really scared," screams out the girl, falling into Yoon Shiyao's chest, patting her on the head. The boy declares that he won't let her brother die even if he wanted to. What an absolute giga-chad. Yoon Shiyao also reveals that Meng Bai is suffering from heaven and earth poisoned body, a condition which is not an illness but rather a special body type he was born with that grants him extraordinary abilities compared to normal people. Meng Bai is only suffering because he is too weak, causing the poison in his body to overwhelm him. Yoon Shiyao tries the golden needle acupuncture to contain the poison, but doesn't work. He then moves on to transferring the poison to his own body, unleashing energy fusion. As Meng Wu gets worried for Yoon Shiyao, he assures her that there's no reason to, as the poison will simply get absorbed like vitamins when it's transferred to his body. Soon, the poison begins to leave Meng Bai's body and tries to corrode Yoon Shiyao. However, he simply snarks at this attempt and calls out, "Heavenly commandment, form the energy." Seeing this, Meng Wu is brought to tears. Ever since her dad died, she has never seen anyone sacrifice so much to help her. Even if people helped her, they did it for her beauty and show their true colors in the end. Yoon Shiyao's tendency to put others before himself is so caring, murmurs Meng Wu, wiping her tears with a bright smile. "Oh, she in love." At the same time, a swirling vortex of energy gathers in front of Yoon Shiyao, and he begins to absorb it, just like the boy thought. It was heavenly energy. With this, he mutters, "Heh, I am in luck today." Meng Bai wakes up with his normal appearance, wondering where he is. Overcome with joy, Meng Wu hugs her brother and introduces him to Yoon Shiyao. As Meng Bai thanks the reincarnated soul for saving him, he gets upset, telling him to produce more poison next time since it's barely enough right now. The kid thinks that Yoon Shiyao is joking around, only to hear a stern proclamation, "I never joke." Calling Meng Bai fortunate for meeting him like this, Yoon Shiyao commands the brat to kowtow 3 times in order to become his disciple. Though, Meng Bai laughs at this, since the reincarnated soul is only a year older than him. Hearing this, Yoon Shiyao laments that his previous life's reputation doesn't carry over to this one. Right then, Meng Wu forces her brothers to pay his respects, vouching for Yoon Shiyao's talents. However, Meng Bai begs his sister not to ruin his future like this. Having went through so much for him, Meng Wu bursts into tears at the comment, emotionally blackmailed by her. Meng Bai kowtows to Yoon Shiyao. The reincarnated soul reveals that he will present the heavenly tyrant body technique to the kid, as it seems to match well with his body's condition and will ensure that his future has endless potential. Though, Meng Bai demands that he teach him some stronger martial techniques like the concealed tiger fist. Who let bro cook? Yoon Shiyao feels stabbed by the brat's words, who seems to think that the concealed tiger's fist is better than Ao Chang Kong's best technique. Trying to make her brother obey Yoon Shiyao, Meng Wu remarks that a newbie like him has to start with a basic technique. Of course, the legendary heavenly tyrant technique being labeled as such hurts the boy more than Meng Bai's words. Having had enough of the moronic siblings, Yoon Shiyao announces that the brat will practice the technique whether he wants to or not, as it will help him suppress the toxicity inside his body. With this, he shows him the first 3 out of the body training technique's 18 styles. And so, Meng Bai training. Though, he seems to be stuck up on the concealed tiger fist even after the entire day passes, annoying Yoon Shiyao to no end. While bickering with the brat, the reincarnated soul notices a pile of raw ores nearby that Meng Wu used to mine with his uncle before the poison took over. Although they were piled up here because of not being sold due to their poor quality, Yoon Shiyao senses something inside the bucket, finding a 5th grade material called the Purple Sunstone. After finding out where Meng Bai mined it, Yoon Shiyao reveals that the stone is used to construct gravity arrays and is thus very valuable. As Meng Bai gets excited about it, Yoon Shiyao keeps the Purple Sunstone for himself, getting called out for taking something that belongs to his disciple. Talking like a true con artist, Yoon Shiyao swiftly heads off before he gets reprimanded for his greed, committing daylight robbery. The reincarnated soul leaves the countryside in a great mood, celebrating that he has taken in a worthy disciple who will achieve great things in the future. Wanting to refine a Suan weapon for himself now, Yu Xiao decides to take a trip to the Alchemist Association. Meanwhile, in the Alchemist Association's main building, Zhang Qingfun stands with Xu Hun and announces, "Today, we must find Li Yun Xiao." Yun Xiao arrives at the Alchemist Association, expressing the desire to borrow their strengthening array. There, the receptionist Lu Yao informs him that Zhang Qingfun and Su Fun are looking for him. She tells the boy to follow her, getting surprised by his unimpressed demeanor. As Lu Yao leaves, Yun Xiao rudely sits at the head of the table and questions what business they have with him. Giving the boy an invitation to the king's banquet, Qing Fun informs him that he can bring 5 others along with him. As Yun Xiao gets annoyed that they summon him there just for that, the third-tier alchemist asks the real question of whether he is a disciple of Long Yang Di or not. "No," declares Yun Xiao, getting up to leave if there's nothing else. Getting flustered, the 2 alchemists practically beg for him to stay. They tell Yun Xiao to take a look at the token of appreciation that they have prepared for him. Bribery for the win. The first of the 2 gifts is a badge of a second-tier alchemist, the highest Xu Han has the authority to issue. Yun Xiao likes it for the monthly payment alone and thanks the guild master. They then bring him over to the second gift, Qing Fun's beloved Suan weapon that he is parting ways with, hoping that Yun Xiao teaches him golden needle acupuncture. "Not bad," mutters the reincarnated soul, remarking that it still has many flaws. Qing Fun and Su Han get maddened by the way Yun Xiao talks, unable to comprehend how he has the gall to say such a thing. "You don't believe me?" questions the boy, letting them know of the weapon's downfalls with the wisdom of a 9th-tier refiner. After hearing this explanation, Zhang Qingfun sees nothing more than scrap metal in his former beloved sword. At least dude is finally self-aware. Looking at Yun Xiao, Guildmaster Xu Han sees a higher tier of the alchemic way waving at him, referring to the reincarnated soul with honorifics now. Qing Fun wonders how he can refine Xuan weapons of higher quality. Yu Xiao then proposes that since he wants to refine a Xuan weapon of his own, they let him use their refinement chambers and watch him. "How much you will learn from it will depend on your own abilities," mutters Yun Xiao, baffling Qing Fun and Su Han. Yun Xiao arrives at the Alchemist Association's refinement chambers, accompanied by Zhang Qingfun and Su Han. Clinging on his young master Yun, Jia Rong is also there. The man is in tears, feeling grateful that his lord remembered to invite him. Ignoring him, Yun Xiao marvels at the auxiliary refinement array, remarking that its caliber is beyond even his expectations. With a thrilled look on his face, the reincarnated soul asks Jia Rong if the raw materials he asked for are all ready to use, wanting to refine some pills for his new disciple along with the Xuan weapon. The 3 alchemists are shocked hearing this. Jia Rong offers to help his young master Yun out by refining the pills instead, only to get accused of not being interested in watching him refine. While Jia Rong falls in line and brings out the raw materials, Su Han questions the absurdity of using the same array for 2 different kinds of refinement at the same time. With pure confidence, Yun Xiao proclaims that he is about to witness the feat for the first time ever with his own eyes. Zhang Qingfun stops Su Han from intervening, thinking that the boy will correct his mistake upon suffering a setback. Does he know? Soon, Yun Xiao begins the refining process, putting all the materials together in the same cauldron to refine 2 types of pills and a Xuan weapon. Seeing this, Qing Fun and Su Han get convinced that the reincarnated soul is just a foolish child who doesn't know what he's doing. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao starts moving around in erratic patterns. Cauldron Crest Pill Refinement and Cauldron Eye Weapon Refinement. The boy partially activates the seemingly connected refinement array, a feat completely unheard of. He then informs the foolish alchemists of the method to unleash the array's full functionalities, leaving them baffled that this is what Yun Xiao calls a simple refinement. "My humble king, young master Yun, you are a god," explains Jia Rong, stuttering over his words, though he also questions how Yun Xiao is talking to them after saying that every part of the alchemist mind is important, remarking that he doesn't want to, is just worried that the idiots won't understand anything otherwise. The reincarnated soul declares that he will say no more. This leaves poor Jia Rong catching death glares from both Zhang Qingfun and Su Han. Yun Xiao completely wins over the 3 alchemists, deeply moving their hearts with his beautiful movements. With the pills already forming, the boy begins refining the Xuan weapon, breaking down fine iron into its original state. He combines the purple sunstone, forging a magnificent sword that leaves the three alchemists in awe. Finally, Yun Xiao finishes the refinement process. Seeing his young master Yun tired, Jia Rong offers him some calming spirit-nourishing pills, only for them to be discarded like trash. The other two alchemists then try to win over the boy. In the end, Yun Xiao consumes a second-tier aphrodisiac that Su Han was suspiciously holding onto, called the fantastical white crane pill. Something is rising, but it's not the shoe of hero. Declaring that everything else is trash, Yun Xiao sits down to meditate for a few minutes. Having witnessed the boy's groundbreaking refinement firsthand, the three alchemists feel like they are still in a dream and sit down along with him. Moments later, Yun Xiao sighs out, remarking that he is finally recovered by a third. Just like his young master Yun, Jia Rong has first-tier soul power too. However, as it takes him at least 7 days to completely recover after training, he questions how the reincarnated soul did it so fast. He is simply constructed alternatively. Trash like you, dares to compare itself to me? Replies Yun Xiao in a condescending manner. Observing his newly forged sword, Yun Xiao allows Zhang Qingfan and Su Han to examine it. Having never seen such a perfectly balanced mystic weapon that is already unsealed, the alchemists express curiosity about its further capabilities. Yun Xiao then reveals that he has incorporated 2 gravity arrays into the sword and shouts out "Unseal," unleashing a 10-fold gravitational force. He adds that since the other gravity array also contains a 10-fold gravitational force, activating the 2 together would generate a 100-fold gravitational force. Baffled by the concept of a mystic weapon possessing 3 unsealed states, the alchemists wonder if he can lend it to them to study for a few days. Of course, Yun Xiao flat out refuses, not wanting to use their crappy spring water Suan weapon they gifted him earlier. While Qingfan and Su Han are brought to tears at getting put down like this, Jia Rong, aka Chief Rubbish, feels elated for them as being scolded by Yun Xiao as an honor. Nah, the glazing is crazy. Right then, the reincarnated soul remarks that he will mainly use this sword for personal cultivation. To that end, Yun Xiao opts to name it Black Girl. Out of the confused alchemists, Jia Rong musters up the courage to ask what the chosen name has to do with the sentence before it, though his experience as Chief Rubbish comes in clutch, making him decide against it. Yun Xiao then reveals the flawless pills that he has refined, leaving Qingfan and Su Han in utter disbelief. Unlocking the achievement of being a proud slave, Jia Rong starts boasting about being the servant of such a skilled master. Suddenly, Yun Xiao says that he will spend an hour answering all their questions as thanks for letting him use the refining room. After all, not only is the boy skilled in alchemy and martial arts, but he is also quite successful in the fields of music, array, painting, chess, and picking up girls. Bro is literally Himothy. And so, the once world-famous 9th-tier sovereign alchemist answers the alchemist's queries as easily as if he were teaching primary school students. Afterwards, Su Han and Zhang Qingfan bow before Yun Xiao, thanking them for solving his doubts. The boy then leaves, promising to come back to teach them the next time he's free. Unfathomable, even more so than Long Yang Di. This is what Su Han and Qingfan are left thinking of Yun Xiao. Over with Meng Wu, she arrives back at home. There, a furious Yun Xiao awaits her, questioning where Meng Bai is. Right as the girl reveals that her brother is out digging in the mine, he comes back with a haul of raw ores. However, Yun Xiao delivers a vicious slap across his face, ordering Meng Bai to kneel. The impact of the slap sends Meng Bai rolling across the floor. With a bloodied mouth, the brat protests being slapped like this, questioning who Yun Xiao is to slap him. "I am your master," proclaims the reincarnated soul, asking Meng Bai if he has practiced the first 3 styles of the tyrant body tempering technique. However, the kid still rebels, ignoring his sister's pleas. "Listen here, you little she," declaring that he can't let Meng Wu work alone to make money. Meng Bai refuses to apologize to the good-for-nothing teacher. In response, Yun Xiao calls out the ungrateful brat and forces him to kneel by striking down his right knee. "I refuse to obey." Even now, Meng Bai continues to provoke Yun Xiao. "A useless disciple like you is a disgrace for me," proclaims Yun Xiao, remarking that it's no big deal to kill him. Knowing that the boy isn't bluffing, Meng Wu begs her brother to apologize, going as far as to disown him if he doesn't. Right then, the uncle from next door, a 5-stars warrior named Li Da Yuan, arrives at the commotion. As Meng Bai informs him of Yun Xiao's wrongdoings, Da Yuan gets ready to teach the arrogant boy a lesson. He even takes Meng Bai as his disciple instead, selling him dreams of making bank in a mercenary group. Meng Wu tries to stop the man from getting hurt, but he is adamant about teaching Yun Shiyao a lesson. Dumb ways to die. Unfazed, the reincarnated soul announces that he will just stand there without moving, dodging, or fighting back, not even using his primordial qi. If Dai Yuan hurts just one of his hair, Yun Shiyao promises to kneel in front of him and lick his shoes. Hearing this, the 5 Stars warrior arrogantly announces that even a martial sovereign of the 9 realms wouldn't be able to stand against his onslaught with such restrictions. Universal Soul Suppressor, Forbidden Expansion. Yun Shiyao's declaration renders Li Da Yuan unable to do anything. Following the boy's commands, he kneels down, crawling to lick his shoes. Of course, Yun Shiyao kicks him away, deeming the man unworthy of even licking his shoes, and so, Meng Bai is left in utter disbelief. Kicking away the supposedly brave and tough Uncle Li like a little mutt, Yun Shiyao turns his attention to Meng Bai. With tears flowing down her eyes, Meng Wu begs the reincarnated soul to forgive him. Hearing her pleas, Yun Shiyao sighs out. His body was good. Whatever. I don't want him anymore. With these words, the reincarnated soul begins to leave. Wait, don't go, shouts out Meng Bai. You come out live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me. Dragging himself over to Yun Shiyao, the kid repeatedly begs him to keep being his master. The boy then gives Meng Bai one last chance. If he can open all 7 chakras and break through to the first origin realm in 5 days, Yun Shiyao will allow him to continue being his disciple. Meng Wu deems the task to be impossible, as her brother has only opened 5 chakras so far. However, Meng Bai accepts this condition. Yun Shiyao heads off to the nearest hotel, promptly starting his training. Meanwhile, the first joint training seclusion in decades is announced. 5 days later, Yun Shiyao breaks through to the 4 stars level and makes his way to Meng Wu's house. There, he was glad to see that Meng Bai has finally broken through to the 1-star warrior realm and begins to absorb all the poison created in the process. As Meng Bai notes that some of his strength faded with the pain of the poison as well, Yun Shiyao gives him a lesson on the heaven and earth poison body. Meng Bai's end goal is to harness his body's poisons, becoming unbeatable in the process. Hearing the explanation about the poison in his body being beneficial, Meng Bai realizes that his master was just using him all this time. Blood got caught in 4K. Yun Shiyao just teased his way out of it, giving the Meng siblings some pills to advance their martial levels. Right then, Li Yuan arrives there to take the kid mining, only to start trembling when confronted by Yun Shiyao. Getting told to introduce himself, the man asks the boy to just refer to him as Uncle Li, as that's what everyone calls him. "You got a death wish," proclaims Yun Shiyao, prompting the man to introduce himself properly. Getting information about the purple sunstones from Li Da Yuan, Yun Shiyao orders him to sneak into the Li family's mining team and find him these stones, offering a handsome salary. After Da Yuan heads out, Yun Shiyao tells the Meng siblings to get dressed as they will be attending a banquet at the Imperial Palace with him. And so, Meng Wu takes the 2 boys shopping. Soon enough, Yun Shiyao makes an excuse and sprints out of there. Later, while the boy chows down on some skewers, a ninja-like identity calls out his name, quickly making a run for it. "Himph, they're trying to fool me," proclaims Yun Shiyao, immobilizing the ninja with the toothpick-sized wooden skewer. "Me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect." The reincarnated soul then takes the entity to a deserted area and begins the interrogation. Turns out, that's what the ninja wanted all along, as he reveals himself to be one of the Duke family's staff named Li Xian. He informs Yun Shiyao that rumors of his exploits have reached Li Yi, who will make things difficult for him if he attends the banquet. So, the boy's 4th uncle hopes that he can stand down tonight to avoid that conflict. However, Yun Shiyao, who has never taken Li Yi seriously, vows to shatter him if he chooses to get in his way. Li Xian insists that Yun Shiyao stay away from Li Yi until their preparations are complete, but the reincarnated soul expresses no interest in playing house with his father and them. Though, he does note that the current king must have a hand in the forces backing Li Yi. Li Xian questions how Yun Shiyao guessed the situation, getting told that it's really obvious. The king is unable to sleep peacefully, knowing that the country's entire army is basically the Li family's private army. As a measure to keep them in check, he contributed to the Lan family's rapid rise in recent years, but it still wasn't enough. So Qin Zheng got a puppet in Li Yi to divide the Li family from within, all the while keeping their father in check. Understanding that Yun Shiyao thoroughly understands the complex situation, Li Xian questions if they are really going to let themselves be maneuvered without resistance. "You don't have to worry about that," remarks the reincarnated soul, instructing him to go back and tell their fourth uncle to relax. As Li Xian tries to say something, Yun Xiao shuts him up and reiterates that he is uninterested in their plans. But if Li Yi doesn't watch himself, or Qin Zheng gets tired of being the king, I don't mind helping him enter a different position. With this stern proclamation, Yun Xiao heads off. That's why he's the GOAT, the GOAT. Gu Feiyan, the 9th-tier martial sovereign, gets reincarnated as the Li family's trash, Li Yun Xiao. With the knowledge of his past life, he defeats Lan Fei and Lan Xuan, not even standing down against a martial king. Overcoming various battles and healing Princess Ruxu's incurable disease, Li Yun Xiao does it all to restore his former glory. After taking up a disciple who possesses great power, he now looks to reclaim the Li family from the emperor's puppet. At the palace entrance, the country's most important officials and ministers start gathering to partake in the important royal banquet. Arriving there, Chun Zun and Han Bai notice Yun Xiao. Not meeting him much nowadays, Chun Zun playfully punches his friend's body. However, the poor guy's hand ends up swelling due to Yun Xiao's steel-like sturdiness. Seeing this, the reincarnated soul smiles, giving the duo two origin-impacting pills to help them ascend to a martial warrior. Right then, the monk siblings arrive there and greet Yun Xiao. As Chun Zun and Han Bai start teasing the boy for his taste in girls, he introduces them to his newest disciple, Meng Bai. Though, the two idiots end up concluding that their young master Yun is going to such great lengths just to pick up a girl. Bros think he's the Rizzler. Afterwards, the group heads to the main hall. Those who have the privilege to enter this area have some of the greatest presences in the country. As soon as the reincarnated soul and the others enter, all eyes fall on them. Li Yi, Yun Xiao's uncle named Li Baifeng, the head scribe Lan Hong, commander of the state guardians Shao Qing Wang, second-tier alchemist Li An Wenyu, first prince Qin Yang, second prince Qin Yue. All these important personalities turn towards Yun Xiao, considering him as one of the main characters of the banquet. Suddenly, Li Yi invites the boy to come up and sit with the Li family instead of sitting at the spot designated for the Chun family. Yun Xiao simply snarks back with a joke directed towards Li Yi, causing everyone in the banquet hall to burst out laughing. Suddenly, one of Li Yi's underlings leaps at Yun Xiao, wanting him to get on his knees and apologize for insulting the Li family's substitute head. Questioning why the man isn't kneeling when he is in front of him, Yun Xiao easily dodges the incoming attack, slapping around the soldier without even dropping the drink in his hands. He leaves everyone in awe. Yun Xiao towers over the defeated foe, reminding Li Yi that the only reason he was granted the Li surname is because he was a good little slave for the Li family. The reincarnated soul then announces that slave number 8527 means to keep his dogs in line. The last time I saw people get numbered, it didn't end too well. Yun Xiao declares that slaves like Li Yi should stay in line, as he doesn't want to shatter their bones in front of all the court officials in His Majesty's banquet. In a blind fury, Li Yi unsheaths his blade and starts swinging wildly at Yun Xiao. However, the commander of the state guardians, Xiao Qingwang, stops him, slamming Li Yi back to his seat using telekinesis. Qingwang tells him not to start something that will kill the mood of a day of celebration. Agreeing with this sentiment, First Prince Qin Yang commands the servants to clean up the Li family's space. Meanwhile, Li Yi continues to scream at the reincarnated soul, only to keep getting shut down by one-liners. My guy giving the rock a run for his money. Qing Wang then turns his gaze towards Yun Xiao, realizing that the latter's earlier strike demonstrated a deeper understanding of the martial path than his own. Announcing the arrival of His Majesty the King, a loud voice interrupts his thoughts. Everyone stands up, bowing in respect of Tian Shui's emperor, Qin Zheng. Though, Yun Xiao throws up a peace sign in his direction, aimed at Yun Shang and Qin Ruxue, the two ladies accompanying the emperor. Qin Zheng then talks to his subjects, announcing that the reason for today's feast is the celebration of two happy events, Yun Shang's promotion and Qin Ruxue's recovery. All the important figures start presenting great gifts to the two ladies, delighting them to no end. Just like that, Li Yi marches onto the stage, showering Yun Shang with praise. He gives her a rare treasure sculpted by the #1 sculptor in Tian Shui, Shiwan Jiang. It is a hairpin made from tranquil jade, capable of focusing and calming one's mind. All that hype for this SMH. Turning over to Qin Ruxue, Li Yi admits admiring her and mutters that his humble soul can't think of anything in the world worthy of her. After shocking everyone with his open confession, he reveals a demon beast egg from the Fire Crow Empire as her gift, a treasure among treasures. While everyone is impressed with this generous offering, Yun Xiao's sarcastic voice questions the use of a dead demon beast. It can't even be eaten, as it is already rotten. Boasting about the cost of the demon beast egg, Li Yi shouts at Yun Xiao to stop uttering nonsense. The Emperor, Qin Zheng, asks the boy how he knows that the egg is dead. Yun Xiao suggests that they just cut open the egg so that everyone can see, announcing that the princess will know he is right when the egg doesn't move even after spending months incubating it. Hearing this, Qin Zheng tells Yun Xiao to be careful and not speak randomly without evidence. As the boy saves the princess, the Emperor lets him off this time with a warning. Yun Xiao shrugs and heads off, unwavering on the fact that the demon beast egg is a dud. The ceremony continues, and the first prince, Qin Yang, presents his offerings. Although his gift to Verug Sue is valuable, it is nothing compared to what he presents to Yun Shan, hoping to woo her. However, she refuses to accept such an expensive gift. Riz, unable to contain himself, Qin Yang gets down on his knees. He proposes to Yun Shang in front of everyone in the banquet hall, only to get sternly rejected. Refusing to accept this outcome, Qin Yang questions if she already has her eyes set on someone, wanting to prove that no one in Tian Shui is worthy of her except him. The first prince expresses the desire to fight this person. Suddenly, Yu Shang stops in her tracks, convincing everyone that there is a lover in her life. With this, teacher Luo begins reminiscing about the time 15 years ago when she was only a 5-year-old girl with no concept of love, cultivating day after day in the Shunxiyao Temple on Snowfall Peak. Yun Shang thinks that it's how her whole life will pass. One day, her once beautiful and kind master comes back from a trip, having transformed into a sentimental and harsh person. Dissatisfied with her disciple's cultivation, she doesn't spare even her most beloved disciple, Yun Shang. Seeing her master cry, the naive 5-year-old vows to get strong and beat up the one responsible for her state. Later, Yu Shang learns the man's name to be none other than Gu Fei Yang. This dude is a player. Sometime later, the child hides behind a curtain, bearing witness to an important meeting between numerous martial sovereigns of the Nine Heavens realm. One of them, Fuqi Shuai, questions the Shunxiyao Temple's master why she is giving them a gift as generous as 1095 supreme pills. Chu Hongyan, the #1 beauty in Tian Wu continent and Yun Shang's master, replies that she has nothing but these medicinal pills which are worthy of their help. Mu Yangshu chimes in, promising to assist Master Chu if she needs any help in the future. Luan Junhao then announces that the lady is overestimating Gu Fei Yang by offering such a steep reward. Kong Yuan Kuoi tells Junhao not to be so careless, as their target is ranked 3rd on the latest Heaven and Earth power chart and is beyond all of them. However, Junhao insists that it's only because he was in seclusion cultivating a very powerful divine ability and missed the reshuffling of the rankings. Blood's coping. Hearing his fellow martial sovereign's claims, Chun Feizhou inquires about the name of the divine ability he has mastered that makes him confident in fighting Gu Fei Yang alone. Junhao reveals that it is none other than the supreme martial technique of the strongest man in the continent 10,000 years ago, the Great Genghis Seal. The wielder of the Transmigration Spear, Shitu Hai starts laughing, feeling relieved about their chances against Gu Fei Yang. One Guo Ho then claims that with the combined might of the 11 martial sovereigns present at Shunxiyao Temple, not even the top 3 in the Heaven and Earth power chart will be able to go back alive. Shitu Hai worries that Gu Fei Yang will not come to fight, knowing that all of them are there. However, Junhao thinks that just being able to visit the famous wonderland known as Shunxiyao Temple is worthwhile in and of itself. Some time passes in leisure, and the martial sovereigns conclude that the vanquisher Gu Fei Yang is nothing more than a coward afraid to fight them. Yi Yuan questions if the delay is because he is gathering 10 martial sovereigns as helpers, worrying that the resulting battle will be intense. However, Chu Hongyan proclaims that Gu Fei Yang won't ask for help. As Junhao questions how she is so sure, the lady announces that it's because he's already here. Unable to spot Gu Fei Yang, the martial sovereigns question if Master Chu is guessing wrongly. Remarking that she didn't guess, the lady asks them if they can't feel the wild rising. Moments later, a massive force slams open the gates of the Shunxiyao Temple. A great wind comes forth, the clouds rise high. With a thunderous chant, Gu Fei Yang unleashes his boundless golden cloud palm, and announces that the wind and clouds rose high, all because of him. Holy chills. Responding all together, the 10 martial sovereigns except Chu Hongyan activate their techniques: Great Ganges Seal, Transmigration Spear, Ink Frost Tyrant Finger, True Dragon Seal, Heavenly Martial Buddha Hand, Mysterious Ice God Fist, Seasoned Flame Blade, Traceless Ghost Palm, and Spirit Dragon Emperor Finger. Even the collective counterattack resulting from all these powerful abilities is unable to withstand Gu Feiyang's onslaught, and the martial sovereigns are soundly defeated. Looking on, Chu Hongyan bursts into a smile and mutters that he is still the most handsome man. The endless trail of clouds starts to vanish, revealing the glorious appearance of Gu Feiyang, leaving even 5-year-old Yun Shang in complete awe. Walking towards Chu Hongyan, the martial sovereign questions why she is doing all this. Bursting into tears, the lady expresses the desire to perform another dance for Gu Feiyang, ignoring his warning that she will lose. Listen to him, girl. Chu Hongyan murmurs that she is already lost and wipes away her tears. Screaming out the man's name, she announces that one of them will die here today. Gu Feiyang reiterates that Chu Hongyan is no match for him, prompting the lady to throw up her sword in the sky. A purple glow erupts from her blades, signaling numerous masked women to unleash the Purple Star's formation. Seeing this, Gu Feiyang understands that Chu Hongyan truly intends to kill him. Surrounded by a violet glow, the latter starts floating into the air and reveals that the mountain protection formation constructed by Sheng Xiao Temple will now be used for the first time in thousands of years. Chu Hongyan then proclaims that today is the day she will slay Gu Feiyang on Snowfall Peak. Swirls of energy collide in the snowy peak underneath the Kokub Star, as Chu Hong chases after the martial sovereign. By using the battle formation to absorb the power of the stars in her sword, she proclaims herself to be a god, one that will put an end to the man known as Gu Feiyang. However, the entity ranked 3rd on the Heaven and Earth power chart vows to finish this in one strike, even if the lady has a billion stars. Calling forth Star Strike Sword, Omniscient View, Gu Feiyang unleashes his dragon-like monstrous energy. Chu Hongyan responds by reciting a chant, preparing to counter with her purple cloud sword. 5-year-old Yun Shang looks on in awe, thinking Gu Feiyang to be the definition of ultimate coolness. Despite her best efforts to withstand the enormous amount of primordial chi gathering in the area to look for a few seconds more, the child's eyes inevitably close on her. NT Lil Bro. Yun Shang's memory of the scene ends there. When she wakes up, no one is left on Snowfall Peak and the girl starts to aimlessly traverse the continent, all just to see the eyes of that man once more. Despite the initial rumors claiming otherwise, news quickly spreads of the Vanquisher's feats on the Snowfall Peak, defeating 10 martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens realm with a single move and repressing the Sheng Xiao Temple's master Chu Hongyan. These events caused Gu Feiyang's reputation to soar like the sun itself. However, what quickly follows is the tragic news of his untimely death in the Tiandong Mountains. Unable to believe that the dazzling eyes of that man had died, Yu Shang eventually reaches the country of Tian Shuoi and decides to stay at Jia Lan Academy. After all, it is these grounds on which stands the most mythical statue of Gu Feiyang, unmatched across the whole of Tianwu. On a fated day at the martial arena, Yun Shang notices the demeanor of a certain young man to be exactly the same as that statue of Gu Feiyang. Present-day Yun Shang lets out a sigh of disappointment, causing Li Yun Xiao to flinch. The first Prince Qin Yang questions the identity of this man, wondering if he doesn't even qualify to know him. Hearing that Yun Shang's mystery lover has actually passed away, Qin Yang concludes that he now has a chance and vows to do anything that this man did to make her heart so loyal. Telling the first prince to listen closely, Yu Shang begins listing his feats. At the Divine Shake Sea, he refined Super Xuan weapons that could strike the stars and ascended as the youngest 9th-tier refiner. This man was named the most famous elder in the Alchemist Association and brought down the Crimson Crescent City's defenses with a single strike, eradicating one of the 3 superpowers from the continent. In the Eastern Seas, this entity aided his friend in a massacre that stretched across 8,000 miles of water and caused the Sea Folk's Emperor to issue a decree for his execution. Suppressing a vast army of warriors in the Holy Lands, he obtained 3rd place on the Heaven and Earth Cloud Wind leaderboard. Dubbed the Military Breaker and the Vanquisher, this man strode through the clouds on Snowfall Peak to defeat 10 martial sovereigns with one move. Not even the most beautiful woman in the world who possessed the appearance of a goddess, Chu Hongyan, was able to woo him. What a giga-chad. While the entire banquet hall looks on in silence, Yun Shang remarks that there's still much more to say about the person who has her heart, proclaiming that she will marry Qin Yang if he can do even 1/100th of what that person did. She takes her leave from the banquet, standing no chance against the name that disappeared 15 years ago. The first prince lowers his head. Meanwhile, Li Yun Xiao is left frozen in place at this heartfelt confession. Meng Wu shakes Yun Xiao, questioning what's wrong. Snapping back to reality, the reincarnated soul lets out a sigh. Right then, Emperor Qin Zheng orders the banquet to be continued and the festivities proceed. Later, Yun Xiao is eating alongside the monk's siblings when his disciple mentions not understanding who Yun Shang's lover is, wondering if it is Yang Di. Meng Bai lets her brother know that she was talking about Gu Fei Yang, the man on the statue in Jia Lan Academy and Yang Di's teacher. Remarking that Gu Fei Yang looks imposing but isn't that handsome, Meng Bai questions if he was an idiot to reject the #1 beauty on earth. All these comments make poor Yun Xiao spit out his drink, and he declares that it's called being experienced in matters of the heart. However, Meng Bai is convinced that the man was either an idiot or swung the other way. Chun Zun and Han Bai jump in, agreeing with the kid. Me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect. While Yun Xiao gets disrespected by his own supporters, Qin Ruk Sue arrives there, questioning what gift he has prepared for her. Chun Zun and Han Bai excitedly bring out their gifts, leaving Yun Xiao sweating since he didn't get her anything. Seeing this, Li Yi snarks that the boy has come just to get a free lunch. Of course, Yun Xiao strongly rejects this notion, despite it being true. Regardless, the reincarnated soul walks up to the princess, announcing that he will play her a piece. Li Yi starts laughing, mocking Yun Xiao for being broke and resorting to playing the piano. Once again, he is embarrassed by a one-liner from the boy. Meanwhile, Qin Ruk Sue gets excited to hear Yun Xiao play. This depresses the other important figures, as they weren't even able to make her smile despite their overly expensive gifts earlier. With all eyes on him, Yun Xiao unties his hair and begins playing the string piano. Seeing him radiate the aura of a grandmaster, Commander Xiao Qingwang gets stunned. Soon, the entire banquet hall is filled with a tranquil mood. The Guangling Odyssey begins to play, as Qin Ruk Sue feels her heart fluttering at the scene. Right then, the guards come running to Qin Zheng, informing him that all the flowers in the garden are in full bloom. Everyone rushes to witness the beautiful sight, while Yun Xiao mutters a poem. Looking on at the beautiful flowers under the moonlight, Ruk Sue wonders how teacher Lu would have felt hearing the Guangling Odyssey. At the same time, Cheng Wang notes that Gu Fei Yang played the piece for Chu Hongyan when they first met in the violet bamboo forest of Qiyang Hua Island. The heavenly sound caused the god of flowers to awaken, compelling the flowers to bloom even in winter. Having never thought that an ordinary person like him would be able to witness it too, the commander questions just how many times the mortal realm deserves to hear a piece that is fit to exist only in the heavens. Back then, Chu Hongyan danced for someone. A man would turn the heavens on their heads for her. A real man right here, folks. Having never heard such a beautiful piece in his entire life, Emperor Qin Zheng starts clapping. He thinks that after this, the palace musicians can all pack their bags and get lost. While everyone cheers for Yun Xiao, Li Yi remarks that the boy playing well can't compare to his demon egg. However, Commander Xiao Qingwang declares that he would be willing to pay anything to listen to Yun Xiao's precious gift again. Li Yi tells him to just make the boy play the piece a few more times if he wants to listen to it that badly. Right then, Yun Xiao chimes in, remarking that the circumstances must be right in order to play a heavenly piece. Back then, the #1 beauty of Earth was in the violet bamboo forest. Today, the god of flowers appeared because Princess Ruk Sue was in the palace. 8. The reincarnated soul murmurs, mocking the slave for not knowing such a thing. Meanwhile, Qin Ruk Sue gets flustered at Yun Xiao, comparing her to Chu Hongyan, aka Earth's #1 beauty. Someone's in love. Continuing to plot, Li Yi announces that he has also prepared a gift for the commander, something that will remedy the unfixable internal injury he suffered while fighting the martial king, Yi Xiaoshan. Li Yi then orders Fang Zhen, a first-year alchemist, to bring out the clear dragon's eye pill. Cheng Wang realizes that he has a few years left at most if he doesn't do anything, leaving him no choice but to accept the gift. As Tian Shui would suffer greatly if Cheng Wang were to lose his abilities, Emperor Qin Zheng declares that Li Yi has made a great contribution, promising to grant him any reward he asks for. The substitute head of the Li family then announces that he wants to marry Princess Rook Sue, wanting to make his position permanent by being her fiancé. Rook Sue strongly protests against the idea, begging her father not to accept the proposal. However, Qin Zheng tells the girl not to be stubborn, as Li Yi's earlier gift proves that his feelings for her are genuine. Of course, the emperor actually wants to use Li Yi to keep the Li family in check, thinking that even his precious daughter can't be compared to the well-being of the country. Father, unable to believe that her loving father would do such a thing, Ru Sue erupts into tears and smashes the precious demon egg to bits. Just as Yun Xiao said, the gift is nothing but a rotten egg. Ru Sue turns over to Qin Zheng and asks him if Li Yi's feelings are still genuine. However, the emperor defends him, being of the view that someone scamming Li Yi doesn't taint his pure intentions. Right as the emperor is about to make the engagement official, a voice echoes in the banquet hall, telling him to hold on. It is none other than Yun Xiao, now claiming that the clear dragon's eye pill is fake too. As presenting a fake pill to His Majesty would warrant the death penalty, the court officials doubt that anyone would dare to do such a thing. However, Ru Sue doesn't doubt it at all and shouts at her father to execute Li Yi. Turning over to Yun Xiao, Li Yi shouts at him for once again lying to His Majesty. Again, mutters the reincarnated soul as the rotten demon egg continues to reap behind them. As Yun Xiao's accusation is grave, the commander questions if he has any proof. The boy reveals that the fake will can produce a strong poison upon coming into contact with blood and water, killing whoever ingests it on the spot. While Li Yi continues to ramble in fear, Yun Xiao presents a simple test to verify his claims. First, put a bit of blood on the pill and feed it to a dog. If the dog dies of poisoning, it will mean that the pill is fake. Otherwise, Yun Xiao will have been proven wrong, and they will still have time to kill the dog to retrieve the pill. Satisfied with this plan, Qin Zheng commands his servants to bring a dog there, wanting to see which of the two boys has the guts to lie at him. Yun Xiao commands servant number 8527 to give his filthy blood for the process. While Li Yi gets enraged, the reincarnated soul reveals that he was talking to Meng Bai, his new number 8527. Yun Xiao even makes the new servant greet his predecessor, causing the entire banquet hall to burst out laughing yet again. Blue got played. Despite Meng Bai's protests, Yun Xiao forces him to drop his blood on the pill. With this, he makes sure that Li Yi can't escape the sin of presenting a poisonous pill. After all, the heaven and earth body's origin poison is something that even his past self couldn't diffuse. Unaware of this, Li Yi thinks that Yun Xiao will swap out the pill while feeding it to the dog and makes a guard do the honors instead. At first, nothing happens, causing Rook Sue to fall into a depression. Despite this, she vows to protect Yun Xiao's life even if it means accepting the marriage. Meanwhile, Li Yi starts laughing at the boy for deceiving the emperor. However, his loud howls soon turn into whimpers upon noticing the royal court's murderous stares. He turns around only to see the dog from before lying lifeless on the ground. What the dog doing? With this, Qin Zheng commands his guards to drag Li Yi and Fang Zhen away, locking them in the imperial prison. Before the squirming subjects, the emperor feels conflicted as the pawn that he placed to restrict the Li family is no longer in place. Feeling his injuries flaring up, Commander Xiao Qingwang takes his leave. Qin Zheng bids him farewell, announcing that he will have his men bring 100 nourishing pills to his mansion. Right then, Yun Xiao asks the commander to slow down, wanting to take a look at his injuries, since the boy cured Ru Sue's illness with the golden needle acupuncture method. Qin Zheng encourages Qingwang to fulfill his request. The desperate commander sits down beside Yun Xiao, who activates divine sense to observe his injuries. Unaware of his status, Qingwang ends up offending the reincarnated soul by calling him a kid. Regardless, Yun Xiao starts listing the commander's symptoms. Much to the latter's surprise, the former's words are spot on. As Qingwang gets excited about the solution, Yun Xiao resumes eating his food, remarking that a kid can't really do anything. Dead silence descends on the banquet, as no one has dared to do such a thing to Qingwang ever before. Things only take a turn for the worse when the reincarnated soul demands that the commander call him young Master Yun. Qingwang questions who the kid thinks he's talking to, only to get told to shut up if he doesn't want to call him that. Standing over the disrespectful boy, Qingwang unleashes his imposing presence. Unfazed, Yun Xiao simply compliments the martial king. Everyone in the banquet hall starts thinking that he has lost his mind. while Li Baifeng jumps in to apologize for his nephew's arrogance. Suddenly, Qing Wang bursts out laughing. Smacking Yun Xiao on the back, he celebrates that Li Chunyang's heir has the same demeanor as him. Calling the boy young Master Yun, Qing Wang questions if his injuries can be cured. Of course, Yun Xiao wants to make him work some more for it, considering the smack moments ago broke his shoulder bone. While the reincarnated soul and the commander banter like old friends, the banquet hall comes to realize that the Li family finally has a worthy heir. Afterwards, Qinruk Sue thanks Yun Xiao, who tells her not to mention it as he will do anything for her, leaving the former redder than a tomato. Bro gotta chill at this point. Flustered, the girl runs off. Yun Xiao begins to head out too, telling Qing Wang that he will tell him the solution when he remembers it. Intrigued by the boy, the commander leaves. Later, Yun Xiao's friends run up to him, questioning how he could tell that the pill was poisonous. Leaving the palace, the reincarnated soul informs them of how he used Meng Bai's heaven and earth poisonous body to frame Li Yi. Despite their young master Yun's lies, they feel glad that he regards them as confidants. Right then, the second prince, Qin Yue, invites Yun Xiao to have a chat. Not wanting to be alone with a man in the middle of the night, the boy rejects him. When Qin Yue uses his pretty maids as bargaining chips though, Yun Xiao accepts his invitation wholeheartedly. Where is your loyalty, lil bro? After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yue tells Yun Xiao that the most mysterious commander of the State Guardian's 3rd unit, Bai Mo, prophesies that he would meet the benefactor of his life tonight. As Yun Xiao questions if the commander is really such an expert, Qin Yue summons her. Though the boy admits that the second prince has a capable person as his benefactor in Bai Mo, he refuses to take part in any coup. Hearing this, Bai Mo reveals that Qin Yue will be the monarch of Tian Shui in the future. As such, helping him will be of great benefit to the Li family in the future. Initially, Yun Xiao had no intention of dealing with the Li family's problems. However, as their blood flows in his veins, the reincarnated soul wants to express his gratitude for being born into the Li family. What a respectable young man. Surely he won't act rude to his elders anytime soon. As guaranteeing their future when required looking for a backer, Yun Xiao makes the second prince promise to ensure the Li family's prosperity for as long as he lives. Qin Yue vows to fulfill his request, and Yun Xiao asks what he can do for him. Worrying that all their plans will be overturned if Qing Wang's incurable injury gets healed, Bai Mo questions how sure Yun Xiao is about his ability to treat him. 100%. Hearing these words come out of the boy's mouth, Qin Yue changes his plans, wanting to turn Qing Wang to their side to keep his elder brother in check. Right then, Yun Xiao remarks that the second prince is only 16 years old, more than 30 years younger than Prince Yang. As such, His Majesty must be supporting Qin Yue to ascend the throne. Yun Xiao also reveals that Qin Zheng doesn't have much time left, having noticed a silver tint in his eyes, a symptom pointing to chronic poisoning. So, the boy wants Qin Yue to have the emperor hastily announce him as the heir to the throne, convinced that he intends to do so already. However, Bai Mo and Qin Yue shake their heads in disappointment, noting that if even someone as brilliant as Yun Xiao thinks like this, no wonder everyone else does too. The second prince laments that he is just a pawn in his father's game, one he is using against Qin Yang. Qin Yue proclaims that he doesn't want to fight for the throne, but Qin Zheng has left him no choice. With regret in his voice, the young prince declares that the only person that his father wants to protect is himself. Nah, this guy is a villain. Through the bits and pieces of information that he gets, Yun Xiao manages to understand the full picture, impressing Bai Mo and Qin Yue. The second prince then reveals that the battle for the throne will be decided by a majority vote between 6 important people: Prime Minister Lan Hong, Yun Xiao's grandfather Duke Jing Guo, Commander Qing Wang, Palace's head refiner Zhang Qingfen, Guildmaster Xu Hun, and Jia Lan Academy's Dean Zhang Li Shan. While Qin Yue gets excited that he will soon have the majority on his side, Yun Xiao reminds him that all his efforts will be in vain as long as Qin Zheng leaves. However, if the emperor suddenly perishes and everyone comes to know that Qin Yang poisoned him, then Qin Yue will have nothing to fear. Hearing all this, the desperate second prince promises to even announce his sister Ru Su's wedding with Yun Xiao in exchange for his help. Get this poor girl a new family. Right then, assassins attack Qin Yue's carriage. Despite this, he remains unfazed, as no one except the emperor's 2 martial kings can hurt him as long as Bai Mo is by his side. However, Yun Xiao thinks that the situation will be a bit trickier this time around. Bai Mo then moves out to intercept the attackers, and Qin Yue proclaims that no assassin shall be forgiven tonight. "Move, Your Highness," shouts out the commander moments later, as blasts of energy fly towards the carriage and shatter the barrier around it. Bai Mo comes rushing to Qin Yue's side, but he is just fine, having been kicked away by Yun Xiao. The commander scolds Yun Xiao for prioritizing the maids over the second prince, getting told that his arms instinctually move to save the two beautiful women. Let him cook. As the group begins to think of a way to escape, two hooded figures approach them. Bai Mo quickly recognizes them as the commander and deputy commander of the State Guardians Unit 1, Yao Feng and Ji Meng. Facing off against the martial lord of the Four Quadrants realm and the martial master of the Three Powers realm, Bai Mo worries that the odds are stacked against them. After a bit of back and forth with Bai Mo, Yao Feng vows to kill them all today. He orders Ji Meng to kill Qin Yue, Li Yun Xiao, and the two maids, while he takes on the commander himself. The fight begins, and the second prince is left to fend for himself. However, he uses the barrier of his Sanskrit Sea and Cloud flag to block Ji Meng's onslaught. As the flag cannot be broken without the strength of a martial king but only lasts for an hour at most, Yao Feng commands Ji Meng to kill Yun Xiao and the two maids first, declaring that they will deal with Qin Yue after an hour. Bai Mo screams at the boy to run and get help, only for Ji Meng to block his path of escape by unleashing his Peach Blossom Sword Intent. Fruity name. Instead of running away, Yun Xiao claims that Ji Meng's technique and proceeds to demonstrate the real Peach Blossom Sword Intent, realizing that his sword intent is rubbish compared to the real deal despite having practiced it for more than 30 years. Ji Meng feels like kneeling. Yun Xiao promises to teach him the true Peach Blossom Sword Intent if Ji Meng submits to him. As his subordinate freezes up, Yao Feng shouts at him to not forget their mission. However, Yun Xiao's offer to help progress his martial arts is just too tempting for Ji Meng to give up. Apologizing to Yao Feng, Ji Meng abandons the mission. The former realizes that there's no point in staying there any longer and flies off, vowing to see Bai Mo again soon. Ji Meng tells Yun Xiao not to misunderstand things, as he will take his leave after learning the Peach Blossom Sword Intent. The reincarnated soul snarks at Ji Meng, telling him not to come back later, crying and begging to follow him. Impressed by the hidden martial intentions in every word Yun Xiao says and each step he takes, the group heads back to Qin Yue's royal quarters. The next day, it was announced that Li Yi was stripped of his official title, but the emperor allowed him to maintain control of the Li family. Hearing this, Yun Xiao and his friends pay him a visit. Servant 8527 attacks them as soon as they show up, only to get issued an execution order for the crimes of attacking a royal official and a state guardian. Bro fell for it? Hook, line, and sinker. Li Yi proclaims that he was appointed as the Li family's head by His Majesty himself, but Yun Xiao reminds him that his title is no longer official. Yun Xiao's forces jump Li Yi. However, with his 5-star cultivation and an unsealed Suan weapon, he literally freezes them in their tracks. Yun Xiao quickly follows up the onslaught, unsealing his sword to unleash a 10-fold gravity field on Li Yi. Unfreezing his forces in the process, backed into a corner, the substitute head grits his teeth. Li Yi dodges Yun Xiao's assault only to end up in Ji Meng's line of attack. Right then, a Four-Quadrant Realm martial lord appears to help Li Yi escape. However, the idiotic substitute head tells him to hold on, wanting to get rid of the pest known as Yun Xiao first. Much to Li Yi's dismay, blazing flames in the form of a technique called City Incineration interrupt his technique. The martial lord summons his trident to unleash a flood, counteracting the fire. Using the resulting smoke as cover, he finally picks up Li Yi and runs away. The person responsible for the earlier attack then reveals themselves, being none other than Luo Yunshang. The teacher questions what's going on, but Yun Xiao flips it on her and asks why she is there. Having heard that the boy performed the Gu Onling Odyssey last night and made the flowers bloom, Yunshang expresses the desire to hear it too. You snooze, you lose, lady. However, Yun Xiao remarks that he doesn't have the same environment available as last night to play it. Teacher Luo wonders if he could perform it for her later on. Without answering Yunshang's query, Yun Xiao informs her of the martial lord realm assassin who's working with Li Yi. Wanting the conspirators to be dealt with, he requests the teacher to inform His Majesty about the situation. Yunshang then questions if Yun Xiao can treat Commander Xiao Qingwang's injury, getting assured that he can heal him. Stop flexing, dude. The teacher then heads off, remarking that she will send people to guard Yun Shiyao while he treats Qing Wang. Later, the reincarnated soul tells his forces to wait for him outside. Taking a stroll through the Li family's stronghold, Yun Shiyao arrives at a broken-down house and shouts at the old man to come out already, getting no response. Annoyed, Yun Shiyao brings out his blade and starts tearing the house apart. Suddenly, a swirl of energy cuts the boy's hand, making the sword go flying out of it. A voice questions how he found him, prompting Yun Shiyao to remark that their souls reacted. After all, blood is thicker than water. Complimenting the voice's owner for still being just as vicious when attacking, Yun Shiyao looks towards the door, boasting a long beard and wearing sunglasses. An old man walks in. Holding the reincarnated soul's blade in his hands, he proclaims, "How interesting. Rat." This old fart is none other than Li Yun Shiyao's grandpa and the state lord himself, Li Chunyang. Observing Yun Shiyao closely, the old man vows that he has opened all of his meridians and become a 4-star martial warrior. Unamused, Yun Shiyao snatches his black lass out of Chunyang's hands, questioning why he was playing hide and seek there. Had the boy not noticed his breaths, he would have thought that 8527 did him in. Not even taking his name, the disrespect is crazy. Remarking that a mere servant can't go up against him, Chunyang wonders how Yun Shiyao noticed his breaths. The boy notes that if his foundational skills weren't enough to notice the old man, he wouldn't have managed to defeat Li Yi earlier. While Chunyang gets baffled at his personal stealth arts being defeated like this, Yun Shiyao sits down to talk, wanting to know his stance on the Li family's situation. Deciding to verify Yun Shiyao's motives, Chunyang asks him what he thinks his stance is. The reincarnated soul rightly monologues about the old man concealing himself to observe events in peace and to plan for the future of the Li family, even predicting his exact response. Yun Shiyao also concludes that Chunyang has broken through to the 5 elements realm and become a martial king, making his grandfather feel delighted that the Li family finally has a definite successor. Chunyang then reveals that he also had another purpose. It was to see who could accumulate the largest amount of influence without him around. However, the events only disappointed him. Yun Shiyao's father also came back once in secret and left in relief after seeing Chunyang. Only the boy's 4th uncle was borderline useful, but even that was tainted by his support of Li Yi. Of course, Yun Shiyao's recent performance has exceeded all of Chunyang's expectations. The boy has no thoughts regarding matters in the family though, and he tells his grandpa to look for a successor elsewhere. After all, the path of martial arts is much more important than mundane politics for him. As for matters of the country, with Yun Shiyao's backing, Qin Yue's ascension to the throne will be indisputable. Announcing that times have changed since he went into seclusion, Chunyang gets up, vowing to bring the entire Li family into Yun Shiyao's mad quest. Suddenly, the senile old man starts squishing and tapping around on the nearby pillar, opening a secret stairway. Without saying a word, Chunyang starts heading down, and Yun Shiyao quickly chases behind him. They come to a hidden room, where a 3rd-tier alchemist is treating a 3-star martial lord. Chunyang rushes to them, relieving the martial lord of his agony. 3 men in a secret room. Sus. Chunyang tells the alchemist, Master Sun, that the benumbing qi invading his good friend Da Sheng has gradually condensed over time, requiring a great energy cost to suppress it. However, Sun has tried his best. After a month, neither the alchemist's soothing pills nor Chunyang's power as a 1-star martial king will be enough to suppress the poisonous qi. Da Sheng regrets that he has been a burden on Chunyang for many years, lamenting that the old man could have stepped into the legendary 6 dimensions realm had he not transferred true qi into him every day. Feeling happy that he will no longer be holding back his dear friend, Da Sheng lets out a bittersweet chuckle. As Master Sun begins to head out, Yun Shiyao tells him to hold on, doubting his abilities as even a lowly 3rd-tier alchemist. Sun gets enraged, as even the Emperor would have to greet him if they met. He boasts about how he was traveling within the Duskflame Empire while Yun Shiyao was still wearing diapers. Still, the reincarnated soul gives him no face. Chunyang tries to excuse Yun Shiyao's disrespect, but the 3rd-tier alchemist demands that 4 of the boy's limbs get torn off as compensation. Scolding him for turning this into such a big deal, Yun Shiyao punches Sun into oblivion. Holding his face in disbelief, Sun questions how the boy dares to hit a 3rd-tier alchemist. Thinking that there's nothing great about being just an alchemist, Yun Shiyao reveals his 2nd-tier alchemist badge. While the elders get shocked, The reincarnated soul tells Sun that trash like him must understand one thing, as there's always a bigger fish. An alchemist like him might just get beaten to death because of his cockiness. So Yun Xiao slaps Sun to educate him, wanting to spare him that fate. The latter tries to speak up, but the former's threat of another slap makes him flinch, having felt earlier that dodging Yun Xiao would be impossible. Telling the alchemist to get lost while he is still playing nice, the boy turns his back to Sun. Still in disbelief, Chunyang asks Yun Xiao if his alchemist badge is really real. The reincarnated soul confirms that it is, as no one in the whole Tianwu continent would dare to forge this thing. This makes Chunyang scream out, questioning just how much more Yun Xiao is keeping from him. Seeing this sight, Da Sheng laughs, remarking that Chunyang's descendant is not only suitable for being his heir, but he is also probably unrivaled in the entire country of Tian Shui. Goat finally getting respect. Right then, Yun Xiao notes that Da Sheng is Chunzun's grandfather, someone who should have died in battle a few years ago. Chunyang chimes in, revealing that Da Sheng is suffering now because of him, as he was supposed to fight that battle instead. However, as Chunyang was in seclusion, Xiao Qingwang chose Da Sheng to replace him in a rush. It was also the same fight in which the commander sustained his internal injuries. Back then, Tian Shui and the 100 Battles country fought for one of the 3 superior auxiliary country positions under the lead of the Dusk Flame Empire. Despite winning the battle, Tian Shui lost over 100 experts at the Martial Master realm or above. Yun Xiao questions why mere country rankings can result in such fierce and cruel conflicts, getting told that it's actually a battle for resources disguised as a ranking battle. After all, power is crucial in order to survive in Tianwu. As such, many empires have strong sects and large families backing them. For instance, the Dusk Flame Empire that Tian Shui is attached to is supported by the Heaven Gathering sect. Hearing this, Yun Xiao remembers his past life. Hua Qianshu, Gu Feiyang's eldest disciple, took on a disciple who was the son of the sect master of the Heaven Gathering sect. Yun Xiao can't remember his name anymore though. Chunyang continues that the sect leader of the Heaven Gathering sect, Qin Feng, is a 7 constellations realm martial emperor. Being just a step away from becoming an 8 desolation realm martial supreme, he is even martial sovereign Hua Qianshu's direct disciple. Finally, Yun Xiao remembers the name of his disciple's disciple, warning his grandson to never provoke the Heaven Gathering sect. Chunyang notes that it would be wise to opt out of the upcoming ranking battle, as it happens every 5 years. He thinks that Tian Shui should use this opportunity to rest and recuperate, being the winner of the last one. Yun Xiao remarks that they will have to hurry, as His Majesty won't be willing to sit on the sidelines. Moreover, only Qin Yue ascending to the throne will help Yun Xiao persuade the emperor to opt out of the battle. Being out of the loop, Da Sheng gets informed by Chunyang on the country's current matters. His heart aches upon hearing how Qin Zheng treats his loyal servants, and he leaves the Chun family in Chunyang's hands after his death. The latter then vows to make sure that the Chun family won't collapse for as long as the Li family stands, after which the 2 old friends start crying while holding hands. Need someone to hold my hands like this for real. Yun Xiao then announces that they don't have to talk so morbidly, remarking that Da Sheng is afflicted by the same kind of poison affecting Xiao Qingwang. Confirming this to be the case, Chunyang reveals the inflictor to be the martial king, Yi Xiaoshan. The reincarnated soul notes that the ice element attack of the martial lord who saved Li Yi earlier was also composed of benumbing qi, albeit being way weaker than the poison in Da Sheng's body. Hearing this, Chunyang questions how Li Yi is supported by both the emperor and Yi Xiaoshan, as the old fart laments not taking care of Li Yi a long time ago. Yu Xiao remarks that they will have more than enough opportunities to kill him. The reincarnated soul wants to cure Elder Chun's poison first, confusing Chunyang. After all, not even the 3rd-tier alchemist, Sun Zhongzong, could manage to accomplish this feat. Don't worry, blood is built different. Yun Xiao notes that his current level makes it hard for him to completely get rid of the poison, but it should still be enough to suppress the poison. Although Master Sun was on the right track with his medicinal pills, his inexperience caused him to use the wrong medicine. Chunyang's qi type was also a problem, as Di Shum's condition requires strong, extreme yang qi. As men of the martial kings walk the path of extreme yang qi, Chunyang wonders where they will find someone like that. Of course, Yun Xiao has someone in mind who fits the picture, despite this person slightly lacking in abilities. The one he is thinking of is the commander of the 4th team of the State Guardians, Luo Yunshang. Hearing this, Chun Yang rushes to catch the lass, getting stopped by his friend and grandson. Yun Xiao tells his grandfather not to rush to find Luo Yunshang, as he needs to first refine some medicinal pills that can suppress the cold poison. Worrying about the ingredients, the boy gets handed the key to the Li family's secret vault. Here comes the money. Hoping to find resources that can increase his cultivation speed, Yun Xiao quickly heads off to his 4th uncle, getting guided to the secret vault. Arriving before the vault door marked by an unknown array, Yun Xiao recognizes it to be a vermilion bird divine fire array. He asks the 4th uncle how long the secret vault has existed, finding out that it was there before the Li family set foot in the country. Seeing the 9th grade array that was lost a long time ago, Yun Xiao concludes that the Li family's ancestors must have been a superpower who held sway over the entire continent. He then opens the secret vault with the key, as it is a restricted area that can't be entered without the permission of the patriarch. The 4th uncle waits for Yun Xiao outside. Heading inside, the reincarnated soul realizes that the secret vault is a large interstitial space supported by some divine artifact. Yun Xiao activates his moon eye technique to locate this support, finding a glowing rock. He peers into it, but the stone tablet's tremendous power attacks his soul itself. Being stronger than the dude's plot armor is crazy. Bleeding from his left eye, Yun Xiao stubbornly vows to see what the rock really is. With a poetic chant, the reincarnated soul summons a divine droplet of water and trickles it onto the stone tablet, shattering it to unveil its true form as the Divine Realm Tablet. Yun Xiao questions what the Divine Realm Tablet is, unable to believe that it burned his soul directly through his moon eye technique, feeling that the strange energy fluctuation in it is superior to his 9th grade mystic weapon. The Star-Slash Sword, Yun Xiao questions if the Divine Realm Tablet is an artifact of the ultimate 10 Worlds realm. As the only power that can directly attack the soul is the legendary power of the martial god, Yun Xiao concludes that the Divine Realm Tablet is an artifact left behind by such a being. He then activates his Great Expansion Divine Technique, which echoes with the power of the tablet and condenses into a proper shape. Double whammy. With this, Yun Xiao realizes that the soul cultivation technique he acquired in the last moments of his past life was once practiced by a martial god. Through strained efforts, the reincarnated soul manages to take the Divine Realm Tablet into his sea of consciousness. Naturally, the interstitial space disappears, leaving behind a cave, as was the original appearance of the place. The Divine Realm Tablet also helps Yun Xiao break through to the level of a peak 5 stars warrior. However, all this comes with the side effect of only being able to access the interstitial space within the tablet with his divine sense, making it function like an extra storage. Regardless, as the pros far outweigh the cons, Yun Xiao happily starts heading out of the cave to prepare for the rainy days ahead. Going over to the Alchemist Association with Ji Meng, the reincarnated soul demands that they ask Jia Rong to come out of seclusion to meet him, assuring them that the first-tier alchemist wouldn't blame them. As disturbing an alchemist's cultivation in seclusion can lead to dire consequences, Ji Meng and the others advise him against it. Of course, Yun Xiao has no intention of listening to them, as he wants Jia Rong's help to refine a batch of medicinal pills. The boy gives Liang Wan the last chance to call Jia Rong out, but the alchemist doesn't move. Pretending to storm out angrily, Yun Xiao announces that he can no longer do anything about Xiao Qing Wan's injury. Hearing this, poor Wan Yu vows to drag Jia Rong out even if he's in a life-or-death meditation, knowing that the Emperor or President Shu Han will skin him alive if the commander's treatment gets delayed because of him. This sight leaves the others questioning just who Yun Xiao really is. Arriving at the seclusion chamber, Wan Yu orders Lu Yao to go and bring Jia Rong out. With trembling hands and teary, the poor receptionist tells Jia Rong that something needs him to come out of seclusion, getting worried for her life. As Wan Yu and Lu Yao feared, Jia Rong runs outside in an unparalleled fury and starts shouting at the crying girl for disturbing his cultivation. As he was just one step away from becoming a second-tier alchemist, Jia Rong starts raging at Wan Yu, accusing him of deliberately halting his process. Who's gonna tell him? Unable to take it anymore, Wan Yu informs Jia Rong that it was his young master Yun who insisted that they bring him out. As the boy confirms his statement, Wan Yu looks forward to seeing how Yun Xiao will suffer now. Meanwhile, Jia Rong once again starts screaming at Lu Yao. Only this time he scolds her for not informing him earlier and wasting his young master Yun's precious time. Treating the reincarnated soul with utmost care and respect, Jia Rong blames the association's workers for their current situation. The alchemist even swears that he wouldn't have gone into seclusion if he knew of Yun Xiao's arrival, leaving the others questioning their existence. Of course, the reincarnated decides to tease Jia Rong even more, frying the poor guy's brain to the point that he labels himself stupid for choosing the wrong time to break through. Lu Yao, Ji Meng, and Wen Yu all wanted the same thing. Is he really Jia Rong? Jia Rong brings his young master Yun and Ji Meng to the largest training room in the association. Suddenly, the reincarnated starts swinging around his sword in a powerful and fierce style, carving out lifelike, delicate handwriting on the walls. After writing this poem, Yun Xiao gives Ji Meng an ultimatum. If the latter still can't comprehend the higher artistic conception of peach blossom from this poem by the time the former finishes his cultivation, then it will prove that he isn't gifted. In that case, Ji Meng won't have to follow Yun Xiao again. The reincarnated soul and Jia Rong then head to the refinement chamber, where the first-tier alchemist instructs Lu Yao not to disturb them even if the king dies. Announcing that it's time to make the first batch of pills, Yun Xiao informs Jia Rong that his job is mainly to learn. However, he will also take over when the boy's soul power is exhausted. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't expect Jia Rong to do much, so he assigns all the odd tasks to him, something that the loyal servant happily accepts. It'll be slavery. Using his divine sense, Yun Xiao moves all the materials out of the Divine Realm tablet's interstitial space, summoning them to the refinement chamber. Since some of the medicinal pills he's going to refine this time are of pure yang, the boy laments that he won't be able to control the whole process with his current soul power. As even a person's excellent skill cannot make up for the lack of soul power, the first thing on their agenda is to become second-tier alchemists, Yun Xiao and Jia Rong both. Before that, though, the boy will have a cup of tea. While Yun Xiao cultivates in seclusion, a major event occurs in Tian Shui. Patriarch Li Chunyang, who everyone thought was being controlled by Li Yi, makes his sudden reappearance. Regaining the power of the Li family, he declares Li Yi to be a spy of the enemy state, issuing a statewide killing order for him. Chunyang also roots out Li Yi's accomplices among the court officials, confiscating their properties. Those who are foolish enough to fight back get their bodies fed to dogs, striking fear in hearts throughout the country. However, the main character of the whole incident, Li Yi, disappears completely, never to be seen again. Why are you running? Sitting in the Lan family's courtyard in the Prime Minister's residence, Lan Guang, Lan Suman, and Lan Fei's dad discusses Chunyang's recent actions with his father, the head scribe Lan Hong. Lan Hong thinks that all this is just a ruse from the old cadre to hide his true intentions, which is also why His Majesty hasn't reprimanded him. The head scribe wonders what situation Chunyang has seemed to make him decide to jump out at this time, lamenting why he can't see as well. Between the emperor allowing Chunyang to misbehave and the Li family's recent targets being mainly from Prince Qinyang's faction, it's pretty evident to him that the old man has taken Qin Yue's side. However, Lan Hong questions what information Chunyang possesses to have made this decision. In the end, he concludes that it's the ultimate gamble to either prosper for centuries or fall beyond redemption. With his son chiming in from time to time, Lan Hong brings up the mysterious abilities of Li Yun Xiao, wondering if the reason for Chunyang's boldness is his confidence in his grandson being able to cure Xiao Cheng Wang's internal injuries. Lan Guang starts losing his mind at the thought of the commander siding with Qin Yue, getting told to calm down and remember not to make any mistakes. Meanwhile, inside the council chamber at Qinyang's residence, his advisors put forward suggestions to counteract Chunyang's recent shenanigans. Right then, a voice from outside the chamber offers to provide Qinyang with 3 plans to ensure his successful ascension to the throne. Hearing this voice, the prince gets enraged, questioning how a spy from the state of Baijian still has the courage to come see him. Shouting at Li Yi for being the one who caused all this, Qinyang instructs him to leave his head behind now that he is there. Surrounded by the prince's forces, Li Yi questions why Qinyang wants to kill the only person who can help him now. Answering Li Yi's query, Qinyang declares that he's a prince of Tian Shui. As such, it's only right for him to kill a spy from the 100 Battles country. Suddenly, the 2 hooded figures backing Li Yi freeze Qinyang's guards on the spot. Gao Feng informs the prince that not only are both of them very powerful experts of the martial lord realm, but Li Yi is also at the level of a great martial master. Standing his guards down, Qinyang questions how the spy plans to help him. Li Yi reveals that his three-step solution aims to help the second prince accomplish three things: getting Li Chunyang out of the capital, killing Xiao Qingwang, and keeping Zhang Lishan under control. Hearing these crazed things, Qin Yang loses it. After all, what Li Yi is suggesting will bring the country to ruins. Telling the crown prince to calm down and think about it, Li Yi points out what will happen if they don't go through with this plan, painting a hopeless picture for Qin Yang in the process. The dude got a degree in brainwashing. The second prince laments that his favorable situation has become dangerous ever since Li Yun Xiao appeared, and he questions why he can't just kill him instead of the commander. Li Yi reminds Qin Yang what happened the last time he sent his man to put down Yun Xiao. Not only did the assassination fail, but they even lost a vice commander, Ji Meng. On the other hand, killing Xiao Qingwang will make Gao Feng the main commander of the State Guardians, resulting in Qin Yang gaining control over all 5 teams of the State Guardians. The cunning Li Yi questions why the prince is worrying about not succeeding. He then puts forward a plan how to corner Li Changfeng's Feilong army, consequently getting rid of Li Chunyang. Once again, Qin Yang protests. After all, Li Yi's idea would greatly damage the country of Tian Shui, making way for the 100 Battles country to take advantage. Remarking that his worries are entirely understandable, Li Yi assures Qin Yang that this is just to get Chunyang away from Tian Shui to help him take the throne. Simply put, the second prince will help the 100 Battles country take the position of a superior country at a crucial moment. In return, Li Yi will make sure that Qin Yang claims Tian Shui's throne. Blinded by the idea that many would then heed his every word and the heavens would be his, the greedy second prince bursts out laughing in excitement. Bro deserves to get spanked or something. Elsewhere in the Alchemist Association's refining room, Jia Rong notes that they have created the 20th true second-tier mystic fire pill. It is not something that a second-tier refiner can create, but under Yun Xiao's guidance, the pill was produced in bulk. Jia Rong then informs Yun Xiao that only one spirit-nourishing pill is left. As there aren't many thousand-bird pills either, the reincarnated soul orders his servant to give him the 1,000-bird pills and take the spirit-nourishing pill himself. After recovering his spirit power, Jia Rong is to refine a pot of spirit-nourishing pills first, and stop the production of mystic fire pills to help Yun Xiao refine some 1,000-bird pills. The reincarnated soul then hands the alchemist the recipe for the pills, regarding them as mere street stall stock. However, Jia Rong celebrates, knowing that the effect of his young master Yun's pills is way beyond store-bought ones. Consuming the spirit-nourishing pill, the first-tier alchemist is surrounded by sparks of inspiration in his conscience, being a sign that he is about to ascend to the second tier. Jia Rong proclaims to ascend like a man possessed from today onwards, only to get struck by Lu Yao's voice calling them out of seclusion, remarking that something has happened to the Li family. With his ascension interrupted, Jia Rong starts falling into the abyss of knowledge. As the alchemist worries about the severe consequences of not escaping from there, he hears Yun Xiao's voice telling him to open his eyes and look at him. Right then, Jia Rong gets sucked into a swirling vortex and pops out in front of the reincarnated soul's divine expansion technique. A sharp pain strikes his forehead, bringing the alchemist out of the abyss of knowledge. As blood flows down Jia Rong's head, Yun Xiao scolds him for fainting from just that much pain. The latter questions how the former will follow him if he's so weak. Bursting into tears, Jia Rong clings to Yun Xiao, complaining about once again getting interrupted when he was finally about to break through. He labels Lu Yao his bad luck charm. However, Yun Xiao doesn't understand Jia Rong's complaints. After all, he is already a second-tier alchemist. Overcome with joy at the realization, Jia Rong wants to make sure this isn't a dream and asks his young master Yun to hit him really hard. Of course, the reincarnated soul gladly complies with the request, proving that it's reality. Poor Bai got shattered like Legos. Rolling around on the ground, Jia Rong complains about Yun Xiao actually hitting him really hard. Seeing this, the reincarnated soul mutters that he has never seen someone so shameless anywhere on the continent of Tianwu. He then laments that even consuming all those 1,000-bird pills only managed to ascend him to a 6-star warrior. Yun Xiao isn't ungrateful though, as he celebrates at least breaking through to a second-tier refiner, making it so his cultivation finally matches the rank of his badge. Right then, Lu Yao barges into the refinement chamber. She informs the boy that his father, Li Changfeng, has been cut off and surrounded by the army of the 100 Battles country in Shining Gold City. As all contact with Changfeng has been lost, Duke Jing Guo is furiously preparing to lead an army to save him. So, Liu Yao has been ordered to ask Yun Shiyao to come out of seclusion to take care of the Li family business for the time being. Noting that things have already gotten this messy even though they went into seclusion about 10 days ago, the reincarnated soul rages, vowing to grant the wish of all those who are so desperate to die. As Yun Xiao arrives in the Alchemist Association's main hall, Jimeng quickly welcomes him back. Kneeling before the boy, he swears to follow him anywhere from now on, following all his orders. Jimeng asks his young master Yun to teach him well, only to get told that ascending to just 2 stars even after 10 days of work means that his talents are just above average. As such, the vice commander's growth will be up to his own efforts and dedication. While the rest of the guild gets offended on his behalf, Jimeng apologizes to Yun Xiao for letting him down, vowing to work 100 times harder just to follow him. Generational glaze right here. Liking the martial expert's perseverance and spirit, the reincarnated soul announces that he will be his trusted aide from today onwards. Feeling jealous, Jia Rong wonders about his standing, getting told that he is a slave. Yun Xiao remarks that he will think about making the alchemist his aide once he is ascended into the 4th tier. Overhearing that their master Jia is a slave to the boy, the disciples in the guild are left questioning his identity. Exiting the Alchemist Association, Yun Xiao finds Bai Mo and her team of state guardians. Greeting the boy, she reveals that Qin Yue has sent her to escort him, fearing that assassins will target the boy. Playfully remarking that he must be moving up in the world to receive this treatment, Yun Xiao joins the escorts to travel through the capital. Lo and behold, arrows start raining down on them just moments later. While Commander Bai and her state guardians fend off the enemy's attack, Yun Xiao notes that the arrows are made from verdant bamboo wood, meaning that these are supplies from the royal army. He tells Jimeng to be careful, as the enemy's attack isn't at random, right as the reincarnated soul theorizes that the main culprit is here leading these men. A voice echoes throughout the battlefield, ordering the soldiers to not leave a single soul alive. Turning around, Yun Xiao grins and snarks that old 8 for reappearing. Shouting like a madman, Li Yi declares that the only reason the boy survived last time was because Luo Yanshang saved him. Convinced that things will be different this time, Li Yi orders the 2 hooded martial experts backing him to take on the others, wanting to gut the pig known as Li Yun Xiao himself. With this, the hooded entities reveal their identities, being martial lords called Guang Yuan Jia and Yu Yuan 1 from the 100 Battles country. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao lets out a small sigh at the sight of his old slave planning to rebel, taking it upon himself as the young master of the Li family to take out the trash. He brings out a pill from his storage ring. Yun Xiao hands them to Jimeng so that he can hold off the 2 martial lords, promising to help him once he kills Li Yi. Seeing this, the deviant spy laughs at the reincarnated soul's delusional claims. Does he know? At the same time, Jimeng consumes the origin-blasting pill, brimming with energy. Yuan Jia is unconcerned, as a great master cannot break through the limitations of his realm, no matter what medicine he consumes. However, the guy couldn't have been more wrong. When Jimeng's chi settles down, he starts exerting pressure equal to that of a martial lord. Left in disbelief at the sight, Yuan Jia and Yuan 1 question what kind of pill allows people to break through realms. Right then, Jimeng intimidatingly repeats the latter's words to him. As Jimeng starts walking, Guang Yuan Jia and Yu Yuan 1 are hit with a realization that he has broken through into the peak martial lord realm. Trying to cope with their current situation, Yuan Jia declares that Jimeng's aura breaking through doesn't matter if his understanding of martial arts is still lacking, promising to show him the difference between a real martial lord and a fake one. Yuan Jia unseals his Kaishan silver trident, slamming it onto the ground. He unleashes his soul-sealing freeze wall towards Jimeng. The vice commander remembers Yun Xiao's peach blossom sword intent poem and unseals his serpent-ending sword, causing it to slither around like a snake and shatter Yuan Jiao's soul-sealing freeze wall. This makes the 100 Battles country's martial lord question how this technique can be countered by an unknown sword presence. Getting restricted and squeezed by Jimeng's serpent-ending sword, Yuan Jia unleashes extreme frost. Suddenly, he starts feeling a sense of wavering thoughts within his aura. Without letting up, Jimeng surrounds Yuan Jia with martial presence materialization, imbuing each flower petal with a heavy presence of his martial intent. Seeing his brother in trouble, Yuan 1 leaps at Jimeng. However, with a single gaze from the latter, the former gets surrounded by flower petals, Yuan Wan looks on in disbelief as his sword intent gets caught by mayflower paddles. He wonders what Jimeng ate earlier. More than that, Yuan Wan questions how a pill came to possess such an extremely effective power to begin with. Drug abuse value? Barely managed to escape the serpent-ending sword, Yuan Ji thanks Yuan for helping him escape. However, it's for naught, as Jimeng chases behind the two without letting up, shattering everything that stands in his way. Looking on at the absurd sight in shock, Li Yi questions how a mere pill can allow one martial warrior to fight two martial lords together. Desperately desiring the medicine that has accomplished such a thing, he decides to capture Yun Xiao alive and force him to hand over the secrets of his pills. Li Yi points his blade toward the reincarnated soul, who remarks that he originally wanted to give him more time to see the martial lords fight. However, if Li Yi doesn't need it, then he can use it to repay his debt. The debt of living in Yun Xiao's house for so long as a servant, the debt for eating and using everything that belonged to the Li family, and the debt for now wanting to rebel against the same people. Yun Xiao proclaims that Li Yi will repay all these debts with his life. Enraged, the old slave unseals his Stage 3 martial weapon, Taiyin Freezing Sword, unleashing raging current at the reincarnated soul. Worried that the enemy is too strong for his young master Yun to face alone, Jia Rong shouts at him to run quickly. However, the boy pushes forward, declaring that even the strength of a Stage 3 tool depends on who's using it. Unsealing his black lash, Yun Xiao unleashes a 100-fold gravitational field at Li Yi and sends his sword flying. The reincarnated soul then dispels the gravity field, confiscating Eight's not that good sword as payment for what he has taken from the Li family all these years. Demanding his blade back, Li Yi attacks Yun Xiao with Divine Frost Fist. Announcing that he will return his sword if that's what he wants, Yun Xiao shatters the former slave's attack with his own freezing sword intent. Li Yi gets confused at how he can do such a thing, getting told that the reincarnated soul can do these types of low-level skills just by looking at them. Swinging two blades in his hands, Yun Xiao towers over Li Yi and proclaims, "Morn, Springwater. Combine." The dude is about to get spanked. Li Yun Xiao, becoming the second coming of the 9th-tier refiner Gu Fei Yang, wreaks havoc on the royal banquet, outing Li Yi as a traitorous scumbag. During a celebration, Luo Yunshang rejects the first prince and declares Gu Fei Yang to be the only man in her heart. Later, Yun Xiao meets his grandpa and backs the second prince in the battle for the throne. Now, the reincarnated soul stands against a returning Li Yi to teach him a lesson he will never forget. As Yun Xiao unseals two third-tier Suan weapons with different chi elements at the same time, Li Yi desperately charges at him to end the battle. However, the reincarnated soul makes the great martial master look into his eyes and unleashes Universal Soul Suppressor, Demon Moon. Feeling his soul getting crushed, Li Yi kneels. Yun Xiao then leaps at him. Swinging his blades, he cuts off Li Yi's left arm. Guan Yuan Jia and Yu Yuan Wan, the martial lords from the 100 Battles country, realize that the battle is lost. So, they back off from Jimeng and rush towards Li Yi, picking him up to retreat from the battlefield. Jimeng tries to chase behind them, but Yu Xiao tells him to let them be and check up on Commander Bai. Of course, the self-reprimanding boy also acknowledges that using Universal Soul Suppressor earlier was a misstep and vows to be more careful. Nah, Blue fell off. Checking up on their comrades, Yu Xiao's group arrives at a horrific sight. Surrounded by the corpses of Jimeng's subordinates, an injured Commander Bai reveals that they got ambushed by Gao Feng and his men. This leaves Jimeng in agony, who blames himself for failing his juniors. Yun Xiao comforts the martial lord, declaring that he should be happy for the martyrs who died as worthy state guardians. A sudden gust of wind blows as the survivors pay their respects to the fallen. Sometime later at the meeting hall of Qin Yui's mansion, Li Chunyang gets informed of Li Yi's reappearance. The second prince then brings up Great General Fei Long's current predicament against the 100 Battles country's forces. However, even after coming to know that his father has been trapped by the enemy, Yun Xiao stays composed, surprising his grandfather. Getting asked his thoughts on the matter, Li Chunyang concludes that the general's earlier request for help was fake. Yun Xiao backs this sentiment at first, as Qin Yang will be able to do whatever he wants once the Li family's military power is out of the capital. In the same vein, Yun Xiao questions the possibility of the backup request being real. They guessing like they playing cake or no cake out here. Li Chunyang announces that if the 300,000 soldiers of the coveted Fei Long army can't protect Shining Gold City from an army of a mere 800,000 attackers, then Yun Shiyao's father deserves to suffer for his incompetence. Regardless, Chunyang can't leave the capital because of Chen Da-sheng's situation. Declaring his grandfather's thought process to be a little simplistic, Yun Shiyao notes that the Fei Long army's situation might not be as good as he thinks. The boy theorizes that the Hundred Battles country fully intends to use the throne battle as a cover for invading Tian Shui. As such, they mustn't ignore the request for backup, even if it's a trap. Chunyang and Qin Yu then lose their minds at the thought, unable to comprehend Qin Yang's selfish greed. If it means protecting the common people, the second prince even becomes willing to stop competing for the throne against his elder brother. However, his trusty advisor Shu begs him not to do such a thing, as this would cause the billions in Tian Shui to suffer under Qin Yang's tyrannical rule. Convinced by Shu, Qin Yu vows to keep competing for the throne even if it cost him his life, bringing the former to tears. Seeing this back and forth, Jia Rong is overcome with a sense of familiarity. Bro seeing another professional glazer for the first time. As Li Chunyang offers to send 300,000 soldiers to Shining Gold City, Bai Mo asks Yun Shiyao if he has any ideas. Announcing that he does have a plan, the boy refuses to say it at the moment because of the many ears in the room. This offends Qin Yuwei's ministers, leaving them feeling humiliated by Yun Shiyao's lack of trust. The latter then issues an ultimatum. If those present can swear off on their life that not a single word Yun Shiyao says today will spread, then they can stay here. The ministers feel threatened by the reincarnated soul's chilling gaze, prompting the second prince to send them off for their sake. With only Jia Rong, Jimeng, Bai Mo, Qin Yue, and Li Chunyang left in the room with him, Yun Shiyao announces that they should defend both sides at the same time. His grandfather and the second prince note the implausibility of the idea, as only the central army under Qin Fang could support Shining Gold City, as the first prince wouldn't send his soldiers to the rescue. Chunyang would be forced to recruit his troops and go himself anyway. Right then, Yun Shiyao declares that they should just send him to save the Fei Long army. However, Chunyang and Bai strongly reject the idea. They are not aware of my goat's game. It is then that Yun Shiyao brings up the three people that are crucial to his plan. First, the one who will lead the army. Having found a way to cure the benumbing qi infecting this person's body, Yun Shiyao reveals him to be none other than the presumed dead loyal duke, Chen Da-sheng. Shocked by this news, Qin Yue finds out that Da-sheng's death was masterminded by the emperor to get rid of the people around Chunyang, and the loyal duke has actually been recuperating in the Li family's secret chamber this whole time. Lamenting his father's wrongdoings, the second prince vows to make things right when he ascends to the throne. Yun Shiyao then reveals the second person in their expedition, someone who has also been suffering from Yi Xiao Shan's benumbing qi, just like Da-sheng. With their forces strengthened by Chen Da-sheng and Commander Xiao Qing Wan's participation, Bai Mo questions the identity of their mysterious third recruitment, announcing that he wants to help Qin Yu form an army possessing the ability to overcome great numbers. Yun Shiyao reveals that he is talking about the prince's teacher, the martial king, Zhang Lishan. Qin Yue declares his teacher's involvement in political affairs to be an impossible idea, prompting Yun Shiyao to remind him of the tragedy that took place in Tian Shui 60 years ago, back when Qin Zheng was just a prince. A revolutionary army sprouted from the south, leaving the country with no protection. As they reached the capital, the Jia Lan Academy's dean organized an army of capable students to fight back. This resulted in the Revolutionary Army's sound defeat, and that group of students was granted the name of State Guardians by the former king. Yun Shiyao presents the idea of changing the Jia Lan Academy's training mission into supporting Shining Gold City and increasing the rewards, consequently granting the future of the country with real battle experience. Not only that, but this will also render them the help of the Academy's teacher, including the very valuable Luo Yunshan, who will help them cure Xiao Qing Wan and Chen Da-sheng. Yun Shiyao declares that Qin Yue no longer has any chance of losing, as all three of Tian Shui's martial kings are supporting him. Confused, the second prince questions the identity of the third martial king, prompting Li Chunyang to showcase his prowess. Witnessing this, Qin Yue offers Yun Shiyao the prestige of becoming brothers with him. Chunyang feels relieved as his grandson becoming brothers with the future king will ascertain that the Li family has an extraordinarily high prestige in the future. However, Yun Xiao lightly rejects Qin Yue's offer, impressing Jimeng and Jia Rong. Chunyang also smirks, noting that a small country like Tidan Shui doesn't appeal to his grandson, who has goals far beyond mere prestige. Upon Commander Bai's insistence, Qin Yue decides to postpone the matter of his brotherhood with Yun Xiao until after his ascension to the throne. This time, the reincarnated soul blatantly rejects the prince's offer, telling him to never bring up the topic again while Chunyang tries to play damage control for his grandson. The latter gives the group a melodramatic gaze. Life is glory and shame, but all turns to dust. Life is like a fog, but martial arts are eternal, mutters Yun Xiao. Dude thinks he a poet. Hearing these wise words, Qin Yue feels his fight for the throne becoming insignificant. At the same time, chi starts welling up inside Jimeng, ascending him to the level of a martial lord. Bai questions how this is possible, while Chunyang declares that Jimeng is extremely lucky. Of course, being aware of the real reason for his ascension, Jimeng kneels before Yun Xiao, thanking him for his tutelage. The reincarnated soul announces that he will have Jia Rong refine some pills to help Jimeng break through to Martial King, as he is barely strong enough to be his follower right now. This level of cockiness finally annoys Qin Yue, Bai Mo, and Chunyang. Of course, Jia Rong continues to glaze in the background. Qin Yue heads off to Jia Lan Academy to meet Zhang Lishan. Jimeng goes to invite Commander Xiao Qingwang, and Jia Rong starts searching for Luo Yunshan. Meanwhile, Chunyang and Yun Xiao return to their residence and begin making preparations. Elsewhere, in the secret meeting room of Qin Yang's mansion, the first prince rages at Li Yi's massive screw-up. Uninterested in hearing any and all explanations, the former asks the latter what they should do now. Li Yi assures Qin Yang that their failure this time doesn't change anything when it comes to the big picture, telling him not to worry about the martial kings either, as his master will send experts to deal with them soon. After sending Li Yi off to tend to his injuries, Qin Yang discusses the situation with Gao Feng, concluding that the 100 battles country isn't dependable at all. Wanting to rely only on himself, he comes up with the plan to use the public's support of the well-known and prestigious scholar, Jia Runyi, to turn the world on the Li family. As our tribal chief once said, "You are a sniveling, little suck-up sellout full of suffering succotash, son." With this, even if all 6 voters in the throne wars were to support Qin Yue, the throne would fall into Qin Yang's lap. Yun Xiao and Chunyang arrive at the Li family's residence only to find out that Jia Runyi's 3 disciples, Chao Jin, Shun Tu Rong, and Xu An Yuan Zi Xian, have brought 100 scholars to protest the old man's recent crimes. Hearing Jia Runyi's name, Chunyang decides to take his leave until the scholars leave on their own. Yun Xiao gets confused, questioning why his grandfather is scared of a few mere scholars despite killing high-ranking court officials not long ago. Chunyang reveals that Jia Runyi is the descendant of a saint, the idol of scholars, as it represents the ethics of literature. His name holds great prestige, and killing him will damage the Li family's reputation beyond repair. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't give a singular crap about what mere ants think of him. If someone dares to block his way, he will simply clean them up. As the boy approaches the protesters, the 3 virtuous scholars, Jia Runyi's disciples, start chanting that the Li family's crimes cannot be forgiven. By doing so, they create their master's liking out of qi and thin air. Intrigue. Yun Xiao forces one of the 3 disciples to eat his booger, making him puke all over the place. He then turns to the Grand Qi of Justice, refusing to let such a great supplement go to waste. Walking through the air, Yun Xiao unleashes his creation link. Initiating absorption on the Grand Qi of Justice, he starts leveling up like crazy. As only martial grandmasters from legends could float in the air, the 3 virtuous scholars conclude that Yun Xiao knows the demonic arts. So, they command their forces to start strengthening their supreme qi to vanquish the demonic being. At first, Yun Xiao doesn't even make a single breakthrough despite absorbing a huge chunk of the Grand Qi of Justice. Suddenly, the qi becomes denser due to the 3 virtuous scholars' misstep. Feeling love for the idiots who have given him this blessing, Yun Xiao starts putting on a show to make them think that he is hurt. Nah, blood deserves an Oscar for this. Instantly, the boy breaks through to the 7-star martial level and begins to act even harder. The scholars pour in all the qi they can muster up, but soon start falling like flies. Towering over the tumbling protesters, Yun Xiao unleashes the aura of a mid-level 7-star martial warrior. realizing that he was using their grand chi of justice to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. One of the three virtuous scholars rages at Yun Xiao. Chunyang chimes in, sarcastically telling the scholar to give his thanks to Jia Run Yi for this gift. Enraged, the scholar declares that the entire Li family should drop dead. Hearing this, Yun Xiao crushes the protesters with his gaze. Usually, offending the Li family would have given them the death sentence. However, as thanks for helping him ascend, Yun Xiao is willing to give the scholars the choice to save their lives. Convinced that they are untouchable, one of the idiotic disciples of the saint dares the boy to kill them all. Of course, Yun Xiao gladly complies with the request, erasing his head from existence with a single strike. Ouch! That got hurt. Witnessing their fellow's gruesome death, the scholars beg young Master Yun for mercy. Being the kind soul that he is, Yun Xiao gives them a chance to survive. He is willing to let them go, as long as they walk 3 rounds around the capital while reciting that Jia Run Yi is a fake and a stupid idiot. Of course, the boy is thorough with his torture and sends Li Xian to keep an eye on them, executing anyone who refuses to comply. Wrought to tears, the scholars reluctantly start the chant, only to get scolded for their unhappy shouting. Yun Xiao wants them to diss Jia Run Yi happily and enthusiastically, a command that they are forced to follow yet again. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? As the scholars begin marching through the capital led by Li Xian, even Li Chunyang is left baffled by his grandson's audacity. Later at the Li family's secret chamber, Yun Xiao notes that Chen Dasheng's condition is worse than he thought. Of course, the boy won't let him die even if he wants to. Just moments after Yun Xiao feeds Da Sheng the mystic fire pill, he not only wakes up but also manages to stand up after 5 whole years. While the two pronounced brothers shed tears of joy in each other's embrace, Yun Xiao informs Da Sheng that he will be commanding an army heading east in a few days. The loyal duke starts laughing, thinking it to be a joke. However, Chunyang confirms his grandson's words, prompting Da Sheng to tremble with excitement and vowing to follow any orders they have. Suddenly, Chunyang gives Yun Xiao a ghastly smile. Having witnessed his prowess as a second-tier alchemist, he demands that his greedy grandson give him the good stuff. After all, Yun Xiao not only cleared out hundreds of years' worth of savings from the Li family's treasury, but also took the treasury itself. In the end, Chunyang extorts 2 sacks of exceptional pills out of Yun Xiao, screwing over the main character even with all his plot armor. Protagonist 0. His Asian elder 1. Yun Xiao, Chunyang, and Da Sheng meet with Xiao Qing Wang and Luo Yun Shang, informing them of the current situation. Signaling Jia Rong to bring him the mystic fire pills, the reincarnated soul hopes that Qing Wang can help the Li family with a few things in exchange for his health. The commander agrees to the proposition, promising to fulfill 3 of his requests in return. Seeing that Yun Xiao managed to refine second-tier pills, Yun Shang shakes her head at getting deceived by his shenanigans before. The boy smiles, thanking teacher Luo for all that she has done for him. He promises that once Yun Shang helps him nurse Da Sheng and Qing Wang back to health, the Li family will repay her however she likes. However, Yun Shang doesn't want any reimbursement and only wants to hear Yun Xiao play her the Guanling Odyssey if the inspiration ever arises. Oh, she crushing on bro, promising to fulfill her requests sometime soon. The boy goes off into seclusion, leaving Jia Rong to take care of the nursing stuff. Later, in the Li Mansion's training room, Yun Xiao laments that he still hasn't become a martial master even after following the most ideal cultivation path. Heading inside his consciousness maintained by the Divine Realm tablet, Yun Xiao realizes that he can train his body and soul at the same time. Blood turned on creative mode. And so, a rigorous training regimen begins, training his soul power inside the consciousness while putting his body through hell in reality. Yun Xiao uses the link between the two to manifest to the real world and begins absorbing their energy. However, in his rush to return to the peak 9 heavens realm, the boy ends up getting too greedy, making him feel like he's going to combust. Refusing to accept that his physical body is going to collapse from only this much, Yun Xiao forcefully returns his consciousness. Unifying the mind, soul, and body, the boy finally succeeds, advancing to the level of an 8-star martial warrior. As Yun Xiao almost dies in the process, he vows to never toy with his life like that again, knowing all too well that he will definitely do it again. It's like telling Gigi not to glaze Sukuna, an impossible task. Right then, Chunyang enters the training room, announcing that there's an emergency. However, his train of thought gets lost seeing Yun Xiao's ascension to an 8-star martial warrior in just 2 days since his last breakthrough. Planning to ascend to a martial master before coming out, the boy tries to send his grandfather off. It is then that Chunyang informs him that Jia Runyi has come down with a high fever after what happened with the 3 virtuous scholars. The furious scholar has also gathered all of the Imperial Academy's instructors to make the Li family pay. Once again, Yun Xiao tells Chunyang to just kill anyone who dares to stand in their way. After all, the ones who follow the path of martial arts should only believe in strength, not caring what mere scholars think of them. Yun Xiao proclaims that no one will dare to slander him when he can part the clouds and his laughter can reach the heavens, declaring that even the clouds would laugh at him if he feared a bunch of corrupt scholars today. Moved by his grandson's majestic words, Chunyang feels the path of martial arts opening up in front of him. Vowing to sweep all the rotten ants who dare to stand in his way today, Yun Xiao heads off. Chasing behind the reincarnated soul, Chunyang senses a cloud of thick evil energy from him, almost as if he's stained with the karma of killing billions of souls. The old martial king trembles a little when in front of his grandson, who emits the aura of a grandmaster and realizes that his journey down the path of martial arts has just begun. Just like that, the duo arrives at the doorway to the Imperial Palace on their steeds. Ignoring all warnings to dismount, Yun Xiao blasts through the guards in one fell swoop. Chunyang questions why he didn't just teach them a lesson instead of killing them, prompting the boy to remark that he is there today to kill. Holy, gave a Chad. Blatantly announcing himself, Yun Xiao shouts out that he needs to inform His Majesty of emergency matters pertaining to the military. Surrounding a sickly Jia Runyi, the key figures in Tidon Shui look on at the scene, some in awe while others in disbelief. In order to stop Yun Xiao from entering the Imperial Palace, the commander of the palace guards makes his appearance, named Jing Fei Bai. He unleashes a flaming burst of energy that burns Yun Xiao's horse to a crisp. Of course, even the 8-star 4 quadrants realm martial lord with his status as the strongest expert among the guards stands no chance against the martial king accompanying Yun Xiao. Getting rid of the commander in a convincing fashion, Li Chunyang lands right in the center of the guard's circle. With veins popping out of his forehead, the Duke declares that anyone who tries to block their way will be killed without mercy. Seeing that his grandfather is waiting for him to make a move, Yun Xiao announces himself as the son of the Feilong General Li Changfeng, who has urgent military intelligence to report to His Majesty. Hearing these words echo throughout the Imperial Palace, Qin Yang tries to rile up his father against the Li family. The furious emperor commands Chunyang and Yun Xiao to enter the Imperial Palace, and the two begin to move. However, they get stopped by a group of incompetent grand mentors from the Imperial Academy, calling for their execution, not even wanting the small amount of chi that the group can muster up with their chants. Yun Xiao marches onwards. Just like the boy said earlier, he kills the 4 grand mentors standing directly in his way. He then passes on a few words of wisdom to the survivors, giving them an existential crisis. Dude single-handedly skyrocketing midlife crisis rates. Arriving inside the palace, Yun Xiao and Chunyang walk towards the throne. Wailing like a baby, Jia Runyi requests Xinzheng to kill the 2 demons, prompting him to reprimand them for killing the palace guards and great mentors. As the emperor questions if Yun Xiao has no respect for the law, the latter declares that he killed those people exactly because he respects it. Xinyang calls BS, only for Yun Xiao to summon the head of the ministry personnel, Ban Wan Lin, to enlighten him on some matters of the law. Exploiting loophole after loophole in the kingdom's laws, Yun Xiao not only proves that the palace guards and great mentors died in vain, but also manages to sentence Jia Runyi to death. The saint's descendant starts sucking up to the emperor, begging for justice. As the Li family is a family of generals, a fight of words with scholars has always been a losing battle for him. So Chunyang looks on at the boy in confusion, unable to believe that he is his grandson. At the same time, for Jia Runyi's accomplishments, Xinzheng pardons him of his crime by association with his nephew and declares that only the latter will be killed for offending Yun Xiao. Hearing this, Jia Runyi starts glazing Xinzheng like there's no tomorrow, leaving the onlookers disgusted. After all, the old geezer doesn't seem to give a singular crap about his nephew who just got sentenced to death. As the emperor thinks that he has resolved the problem with this decree, Yun Xiao protests. Since not even a prince is above the law, the boy questions if Jia Runyi is more important than Xinzheng's own sons. Once again, The old scholar starts wailing like a baby and calls Yun Xiao out for making a mockery of His Majesty's imperial pardon. As Jia Runyi flails around while questioning if he doesn't put Qinzheng in his sight, Yun Xiao feels deja vu. I have been in this place before, higher on the Anyways, without an ounce of hesitation, the reincarnated soul declares that he obviously doesn't put His Majesty in his sight. This blasphemy leaves everyone in utter disbelief as Chunyang prepares to give his 2 weeks' notice and retire. Enraged by Yun Xiao's words, the emperor furiously gets up from his throne. Right then, he sees the boy giving him a warrior salute, Shinzu Sasageyo. With his signature exaggerated acting, Yun Xiao declares that he doesn't have His Majesty in his sight, but in his heart. Ah yes, a play on words. Blood is on a generational run with all these exploits. The reincarnated soul then points at Jia Runyi, accusing him of thinking himself to be wiser than His Majesty. Only moments after his crime of defying the imperial edict, Jia Runyi gets accused of treason. The old man rages and ends up literally getting angered to death. With this, Yun Xiao takes the high road, announcing that they should forgive the man who chose to die of shame for his crime. Despite understanding that the boy is too dangerous to allow him to get his way, the emperor decides against angering the Li family over a useless dead man. Pardoning Jia Runyi for all his crimes, Qin Zheng orders his subjects to give him a state funeral. Mourning their teacher's death, the great mentors ask Yun Xiao and Chunyang about the military intelligence they have that was urgent enough to justify killing even imperials. The reincarnated soul steps forward, reiterating the military intelligence they got a few days ago about his father's army. Xinyang loses it, announcing that Yun Xiao deserves to die for this farce. However, the boy continues to mock him, teasing the first prince for deliberately letting the 100 Battles country invade Tian Shui. While Qin Yang worries about what to do in case his wrongdoings get exposed, Qin Zheng confidently declares the request for reinforcement to be fake. Yun Xiao mentions that Tian Shui will lose all 13 of its cities if the military intelligence ends up being true, prompting Qin Yang to signal one of the great mentors. The latter jumps into the conversation, remarking that Yun Xiao is exaggerating the situation because his father is the one who's stuck. Labeling the man a despicable traitor, Yun Xiao puts a blade to his neck for neglecting Tian Shui's safety. In the same breath, he apologizes to the agitated emperor for being in a rush and not disarming. Once again, Qin Yang turns over to his father, begging him to sentence the boy for threatening a minister and making a mockery of the imperial court. Suddenly, Li Chunyang slams the first prince into the nearby wall. Oozing out frightening bloodlust, he calls over whoever dares to threaten his grandson's life. Even Yun Xiao is left baffled by the sight, let alone the emperor, who told the old fart to go off script. While Qin Yang writhes in agony from the duke's sudden attack, the grand mentor facing Yun Xiao's blade falls unconscious, as the emperor notes that Chunyang has made many breakthroughs in the past years. The reincarnated soul questions Qin Zheng if he cares about the useless ministers more than Tian Shui. After all, even if the ruler changes, the senile men can latch onto the new leader. Qin Zheng's position, on the other hand, isn't going to stand. Convinced by the sharp-tongued boy and the old Jis are exerting terrifying pressure, the emperor gives them the go-ahead to recruit the central army and advance to Shining Gold City. Later, accompanied by Qin Yue and Bai Mo, the Li family duo-heads to Jia Lan Academy to see the student tryouts for the army. There, Mengbai is causing a ruckus due to not being allowed to sign up. As the poor guy gets called malnourished because of his green face, he threatens to bring out his master to convince the recruiter. The latter questions the identity of the former's master, as he isn't changing his mind unless it's the dean himself. Who's going to tell him? Lo and behold, the group comprising of a former 9th-tier refiner, the second prince, the duke, and the commander of the state guardians shows up to back Mengbai's. After Yun Xiao's usual shenanigans with his disciple, Qin Yue announces that anyone who performs outstandingly today can become a trustworthy state guardian straightaway, regardless of status or origin. A horde of students rushes to sign up, with the lowest cultivation amongst them being that of a martial warrior. Yun Xiao heads off to rest while the name list gets compiled, reprimanding his perverted grandfather for thirsting over Mengwu in the meantime. Later, Bai Mo announces the results, marking a total of 2,330 signees, including 27 martial masters. Principal Zhang Li Shan then addresses the students, giving a glorious speech that gets them all hyped. Noticing that Chunyang has become a martial king, the dean laughs and invites Qin Yue to say a few words. The second prince makes 4 points in his address, and 3 of them, He promises great rewards for all those who participate in the war, raising the morale even further. The last one, however, leaves everyone dejected, as Qin Yue announces Li Yun Shiyao to be the commander who will lead them into battle. Two students voice their dissatisfaction, declaring that they will only obey Yun Shiyao if he can beat them in battle. These are none other than the rankers in Jia Lan Academy's minor power chart, Bai Chengfeng and Lin Yu. Oh, you sweet summer children. Yun Xiao sighs out and marches forward with confidence, inviting them to come on him, both at once. The battle takes to the Jia Lan Academy's arena, where Li Yun Xiao faces off against two challengers with martial levels above his own. Placing his beloved black lass into the ground, the reincarnated soul assumes the exact pose as that of Gu Fei Yang's statue behind him. Lin Yu takes the first turn, unleashing a barrage of fast and strong spear strikes at Yun Xiao. Moving like the wind, the boy effortlessly avoids the incoming onslaught, fast as F-boy. Complementing the two-star martial masters of supposed tiger and dragon spear, Yun Xiao vows to subdue both beasts today. He then tells Meng Bai to look closely, as he will teach him the concealed tiger fist right now. Much to the spectator's shock, Yun Xiao parries the great weapon coming at him with nothing but his body. Pushed back, Lin Yu chants, unsealing his roaring spear of tigers and dragons. Unleashing Dragon Roar of the Nine Heavens, he sends forth a beastly chi toward Yun Xiao. Despite this, the boy stands his ground, putting his defenses to the test. Training one's physical body with the tyrant body tampering technique splits its strength into 3 layers. A body like glass, the unyielding tyrant physique, and the immortal golden body. If the last one of the 3 is achieved, a person becomes a god who can collapse mountains and crack the earth with the wave of a hand or a step. I report for hacking at that point. As for now, Yun Xiao activates the body like glass defense style, coming out unscathed from Lin Yu's monstrous attack. Finally, he understands how the tyrant's immortal golden body was able to block his constellating killing sword in his past life. While Yun Xiao bursts out laughing, Luo Lan Duo blushes bitterly, seeing the man she once rejected for being weak leaving her in the dust. Telling Lin Yu that they should attack together, Cheng Feng charges forward and disperses his 9 gates Thunderbolt Pearls. The pearls spin around fiercely, unleashing his green demonic millstone technique. Lin Yu follows, putting all his might into striking Yun Xiao down with the roaring spear of tigers and dragons. However, Yun Xiao faces even this combination attack head-on. Dancing with the Lotus Sword song, he makes quick work of his foe's all-out effort. He then announces that it's his turn to attack, preparing to strike with Lotus Sword Song's 10 steps, 1 kill. As the fierce sword slashes flies towards them, Lin Yu and Bai Chengfeng try to dodge it, only for Yun Xiao to trap them in his black lass's 100-fold gravity field. The two martial masters make their best efforts to block the attack, but it isn't enough. Standing over the foes he utterly crushed just moments ago, Yun Xiao invites anyone who still dares to be dissatisfied to challenge him. Of course, no one steps up to him. The next day, in the army assignment field, the Jia Lan Academy student recruits gather, along with the Central Army. However, in order to sabotage them without disobeying his father, Qin Yang sends only the most feeble and old men to partake in the war. Han Bai's father, Han Qianfang, assures Chun Yang that their current forces are enough for the march even after this. The latter then calls for Xiao Qingwang, who monstrously shouts out and orders the state guardians to gather there within 3 minutes. Blood thinks they are Sonic. Echoing throughout the capital, the commander's raging voice lets Gao Feng and Qin Yang that he has been fully cured and is even stronger than ever before. Theorizing that he wants to gather all the state guardians, the two head out to witness the scene for themselves. Meanwhile, in the depths of the palace, a mysterious drunken man feels relieved that Qing Wan is back, finally feeling at peace. Over at the Lan family's residence, the head scribe orders his son to prepare gifts for the upcoming birthday of concubine Xi'an, Xin Yue's mother. Literally mommy. The old man realizes that fate has charted its course, deciding that the Lan family will be beneath the Li family for years to come. Back at the army assignment field, Qin Yang smirks, seeing the old and weak men he sent for the army. At the same time, the commanders of the various state guardians units report themselves to Xiao Qingwan, followed by Unit 1's Gao Feng, Unit 2's Wang Su Huan, Unit 5's Xiao Chun, Unit 4's Luo Yunshan, and Unit 3's Bai Mo report for duty. The recruits look on in awe as the state guardians all gather for the first time in forever. Announcing that the guardians have a duty to protect their homeland, Xiao Qingwang instructs them to prepare themselves for death against the 100 Battles country. In the same vein, the commander laments that there are only 2,000 to 3,000 people there. Hearing this, Qin Yang smirks, thinking that Qingwang will uselessly force his few hundred state guardians to participate too. Instead, the commander declares that the 124 generals of the Central Army will receive the death penalty for disobeying His Majesty's orders, as he orders the army recruits to bring them there for legal punishment. Qin Yang protests, only to get told that he will be beheaded as well. Left baffled, the first prince boasts about his status, questioning how a mere official dares to speak of killing him. However, the commander questions why he wouldn't dare to kill Qin Yang. Li Chunyang claimed territory for the country and Xiao Qingwang protected it, without which Tian Shui would no longer exist. Compared to them, the Qin family is but a speck of dust. For an 8-star martial king like Qingwang, whom no one would dare defy, killing the first prince is just like killing a dog. It was at this moment that he knew. He effed up. Trembling in excitement at the commander's words, the army recruits move out to bring the 124 generals there. Knowing that Qingwang's words aren't just an empty threat, Yao Feng also heads out, albeit to have His Majesty save Qin Yang. Meanwhile, the first prince gets restrained for execution. Seeing his older brother in such a state, Qin Yue is left wondering if his ascension to the throne even means anything in front of someone like Qingwang. Soon, all 124 generals are brought to execution for the crimes of thinking Li Chunyang to be a pushover and overestimating their own importance. Xiao Qingwang orders the army to take off the generals' heads. Right as the swords are about to pierce their necks, Yao Feng begs the commander to spare them. Having brought an imperial decree, he reveals that Qin Zheng has given the generals a chance to atone for their crimes. For not prioritizing the country's safety, the first prince will instead become an example and receive 100 lashes. However, the commander declares that Qin Yang will receive 500 lashes and all the others will be killed. One of the generals calls out Qingwang for defying the imperial decree, getting his head swiftly removed in the process. They gotta start taking IQ tests before letting them in. No. The first prince looks on in utter disbelief as heads go flying one by one, ordering for Qin Yang to be taken away and given 500 lashes. The commander instructs the army to tell all the vice-generals to gather there within 3 minutes, killing whoever refuses to do so. Soon, all 124 vice-generals gather before Xiao Qingwang. Exchanging a nod of approval with Qin Yang, the commander goes to sit beside Yun Xiao, announcing the first task's completion. The reincarnated soul compliments Qingwang's viciousness, declaring that now no one else will dare defy them. Li Chunyan unveils the loyal Duke Chun Da Sheng to be the one leading their mission, presenting him the commander's seal. Chun Zun's dad, Chun Lin, starts bawling his eyes out upon seeing that his dead father is still alive. With tears flowing down his face, Da Sheng smacks his son away, announcing that a commander can't cry in front of everyone. He then calls for Hun Bai's teary-eyed father, Hun Qianfang. Put in charge of 100,000 men, the latter receives his seal as the pioneer of the left. Chun Zun follows with the same number of men, getting declared the pioneer of the right. Li Yu Xiao takes command of the 2,000 student soldiers, becoming the chief of logistics, who will protect their supplies, much to his annoyance. Da Sheng riles up the troops, receiving heartfelt farewells from Qin Yue and Chun Yang. Why are you gay? Sometime later, the army marches through a mountain pass. Yu Xiao inquires about their next destination and how much time it will take to get there. Finding out that they will arrive at Sunshore City in 10 days, he gets annoyed. Da Sheng then asks him his opinion on their troops. Yu Xiao remarks that they are just meh, making the man think that he is a sheltered kid with no life experience. Da Sheng points out the killing intent emanating from his soldiers, indicating that they have experienced life and death battles. Of course, Yu Xiao still remains unimpressed. He swears a military oath that before they enter Sunshore City in 10 days, the 2,000 students under him will emit more killing intent than the 400,000 soldiers of the army. If Yu Xiao loses the wager, then his head is Da Sheng's to kick around like a ball. However, if he wins, Da Sheng has to give up the position of commander-in-chief to him and do odd jobs instead. Nah, blood is just too alpha. As there's been joking around in the military, Yu Xiao heads off to the students, leaving the supplies to Da Sheng for the time being. Arriving before the student soldiers, the boy tells them to put down the supplies and follow his vehicle at once. Seeing this, Qin Lin asked Da Sheng if he is really going to let Yun Xiao have his way. worrying that his father will have to take the kid's head to honor their military oath. The commander-in-chief smacks his son for thinking such a thing, revealing that he will only give Yun Xiao a good beating. Da Sheng then heads down to Yun Shan, who has just finished treating Xiao Qing Wang for the day. Teacher Lu reveals that Yun Xiao's treatment method strengthens her extreme yang qi, while she helps suppress the benumbing qi, proving even more effective than secluded training. Da Sheng tells her not to bring that up, as he will be giving Yun Xiao a beating to remember in 10 days. Though, Xiao Qing thinks that Da Sheng might not get that chance. Back over with Yun Xiao, his friends inform him that strengthening a person's killing intent is no easy task, even if given years. However, the boy only understands one thing from their explanation. He just has to make the students experience a battle of life and death. Yun Xiao orders Jia Lan Academy's student soldiers to advance at full speed, arriving at Sunshore City within 4 days. For the remaining 6 days, he vows to make them go through hell. 3 days later, outside Sunshore City, Jia Lan Academy's students are laid out on the ground, devoid of any energy. Yun Xiao comes out of his vehicle at nighttime, smirking at the few resilient ones still standing, namely Bai Chengfeng and Lin Yu. Marveling at the beautiful moon, the boy tells his friends to come out and look at it. Seeing Chen Zhen, Han Bai, Meng Wu, and Meng Bai marching out leisurely, the student soldiers lose it at the double standards. With their break time over, Chen Zhen and Han Bai get to work, drawing up a formation that needs many expensive primordial stones and strong refiners to be activated. As the students wonder if this is a massive recovery formation to help them recover their primordial qi, Yun Xiao throws the 2 third-tier Shuan weapons in his possession in the center of the circle, using them as the formation cores, announcing that the formation will help everyone to become a true warrior in very little time. The boy heads back inside his vehicle. Right before entering, Yun Xiao turns back over to the student soldiers and declares the start of their enjoyable vacation. With a sinister gaze, the reincarnated soul activates his Moon Eye technique, seemingly putting everyone under hypnosis. Inside the vehicle, Chen Zhen asks Yun Xiao what happened to all the soldier students, though this only ends up reminding the boy to kick his friends outside too. You talk, you lose type beat. Jimeng starts moving out, getting stopped by Yun Xiao. Turns out, as Jimeng is a martial lord and Jia Rong is only a second-tier refiner, the boy won't be able to control the former's mind with his weak ocular skills. Upon Jia Rong's inquiry, Yun Xiao reveals that the formation he made is called the 1,000 Hallucinations Formation, inside which the student soldiers are bound to experience some unforgettable things. Not knowing how long he will last but vowing to do his best, Yun Xiao asks Jimeng to protect him and Jia Rong while they maintain the formation. Elsewhere, a hopeful boy named Zhang Tao trains rigorously, wishing to get into Jia Lan Academy and become the state guardian after graduating so that he can help his family. Suddenly, a beast wolf comes out of the trees Zhang Tao has been punching all this time, prompting him to run for his life. Unable to run away, Zhang Tao turns back to face the beast wolf, vowing to fight till the very end. He unleashes his King Kong fist to strike down the monster. However, Zhang Tao's attack ends up phasing through the creature, and his left arm gets bitten off. Writhing in agony, the boy vows to kill the beast wolf. Once again, though, his fist phases through the monster. Sometime later, Zhang Tao makes his way back home, questioning why the beast wolf didn't just kill him. Left without his arms to practice martial arts, the boy wonders how he can improve his family's life now. Suddenly, screams ring out from inside his home. Rushing inside, Zhang Tao finds 3 despicable men towering over the corpses of his mom and dad. Seeing his sister suffer a fate arguably worse than death, the boy is overcome with unimaginable fury and bloodlust. Promising to kill them for their sins, Zhang Tao dashes towards the men, only to get kicked away with ease, as his arms are no longer a threat to them. The disgusting trio starts stomping away at him. Getting beaten to death, Zhang Tao takes one final look around his home. The sight of his dead father and mother, as well as his crying lifeless sister, enters his eyes. Who is cutting onions? Zhang Tao's heart erupts with a desire for revenge, enveloping him in killing intent and restoring his strength. With his arms back and 2 blades in his hands, the boy only has one thought now: kill. He starts slashing away at the despicable men who made his family suffer, all the while grinning like a crazed beast. Zhang Tao's killing intent goes wild, pushing him to kill everyone he lays eyes upon. Standing under the crimson moon, the boy consumed by bloodlust huffs and puffs. He looks up, seeing a swirling pattern reminiscent of Yun Xiao's moon eye technique in the sky. Moments later, Zhang Tao gets sucked up by the vortex and finds himself back outside Sunshore City, surrounded by his fellow student soldiers. One after the other, students start waking up. A collective cry echoes throughout the area, as those trapped within the 1,000 hallucinations finally return to reality. Witnessing the students sobbing intensely, Jia Rong feels glad that his young master Yun didn't make him go in with him to experience those interesting things. Suddenly, Yun Xiao tells the second-tier refiner to help him inside as he needs to rest. The boy also orders Jia Rong to let the students be. For now, he wants them to enjoy the privilege of being able to cry. The next day, an annoyed Jia Rong shouts at the exhausted rabbits to wake up, having burned purple wailing dragon incense for them the whole night so that they could have a comfortable sleep. Right then, Yun Xiao comes out of the vehicle and asks them if they had fun yesterday. Hearing this, the furious student soldiers start cursing out the boy and his ancestors. At the same time, Jia Rong marvels at his young master Yun's shocking recovery speed, who had completely exhausted his soul power just last night and has fully recovered it now. Bro on that Lightning McQueen timing. Marching towards the enraged students, Yun Xiao acknowledges their anger, not knowing what they saw in the illusory realm. However, he can tell them one thing with certainty. If the student soldiers remain weak, everything they saw in the illusory realm might come to pass in reality. Zhang Tao starts trembling at the idea, vowing to get stronger so he never lets that happen. Yun Xiao continues, remarking that even if what they saw in the illusory realm was fake, their own determination is real. In order for them to live well and protect the weakness in their hearts, the reincarnated soul urges the students to get stronger and keep walking down the path of martial arts. To that end, he will help them rapidly get stronger in the remaining 5 days by teaching them a killing intent technique. Though the nature of Jimeng's sword technique is opposite to that of this technique, Yun Xiao still wants him to have a look. After all, every martial technique is interconnected, and everything eventually returns to the understanding of martial intent. Approaching the students, Yun Xiao reveals that the killing intent technique stimulates the potential of one's body with killing intent. First appearing on the battlefield, it was refined by martial artists later on, making it so a person's own level determines how much their killing intent can strengthen them. Now, this technique has 2 parts. The first is to condense killing intent, and the second is to stimulate one's potential. Jimeng notes that a person can get more than 2 times stronger by training their killing intent enough. However, he wants to avoid thinking about himself for now, as the real and immeasurable value of this technique is in training soldiers. Hearing his young master Yun talk about the technique being many times more effective if many people train it simultaneously, Jimeng wonders if he is really a 15-year-old teenager. Declaring that the student soldiers will be twice as strong in 5 days, Yun Xiao promises to reward the 30 of them who show the greatest improvement in their killing intent with 1 second-tier pill each. While Jia Rong is brought to tears at the thought of making pills again, Yun Xiao mischievously turns over to Mumbai, wanting his poison to help him break through to the 9-star martial warrior. The disciple squirms only to get dragged away by his ruthless master. Better luck next time, lil bro. At the same time, Jia Rong gets down to refining the pills. 3 days later, Jimeng is left in utter disbelief at the sight of the student soldiers' killing intent. Motivated by the illusions, they manage to condense a god-slaying finger with their killing intent, a feat that requires the deepest understanding of the technique. Though the god-slaying finger is below the lowest standards, Yun Xiao thinks it's still pretty good, considering the students did it in just 3 days. Jimeng questions how powerful the object would be if it was able to solidify, prompting the boy to reveal that no one has been able to get there. Yun Xiao thinks that whoever is able to manifest the God-Slayer finger would become strong enough to kill even peak 9 heavens martial sovereigns in just 1 strike. Ordering Jimeng to make the students continue training for the next 2 days, the boy heads off for a walk in the city. Jia Rong, who has been refining for 3 days straight, begs his young master Yun to take him too. Having been drained of his poison, Mengbai requests the same thing. Yun Xiao annoyedly agrees to take them to the city, telling the disciple to bring his older sister as well. Getting told to stay there and protect the students, Jimeng looks at the boy's back in admiration, marveling at his rapid breakthroughs. Being the hub through which many goods pass, Sunshore City is one of the busiest cities in Tianshui. Arriving at its entrance, Yun Xiao and the others get stopped by the guards, who demand that they pay 200 bronze coins each as an entrance fee. Getting demanded a total of 800 bronze coins for the 4 of them to enter, Jia Rong protests. As the guard tells him to get lost, another guard comes there and whispers something to his fellow. With this, the guard lets Yun Xiao's group pass without the entrance fee. Still annoyed, Jia Rong complains about the guard's illegal abuse of power to extort money. Yun Xiao remarks that it's the corrupt leader's fault, as the guards will have to hand most of the money they gather to their superiors anyway. Even if they were to stop this corruption, things would quickly revert the moment they leave the city. So Yun Xiao deems it better to correct course slowly after Qin Yue takes the throne. Later, the group arrives at Sunshore City's largest pharmacy. Yun Xiao asks the shopkeeper for 10 sets of common herbs, getting told that there are only 8 sets of ancient orchid leaves left due to their high demand as a component in body-strengthening medicine. As the reincarnated soul prepares to take the herbs, a cocky boy named Wu Guang snatches them instead for his body-strengthening medicine. The shopkeeper apologizes to this young master, revealing that the leaves have already been sold to Yun Xiao's group. Looking at them, Wu Guang smirks, telling Yun Xiao to name his price for the ancient orchid leaves and Mengwu. The latter agrees to negotiate, warning the former that he won't be able to afford it. Getting offended, Wu Guang orders the shopkeeper to inform Yun Xiao who he is. Turns out, the cocky guy is the son of Sunshore City's lord, and the man accompanying him is a high-class refining disciple named Zhang Tai. Yun Xiao questions which great refiner he is a student of, prompting Zhang Tai to snark at him and reveal that he follows the Alchemist Association's Lord Jia Rong. Catching strays because of a disciple's wrongdoings yet again, the second-tier alchemist wonders if he is the clown there. Yes, you are. In tears, Jia Rong begs Yun Xiao to believe that these are nothing but baseless rumors and scolds Zhang Tai for spreading them, painting himself as someone who knows him. The refining disciple then remarks that he isn't Jia Rong's direct disciple, but considers himself as somewhat of one due to being close friends with the alchemist's disciple named Shi Yuan. Zhang Tai then questions how a group of randoms like Yun Xiao and the others could even know the great lord Jia Rong. All the while, the cocky young master orders them to quickly speak their price. Declaring that it's pretty cheap, Yun Xiao announces that Wu Guang and Zhang Tai just have to trade for the herbs with their heads. The reincarnated soul then orders his group to give both of them a good beating, a command that they gladly follow, ignoring the shopkeeper's pleas to not do such a thing. Jia Rong and the Hmong siblings stomp the ever-living crap out of the cocky duo. They only stop when Yun Xiao tells them to, though only at a point where any further would have killed Wu Guang and Zhang Tai. With his already ugly face ruined even more, the cocky son of the city lord vows to kill the attackers and sends a signal for reinforcements. And so, the idiot launches his counterattack, hoping to make Yun Xiao and the others regret messing with his power. Professional dumbass. The reinforcements team leader, Ban Bingbai, recognizes that all 4 kids standing before him are martial warriors. Recognizing Yun Xiao's status as a peak 8-star martial warrior, he doesn't want to risk capturing them. Right then, Wu Guang scolds Commander Ban for wasting time in chit-chat, ordering him to just beat the group to death. With drool dripping down his swollen lips, the disgusting pervert also demands that Meng Wu be sent to his room instead. Bingbai tells Yun Xiao to either bring out his superior or face grave consequences, prompting Jia Rong to warn him of even graver consequences if he doesn't get out of their way. Hearing this, Commander Ban signals his army to prepare to strike. After confirming that the soldiers don't have any remorse about ganging up on a group of 4, Yun Xiao tells them to wait while he gets his superior. With this, the reincarnated soul lets rip cloud-piercing arrows, the highest-grade military signal. The ground rumbles, as a huge commotion is caused nearby by the military invading Sunshore City. Seeing this, Bingbai realizes that he finally ended up following Wu Guang's commands to his demise. Better to learn late than never. Surrounded by countless student soldiers emitting an intense killing intent, the city lord's cocky son trembles in his boots, begging Commander Ban for ideas on what to do now. Suddenly, Yun Xiao interrupts them and announces that it's time to have a proper battle. Questioning the boy's identity, Bingbai wonders how he can mobilize the military to resolve his personal issues. Mengbai starts laughing at the man's hypocrisy and gives him a pinky finger. As Wu Guang called for a few hundred soldiers to fight just 4 people before, Yun Xiao declares that his bringing only 2,000 people to fight the few hundred of them is nice in comparison. Telling Commander Ban to stop wasting his time, the reincarnated soul reiterates that it's time to begin. Right then, the city lord of Sunshore, Wu Lian Tian, arrives there. Seeing the group of kids, he wonders which one of them is in charge. However, his train of thought is interrupted by his pig-like son. Wu Guang starts complaining to his daddy, begging him to arrest Yun Xiao's group and give them a good beating. The guards worry for their lives, which now stand at the mercy of a stupid rich kid. Someone disown him. Thankfully, Wu Lian Tian beats up his idiotic son instead of listening to him. Apologizing for not educating Wu Guang properly, the city lord welcomes Yun Xiao. The reincarnated soul expresses his willingness to talk things out with him, wanting to talk somewhere more comfortable. Understanding the situation, Wu Lian Tian orders his guards to make way, respectfully inviting Yun Xiao to his residence. While the student soldiers surround the residence of the city lord, Yun Xiao and Jia Rong sit inside. For the reincarnated soul, fighting Wu Guang was also a way of getting to know him. Wu Lian Tian eats up these words, ordering his son to pour some tea for Yun Xiao. The city lord then asks the boy a few questions, getting told that he is just someone who wants to protect his home country. Hearing this, Wu Lian Tian starts glazing Yun Xiao, telling Wu Guang to learn something from him. Remarking that it is fate that has brought them together, the reincarnated soul requests the patriotic city lord for some help. Wu Lian Tian readily wants to do his part for the people protecting Tian Shui, prompting Yun Xiao to ask him for supplies for 2,000 troops. As the city lord informs him that they are short on supplies too, the boy instead asks for some money so they can purchase supplies from the neighboring cities. Having had no intention of helping Yun Xiao much from the beginning, Wu Lian Tian feigns regret yet again. Posing like a poor and humble city lord, he acts all righteous, promising to denote 10,000 gold coins from his already scarce savings. Wu Lian Tian thinks that this amount should be enough for kids like them, only to see Yun Xiao and Jia Rong laughing in his face. Understanding that just the cloud-piercing arrows the kids used earlier cost tens of thousands of gold coins, Ban Bingbai notes that the city lord has thought too lightly of them. Rookie mistake. Yun Xiao sarcastically thanks the city lord's generosity, remarking that they don't need so many gold coins for just 2,000 people. Instead, his men will just choose a few things. Murmuring something to a grinning Jia Rong, Yun Xiao sends him off somewhere. Wu Lian Tian worriedly questions what he means, getting told not to think anything of it, and just have some tea. Suddenly, sounds of objects clattering echo out inside the residence. As Wu Lian Tian starts sweating, Commander Ban only makes things worse by revealing that Yun Xiao has a martial lord working under him. Now, the city lord wants to talk things out with the boy, calling him out for robbing the place. However, Yun Xiao warns him to think before he spouts such BS. Right then, the clattering noises get louder, making Wu Lian Tian swear up and down that there's nothing of value in his residence. He even offers to gather 100,000 gold coins for Yun Xiao, looking like he is aging by the second. The boy scolds Wu Lian Tian for calling him a robber, even though he's just trying to cover military expenses, no longer pretending to be courteous. Yun Xiao shouts for his friends to restrain the city lord and his son. Getting tied up, the two fatzos beg Bingbai to help them. However, as Yun Xiao declares that anyone who defies his orders will be killed without mercy, Commander Ban freezes in his tracks. Moments later, the student soldiers bring out all the treasure hogged by Wu Lian Tian. By exploiting the citizens, a mere city lord has amassed even greater wealth than the Li family, amounting to at least 1 billion gold coins. Nah, bro is richy rich. Hunbai notes that Wu Lian Tian's entire family could be killed if they report this, prompting Yu Xiao to wonder what he's talking about. After all, the city lord is a completely honest and broke official, not having any riches whatsoever in his treasury. Understanding the implications of these words, Wu Lian Tian rages. He ends up revealing that the wealth belongs to the first prince, warning Yun Xiao of the grave consequences of touching any of it. Of course, the treasure belonging to Qin Yan just ends up giving him even more of a reason to steal it. Taking the stones and refining materials for himself, Yun Xiao lets the student soldiers split the rest of the treasure amongst themselves. Hunbai questions what they should do with the city lord and his son, wondering if they should just kill them since they are the first prince's men anyway. Wu Lian Tian begs for his life to be spared, and Yun Xiao spares him, thinking that taking the city lord's life after stealing all his wealth would be going too far. With a promise to return in a few years, Yun Xiao heads out. However, the ungrateful city lord instantly orders his men to write a letter to the first prince, vowing to kill the robbers. Whoever said that no good deed goes unpunished was spitting for real. Right then, one of the guards whispers something to him. Hearing this, Wu Lian Tian rejoices and sends a guard to report what happened there to General Kong instead. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao sets up camp for his student soldiers to continue practicing killing intent. Right then, wild winds blow from the nearby mountains, and the earth rumbles intensely. While Yun Xiao commands his troops to assume battle positions, Chun Zun laments that they let Wu Lian Tian live. At the same time, Han Bai notes that something is wrong, as Sunshore City's defense brigade only has around 5,000 men, that too without many horses. Turns out, the enemy attacking them is none other than the 100,000-strong Golden Lion Army. However, their tip-top condition doesn't seem like men who just lost a war in Whitehead Town. Witnessing this sight, Han Bai concludes that they fled without a fight. Right then, the Golden Lion Army's general, Kan Li Chun, questions the identity of the people who dared to rob Sunshore City. Yun Xiao snarks at him, presenting his army as men who retreated from the front lines and made their way to Sunshore City to assert their dominance, something that the Golden Lion Army did. Getting absolutely rolled by the boy's words, Kan Li Chun rages at him. Manifested by the army's primordial chi, a flaming lion roars out, defeating the student soldiers. Flexing his martial lord prowess, Ji Meng steps forward, greeting Kan Li Chun, as it has been a while since they last met. The latter doesn't recognize the former at first, and questions why he is robbing Sunshore City even though they are all under the first prince. Revealing that Qin Yang doesn't concern him anymore, Ji Meng declares his loyalty to his young master Yun. They're having a glaze-off right now. With this as the last straw, Kan Li Chun gets up and inquires about the reincarnated soul's identity again. This time, Yun Xiao introduces himself as head of logistics of the East Advancing Army. He remarks that they went to Sunshore City for supplies, where the city lord decided to generously gift them all his worth. With a grin on his face, the boy promises to report this good deed to the emperor so that Wu Lian Tian is heavily rewarded. Having heard just a few days ago that the Central Army is marching to rescue Shining Gold City, Kan Li Chun laments meeting them so soon. He does wonder why the East Advancing Army is so small though, getting told that the main army's course is top secret and they are only following orders to gather supplies. Right then, someone whispers something in the general's ear. This person is none other than Li Yi, making a comeback yet again. Hearing whatever 8527 had to say, Kan Li Chun calls Yun Xiao out for lying, vowing to warn him the death penalty for all his crimes. He orders his army to capture all the student soldiers, killing anyone who refuses in the process. Yes, a collective shout roars out as the pressure of over 100,000 men approaches Yun Xiao's troops. Receiving their marching orders, the Golden Lion Army rushes to kill the student soldiers. Li Yi grins maniacally, getting excited at the thought of witnessing their deaths. Right then, Yun Xiao gives his troops teeming with killing intent the order to disperse and kill off the enemies one by one. Bai Chang Feng and Li Yu lead the charge, taking battle stances with their 9 gates thunderbolt pearls and roaring spear of tigers and dragons respectively. With one fell swoop, the 2 martial masters eradicate the men charging towards them. Following the duo, the rest of the student soldiers leap into battle. The Golden Lion Army begins to fall, as screams of grown-ass men getting beat up by kids ring out across the battlefield. Unable to believe his eyes, Kan Li Chun questions how there can be an army comprised of all martial warriors. However, as even such strong soldiers can take on 100 enemies each at most, the general thinks that there's no way for them to overcome his 400,000-strong army. Famous last words. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao praises his troops for a job well done, ordering them to use the killing intent technique to get into formation and charge toward the south. Riled up by their commander's words, the students erupt with killing intent. Soon, it condenses into the giant god-slaying finger. Overcome with immense panic, Kan Li Chun shouts at his army to block it at all costs. The Golden Lion Army's beastly manifestation of primordial chi roars out, leaping towards the god-slaying finger. However, the condensed killing intent pierces through the flaming lion with ease. As the Golden Lion Army's soldiers go flying, Li Yi starts trembling in fear, getting convinced that Yun Xiao is a demon who will become a huge threat in the future. He urges the need to kill the boy, thinking that getting rid of him is bound to break the student's formation. As waiting won't bear him any fruit anyway, Kan Li Chun leaps forward to keep Ji Meng occupied while Li Yi goes to kill Yun Xiao. Talking to his senior brothers, Guan Yuan Jia and Yu Yuan 1, 8527 declares that they must kill the Li family's bad luck charm today or else their master might suffer at his hands too. Vowing to finish off the demonic boy by themselves, the two martial lords leap into battle, already having his hands busy with Kong Li Chun. Jimon worriedly tells his young master Yun to be careful. Not being stupid enough to face two martial lords head-on, Yun Shiyao orders his troops to focus on charging south without getting distracted, as Chen Da-sheng and his army will be joining them from that direction very soon. The boy deems that the time to fight back will be when he arrives. Seeing Yun Shiyao trying to run, Yuan Jia spins around his trident, launching countless waves of ice towards him. For the crime of trying to kill him, Yun Shiyao makes Yuan Jia kill his own men first. Using Nether Swap Moonwalk, the reincarnated soul walks through the air. He cunningly routes his path in such a way that the Golden Lion army bears the full burden of the attacks meant for him. Blood pulled out the Uno reverse card. This enrages Kong Li Chun, who shouts at the martial lords for killing his soldiers. Yuan Jia swears that it's the slave brat's fault for using the Golden Lion army's soldiers as human shields, only to turn around and literally kill a soldier for blocking his path. Seeing this, Kong Li Chun sternly orders the martial lords to stop killing his underlings, warning them that he will stop showing them mercy if they continue. Meanwhile, Chung Feng and Lin Yu manage to open a path in the south. As they tell everyone to run out, Li Yi orders Yuan Jia and Yuan Wan to switch their focus on Yun Shiyao's companions, wanting to push him out of hiding. Following through with this command, the martial lords leap at Chung Feng without any shame. Chung Feng tries his best to fight back against Yuan Jia, but the power of a martial lord is too much for him to handle. The latter ends up shattering the former's weapon, piercing him with his trident. Chung Feng is sent flying to Lin Yu, forcing him to hold his bloody comrade in his arms. Already a better love story than Twilight. As Yuan Jia rushes to finish the job, Luo Lan Duo shouts at Lin Yu to retreat, all the while He Zheng keeps her from running in. Right then, Yun Shiyao comes in for the save with his Lotus Sword Song and orders Lin Yu to take Chung Feng to Jia Rong. However, Yuan Jia doesn't give the boy any time for chit-chat, unleashing a barrage of strikes at him. Yun Shiyao manages to dodge his attacks by using Nether Swap, pushing the technique to its very limit. As the battle rages on, Chun Zun riles up the retreating student soldiers to turn back and save their young master Yun. Handing off Chung Feng to Jia Rong, Lin Yu leads the offense this time. The enraged troops' killing intent once again condenses into a god-slaying finger as they make their way to the trembling Golden Lion army. Meanwhile, Jimon launches a wild onslaught on Kong Li Chun, without any concern for his own safety. Du got that dog in him. Moments later, Jia Rong signals the student soldiers to strike, as the reinforcements are finally closing in. As Li Yi shouts at the frozen Yuan Wan to help Yuan Jia kill Yun Shiyao, the martial lord leaps at the boy to finish him off. However, he instead ends up meeting a brutal demise at the hands of the terrifying god-slaying finger. The god-slaying finger utterly decimates Yuan Wan, leaving behind nothing but a shower of blood. Seeing that the attack used up the student's entire killing intent and Yuan Qi, Yun Shiyao orders them to retreat without caring about him. Fortunately, the 400,000-strong Golden Lion army is too frightened to take advantage of this opportunity. Witnessing his brother meet such a fate, Li Yi mindlessly charges at Yun Shiyao. Suddenly, a voice echoes throughout the battlefield, telling everyone to stop. Understanding that he just needs to stall until Xiao Qingwang arrives there, Yun Shiyao mocks Li Yi and pushes him back. Yuan Jia joins the fight, causing the reincarnated to go on the back foot and suffer a few cuts. While Qingwang, Yun Shang, and Da Sheng continue to close in, Li Yi tells Yun Shiyao that no one can save him now. He kicks the boy up into the sky, and Yuan Jia joins him to unleash a combination attack on their mid-air foe. Much to Li Yi's dismay, Yun Shiyao forms a bubble of water around his body, dispersing his all-out onslaught. Getting closer, Da Sheng vows to kill everyone if they hurt Yun Shiyao in any way. Teacher Luo speeds up, only to be left awestruck by what she sees. Telling the attackers that it's too late, Yun Shiyao borrows the power of the heavens and earth. His chi begins to rise rapidly, prompting Li Yi to consume a pill that turns him into an ape, one whose power is equal to that of a martial king. Luo Yunshang reveals that it's the demonification pill, refined with the blood and soul of demon beasts. Taking steroids for martial arts is crazy. Though a person temporarily gains the power of a demon by consuming it, the grave side effects could cause their body to explode. The teacher worries about Yun Shiyao, wanting him to hold on till they get there. Consumed by his overflowing power, Li Yi mindlessly charges at the reincarnated soul to finish things once and for all. Agreeing with the sentiment, Yun Xiao starts gathering fire, ice, wind, and shadow in his palms. The spectators wonder how he is utilizing the power of the four quadrants elements, as it is a feat only the four quadrants realm martial lords can perform. Moments later, the wind picks up around Yun Xiao, a sight reminiscent of the peak 9 heavens martial sovereign, Gu Fei Yang. Witnessing this sight, Luo Yunshang is brought to tears, and thus the winds and clouds rise, marking the return of a great master. In the words of the rock, Chills. Li Yun Xiao, the peak 9 heavens martial sovereign Gu Fei Yang reincarnated, gathers great forces to help the second prince, Qin Yue, in his ascension to the throne. Even powerful martial kings rally behind the boy. Yun Xiao then puts together an extraordinary army to deal with 100 battles country, making them reach greater heights with his guidance. Now, he faces off against Li Yi and the Golden Lion army, giving them a taste of his true strength. The winds and clouds rise all because of Yun Xiao, forming a gigantic palm in the sky. With the reincarnated soul's signal, the heavens erupt, and the enormous hand slams down onto the demonized Li Yi. Getting blasted by the great wind and cloud palm, the ape screams out in frustration. At the same time, Yuan Jia feels something tugging at him. Regardless, the massive hand of the heavens smashes into the ground, sending shockwaves far and wide. While the entire battlefield braces itself for impact, Jimeng notices Yun Xiao flying through the air from his own attack's recoil and rushes to save him, asking the boy if he's okay. Xiao Qingwang, Chen Dasheng, and Luo Yunshan come running to his location. Being supported by Jimeng, Yun Xiao announces that he will be fine if teacher Luo hugs him. Getting all flustered by the boy's dirty words, Yushang turns away. Da Sheng laughs, noting that Yun Xiao must really be alright if he is still flirting with a woman in his state. Blood got that wounded Riz. In a split second, the commander-in-chief's entire demeanor changes as he turns over to make the Golden Lion army pay. Meanwhile, Jia Lan Academy's student army gathers over the crater formed by Yun Xiao's great wind and cloud palm, wanting to confirm Li Yi's corpse. However, despite the fact that they saw him getting hit with the attack with their own eyes, the ape is nowhere to be found. Instead, Yuan Jia's bloodied corpse lies buried in the earth. Not having seen Li Yi escape, even Kong Li Chun is left questioning how he managed to do so. This dude got more plot armor than the protagonist. Of course, the martial lord has better things to worry about at the moment, as Qing Wang, Da Sheng, and Yun Shang march towards him. The Golden Lion army is in the same deep trouble as they get confronted by the student soldiers, brimming with killing intent. Yu Xiao gets up with Jia Rong's help, getting asked how they should deal with the enemies now. Boasting about his status as the general of the Golden Lion army, who is just doing his task, Kong Li Chun questions whose authority they are punishing him on. He hopes to come up with a logical excuse, praying that his high military rank saves him. Hearing this, Yu Xiao orders Jimeng to tell him whose authority it is. The latter charges forward, landing a thunderous gut punch on Kong Li Chun. As the general goes flying, Jimeng leaps after him to knee him right in the stomach. A barrage of fists follows, making Kong Li Chun beg Jimeng to stop hitting him. Of course, he only does so when Yun Xiao tells him to. Towering over the bloodied general, the boy confirms that he finally knows whose authority it is now. Seeing Kong Li Chun begging the enemy for mercy, the Golden Lion army shakes in fear. At the same time, Yun Xiao asks the decades-old general how he even became a martial lord, considering he still doesn't understand the concept of letting his fists do the talking. The boy announces that the general will at least die understanding it. Hearing this, Kong Li Chun protests wildly, questioning who Yun Xiao is to ignore the imperial law. The reincarnated soul declares that law and teachings are worth nothing to him, but almost making him lose his life is a crime worth death. Spit, my king. Begging for mercy, the martial lord of the Four Quadrants realm vows to finally pledge his loyalty to Yun Xiao if his life is spared. Acknowledging Kong Li Chun's worth as a martial lord, Da Sheng notes that having him by their side would help them greatly. However, Yun Xiao simply snarks. After all, on the path of martial arts, a martial lord hasn't even scratched the surface. These words leave Qing Wang, Yun Shang, and Da Sheng all in disbelief. Devoid of all remorse, Yun Shiyao shouts out, "Execute." With this, Jimeng coldly beheads Kong Li Chun. Declaring that Kong Li Chun deserved to die 1,000 times over for his crimes, Chun Da-sheng warns the Golden Lion Army's vice commanders that they are up next. Huang Hong and Hua Man, the army's 2 vice commanders, come forward to greet Da-sheng. For Kong Li Chun's sin of conspiring with the enemy, he will now officially change the Golden Lion Army's lineup. The commander-in-chief inquires if there are any objections, and both vice commanders vow to not object to his will. With this, Da-sheng assigns Huang Hong as the Golden Lion Army's commander, giving them a chance to atone for their past mistakes by returning to the front lines. Loud chants erupt as the former deserters take an oath to protect their homeland. Meanwhile, in Mu Lian Tian's residence, the greedy city lord paces about, worrying if Kong Li Chun can get his wealth back. Wu Guang tells his father not to fret, as the Golden Lion Army's general is a great martial lord. However, this reassurance gets him smacked away, as Wu Lian wasn't asking him, but Bonbing Bai. The commander thinks that getting it back won't be a problem, though making Kong Li Chun spit out all the recovered wealth would be impossible. Of course, it's still better than losing all of it. Impeccable argument, sire. As Mu Lian Tian imagines furiously tearing the brats apart piece by piece, a guard informs him that the Golden Lion Army has returned with them. However, before the guard finishes his briefing, Wu Lian Tian and Wu Guang rush out. The city lord tells Commander Bond to come with him, to welcome the army back, hoping to break every single bone in the thieves' bodies, only to hear Yun Shiyao declare that there's no need for that. Slashing up the piggy father-son duo, the reincarnated soul, puts Bonbing Bai in charge of Sunshore City's administrative matters for now. With a discerning gaze, the former warns the latter not to disappoint him. Sometime later, inside the Central Army's main commander's tent, Chun-Lin questions Yun Shiyao's recent feats and wonders if he's still human. After all, the blue-black killing that was coming from the student army, Chun-Lin had only ever seen crazed serial killers emit before. As he deems the student soldiers to be gods of killing, Da-sheng informs him of an ancient legend. If a battlefield gets too bloody and cruel, the god of killing will descend on it. Engulfed in a blue-black chi and covered in scales, no one would dare to look him in the eye. Another more ancient name for this blue-black killing intent is Ramayana, the power to kill everything. As killing intent is also a form of power besides martial arts, Da-sheng concludes that there must be masters who specialize in this field. Han Qianfang questions how Yun Shiyao not only managed to learn such a rare cultivation technique, but also passed it to 2,000 people. Xiao Qingwang remarks that an expert is helping the boy behind the scenes, willing to bet his life that a 15-year-old as accomplished and strong as him doesn't have a teacher. Dumb ways to die. Da-sheng agrees, noting that the person backing Yun Shiyao has to be a pretty significant figure. Remembering the reincarnated soul's earlier words, Qingwang believes that his teacher must be someone much stronger than him. The commander then asks Yun Shang if he has any knowledge of this matter. After all, the technique Li Yun Shiyao used against Li Yi was Gu Feiyang's Great Wind and Cloud Palm. According to rumors, the former 9th-tier refiner had 5 disciples in total. Hua Qianshu, the eldest disciple, became a martial sovereign a few years ago and currently resides in the holy city of Snowguard. On the other hand, there has been no news of the second disciple, Mo Xiao Chuan, in the past decade. The third disciple, Jun Ruyun, is affiliated with one of the 3 great empires, the Guwu Empire. Hao Lian Shao Huang, the 4th disciple, has been fighting for the position of mercenary king against the Blazing Fire mercenary group's leader, bearing no results. Lastly, the one that they are most familiar with, and the 5th disciple, Yang Di. Some say that he has already become a 7th-tier emperor refiner and has made his way to the deity transformation sea. Chun Da-sheng, Chun-Lin, Xiao Qingwang, and Han Qianfang all take turns talking about who out of the 5 disciples might be teaching Yun Shiyao. Through the process of elimination, they agree that the most plausible one is the legendary martial sovereign, Hua Qianshu. Thinking it to be a shocking scenario, they turn to Luo Yunshang for her opinion. After all, she is the one who understands Gu Feiyan the most out of all of them. As Yunshang questions why Yun Shiyao's teacher has to be among Gu Feiyang's 5 disciples, Han Qianfang wonders if anyone besides them would know the Great Wind and Cloud Palm technique. Pushing her hair back behind her ear, The lady expresses certainty in the fact that Yu Xiao didn't learn the move from any of the 5 disciples. Qing Wan hesitates to even think of the implication, but Yu Shang ecstatically declares that his teacher is Gu Feiyang himself. So close, yet so far. Chunlin shouts out in disbelief while Da Sheng declares Yu Shang's theory to be impossible. After all, everyone knows that Gu Feiyang died in the Tiandan Mountains 15 years ago. With tears flowing down her eyes, she remarks that no one is mighty enough to kill him. Thinking that the martial sovereign must have only suffered major injuries, Teacher Luo concludes that he became Li Yun Xiao's teacher by pure chance. Her confident gut feeling puts the men in thought, making them ponder if anyone else besides Gu Feiyang could even pass down his specific mannerisms. Xiao Qingwan questions if Yu Shang is really saying that the legendary military breaker is currently in hiding, worrying about the implications of her hypothesis. If anyone powerful enough to injure the legendary martial sovereign were to catch wind of this, not only Tian Shui, but the whole of Dusk Flame Empire would get destroyed. Announcing that this topic ends now, Da Sheng tells everyone they're not to discuss it any further. Yu Shang also vows to destroy whoever dares to leak their conversation personally, getting assured that everyone there is her ally. Right then, one of the troops reports that they will be arriving at Goodwater City soon, asking if they should pass through or go around it. As the city lord, Zhuo Hong Guan, works for the eldest prince, Da Sheng orders the army to take a detour around the city. Ji Meng tells him to hold on, revealing that Yun Xiao wishes to let the army rest, and wants the student army to go ask for some supplies in Goodwater City. This confuses the general, making him wonder how they have exhausted their supplies so soon. Ji Meng then lets him know the true reason, mimicking his mischievous young master Yun masterfully to get the point across. Someone give this man an Oscar. Enraged, Chunlin announces that they aren't a bunch of robbers, getting calmed down by Da Sheng. After all, dealing a blow to the opposition during the fight for the throne is bound to benefit them. The general gives Ji Meng a small time frame to carry out their mission, getting assured that they will be done. Before that, Chunlin can't help but feel that Da Sheng is treating Yu Xiao a little too well, considering no one previously would have even dared to do something so unlawful. Meanwhile, in Goodwater City, Zhuo Hong Guang is holding a ceremony to accept his 27th concubine. How can bro even handle all that? Suddenly, he gets informed about a massive army's appearance outside. As the city lord wonders if it's just a general coming to congratulate them, Ji Meng announces the arrival of the East Advancing Army. He insists that Hong Guang continues with his day as usual, while they help themselves with their supplies. With this, the student army starts ravaging the place. The city lord tries to get his troops to fight back, only to have his residents cut in half in the process. Making Hong Guang wet his pants, Ji Meng marches off, declaring that this attack was for the eldest prince. He arrives back at the commander's carriage, informing Da Sheng that they can start moving again. The latter inquires how much wealth the former managed to obtain, guessing that he acquired at least 1 million gold coins. Ji Meng reveals that it wasn't even a tenth of what they got from Sunshore City, shocking Da Sheng, having been unaware of the fact that they robbed another city before this. Not only that, but the amount of wealth they retrieved from Sunshore City was about 100 or 200 million gold coins worth. Hearing this, Chunlin, Han Qianfang, and Da Sheng lose their minds. Ji Meng then heads off to report to his young master Yun, leaving behind the 3 depressed men. After he leaves, Chunlin, who has never seen so many gold coins in his life, despite being a commander for many years, complains to his father in tears. Han Qianfang agrees, prompting Da Sheng to furiously turn around. Not wanting to be blamed for what happens next, he observes the army's course, checking to see the number of lands owned by the eldest prince in their path. Only finding 5, Da Sheng deems them to be not enough. Blinded by greed, the general declares that they will take a longer route to rob 3 more cities, thinking that Li Changfeng won't mind the extra 2 days. Dude's about to be richy rich at this rate. Looting all of the eldest prince's cities in their path, the central army joyfully marches onwards. Soon, news reaches Qin Yang, leaving him infuriated. After all, in just a few days, he has lost all his power that he spent years accumulating. Gao Feng notes that Li Yi was right all along, as their downfall began ever since Li Yun Xiao sided with Qin Yue. Seeing Qin Yang lose his mind, the martial lord tells him to calm down. Gao Feng urges the eldest prince not to forget about their trump card, reminding him that they will be fine even if the entire world is against them. Entrusting his hopes and dreams to his biggest and only trump card, Qin Yang vows to finish off all those who dare oppose him. 8 days later, the Central Army arrives at the insignificant Eternal Peace City, getting welcomed by the city lord, Yuan Zijin. Despite greeting them quite warmly, the city lord actually only wishes to avoid responsibility when the 100 Battles country comes there. Regardless, the Central Army sets up camp in the ghost town of the city. Da Sheng, Qing Wang, Yun Shang, Yuan Zijin, Chun Lin, and Hun Xian Fang begin discussing their next course of action. Soon, Yu Shiyao, Ji Meng, and Ji Yarong arrive there, apologizing for being late. Suddenly, Yun Shang gets up from her seat and starts fawning all over the reincarnated soul. "Keep it in your pants, sis." Thinking that Yun Xiao is Gu Feiyang's disciple, the lady wants to devote herself to protecting and caring for him. Unaware of their prior conversation, the boy gets worried about Teacher Luo's demeanor. He starts wondering if she knows of his true identity, considering it's something no one would believe even if he told them, seeing everyone looking at him suspiciously. Yun Xiao bursts into a sweat. He then takes his seat beside Da Sheng, making the city lord question if someone as young as him is also a general to get treated like this. With everyone there, Yuan Zijin informs them of the current situation, worrying that the Eternal Peace City will be next if the Shining Gold City falls. Moreover, the 3 small towns ahead of them, namely Phoenix Mountain Town, Soaring Phoenix Town, and Three Suns Town, have already fallen to the 100 Battles country. As such, Yuan Zijin has no way of knowing the exact number of enemy forces, but estimates it to be about 800,000. Da Sheng feels that there's something wrong with this entire situation, as they have been marching for about half a month now. The 100 Battles country should have heard about it and made a move. Since they haven't done so, it could only mean that the enemy isn't afraid of Tian Shui's forces. Theorizing what he would have done if he were the enemy's general, Chun Lin concludes that the 100 Battles country staying in a standstill just doesn't make any sense. You're just not smart enough, lil bro. This prompts Da Sheng to ask Yun Xiao what he thinks about all this. The boy questions why the 100 Battles country can't just wait for them, getting told that their numbers would overpower the enemy once they arrive at Shining Gold City. However, Yun Xiao thinks that the general is tunnel visioning on the enemy's numbers, without considering their strength. He brings up the possibility of the opposing army being comprised entirely of martial warriors, a thought that Hun Xian Fang and Chun Lin deem impossible. Upon Qing Wang's inquiry, Yun Xiao confirms that they should take elite soldiers into account. After all, even a million-strong army wouldn't stand a chance if the enemy had a martial grandmaster on their side. Of course, he is only making an improbable hypothesis, since the city would have already fallen if that were the case. So, Yu Xiao concludes that the 100 Battles country's real goal isn't to take land or cities. Hearing this, Da Sheng quickly orders a scout officer to pick out 300 elite men to investigate the 100 Battles country's positions. The city lord gets assigned to deal with the background stuff, while the rest return to their posts and wait for orders. Later, Yun Xiao heads back to his temporary residence, accompanied by Yun Shang in the house's yard. The boy feels awkward, assuring her that he will be fine from now on. As Yun Xiao asks Teacher Luo to go back, she starts playing with her hair. Since Yun Shang hasn't found a place to stay yet, she remarks that she will just stay there with him, leaving the poor guy in disbelief. Ara time at last. Taken aback by Yun Shang's brazen words, Yun Xiao timidly tries to explain that the house is already full. Right then, Manhua peeks out through the house, announcing that Teacher Luo can stay with her, since the bed in her room is quite big. Yun Xiao furiously smirks at the girl, questioning if he should squeeze in with her in her big bed too. While poor Meng Wu runs off crying, Yun Shang asks the boy if he doesn't want her there. Yun Xiao tries to pretend otherwise, making it seem like he was just afraid of the place being too shabby for someone of her stature. Heading inside, Teacher Luo asks Yun Xiao to follow her, having something to ask him. As the two enter a bedroom, Yun Shang quickly locks the door and casts a noise cancellation seal to prevent others from eavesdropping. Thinking that the lady has guessed his secret and can no longer suppress her love for him, Yun Xiao's processor overloads. My goat's time has come. Even if she were to forcibly do the deed with him, the difference in their cultivation would make it impossible for him to resist. Not having any other choice, Yun Xiao sits down on the bed like a helpless damsel and accepts his fate. At the same time, Yun Shang removes her coat and glasses, confirming that she is mentally prepared for what's about to happen. Wanting to hurry up so his nervousness can subside, Yun Shiyao starts stripping. Baffled, Teacher Luo questions what he is doing, only for the boy to take it as a complaint about him, not being proactive enough and helping her out first. Top 10 pictures taken moments before disaster. With this, Yun Shang finally loses it. Erupting with rage, she summons her axe and rains it down on Yun Shiyao, who is still under the impression that this is some special game. Of course, struggling to hold off the axe from cutting his face in half, snaps the reincarnated soul back to reality. A huge impact follows, shattering the earth and slashing the entire house in half. Declaring that Li Yun Xiao would have died today if he weren't his disciple, Yun Shang furiously grabs her coat and heads off. And so, a poor man gets beaten up because a love-struck maiden mistakes him for being his own disciple. The next few days, Li Yun Xiao focuses on cultivating. Despite the injuries he suffered at Yun Shang's hands, his body absorbed her extreme yang, turning it into a net positive. The reincarnated soul remembers Chu Hong Yan, telling him something important. The first time a woman who cultivates the 9 Yang True Qi, the treasure of the Heavenly Night Palace, does the deed with a man, she will leave a small amount of the pure Qi in her partner's body. I volunteer for the job. Yun Xiao mischievously wonders who will be able to get such a great benefit from Yun Shang. All the while, this shadow trains his soul power in the Divine Realm Tablet's Monument of the World God. Admiring his body of glass, Yun Xiao thinks that it's about time he starts collecting ingredients to refine the adversity-destroying pills. Right then, his godly evolution technique disappears. Yun Xiao turns around only to see the true soul phoenix flying in the sky. He wonders how the mythical creature can be within the Monument of the World God, not having seen it even in his previous life. However, Yun Xiao soon comes to understand that it is only the shadow of the phoenix, as a legendary true soul could never be trapped in an artifact. As he questions the strange things that are happening, Jimeng arrives at the door. Within the city lord's residence, the meeting room teems with an ominous energy. Arriving there, Yun Xiao inquires about the situation. Da Sheng reveals that they have lost contact with all 5 batches of scouts that they sent out. To make things worse, everyone in the last 2 batches was even equipped with cloud-piercing arrows to send a signal in case of any danger. But Yune disappeared without a trace. Due to the scouts' formation, it would also have been impossible to silently wipe all of them out. In all his years, this is the first time Da Sheng has ever encountered such a situation. Bro was fighting certified bums all this time. Hearing all this, Yu Xiao worries that his previous predictions have appeared to be true. Not only has the 100 Battles country stationed experts throughout the area, but has also set up an array encompassing the 3 towns, which has caused their current predicament. As the commander-in-chief questions what they should do now, a soldier comes rushing there, informing him of a strange phenomenon taking place in the sky towards the south. Having a gut feeling about what it is, Yu Xiao quickly rushes outside. Just as he thought, the sky is riddled with remnants of the true soul phoenix. Xiao Qingwang and Da Sheng follow after the boy, vowing to not let the 100 Battles country get their hands on the exceptional treasure. Not wanting to delay things any further, Da Sheng decides to order an all-out attack. Qingwang agrees, thinking that no array can trap their 800,000-strong army. Oh, you sweet summer child. Of course, Yu Xiao has seen arrays capable of trapping even 8 billion people in his lifetime. Even if the 100 Battles country doesn't possess such a great power, Yu Xiao wants to approach the situation with caution by scouting the area first. Da Sheng gets confused, as not even the most exceptional scouts they sent previously managed to return. With a smirk on his face, Yu Xiao announces that it's time for him to go instead, only for Yun Shang to resolutely shut him down. Being interested in the treasure as well, Xiao Qingwang offers to accompany the boy. However, Yun Xiao declares that it isn't possible. After all, the commander will become a burden without Teacher Luo's extreme Yan Qi, suppressing the benumbing Qi inside him. Instead, he wants Jimeng to follow him. Getting her words ignored, Yun Shang angrily grabs Yun Xiao's collar, instructing him not to play hero in an all-out war. In response, he secretly says something to the lady using private sound transmission. With this, Teacher Luo backs off, leaving the others curious about what just happened. Last moment. Accompanied by Jimeng, Yu Xiao heads out, telling everyone to just wait for him to bring good news. Later, the duo arrives before soaring Phoenix Town. Jimeng informs Yun Xiao that his universal detect was reflected, meaning that there's an array up ahead. The reincarnated soul then activates his detection demon mood technique, mapping the entire area in front. Much to his dismay, not a single person in the town is still alive. Having seen the deformed corpses of the town folk, Yun Xiao deems the situation to be more complex than he had anticipated and wants to be extra careful from now on. Meanwhile, Jia Rong cries uncontrollably at his recent lack of screen time, questioning why his young master Yun is treating him, his first slave, like this. Arriving before the town, Yun Xiao and Jimeng find it surrounded by a powerful barrier that can't even be detected by ordinary peasants. However, for the two of them, walking through it proves to be an insignificant task. Entering the barrier, the duo comes across the deformed corpses of soldiers and civilians alike. Jimeng grits his teeth at the cruelty of the 100 Battles country, while Yun Xiao ponders over how all the people died, considering their flesh wounds don't appear to be man-made. Noting that the messy wounds of the victims look like they were chewed up by beasts, the duo realizes that the culprits behind the act are monsters. Right then, the corpses begin to glow a green hue, and a buzzing sound rings out. Small parasitic bugs begin swarming out of the corpses' mouths, surrounding Jimeng and Yun Xiao. Well, thanks for the trauma guys being the first tier monsters, named nasal bugs. Each of the creatures is as powerful as a martial warrior. By mass reproducing in places where many corpses lay, they make up for their low power and numbers. Fortunately, a lot of them look like hatchlings at the moment, not possessing that much strength. Only a few old bugs are as strong as a peak martial warrior. Jimeng frets over the monsters' numbers, getting told not to worry about the unintelligent and ugly bugs. Deeming them as fun to kill, Yun Xiao swings his icy third-tier Shuan weapon with a dance-like motion, impressively taking down 10 monsters in one strike, despite being a martial warrior himself. Dude is just Himothy. Impressed by his master's prowess, Jimeng refuses to fall behind. Stepping in front of Yun Xiao, he unleashes his Peach Blossom Sword Intent, ripping the nasal bugs to shreds. Not needing the protection, Yun Xiao instructs Jimeng to just kill the monsters, albeit doing it in a non-flashy way to save his energy for later. Of course, Yun Xiao himself runs wild with the third-tier Shuan weapon. Moments later, the strongest nasal bug makes its appearance, possessing the power of the Two Forces realm. Turning towards the beast, Yun Xiao releases his Lotus Sword Song. In just a few seconds, he completely freezes the second-tier monster. Jimeng jumps in, letting rip his Peach Blossom Sword, intent to slice the frozen nasal bug to bits. Yun Xiao claps at his trusty aide's sharp technique, remarking that he will break through in no time. Feeling glad to be able to learn from him, Jimeng expresses gratitude to his master. Meanwhile, on Phoenix Mountain, the enemy forces belonging to the Duskflame Empire gather under an array. Firstly, the High Palace Deputy and Palace Lord, the Six Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster named Cheese Nun Z. The rest are the High Palace Hexagrams, the bewitching duo of 5 Elements Realm Martial Kings, Sun Shi Yume and Li Wan Shi. Ain't know why they kinda. 4th tier refiner Hu Yan Ming, another 5 Elements Realm Martial King Song Chum Tian, and the 4-star Martial Lord Xu Ping Hong. Finally, the man who injured Xiyao Qing Wang and Chun Da Sheng, the 5 Elements Realm Martial King by the name of Yi Xiao Shan. All these mighty foes take the stage at Phoenix Mountain. The array, marked with the symbol of the true soul Phoenix, burns fiercely, getting handled by Hu Yan Ming. Right then, Xu Ping Hong gets alerted by something, as a marble with the mark of a bug shatters in his hand. Upon Qi Zhenzi's inquiry, he reveals that the nasal bugs at Soaring Phoenix Town have been killed. The old man gets intrigued by the arrival of Tian Shui's forces, while Sun Shi Yume teases Ping Hong for his weakling bugs getting killed. Knowing that they can't afford to be careless, the Martial Grandmaster orders one of them to personally take care of the matter. Shi Yume volunteers to go along with one Shi, but Ping Hong quickly starts heading on his beastly ride instead, announcing that he will go, as they were his nasal bugs. Yi Xiao Shan warns the 4-star Martial Lord that he would be no match against Xiao Qingwang if he was the one who entered Soaring Phoenix Town, but Zhenzi declares that the commander is no one to be afraid of. Moreover, as Ping Hong possesses the mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar, he wouldn't lose to a martial king anyway. Still, the Martial Grandmaster assures Xiao Shan that they will send more people if things go wrong. Today on how to trigger a red flag. Shi Yume then tells Xiao Shan, who has been 100 Battles country for quite a few years now, that their master misses him. Feeling indebted to the king of 100 Battles country, the martial king has spent the past decade advancing their ranks. Soon, his efforts will bear fruit in the upcoming ranking battles, leaving him with no regrets. After fulfilling his debt, Xiao Shan vows to return to the High Palace, focusing only on martial arts, disregarding all worldly matters. Emanating a threatening aura, Song Chung Tian remarks that he will feel lonely without having a good opponent like Xiao Shan to keep him company. Blood thinks he's the Vegeta to his Goku. Of course, the latter thinks this is BS, as he hasn't been a suitable opponent for the 8-star Martial King for a while. At the foot of the Phoenix Mountains, Ping Hong confronts Yun Xiao and Ji Meng, expressing disappointment at his opponents being a mere 2-star Martial Lord and a 9-star Martial Warrior. The man labels them as trash, only to get interrupted and told that he doesn't have to introduce himself. Not because they know him though, but because they don't want to. Ji Meng snickers at Yun Xiao's comment, while Ping Hong gets enraged and prepares to attack the sharp-tongued boy. Once again, he gets ignored, as Yun Xiao shows interest in the attack of the beast he is riding instead, the mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar. The reincarnated soul thanks the heavens who have sent him a mystic thunder beast, right when he needed mystic thunder blood. Ordering Ji Meng to keep Ping Hong busy, Yun Xiao announces that he will face the beast. Hearing this, the foe starts laughing like a maniac, as even a docile 5th-tier demon beast is as strong as a martial king. A mere martial warrior stands no chance against the mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar of a bloodthirsty one. Of course, Ji Meng gives Ping Hong no time to finish his monologue and unseals his agile serpent to attack him, dodging the incoming strike. Ping Hong vows to get rid of Ji Meng before moving on to Yun Xiao. A ferocious back-and-forth battle ensues, leaving the reincarnated soul with the 5th-tier demon beast. Yun Xiao lets out a mischievous grin, making the creature take a step back. The mystic beast begins charging up his thunder, but the boy continues to march towards it, treating the mighty monster as if it were a house pet. Yun Xiao sits down in front of it. All of a sudden, he starts singing a nursery rhyme-like tune to the 5th-tier demon beast, leaving it baffled. Making the creature barf with the cutesy poem, Yun Xiao suddenly mutters, "Come, my precious." Rose trying to riz up a lion, unleashing his moon eye. The reincarnated soul transports the mythic beast into the monument of the world god, pulling in one of its 3 souls and 7 spirits each. The creature roars out, charging at the boy with a raging thunder. Its claw seemingly tears Yun Xiao to shreds, but it's only his soul shadow. Moments later, a gigantic projection of Yun Xiao encapsulates the entire monument of the world god. With a villainous smirk, the boy prepares to crush the 5th-tier demonic beast under his massive palm, leaving it trembling in fear and letting out whimpering howls. Meanwhile, Ping Hong's battle with Ji Meng riles up. The former is unable to understand how a 2-star martial lord like the latter is on equal footing with him. Not wanting to keep wasting his time with Ji Meng, Ping Hong calls for the mystic beast to eat Yun Xiao and come help him, only to get frozen in place at what he sees. The reincarnated soul is sitting on the lush grass, petting the small demon beast clinging onto him like a dog. Unable to process this, Ping Hong starts rambling like an idiot. He shouts out, questioning if this is still reality. Having invested his all into making the mystic cloud-shaking, thunder-roaring beast his greatest trump card, the demon beast trainer continuously calls for it. Of course, the little guy ignores all of his commands and keeps playing with Yun Xiao like a puppy. To make matters worse, Ji Meng's agile serpent starts overpowering Ping Hong. He rages, hurling his thunder-shaking Jade Flash strike at the 2-star martial lord. Twisting and turning Ping Hong's thunderous cheese-abs towards Ji Meng, who remains unfazed. Pulling back his agile serpent, Ji Meng swings it in a beautiful way to unleash his peach blossom sword intent. The 2-star martial lord's chi blooms into a majestic flower that faces Ping Hong's thunder-shaking Jade Flash strike head-on, devouring it whole. Questioning how he has been beaten like this, the demon beast trainer calls for his trump card to save him, getting ignored yet again. Understanding that he will just die in vain there, Ping Hong starts running and hopes that the others can deal with them. However, Ji Meng isn't willing to let him go that easily. Closing his eyes, he remembers how Yun Xiao performed the Lotus Sword Song and tries to mimic his movements. Moments later, countless flowers bloom and surround Ping Hong, Devouring him whole, they leave the 4-star martial lord literally calling for his uncle. Me, personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect. Sheathing his blade, Jimong observes his own strength in awe. Just a bit ago, he was a mere 7-star great martial master, whose absolute goal was to one day become a martial lord. However, by following his young master Yoon for just 1 month, Jimong has now broken through to 6 stars and become a 3-star martial lord. Yoon Xiao claps for him, complimenting his slash for resembling the full technique. Jimong turns around, becoming fearful of the mythic beast, standing behind the boy. He screams for Yoon Xiao to be careful, only to get shocked upon finding out that his master has somehow befriended a 5th-tier demon beast. Later, Yoon Xiao rides his new pet, noting how much easier it will be to traverse the mountains now. Right then, a massive slash comes flying towards them from the forest, cutting up all the trees in its path. Jumping off the demon beast, Yoon Xiao instructs it to dodge the attack as well. As he lands back on the ground, 2 shadowy figures march towards him. Sun Shiyume and Li Wenxi reveal themselves, questioning how their brother Shu not only lost to such lowly maggots, but also got his little lion tamed. Skill issue. Yoon Xiao snarks back, wondering if they are also from the trashy sect that the lion tamer belonged to, thinking that the boy has a death wish. When she tells Shiyume to capture the beast, while he kills the 2 mice standing before them. They can finish off the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast later, using its blood as a high-quality restorative to power up even more. Swooping around like a wild beast herself, Shiyume closes the distance between herself and the creature. The demon beast roars out, teeming with thunder. It leaps at the girl. Suddenly, Shiyume unleashes her Decennium Bane water ring and shouts out, "Hold!" The flowing water wraps around the mythic beast, seemingly trapping it in a bubble. Shiyume boasts about how easy it was to capture the mutt, only for it to shatter her Decennium Bane water ring. The thunderous outburst. Annoyed, the girl commands the 5th-tier demon beast to just stay put and shoots a bubble of water at it. This time, the mythic beast is unable to break free, seductively informing the creature that its blood will be drank later. Shiyume tells it to stop struggling, as doing so will ruin its taste. Jimong, who is looking on at the scene, gets asked if he is done watching. Much to his dismay, a gigantic goblin-like creature is marching towards him. What in a discount Hulk is this? Even Yoon Xiao is taken aback by Wenxi's demonification, who tells the duo to worry about their own lives instead of wasting time watching the mutt. Grave danger awaits as the reincarnated soul realizes that taking on 2 martial kings at once is too difficult. Being approached by the demonic martial king, Yoon Xiao realizes that they are in quite a pickle and throws a strengthened origin-blasting pill to Jimong. Upon taking it, the martial lord will lose his ability to fight for some time after the battle. Jimong knows that it would put his young master Yoon in grave danger, but he also understands that he can't afford to waste time thinking about these things. Consuming the pill, Jimong unseals his peach blossom sword and tent. Erupting with an immense chi, he leaps at the demonic Wenxi. While Shiyume tries to comprehend how a mere pill can give someone such an incredible temporary boost in power, Jimong's agile serpent slashes her partner. However, Wenxi simply grins, prompting Yoon Xiao to shout at his aid, instructing him to dodge. Reacting just in time, Jimong backflips out of harm's way. W style points. Wenxi laughs, claiming that the martial lord's attacks can't even make him itch. Noting that the former has gotten bigger than before, the latter tries to find a way around his tough skin. Wenxi then announces that relying on medicines has a limit. After all, even if they bring Jimong closer to being a martial king, they will never make him a real martial king. On the other hand, with his demonification, Wenxi is a true 3-star martial king. Charging up a ball of green energy above his mouth, the demonic foe unleashes his earth-devouring technique at Jimong. A flood-like wave of chi hurls toward Jimong, scorching everything in its path. The martial lord attempts to block the attack, suffering grave injuries in the process. Right then, Yoon Xiao taps Jimong on the shoulder, instructing him to retreat. Not only is the difference in power with their foes too great, but they have also got enough intel this time around to head back now. However, the massive toad-like demonic martial king refuses to let them run away. Man is one ugly duckling. With their path of escape blocked, Jimong asks Yoon Xiao to use the technique he used previously to stimulate his potential. The reincarnated soul warms the martial lord, that he has already taken an origin-blasting pill, so getting more stimulation will kill him. Jimeng insists that they will end up dying either way, leaving this risk as their only hope. After a moment of silence, Yun Shiyao brings out his golden needles. Using golden needle acupuncture, he makes sure to stimulate only half of Jimeng's tendons, as even this much is still extremely dangerous. He instructs the martial lord to control his strength and not explode. Enveloped in a crimson aura, Jimeng screams out. Veins pop out of his neck and face as the martial lord breaks through to the five elements realm. Shi Yumei and Wan Shi look on in disbelief as the latter unleashes his Crimson Toad demonic technique at his foe. However, the Martial King's full power attack gets blocked by Jimeng's Lotus Sword Song, leaving him baffled. This time, Wan Shi prepares to attack with 120% of his power, only to get snarked at by Jimeng. Even with his bloodshot eyes, the Crimson Toad demonic technique clashes with the Lotus Sword Song, shattering Jimeng's agile serpent to bits. Breaking the martial lord's Shuan weapon, Wan Shi pushes him back and announces that he can now die. However, Jimeng lets out a maniacal grin. Holding the hilt of his broken sword, he calls out, "Cherry blossoms, re-bloom." The broken shards of Jimeng's agile serpent swirl around, gathering over the hilt. Wan Shi exclaims in disbelief as the martial lord unleashes 10,000 blooming blossoms at him. Countless shards of the agile serpent hurl towards the martial king, forcing him to use his Crimson Toad True Body's block. Suddenly, Yun Shiyao shouts at Jimeng to catch something, having thrown Li Yi's benumbing frost sword to him. Shi Yumei questions why he has it, getting told that Li Yi gifted it to him. Yun Shiyao asks the girl if she has a problem with it, infuriating her with his tone. He continues to act smug, even telling the B word to shut her mouth, shouting out in anger. Shi Yumei warns the reckless boy that she will come over to kill him if he doesn't stop. Despite this, Yun Shiyao simply snarks at her, being aware of the fact that Shi Yumei's trapping arts will break if she dares to even move a muscle. Then, the mythic beast will tear her apart. The reincarnated soul then proceeds to mock Shi Yumei for her fake eyelashes, telling her to just be a good girl if she can't kill him. Dude is who people think Giga Chad is, while Shi Yumei gets the ever-living crap annoyed out of her. Once she gets bombarded by Jimeng wielding Li Yi's Shuan weapon. Yu Xiao worries for him, as the martial lord is currently burning up his lifespan in exchange for small bursts of power. Ignoring the side effects of his newfound powers, Jimeng rages like a wild beast. Ferocious yet meticulous, he unleashes a barrage of sword strikes on Wan Shi, finally cutting through his thick skin. Unable to hold on any longer, the martial king screams at Shi Yumei to help him, prompting her to run to his aid. As Jimeng prepares to land the finishing blow, Shi Yumei uses her water chi to block his attack and push him back. Understanding that the martial lord can't maintain his heightened state for long, Shi Yumei picks up Wan Shi and starts retreating, wanting to come back after reporting to their martial uncle. Right then, a monstrous roar echoes throughout the mountain. Free of its water prison, the fifth-tier demon beast crackles with an immense chi, unleashing its mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar. As the attack starts catching up to the retreating martial kings, Shi Yumei seductively asks Wan Shi if he loves her. The latter confirms that he does, though wonders why the former is asking at this time. Touching cheek with Wan Shi, Yumei announces that he can die for her to prove it, throwing him back towards the mythic cloud-shaking thunder roar. Certified woman moment. Wan Shi screams out in agony, getting completely scorched by the blast. As he falls to his knees, Shi Yumei comes running towards him with the blade in her hands. She pushes Wan Shi onto the ground, stabbing him right in the chest. Coughing out blood, the poor guy questions why she is doing such a thing. The crazed girl shouts at Wan Shi to look at himself, reminding him that he is just a massive toad now. Kicking down on his face, she questions how Wan Shi could let her suffer like that. In exchange for his warmth, Shi Yumei gave him everything he needed to flaunt his power and charisma. Even though Wan Shi was weaker than Yi Xiao Shan and Song Chung Tian, he was still always the best in her heart. However, it wasn't enough for him. Chasing after strength to become stronger than the both of them, Wan Shi went to the land of monsters, returning as a good-for-nothing toad. I do not condone this behavior, but I understand. Shi Yumei erupts into tears, questioning if he ever thought how she felt all this time. Her husband, a toad, and the things that people say behind their backs. Thinking about all this makes Shi Yumei tremble and stomp down on Wan Shi even harder. Seeing him train in his toad-like appearance, her love for him vanished day by day, until she only wanted to end his life. Today, Wan Shi is finally dead, making Shi Yumei burst out laughing like a maniac. Instantly turning over to Jimeng with a killer gaze, she provokes him to come to her, if he wants to kill her. Shi Yumei then turns into a stream of water, dissipating into the air. Jimeng and the demon beast start chasing after her, only for Yun Xiao to stop them. Exhausting his adrenaline, the martial lord falls unconscious. The reincarnated soul grabs Jimeng before he falls to the ground and feeds him a restorative pill. Yun Xiao puts Jimeng on the mythic beast's back, ordering it to take him back to Eternal Peace City. As the mutt-like lion worries for its master with bulging eyes, Yun Xiao pets it. He tells the mythic beast not to worry, promising to return soon. The two then head off their separate ways, marching towards the direction where the true soul phoenix and the monument of the world god flew. Yun Xiao refuses to give up on the spiritual treasure, even if a martial sovereign were to stand in his way. Qi Zunzi asks Huyan Ming the time it will take to activate the array, getting told that they will need around 6 more hours. Annoyed, the martial grandmaster reprimands the 4th-tier refiner for not keeping his promises. Yan Ming reminds Zunzi that he is deciphering an ancient seal left behind by a great power, a task he wouldn't have been able to accomplish even in 10,000 years, if the seal hadn't been worn down over the years. As Yang Ming exclaims that this speed is fast enough as is, Shi Yumei comes running there in tears, revealing that both Wan Shi and Ping Hong have been killed. Yi Xiao Shan wonders about the identity of the attackers, as even he would be a little afraid of Ping Hong's martial king-class mystic cloud-shaking thunder beast. At the same time, Song Chung Tian questions how martial kings like Shi Yumei and Wan Shi couldn't stop them. The girl's subsequent words baffle her allies even more, as she reveals that just 2 people did all this, with one of them being a martial lord and the other a mere martial warrior. Moreover, the mystic cloud-shaking thunder beast was somehow tamed too. Not only that, but the martial warrior also used some mysterious technique to raise the martial lord's strength to the 5 elements realm instantly. He just had the power of God and anime on his side. Hearing this, Yan Ming gets intrigued. After all, only a great refiner with extremely strong soul power could have tamed a 5th-tier demon beast that already had a master. Furthermore, even as a 4th-tier refiner himself, Yan Ming has never heard of a technique capable enough of raising someone's ability by an entire major realm. Not being interested in all this, Zhunzi instructs everyone to be alert, vowing to skin them alive if they make any mistakes in these last few hours. Noting that the martial lord got heavily injured during their battle, Shi Yumei thinks that the martial warrior and the beast wouldn't dare to climb the mountain now. However, Yan Ming disagrees, as their enemy has already arrived. Hiding behind the bushes, Yun Xiao bursts into a sweat upon seeing the martial grandmaster and the 4th-tier refiner. As the boy wonders how the 100 Battles country managed to get such strong forces, Zunzi shouts at him to come out if he doesn't want to die. Coming out with his hands above his head, Yu Xiao asks if he can now live, only to get instantly captivated by the Crimson Bird Divine Flames array. Having doubted that a mere martial warrior would chase her alone, Shi Yumei shouts at Zunzi and confirms the body's identity. The martial grandmaster declares that Yun Xiao shouldn't have come up the mountain if he wanted to live, refusing to let him do so now. Still holding his hands above his head, Yun Xiao scolds Zunzi for going back on his word. Dude is fluent in Japanese. As the old man prepares to send the sharp-tongued boy to his grave, Yan Ming tells him to spare his life. The 4th-tier refiner wants to ask Yun Xiao something, but Zunzi insists that he shouldn't fool around. Yan Ming questions how a mighty martial grandmaster is afraid of a mere martial warrior, vowing to take responsibility if things go wrong. However, Zunzi isn't willing to entertain him whatsoever. In the end, Yan Ming takes advantage of the fact that he is the only one there capable of deciphering the array, forcing Zunzi to listen to him. Ordering Yun Xiao to get closer, Yan Ming questions if he recognizes the array, having seen the expression the boy had when he first came out. However, Yun Xiao feigns complete ignorance, making Yan Ming think that he truly isn't aware of it. After all, the only reason even the 4th-tier refiner knows of the ancient array is because of the knowledge he obtained in the High Palace's library. Complimenting Yun Xiao for being a talented 2nd-tier refiner. At his age, Yan Ming asks about his master. Qi Zunzi and Song Chung Tian become alerted by the boy's prowess, with the former wanting to kill off such a scary talent before he comes back to bite him in the future. At the same time, Yun Xiao announces his master to be the leader of Tian Shui's Alchemist Association, Shu Han. Bro's a certified capper. Hearing this, Yan Ming remarks that Yun Xiao is exponentially more talented than Shu Han and will be held back by learning from him. Introducing himself as a fourth-tier refiner from the Dust Flame Empire, Yan Ming asks Yun Xiao to be his disciple, baffling his allies. The reincarnated soul gets just as surprised, albeit for an entirely different reason. Yun Xiao ends up feeling greatly disrespected that a mere trashy fourth-tier refiner wants to take him as his disciple. Junzi tells Yan Ming that this isn't the time to scout a disciple, ordering him to focus on cracking the array. The fourth-tier refiner asks the taken-aback Yun Xiao to just stand there and think about his proposal while he deals with the array. Watching him work, the reincarnated soul notes that Yan Ming's technique is crude but effective. Despite being slow, he is making progress in unraveling the array that will soon signal the birth of a treasure. Moments later, the Crimson Bird Divine Flames array opens, and its markings start spinning around. With Yan Ming's command, the array fully unravels, revealing the true Soul Phoenix in all its magnificent glory. Or so the 100 Battle Country's forces think. Bloods are onto nothing. Of course, Yun Xiao knows that what they see now is a mere sliver of the Phoenix consciousness. Soon, it will dissipate, unveiling the real treasure. Suddenly, the true Soul Phoenix starts flying towards them, worrying Qi Zunzi greatly. Even the martial kings aren't able to handle the pressure of the ancient treasure and fall to their knees, barely holding himself together. Yun Xiao stands in front of them and confronts the true Soul Phoenix head-on. Enveloping everyone atop the mountain, the flames seemingly devour them whole. Moments later, they find themselves surrounded by a fragment of the true Soul Phoenix consciousness. Everyone stands in awe as Yan Ming questions if they are inside the ancient creature's memories. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao realizes that just a piece of the treasure's consciousness is much stronger than his past life's consciousness as a 9th-tier refiner, thinking that there must be a reason for why they have been pulled by it. At the same time, the true Soul Phoenix starts materializing its consciousness. Soon, Yun Xiao and the others find themselves in the Tianwu continent from ancient times, possessing origin Qi 10 times higher than usual. As Zunzi questions how they can leave this place, Yan Ming reveals that the treasure they are looking for should be inside the true Soul Phoenix consciousness. So, leaving is the opposite of what they should be thinking about. Yi Xiaoshan shouts at Yun Xiao for zoning out at such a time, instantly realizing that his reaction is completely justified. The reincarnated soul stands in awe of the ancient being's real form as the true Soul Phoenix appears in front of them in all its stupendous glory. Bro looks just like Marco from One Piece for real. Looking on at the blue fire emanating from the creature, Yun Xiao notes that the true Soul Phoenix burns with the true flame of life, the treasure that they are looking for. Legends say that the ancient true souls are existences that belong to the 10 Directions divine realm. Even ignoring the power of the true flame of life, the 10 Directions enlightenment found within the being is bound to make anyone go crazy. Suddenly, the true Soul Phoenix starts descending. As Zunzi commands his forces to grab its flame before leaving, Yan Ming announces that they should decide how to split up the treasure. Everyone grows wary of the martial grandmaster, worrying that he will use his strength to hoard the flame by force. However, Zunzi assures them that everyone will get a treasure. On the other hand, the 4th-tier refiner starts changing the true Soul Phoenix consciousness according to his will, as the one with the greatest soul power has the most power of the space. Yan Ming declares himself to be the strongest person there. A maniacal laugh rings out as an alchemist unleashes his powerful soul. Realizing that his soul power isn't something that they can match, the 100 Battles Country's martial kings stand down. Right then, Yun Xiao shouts at Yan Ming to stop. Having been around for tens of thousands of years, the true Soul Phoenix's realm of consciousness has deteriorated immensely. So, acting recklessly might cause it to collapse, killing everyone inside it. Hearing Yun Xiao's warning, Yan Ming stops manipulating the space and simply questions his allies if he is qualified to take 2 shares now. Understanding that they would need his power to leave the realm of consciousness, the martial kings are forced to comply with the 4th-tier refiner. Yan Ming then turns over to Yun Xiao, understanding that he isn't an ordinary 2nd-tier refiner, The former asks the latter to reveal his real master, not believing that Shu Han can raise such a disciple. Snarking back, the reincarnated soul wonders if Yan Ming wants to give him a share too. Of course, Zhen Zi would only give Yun Shiyao in exchange for his life. Just like that, the true soul phoenix descends, sending massive shockwaves in all directions. As Yun Shiyao starts walking towards it, Shi Yume questions what he is doing. The boy declares that he is obviously collecting the true fire, prompting Zhen Zi to hurl a massive blast of qi at him. Of course, the former 9th tier refiner remains unfazed and redirects the trajectory of the attack with a simple flick of his finger. While Zhen Zi tries to process what's going on, Yun Shiyao smugly grins, throwing the martial grandmaster's attack right back at him. The martial kings look on in disbelief, and Yan Ming questions how a mere 2nd tier refiner can utilize the power of the realm of consciousness. Bro's just built different. Yun Shiyao declares that if Yan Ming can do it, then so can he. Enraged by the boy's comparison, the 4th tier refiner shames him for exposing his true strength too early and vows to kill him. Forming rumbling clouds above Yun Shiyao's head, Yan Ming rains down 1,000 thunderbolts to blow him up. Much to his dismay, the thunder completely avoids the reincarnated soul. Questioning who permitted him to rage a thunderstorm in his presence, Yun Shiyao disperses the clouds, making Yan Ming cough out blood. Acknowledging that the boy's soul power is stronger than his own, the 4th tier refiner inquires about his identity. Ignoring him completely, Yun Shiyao celebrates being able to use his godly evolution technique inside the true soul phoenix consciousness. Brimming with power, the reincarnated soul smiles, not having felt this sensation in forever. Realizing that something is weird about Yun Shiyao, Yan Ming tells everyone to attack at once. Zhen Zi comes back as well, commanding the martial kings to use their strongest attacks without holding back. The martial grandmaster unleashes his profound viridescent divine thunder, while Song Chung Tian fires off his holy dagger of jade flames. Yi Xiao Shan lets loose his extreme frost true qi, and Shi Yume attacks with her concealed rainstorm claw. All their attacks combine, forming a wild burst of energy. The multicolored qi flings toward Yun Shiyao, but he simply smiles in response, remarking that it's been a while since he reunited with his good friend. The reincarnated soul holds out his hand, forming a blade in it. Moments later, Gu Feiyang's transcendent Shuan weapon named Constellation Impaling Sword takes shape. Even if they are only in the realm of consciousness, Yun Shiyao feels nostalgic at being able to see his beloved sword again. Standing his ground against the incoming attack, the reincarnated soul unleashes his mighty technique, Constellation Impaling Sword, Worldly Contempt. A gigantic, majestic dragon projects out of the transcendent Shuan weapon, completely neutralizing the 100 battles country's combination attack. The former 9th tier refiner's all-out onslaught sends his foes flying, leaving his soul power almost completely exhausted. They tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. However, Yun Shiyao has no time to rest. Realizing that the realm is about to collapse, he rushes towards the blue flames of the true soul phoenix. Even though the reincarnated soul doesn't know for sure whether he can subdue the true fire or not, he brings himself to touch the ancient being. Suddenly, the blue flames flare up and start burning Yun Shiyao. Scorched by the true fire, the boy screams out in agony. Getting burned by the true flame of life, the martial sovereign vanquisher refuses to die in such a place. Using the divine realm tablet's soul materialization, Yun Shiyao attempts to save at least his soul from being incinerated by the true flame. As the boy laments that his body is completely scorched, a bright blue light appears in the skies. Much to Yun Shiyao's dismay, the true soul phoenix has followed him, even inside the monument of the world god. Realizing that he can't even hide, the reincarnated soul regrets that his lucky second chance at life is going to get taken away like this. This time, nothing will be left of his soul, leaving him no chance of reincarnating again either. Just like that, the true soul phoenix descends right on top of Yun Shiyao. Accepting his fate, the boy closes his eyes, only to open them again in the place where he died in his past life, the Tiandong Mountains. Wondering why his consciousness is still intact even after his death, Yun Shiyao concludes that he must be in the phoenix's memories. Whatever, mutters the boy, deciding to just follow the ancient being and look at the Tinan Wu continent's past. Right then, the true soul phoenix flies to the top of the mountain's peak. A huge hole appears in the clouds below, followed by the sound of a wild roar. A demonic beast erupts from the clouds. having an appearance similar to the being Yun Xiao once saw on the murals in the Tiandong Mountains. Black Flame Disaster. That's what the ancient texts called the Demon Beast. They must have designed the nerd emoji after bro. Suddenly, Black Flame Disaster screams out, spreading raging bolts of dark chi in all directions. The true soul phoenix responds with its true flame of life, colliding with the demon beast's raging energy. A monstrous clash ensues, causing the two energies to burst open and mix. The resulting impact causes space itself to shatter, baffling Yun Xiao. As someone who was once capable of standing at the peak of the Tianwu continent, the reincarnated soul feels truly humbled by the beast's display of power, realizing that it's the very difference between the heavens and earth. At the same time, Yun Xiao feels confused about the identity of the Black Flame Disaster, a beast that could fight one-on-one against the true soul phoenix, but wasn't recorded in Tianwu's texts. This baffles him. Just like that, the two ancient beasts engage in a battle of a lifetime, clashing with each other for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, both beings feel truly exhausted. Black Flame Disaster retreats first, going back into the hole that it came from. The shattered space that once represented the beast's battlefield recovers, after which the true soul phoenix starts heading back to where it came from. However, the ancient beast withers and wilts on the way back, soon meeting its demise. Having witnessed the true soul phoenix's memories firsthand, Yun Xiao wonders why it died, considering phoenixes can revive. Not knowing how his consciousness is still intact, without a body and soul, the boy questions what he should do now. Right then, the phoenix's true flame of life snaps him awake, back inside the Divine Realm tablet. However, the ancient beast's fire still swirls around Yun Xiao, quickly entering him through the openings in his body. Wait, all openings. Sus. Moments later, the reincarnated soul literally feels on cloud 9. With the mark of the true flame on his forehead, Yun Xiao's soul gets reconstructed. Not only does the boy break through to become a rank 3 alchemist, but he also feels no limit to his soul power anymore. Yun Xiao then attempts to contact the outside world, finding him back in the subspace of the true soul phoenix consciousness. His body fully reconstructs as well, having broken through to the level of the 3-star martial master. With this, Yun Xiao finally understands. The true flame of life wasn't trying to destroy him at all. Instead, it wanted him to be reborn anew. Even with the true flame of life directly absorbed in his soul, Yun Xiao understands that it is really hard to control and concludes that he will only be able to fully utilize its power after becoming a Peak 9 Heavens Martial Sovereign again. However, with the fire protecting his soul, Yun Xiao grins, understanding that he is practically the true soul phoenix itself, while they are in its consciousness. Of course, the reincarnated soul soon returns to reality, having nothing to gain from the mountain anymore. He starts heading back only to get confronted by Zun Zi. With a smug look on his face, Yun Xiao snarks at the severely injured martial grandmaster for trying to hurt him. At the same time, the latter realizes that the former has become a 3-star martial master, refusing to let him go now. Yun Xiao confidently accepts the challenge, prompting Zun Zi to tremble in fear, promising the boy that the High Palace will shred him to pieces. Once he recovers, the martial grandmaster retreats. The others from the High Palace follow, except Shiyume, who was the weakest among them and collapsed along with the realm. Noting that it will take a year or two for the 100 Battles country's forces to fully recover, Yun Xiao thinks that it's ample time for him to become strong enough to kill them. After all, his soul and body have undergone nirvana throughout heavens and earth. He alone is the honored one type beat. Right then, the mystic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast comes running there, accompanied by Xiao Qing Wang, Chen Da Sheng, and Luo Yunshang. Seeing them, Yun Xiao feels glad that they managed to live through today's predicament. After Yunshang confirms that the boy is okay, Da Sheng questions the whereabouts of the enemies. Promising to tell him when they get back to the camp, Yun Xiao reveals that the 100 Battles country's army will retreat in a few days. Suddenly, the realization hits the adults. Yun Xiao is somehow a 3-star martial master now, as there's a gap of a whole major realm between the reincarnated soul's previous level and now they are left questioning reality. This further solidifies for Yunshan that Yun Xiao is Gu Feiyang's disciple. After all, no one else could produce such disciples. At the same time, Yun Xiao declares that he just got lucky to advance like this, annoying the 3 adults even more. Truly my humble king. Later, Da Sheng commands the 800,000-strong army to Shining Gold City, initiating a pincer attack that results in the 100 Battles country's sound defeat. Suffering major losses, the 100 Battles country's army returns to their land. On the other hand, Da Sheng's army enters Shining Gold City, joining up with the troops already there. Arriving at the city gates, they are welcomed by the Fei Long general himself, Li Changfeng. Being the eldest son of the Li family in his current life, the former 9th-tier refiner wonders how he can bring himself to call Changfeng his father. Right then, the Fei Long general scolds his son for not saying a word, even though they are meeting after all this time. Yun Xiao tries to calm down his daddy, only to find out that he has been worried for nothing, as Changfeng enters the legendary Fei Long doting mode. Seeing the two bicker and banter, Da Sheng compliments Changfeng for raising a good son. Of course, he has no idea what the commander-in-chief is talking about. Hun, Qianfeng, and Chunlin start giving Changfeng an earful, scolding him for hiding a son, as talented as Yun Xiao for all these years. Poor guy getting rolled for no reason. Once again, the Fei Long general doesn't know what they are talking about. His friends then inform him of Yun Xiao, being a 2nd-tier refiner and a 3-star martial master. Hearing this, Changfeng is left in utter shock. Even while being unaware of Yun Xiao's advancement to a 3rd-tier refiner, he can't believe that his trash son who couldn't even cultivate before is now so competent. Tears well up in Changfeng's eyes, prompting him to punch the ever-living crap out of Yun Xiao for tricking him all these years. After staying at Shining Gold City for 3 days, the army starts heading back to the capital, with their heads held high. Using illness as an excuse, Changfeng distributes his duties to a few vice commanders and joins Da Sheng's army on the way back. During their journey, Jia Rong feeds Ji Meng some medicine that prevents his injuries from worsening. However, Yun Xiao worries that the martial lord is still in grave danger. As long as Ji Meng doesn't die though, the reincarnated soul is sure that he can heal him with his abilities, even if it will be a bit troublesome. A month goes by, and the army returns to the capital, shaking the royal court with their great victory. Of course, the matter didn't end with their triumph and only gave more fuel to the fire in the throne wars. Accompanied by Gao Feng, Qin Yang laments relying on the trash of the 100 Battles country. Fortunately, that thing has succeeded for him. Feeling more confident than ever, the first prince declares that he will be waiting for Qin Yue, Li Yun Xiao, and Xiao Qing Wang there. After all, he wants to have first-class tickets to witness their downfall. Outside Tianshui's capital, a welcome platform is decorated to await the army's arrival. Traditionally, whenever an army returns from a great battle, the emperor leads many nobles and officials in personally welcoming them back. However, Qin Zheng didn't do so this time around, prompting Qin Yue to set up the welcome ceremony and platform instead. While the city guards worry about the consequences of their allegiance, Qin Yue gets informed that his father won't be attending today. With this, the second prince sits where the emperor usually would, declaring that he will be leading today's ceremony in place of his unwell father. Bro prayed for this, and it happened. All hail Prince Yue. These chants soon echo throughout the capital. After a while, Qin Yue stops them and asks his minister to note down the names of all the officials who didn't come to the ceremony today. He then asks Xu Nyang, the ETA on the army, deciding to wait there for the historic moment they arrive. Right then, Qin Yang arrives to spoil the ceremony, accompanying Qin Zheng and Qin Rushue. Everyone kneels before the emperor, except Qun Yang, as martial kings and above are excluded from doing so. Qin Yue gives way to his father, helping him to the throne. Meanwhile, Qin Rushue notes that she is only there to see Li Yun Xiao. Get in line, girl. Allowing his subjects to rise, Qin Zheng notes the army's flags waving in the distance. With the emperor's permission, Qin Yue starts the welcome ceremony. Sounds of trumpets and drums resound as Da Sheng leads the army back to the capital. Yun Xiao's friends try to hype up the rewards that await him after the throne wars, only to hear that he will be leaving Tianshui once Qin Yue is crowned. Da Sheng marvels at the boy's ambitions, knowing that his name will be known throughout the world one day. Yu Shan vows to follow Yun Xiao wherever he goes, as it will get her closer to his master. Moments later, the emperor welcomes back Da Sheng's army, declaring today is not only a day where they won a war, but also one where the past will be behind them, paving way for the future. In other words, Qin Zheng will announce the heir to the throne. Drumroll time. Understanding that it will be hard for him to ascend, As the legitimate heir, if his father announces the eldest prince as the heir, Qin Yue tells him to wait. Qin Yang protests, but the second prince insists that he just wants to ask Qin Zheng 3 questions before the announcement. With an intimidating gaze, the emperor allows him to speak. Qin Yue first asks his father if the blade in his hands is sharp and if his army is mighty, getting his statements backed by the troops instead, a sign of rebellion against the throne. With such a blade and army, Qin Yue finally asks the most important question. Do I qualify to rule over the lands of Tian Shui? With this show of power, the battle for the throne reaches its rousing conclusion. The winds and clouds rose, all because of Yun Xiao, putting an end to the battle with Li Yi, who somehow manages to escape once again. On the other hand, his feat convinces Yun Shang that Gu Feiyang is still alive, and has Yun Xiao as his disciple. Yun Xiao then fends off the 100 Battles country's forces to retreat, acquiring the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast and true flame of life in the process. Now, the battle for the throne reaches its final stages. The second prince shouts out, questioning Qin Zheng if his son, Qin Yue, is qualified to lead the thousands of miles of Tian Shui. Da Sheng follows, asking the emperor to renounce his throne. Following the lead of their commander-in-chief, the entire army starts chanting in unison. Qin Yang reprimands his brother for trying to start a revolution. Responding calmly, Qin Yue declares that Qin Zheng has done so much for the country and should focus on his health now. He then proclaims himself as the most excellent son of the emperor, who will help him govern the country from now on. Qin Yang doubts this self-proclamation, prompting Qin Yue to question if anyone dares not to believe him. Me. A loud voice echoes through the welcome platform, belonging to Zhang Qingfan, who, along with Shu Han, has finally come out of seclusion, reprimanding Qin Yue for going wild. Qingfan bows before the emperor and announces his arrival. After celebrating the royal alchemist's arrival, Qin Zheng questions the identity of the people with him. Qingfan starts introducing them one by one, starting with the 4th-tier Lord-class refiner belonging to the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association, Yuan Hao. He then introduces Wang Chun, a 3rd-tier refiner, who also happens to be Yang Di's direct disciple. Qingfan finishes off by introducing the 3rd-tier refiner, Sun Zhengzong, and Wang Chun's follower, the martial brandmaster named Su Xiang. Seeing all these impressive figures, Qin Yue bursts into a sweat. Li Chunyang then crosses eyes with Su Xiang, whose fierce gaze makes him bite his own lips so hard that they end up bleeding. Boo-hoo, shiver me timbers. Get a grip, old man. Yuan Hao starts laughing, telling Qingfan that there's no need to introduce him as an outsider. Remarking that the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association sent him to issue badges, he reveals that both Zhang Qingfan and Shu Han have passed their 4th-tier assessment, officially becoming Lord-class refiners. The army is shocked by this revelation, as 2 4th-tier refiners appearing in Tian Shui at once is an unheard-of feat. Qin Zheng asks Qingfan if this is true, getting told that he just got lucky. Before this moment, Qin Yue was assured that his victory was just a matter of time now. So this turn of events leaves him immensely frustrated. Meanwhile, the emperor celebrates his loyal aide's breakthrough. Having followed Qin Zheng since he was just 12 years old, Qingfan's greatest wish in life was to continue exploring the path of alchemy. However, around 10 years ago, he plateaued, not knowing that the heavens would decide to bless him after all this time. Qin Zheng feels glad that Qingfan has gained a new life out of nowhere. In the same vein, he regrets that his time on Earth is limited, rendering him unable to witness the alchemist's glory in the coming days. Right then, Yuan Hao reveals that Tian Shui will directly become a superior country without fighting for the position, if either of the 2 new 4th-tier refiners were to stay there. Hearing this, the emperor grabs Qingfan's hands, getting assured that he will stay in Tian Shui for the rest of his life. After all, the person he is most grateful to, Lord Yun Xiao, is there. As Qin Zheng expresses confusion, Qingfan and Shu Han shout out, declaring that their breakthrough was all because of Lord Yun Xiao's guidance. The onlookers start discussing amongst themselves, wondering if someone like that was ever even in Tian Shui. Feeling intrigue, Yuan Hao asks Qingfan to introduce him to this hidden master. Wang Chun shares this sentiment, remarking that anyone would want to lay their eyes upon such a capable being. Is everyone in this series a professional glazer or something? Turning towards the army, Qingfan and Shu Han thank Lord Yun Shiyao for his generous teachings in unison, questioning if he is present there, as Cheng Feng wonders why this lord has the same name as his son. Yun Shiyao nonchalantly remarks how he just gave him a little feedback. The boy then starts marching forward, leaving his father confused. Emerging from the army, Yun Shiyao tells Ching Fan and Shu Han that they only broke through because of their strong foundations, feeling ashamed to receive their gratitude. Hearing the reincarnated soul's declaration, the emperor's children and Yun Shiyao's elders turn into literal bricks in disbelief. Yun Shiyao's shameless actions leave everyone questioning reality itself. Chang Feng tells his son that having the same name doesn't make him the refiner's master, wondering if he hit his head or something. At some point, intercepting his stupid brat or grandson, Chunyang insists that he doesn't make a scene here, considering even a martial grandmaster would be in trouble against fourth-tier refiners. The Duke orders his grandson to scram, a command that he nonchalantly listens to and walks off. Chunyang then bows before Ching Fan and Shu Han, asking them to forgive his grandson's idiotic behavior. However, the two fourth-tier refiners rush after Yun Shiyao, begging him to stay. Together, they bow before the reincarnated soul, thanking him for his kind guidance. In response, Yun Shiyao reminds them that they have still yet to explore the vast path of a refiner. After all, fourth tier is just entry level. Omae wa mushinderu. Nani? The spectators collectively scream out. See what I did there? Hello, fourth wall. Yuan Hao laughs at Yun Shiyao's prideful words, questioning Ching Fan and Shu Han if the foolish brat is their supposed hidden master. Right then, Sum Zhongzong, who previously got humiliated by Yun Shiyao at the Li family's secret chamber, accuses the reincarnated of being a fake and forging his refiner's badge. This offends Ching Fan and Shu Han, and they vow to cut off ties with Yuan Hao if he dishonors their master, confirming the authenticity of Yun Shiyao's second-tier refiner badge. Shu Han argues that the boy would have been worthy of a fifth-tier badge had it not been for the restrictions on Tinan Shuoi's Alchemist Association. Hearing this, Yuan Hao becomes infuriated at the fact that a mere child managed to troll two fourth-tier refiners. Zhongzong announces that the owner of a fake refiner's badge must be executed according to the law, promising to make Shu Han suffer some consequences as well. Right then, Yun Shiyao steps up, confirming if Zhongzong really intends to die on this hill. Of course, screams out the third-tier refiner, prompting the boy to challenge him to a competition that will prove which one of them is the fake. Confident in his abilities, Zhongzong gets enraged by this disrespect. Telling him to put his money where his mouth is, Yun Shiyao puts forward a bet, ensuring that the loser of their competition is thoroughly humiliated. Aside from that, the valuables that Zhongzong freeloaded from the Li family for so many years must also be part of the bet. To ensure fairness, Yuan Hao will be the judge. As Zhongzong hesitates to reply, Yun Shiyao questions if a mighty third-tier refiner is scared of little old him. Falling for the provocation, Zhongzong accepts the bet, handing his storage ring to Yuan Hao. On the other hand, Ching Fan and Shu Han get ready to give their storage rings for Yun Shiyao's part of the wager. The boy assures them that there's no need, vowing to wager something more valuable than Zhongzong. Seeing Yun Shiyao's confidence, Yuan Hao is left questioning if he is secretly a master. However, he shuts down his own thoughts, deeming it impossible for a 15-year-old kid to defeat a great third-tier refiner. Yuan Hao asks how they should start the competition, and Zhongzong remarks that the fourth-tier refiner should set the challenge for the sake of fairness. On the other hand, Yun Shiyao thinks that there's no need for such formalities, having no problem with taking on the subject that Zhongzong is best at. Bro has more confidence in himself than I have in my future. This shocks Yuan Hao and Zhongzong, considering alchemy has specializations. As such, even a higher-tier refiner like Yuan Hao might lose to Zhongzong in specific areas. Of course, Yun Shiyao remains unfazed, vowing to humiliate the third-tier refiner today. Taken aback by such arrogant words, Yuan Hao tells Zhongzong to set the test. With a sinister grin, the latter announces that the competition will be refining third-tier pills. As Yun Shiyao's refiner badge represents him having a second-tier refiner's soul power at most, Ching Fan and the others think that refining a third-tier pill will be impossible for him. All the refiners present look on at Zhongzong in disgust for putting forward such an unfair challenge. and Ching Fan labels him an embarrassment to all refiners. However, the third-tier refiner just tells Yun Xiao to admit defeat and kneel now if he is nervous. In response, the reincarnated soul simply yawns, remarking that he's too lazy to waste his talents on a mere monkey. Yun Xiao tells Zheng Zong to start already, enraging him further. The boy flames the shameless third-tier refiner a bit more, ordering him to speak up if there are any other rules and not try anything stupid later. Not wanting to embarrass the Alchemist Association anymore, Yuan Hao intervenes and declares that there are no other rules. Clarifying the criteria for how the pills will be judged, the fourth-tier refiner sets the time limit as 2 hours. Shen Yue intently looks on, realizing that his position in the battle for the throne will continue to become much more stable as long as Yun Xiao is at his side. At the same time, Qin Yang hopes that Sun Zhongzong will get rid of the pain in the butt, known as Li Yun Xiao, once and for all. Who's gonna tell him? Qin Shue also pouts, wondering why she ever defended the boy at the academy when he's just been hiding his prowess. Announcing that he will refine a 7-turn body pill, Zhongzong asks Yuan Hao to prepare 3 sets of ingredients needed for it. These pills are considered the best for showcasing a refiner's abilities, given that 3 turns make the pill, 5 turns increase its tier, and 7 turns make it a third tier 1. Yuan Hao questions what Yun Xiao is going to do, as being able to refine even a first-tier pill at his age would make him a heavenly genius, revealing that he will refine the same pill as Zhongzong. To make the comparison easier, Yun Xiao declares that he will only need 1 set of ingredients. Since the refinement process is immensely unpredictable, Yuan Hao thinks that the boy is just joking around. After all, even a 4th-tier refiner wouldn't dare say that just 1 attempt is enough. If I were you, I wouldn't dare either, remarks Yun Xiao with a grin. Yuan Hao annoyedly throws the single set of ingredients to the boy, wanting to see his pride be his downfall. Thinking that using only 1 set of ingredients is a foolish act equivalent to courting death, Zhongzong smirks, bringing out his green tripod, an expensive 3rd-tier treasure. He then tries to annoy Yun Xiao, only to be declared crazy. Concluding that the boy wants to anger him to mess up his refinement, Zhongzong forces himself to laugh through the pain. Of course, Yun Xiao always has something to say, and he smugly paints the 3rd-tier refiner as a truly crazed person. Just like that, the refinement competition begins. Extraction, followed by purification. Sun Zhongzong skillfully begins the refinement process. He ignites the 3rd-tier green tripod with another expensive treasure, the green wolf demon fire. Letting out a smug laughter, Zhongzong turns back, wanting to see his opponent's shocked expression. Much to his dismay, Yun Xiao is chilling like he is out on a picnic, getting fed some fruit by Jia Rong. Questioning why he isn't competing, Zhongzong tells Yuan Hao to mark Yun Xiao as the loser. Once again, the reincarnated soul simply yawns. Labeling the 3rd-tier refiner Sinao, Yun Xiao says that he is just replenishing his energy before starting the refinement process. Yuan Hao also tells Zhongzong to focus on his task, as he can't declare a loser until the time's up. The 3rd-tier refiner starts throwing a tantrum, vowing to make the unbothered Yun Xiao cry when he wins. Frustrated, Zhongzong continues his refinement process. Using his soul power and movements to manipulate the green wolf demon fire, he commands it to rise. Zhongzong starts condensing the pill and goes through 3 turns to make it a first-tier 1. Soon enough, the pill becomes 2nd tier by going through 5 turns, followed by 6 turns. With only 1 more turn to go, Zhongzong readies himself, finally condensing the pill with 7 turns. Being just 1 step away from success, the 3rd-tier refiner celebrates that the process went smoothly today and only needed 1 attempt. Right then, Yun Xiao activates his Moon Eye technique, making Yuan Hao turn towards him and wonder what's going on. Suddenly, Zhongzong's soul power disperses, leaving him confused as well. Being this close to success, he fully exerts himself to condense the pill, but to no avail. At the same time, Yuan Hao questions if he was just mistaken, convinced that Yun Xiao wouldn't dare to fool around while being watched by him. Blood is not aware of his game. The 4th-tier refiner signals Su Xian, prompting him to jump up and punch away the crackling pill off into the distance. A wild explosion follows, sending rippling shockwaves across the welcome platform. Seeing this, Qin Yue realizes the dangers of refining. While Zhongzong tries to process what just happened, Yun Xiao mocks him for being back to square one, just like him. who has been relaxing all this time. Just as the third-tier refiner is about to start bickering with the boy, Yuan Hao advises the two competitors to spend their very limited remaining time wisely. Hearing this, Zhongzong quickly begins the refinement process. On the other hand, Yun Xiao doesn't move an inch, making Yuan Hao wonder if he is only going to watch throughout the challenge. Questioning who said so, the reincarnated soul finally gets up. He marches onwards with thunderous footsteps, telling everyone to watch closely and vowing to open their eyes. Jia Rong, Qing Fan, and Xu Han start cheerleading for Yun Xiao as he begins his long-awaited warm-up routine. 3 reps each of arm turns, lunges, waist turns, and joint loosening, followed by a spin to the left and a twist to the right. This magnificent routine leaves the city guards speechless, as it should. Finishing the warm-up, Yun Xiao declares that it's time to start refining. Qing Fan begs him to use his third-tier purple tripod for the process, worrying Zhongzong since it is better than his green tripod. However, the boy insists that there's no need for it and tells Qing Fan to put it away. This concerns Zhongzong even more, making him wonder if Yun Xiao doesn't want the purple tripod, because he has a 4th-tier one. Right then, the reincarnated soul asks Yuan Hao for 10 high-grade Yuan stones, despite being convinced that Yun Xiao is just messing around and will make excuses when he loses. The 4th-tier refiner becomes interested in seeing what he has in store for him. Yuan Hao then throws Yun Xiao the requested items. Catching the high-grade Yuan stones, the reincarnated soul starts handling them like an expert. His hands twist and turn, turning the stones to dust. Moving almost as if he were dancing, Yun Xiao gathers the high-grade Yuan dust, turning it into an array. While Yuan Hao wonders if the boy is trying to play tricks, Wang Chun starts panicking. Dashing forward in disbelief, he mutters, "This is." In a state of panic, Wang Chun reveals that Yan Di uses this same Yuan stone array condensing technique quite frequently. Not only that, but Yun Xiao is performing its movements with greater ease and smoother than Yan Di himself, leaving Wang Chun in utter disbelief. Having seen Yan Di's demonstration of the same technique many years ago, Yuan Hao wonders if Yun Xiao is his disciple. Looking on, Jia Rong shames the Dust Flame Empire's toads in a well for disregarding his young master Yun. He trembles with excitement at the thought of the entire alchemy world experiencing the reincarnated soul's greatness. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao's Yuan stone array starts glowing. Seeing this, Yuan Hao questions how the boy managed to hide his power from his 4th-tier universal detect. Right then, Yun Xiao lifts his fingers, controlling the flames swirling around on the Yuan stone array. He makes the ingredients float, engulfing them with the fire. Watching him just burn the ingredients without going through the sorting and purification processes or even controlling the fire's strength, Zhongzong's eyes pop out of his skull. Bro thinks he's Gear 5 Luffy, convinced that Yun Xiao is just messing around. In order to disturb his state of mind, he tries his best to not lose focus. Standing in the center of the glowing Yuan stone array, the reincarnated soul signals the flames, forming them into various creatures. Insects, birds, dragons, phoenixes, and even a beautiful lady all surround Yun Xiao to help him condense the pill. Witnessing this sight in awe, Yuan Hao and Wang Chun realize that this fire control technique is none other than Gu Fei Yang's Symphony of Fire. As Yan Di never mentioned having a disciple like Yun Xiao, Wang Chun starts biting his lips in a panic and wonders if he could be Jun Ruyun's disciple. However, Yuan Hao deems it to be impossible. Meanwhile, Luo Yunshan bursts out into tears, becoming more sure than ever that the one backing Yun Xiao is none other than Gu Fei Yang himself. Wang Chun then asks Yuan Hao who he thinks will win the refining contest. The latter thinks that it could go either way, but the former puts his money on Zhongzong, citing Yun Xiao's 1st-tier soul power as the reason. Almost as if to shut him up, the boy unleashes his 2nd-tier soul power and makes a 3-turn body pill. Yuan Hao goes on a rant about the fine control Yun Xiao has over his soul power, wondering just how strong he really is. Wang Chun chimes in with Yang Di's wisdom, revealing that where a normal refiner can only refine 1 pill, a refiner of the same tier, but with the ability to prevent their soul power from being wasted, can refine at least 3 pills. Closely observing the competition, Yuan Hao compares the two competitors, despite already being at 4 turns. Yun Xiao's expression looks calm and composed, contrary to Zhongzong, who seems to be at his limit at 5 turns. seeing 15-year-old Yoon Xiao know and apply a profound soul power control technique that even Yan Di can only use at the entry level. Wang Chun questions how it is even possible. Do these guys even know anything? Right then, Yoon Xiao goes up to 5 turns, straight up to the 3rd tier. His friends look on in awe, while his foes in anger. Seeing his chances dwindling in real time, Zheng Zong prepares himself to fight till the bitter end. He brings out the Tai Yi Thunder Talisman, wanting to use thunderbolts to condense the pill. Being a 5th tier jade talisman of immeasurable value, this precious treasure can raise the tier of an item. If the refined product is over 5th tier, the heavens get offended, striking it down with wild thunderbolts, or so the legend goes. Hence, Zheng Zong feels extremely reluctant to use it. However, his hesitation instantly fades away after seeing Yoon Xiao enter the 6th turn stage. As Zheng Zong makes his final stand, Wang Chun notes that the greatest challenge for an item 5th tier or above isn't the refiner's soul power, but rather the item's innate ability to withstand the thunderbolts. Yuan Ha reveals that the Tai Yi Thunder Talisman is a small part of that thunder, something a strong refiner separated by force. Because of this, it can be used directly while refining a low-tier item, without any danger to the refiner's well-being, making it an extremely precious treasure. With this, Zheng Zong comes up to 8 turns. Yuan Ha sighs out at the sight, declaring that Yoon Xiao is going to lose. Wang Chun agrees, lamenting that the boy bet so much on a contest that ended in his defeat, albeit a glorious one. With a ball of crackling thunder in his hands, Zheng Zong laughs, celebrating the success of his refinement. Thinking that the youth's become arrogant after gaining a bit of skill, Yuan Hao concludes that it's good to let Yoon Xiao face some setbacks at this stage. On the other hand, Zheng Zong boasts about his peak 8-turn body pill to the reincarnated soul, announcing that he has lost unless he somehow refines a 9-turn, 4th-tier body pill. Who's gonna tell him? Yuan Hao compliments Zheng Zong for managing to refine a peak 3rd-tier pill, even if he ruined the green tripod in the process, noting that understanding the process might even help him break through. However, Zheng Zong thinks that breaking through isn't so easy, despite understanding some new things through this refinement. Qing Fan and Shu Han look on at their young master Yoon with worried eyes. Having refined a body pill to 7 turns without using a tripod at such a young age, Yoon Xiao is a scary talent that appears once in 10,000 years. As such, Yuan Hao pities the outcome of this bout. Zheng Zong also trembles in fear of the future, wondering what he will do then, considering he barely managed to beat Yoon Xiao even now. Wang Chun asks Yuan Hao if the boy can get the pill to 8 turns, getting told that there isn't much hope. The 4th-tier refiner remarks that Yoon Xiao could have easily gotten the pill to 8 turns if he used Qing Fan's purple tripod, but arrogance got the better of him. Right then, the reincarnated soul flares up, attempting to use Yuan Chi Flames to forcibly increase the body pill's tier. Yuan Hao notes that even if Yoon Xiao manages to get it to 8 turns like this, it will be very difficult for him to condense the pill or keep it in shape. Wang Chun understands that Yoon Xiao is only giving it his all because of the fact that Zheng Zong refined a peak 8-turn body pill. However, he questions what the boy is thinking, deeming it to be an unwinnable situation. When are these guys gonna learn not to bet against the plot armor? Suddenly, Yoon Xiao raises the level of the body pill to 8 turns without a tripod, showcasing his demonic talent. Realizing that he is trying to substitute Yuan Flames with true Yuan Qi, Wang Chun panics. This prompts Yuan Hao to put Su Xiang on standby, preparing for the 8-turn body pill's impending explosion. Yoon Xiao sighs out in exhaustion, understanding that this is the limit of his true Qi as a 3-star martial master. Left with no other choice, he decided to test that thing out to beat Zheng Zong's peak 8-turn pill. Yoon Xiao closes his eyes, diving deep into his consciousness. Burning within him wildly, the true flame of life emerges on his forehead. With this, Yoon Xiao prepares to teach the mere 3rd-tier refiner who dared to show off in front of his face, a harsh lesson that will render him unable to recognize even his mother. Looking on in awe at the blue fire, Yuan Hao and Wang Chun wonder what kind of flames they are. Even the demonic flames in Zheng Zong's body show fear at the sight, making him realize that the pressure exerted by Yoon Xiao's flames is from a higher tier. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't actually able to control the true flame of life with his current abilities. So, He only uses the projection of the divine flames on the void, hurling them toward the 8-turned body pill. Unleashing the true fire pill refinement, Yun Shiyao commands the pill to condense. The clouds start rumbling, followed by wild gusts of wind. While Yuan Hao looks on in disbelief at a mere third-tier pill causing such a natural phenomenon, the sky erupts. Countless thunderbolts rain down on the body pill, making it buzz wildly. As the dust settles, Yun Shiyao stands huffing and puffing, holding a jewel-colored pill in his hands. Understanding that a pill of this tire shouldn't cause such a natural phenomenon, Yun Shiyao wonders if the Phoenix of True Fire was responsible for the prior thunderstorm. Wang Chun bites his nails in anticipation, questioning the tier of the body pill. After all, even a 4th tier one wouldn't cause thunderbolts to strike. My goat just built different. Yuan Hao gets annoyed too, as the only difference between him and a 5th tier refiner is the ability to invoke thunderbolts to condense pills. Questioning how a youth managed to do something that he couldn't figure out for so many years, the 4th tier refiner asks Yun Shiyao if he can see the body pill. The boy gladly hands it to the judge, leaving him in awe. Yuan Hao inquires about the 2-colored patterns on the body pill, as well as the abnormal thunderstorm at the end of the refinement. Yun Shiyao remarks that he doesn't know either, considering it was his first time refining a 3rd-tier pill in this life. Shocked by this revelation, Zhengzong asks Yuan Hao about the victor of their competition. Closely observing the 2 pills, the 4th-tier refiner declares Yun Shiyao as the winner. Zhengzong starts protesting, insisting that it's at most a tie, since his body pill is a peak 8-turn 1, being the strongest below the 4th tier. Yuan Hao then reveals that Yun Shiyao's pill is a quasi-4th tier, making Zhengzong declare it to be impossible. After all, such a pill is formed when a mistake is made, while refining a 4th-tier pill and can only be made by a 4th-tier refiner. Zhengzong starts accusing Yuan Hao of conspiring with Yun Shiyao. The boy shames him for making excuses after losing, declaring it to be the exact reason why he made Yuan Hao the judge. Making up his mind, the 4th-tier refiner hands Yun Shiyao the bet's rewards and turns over to Zhengzong, ordering him to kneel down and kowtow. Originally, Yuan Hao intended to ask for mercy on his behalf. However, Zhengzong disrespected him in front of nearly 1 million people and courted death with his actions. Meanwhile, the 3rd-tier refiner is hit with the realization that his career as a pill refiner is over. Yuan Hao rushes Zhengzong to kneel down, threatening to ask Su Xiang to help him. If he doesn't, a moment passes, and the 3rd-tier refiner is still standing. This prompts Su Xiang to flick his fingers and unleash his chi, injuring Zhengzong's knees in the process. Falling to the ground, the 3rd-tier refiner screams out in agony, all the while blood continues to drip from his wounded knees. Suddenly, Yun Shiyao flicks his hand, smashing Zhengzong's head into the floor. The former tells the latter that this first bow is for baring his teeth at him. Looking on, Su Xiang realizes that Yun Shiyao is not a simple rank 3 martial master. Right then, Yun Shiyao opens and closes his fist again, lifting and crushing Zhengzong's head once more. Announcing that the second bow is for stealing half of his family's fortune, the boy prepares to make Zhengzong's deformed head bow a 3rd time. However, Chunyang stops his grandson and tells him to just forget about it, considering his martial uncle would have died a long time ago, if not for the 3rd-tier refiner. Realizing that Chunyang is right, Yun Shiyao instead kicks Zhengzong down the welcome platform. And so, the bully gets bullied, only getting spared because of a grandfather's request to his grandson. Labeling Zhengzong a disgrace to the Alchemist Association, Yuan Hao tells Master Yun Shiyao not to worry about such people. Moreover, today's competition proved the boy's capabilities as a rank 3 alchemist. So being the examiner from the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association, Yuan Hao grants Yun Shiyao a 3rd-tier refiner badge. As the reincarnated soul thanks him for it, the 4th-tier refiner declares him the most talented man he has seen in his entire life, deeming it an honor to give him the badge. Once again thanking Yuan Hao, the boy insists that he doesn't call him Master Yun Shiyao, preferring to be called Young Master Yun instead. Referring to him as such, Wang Chun expresses the desire to stay in Tian Shui and learn from the boy much younger than himself. Yun Shiyao turns to the 3rd-tier refiner, casually asking him how Yang Di is doing nowadays. Bro might as well dap him up at this point. Having previously thought that the boy was Jun Ruyun's disciple, Wang Chun gets confused, hearing him refer to Yang Di like they are old friends. instead of as a martial uncle. Regardless, he tells Yun Xiao that Yang Di is doing good and went to Hua Shunhai a few months ago to break into the 7th stage, remarking that he has always wanted to visit his master's hometown in Tianshui. Wang Chun delights as he has finally fulfilled his wish. The 3rd-tier refiner suddenly remembers that Yang Di left a painting in Tianshui and promised to grant anyone a wish if they can solve it. Wanting to see it and try his luck, Wang Chun asks if it's still there. Being unaware of this fact, Yun Xiao gets filled in by Qing Fan, who tells him that the painting is stored in the palace as their kingdom's treasure. The boy wonders when Yang Di learned to paint, only to find out that it was made by Gu Fei Yang. Back then, Yang Di was throwing a tantrum, prompting Gu Fei Yang to draw the painting and throw it at him. However, the former was unable to understand its secret and promised to grant the wish of whoever managed to do so. Even after hearing all this, Yu Xiao doesn't remember doing anything like that. Blood thinks they're just making stuff up. Right then, Qin Zheng reveals that he has the painting with him at the moment. He always takes a look at it in hopes of deciphering it, not finding any success whatsoever. As Qin Zheng unveils the painting, everyone looks on in awe. Yuan Hao remarks that Gu Fei Yang is a true master, declaring the painting to be a peerless masterpiece. On the other hand, Yun Xiao bursts out laughing. Seeing his maniacal laughter, Wang Chun questions if he knows the secret behind the painting. However, Yun Xiao isn't able to answer his query and continues laughing like an idiot. Yuan Hao wonders if the painting is really that funny. The reincarnated soul then asks him to read the poem, calling Yang Di shameless. Wang Chun gets offended on his behalf, telling Yun Xiao not to insult his master. While the boy continues to laugh, to the point of having tears in his eyes, Yuan Hao recites the poem. As he finishes, the city guards start singing praises for it. Still confused, the 4th-tier refiner inquires about the fault in the poem. Everyone awaits Yun Xiao's explanation in anticipation, though he continues to tee-hee like an idiot. Finally, having enough of his grandson's shenanigans, Chunyang rushes to attack him, promising to beat him up if he doesn't say it already. As everyone holds the wild duke back, Yun Xiao tells them to think about why Gu Fei Yang wrote the 2 poems. Wang Chun correctly guesses that it's because his disciple acted foolishly. Yun Xiao reveals that Gu Fei Yang was only upset until Yang Di started yelling at him. Being a civilized and literate man, the martial sovereign doesn't swear and curse like an ordinary person. As he uses unconventional methods instead, Yu Xiao turns everyone's attention to the first character of the first poem and the last character of the second poem. Cue the drum roll. All eyes turn to the painting as Wang Chun interprets Gu Fei Yang's message as Yang Di is an idiot or Yang Di is a pig. Yun Xiao laughs, telling him that he's correct. Silence descends on the welcome platform, turning all onlookers into the Picasso-style shock. Realizing that Tian Shui's treasured painting was just Gu Fei Yang calling Yang Di a dumbass, Qin Zheng and Yuan Hao get depressed. Deprived of all joy, Wang Chun promises to relay Yun Xiao's interpretation to Yang Di so that he can get his reward from him. While everyone marvels at the fact that the boy has the valuable gift of having Yang Di do one thing for him, poor Wang Chun worries about the consequences of slandering his master. Right then, Qin Yang starts glazing Yun Xiao, declaring him the pride of Tian Shui. The power-hungry man vows to bestow the reincarnated soul and his future generations with the status of royalty if he becomes the emperor. Qin Yang even promises to let Yun Xiao marry Qin Ru Shui, flustering the girl. As the eldest prince tries to convince his sister by singing praises for the boy, Qin Yue chimes in. The second prince vows to grant Yun Xiao more rewards than Qin Yang after becoming the emperor. Hearing this, the boy asks Qin Ru Shui who she thinks should be emperor. Neither of them, shouts out the pouting girl. Looking into her eyes, Yun Xiao remarks that that's a problem, playfully questioning if she has any other brothers. Staying him respectfully consider her opinions, Qin Ru Shui blushes. At the same time, Qin Yang promises to make her the Taiping princess if he ascends to the throne. Though the eldest prince means to grant her the highest status, besides the emperor, his words can also be mistaken as calling a lady flat. Nah, bro messed up. As such, Qin Ru Shui gets offended, declaring her also jerk of a brother Qin Yue to be better than Qin Yang. After having a good laugh, Yun Xiao marches towards Qin Zheng, Declaring that nothing lasts forever in this world, he asks His Majesty to abdicate his throne for Qin Yue. The second prince claps in celebration. All the while his brother trembles with rage. A gust of wind blows as the emperor feels at ease about the future of Tian Shui with Yun Shiyao at Qin Yue's side. However, he has a condition. Qin Zheng wants Yun Shiyao to keep Qin Yang alive, not wanting his son to follow him right after he dies. Hearing his father's words, Qin Yang falls to his knees. At the same time, Yun Shiyao agrees to the emperor's condition. With his daughter by his side, Qin Zheng walks up to the throne on the welcome platform. All eyes look on in anticipation as the emperor prepares to make an official announcement. Right then, 3 green wolf battleships descend from the sky. Qin Yang starts laughing like a maniac at their arrival, questioning how Qin Yue will fight for the throne against his trump card. The onlooking officials wonder if the competition for the throne is really that important, as there seems to be no end in sight at the back and forth. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Qin Zheng stares intently at the green wolf battleship's descent, and so does Yuan Hao. Not only is the floating battleship the Dustflame Empire's top-level weapon, and a treasure that can only be created by refiners 4th tier and above, but the 3 currently descending also have their family name engraved on them. This makes the city guards question why they are there. Right then, one of the green wolf battleships pops open and connects a path down to the welcome platform. Accompanied by a hooded figure, the eldest son of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families named Zhou Yushan, starts walking towards the gathering. Qin Yang welcomes him, questioning if Lord Yang Biao is not there. Remarking that there's no need for his father to get involved in such a small manner, Yushan takes a look at the ruffians around him. All the while Qin Yang continues to glaze him. Right then, the eldest son notices Yuan Hao and Wang Chun there, despite not knowing Jia Rong, Shu Han, and Qing Fan. He to tell that they are refiners, and wonders why the place is filled with refiners. Greeting Yushan, Yuan Hao explains that he is at Tian Shui for official matters. The eldest son greets him back, replying that he is just there for some trivial matters, and will be leaving right after, without bothering him. On today's episode of Fact or Cap. Turning over to the throne, Yushan calls for Qin Zheng. The latter asks the former what he needs from the emperor, making him shake his head in disappointment. Yushan announces that no one other than the Dustflame Empire's emperor himself dares to refer to themselves as royalty in front of him. However, he lets Qin Zheng's transgression pass on account of his old age. Yushan then reveals that he is there today to help determine the successor to the throne, backing Qin Yang for the position, remarking that the matter of succession only concerns Tian Shui and has nothing to do with the eldest son. Qin Zheng stands his ground, officially announcing Qin Yue as the heir to the throne. He passes his last royal decree, declaring that the crowning and abdication ceremony will start in 3 days. All hail His Majesty, followed by roaring chants of All hail Prince Qin Yue echo throughout the welcome ceremony. Witnessing this sight, the second prince is brought to tears, and he falls to his knees, expressing gratitude for his father. Qin Zheng tells him to rise, stating that the soon-to-be emperor of Tian Shui shouldn't show such a weak side of himself. He then turns over to Qin Yang, revealing that he originally favored him for the throne. However, contacting outsiders and involving them in governmental business is something Qin Zheng refuses to allow. Yushan disrespectfully shouts out at the old fart for daring to go against him. My Tian Shui, my choice, declares Qin Zheng. If Yushan's father were here, he could have paid his respects to him. But since it's only the bratty eldest son, Qin Zheng tells him to go back home. Becoming infuriated by these words, Yushan bursts forth with a wild qi, expressing the desire to see what happens if the chosen heir is dead. As Commander Bai prepares to defend Qin Yue, Yun Shiyao shouts out at everyone to hold on, remarking that Yushan looks pro. The boy asks Wang Chun who he is. Blood thinks it's a video game. Hearing Yun Shiyao's words, Yushan demands to know who uttered them. He turns around, spotting the boy having a round-table discussion with Wang Chun about him. Yang Di's disciple informs Yun Shiyao of Yushan's identity, telling him to pay no mind to his behavior. Joking about the eldest son having his nose in the air, Yun Shiyao asks him if he isn't afraid of rainwater getting inside it when it rains. Wang Chun laughs and compliments the boy's sense of humor, wondering if such a thing really might have happened before. Yun Shiyao doesn't know if water has gotten into Yushan's nose before, but he does know that it has definitely gotten to his brain. While Wang Chun laughs his guts out, Yushan rages, questioning how a mere brat dares to make fun of him. Declaring that Yun Xiao is courting death, the eldest son swings at him. The reincarnated soul steps back, avoiding the attack with relative ease. Chunyang gets ready to jump in, but Yushan beats him to it, unleashing her Yang Axe explosion to intercept Yushan's fan brimming with water chi. Getting stopped by a 5-star martial lord, the eldest son inquires about her identity. Yushan proudly announces herself as a teacher at Jia Lan Academy, making Yushan wonder if she doesn't know that going against him is equivalent to a death sentence. Ignoring him, Yushan checks up on Yun Xiao. The boy insists that he's fine, remarking that it would be quite a challenge for a martial lord like Yushan to hurt him. This enrages the eldest son, who tells Yun Xiao to stop hiding behind a woman if he's so great, and come out to fight him one-on-one. Calling out the absurdity of a 5-star martial lord challenging a 3-star martial master to one-on-one combat, Yun Xiao mocks Yushan for having skin thick enough to construct city walls. The eldest son gets flustered, telling the boy to just beg for his life if he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Yet again, Yun Xiao mocks Yushan, announcing that he isn't scared of the one-on-one fight, but only worries that he won't be able to hurt his thick skin, leaving them in a stalemate. Wang Chun bursts out laughing, hyping up Yun Xiao's great metaphors and declaring Yushan as the user of the strongest skin protection in the Dust Flame Empire. Dude got affected by Jia Rong's glazing virus too. Having had enough of the mockery, Yushan orders his hooded companion to kill the brat. The enigmatic figure leaps off the connecting platform, charging straight at Yun Xiao. Yushan intercepts him with her scorching yang fire, only to get her attack blocked by the entity's bare hands, as she realizes that the hooded figure is a martial king. He taps her on her shoulders and jumps away. Teacher Luo tries to follow him, though she isn't able to do so, as her arms have been rendered useless. Chunyang takes a hack at the enigmatic entity, hurling a ball of concentrated chi at him. However, the latter easily blocks the former's attack and declares him a mere 1-star martial king. Chunyang looks on in disbelief as his own attack is thrown right back at him. Before the stray blast kicks out the city guards, the 8-star martial king, Xiao Qing Wang, jumps in to neutralize it. The commander then unleashes his wild flames, forcing the hooded figure to get on the back foot. Gritting his teeth, the mysterious man hurls a purple vortex-like concentration of chi at Qing Wang's attack. However, it only manages to hold off the flames momentarily. In the end, the collision of the martial kings causes a huge explosion on the welcome platform, sending bodies flying everywhere. While Chunyang and Bai Mu take the responsibility of protecting the emperor and his children, Yuan Hao signals Su Xiang to make his move. Following his lord's command, the martial grandmaster jumps into battle. The massive pressure he exerts leaves the two martial kings frozen in their tracks, forcing them to disengage from their battle. Yushan asks Yuan Hao if he also intends to meddle with his business, getting told that he just doesn't intend to take a fall. The dude is avoiding responsibility better than a certain gender. Right then, Yun Xiao questions if Yushan really wants to fight him one-on-one. He issues a brazen challenge, agreeing to fight the eldest son at the location of his choosing, with the only condition being that it takes place 3 months later. Yushan tries to stop Yun Xiao's reckless behavior, reminding him that Yushan is a 5-star martial lord. Readily accepting the challenge, the eldest son sets the location to be the Dark Gold Arena in the Dust Flame Empire, vowing to make Yun Xiao kneel down, kowtow, and beg him to spare his life. When the time comes, suddenly, Yushan turns his gaze towards Yushan in a perverted manner, declaring that she will be his as well if Yun Xiao loses. Teacher Luo tries to say something, but Yun Xiao stops her. Regardless of who wins or loses, he questions what Yushan, becoming Yushan's woman, has to do with him. The eldest son tells Yun Xiao to stop pretending, announcing that the way she looks at him is like a woman in love. Remarking that only someone capable should have her, Yushan starts walking off, while declaring Yun Xiao to be a toad unworthy of such a beauty. Brimming forth with unparalleled fury, Yushan leaps at Yushan, fully intending to kill him. However, Su Xiang stops her onslaught, muttering that they should stop fighting if they don't want the stage to collapse. Grinning like a crazed maniac, Yushan perversely licks his lips and labels Yushan a smoking hot woman who is just to his liking. He then heads back to the floating battleship, vowing to tame her in 3 months. Someone get this guy behind bars ASAP. Right then, Yushan lays his eyes on Qinru Shuwei and uses his martial prowess to pull her towards himself. The creep wants the beautiful young lady to quench his thirst first, while he waits for the beautiful woman to come to him. Qinru Shuwei begs Qin Zheng to save her, while Yushan continues to drag her to the battleship. He promises to make her his 23rd concubine when they get back, making the poor girl tremble in fear. Lotus Sword Song shouts out Yun Shiyao as he charges toward the Green Wolf battleship. Telling him that he's courting death, the hooded figure intercepts the boy, only for his hand to go through him like a projection. Yun Shiyao continues to head toward the damsel in distress, calling for him to save her, unleashing his Lotus Sword Song with a fierce gaze. Choking out Qinru Shuwei, Yushan reiterates that the reincarnated soul is courting death, calling out the audacity of a mere 3-star martial master, daring to attack a martial lord. The eldest son swings his fan, raining down countless slashes on Yun Shiyao. Much to his dismay, the boy continues to come at him, sword first like a man possessed. Blood spurts as Yun Shiyao's blade cuts Yushan's wrists. At the same time, he rescues Qinru Shuwei from the creep and asks her if she's alright. The hooded figure tries to rush to him, but Xiao Qingwang and Chun Wang stop him. Screaming out in agony, Yushan calls for Hong Ling, questioning how long she's just going to keep watching. Suddenly, ribbon-like red material emerges from a woman's fully clothed body, forcefully separating Qinru Shuwei from Yun Shiyao. It wraps around the two, rendering them both unable to move. Even in this state, the reincarnated soul issues an ultimatum to Yushan. If he dares to touch a single hair on Qinru Shuwei, holy goosebumps. Yun Shiyao swears to completely erase the Zhou family from the Tianwu continent, whether it be 100-year-old elders or infants who have just been born. He vows to wipe them all out. Trembling at Yun Shiyao's words, Yushan orders Hong Ling to kill him right now. The lady stares at the boy, deciding to instead throw him off the Green Wolf battleship. Yun Shang and Wan Chun gather around Yun Shiyao, while Yushan continues to throw a tantrum at Hong Ling for not killing him. Checking up on the reincarnated soul, Yun Shang and Wan Chun ask him if he's alright. However, even in this state, Yun Shiyao only has revenge on his mind. Getting back up to his feet, Yun Shiyao gives Su Xiang an intimidating look. The martial grandmaster instantly realizes that the boy is scolding him for not making a move, considering only he would have had a chance to save Qinru Shuwei out of everyone there. However, Su Xiang wonders if it's worth enraging the Zhou family for the sake of just a small country princess. Confirming that he has the privilege of letting Yang Di do one thing for him, Yun Xiao offers to give it to Wang Chun if he can ensure Qinru Shuwei's safety for the next 3 months, shocking everyone with his selflessness. On the other hand, the martial grandmaster laments that Yun Xiao didn't say that earlier, as he would have even killed Zhou Yushan to save the princess. After all, having the privilege of a 7th-tier refiner like Yang Di refining a pill for him would have easily made him a martial emperor. Womp womp lil bro. Wang Chun readily accepts Yun Xiao's proposal, begging him to keep his word. The latter smiles, assuring the former that he always does so. Wang Chun gets ready to write a letter to his family, vowing to save Qinru Shuwei, no matter what, announcing that he shouldn't stay any longer. Yang Di's disciple informs Yuan Hao that he will be returning first. The 4th-tier refiner sighs out as silence soon descends on the welcome platform. This time, Qin Zheng is the one to break it, telling Yun Xiao that there's no need to worry, now that Wang Chun has agreed to help. Zhou, Wang, Mo, and Cheng. These are the Dust Flame Empire's 4 great families, each of which has more power than a small country. As such, the Zhou family wouldn't dare to mess with the Wang family over someone like Princess Ru Shuwei. The Wang family will also pull out all the stops to ensure that they get to request one thing from Yang Di, so all their problems have been solved. Need this type of energy in my life for real. Qin Zheng then turns over to Qin Yue, reiterating that he is the heir to Tian Shuai after the abdication of the throne, the ceremony for which, along with the crowning, will start in 3 days. As for Qin Yang, he is to be taken away and locked up. At last, Qin Yue breathes a sigh of relief as the battle for the throne finally reaches its rousing conclusion. All hail your majesty. All hail the heir. These chants echo throughout Tian Shuai, marking the end of the years-long struggle. Just like that, The capital starts preparing for the ceremony that will take place in 3 days. Accompanying Qin Yue in the throne room, Bai Mu informs him that Yuan Hao and his men are headed back to the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association. As for Qin Yang's supporters who came crawling back to the second prince, she has rejected all of them on his behalf. The sniveling cowards tried to get the Li family's backing, only to get thrown out by their guards. Bai Mu celebrates, reminding Qin Yue that his dream has finally come to fruition after many years of hard work. Declaring that gods truly are with him, the second prince turns over to Bai Mu, who has been with him for the longest. He thanks her for doing the most for him throughout all these years, only for the lady to tell him that he's wrong. After all, the one who contributed the most during the throne wars is none other than young Master Yun. This leaves Qin Yue deep in thought, pondering how he should reward Yun Shiyao. Bai Mu questions if he has some concerns, getting told that Yun Shiyao possesses a mystical strength, along with the support of 2 fourth-tier refiners and 2 martial kings. Moreover, his father commands a 1,000,000-strong army. As such, Qin Yue wonders if granting Yun Shiyao the status of royalty would put the Qin family's status as the imperial family in jeopardy. Bai Mu asks him if he is thinking of getting rid of Yun Shiyao. Despite having thought of it once, Qin Yue possesses neither the power nor the guts to do so now. The lady insists that the heir doesn't talk any nonsense in case anyone else hears them, but he assures her that he's saying it because only the 2 of them are there, reminding Bai Mu that her last divination on him proved to be true. Qin Yue asks her if she can use it on Yun Shiyao to check whether he will be a threat to him in the future. Feeling giddy at the fact that she is the only one Qin Yue told something so important to, Bai Mu gets ready to divine the answer to his question once more. Being a secret art that harms one's Yuan energy, divination can even affect one's Yuan energy lifespan, depending on the calculations and specificity involved. However, Bai Mu thinks that a few times more is nothing for a loved one. Me and who? Walking up to the array-like ritual area, the lady bites her thumb to make it bleed. She then smacks the ground, causing the candles around the array to burn wildly. The seal activates as Bai Mu begins the divination process. Singular words pop out of the center of the markings, making the lady tremble. Having never seen her in such a state, Qin Yue worriedly asks Bai Mu, "What's going on?" Moments later, the candles go out and she coughs out a ton of blood all over the place. The entire ritual area gets disrupted and Qin Yue rushes to Bai Mu's side. Wondering what happened to her, stuttering over her words, the lady reveals that she couldn't see anything at all. Bai Mu only heard a voice that kept repeating something, convincing her that she would die if she wanted to peer into a fate that could be foretold. Bai Mu once heard her master say that some people have souls that were constellations at some point, so, unless one knew the art of divine battle day, they wouldn't be able to see into the fate of such people, even after spending all of their Yuan energy lifespan. Still trembling from the earlier experience, Bai Mu wonders if Yun Shiyao could really have a divine fate. Knowing that the term divine fate usually refers to emperors who claim themselves to be sent by the heavens, Qin Yue reveals that it is nothing but a tool to fool the common people. So he finds it hard to believe that there really are people with a so-called divine fate. Suddenly, a voice announces that this leaves him nothing to be worried about, causing Qin Yue and Bai Mu to panic. Much to their relief, it is just Qin Zheng and Qing Fan, having received some stimulating medicines, to feel energetic in his last moments. The former emperor looks better than ever, making Qin Yue question why he would do that. Blood doping in his last moments, W. As he often feels exhausted and has even started to forget things, Qin Zheng wants to teach his son some last things before departing. For instance, he wasn't careful with his words this time around. Qin Yue worries that they messed up, considering that Qing Fan has immense respect for Yun Shiyao. However, the fourth-tier refiner tells them not to worry, as he won't snitch. Even if he did, Qing Fan thinks that Yun Shiyao would simply laugh at them. In the same vein, he advises Qin Yue to never think about going against young Master Yun, unless he wants to face an endless world of disaster. Qin Zheng agrees with his aide, noting that Yun Shiyao is already a 3-star martial master and a 3rd-tier refiner at just 15 years old. For a person with such scary talent, Tian Shuai is too small a country. Under the broad and endless skies is where he should be, or so Qin Zheng thinks. Qin Yue bows to his father, thanking him for his advice. Vowing to bestow the status of royalty onto Yun Shiyao, he asks Qin Zheng about the piece of land he should grant him. The former emperor tells Qin Yue to pick whichever he wants, but urges him to choose fertile land. Qing Fan believes that the Li family's involvement in Tian Shuoi's politics will slowly fade away once Qin Yue takes the throne, kind of like the Heaven Gathering sect. At first, the Heaven Gathering sect was just a family of high status in the Dust Flame Empire. Right now, though, not involving themselves in politics, they have become a true power throughout the Tianwu continent, becoming a group that people look up to. Confirming his aide's words, Qin Zheng laments not realizing it back then, as it caused Yang Di to leave in anger. The former emperor regrets costing Tian Shui such a great opportunity. Qin Yue bows once again, thanking Qin Zheng and Qing Fan for their wisdom. Remarking that his young son still has a lot to learn, the former emperor deems it laughable that he was blinded by his authority all these years, to the point that it caused a great divide between his two sons. Unfortunately, Qin Zheng doesn't have much time left to teach Qin Yue. Sounds like a skill issue to me, homie. Wishing to have a private conversation with him, he tells Qing Fan and Commander Bai to take their leave first. Understanding what this means, the fourth-tier refiner tears up and bows to the man he has served for his entire life. A few hours later, Bai Mu and Qing Fan see Qin Yue walking out of the palace with a crushed expression, revealing that his father has left them. The day after Qin Zheng's passing, the second prince ascends to the throne and grants the court official rewards. Qin Yue also bestows upon Li Yun Xiao the title of Prince Wucheng, giving him ownership of Tian Shuoi's most prosperous city, Martial Flame City. It is a stronghold located in the northernmost area of the country, being a hub for the goods being transported between Tian Shuoi and the Dusk Flame Empire. The shaken-up court accuses Qin Yue of abusing his power, but he quickly shuts down all of them. On the other hand, Yun Xiao stays in seclusion the whole time, refusing to meet anyone. 7 days later, Chunyang, Qing Fan, and Yun Shang arrive before the Li family's training chamber. They conclude that the duel that will take place in 3 months has stressed out Yun Xiao a lot, considering his opponent is going to be a 5-star martial lord. In her mind, teacher Luo wonders why that lord isn't showing himself, even in such a crucial moment. Right then, Yun Xiao marches out of the training chamber, declaring that being a martial lord is nothing amazing. Chunyang looks on in awe, as his grandson has become a 4-star martial master. The former asks the latter if he really has to train so desperately. With a smile on his face, Yun Xiao asks whether all martial artists don't train like this, seeing the boy smile after such harsh training. Chunyang questions if there's something wrong with his brain. Yun Xiao tells his grandfather not to misunderstand things, insisting that he really isn't thinking much of the duel in 3 months. The reincarnated soul promises to make light work of that young master something, and his Zhou family of the 4 great families, or something like that, to save Qinru Shui. Moreover, Wang Chun's promise assures him that the princess is safe. Yun Xiao then hands Chunyang a sack of pills to pass on to Cheng Feng, wanting his father to pursue the limitless path of martial arts and cultivate properly in seclusion to become a martial king as well. Chunyang playfully asks Yun Xiao if there's something good for him too, getting told that he doesn't have any pills suitable for his level. However, the boy promises to refine enough pills for everyone after he can gather all the ingredients he needs, making Qing Fan and Yun Shang jealous of Chunyang for being related to such a skilled refiner. Lastly, Yun Xiao wants the martial king's help with gathering some rare ingredients. Dube is more demanding than my ex. At first, Chunyang thinks that it will be a piece of cake due to the Li family's reputation. Of course, once the martial king, along with Yu Shang and Qing Fan, takes a look at the ingredients, he realizes that some of the ingredients can't even be found in Tian Shui. Yun Xiao notes that the main ingredient of adversity-destroying pills, called the Heavenly Universe Cleansing Crystal, can wait for now. However, he must find the 100 pattern hydrangea, as Yu Xiao needs it to refine 6 sunset gold pills to save the unconscious Jimeng. Chunyang questions how he is supposed to find an ingredient that isn't anywhere in Tian Shui, making the boy conclude that he will have to send someone to the Deity Transformation Sea. As the Alchemist Association's headquarters is located there, it is the holy ground for all refiners, housing practically every ingredient known to man. Qing Fan suggests that there's no need to go to the faraway Deity Transformation Sea, as the Dust Flame Empire's 1,000 Treasures auction will take place in 3 days, right in Yun Shiyao's land of Martial Flame City. Xunyang agrees, confusing the reincarnated soul, who is supremely unaware of the current matters. Xingfan informs Yun Shiyao that he is now called Prince Wucheng, being the permanent owner of Martial Flame City. However, the body thinks all of that is just for show, remarking that only the common man would put any importance on such meaningless glory. Xingfan smiles, realizing that his young master Yun is more open-minded than an old fart like himself, even at such a young age. Meanwhile, Xunyang prepares to gather primordial stones in bulk, as they are the currency for the 1,000 Treasures auction. Having attended many such auctions in his past life, Yun Xiao is surprised that one is being held in such an insignificant place. Planning to refine his black glass sword, he tells Xingfan to prepare the refinement room. The 4th-tier refiner's soul burns with a wild passion, wishing that Yun Xiao would let him watch the process. In the Alchemist Association, Shu Hun's eyes sparkle with excitement at the sight of Yun Xiao, being there to refine his sword. Throwing away all the documents he just finished sorting, Shu Hun runs off to prepare the refinement room. The frantic man orders the receptionist Lu Hao that no one is allowed to interrupt them, even if the sky itself falls down. Seeing Shu Hun in such a state leaves the poor girl scared. Later in the refinement room, Yun Xiao concludes that the 100-fold gravity array of his black lass is only useful against great martial masters. Even then, it's just a sneak attack. Deeming it to be completely useless, when up against a martial lord, he throws the blade into the air. Yun Xiao then crushes a yuan stone in his left hand, blowing the dust onto the black lass. Mixed with his soul power, the dust swirls around the sword and combines with the refinement chamber's flames. Through this process, Yun Xiao erases all arrays and seals on the black lass, still the hardest name anyone has given to their weapon. The reincarnated soul then uses his soul power to make the ingredients float, hurling them toward the flames enveloping the black lass. Looking on in awe, Shu Han realizes that Yun Xiao is trying to raise the tier of the Shuan weapon, from 1st tier straight to 3rd tier. As Xingfan questions if doing such a thing is even possible, the boy's soul power takes the form of a roaring dragon. The beastly projection starts circling the black lass, and Yun Xiao hurls it inside the refinement chamber's fire to fuse all the ingredients with the blade. Moments later, the reincarnated soul declares that he's done refining the weapon, intently observing the black lass crackling with Yun Xiao's soul power. Shu Han and Xingfan give a slightly disappointed look to each other. Bros better keep their mouths shut. The latter of the two carefully speaks his mind, telling Yun Xiao that something seems to be missing in the otherwise sharp sword filled with soul power. Oh no. While Shu Han continues to observe the blade, Xingfan notes that the boy didn't use the sword condensing soul technique at the end, meaning he didn't complete the refinement yet. Yun Xiao confirms this fact, revealing that it's an incomplete sword at the moment. He originally planned to refine it into a 3rd-tiered Shuan weapon, ultimately deciding to hold off until he can get some good materials from the 1,000 Treasures auction. Yun Xiao aims to refine Black Last to a quasi-4th tier, confusing Shu Han, as refining in bursts can ruin the quality of a weapon. The reincarnated soul reveals that he is only planning to make an incomplete 3rd-tier sword a quasi-4th tier, as it's the equivalent of raising it by half a tier. The Black Lass won't be ruined. Glimmering with hope, Xingfan asks Yun Xiao to instruct him, and Shu Han to refine the incomplete sword, promising that they will be able to refine a true 4th-tier Shuan weapon that will live up to his standards. However, the boy insists that there's no need for that, as not only is it easier for him to use something he refined himself, but he also can't utilize the true power of a 4th-tier Shuan weapon at his current level. My humble king. Hearing these words, the ecstatic refiners lose all joy in life. Yun Xiao sighs, promising to invite Xingfan and Shu Han to assist him when he refines the Black Lass. This turns their frowns upside down, making them all giddy. While the two refiners, blessed by the light of alchemy, float, light up with bliss, Yun Xiao realizes that he should start preparing for his journey to Martial Flame City. The next day, outside the gates of the capital, Qin Yue greets Yun Xiao, toasting him off before the adventure that lies ahead. As the boy enjoys neither authority nor glory, he vows to treat him in some other way. Yun Xiao marches up to Qin Yue and taps his shoulder, expressing hope that he will be a good emperor in the future. After telling him not to worry, the emperor insists that the boy takes a team of the state guardians with him. Of course, he can always send them back if he doesn't need them. Yan, the commander who took over the first unit of the State Guardians after Gao Feng's arrest, greets Yun Shiyao being a peak 9-star Great Martial Master. Complimenting Yan's capability, Shiyao Qingwang advises the reincarnated soul to bring him along. He then turns over to Qin Yue. Remarking that Bai Mu is one of the 2 goddesses in the State Guardians, Qingwang advises the emperor to treat her well. The lady blushes as Qin Yue puts his arms around her and declares that he won't let her down. God, I see what you have done for others. Right then, Yun Shiyao tells Bai Mu that she shouldn't use her divination rashly, as it is only at the clear stage. If the lady were to encounter someone powerful, the backlash from her technique would be severe. Yun Shiyao mentions that the 5th elder of Bai Mu's sect became crippled for life after using divination on someone they should have. This leaves her wondering how he not only knows that she used divination on him, but even knows the secret of her sect. Qin Yue steps forward, asking Yun Shiyao not to blame Bai Mu, as he was the one who asked her to use divination. Of course, the boy doesn't blame him at all, and would have done the same thing if he were in his shoes. Yun Shiyao then tells Qin Yue that as he has already been crowned, they won't be interacting much from now on. However, the emperor vows to always welcome him back with open arms, announcing Yun Shiyao as Tian Shuoi's Prince Wucheng. Chants for Yun Shiyao break out amongst the army and the city guards as he starts marching towards the martial flame city to begin a new chapter of his life. Inside the rumbling carriage, Meng Bai dances with joy, celebrating that his master is a city lord. Yun Shiyao is accompanied by Chun Zun and Han Bai, along with Meng's siblings, and Tian Shuoi's 3 martial kings. Chun Zun praises Meng Bai, but Yun Shiyao thinks that he only dreams of becoming a general or a state guardian like all kids. Suddenly, Meng Bai turns over to his master, questioning how he knew about his dream. The kid excitedly asks Yun Shiyao to make him a general after taking over as city lord, wanting to lead an army back and show off to Uncle Li Dayuan. Right then, Yun Shiyao spots something in size. Shiyao Qingwang notices it too, wondering why those brats are there again. The party halts the carriage as the Jia Land Academy's student army stands in their way, led by Bai Chung Feng. Da Sheng praises them, declaring that having 1,000,000 such soldiers would make it possible to sweep all the empires in Tianwu. Chunyang tells him to stop dreaming, as having 2,000 soldiers like them is already an impressive feat. Despite not knowing how they trained, the Duke thinks that the student army might put even an army of 2,000 great martial masters to shame. Blazing students is crazy. Wait, that's not what I meant, officer. As Yun Shiyao peeks at the soldiers, Bai Chung Feng begs him to bring them along to Martial Flame City, wishing to follow the mighty Prince Wucheng. However, the boy reveals that he is only going there to partake in the 1,000 Treasures auction and has no intention of staying there. Besides, as all of them have yet to graduate, Yun Shiyao wishes for the student army to head back to the capital. As Chung Feng lowers his head in disappointment, Luo Yunshan pats him on the shoulders. She tells Yun Shiyao to let them follow him, taking responsibility for explaining things to the academy. Hearing this, the student army starts celebrating, while Luo Lan Duo vows to keep rushing forward on the path of martial arts to catch up to the man she once rejected. Yun Shiyao shouts out, questioning the student army why they are celebrating when he is just attending an auction and not going to war. Used to being alone, he also refuses to act as a city lord. However, Chunyang and Qingwang suggest that Yun Shiyao develops the student army into mighty soldiers if he wishes to surpass the world's standards. As the individual ceiling is limited, they think that Yun Shiyao should use Martial Flame City as a base to develop a far on par with the Heaven Gathering sect. Realizing that many struggles in his past life came about because he wandered alone, Yun Shiyao concludes that having a strong force backing him will get him to even greater heights and decides to lead them. Since he was called the military breaker as Gu Fei Yang, Yun Shiyao grants the student army the title of Heaven's Core. My PC just burnt from how hard this name goes. Later at the City Lord's residence of Martial Flame City, the reincarnated soul gets the Chief of Records, Wu Zishi, to spill the beans about their financial situation, not being interested in anything else. However, Yun Shiyao notices a discrepancy of millions of gold coins, getting told that the previous City Lord Ud Hai had taken it away. When he retired, the boy declares it to be BS, ignoring all of Wu Zishi's pleas not to act rashly. Yun Shiyao not only sends his father to get the money back from Yu Dihai, whose younger sister is the emperor's concubine, but also puts out a hit for all the officials he bribed and the last 10 city lords. He declares that if anyone is dead, the money is to be obtained from their descendants. Watching the crazed new city lord in action, Wu Zishi asks his name. Proclaiming his name, Yu Shiyao tells the man to just call him Young Master Yun. Sometime later, Li Changfeng asks his son to let the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast accompany him for the mission. The creature is extremely reluctant, but Yu Shiyao fulfills his father's request. Telling Changfeng to collect the money at triple the regular interest rate, he asks him to take primordial stones instead of gold coins if possible. Wu Zishi wonders if Yun Shiyao doesn't fear offending every single court official, only to get promoted to Vice City Lord and put in charge of all matters, except those concerning money. Just like that, Yun Shiyao heads off to the Thousand Treasures auction, leaving behind a man questioning reality itself. Ah, the horror of getting a sudden promotion. As the throne wars reach their conclusion, Li Yun Shiyao completely embarrasses Qin Yue's opposition in a refining battle to help him become the new emperor of Tian Shui. However, his ascension to the throne is spoiled by Zhou Yushan kidnapping Qin Rushui. After ensuring her safety, Yun Shiyao prepares to enact revenge against the entire Zhou family. For now, though, he heads to the Thousand Treasures auction as the newly appointed City Lord of Martial Flame City. Arriving at the Thousand Treasures Tower, Yun Shiyao marvels at its glory that is even beyond his expectations. Possessing immense wealth that rivals a country, the organization has hired many refiners and martial artists to offer their services. Meng Bai spots a large group of people gathered in the distance and excitedly rushes through the crowd, leading his master to the item garnering such attention: a second-tier windbreak poisonous weasel egg, while Jia Rong and Meng Wu lose their minds over the super-rare treasure. Yun Shiyao remains unimpressed, declaring it to be just a regular green demon beast egg. However, he soon realizes that cooking the poisonous weasel egg will be beneficial for Meng Bai nonetheless. Right then, some customers start bargaining the item's price with the shopkeeper, who is selling it for an absurd amount of 10,000 middle-tier primordial stones. Blood should be in a call center with the scams that he is running. The annoyed seller refuses to give even an inch, forcing the buyers to spend all their life savings on it. They only put forward one condition. The seller has to prove whether the second-tier windbreak poisonous weasel egg is the real thing. This infuriates the shopkeeper, who announces that he is doing business under the Thousand Treasures Tower's name, meaning that selling fakes would be equivalent to courting death. Convinced by this explanation, the customers prepare to hand off their money, but then Jia Rong steps in, revealing that the vitality of the egg is weakening. As such, it will die within a month. Hearing this, the buyers quickly take back his primordial stones. The seller threatens to make Jia Rong pay for spewing nonsense, prompting the refiner to call them out for tricking the customers. Jia Rong also tells everyone that the seller has been concealing the egg's purple stripes by hiding it inside a crystal box with a rainbow hue. As the latter accuses the former of making things up, he points to his second-tier refiner badge, proving his skills and credibility. Of course, Jia Rong himself was clueless and only came to know of the egg's vitality through his young master Yun. Having worked hard for many years to save up their money, the buyers start calling the scammer names. Squaring up and down that he didn't know that the egg was going to die, the seller closes up shop. The customers thank Jia Rong for his service and head off. As the seller begins to pack up, Yun Shiyao approaches him, questioning if he is still willing to sell the egg. Despite not understanding why anyone would buy a dying egg, the man desperately tries to sell it off for 5,000 middle-tier primordial stones. Of course, utilizing his masterful heckling skills, Yun Shiyao scams the scammer and leaves. Du pulled out the UNO reverse. Jia Rong joins him, praising his evil master for getting the item worth 10,000 for just 100. Seeing them together, the seller realizes that he has been played. Meng Bai tries to tease his master for being up to no good again, only to lose all joy upon learning that the second-tier windbreak poison weasel egg is for him to eat. Without delay, the poor boy tries to run, but Yun Shiyao stops him right in his tracks. The reincarnated soul assures Meng Bai that eating the egg will help him a lot in the future. Holding the giant egg in his hands, the disciple questions how long it will take for him to consume such a thing. His master's next words leave him in tears as he reveals that Meng Bai will have to eat it all at once to absorb the toxins efficiently. Consoling her brother, Mengwu laments not having a good demon beast egg to hatch into a cute little baby. Suddenly, Yun Xiao hands her a real demon beast egg that he found inside Xu Pinghong's storage ring, leaving Jia Rong and Meng Bai jealous. Promising to teach Mengwu how to tame the beast when it's time, the boy reveals that after doing so, she will be able to travel freely in the Dusk Flame Empire. As Meng Bai protests not being given the egg that looks tastier, Yun Xiao smacks him. He then tells the siblings to put away the eggs quickly, since everyone is staring at them. Receiving such a precious gift from Yun Xiao, without him even thinking twice about it, Mengwu blushes, getting treated so well for the first time in her life. While the crowd gossips about the reincarnated soul, Meng Bai wonders if his sister's body is burning up because she has a fever. Oh, you sweet summer child. Unbeknownst to him, Mengwu is just lovesick, and he gets smacked for bringing it up. Meanwhile, Jia Rong urges the need to hurry away from the area, afraid that people already have their eyes set on them as targets. However, Yun Xiao declares that there's no need to worry. He vows to make anyone who even dares to look at them wrong sleep eternally. Right then, Yun Xiao spots a glowing fruit nearby. He heads to the seller to ask his price, getting told that it's 5,000 low-tier primordial stones. Hearing this, Meng Bai starts yelling at the shopkeeper for robbing people in broad daylight. The enraged seller shouts at the brat, insisting that the item is a precious soul fruit, despite not even knowing its name. However, he saw a third-tier scaled python and a third-tier blood-strike tiger fight to the death for the fruit, so the seller believes that its price is way higher than what he's asking. Being the master of reasoning that he is, Yun Xiao questions if the man let those two heavily injured beasts off after somehow managing to get the fruit from them, leaving him in a cold sweat. Yun Xiao tells the seller not to worry, as a third-tier demon beast's corpse, despite being a treasure, isn't something he desires. Wanting to buy the teeth of the blood-strike tiger and the soul fruit instead, the boy asks the shopkeeper to give him a price. The latter still hesitates, prompting the former to declare that no one will dare to attack him in the 1,000 treasures auction. However, the seller isn't convinced. He fears that the hungry wolves in the crowd won't let him walk out of the country alive. Having felt many sharp gazes on him for a while now, Yun Xiao realizes that the seller is right. Right then, the shopkeeper remarks that the boy can have the blood-strike tiger's teeth, but only as a package deal with the whole corpse for 5,000 middle-grade primordial stones. The soul fruit will just be a free gift, along with the tiger. After confirming the status of the teeth, Yun Xiao finalizes the deal and puts the items in his storage ring. Jia Rong once again worries about the gazes, getting told to just ignore them and not stop those who want to die. Suddenly, Meng Bai comes running there shouting, pointing to the distance where Chun Zhen and Han Bai are getting confronted by someone. Call them Luffy, the way they can't stay out of trouble. For more than 2 seconds, Yun Xiao walks through the crowd and asks his friends, "What's going on?" Chun Zhen reveals that they found some 100 pattern hydrangeas, but some people came running there and forcefully took them away. Since the ingredient is what he needs to make 6 sunset gold pills to save Ji Meng, Yun Xiao concludes that he must make them spit it out. As Han Bai points to the people who took away the 100 pattern hydrangeas, their leader walks forward. Showing no intention of giving it back, he tells Yun Xiao's group to get lost, threatening to cut off the fingers of anyone who dares to point at him one more time. Observing the people, the reincarnated soul notes that their leader is just a 9-star martial master, but is backed by a dozen guards, including a martial lord and 2 great martial masters. At that precise instant, an old man drags himself there, complaining that the customer hasn't paid yet. Getting enraged at the accusation of being a thief, the martial master tells the seller to get lost. As the old man tries to protest that it's the greatest treasure of his stall, Yun Xiao turns to him and asks for the price. Hearing that it's 200 middle-grade primordial stones, the boy decides to buy the ingredient. The seller thanks Yun Xiao, albeit being afraid of taking the items from the evildoers. Telling him that it's fine, the reincarnated soul announces that he will retrieve them himself. Blued on that, fine, I will do it myself vibe. Yun Xiao approaches the martial master, daring him to reiterate his earlier threat, calling the former mad. The latter boasts about his family background, telling him to kowtow a few times and get lost. Of course, Yun Xiao charges at the martial master instead, cutting him with his blade. Jumping back, the young lord freezes at the sight of his own blood for a moment before screaming out in agony. One of the dozen guards leaps at Yun Shiyao to defend his master, only to get ruthlessly sliced up. Looking at the boy blatantly murdering someone in broad daylight, the spectators scream out in disbelief. Yun Shiyao then makes a chilling proclamation, declaring that anyone who dares to hurt a brother of his must die, regardless of their status. As numerous guards rush at him, the reincarnated soul tells his friends to retreat. Dancing like the wind, Yun Shiyao slashes up everyone who stands in his way. Seeing his bodyguards meet such a gruesome fate, the martial master jumps back in fear. Finally, the martial lord steps forward, declaring that no one can save Yun Shiyao now. He unleashes his chi in the form of 2 crimson palms and hurls it towards him. Suddenly, the boy screams out for Commander Hong to come out and not wait until he dies, promising a terrifying future for him, in case he does. Right then, a man in knight-like attire jumps out of the shadows and intercepts the martial lord's attack, deflecting it right back at him. The guard questions the man's identity, boasting about his young lord's status, and flaming him for sticking his nose into other people's business. Turns out, this is none other than the Team 1 commander of Martial Flame City's city defense, Hong Bing. Chilling. Okay, I will see myself out now. Psych. Declaring that he doesn't care who they are, Hong Bing vows to keep the troublemakers in line as long as they are in the territory of Martial Flame City. At the same time, the commander wonders how his new city lord, who he has been discreetly following around, managed to notice him. All of a sudden, the martial lord starts protesting that the boy hurt his young master and even killed his bodyguards, telling Hong Bing to do something about it. However, the commander instantly shuts him down, remarking that he only saw them hitting Yun Shiyao. While the martial lord continues to rant, his young lord speaks up, once again boasting about himself as someone who even the emperor of Tian Shui would be polite to. The martial master orders Hong Bing to bring his city lord to him. Finally, he announces himself as the Dust Flame Empire's Xingyang family's heir, Pingyang Jia. The young lord smirks, thinking that this proclamation will scare his opponents. Much to his dismay, Yun Shiyao only insults him for being someone he has never even heard of, no longer having to hesitate, since Yang Jia isn't a big shot. Like he thought, the boy charges to kill them all off, ordering Hong Bing to keep the martial lord busy in the meantime. Getting disrespected in such a manner, Yang Jia coughs out blood and braces himself for the onslaught that is about to follow. The last of Yang Jia's bodyguards leaps at Yun Shiyao in annoyance, wielding his twin blades to collide with the boy's sword. Looking at the scene, the girl asks old man Yu if Yun Shiyao is the third-tier refiner Yuan Hao talked about. Confirming it to be true, the geezer reveals that he has been following the boy ever since he entered the Thousand Treasures auction. Blood, a more committed stalker than Taylor Swift stands. Not only does Yun Shiyao have extremely sharp eyes, but he is also somehow pushing back a 3-star Great Martial Master, despite being just a 4-star Martial Master. A martial arts genius along with being a 3rd-tier refiner at just 15 years old. He thinks that Yun Shiyao is an even greater talent than the young lady accompanying him. The girl wonders if they should jump in to stop the fight, considering Yang Jia dying would create a big mess. Despite not feeling concerned about the Xingyang family, the old man doesn't dare to overlook that one of their ancestors is an elder of the Heaven Gathering sect. So, he heads out to intervene. Meanwhile, Yun Shiyao overpowers the Great Martial Master and skillfully unarms him. Seeing the boy's blade swing towards him, the grown-ass man tears up, fearing that he's going to die. Halt! A loud voice roars out as the geezer jumps in to stop Yun Shiyao's onslaught. He tells the boy to forgive and forget, remarking that the Xingyang family isn't one that he should go against. Much to the old man's dismay, Yun Shiyao has been aware of someone watching him since coming to the auction and feels relieved that he has finally shown himself. While he gets flustered at somehow getting noticed, the boy pushes him aside, being in no mood to chat at the moment. He rushes to finish off Yang Jia and his bodyguard, getting his sword flung away by the geezer. Just from that one strike, Yun Shiyao successfully figures out that Yu's a 7-star martial king and uses the Plum Blossom Point Break form, leaving him in disbelief. Reprimanding the geezer for saving Yang Jia, the reincarnated soul declares him as his enemy. However, Yu insists that he merely saved Yun Shiyao from bringing ruin to himself. Hearing the boy's name, Yang Jia promises to kill him for generations to come, putting his manhood on the line. In the same breath, the coward retreats. Yun Xiao gives you an annoyed look, remarking that it's kill or be killed against Yang Jia at this point. Moreover, as the medicinal materials he needs to save Jimeng are still in the young lord's possession, Yun Xiao questions how Yu intends to fix things. At the same time, the boy discreetly signals Jia Rong and the others, making them run off somewhere. Being a self-centered and prideful brat, Yang Jia won't let Yun Xiao off the hook until one of them dies. As such, the reincarnated soul holds the geezer responsible for the situation, telling him to worry about how he will pay him back. Yun Xiao begins to head off, getting asked to hold on, as the girl accompanying you wishes to speak to him. However, the boy ignores the request. Certified Sigma moment, the old man forcefully grabs Yun Xiao by his arm, insisting that he doesn't do anything stupid. Offended by you trying to force him, the reincarnated soul gazes into his soul, declaring that being a 7-star martial king doesn't make him invincible. As Yun Xiao frees himself, the girl accompanying the geezer shows up and reveals that she has some 100-pattern hydrangea. Walking onto the scene with unmatched eloquence, the young lady defends Yu's choice not to let Yun Xiao kill Yang Jia. She feels that there's still room to smooth things over between the two as opposed to the massive trouble that would have followed otherwise. Unconvinced, Yun Xiao questions what will happen if Yang Jia comes back with a strong fighter to finish him off. Introducing herself as Ding Ling and the geezer as Yu Rong, the girl vows to step up in case such a thing happens. Yun Xiao finally comes around, or so it seems, as he entrusts Ding Ling to clean up the mess. The young lady in Yu Rong gets confused at first, soon realizing what the boy is implying. Brought by Yang Jia as backup, a massive armada of soldiers approaches the group from the horizon, led by a lord of the Dust Flame Empire's 4 great families, Cheng Feiji. Realizing her current predicament, Ding Ling tries to convince him that the entire event was a massive misunderstanding and hopes that he can overlook the matter. Questioning the identity of the troublemaker, Feiji wonders how he made the girl act as his spokesperson. Yang Jia chimes in, telling him not to trust a selfish businesswoman like her, thinking that she must have gotten some sort of benefit from Yun Xiao. Infuriated, Yu Rong reminds Yang Jia that he saved his life earlier and didn't benefit one bit from it. The ungrateful young lord snarks, remarking that the geezer only saved him to save Yun Xiao. Even the reincarnated soul piles on the already enraged Yu Rong, wondering if he still thinks that saving Yang Jia was the right decision. Bro getting cooked. Ding Ling asks Fei Ji to think of sparing Yun Xiao as just giving her some face, considering she is someone who frequently engages in business deals with the Dust Flame Empire's 4 great families, leveraging the fact that she belongs to the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild. Ding Ling insists that Fei Zi bury this matter right here. Being one of the 13 board of directors of the Commerce Alliance, the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild possesses great influence. Moreover, the Thousand Treasures Tower is also one of the group's 7 permanent directors, being the leader of the whole organization. As such, the Commerce Alliance has become a superpower in the Tianwu continent, and no one dares to act against it. Since Yang Jia represents the Dust Flame Empire's aristocrats, and Yu Xiao dared to not only kill his subordinate, but also chop off 5 of his fingers, Fei Ji insists that he is just trying to save their dignity. However, as he can't embarrass Ding Ling either, the only remaining choice is for Yun Xiao to kowtow 10 times, destroy his Dan Tian, cut off his arms, and kneel at the auction's entrance throughout its entire duration. Then, Fei Ji will spare him. The Chum family's man-ankle lord asks Ding Ling what she thinks of his proposal, making Yang Jia burst out laughing with his benevolence. While the girl gets flustered, Yun Xiao simply laughs, declaring that it's been years since he has seen such pretentious scum. After all, the ones before him, who dared to act in such a way, no longer live. Declaring the boy ungrateful for rejecting his kindness, Fei Ji tells Ding Ling to not accidentally get involved in the crossfire and mobilizes his troops. Yun Xiao calmly observes his situation, noting that Fei Ji is backed by 2 martial kings and 4 martial lords. Meanwhile, Ding Ling scolds the Chung family's lord for trying to humiliate him, who blames her and the boy for bringing this upon themselves. Suddenly, Yun Xiao lets out a sinister grin and mocks Fei Ji. He then brings out the cloud-piercing arrows, sending a signal to the student army, Oblivious to what awaits him, Fei Zi laughs in the boy's face for trying to use Tian Shuoi's military against him. While the cocky young lord continues to hurl insults at Yun Xiao, one of the martial kings backing him gets alerted by something. The ground shakes as the student army stomps through the city and gathers around their commander-in-chief. They unleash their killing intent, concentrating it into the sky to form the god-slaying finger. As Fei Zi screams out in disbelief, Bai Changfeng arrives on the scene, announcing that all 2,330 members of Heaven's Core have assembled for their young master Yun. Still the hardest name ever. Right then, Jia Rong and the others return as well, bringing with them Xiao Qingwang, Luo Yunshan, Li Chunyang, Li Changfeng, and Chen Da Sheng. Just when I thought it couldn't get crazier, the first unit of the State Guardians swoops onto the battlefield too, led by Yan in greeting their young master Yun. Witnessing this sight, Fei Zi and his men start trembling in their boots. Yun Xiao calls out the bodyguard, who disrespected him just moments ago, making him swear up and down that he did no such thing, prioritizing their own well-being over their idiotic lord's pride. The guards run for their lives. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't let anyone who dares insult him off the hook. With a flick of his hand, the reincarnated soul pulls the naive bodyguard towards himself, putting an end to his unremarkable life. Seeing this, Yan Jia loses all strength in his body and falls to his knees. Without delay, Yu Xiao shouts out, commanding his martial army to kill every last one of the disrespectful fools. Brimming with killing intent, the soldiers leap at Fei Zi and his guards to end their lives, showing no regard for their status as an esteemed noble family of the Dusk Flame Empire. Right then, Xiao Qingwang approaches the two one-star martial kings defending Fei Zi and invites them to greet him properly. Utterly outclassed by the 8-star martial king, the two bodyguards get crushed. Realizing that Yun Xiao is truly crazy, Fei Zi looks around in a panic. He screams his lungs out and boasts about belonging to the Chung family's direct line, demanding to meet the city lord. However, no one bats him an eye. Get aired lol. Hearing the painful cries of his armada, Fei Zi trembles, understanding once and for all that the maniacal student army doesn't care who he is at all. Yu Rong and Ding Ling witness the scene with the same level of disbelief as the latter begs Yun Xiao to stop. She reiterates that killing a direct descendant of one of the 4 great noble families would bring ruin to the whole of Tian Shui, but the boy remains unbothered. Yun Xiao doubles down, proclaiming that he won't mind erasing the entire Chung family from the Dusk Flame Empire if they step out of line. This bold claim leaves Ding Ling in complete shock, making her wonder if the reincarnated soul is a 6-tier refiner or a 7 constellations realm martial emperor. Xiao Qingwang, Chen Da Sheng, Li Chunyang, and Li Changfeng bring the raging battle to a rousing finale, hurling the last of the enemy troops right behind Fei Zi and Yan Jia. Surrounded by Yun Xiao's forces, the Chun family's young lord starts kowtowing. Admitting his misdeeds, he begs for the reincarnated soul to spare their lives and vows to do no wrong again. Ling Ding and Yu Rong also tell Yun Xiao to let them go, as the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild will be able to sweep this under the rug if he stops now. Of course, Yun Xiao tells the two to shut up. That's why he's the goat. He only deems the 1,000 Treasures Tower to be worthy of his respect, deeming the rest to be nothing but trash. Hearing these words, Yu Rong falls silent and Ling Ding wonders if this is the end of the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild. Meanwhile, Fei Zi continues to beg for mercy, even pissing his pants in the process. Disgusting, mutters Yun Xiao, ordering Yan to just kill fools. Zipping through the sky, a man shouts out, questioning who dares to end lives in the 1,000 Treasures auction. Yun Xiao screams at Yan to hurry up, but the commander remains frozen in place, being the elder guardian of the 1,000 Treasures Tower's Dusk Flame Empire branch. The 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster, Yin Chaoyang, makes his appearance. Infuriated, the crushing pressure he exerts renders everyone unable to move a single muscle, since acts of theft and murder are forbidden during the 1,000 Treasures auction. Ling Dinger worries that they are done for. At the same time, Fei Zi starts celebrating that his life is spared. Introducing himself as the young lord of the Chung family, he begs Elder Yin to save him. Out of nowhere, a sword stabs him in the chest. Fei Zi turns around, only to see that the act was committed by none other than Yan Jia. Moving like a zombie, The latter then puts the sword to his own neck. A spurt of blood follows, and Yang Jiya's lifeless corpse falls to the ground. Just like that, the two disrespectful fools meet their miserable demise. In the reflection of Yang Jiya's dilated pupils, Yun Shiyao appears with his moon eye technique, reiterating his earlier proclamation. Holy chills! Realizing that the boy was responsible for the horrifying scene all along, Ding Ling is left questioning if he is really just 15 years old. At the same time, Yin Chao Yang furiously screams out. Witnessing the Thousand Treasures Tower's rules getting broken, as if they are nothing, the martial grandmaster unleashes his chi, vowing to kill everyone who stands before him. Ling Ding tries to reason with him, but the elder is in no mood to chat. To him, only death is a fitting punishment for those who dare to break the tower's sacred rules. Qiao Yang's eyes flare up as a massive ball of green chi gathers around him, pulling apart the ground itself, while even Tian Shui's martial kings look on helplessly at the sight. Yun Xiao suddenly speaks up, confirming Qiao Yang's identity. He asks him how Yu Wenbo is doing nowadays. This infuriates the elder even more, who reprimands the boy for trying to fool around with the name of the tower's third elder. Right then, Yun Xiao activates thought communication, telepathically asking Qiao Yang about the Thousand Treasures Tower's secret tool, the spatial communicator. Being a powerful tool that can break through spatial limitations to transmit voices to the other side of the formation. Its value is very high. Moreover, spatial communicators are extremely precious one-time use consumables. So even in the Thousand Treasures Tower's inner circle, only martial grandmasters or above would know of such a top-secret communication tool, let alone possess one. Chevian gets confused, questioning how a mere teen knows of it. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul asks the elder to convey this message to Yu Wenbo. Outside Crimson Crescent City, an old friend on the Purple Cloud Peak from 20 years ago misses him. Sounds fruity. I'm in. Between the steep price of the spatial communicator and the consequences of contacting Yu Wenbo in vain, Qiao Yang feels reluctant to trust Yun Xiao's words. At the same time, he realizes that killing an actual old friend of Yu Wenbo will result in an even more severe punishment. As if to read his mind, Yun Xiao assures Qiao Yang that there's no need to worry and promises to take responsibility if things go south. With this, Elder Yin disperses his chi and descends to the ground. Seeing this, Ling Ding is left wondering what Yu Xiao said to calm Qiao Yang down, considering even she wasn't able to do so. Right then, Elder Yin brings out his storage ring, summoning a spatial communicator from it. While everyone looks on with awe, Qiao Yang begins the spatial communication process. Countless array-like formations erupt from the tool, and he sends Yun Xiao's message to the third elder. Thousands of miles from Martial Flame City, a peach blossom tree blooms in all its glory. Surrounded by high peaks, a humble abode houses numerous disciples, sitting before their master, the Thousand Treasures Tower's third elder, Yu Wenbo. While scribbling some markings into the air, his spatial communicator suddenly starts ringing. Seeing their third elder get disturbed at such a time, the disciples conclude that the message has to be something very important. However, upon hearing that it's from Yin Chao Yang of the Dust Flame Empire, they are left questioning. What important matter can arise from such a small country? One of the disciples even feels offended, as Yin Chao Yang is reporting to his superior despite being his direct subordinate. Right then, Yu Wenbo reads the message, shouting out in disbelief. The third elder then abruptly stands up, sending shockwaves all across the island. Surprised by this act, one of his subordinates wonders if something terrible happened at their Dust Flame Empire branch. However, Yu Wenbo remains silent and breaks out into a cold sweat. As the spatial communicator in his hand shatters, the third elder exits the residence and starts floating over the nearby body of water. Yu Wenbo's actions confuse his subordinates, but they intently look on nonetheless. Suddenly, the third elder starts laughing maniacally. Tears of joy start flowing down his face, and Yu Wenbo celebrates. Having always believed this to be the case, he feels glad that Gu Feiyang is still alive. Meanwhile, Qiao Yang's patience bears fruit as he finally receives a response from Yu Wenbo. When the spatial communicator shatters, Yun Xiao asks him what he said. Drumroll, please. As per Yu Wenbo's command, Qiao Yang asks the boy to recite the sentence that follows his. Yun Xiao successfully manages to do so, shocking Elder Yin immensely. The latter suddenly gets on his knees, formally greeting the former. Seeing a martial grandmaster, pay respect to their young master Yoon. Even his allies look on in disbelief. Only the world's biggest glazer, Jia Rong, remains unsurprised by this feat. Telling Qiu Yang to get up, Yoon Shiyao wonders what Huonbo said to make him act like this. Elder Yin reveals that he was ordered to feed his corpse to the dogs if he couldn't answer it. In the case of a correct answer, though, Qiao Yang was told to treat Yoon Shiyao like he would treat Huonbo himself. Bursting into wild laughter, Yoon Shiyao tells his allies to get back to what they were doing, announcing that they are all on the same side. Yoon Shang smiles, concluding that the boy must have given the martial grandmaster some information on Gu Fei Yang. After all, a martial grandmaster wouldn't have bowed down to a mere teen otherwise. While Yoon Shang wonders when she will be able to meet the great lord, Da Sheng orders the student army to leave. Over with Yoon Shiyao, he apologizes to Qiu Yang for causing him trouble and asks how he can make it up to him. Declaring that the evildoers' corpses do just that, Elder Yin starts making excuses on Yoon Shiyao's behalf. He is so good at sucking up to him that even Jia Rong feels threatened. Blood's going band for band and glazing. Right then, Chao Yang claps his hands to summon his troops, announcing that Xingyang Jia and Cheng Fei Ji should die for breaking the rules of the Thousand Treasures Tower. He commands them to clean up their corpses and send them back to the Dust Flame Empire. The rest, however, are to be just dragged outside the city and burned. Ling Ding and Yu Rong note that there hasn't been an exception. In the Thousand Treasures Tower's ironclad rules for hundreds of years, not even for the Heaven Gathering sect. So seeing Chao Yang blatantly disregard them for a teen like Yoon Shiyao leaves them in utter disbelief. Right then, the martial grandmaster asks the reincarnated soul if he has any other others for him, vowing to treat them like those of Huonbo. This act leaves Yoon Shiyao's allies questioning reality, making them wonder if being so humble is part of a peerless martial grandmaster's shtick. Thanking Chao Yang for everything he has done so far, Yoon Shiyao promises to come look for him if he needs anything else in the future. Elder Yin then gives the boy a gold VIP card for use in the Commerce Guild, allowing him to buy anything in their auctions for a 30% discount. With this, Chao Yang feels that he has established himself with Yoon Shiyao. Even though the latter is a young teen, the former thinks that sucking up to him before he becomes a powerful person is the right choice. After all, there aren't a lot of people who have managed to earn Huonbo's respect. Suddenly, Yoon Shiyao questions if the Thousand Treasures Tower there have any heavenly universe-cleansing crystals or sulfuric haze. As Xiao Yang is about to get someone to check, Ling Ding chimes in, revealing that she can ask someone from the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild to send the items right away. Elder Yin tries to say that the Thousand Treasures Tower's stock will be better, but Ling Ding protests and declares that the goods are already on the way. This annoys Qiu Yang, prompting Yoon Shiyao to assure him that his kindness has been acknowledged. Seeing a regional elder of the Thousand Treasures Tower licking the boy's boots, Ling Ding realizes that her plan to recruit him by using the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild's influence is now out of the cards. Having searched for the items in the entirety of Tian Shui just to fail, Xiao Qing Wang and Li Chunyang get shocked to see two world-famous Commerce Guilds fight over the privilege to give them to him for free. They wonder what Yoon Shiyao actually did, wanting to question him later. He just got that unspoken riz. Right then, Chao Yang gives the reincarnated soul a VIP badge for the Thousand Treasures auction. Thanking him for it, Yoon Shiyao starts heading off with Qing Wang and Chun Yang, only to get followed by Yu Rong and Ding Ling. Soon, they arrive at the Martial Flame City's meeting hall. Being a very busy teenager, Yoon Shiyao tells the duo to quickly get to the point. Ling Ding reveals that Tian Yuan Commerce Guild is facing a threat nowadays and wants his help, promising a satisfactory reward. After a momentary silence, the reincarnated soul questions if the time is ripe to hold the Commerce Alliance tandem event this year. Impressed that someone who has only lived in Tian Shui knows of this, Ling Ding wonders if he also knows of her guild's unfortunate position. During the Commerce Alliance tandem event, tests are held in both martial and refining arts in order to determine the skills of each member of the various guilds, granting the top prospects power and authority. The participants must be part of any commerce guild, with the maximum age limit being 30 to ensure future growth. As such, every event brings significant changes to the Alliance's management. Ling Dinger laments that the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild is ranked third to last in potential and power out of 20 guilds this year, becoming an easy target for up-and-comers. Being the guild's chairman, her father Ding Shan is trying to recruit young talents from all over the world to remedy their current predicament. Not being part of their commerce guild, Yun Xiao wonders how he would be of help, getting told that they can just give him a random identity. Forgery for the win. After all, the event will take place in Song Moonrise City after 6 months. As it's the main city of commerce in Tianwu, Yun Xiao agrees to help Ling Dinger. However, he isn't willing to wait for half a year for payment and demands it up front right there. Yurong doesn't agree with this, pointing out that the boy will either run off with the money or die by then. Reprimanding the old man for daring to think so little of him, Yun Xiao politely asks him and Ling Dinger to see themselves out. The girl tells him to ignore the geezer's nonsensical rambling and inquires about his reward. Yun Xiao demands 50 Green Wolf battleships in return, offending Yurong greatly. Reminding the old man that beggars can't be choosers, the reincarnated soul annoyedly raises his price to 100 floating battleships. Ling Dinger pushes Yurong aside, promising to pay Yun Xiao the 50 ships he wants if they win the tandem event. The boy promises to get them first place in the event, making the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild one of the 7 main management guilds. However, his price has risen to 100 Green Wolf battleships now, not 50. As Ling Dinger wonders if he is really telling the truth, Yun Xiao pridefully declares that he will be a 4 quadrants realm martial lord and a peak 4th-tier refiner in half a year. The reincarnated soul rhetorically questions if there will be more than 7 young talents capable of beating him then. Since this would definitely make them a main management member, Ling Dinger questions how he can guarantee such a thing. The plot armor works in mysterious ways, lil bro. Yun Xiao then makes the ultimate promise. In case of failure, whatever he requests today, he vows to pay them back tenfold. Realizing that every commerce guild that was in their position before disappeared from the face of Tianwu in just a few years, Ling Dinger understands that she has no choice but to bet on Yun Xiao, even fulfilling his ridiculous demand of 100 4th-tier refinement products. The girl asks for some time to buy and collect the 100 ships he wants. However, Yun Xiao remarks that he doesn't have that luxury and questions how many she has right now. Ling Dinger reveals that they have 30 Green Wolf battleships and 3 5th-tier Tiger King battleships. As each Tiger King battleship can replace 10 Green Wolf ones, Yun Xiao tells her to just fill in the remaining 40 with 4th-tier marshals or Shuan weapons instead. Just like that, their deal gets finalized. Outside, Yurong apologizes for making the guild pay double. However, Ling Dinger tells him not to worry, as it won't matter anyway if Yun Xiao manages to live up to his promise. Moreover, getting him on their side will be good for them in the future too. Of course, Yurong still thinks that Yun Xiao's claims are too outrageous, declaring him unreliable. Ling Dinger then reminds the geezer what his own personal investigation revealed about the boy, making him sigh. The girl announces that even if the boy can't fulfill his claims, just competing with his abilities as a 3rd-tier refiner will put them in a good place, since they don't have to worry about martial arts. After all, half a year is enough for Ling Dinger herself to become a 5 elements realm martial king. Back over at the Martial Flame City's meeting hall, Xiao Qingwang and Li Chunyang are left in disbelief upon learning of the deal that Yun Xiao made and wonder if they are dreaming. Remarking that this is no time to do such a thing, the boy understands that he was only able to put such a ridiculous price on himself because of the Tianyun Commerce Guild's unique situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingwang wonders if Yun Xiao is worried about the Xingyang and Cheng families. The Xingyang family would be relatively easy to deal with, but fighting against the Cheng family would be difficult, even if the boy used the whole of Tian Shui. Noting that they need to start making preparations soon either way, Yun Xiao tells the martial kings not to worry too much, since he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Bro thinks he is the trickster. Qingwang hopes that he can be there to support Yun Xiao then, lamenting that he won't be of much use to him in the future of his injury. The reincarnated soul tells Qingwang to cheer up, promising to not only clear him of his injury, but also make him ascend to a 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster in just 1 month. Shocked by this claim, the Martial King wonders how he will do it. Trust me, mutters Yun Xiao, declaring that Qingwang will see when it's time. He then hands Chun Yang the VIP badge, wanting him to send it to Zhang Qingfan ASAP. Sometime later, Yun Xiao looks over the city, along with Wu Zixi and Jia Rong. Named after the highest mountain Qiyun Peak, the Qiyun Range catches his attention. As Wu Zixi reveals that many monsters reside there, Yun Xiao gets excited and questions if there are any noble family members in the mountains as well. Since the former has heard many such rumors, Yun Xiao concludes that there must be experts in the Qiyun Range. Since the soul power is low density, means they aren't that powerful, Yun Xiao gets fired up to borrow that energy for himself. Free real estate baity. Questioning how he's going to borrow soul power, Jia Rong asks Yun Xiao if he will return it. Ignoring his query, the reincarnated soul tells him to take the 2,000-strong Heaven's core and set up 3 specific arrays below Martial Flame City right away. 9 Dragons Soul Absorption, Taishu Heaven's Capital, and Great Sun Golden Sword. Reading the names of the arrays, Jia Rong gets blinded by the light of alchemy, having never heard of them in his entire life. Yun Xiao then decides to enlighten his ignorant servant. Upon activation, the 9 Dragons Soul Absorption Array will absorb soul power from the Qiyun Mountain Range. As for the Taishu Heaven's Capital Array and the Great Sun Golden Sword Array, they are part of the Grand Mountain Guardian formation, used for attack and defense respectively. Hearing this, Jia Rong starts trembling. In the whole of Duskflame Empire, only the Heaven Gathering sect has something of the sort, but somehow his young master Yun pulled out 2 of them at once. This makes Jia Rong lose all confidence, causing him to question if someone as lowly as him can even set up such a formation. Instead of encouraging him, Yun Xiao flat out declares that it's impossible for him to do so. Bro does not know how to sugarcoat things. Even if Jia Rong could set it up, the formation consumes primordial stones at an unmanageable rate. As such, Yun Xiao has simplified it greatly, leaving only the basic attack and defense functions intact. With this, even someone like Jia Rong should be able to set up the formation effectively. The reincarnated soul then hands his servant a storage ring, allowing him to use as many primordial stones as he wants from now on. Yun Xiao also gives one to Wu Zixi, sending him to the 1,000 Treasures auction to sell the items within it. Both men are left in awe at Prince Wu Chun's great actions, vowing to serve him with more diligence than ever before. Later, at the City Lord's residence, Meng Wu informs Yun Xiao that the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild and the 1,000 Treasures Tower have both sent over the items they respectively promised. Walking towards the girl, the reincarnated soul entrusts her to take care of the residence's daily affairs. As the Chamberlain, Meng Wu gets flustered, believing that she isn't worthy of such an important position. Tapping the maiden on the shoulder, Yun Xiao assures her that she can do it. However, he insists that Meng Wu prioritizes cultivation over trivial tasks, assigning them to her subordinates, so that only the very important things are left for her to do personally. Yun Xiao then heads back to his room, leaving Meng Wu red as a tomato, and all sorts of naughty thoughts start flowing to her mind. Fluttering side to side like a love-struck fool, the girl vows to go along with his wishes, no matter how raunchy they are. Right then, the oblivious Meng Bai questions whose wishes she is talking about. Seeing Meng Wu's face burning up, he worries about her getting sick a lot recently. Of course, such foolish concern for his sister gets the poor kid smashed into the floor. Accurate sibling behavior. Back over with Yun Xiao, he sits on the wooden floor in the bedchamber. After finishing his meditation, the boy brings out his storage ring, summoning items he bought earlier. Observing the so-called soul fruit, Yun Xiao notes that it's actually a 4 quadrants yi fruit, something his body wouldn't have been able to withstand had it not been for the creation link technique. Without an ounce of hesitation, Yun Xiao swallows the fruit whole. A large amount of chi starts swirling all over, forcing him to use creation link to keep it under control. Soon, the hefty amount of energy settles down, getting absorbed by Yun Xiao. Just like that, the reincarnated soul advances to the 5-star martial master level. Wishing that he could have such a fruit to eat every day, Yun Xiao turns his attention over to the blood-striped tiger. Intently observing it, the boy realizes that the beast was about to evolve into a tiger king before its death, having fought tooth and nail for the 4 quadrants yi fruit for that very reason. Regardless, since it's no use crying over spilled milk, Yun Xiao prepares to extract the tiger's pair of tusks and its blood to form his sword. He borrows the immensely powerful shadow of the true fire of life for the refinement process, forcing the incomplete third-tier blade into immediate submission. Hoping to use the tiger blood as a catalyst, Yun Shiyao hurls it into the phoenix as fire. As the blade begins to take form, he throws in the 2 tiger tusks as well, condensing the divine flames to refine it. However, Yun Shiyao's Yuan Qi empties out instantly. As if this wasn't bad enough, the roof above his head starts to rumble. Realizing that thunderbolts will strike whenever he refines, Yun Shiyao contemplates if the true fire of life is a bit too overpowered. You know it's true when the protagonist is saying this. Crashing through the roof of the bedchamber, a small thunderbolt strikes the Shuan weapon, sending the reincarnated soul flying onto the blood-striked tiger. However, Yun Shiyao feels a tad bit disappointed at the small magnitude of the lightning. In the same vein, he notes that even getting struck by the thin thunderbolts has greatly increased the sword's energy. Exhausted, Yun Shiyao lays down on the blood-striked tiger. Moments later, he lets out a smirk, and thus, named after its tiger-like fierceness, the tiger tusk sword is born. The Thousand Treasures Tower sets up the auction in the largest square in Martial Flame City, befitting its status as a VVIP event. In the auction's square backyard, Yin Chao Yang gets scolded by another Elder Guardian of the Thousand Treasures Tower, Gan Diming. Elder Yin protests, but Diming refuses to budge, not accepting his proposal to add an auction item at the very last minute. When the list of auction items has already been published, Gao Yan reminds him that such an exception has been made before. However, Diming insists that it's only because it was a precious 5th-tier item. To make matters worse, the Thousand Treasures Tower's Dusk Flame Empire branch master, Shu Zizhui, agrees with Diming mainly because Elder Yin himself doesn't know what item he is submitting for the auction. Despite this, Yao Yang vows to bear the consequences alone if anything goes wrong. This offends Diming even more, who threatens to report this insolence, along with the matter where death was involved in the auction a few days ago, to Lord Yuhong himself. Gao Yang bursts into a cold sweat, but Yuan Bo's earlier words on how he is to treat Yun Shiyao make him brim with confidence. Elder Yin then pridefully walks off, declaring that he will explain things to Shiya Yuhong himself. As for Diming, he doesn't deserve to know. Let him know king. Turning over to Zizhui, Diming complains, wanting to report to Yuhong as soon as possible. Suddenly, the branch master asks him what he thinks of Gao Yan. Selfish, greedy, narrow-minded, and basically a good-for-nothing, if they exclude his martial cultivation. This is what Diming thinks of Elder Yin, questioning why such a man would dare offend not only the Xingyang and Cheng families, but also risk getting disciplined by Shiya Yuhang, just for the city lord of Martial Flame City. Zizhu concludes that Gao Yang knows something they don't. Being a good judge of character, the branch master understands that Elder Yin wouldn't have been backing this mysterious city lord unless he had full confidence in him. So Zizhu decides to let Gao Yang do as he pleases for now, wanting to see what exactly has given him such bravery. Sometime later, the auction finally starts. Greeting the esteemed guests, the branch master welcomes the main auctioneer, Mr. Mei. Looking over to the VIP area, Zizhu sees that Chao Yang is keeping the Martial Flame City Lord company, in the room right next to the Dusk Flame Empire's royalty. This intrigues him greatly, making him wonder how Elder Yin deems a mere City Lord's status to be equivalent to royalties. Meanwhile, Yun Shiyao sits comfortably in the VIP area, accompanied by the Meng siblings, Xing Wang, Da Sheng, Yun Shang, and Chao Yang. Watching the auction through a screen, the reincarnated soul marvels at the Thousand Treasures Tower's power, as they have even managed to invite someone from the Mei family to host the auction. Revealing that all the previous auctions have been held by Mr. Mei, Chao Yang politely inquires about the item that Yun Shiyao had him put on the list. The boy thanks Elder Yin for his help, remarking that he will see when it's time. With Mr. Mei there, Yun Shiyao is assured that his item's worth will be recognized. Despite not knowing this specific Mr. Mei, since everyone from the Mei family is called Mr. Mei, the reincarnated soul does know that their master is called Mei Yi Xi'an. Moreover, as everyone from the Mei family has a weird hereditary quirk that enables them to sense treasures and precious items, any auction directed by a Mr. Mei will always give the fairest prices. Since the Mei family is very secretive, not even Gao Yang knows any of their names. However, a 15-year-old just blurted it loudly in front of him, leaving the elder in disbelief. The future is now. Old man. Right then, the first item of the auction is brought forth, being the most valuable out of the fourth-tier pills. It is called the 1 yuan purple soul pill. Uninterested, Yun Xiao asks Xiao Yang if anyone from the Cheng or Xingyang family is around. The latter reveals that the Xingyang family didn't have a guest room in the first place, while the Cheng family left their room on account of a family member's death, which is why he gave it to the former. Even an 8-star martial king like Xiao Qingwang deems the guest rooms to be special, proving their quality. Right then, Yun Xiao inquires if any of the rooms belong to the Zhou family. His allies instantly understand that he is looking for the man who kidnapped Qin Rushue, Zhou Yushan. As Xiaoyang reveals the Zhou family's room, Yun Xiao smirks, worrying everyone there. Meanwhile, the 1 yuan purple soul pill gets sold and the auction proceeds. A third-tier soul-rendering cleaver is brought onto the stage, being an item that was refined by the legendary 9th-tier sovereign-class refiner, Luo Tian, in his very early days. Of course, Yu Xiao thinks that such a thing isn't even worth looking at. Fangirling over the godlike existence, Yu Shang suddenly smiles in the boy's direction, thinking about that lord being a godlike existence as well. While Yu Xiao gets all uncomfortable, the third-tier soul-rendering cleaver is sold for 8,000 mid-tier primordial stones, remarking that the current Luo Tian could refine 100 such crappy weapons in a day. Yun Xiao jokes about kidnapping the legendary existence to make himself rich, leaving everyone in the room in utter disbelief. Flawless plan, if you ask me. As Xiaoyang begs the reincarnated soul not to make such jokes, since it's equivalent to courting death, the next auction item gets announced. It is a 5th-tier purple tripod, named 5-line tripod. Seeing this, Yun Xiao finally becomes interested in the auction. Not only does the tripod enable even a 4th-tier refiner to utilize the full extent of the 5 elements realm, but its real value lies in the fact that it was created by a late 9th-tier sovereign-class refiner. Lo and behold, the 5-line tripod is the creation of none other than Lord Gu Feiyang himself. Chatter erupts in the auction house as people start shouting out the reasons why the 5-line tripod is one of the most valuable items to be sold. Confirming this sentiment, Mr. May declares that no base price will be set for the item, leaving the interested buyers to bid the starting price. Countless praises are sung for the peak 9 heaven realm martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang, and his groundbreaking treasure that possesses the cultivation essence of the 5 elements realm. Back over in the 5th guest room, Luo Yunshan turns her eyes to Yun Xiao, who seems to be smirking for some reason. Suddenly, the boy asks Xiaoyang if he wants to participate in the bid as well, having sensed that his palms are sweating. The elder sighs out, remarking that a martial grandmaster has no need for the 5th-tier item. However, he is a bit interested, since such a high-quality treasure is an uncommon sight, even with the 1,000 treasures tower's wealth. As Yu Xiao gets off his case, Xiaoyang is left questioning how a mere 15-year-old is able to read him so perfectly. Dude is just built differently. Moments later, the bidding begins. Starting off at 8,000 middle-tier primordial stones, the price soon rises to 5,000 high-tier ones. Right then, a voice erupts from the 4th guest room, bidding 10,000 high-tier primordial stones for the item. Since this amount of high tiers is worth 1,000,000 middle tiers, the onlookers realize that the royalties are getting involved. So, there's no point in them bidding anymore. While Mr. May tells everyone to remain quiet, Yu Xiao bids 12,000 high-tier primordial stones from his 5th guest room. Of course, this is just a bluff, since even his entire net worth doesn't add up to this hefty amount. Inside the Duskflame Empire's guest room, the court prince Shinryu questions who is next door. His uncle, Yue Jiyulin, guesses that it might be the Chung family. However, he cannot confirm this fact since his universal detect is being blocked off by someone powerful who's at least a 4th-tier refiner. Who's gonna tell him? Despite receiving news earlier that someone from the Chung family got killed in the 1,000 Treasures Tower, Ji Yulin thinks that it was a false alarm and the person involved somehow survived. Ryu agrees, deeming it impossible for anyone other than the Chung family to have a 4th-tier refiner with them. Even though the tripod is already overpriced, the court prince decides to raise the price anyway. Fulfilling his command, Ji Yulin 15,000 high-tier primordial stones. Yun Xiao recognizes that it's a losing battle and sits back down, lamenting that he didn't refine more of these expensive tripods to sell. Going once, going twice, Right as Mr. May is about to finalize the bid at 15,000 high-tier primordial stones, the Zhou family raises the price to 18,000. Understanding that Zhou Yushan wants to acquire the 5-line tripod to become a martial king, Ryu decides to let him have it since it will only add to the Dust Flame Empire's strength. However, he regrets that the Thousand Treasures Tower managed to extort such an absurd amount out of them. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family's guest room, the martial king Pang Chung-won sighs out, vowing to bring the 5-line tripod back with them no matter what. The great martial master Zhou Chuan celebrates that his father won't discipline him for butting such an absurd price since royalties were involved. Shirong Da, another of the Zhou family's martial king, also notes that they only lost so much money because of Lord Yushan's recent cultivation improvement. Obviously, it's no use crying over spilled milk now, as Mr. May officially announces the bid to be closed. Surprisingly, Yun Shiyao is over the moon that the Zhou family was the one to buy the 5-line tripod. Everyone is left confused by his behavior, prompting the reincarnated soul to explain that it's better this way since he can just borrow the item from the Zhou family now. Already familiar with his shenanigans, Qing Wang, Yu Shang, and Da Shang understand that Yun Xiao isn't kidding and lose all joy. Meanwhile, the mischievous boy grins with excitement at the thought of killing and stealing from the wealthy. Putting it as respectfully as he possibly can, Chao Yang expresses doubt that the Zhou family would be willing to lend him such a treasure. He tries to change the topic, revealing that the item Yun Xiao put up for auction is about to come up. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul brings out some jade letters. Yun Xiao wants to put more stuff up for auction so that he can afford the treasures that come out later. The boy then touches the jade letter against his head, making it glow bright gold. Handing it to Mengwu, he whispers something in her ear. Chevian wonders if Yun Xiao is going to put the jade letters up for auction, worrying that this stunt is going to be the end for him. After all, there's no way a 3rd-tier refiner can record any information worth over the 4th tier. Stepping over to Mr. Fei, Mengwu hands him the jade letters. Announcing that the items have been added late, the auctioneer guesses that they contain some high-class techniques. Yet again, this makes Xiaoyang tremble in fear. Nah, Blood is a certified scaredy cat. Gan Diming and Xu Zizhuo intently look on, as Mr. Fei puts the jade letter against his head to extract the information inside. Suddenly, the auctioneer starts coughing out blood uncontrollably and falls to the ground, causing the entire auction to erupt in shock. While the branch manager rushes over to Mr. May, Xiaoyang wonders if the earlier information was so low tier that it made him vomit blood out of rage. Right then, Mr. May announces that the information recorded in the jade letter is above the 6th tier level. As his power was lacking, he got hurt trying to appraise it by force. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Repeatedly apologizing for his incompetence, the auctioneer declares that they will have to invite an expert from the May family to assess the true value of the jade letters, leaving Xiaoyang in utter disbelief. Since the 7th tier level contains the laws of heaven and earth, the presence of such a priceless treasure in the auction causes widespread commotion throughout the entire venue. Zizhuo asks Mr. May if he is completely certain about the jade letter's content being 7th tier, getting told that it's most definitely above 6th tier. After all, the auctioneer's appraisal has never failed on an item 6th tier or below. Hearing this, the commotion riles up even more. Zizhuo quickly instructs Di Ming to raise the auction's defense system to the special class, telling those present to stay put. He also orders everyone to retract their energy, declaring that anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. Turning over to the VVIP guests on the 2nd floor, Zizhuo asks for their cooperation, with the 1,000 Treasures Tower requesting their aid in dealing with any powerful troublemakers. As the branch manager vows to prepare for the worst-case scenario, the Dust Flame Empire's noble Xin family pledges him their help. Zizhuo then asks Mengwu to unveil the 3 jade letters instead, flustering her. However, Yun Shiyao instantly activates private sound transmission to ease the girl. Detecting that the 4th tier refiner next door is using sound transmission, Yueji Yulin concludes that his previous assumption about the Chung family's people still being alive was false. Ruyang wonders who else it could be, getting told that they should just wait and see, since they can't miss the opportunity to acquire a 7th tier item. Right then, Mengwu passes on her young master Yun's message. She reveals that the 3 jade letters contain the recipe for the 7th tier Lesser Sun Yuan pill, the refinement method for the 5 Mountain Dawn gown. and the design for the 7th tier Ashen Wolf sword, respectively. Unable to believe his ears, Zizuo starts shaking the poor girl wildly, questioning if she is really telling the truth. About to start throwing hands. If blood doesn't stop doing that, Meng Wu swears that it's the truth. After all, her young master Yun said so. Witnessing the entire scene, Yue Jiyulin gets his doubts confirmed. The refiner next door to them is none other than the Martial Flame City Lord who killed Cheng Fei Ji, the same person to whom Emperor Qin Yue himself granted the title of Prince Wu Cheng, Li Yun Xiao. Having never heard this name before, Ruyang questions how a mere city lord in a small country can have 7th tier items. Of course, Ji Yulin himself only took notice of Yun Xiao after he killed Cheng Fei Ji, vowing to investigate him when he gets back. Mr. Mei advises Meng Wu to auction the 3 jade letters off separately, remarking that they will be too expensive to sell for a good price otherwise. Hearing something from Yun Xiao's private sound transmission, the girl decides to listen to Mr. Mei's advice. Once again announcing the presence of 3 7th tier jade letters, the auctioneer declares that Meng Wu will explain their effects now. Drool drips down Elder Shu's mouth as he brings out his life savings to acquire the Lesser Sun Yuan pill's recipe no matter what. Meng Wu begins listing the effects of the 7th tier items. The Lesser Sun Yuan pill allows males to recover their original pure young form, restoring their body to that of a boy. As for the 5 Mountain Dawn gown, it is a battle gown that negates all attacks below the Martial Supreme level. Lastly, the Ashen Wolf sword is a 7th tier sword formation that can kill even Martial Supreme upon activation. The people in the auction start fawning over the 5 Mountain Dawn gown and the Ashen Wolf sword, deeming the Lesser Sun Yuan pill to be useless. Of course, Zizuo knows how wrong they truly are, labeling everyone present as clueless idiots. After a wild back and forth, the 3 jade letters get auctioned off for a whopping 22,000 high-tier primordial stones in total. Here comes the money. Dala Dala. Shu Zizuo buys the recipe. For the Lesser Sun Yuan pill, Waxinryu obtains the 5 Mountain Dawn gown. As for the jade letter containing the Ashen Wolf sword, an unknown entity on the VVIP floor gets its hands on it. Unconcerned with where they ended up, Yun Xiao joyfully swims around in his newly obtained riches, remarking that he should sell stuff like this more often. All the adults in the room are left in disbelief, wondering if the brat has even more 7th tier treasures in his head. Xiaoyan's common sense is left in tatters as well, convincing him that Yun Xiao is a demon. Backstage, after the auction, Zizuo orders Diming to halt all investigations related to Yun Xiao instantly. Elder Gon protests, since this event only makes the boy more suspicious. Calling him a fool, Zizuo points out that someone capable of putting multiple 7th tier items for sale must be backed by a supremely powerful force. Since even Yin Xiaoyang has decided to follow Yun Xiao, they can't afford to bear the consequences of enraging him. Announcing that they will remain neutral towards the boy, Zizuo prepares to leave the Dusk Flame Empire for a few days, leaving Diming in charge. With the most interesting part of the auction over, Mr. Mei moves on with the event. A 4th tier array device is brought on stage, containing many extremely rare soul training arrays. Despite wanting to buy it as any refiner would, Zizuo is unable to do so, being broke after buying the Lesser Sun Yuan pill. Bro, just like me. On the other hand, Yun Xiao understands that all array devices that are capable of blessing soul power have been left behind by ancient powers. Even someone like him is unable to refine such a thing, making them extremely rare. In fact, the only reason Yun Xiao sold the 3 jade letters was to get enough primordial stones to buy it. He bids a hefty amount of 5,000 high-tier primordial stones for the array device, only to get outbid at 6,000. Of course, Yun Xiao completely crushes the opposition by directly jumping to 10,000 high-tier primordial stones. Just as the item seems to be sold, Xin Yurong bids 12,000 for it. However, he is only playing around to see just how high a price Yun Xiao can pay. Annoyed, the reincarnated soul counterbids a whopping 15,000. The bidding war between the Imperial family and the 7th tier recipe's mysterious owner greatly excites the onlookers, and it riles up with each passing second. Soon, the array device's price rises to 20,000 high-tier primordial stones, called by Yun Xiao. Yue Jiyulin begs the court prince to stop messing around, as they will suffer great losses if their bid ends up going through. Hearing this, Ruyang finally lets the refiner next door off the hook, after making him pay twice his original bid. As Mr. May officially closes the bid at 20,000 high-tier primordial stones, Yun Shiyao becomes furious, vowing to make the Dust Flame Empire's Xin family pay the amount they cost him back 1,000 times over. He instantly turns over to Meng Wu, wanting her to help him with a certain matter. Just like that, even a martial grandmaster like Xiao Yang becomes afraid of the boy's guts. Conqueror's haki too strong. Whispering something to Meng Wu, Yun Shiyao sends her off. He then suddenly stands up, thanking Elder Yin for his help and bidding him farewell mid-auction. Walking in the hallway, Wen Bai asks Yun Shiyao about his sister's whereabouts. Yun Shiyao remarks that he has tasked her with doing some things, revealing that they are leaving early to make some preparations themselves. Understanding the implication of these words, Chen Da Sheng screams out, questioning if Yun Shiyao really intends to rob the Xin family. The reincarnated soul assures him that they will deal with that later, relieving Da Sheng. However, his momentary relief instantly gets snatched away, as Yun Shiyao declares that he must obtain the Zhou family's 5-line tripod. Just like that, the crazed refiner ropes his companions with him into committing more acts of thievery. With a bright smile, Yun Shiyao reveals that he checked the Zhou family's guest room with Universal Detect, finding only 3 people, 2 7-star martial kings, and a 1-star great martial master. Already devoid of all life, the adults are forced to hear Yun Shiyao go on about how their plan needs to be perfect for the robbery to succeed. Shigao Qingwang scolds the boy for playing with their lives, arguing that fighting 2 7-star martial kings is a hill too high to climb for even him. Still as nonchalant as ever, Yun Shiyao asks the 8-star martial king how long it would take for him to kill one of them. Pondering over it carefully, Qingwang concludes that it will take him at least 15 minutes to kill the enemy. However, he might not be able to kill him at all if the 7-star martial king tries to flee. Yun Shiyao promises to give Qingwang a strength and origin blasting pill later that will allow him to become a peak martial king temporarily. Of course, the commander shouldn't consume it if he can truly finish off one martial king in 15 minutes. Since his body might undergo side effects, womp womp, man up dude, the reincarnated soul takes the responsibility of somehow keeping the other martial king busy, deciding to ignore the great martial master altogether. Shigao Qingwang expresses his doubt at this statement, remarking that his 7-star martial king is too strong an opponent for Yun Shiyao, Yun Shang, and Da Sheng to trap. Turns out, setting up a trap for the enemy on the way back to the Dust Flame Empire is exactly why Yun Shiyao wants to leave the auction early. Of course, even with that, he won't be able to hold off a 7-star martial king for more than minutes, making Qingwang the key player in this plan. As the commander vows to live up to expectations, Yun Shiyao heads off to set up the trap. Meanwhile, the 1,000 Treasures auction concludes. However, Mr. May asks everyone to stay for a moment, as Meng Wu has something to say. Stepping onto the stage, the girl announces that she serves the Martial Flame City Lord, Li Yun Shiyao, who wants her to convey a few things. This revelation shocks everyone, making them wonder how a mere city lord was in possession of 7th-tier recipes. Meng Wu continues, declaring that her young master Yun is enlisting help to expand his city. So, they are holding a special enlistment today, granting hefty rewards to whoever joins their great cause. As Meng Wu starts listing down the countless benefits of marching behind Yun Shiyao, the spectators are left in awe. Normally, they wouldn't believe such words. However, the Martial Flame City Lord's recent antics have proven that he possesses the resources to live up to such claims. Li Zhuo notes that Yun Xiao's terms will be alluring for any martial artist, considering many of them follow refiners like loyal dogs while only hoping to obtain something in return. So getting such great rewards just by signing up is a no-brainer. With the work hours like that'll, no one, just me. Looking on, Yue Ji Yulin wonders if Yun Xiao is trying to create a new martial sect, getting his hypothesis shut down by Ruyang. Declaring that Yun Xiao is just looking to put on a show of power against the Xingyang and Cheng families, the court prince expresses interest in meeting him. Elsewhere, Meng Wu gets bombarded with questions about the time and location of the enlistment. Turns out, those interested just have to sign up at the Martial Flame City Lord's residence the next day. Having witnessed the whole scene firsthand, the Zhou family members in their guest room wonder if Yun Xiao really is a threat to them. However, they soon conclude it to be nonsense. Without delay, the two martial kings and the great martial master start heading back to return the tripod to their young lord, Zhou Yushan. On the way back, the Zhou family's Green Wolf battleship gets stuck in a terrain of tall mountains. This leaves Zhou Chuan confused, as the path had no such obstacles before, while the two martial kings press him for going the wrong way. He swears up and down that they are on the correct path. Suddenly, a giant mountain appears above their floating, making Pan Cheng-Wan and Shi Rongda understand that they are up against a divine being capable of moving mountains and oceans. The Zhou family's trio avoids getting crushed just in time, albeit losing their ride in the process. Or so they thought. Falling to the ground, the three scaredy cats realize that they just fell for an illusion. Suddenly, Yun Shiyao appears behind them, huffing and puffing. He unleashes the creation link, Universal Reaping Net, capturing the Green Wolf battleship instantly. Inquiring about the boy's identity, one of the martial kings rages and demands the ship back. He then declares that angering the Zhou family won't bode well for Yun Shiyao. Standing there unfazed, Yun Shiyao introduces himself as the Martial Flame City's lord and makes a funeral greeting. And thus, the monumental robbery begins. Can we get much higher? So high. Starting his new life as the city lord of Martial Flame City, Yun Shiyao heads to the Thousand Treasures auction. He causes all sorts of chaos, blatantly breaking the laws of the land. Without a single care in the world, Yun Shiyao makes an enemy out of the Dustflame Empire's great families. His past life's wisdom bails him out though, gaining him new, powerful allies, acquiring the items he needed from the auction. Yun Shiyao pulls up to the Zhou family to steal the ones that he couldn't. Enveloped in a glow worthy of a martial king, Pan Cheng-Wan shouts out at Yun Shiyao for daring to act against them, talking down on him for being a mere city lord. Zhou Chuan walks up, politely inquiring about the intentions behind the boy's actions. Having become a city lord only a few days ago, Yun Shiyao is running short on his budget, so he wants to borrow their Green Wolf battleship and the 5-line tripod, vowing to return them when Martial Flame City starts thriving. Hearing this, Cheng-Wan bursts out laughing. He looks down on Yun Shiyao for being just a martial master, questioning if he knows who he is talking to. Not being aware of their names, the reincarnated soul isn't interested in finding out either, and simply wants to leave with the 5-line tripod. Wreck everyone and leave, Pro thinks. He's the tribal chief. This time, the other martial king, Shi Rongda, rages, charging up a ball of chi in his left hand. He prepares to show Yun Shiyao the consequences of his action. Rongda hurls the blast of energy at the Martial Flame City's cocky lord, hoping to eradicate him off the face of the planet. However, Yun Shiyao somehow dispels the martial king's chi with just a flick of his hand. Left in utter disbelief, Rongda wonders how a 5-star martial master could dissipate his pressure so easily, considering it's something that not even a martial lord can withstand. He feels especially confused, since Yun Shiyao's hit wasn't just a fluke and contained profound martial intent. Right then, Chuan tries to use the Zhou family's name to intimidate the reincarnated soul, and reminds him of his earlier transgressions at the Thousand Treasures auction. The former questions if the latter really intends to go up against 2 noble families at once, believing that he hasn't thought things through. In response, Yun Shiyao simply smirks, having faced beings with a legacy dating back tens of thousands of years. The noble families with a mere 1,000 years of history mean nothing to him. Take your meds, old man. Hearing this, the Zhou family's forces conclude that Yun Shiyao is an insane brat who can't be reasoned with. Cheng-Wan leaps at the boy, swirling around midair to strengthen his attack, as he hurls his thunderous fist toward Yun Shiyao. A mighty hand stops it right in its tracks. This hand belongs to none other than the 8-star martial king, Xiao Qingwang. He scolds Cheng-Wan for acting rashly, and counters with a monstrous punch, smashing his face in. Seeing their ally get flung away in such a fashion, Chuan and Rongda question why the 8-star martial king who protects Tian Shui is siding with a small-time city lord. Once again, Chuan can do nothing but boast about the Zhou family's status, warning Qingwang that his actions will bring ruin to the very country he vowed to protect. Of course, the fearless commander doesn't care about his empty threats. Holy Geochad. Realizing that all of them are crazed maniacs, Chuan sends Rongda to finish off the 8-star martial king, only for him to get caged inside a formation activated by Luo Yunshan and Chun Da Sheng. Unbothered by a trap set by just 2 martial lords, the 7-star martial king unleashes a barrage of punches at the formation. However, the cage doesn't budge one bit. Just as Yun Shang and Da Shang feel relieved that the simple 4 quadrants formation really managed to capture a powerful martial king, Ruoi Da starts putting his all into trying to shatter it, causing sparks to fly within the enclosure. Meanwhile, Qing Wang rushes off to intercept Chung Wan. Chu An starts grinning all of a sudden. Having figured out Yun Shiyao's great plan, he questions who is going to be facing him. Trusting that Qing Wang will kill one of the martial kings soon enough, the reincarnated soul feels that there's no need to rush about that. Thus, Chu An confirms Yun Shiyao to be the leader. Pulling out a crooked blade from his throat, he vows to kill him and save his allies. Despite the 1-star great martial master rushing at him with the intent to kill, Yun Shiyao stands unfazed. In fact, this works out better for him, since he is the one carrying the 5-line tripod. With a confident smirk, the reincarnated soul asks Chu An why he is in such a hurry to die. Chu An unleashes a slash, prompting Yun Shiyao to leap back. However, it's actually a fake technique to buy time while Chu An carefully observes his surroundings. Yun Shiyao tells the great martial master to be at ease, assuring him that it's just one-on-one between them now. With this, Chu An feels confident in his victory and rushes to finish off his foe. He unseals his Shu An weapon, transforming it into a ferocious python. Even standing in front of such a threat, Yun Shiyao remains unfazed. Understanding that the seemingly flawless attack is riddled with gaps, the reincarnated soul steps out of the way, leaving behind an after-image for the snake to bite. Lil Bro got jebaited. Using his moonwalk nether swap, Yun Shiyao quickly closes the distance between himself and the cocky foe. He lands right on Chu An's face, smacking him away with a ruthless kick. Taken aback by the boy's speed, the great martial master goes all out, unleashing a second unseal. Chu An transforms his crooked blade into an even mightier python than before, ordering it to devour his enemy. Understanding that a Shu An weapon that has 2 unseal stages is at least a 4th tier one, Yu Shiyao is surprised to see that a mere great martial master has such a weapon and concludes that the current martial Flame City can't take on the Zhou family's forces. At the same time, he takes a stern stance. Brimming with energy, the reincarnated soul unleashes the floating life seal, containing the power of the heavens and earth. A gigantic palm strikes down on Chu An's unsealed Shu An weapon, blasting the snake's head to smithereens. Moments later, the python's lifeless body turns back into its blade form, deprived of all its glory. Holding his Shu An weapon, Chu An wonders what immensely powerful technique Yun Xiao used to ruin it in such a way. Walking towards the great martial master, the reincarnated soul declares that things will end soon, if he is only at that level. Yun Xiao's Yuan Qi fluctuations as a mere 5-star martial master leave Chu An questioning reality, forcing him to transform into a serpent. As the boy understands that this is a demonic technique, the great martial master realizes that he isn't a small-time city lord at all, and rushes to kill him. Only now if he does, not dude is slow. However, Yun Xiao keeps looking at him condescendingly, openly expressing his hatred for such an unsightly technique. Vowing to kill the reincarnated soul for forcing him to show his true self, Chu An rages. Countless snakes erupt from his right hand, culminating in the 1,000 snakes heart-pierce technique. Announcing that transforming into a demon will close the gap between them, Yun Xiao assumes a battle stance, bringing out his own Shu An weapon to counterattack. He unleashes Tiger Fang Sword, Lotus Sword Song, slicing apart the very essence of Chu An's technique. Yun Xiao continues to charge forward, cutting apart any and all snakes that block his way. Getting pushed back by the boy's relentless assault, the great martial master realizes that he will have to resort to the demonification pill, since losing the 5-line tripod will result in a fate worse than death. As Chu An consumes the pill, his body erupts in smoke, transforming his entire being into a huge snake. Since when was Orochimaru a character in this story? Since every phase of the great martial master's offense has been snake-based, Yun Xiao wonders just how disgusting he can be. Meanwhile, Chu An screams out, demanding that the boy surrender his life. Barely holding off the massive serpent with his Tiger Fang sword, Yun Xiao realizes that the situation has become more troublesome than he deemed possible. Right then, another snake swoops around there, flanking the reincarnated soul. Left with no other choice, Yun Xiao leaps into the air, feeling offended that two mere snakes are fighting over the right to kill him. The boy unleashes his Moon's Eye, soul suppressor technique, freezing the serpents in their tracks. Fortunately, even this small window of opportunity is enough for Yun Xiao. He strikes with his Tiger Fang sword, Lotus Sword Song, stabbing Chu-On in the chest. Unfreezing after a moment, the snake screams out. Its disgusting purple blood spills out from the wound in its chest, revealing the 5-line tripod. As the 5-line tripod comes crashing on the ground, Yun Xiao realizes why its presence was so faint all this time. Just when he feels a bit relieved, Chu-On appears to swipe the item away, swallowing it whole, to store it right back in his serpentine body. Standing before the hissing snake, Yun Xiao feels annoyed, understanding that he will only be able to get the 5-line tripod. By destroying Chu-On completely, the boy looks over to Xiao Qingwang's battle. Unfortunately, it still hasn't ended yet, leaving him on his own for now. To make things worse, taking the 5-line tripod out of Chu-On's body only reminds him that it's a 5th-tier Chu-On weapon. Provoking Yun Xiao, the snake coughs up the item, hurling it at a massive speed toward him. Not having enough time to dodge, the reincarnated soul is forced to block the 5-line tripod with his body. While Yun Xiao gets sent flying, Chu-On swallows the 5th-tier Chu-On weapon right back. Despite being just a martial master, Yun Xiao still lives, shocking the disgusting snake. Curious to see just how much more the boy can survive, Chu-On keeps the 5-line tripod in its throat as insurance. This one freaky-ass snake. Suddenly, Yun Xiao sits back up, holding his blade to the ground, as if he were surrendering, declaring that it's too late to beg for forgiveness now. Chu-On vows to make the reincarnated soul struggle even in death. Suddenly, he freezes right in his tracks. The golden glow erupts from within the snake's body as the 5-line tripod begins poking outwards from within it as if to burst out. Holding his meditating stance, Yun Xiao reveals that he took the earlier hit on purpose, making Chu-On realize that he placed a tampering seal on it back then. Since engraving a seal on the 5-line tripod at the very moment of impact, while defending oneself, is a feat that requires a complete understanding of the Chu-On weapon, the snake is left wondering how Yun Xiao could manage such a thing. Plot armor, that's how. Right then, the reincarnated soul flicks his hand, slamming Chu-On into the ground. He then calls out for the 5-line tripod to absorb, causing the snake's entire being to get pulled inside it. The 5th-tier Chu-On weapon begins to shake wildly as Chu-On's faint cries for help ring out from within. Right as Da Sheng and Yun Shang wonder if they manage to succeed, Shi Ruoi Da realizes that things are getting worse by the second. Needing to bring back the 5-line tripod, no matter what, the martial king puts all his chi into his fists. With this, he shatters the formation, albeit getting left with bloodied hands in the process. Rushing past the insignificant martial lords, Ruoi Da leaps at Yun Xiao to finish him off once and for all. To dampen the impact of the martial king's strike, the boy uses the 5-line tripod and activates his body like glass as well. However, Ruoi Da's onslaught proves to be too strong for him. Not only does the attack free Chu-On, but it also collapses the first stage of the tyrant body tampering technique as if it were nothing, putting blood on fraud watch. Thinking that Chu-On is trying to escape, Ruoi Da screams at him to get back. Much to his dismay, the great martial master is busy getting kicked around by Xiao Qingwang, who has won his battle against Pang Chang-1. The 8-star martial king signals Yun Xiao, who seals the giant snake right back in the 5-line tripod. With this, only Ruoi Da remains standing, huffing and puffing. Da Sheng and Yun Shang join Yun Xiao. To their surprise, he starts masterfully refining and utilizing the 5-line tripod. Right after obtaining it, a feat that even a martial lord wouldn't be able to accomplish. They wonder how it is even possible, not knowing that Yun Xiao is able to do so freely, only because he was the one who refined the 5-line tripod in his past life. Refine. The reincarnated soul shouts out, melting Chu-On with his soul power. The battle between Qingwang and Ruoi Da rages on, as both of them get more exhausted with each passing second. Since the 8-star martial king has fought 2 7-star ones in a row, Yu Shang wonders if they should help him. However, Da Sheng insists that they can't do anything but watch. After all, they will only be a hindrance to Qingwang at his level. Right then, Yun Xiao screams out universal creation, 5 into 1. Green, blue, red, yellow, and Chu-On's purple. 5 different energies swirl around, condensing within the 5-line tripod. Upon Yun Xiao's command, as they settle down, Da Sheng asks how things are going. The reincarnated soul declares his success and pulls out a purple pill from the 5-line tripod, leaving the 2 martial lords wondering what became of Zhou Chu-On. Who's gonna tell him? Pointing to the pill, Yun Xiao remarks that he's there, making Da Sheng and Yun Shang shout out in disbelief as they question. If he went and turned a human into a pill, Yun Xiao insists that he did no such thing and only made a demon into one. Since Chu-On utilized demonic techniques and then took a demonification pill on top of it, his very essence is no different from a demon. So Yun Xiao simply refined him into a pill. Sounds like perfect logic to me. While Yu Shang and Da Sheng look on in disgust, the boy declares that it's no big deal, considering that refining a demon into a pill is a very common practice. Yun Xiao intends to feed this pure purple snake pill to Xiao Qingwang after he finishes off Shi Ruo Da. After all, it will not only heal his injuries, it might also help him break into the 9th star realm. Da Sheng warns Yun Xiao that Qingwang will kill him if he gets a whiff of how the pill was made, but the boy thinks that everything will be fine as long as he doesn't open his trap. At that precise moment, something comes crashing down in front of them, throwing up a huge cloud of smoke. When the dust settles, Ruoi Da's lifeless body lies on the ground. Walking away from it, Qingwang declares himself lucky to live up to the mission. Thanking the commander for his services, Yu Xiao hands him the purple snake pill. The reincarnated soul informs Qingwang of its effects, leaving him in shock. For over 5 years, Tian Shui's protector has been stuck as a peak 8-star martial king, having accepted it as his limit. So, he doesn't believe the boy's word. However, Yun Xiao tells him to just try the purple snake pill. As Qingwang gulps it down, Yun Shang and Da Sheng try to stop him, but to no avail. In fact, the foxy Yun Xiao ends up gaslighting the 8-star martial king into thinking that they are jealous that he got to eat the pill instead of them. While the lady endlessly throws up, Yun Xiao instructs Qingwang to rest up, since the pill will take effect soon. He then turns over to the martial lords, instructing them to clean up the battlefield. After all, the Zhou family will easily identify them as the culprits otherwise. Da Sheng marvels at Yun Xiao's guts, still unable to believe that they have been dragged into a do-or-die battle with 2 of the 4 great noble families. Still as nonchalant as ever, the reincarnated soul announces that their enemies angered them and not the other way around. Not thinking there to be any difference between the two, Da Sheng gets to cleaning up the battlefield. Of course there is, exclaims Yun Xiao suddenly, announcing that the people they offend have a chance of living. However, those who offend them might as well consider themselves to be dead, spitting bars like Eminem. Hearing this, Yu Shang realizes that Yun Xiao's boat of insanity will continue to flow down a troublesome stream. Of course, she refuses to retreat, no matter how difficult things get, at least as long as Gu Feiyang still lives. Sometime later, Da Sheng tells Yun Xiao and Yun Shang that the battlefield has been cleaned up without so much as a scratch left on it. Right then, something catches the group's attention. Brimming forth with immense pressure, Xiao Qingwang has broken through to become a 9-star martial king. Moreover, the injuries he has suffered up till this point have also all miraculously healed. Da Sheng and Yun Shang congratulate Qingwang for breaking through, prompting him to burst out laughing. The martial king becomes convinced that as long as he stays with his young master Yun, life will continue to bless him. Qingwang suddenly starts looking around, wondering if Chu-On ended up dying after getting stuck in the 5-line tripod. The 2 martial lords start acting suspiciously, enraging him. Losing his patience, Qingwang reprimands them for their behavior and questions what's going on. Yun Xiao chimes in, remarking that it's nothing much. Just that, as anything can be medicine, to martial artists, he refined Zhou Chu-On into a pill, using the 5-line tripod. At first, Yun Xiao's words don't register for Qingwang, and he goes about his day, all the while Da Sheng and Yun Shang run away. Moments later, the realization hits him. Understanding that the pill he just ate was none other than Chu-On himself, Qingwang rages at Yun Xiao for making him eat something so disgusting. The poor boy's screams echo throughout the area as the martial king gives him a good smacking. Later at the martial Flame City Lord's residence, the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast, Li Changfeng, Li Chunyang, Mengwu, and Meng Bai look on in disbelief, wondering what happened to Yun Shiyao. With a battered and bruised face, the reincarnated soul assures them that he just tripped and is fine. Of course, being the guy that he is, Yun Shiyao doesn't snitch on Qing Wang. While Changfeng dotes on his son, Chunyang asks the now 9-star martial king what happened to his grandson's face. In response, Qing Wang simply tells him to educate Yun Shiyao instead. Chunyang then asks Da Sheng to explain what happened instead, prompting the martial lord to spill the beams. Hearing the tale, Yun Shiyao's father and grandpa can't help but snicker at his shenanigans. After getting a stern talking to, the reincarnated soul asked the two about their missions. Things turned out even better than expected, as Changfeng managed to collect 200 million gold coins and 6 million middle-tier primordial stones in total, an amount equivalent to 60,000 high-tier primordial stones. Bro is richy rich. Even Qin Yue was willing to cooperate with Changfeng, helping him settle some business that he couldn't do himself. On the other hand, Chunyang hurriedly passed on Yun Shiyao's message to Zhang Qingfan and Shu Han as well, who will arrive at Martial Flame City the next day. With this, everything is well within the reincarnated soul's expectations. Of course, since they have made too many enemies in a short time, they quickly need to get enough power, or else Martial Flame City will be destroyed. Ordering Mengwu to take the primordial stones to Jia Ram and tell him to finish the arrays ASAP, Yun Shiyao heads off to go into seclusion. Too many enemies, he said, as if he wasn't the one angering everyone in the first place, leaving even his allies worried at his lack of responsibility. Yun Shiyao fawns over his 5-line tripod, lamenting that he just gave it away in his previous life. If the reincarnated soul had known that the item would return to him in this life, he would have engraved a few more powerful arrays on it too. Despite this, the 5-line tripod remains one of the most well-rounded artifacts Yun Shiyao refined as Gu Fei Yang. By utilizing its full power, his battle power would reach the level of a peak martial king. However, his current cultivation level renders him unable to do so. Regardless, the boy draws out as much of the tripod's power as he possibly can at the moment. The next day, outside the Martial Flame City Lord's residence, countless people gather for the recruitment, complaining about not seeing anyone. Right as the horde starts wondering if they have been lied to, Changfeng appears and tells them to shut up. Riding the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast, he announces that his son is still sleeping and will come out soon. This enrages the crowd even more, who question what kind of a city lord sleeps in this late. Let my king take a nap. At that precise moment, Yun Shiyao arrives, declaring that the Martial Flame City only cares about strength. So, whoever wishes to join it will have to abide by their rules, with the top priority being to carry out the orders given to them. Sitting down while getting massaged by Wu Zishi, Yun Shiyao puts Mengwu and Meng Bai in charge of managing the recruitment process. He then commands the candidates to line up properly, promising to disqualify anyone who cuts the queue or breaks the rules. A 3-star martial master named Li Yuqi registers first, getting a hefty reward just for doing so. The young man excitedly questions what he should do now, getting told that he can do whatever he wants as long as he fulfills the condition of not leaving Martial Flame City without Yun Shiyao's permission for the next month. Of course, breaking this rule will result in his death. So, Li Yuqi just needs to find a temporary residence until the reincarnated soul can open the exclusive training grounds for cultivation. Witnessing this sight, everyone is left questioning the recruitment method, wondering how the city lord will know if a few people out of the countless there just took their rewards and ran away. Hearing the chatter, Yun Shiyao simply smiles. After all, his universal detect covers the entire Martial Flame City. As such, he doesn't mind killing anyone who dares to con him. At night, a letter from Yun Shiyao arrives at the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild. Ding Ling reads it out loud, revealing that the boy wants to purchase some valuables from them in bulk. Yurong shakes his head in disapproval, trying to tell the girl that they won't even manage to break even if they continue to invest like this. However, she insists that this isn't a losing trade for them, as Yun Shiyao is purchasing them for a good price. Moreover, not helping the boy right now would result in his death, which would make all their prior investments useless. Above all else though, Ding Ling has high hopes for Yun Xiao. This makes Yurong wonder if she is talking about the situation with the Zhou family. Although the identity of the culprits is still unknown, the girl's sharp intuition tells her that the whole thing is related to Yun Xiao. Lilsa's got that spidey sense. Yurong doubts her statements, thinking that she is overestimating the boy's abilities. However, Ding Ling doesn't listen to the negative Nancy and gives out the orders to fulfill Yun Xiao's demands. Sometime later, Mengwu informs the reincarnated soul that they have recruited over 300 people on only the first day, including 2 martial lords. In the process, though, they have run out of rewards to give out. Yun Xiao tells her not to worry, revealing that the Thousand Treasures Tower and the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild will be sending Shuan weapons and pills their way soon enough. At that precise moment, the boy remarks that Yin Chaoyang has already arrived. Revealing himself, the martial grandmaster compliments Yun Xiao's detection capabilities, since not even Xiao Qingwan noticed his arrival. However, this surprise is nothing compared to the shock of seeing the 5-line tripod in the reincarnated soul's hands. Yun Xiao then asks Elder Yin what he finds so surprising. Of course, the boy intentionally showed him the 5-line tripod to make him take his side. While knowing his crimes against the Zhou family, being all too aware of this fact, Gao Yang wonders if Yun Xiao is trying to drag him down. Right then, the reincarnated soul questions why a huge superpower like the Thousand Treasures auction is scared of the Dust Flame Empire's Zhou family. Gao Yang insists that the organization itself isn't afraid of them, but that he, as an individual, can't compare to the Zhou family at all. So, if his actions leave the Thousand Treasures Tower's Dust Flame Empire branch in ruins, the consequences will be dire. Still unconcerned, Yun Xiao instructs Elder Yin to just go to Yuanbo if that ever happens and tell him that it was destroyed because of his old friend. Let alone blame, Gao Yang might even get a promotion for his service. Sighing out, Elder Yin moves on to the topic at hand and informs Yun Xiao of all the goods that he has brought. He even thinks that the boy might end up with one of the strongest forces in the Dust Flame Empire if the recruitment process continues like this. As Yun Xiao thanks him for his services, Yao Yang wonders how he isn't afraid of people running off with the goods. Remarking that he is actually afraid, the reincarnated soul invites Elder Yin out on a walk with him. At the same time, a group of recruits gathers outside Martial Flame City, getting led by Liu Qi. Deeming the city lord to be an absolute idiot, they celebrate their heist. One of the cocky thieves even boasts about how he will change his appearance and identity to go back for seconds the next day. Famous last words. Suddenly, all their dreams of getting rich blow up into smoke as Yun Xiao appears behind them, declaring that they would have to be alive to spend their riches. Having more than 40 people with them, including a martial lord, Liu Qi and his companions order Yun Xiao to get out of the way if he values his life. Of course, the reincarnated soul eloquently refuses to do so. Wanting to rough up the idiotic city lord, the thieves jump at him all at once. Confidently smirking at first, Yun Xiao instantly changes his entire demeanor and shouts out for Gao Yang to help him. With this, the realization hits Elder Yin that the boy only brought him along as a glorified bodyguard. Furious that he fell for Yun Xiao's tricks yet again, Yao Yang slams onto the battlefield, repelling the attackers. With just his aura alone, moments later, the thieves start recognizing him as the Thousand Treasures Tower's martial grandmaster. Since they think that he is associated with Martial Flame City, Elder Yin worries that the misunderstanding will turn the Cheng and Zhou families against him. Of course, it is too late for him to get himself out of Yun Xiao's sly plan now. Vowing to never fall for one of his tricks ever again, Gao Yang decides to take out his rage on the thieves instead, making sure that none of them live to tell the tale. The martial grandmaster unleashes his chi in a circular scythe-like form, cutting off the heads of all those who dared to run away in one fell swoop. Collecting the rewards he gave them, Yun Xiao thanks Elder Yin for his help. Gao Yang quickly ends their conversation and rushes back to the Thousand Treasures Tower, only to receive a mental transmission mid-air, promising to seek his help the next time Martial Flame City is in trouble. The poor man sighs out, realizing that he is never going to escape Yun Xiao's clutches. On the second day of the recruitment, the corpses of all the martial artists who tried to run off with the money hung outside the city lord's residence, leaving the onlookers wondering if Yun Xiao is just trying to raise a new force in Thousand Treasures Tower's name. Bros don't know that he's the puppet master, Right then, Zhang Qingfan, Shu Han, and the other refiners from Tian Shui arrive there. Since one of the candidate's cousin's husband's third aunt's neighbor's relative's second uncle is a refiner, he knows all the refiners in Tian Shui and informs the others of the two fourth-tier refiners. Hearing this, everyone present understands that Martial Flame City will become a mighty force in the future and rushes to join them. Meanwhile, Yun Shiyao welcomes the refiners, thanking them for being there when Martial Flame City needed it most. However, Zhang Qingfan declares that they are just doing their duty as refiners of Tian Shui. After getting the pleasantries out of the way, Yun Shiyao informs them that Martial Flame City is lacking in pills and Shuan weapons. To that end, he has recreated the Alchemist Association's buildings, even constructing a pill tower for refining, as the Alchemist Association's tower has been set up by many generations of masters. Liang Wenyu thinks that Yun Shiyao couldn't possibly have recreated it completely. Doubting my king is crazy. He suggests that the boy tells them his request, so that they can refine it back at the capital, sending it over through someone later. However, Shu Han remarks that receiving wisdom from Yun Shiyao is better than staying inside the association. Just when Liang Wenyu heeds his words and quiets down, the reincarnated soul tells him not to worry, assuring the refiners that the pill tower he made in just 3 days won't be worse than the Alchemist Association. In fact, Yun Shiyao worries that they won't want to go back anymore after experiencing it. This statement leaves Wenyu, Qingfan, and Shu Han, all three in doubt. The boy then proudly brings the refiners over to a small building, introducing it as Martial Flame City's pill tower. Seeing the sorry structure, all the refiners get down in the dumps, lamenting that they traveled thousands of miles just to refine pills in such a place. However, they have to eat their words soon enough. Upon entering Yun Shiyao's pill tower, they are greeted by an endless white expanse. Realizing that Yun Shiyao is using spatial isolation to create independent space, Qingfan starts losing his mind. After all, a space so wide and spiritual could only have been made by the ancient powers of legends, having used his monument of the world god. To accomplish this feat, Yun Shiyao confirms Qingfan's theory. As such, not only will the soul chi there be much denser, but the refiners will also benefit greatly in the cultivation of their soul powers. Incredibly, Shu Han already feels rejuvenated. Gesturing something with his hands, Yun Shiyao asks everyone to follow him. Suddenly, the entire white space starts changing its shape, transforming into numerous floating islands riddled with powerful arrays, one of which has a giant divine tree growing on it. Wait, divine tree? Did we accidentally start writing about the wrong series? Since Yun Shiyao placed the monument of the world god in this pill tower, his will is the law of heaven and earth there, enabling him to control it as he pleases. Taking in the refining area that Yun Shiyao prepared for them, Qingfan suddenly spots the Great Origin Mystic Yang Array in the sky, something that can only be set up with tens of thousands of highest-grade primordial stones. Yun Shiyao clarifies that it's just a simplified version of the Great Origin Mystic Yang Array. So instead of requiring primordial stones, it absorbs energy from the surroundings. In fact, the treasure that provides the energy for the arrays to operate is the giant tree in the center of the space. Consequently, Yun Shiyao names it the Square-Inch Mountain. Witnessing such a complex architecture, Qingfan concludes that this space goes beyond his understanding of Shuan artifacts. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul snaps his fingers, bringing forth the soul power-blessing ancient array device that he got from the auction. By setting up a soul absorption array outside it, he has made sure that it will not only use the Yuan Qi in the space to perpetually activate arrays, but also send any excess to the mountain range to increase the refiner's effectiveness. Hearing Yun Shiyao's explanations, the fourth-tier refiners conclude that they are in the middle of a treasure mountain instead of a normal refinement ground. Yun Shiyao continues, giving Tian Shui's refiners priority access to all his resources to help strengthen Martial Flame City. Handing over the recipes for the things that he needs, the reincarnated soul puts Qingfan and Shu Han in charge of managing the space. Right then, something alerts Yun Shiyao. Rushing off somewhere, he asks Qingfan and Shu Han to follow him. Soon, the three refiners arrive at a cave. Running inside, Yun Shiyao leads the way, bringing them to Jimon's body, floating inside a water-like array. Although the 6 Sunset Gold Pill can save Jimeng, Yun Xiao has held off on using it since it will lower his cultivation. However, he has taken several measures to stabilize Jimeng's life energy, making sure that nothing will happen to him, even for 1,000 years. With these insurances, feeding Jimeng the 6 Sunset Gold Pill won't result in any deterioration of his cultivation levels. In fact, the mountain he is currently being held in is the center of the Yuan Qi, in a 500-kilometer radius of Martial Flame City. Preparing to inject the Yuan Qi into Jimeng's body, Yu Xiao asks Qingfan and Shu Han to help him if he runs out of stamina. As the 2 4th-tier refiners vow to help him in whatever way he needs, the reincarnated soul marches toward Jimeng and feeds him the 6 Sunset Gold Pill. Springs of Deepwood, endless lives come forth, shouts out Yun Xiao, enveloping the martial lord in a lotus flower. He then uses Yuan energy empowerment, causing Jimeng to finally wake up, albeit a bit inflated, quite literally. Before the latter can process what's going on, the former gives him step-by-step instructions to stabilize his energy. Since the life energy flowing within Jimeng is the vitality of all life, including the Peach Blossom Sword intent and Lotus Sword song he practices, Yu Xiao wants him to understand their essences. While Jimeng closes his eyes and starts meditating, Qingfan and Shu Han realize that they should join in and do the same. Sometime later, the martial lord wakes up, brewing forth with energy. The 2 4th-tier refiners follow, having broken through. Shu Han becomes a 4-star martial master, while Qingfan becomes a 7-star martial master. More importantly, though, Jimeng finally becomes a 5-star martial lord. Dudes turn on leveling hacks. Qingfan and Shu Han congratulate him on his breakthrough, complimenting his indescribably fast cultivation speed. Jimeng returns their compliment, remarking that the same goes for them as well. The 3 smile at each other and then bow before Yun Xiao, expressing gratitude for everything he has done for him. Suddenly, something catches the boy's attention. Remarking that a lively one has shown up, Yun Xiao leaves Qingfan and Shu Han to tend to the area and takes Jimeng with him. With a snap of his finger, the 2 appear outside the Martial Flame City Lord's residence. There, Xiao Qingwang, Yunshang, Changfeng, and the Ming siblings are getting confronted by an intimidating man, oozing out immense pressure. However, the entity insists that he is only there to sign up and questions what they are so afraid of. While Qingwang and the others get worried about the man's power, Yun Xiao walks up, openly welcoming him to his cause. After all, a 9-star martial king is exactly what Martial Flame City lacks. Hearing this, the other candidates get more hyped than ever. First, the 1,000 Treasures Tower, and now a 9-star martial king, seeing Martial Flame City receive the backing of such strong figures, convinces them to dedicate their lives to it. Sasageo Sasageo, wait, wrong show. Right then, the powerful man speaks up. Introducing himself as Money Many Many, he inquires about the payments and wishes to meet the city lord. Yu Xiao steps up, announcing himself as the city lord, and asks the man his price. Unable to believe that a 15-year-old boy is the city lord, Money Many looks around to see his supporters and realizes that it's the truth. He then puts forward his price, demanding a 4th-tier Shuan weapon, 10 5th-tier pills, and 100,000 high-tier primordial stones. Despite being taken back by the insane price, Yu Xiao's forces understand that it isn't much at all for an asset as powerful as a 9-star martial king. The reincarnated soul declares that he can pay his price, only finding the pills to be tricky. Yu Xiao questions if Money Many needs a certain pill, getting told that he wants all 10 of the 5th-tier pills to be lucid limitless yuan pills. Getting no reply, Money Many starts walking off, announcing that it's fine if Yun Xiao hasn't heard of the pill, as he just needs to tell the people backing him. In fact, if the boy manages to bring him 10 of those pills, Money Many promises to join Martial Flame immediately, without taking the Shuan weapon and primordial stones. Being aware that the lucent limitless Yuan pill is an extremely rare and special one, Yu Xiao concludes that Money Many is there to obtain the 1,000 Treasures Tower's power. Using his universal detect, he starts checking the Martial King's background. Offended that a mere martial master wants to test him like this, Money Many attempts to block out the universal detect, with his mental defenses only for them to get shattered. While the 9-star martial king questions how a mere brat can be a 4th-tier refiner, Yun Xiao remarks that they don't have any lucent limitless yuan pills to give him. However, they do have something else. Uninterested, Many turns his back on him. Having come across an interesting technique somewhere else many years ago, Yun Xiao reminisces about the Moonbreak Scroll, causing the Martial King to freeze in his tracks. May completely changes his tone. Questioning Yun Xiao's identity, the Martial King wonders how he knows about the Moonbreak Scroll and if he has read it before. Shrugging off his words, Yun Xiao asks him if the technique meets his requirements. "Yes, of course," exclaims Many, only feeling concerned about getting scammed. However, Yun Xiao quenches his worry by activating private sound transmission. Unable to contain himself, the 9-star Martial King demands that the boy hands over the Moonbreak Scroll right then. Of course, Yun Xiao tells him to register first, promising to hand over after checking it. Without a moment of hesitation, Many rushes over to Meng Wu and Meng Bai, practically begging for a registration form. Witnessing a 9-star Martial King act in such a manner, the horde of candidates are freed of all doubts and practically trample over one another to register. Later, Yun Xiao gets confronted by his allies about how he won over a 9-star Martial King just by talking to him. Upon Chunyang's inquiry, the reincarnated soul reveals that he observed something strange about the money guy's body, where his parents did not do him a favor with his name. While the lucent limitless yuan pill is used to relieve his symptoms, the Moonbreak Scroll can completely cure him. However, Yun Xiao explaining that he saw through the secrets of a 9-star Martial King leaves his allies even more surprised. Chunyang then questions if they are going to expand Martial Flame City to accommodate the countless people who have registered for their cause. Yun Xiao reveals that they will definitely expand, but not now, as he will make temporary arrangements for everyone. More importantly, Martial Flame City needs high-end battle power first and foremost. Since Xiao Qingwang, Chunyang, and the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast are the only Martial Kings there, Yun Xiao will spend most of his time on increasing their strengths. If Money Man, or rather Qian Duo proves to be reliable, he will help him and Qingwang break through to become a martial grandmaster quickly. The 8-star Martial King deems it to be hopeless, thinking that he can only break through a major realm with at least 5 to 10 years of experience and luck. Of course, Yu Xiao assures him that it will take more like 5 to 10 days. Any speedrunners in chat? Turning over to his trustworthy allies, the reincarnated soul declares them as his core members and activates his universal detect, instructing them not to reject his consciousness. In an instant, Yun Xiao transports all of them into the independent space inside the monument of the world god. Witnessing this miracle of a heaven-defying Shuan artifact, Yu Shan gets flustered and once again starts fawning over Gu Fei Yang. Yun Xiao teases her, getting smacked in the head for it. Chunyang scolds his grandson for continuing to hide good things from him, albeit feeling a sense of familiarity in the space, being unaware that Yu Xiao stole it from the Li family's treasury. Regardless, the boy makes up a lie about it, and then informs everyone of the soul absorption arrays that will enable them to become at least twice as strong in a very short time. Asking the group to follow him, Yun Xiao takes them to the center of the soul absorption array for cultivation, since the soul energy is densest there. He also reveals that when Xiao Qingwang and Qian Duo break through to become martial grandmasters, the others will get enlightened to get stronger as well. Yan expresses gratitude for being allowed to cultivate in such a space, and Yun Xiao tells him to be prepared for the things that are about to come. The reincarnated soul then goes over to Tian Shui's refiners, announcing that it's time to refine the adversity-destroying pills. Being a legendary ultimate 4th tier pill, it is said to help all martial artists under the Martial King level make a breakthrough. However, the adversity-destroying pills also have major side effects, rendering anyone under the Martial Lord level incapable of withstanding their backlash. Shu Han notes that this would mean that Yun Xiao can't take the pills, receiving a smirk in response. Proclaiming that his body is already as strong as a Martial Lord, the boy thinks that he should be able to take 1 or 2 pills without any problems, especially since he knows their properties and has the 5-line tripod. Due to simply built different, as the adversity-destroying pills are at the ultimate 4th tier level, Shu Han and Zhang Qingfan ask Yun Xiao to let them refine alongside him, as it will help them understand the complete Tao of the fourth tier. Fulfilling their request, the reincarnated soul brings the duo along with him to the fifth tier purple tripod, leaving them in utter disbelief at his capabilities. Suddenly, Yun Xiao announces that he will teach Shu Han and Qing Fan the method for joint refining of adversity-destroying pills. If coordinated well, it will multiply the efficiency of the refinement process. However, any mistake in their coordination will make the process bear worse results than refining alone. Many hours pass, and even though it takes longer than Yun Xiao thought, the two fourth-tier refiners manage to understand it. While the boy gets ready to start refining without further delay, Shu Han and Qing Fan cry tears over their limited talent. Yun Xiao initiates the refinement process, bringing the five-line tripod to the Great Origin Mystic Array, while all of Tian Shua's refiners closely look on. Yun Xiao asks Qing Fan and Shu Han to help him control the tripod, as he is about to start adding the ingredients. The two fourth-tier refiners do as told and take over the five-line tripod, leaving Yun Xiao free to handle the ingredients. Gathering his soul power to activate the array, the reincarnated soul tells Shu Han and Qing Fan to watch his technique closely. Heavenly Phantom Scripture Technique calls out Yun Xiao, bringing forth countless Buddha-like hands to help him refine the ultimate fourth-tier pills. Witnessing the boy's ridiculous movements, Qing Fan questions if this is even a fourth-tier refinement process anymore, deeming it to be more impressive than fifth-tier pill refining. Meanwhile, the second-tier refiner, Liang Wanyu, feels something at the brink of his mind, unable to fully grasp it. Moments later, though, his brain understands the information flowing into it. Wanyu sits down, getting enveloped in spirit power fluctuations. Just like that, he breaks through to the third-tier realm. The other refiners follow suit, breaking through as well. It's like a breakthrough bargain sale around here. Back over with Yun Xiao, he prepares to use the divine flames to condense the pill and asks his helpers to step away for their safety. After they leave, the reincarnated soul brings forth the true fire of life. The true soul phoenix's projection roars out, entering the five-line tripod. However, maybe because they are in the monument of the world god, no thunderbolt strikes the pills, even when it's time to condense them. Regardless, Yun Xiao proceeds, bringing the refinement process to a rousing finale. The fourth-tier pill's fragrance spreads out for thousands of miles, leaving every refiner there in a daze. At the same time, Yun Xiao somehow breaks through to the level of a 6-star martial master after refining. As Qing Fan wonders how it is possible, the reincarnated soul simply remarks that if other people can break through, then so can he. The fourth-tier refiners then question why the fluctuations emanating from the refined pill were so strong, getting told to see for themselves. Much to their shock, Yun Xiao managed to refine 16 ultimate fourth-tier pills at once. As this is an impossible feat, even for a fifth-tier refiner, the duo declares him a god. Professional glazers, thanking Qing Fan and Shu Han for their help, Yun Xiao remarks that the Heavenly Phantom Scripture Technique might be a little too difficult for them to understand. Nonetheless, as they will still be able to learn something from it, Yun Xiao decides to demonstrate once more. Unleashing the technique, he summons a Buddha-like projection of himself, one that towers over the refinement ground. 1 hour later, the Heavenly Phantom Scripture Technique vanishes. Tian Shui's refiners start crying, lamenting that they were too captivated to remember it fully. Since the technique contains thousands of variations, even Shu Han and Qing Fan aren't able to grasp either. Of course, just as Yun Xiao said, they benefit from the demonstration greatly anyway, gaining a lot of insight. Having witnessed firsthand what the reincarnated soul is truly capable of, the two fourth-tier refiners get more motivated than ever to serve him to the best of their abilities. Shu Han turns over to the association's refiners, instructing them to perform their tasks with all their might. After all, if they do so, Yun Xiao is bound to treat them well. Anyone who doesn't want to try their hardest, though, can get lost and head back to the Alchemist Association. Yun Xiao's premonition comes true, as Shu Han and Qing Fan deem going back to be punished now. Meanwhile, burning with the fire of alchemy, all the refiners start running off to refine pills. At the center of Square Inch Mountain, Yan meditates in a cave, rich with Yuan Qi, trying to break his plateau at the Great Martial Master level. However, the Unit 1 commander fails yet again, making him wonder if he will ever get a chance to do so again. Suddenly, a voice tells him to keep trying until he succeeds. Appearing before his ally, in this crucial moment, Yu Xiao helps him calm down. The reincarnated soul's words echo in his mind, and Yi An finally breaks through to become a martial lord. With another martial lord in his forces, Yun Xiao sends out a mental transmission to all of his core members. Being that the most important part of breaking through, Chu Nian warns his grandson that he better have something worthwhile to make of. For this interruption, getting pestered by his grandfather, Yun Xiao gets annoyed. Regardless, the boy reveals that he has finished refining the adversity-destroying pills, informing them of their effects. Because of Chu Nian's earlier stunt though, Yun Xiao teases not giving out the pills just yet, getting deathly glares from everyone. The martial king rushes over to his grandson and sweet-talks him, insisting that he was only joking around earlier. Yun Xiao sighs out and hands over the adversity-destroying pill, instructing everyone, except Qingwan, to take one. The 8-star martial king, on the other hand, can try too, albeit with diminishing returns. Moreover, since Yan has just broken through, he must wait till his realm stabilizes before consuming it. As the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast can also take 2 pills, Yun Xiao hurls one of them inside its mouth. Swallowing it ignorantly, the creature starts rolling around on the ground in immense agony. Everyone looks to Yun Xiao in disbelief, who assures them that the little bit of pain is well worth the benefits they will receive. Is bro capping or not? Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Psych, we doing it now. One by one, everyone except Yan consumes the adversity-destroying pill, including the reincarnated soul. Moments later, his entire body gets covered with blood and wounds. Yan looks around in a panic as the entire cave echoes with the painful cries of martial artists. Right then, Yun Xiao breaks through to 7-star martial master. Despite this, his energy continues to rise. After a momentary pause, he breaks through once more, reaching the 8-star martial master level. Having taken a short time of just over a year to go from a 6-star to an 8-star martial master, Yan loses all pride in the feat that he thought to be impressive back then. Suddenly, Yun Xiao takes another adversity-destroying pill, making the Unit 1 commander think that he's suicidal. Having broken through in record time as well, Chang Feng and Yun Shan appear before Yun Xiao. Yan looks around, understanding from the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast's aura that has gotten stronger too. His train of thought instantly gets interrupted though, as Yun Xiao breaks through to become a 9-star martial master. Seeing Yun Xiao's power still rising, despite breaking through 3 whole stars in one sitting, Yan's eyes pop out of his skull in awe. Even Chang Feng is surprised, as despite being powerful, the pills still have limited effects, making it impossible for anyone to keep breaking through so easily. Watching his son, he feels sorry for the talented geniuses who train relentlessly in seclusion only to break through a couple of stars at max. Right then, Yun Xiao coughs out blood and reaches his limit. Understanding that pushing anymore might make him explode, he decides to call it a day. As the boy comes to, he sees everyone glaring at him menacingly and wonders what's going on. Moments later, Yun Xiao's father and grandfather jump him for hiding stuff from them even up till this point and demand more pills. All the while, the others cheer on their violence. These greedy pigs. The reincarnated soul tries to remind them of the adversity-destroying pills' diminishing returns, insisting that increasing one's understanding of martial arts is more important than just mindless cultivation. Agreeing with the sentiment, Chunyang lets him off the hook, not before asking for a second pill. As a martial king though, Yun Xiao rages at his grandfather and tells him to go back to stabilize his cultivation, albeit losing a pill in the process. Succeeding in extorting his grandson, Chunyang heads back, getting his drip back together by wearing one of the identical shirts in his storage ring. Yun Xiao starts moving out too. Yan questions if he isn't going to stabilize his cultivation, getting told that there's no need. After all, Yun Xiao was a peak 9-star martial sovereign in his past life, so his understanding of martial arts is already at that level. Reminding Yan to stabilize his cultivation before consuming the pill, Yun Xiao throws one in the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast's mouth and vanishes. Left speechless, the Unit 1 commander looks on, all the while the creature beside him rolls around in pain. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao appears before Jia Rong. Weeping beautifully at the sight of his young master Yun, the slave tries to cling to him, but gets sternly rejected. Rolling around on the ground, Jia Rong whines like a baby and complains. While he was working hard for his young master Yun outside, the others who were just refining Shuan weapons inside ended up breaking through, leaving him in the dust. The poor slave begs his master to be fair, getting pushed away for being too pitiful. Pulling Jia Rong by his hair, Yu Xiao inquires about the setup of the three great formations and finds out that they have all been completed, albeit a bit more expensive than initially estimated. Before Jia Rong can pester him any further, Yun Xiao disappears into the wind, leaving behind a very sad and disappointed man. What a big meanie. Moments later, the reincarnated soul arrives outside the city lord's residence and confirms Jia Rong's claims. He then heads over to Mengwu, asking about the quantity and quality of people who have registered. Glad to see him, the girl reveals that they have recruited 1 martial king, 4 martial lords, 120 great martial masters, and 1722 martial masters. However, they are almost out of low-tier items in the process. Ding Linger did send a pouch for them, but Meng Wu is unable to open it. Understanding that there's a layer of encryption on the pouch to prevent anyone from stealing it, Yun Xiao asks the girl to hold it still and decrypts the seal. Lo and behold, the pouch contains many battleships and 4th-tier items inside, being of immense value. Yun Xiao instructs Meng Wu to stop the recruitment once she runs out of the remaining materials. Moreover, she is to arrange an assembly of the recruits at Martial Flame City's courtyard at noon of the next day, treating anyone who doesn't show up as deserters. As Yun Xiao heads off, the candidates realize that this is their last charge to register and swarm Meng Wu. Elsewhere, Jia Rong draws a circle in the ground to curse his young master Yun, still moping about being left behind. Having made his appearance early on in Chapter 2, and being one of the first characters to be introduced, Jia Rong wonders why every random that shows up keeps overtaking him in importance. Oh hello, 4th wall. Suddenly, Yun Xiao appears before him once again. Complimenting Jia Rong for his good work, he announces another task for him. Caught by surprise, the former starts mumbling like an idiot and discreetly eradicates the circle he drew to curse the latter. Scolding Jia Rong for acting out of place as his slave, Yun Xiao promises to reward him well if he exceeds in the next task. Motivated by greed, the refiner inquires about what he has to do. Handing him 2 letters, Yun Xiao instructs Jia Rong to personally deliver them to Ding Ling and Yin Chao Yang, borrowing 200,000 high-tier primordial stones for the Martial Flame City's cause. Of course, the absurd number is too high to ask from either of them, so Jia Rong should just try to make them fork out as much as possible. As Yun Xiao starts moving out, his otherwise goofy slave turns all serious and questions if he can say something. Getting the go-ahead, Jia Rong expresses concern about the 2,000 or so members of Heaven's Core who have followed Yun Xiao all the way from Tian Shui. Despite their loyalty being far superior to the recent recruits, they fall short when it comes to equipment and cultivation. Understanding Jia Rong's worry, Yun Xiao explains his current limitations to him, but vows to find a way to solve this situation. As Heaven's Core is his very first team and is made up of youths brimming with potential, the reincarnated soul promises to treat them well, relieving Jia Rong. Sometime later, Yun Xiao sits within the monument of the world god. Since his cultivation is only at the martial master level, even the diminishing returns of a 3rd adversity-destroying pill is bound to raise his strength greatly, albeit causing him great anguish in the process. Of course, if it's just pain, Li Yun Xiao won't ever stop. Consuming the pill, he screams out. Many hours later, Yun Xiao's bloody body lies on the ground, having broken through to the peak 9-star martial master level. The next day at noon, the new recruits and the Heaven's Core members gather outside the Martial Flame City Lord's residence. Acting condescending toward the student army, the recruits deem them to be mere pretenders. Right then, Yun Xiao arrives at the podium, telling everyone to quiet down. He declares that they are his people from now on and must carry out his orders. Anyone who dares to slack off and deceive him will not only have their money retrieved, but their life will be taken as well. Looking on, Qian Duo concludes that there's more to the 15-year-old city lord than what his peak 9-star martial master strength lets on. Suddenly, the 9-star martial king's own train of thought catches him off guard. After all, Yun Xiao was just a 5-star martial master only a few days ago, making it impossible for him to be at his current level. This is the type of faces Oda draws for Gear 5 Luffy, deeming the 4-star jump in Li Yun Xiao's strength in only a few days to be impossible. Qian Duo tries to convince himself that he was just wrong earlier. Right then, the city lord orders him to come up on the stage, shocking the new recruits with his tone. Although Qian Duo is greatly annoyed, he has no choice but to obey Yun Xiao in order to obtain the Moonbreak Scroll. The reincarnated soul hands him a jade letter containing the promised item, along with a pill and a good area to train in seclusion. As Yun Xiao expresses hope that Qian Duo will become a martial grandmaster. By the time they meet again, the other recruits think that he has gone crazy, since such a feat requires decades of experience. Meanwhile, the 9-star martial king puts the jade letter up against his forehead and realizes that it's actually the Moonbreak Scroll. With this in his hands, he feels confident in becoming not just a martial grandmaster, but a martial emperor too, or even a martial supreme. Yun Xiao remarks that the effects of the Moonbreak Scroll, along with the adversity-destroying pill, should completely fix up Qian Duo's body, making breaking through in a short time quite an achievable task. So the devs just don't care about game balance. Understanding that Yun Xiao figured out his condition instantly, the 9-star martial king wonders who he is. After all, seeing a 15-year-old possessing mysterious abilities and having as much knowledge about martial arts isn't an everyday occurrence. Promising to do his best, Qian Duo starts heading off. While the recruits try to process what just happened, a powerful wind blows through the entire area. A green wolf battleship appears in the sky, boarded by a member of the Sky Locust sect, who had used the soul power in Chiyun Peak for over 1,000 years. He starts shouting at Yun Xiao for stealing it from them, declaring that he deserves to die for his crimes. Being the benevolent city lord that he is, the reincarnated soul offers the man to bring everyone over from his sect to join Martial Flame City for cultivation instead, promising to provide resources that are 10 times better. Enraged, the intruder vows to destroy the city if Yun Xiao doesn't return their soul power. Answering back, the boy gives him a count of 3 to get lost. Not feeling threatened by a 9-star martial master, the man attacks with a chi-made green wolf to kill him. Da Sheng and Yi An try to jump in, but are told by Yun Xiao not to interrupt him. Bringing out his Tiger Fang sword, the boy unleashes Roaring Tiger Terraquake, absolutely crushing the enemy's attack. Laughing at the audacity of a measly 1-star martial lord daring to threaten his city, Yun Xiao summons the Great Sun Golden Light Array and commands it to destroy. A giant blade erupts from the heavens and comes straight down to the ground, eradicating anything and everything that stands in its way. While the Sky Locust sex member barely hangs on, Yun Xiao doesn't give him a chance to recover. Ruthless aggression like he in WWE era. Bringing forth the 5-line tripod, Yun Xiao attacks with its eastbound purple mists, universe guarding, release, shouts out the reincarnated soul, unleashing the power of the 5 elements realm on the unsuspecting foe. Looking on, Qian Duo feels uneasy. He has several questions in his mind, like how a martial master is handing a 5th-tier Shuan weapon so easily, and how he just beat a 1-star martial lord atop a floating green wolf battleship so easily. Bai Chun Feng and Lin Yu are left in disbelief too, wondering if this is really the trash of the Jia Lan Academy, who studied with them just a few months ago. Right then, Yun Xiao orders that the injured man be dragged to him. As the latter plays dead, the former vows to turn it into reality if he doesn't stop. Without hesitation, the man gets up. Using his masterful interrogation tactics, Yun Xiao gets him to start spilling the beans. Introducing himself as a high-ranked disciple of the Sky Locust sect named Bu Tian Gong, the man reveals that they have resided in the Qiyun mountain range for over 1,000 years. As such, the sect master, Nun Fei Chun, is a 9-star martial king. They also have 2 vice masters, one being a 7-star martial king, and the other being a 5-star one. Moreover, the Sky Locust sect has a dozen or so martial lords and thousands of martial artists lower than that level. Never caring about worldly matters, Tiangong's sect had to send out investigators upon getting their supply of soul power cut off due to some unknown reason. It just so happens that he is the investigator who ended up in Martial Flame City. Satisfied with this explanation, Yun Xiao announces that he will go back with Bu Tiangong to persuade the sect master to join him. Everyone thinks that the boy has gone insane out of greed, but no one dares to say a word. Doubting his ears, Tiangong questions if Yun Xiao really intends to go there. Without hesitation, the reincarnated soul tells him to stop messing around and lead the way. He then snaps his fingers, causing countless floating battleships to appear in the sky. Steam 3 5th-tier Tiger King battleships and over 30 green wolf ones appear in the sky. Tiangong and the new recruits lose their minds, since these battleships should be worth at least a few million high-tier primordial stones. The recruits get convinced that Yun Xiao holds a high position with 1,000 Treasures Tower and feel glad that they decided to follow him. Having been surprised by Yun Xiao for the entire last chapter, Qian Duo somehow still keeps getting surprised and wonders if the story will let him have any dignity as a 9-star martial king. At the same time, the sled boy grins, having made sure that the 1,000 Treasures Tower will never be able to separate their name from him. Declaring that the first mission is to subdue the Sky Locust sect, Yun Xiao orders everyone above the 5-star martial master level to come with him. Excited to board a floating battleship, the new recruits follow him hastily, leaving the Heaven's core members more motivated than ever to catch up to their young master Yun. Approaching their destination, Qian Duo doubts that Martial Flame City's manpower is sufficient to take down the Sky Locust sect. However, Yun Xiao tells him to be at ease. Since Tiangong has been sent out, the other martial lords won't be in the sect either. Even if they were there, Yun Xiao could simply blast them with the floating battleships. Poor Tiangong reacts to the threat like any normal human would, getting teased for it. Rookie mistake, lil bro. Arriving at the Sky Locust sect, Da Sheng and Hongbing look around, spotting nothing but mountains and lakes there. With a sinister grin, Yun Xiao reveals that they have a Grand Mountain Guardian formation with illusion techniques concealing them. Realizing that he can't hide anything from the boy, Tiangong questions just who the hell he is. To add to his fear, Yun Xiao presents some immaculate logic. As they have to fight sooner or later anyway, it's better to just do it now. W mental gymnastics for real. Sending out a mental transmission, the reincarnated soul instructs his forces to blast the Grand Mountain Guardian formation to pieces, not stopping even if someone tells them to. Heeding his command, the 30-plus floating battleships open fire. Countless chi cannons rain down on the Grand Mountain Guardian formation, forcing the sect master to come out and order them to stop. Of course, Yun Xiao's word takes precedence over Nung Fei Chun, and the floating battleships continue blasting away. Seeing Bu Tiangong getting manhandled, the sect master inquires about the intruder's identity. The reincarnated soul announces that who they are isn't important, but what is the opportunity they are there to give him. Right then, the Grand Mountain Guardian formation shatters, making Nung Fei Chun question what kind of opportunity he is talking about. If Yun Xiao can't give him a good explanation for his actions, the sect master vows to kill him, even if he has to die to do it. Aware that Nung Fei Chun is trying to buy time for the martial lords to return before fighting them, Yun Xiao tells him that bringing more people will only result in more casualties. The boy then lays it out as bluntly as possible, announcing that he is there to make the Sky Locust sect submit to Martial Flame City. Yun Xiao insists that Nung Fei Chun accepts his offer, to talk things out as not doing so will cause needless sacrifices on both sides. The former also thinks that the latter will care about the Grand Mountain Guardian formation after hearing his terms, enraging him. Yun Xiao continues, remarking that it is nothing compared to the soul absorption array he set up, nonchalantly exposing himself as the person who took away the soul chi in the Qiyun mountain range. The boy infuriates the entire sect. Ignoring their reactions, Yun Xiao lets them know the reality of their helpless situation and presents a set of conditions, promising to fulfill them at all costs. On today's episode of Deal or No Deal. Firstly, the reincarnated soul will provide the Sky Locust sect with cultivation grounds, containing soul chi 10 times denser than what they are used to. Secondly, they will remain independent and just have to listen to Yun Xiao's orders. Lastly, as long as the Sky Locust sect doesn't break Martial Flame City's rules, all their disciples will be able to access as many cultivation resources as they need. To top things off, they can leave whenever they want if Yun Xiao isn't able to fulfill these conditions. Hearing Yun Xiao's terms, Nung Fei Chun ponders over his situation and realizes that the best course of action is to accept them. So he does, getting granted the name of Heaven's Resolve. After getting the official matters over with, Yun Xiao activates private sound transmission to Nung Fei Chun. Knowing that the sect master has been stuck as a martial king for over 50 years and doesn't have much life left, the reincarnated soul vows to grant him a new life by helping him ascend to the martial grandmaster level. This is the nail in the coffin for Nung Fei Chun, making him realize that he made the right decision by accepting Yun Xiao's proposal. The boy then turns over to the new recruits, granting them the title of Heaven's Judgment and putting everyone except Qian Duo under Han Bing's command. Finally, Yun Xiao places Heaven's Core under Chen Da Sheng, impressing him greatly with his actions as a city lord. Having set the foundation for Martial Flame City with Heaven's Core, Heaven's Resolve, and Heaven's Judgment, Yun Xiao decides the next course of action is to improve their combat capabilities, naming scheme harder than making my parents proud. After instructing Nung Fei Chun to bring the Sky Locust sect to Martial Flame City, the boy once again telepathically tells him something. The sect master takes Yun Xiao to their storage, which contains countless low-tier pills and Shuan weapons, perfect to strengthen Heaven's Core, taking around 2,000 of those items. Yun Xiao reiterates his promise to help Nung Fei Chun become a martial grandmaster and moves out. On the way back to Martial Flame City, the boy comes across a 3-star great martial master named Fu Jun Kai, a representative of the Supreme High Palace looking to deliver an invitation to Nung Fei Chun. His aura is similar to the extreme Yin Frost Qi, possessed by Qi Zun Zi, Yi Xiao Shan, and Li Yi. Passed through inheritance, this generational technique was unique to the Beiming family in his past life. However, since they were Gu Feiyang's adversaries in the north and east, the reincarnated soul wonders how such small groups in the southern region possess it. Now, Yun Xiao completely disrespects Fu Jun Kai, was just trying to invite people to celebrate their vice palace master becoming a martial grandmaster. Not only does Yun Xiao completely humiliate the 3-star great martial master, but he also kidnaps him and steals his green wolf battleship, getting held down by Han Bing. Fu Jun Kai wonders how a small sect like the Sky Locust sect deserves to treat Supreme High Palace's representative this way. Right then, Yun Xiao announces that it's time to go back to Martial Flame City, making the 3-star great martial master question who they really are. With a sinister look, the reincarnated soul reveals that the Sky Locust sect is under him. Finding himself at odds with the Supreme High Palace yet again, Yun Xiao smugly invites Fu Jun Kai to have a talk with him. My goat wants all the smoke in the world. Li Yun Xiao takes on the Zhou family's forces, successfully defeating them, to reunite with his beloved 5-line tripod. With his list of enemies continuing to get longer, Yun Xiao recruits powerful martial artists to join Martial Flame City and sets up extraordinary training grounds to help his current allies get stronger, even awakening Ji Meng in the process. Making the Sky Locust sect submit to him as well, he now prepares to square up with the Supreme High Palace. Soaring through the sky, Yun Xiao's Tiger King battleship leads the battalion of over 30 floating battleships back to Martial Flame City. Battered, bruised, and all tied up, the Supreme High Palace's 3-star great martial master, Fu Jun Kai, helplessly awaits his fate. Right then, Yun Xiao starts interrogating him, questioning who is in the palace at the moment. Jun Kai reveals that the great palace master, Ma Tianhe, is a 3-star martial grandmaster. Tianhe's son, being the vice palace master himself, is a 1-star martial grandmaster named Ma Fei Bai. Intrigued to hear about such strong martial artists, Yun Xiao demands to know the full details of the Supreme High Palace's forces. Bursting into tears, Jun Kai reluctantly spills the beans. Aside from the palace master and his son, 2 elders are also martial grandmasters, amounting to a total of 4 such powerful beings. Moreover, the Supreme High Hexagram is a group made up of 6 expert martial kings. Thousands of martial artists under the martial king level serve them, including around 30 martial lords. Noting that the Supreme High Palace is a really powerful hidden sect, Qian Duo expresses concern over its unknown capabilities. Remaining unconcerned, Yun Xiao asks if one of the 2 elders is named Qi Zun Zi and expresses curiosity about the other one's level. He also wonders how the Supreme High Hexagram is doing right now. Compared to Qi Zunzi, who is a 1-star martial grandmaster, the other elder Yi Baoxin is a 2-star martial grandmaster. Jun Kai hasn't seen the Supreme High Hexagram in a while though, leading him to believe that they are training in seclusion. Of course, Yun Shiyao knows it to be BS, since it will take them around a year to recover from his last beating. He then confirms that Li Yi is still alive and kicking in the Supreme High Palace, as Yi Xiao Shan's disciple, getting excited to meet the old acquaintance again. Dude about to get his ass kicked, for the 69th time in a row. Traumatized by the boy's previous shenanigans, Da Sheng questions if he intends to fight the Supreme High Palace, since fighting the Mao would be equivalent to courting death. Yun Xiao assures him that he won't do such a thing. However, the upside of visiting 8527 is just too tempting in the end. Fearing for his life at the thought of facing multiple martial grandmasters, Da Sheng begs Yun Xiao to stop fooling around, threatening to snitch to Li Chunyang if he doesn't. In response, the reincarnated soul simply smirks, reminding him that the old fart will be in seclusion right now after taking the couple of adversity-destroying pills. Yun Xiao insists that he won't do something he isn't supposed to, promising to only congratulate the Supreme High Palace. In the celebration taking place 3 days later, the boy decides to head back to Martial Flame City for now. Da Sheng starts having a meltdown, while Qian Duo gets convinced that Yun Xiao's reckless abandon will be his downfall. He is not aware of my goat's game. Arriving at Martial Flame City, the reincarnated soul gets alerted by a fight happening there. He rushes over to Hongbing and Da Sheng, commanding them to advance at full speed. Yun Xiao panics, understanding that the unusually strong presence he feels is being exerted by a martial grandmaster. Wondering if the intruder is from the Xingyang family, the reincarnated soul orders everyone to prepare for battle without leaving their battleships. In the heart of Martial Flame City, a man floats in the air, surrounded by his wildly buzzing extraordinary qi. The immense pressure he exudes makes it difficult for Yun Xiao and his allies to even stay on their feet. Suddenly, the martial grandmaster starts concentrating his energy on his left hand. He aims downwards, unleashing a wild beam in the middle of Martial Flame City. The resulting shockwaves push back the floating battleships, making those on board question the true extent of the martial grandmaster's abilities. Yun Xiao bursts into a sweat, understanding that no one in Martial Flame City currently holds a candle to the intruder, since Xiaoqing Wang and the others are still cultivating inside the monument of the world god. They can't possibly know what's going on in the outside world to help him. Besides, they would only end up as part of the losses if they did come out. Observing the arrival of the 30-plus battleships, the intruder questions if the city lord is finally back, vowing to kill everyone in Martial Flame City if he doesn't show himself. This is the Xing Wang family's elder and a 1-star martial grandmaster, Xingyang Kun. Feeling threatened by the powerful enemy, the members of Heaven's Judgment are left in a panic. Refusing to go up against a martial grandmaster, one of them tries to run away from the fight. However, Yun Xiao grants him a swift and painful death instead. Lid got hit with a fatality. The reincarnated soul then makes a chilling proclamation, declaring that those who demoralize the army, the deserters, and those who disobey his orders all meet the same gruesome fate. Hearing these ruthless words, Qian Duo looks at Yun Xiao as if he has seen a ghost. Right then, Hongbing turns everyone's eyes into the distance, where Meng Wu is being pulled through the air by Xingyang Kun. Choking her out, the martial grandmaster questions if she still thinks that her young master Yun will kill him when he gets back. For the crime of killing Xingyang Jia, the man promises to execute all 9 generations of the city lord's family. Noting that Meng Wu seems to be close to Yun Xiao, Xingyang Kun lets go of her neck and decides to kill her first as punishment. While the reincarnated soul prepares to defend the girl, Mun Bai helplessly looks on and screams out in despair. As the martial grandmaster's qi hurls toward Meng Wu, Yun Xiao activates Taishu Heaven's capital array, condensing it in an effort to save her. However, the martial grandmaster's immense attack shatters the formation and strikes Meng Wu, leaving her life hanging by a thread. Infuriated by Xingyang Kun's actions, Yun Xiao lashes out at him, launching an all-out counterattack. A massive sword erupts from a golden formation in the sky, raining down on the martial grandmaster. All the Green Wolf battleships blast their cannons at him too, but Xingyang Kun remains unbothered. Easily blocking the onslaught with his qi, he demands that the Martial Flame City Lord show himself to face his punishment. Expanding his energy shield, Xingyan Kun shatters the very essence of the attacks being thrown at him. He then pulls in Yun Xiao's Tiger King battleship, questioning the identity of the city lord yet again. Threatening to kill everyone there if they don't answer, the martial grandmaster soars through the sky and prepares to strike. Right then, the reincarnated soul announces that Xingyan Kun will be the one dying, and unleashes his eastbound purple mists, universal guarding technique. Upon release, the ability catapults the 5-line tripod toward the martial grandmaster, who gets baffled upon seeing it. After all, the Zhou family just lost it recently, and it's now in Yun Xiao's possession. What an astute observation, Mr. Sherlock. Blocking the 5-line tripod, Xingyan Kun gets enraged at the boy for daring to kill people from the Xingyang, Cheng, and Zhou families. He vows to capture him and massacre his city. In response, Yun Xiao jumps on top of the 5th-tier Shuan weapon, promising to eradicate the martial grandmaster's family for his crime of killing the people of Martial Flame City. Glaring at Xingyan Kun, the reincarnated soul activates his perception arts, soul absorption. Even the martial grandmaster isn't able to block an attack directly at his soul, and he is left questioning Yun Xiao's identity, claiming to be Xingyan Kun's ancestor. Yun Xiao calls forth the Great Sun Golden Light Array, condensing it with the 5-line tripod. Countless blades rain down from the sky, piercing the martial grandmaster. This onslaught is followed up by the 5th-tier Shuan weapon, which strikes Xingyan Kun right in his dantian and sends him flying through the sky. While Da Shun hopes that the powerful attack managed to injure the martial grandmaster, Yun Xiao huffs and puffs. Despite being completely exhausted, he is only worried about not being able to sense Meng Wu's life energy anymore. Soon, the clouds of smoke dissipate, revealing that Xingyan Kun still remains standing. Having suffered slight injuries, he is angrier than ever. In a panic, Yun Xiao shouts at Qian Duo to make a move and reactivates his soul absorption technique, freezing the martial grandmaster yet again. Falling for it twice got count as match fixing. Letting out a sigh, Qian Duo starts manipulating a heavy object, shaped like a Chinese coin. Violently shaking around on the ground, the coin vanishes. Moments later, it reappears around Xingyan Kun, trapping him in place. Feeling disrespected by a bunch of maggots trying to kill him, the martial grandmaster vows to strike the fear of his strength in their hearts. He unleashes his martial intent form, culminating in his phantom massacre technique. Taking the shape of a ghoul-like being, Xingyan Kun's chi leaps at Qian Duo to finish him off. However, the 9-star martial king stands his ground. With a chant, he brings out a crescent-shaped circular scythe, wielding it masterfully. Qian Duo utterly slashes apart Xingyan Kun's phantom massacre. The former's technique leaves the latter, questioning what it is, making him realize that getting hit by such a strong Shuan weapon would spell doom even for someone like him. At the same time, the 5-line tripod starts glowing. However, Xingyan Kun doesn't think much of it. After all, a peak martial master like Yun Xiao using even a 9th-tier Shuan weapon would be pointless, or so he thinks. Questioning if the martial grandmaster really wants to try, Yun Xiao brings out the true fire of life, promising to refine him into a human pill. Bro's a villain. Xingyan Kun understands that the flames are dangerous and starts shattering Qian Duo's entrapment. Without delay, the reincarnated soul swoops his hands around, unleashing the Phoenix's flames to refine a human alive. The Phoenix's mighty projection soars high, enveloping the 5-line tripod. Standing beneath it, Yun Xiao activates the Tyrant Body Tempering Technique's first stage, a body like glass. His entire being starts exuding immense pressure, making the Green Wolf battleships realize that they need to get away from there ASAP. Xingyan Kun responds, unleashing his chi to fully break Qian Duo's technique. Thinking that Yun Xiao is using demonic arts, he gets enraged and rushes to kill him, once and for all. Reiterating that the martial grandmaster is the one who is going to die, the reincarnated soul unleashes his heaven-scorching flame technique. The Phoenix projection flies towards Xingyan Kun and collides with his chi, resulting in a massive impact. Witnessing the spectacle, the members of Heaven's Judgment question how a fight between a martial master and a martial grandmaster is so close. Plot armor, that's how. After all, their normal worldview dictates that Xingyan Kun should have flicked Yun Xiao out of existence. Meanwhile, the Phoenix's flames seep through the martial grandmaster's chi, forcing him to go on the defensive. Getting scorched by the phantom of the ancient creature, Shin-Yan-kun concludes that he wouldn't be able to withstand so much as a wisp of its flames if it were to manifest fully. At the same time, Yu Xiao reiterates his vow to refine him into a human pill, even at the cost of his own life. Calling forth the tyrant body tempering techniques first stage once again, the reincarnated soul unleashes a body like glass. White wall. With this, he opens the 5-line tripod and begins sucking Shin-Yan-kun into it. Pause. Despite feeling confident in his abilities as a Six Directions realm martial grandmaster, the intruder understands that he can afford to get pushed into the 5-line tripod. Shin-Yan-kun reactivates his Phantom Massacre to destroy the 5th-tier Shuan weapon, only for Chi-On Duo to step in and blast it to smithereens yet again. Trembling with rage, the Elder boasts about being a proud martial grandmaster to whom even the Dust Flame Empire's emperor would kneel down. Yet, the life of someone like him is being endangered by mere ants. Refusing to accept such a pathetic fate, Shin-Yan-kun brings out his Yuan Pin Pearl, resolved to take down Yun Xiao with him, even if he dies. The martial grandmaster prepares to self-destruct his life Shuan artifact. They're just making up stuff now. While retreating, Chi-On Duo peeks at Yun Xiao, who shows no intentions of dodging, even against such an attack. The 9-star martial king looks on in disbelief as 2 lunatics put their lives on the line, fully preparing to go down together. As Shin-Yan-kun's Yuan Pin Pearl nears its explosion, Yun Xiao once again declares that he will refine him into a human pill. Suddenly, the boy's arm shatters, and his body of glass starts collapsing. Right then, Shin-Yan-kun screams out, giving a deathly skull-like form to his rampant chi. The resulting explosion envelops the entire battlefield, blinding the onlookers. Even the Tiger King battleships don't remain unscathed by its impact. With his shattering body, Yun Xiao is hit with the realization that the full brunt of this earth-shattering impact didn't reach him. His eyes pop open as Chen Da-sheng stands in front of him, having guarded him from Shin-Yan-kun's last-ditch effort. Rapidly coughing out blood, Da-sheng scolds the boy for being reckless to the point of not dodging, even when his opponent practically self-destructed. Yun Xiao lets out a gentle smile, revealing that it's not he didn't want to escape. It's just that the reincarnated soul has fully exhausted all of his energy to such an extent that not even his body of glass is holding up. Advising Yun Xiao not to do things beyond his abilities in the future, Da-sheng returns his life to him. After all, he owes it to the boy. Since Yun Xiao not only healed his injuries, but also helped him raise his cultivation level, Da-sheng feels that he gave him a chance at his life back. To Da-sheng, dying honorably in battle is what made his newfound life worth living in the end. Unable to cope with reality, Yun Xiao begs his martial uncle to stop joking around. Blue realized he's not built for this. However, at that very moment, Da-sheng's lifeless body falls to the ground. In his dying moments, he asks Yun Xiao to take care of Chen Zun and say goodbye to his sworn brother, Li Chunyang, for him. The boy calls out to Da-sheng in utter dismay, hoping that all of this is just a big, unfunny joke. Suddenly, he feels a grueling pain in his chest. As his martial uncle's corpse falls off the Tiger King battleship, Yu Xiao helplessly tries to reach out. However, he can't even move a muscle and is just left with an aching heart. Meanwhile, Shin-Yan-kun reappears after exploding his life Yuan artifact. Barely holding himself together, he looks towards Yun Xiao, becoming infuriated upon seeing him still alive and standing. Still in disbelief that a noble martial grandmaster like him ended up in such a pathetic state, Shin-Yan-kun crawls through the air to reach Yun Xiao and vows to make him meet a gruesome fate. Right then, a towering silhouette appears behind the reincarnated soul, declaring that he will never fall. Putting his hand on Yun Xiao's shoulder, Xiao Qingwang reveals himself. Having finally broken through to become a 1-star martial grandmaster, he came out of the World God Monument to happily give Yun Xiao the good news, only to find him like this. Taken aback by this sudden arrival, Shin-Yan-kun realizes that Qingwang isn't any weaker than himself and inquires about his identity. Burning with a wild rage, both figuratively and literally, Qingwang repeats Yun Xiao's words, announcing himself as Shin-Yan-kun's ancestor. Chi-On Duo is just as surprised to see Qingwang as Shin-Yan-kun. After all, the commander was barely on his level just a few days ago, but is somehow a martial grandmaster now. a truly incomprehensible feat in the world of martial arts. Questioning how Martial Flame City has such powerful fighters, Xingyang Kun regrets his decision to destroy his life Shuan artifact. The intruder had previously thought that escaping from the floating battleships and Qi'an Duo would be easy, even if he was heavily injured. However, Xingyang Kun couldn't ever have imagined that a martial grandmaster would show up to ruin his plans. Engulfed in hellish flames, Xiao Qingwang approaches the pathetic elder, forcing him to tuck his tail and start running. While Xingyang Kun thinks about how much he messed up by not immediately running, Qingwang catches up to him. "Stay here, forever," shouts out the commander, smashing the fraudulent martial grandmaster's face in with his burning fist. Xingyang Kun goes flying, but Qingwang doesn't give him any room to breathe and quickly follows up with a barrage of punches. "One punch for me too, please." Getting his teeth kicked in, the former suddenly grabs the latter, declaring that he hates all of them. Xingyang Kun self-destructs his Dan Tian, blasting himself to smithereens. This act results in a massive explosion of qi, forcing Qingwang to contain it with all his might. At the same time, Hong Bing and Qi'an Duo form barriers around Yun Shiyao to guard him. Soon, the ruckus settles down. Xiao Qingwang stands amidst the clouds of smoke, having suffered just minor injuries. Spitting on Xingyang Kun's non-existent corpse, he rushes back to the Tiger King battleship. Carrying Yun Shiyao in his arms, Qingwang instructs Hong Bing to take care of the order and cleanup of Martial Flame City. He then flies off, taking the boy back to the monument of the world god. Zhang Qingfang looks on at Yun Shiyao's lifeless body in dismay, while Chunyang loses the ability to even form his sentence at the sight of his sworn brother's corpse. I am about to start throwing hands with the creator at this point. Thinking on their feet, Qingfan and Shu Han quickly put Yun Shiyao and Meng Wu in a healing formation. However, as the Grand Array is only able to condense small amounts of life energy at a time, the healing process shows almost no progress. Seeing this, Jimeng questions if there are any more of the 6 sunset gold pills that Yun Shiyao used to heal him. Qingfan reveals that he does have the reincarnated soul's storage ring, albeit with no way of cracking the encryption on it. He asks Shu Han for help in decrypting it, and the 2 4th-tier refiners attempt to break into the storage ring one more time. While Chunyang continues to stare at Da Sheng's corpse blankly, Meng Bai clutches his fists and starts running off somewhere. Looking on, Yun Shang questions where he is going. Lamenting his weakness, the kid announces that he is heading off to train, not wanting to see his sister and master get hurt again. Enough to make a grown man cry, Meng Bai's resolve touches Yun Shang, and she softly mutters his name. With tears flowing down his face, the kid gets ready to eat the demon egg his master gave him. Believing that Meng Wu and Yun Shiyao will wake up soon, he vows to improve massively to make them happy when they do. Hearing his words, Yu Shang starts crying. She calls out for Gu Fei Yang, wondering where he is, when his disciple is severely injured and needs him. Moments later, Qingfan and Shu Han sigh out, having failed at decryption the storage ring. Qingwang lashes out at them, questioning how they dare to call themselves 4th-tier refiners when they can't even open a storage ring. Labeling them as useless trash, the martial grandmaster snatches away Yun Shiyao's storage ring from them and prepares to force it open. Since doing so has a huge risk of destroying the storage ring's contents, Yun Shang worries about the worst-case scenario coming to pass. These words make Qingwang hesitate, but looking at Yun Shiyao's condition makes him understand that they can't delay anymore, and he announces his plan. After opening the storage ring, the martial grandmaster will hold up the collapsing space. At the same time, Yu Shan, Jimeng, Yan, and Chang Feng will grab as many things as they possibly can. Making his instructions clear, Qingwang starts breaking into the storage ring. The martial grandmaster begins crushing the storage ring, forcing it to break open. Engulfed by his powerful qi, the ring's independent space starts running rampant. Qingwang puts all of his effort into stabilizing it and asks everyone to hurry up. Yu Shang, Jimeng, Chang Feng, and Yan all rush to grab whatever they can from the storage ring. Soon, the space completely destabilizes. Unable to contain it any longer, the martial grandmaster lets go, and the storage ring disappears. Despite their best efforts, Yu Xiao's allies are only able to retrieve less than a third of his items. Fortunately, this contains the reincarnated soul's Tiger Fang sword. Qingwang asks the 4th-tier ruffianers to check, if the retrieved items contain any pills that can help save Yun Xiao. Shu Han and Qing Fan closely go through the items, luckily finding a 6 sunset gold pill. Without delay, they feed it to Yun Xiao. While Qing Wang stabilizes the boy, Qing Fan and Shu Han note that even the two of them together wouldn't be able to refine the holy 4th-tier healing medicine. Right then, Yun Xiao's body starts making cracking sounds. Everyone intently looks on, hoping that this is enough to wake him up. However, the reincarnated soul doesn't even move a muscle. Blood is in the shadow realm. Back when Jimeng almost died, only 1 6 sunset gold pill was enough to save him. On the other hand, Yun Xiao consuming the pill only returned a bit of color to his face, making Shu Han question just how much he has exhausted himself. Losing patience, Xing Wang once again lashes out at the 2 4th-tier refiners for their incompetence. Instead of protesting against the insults, Qing Fan lowers his head and laments that he can't do anything to help Yun Xiao. Right then, Shu Han remembers a recipe hidden deep in the Imperial Palace, one that Qing Fan showed to him. Hearing the former's words, the latter realizes that he's a massive idiot. In the Imperial Palace's treasury, Qing Fan once found the recipe for a 4th-tier pill that could even bring the dead back to life. Of course, since there was no chance of him becoming a 4th-tier refiner back then, Qing Fan didn't pay it much mind. Thankfully, the recipe is still imprinted in his brain. Just like that, the 2 alchemists run off to refine the pill, vowing to save their lord Yun Xiao. You know what? I will allow the glazing this one time. At the same time, Hongbing effectively carries out restorative efforts within Martial Flame City. The entire city gets sealed, forbidding everyone from either leaving or entering the premises in order to prevent the news from rapidly spreading and attracting their enemies. Qian Duo observes the scene from a rooftop, having nothing to do. Despite scouring the entirety of Martial Flame City with his universal detect, he couldn't find Yun Xiao and the others, making him rightly conclude that they must be inside an independent space. Remembering the earlier battle, Qian Duo once again gets baffled at the thought of a martial master like Yun Xiao being so powerful. After all, if it was him on the receiving end of the Bird of Fire, he would have gotten wrecked. Questioning if what he saw before was the shadow of the legendary True Soul, the Phoenix, Qian Duo notes that it is a being at the 10 ultimate realm. Since all the ancient souls had seemingly perished, seeing traces of them in his lifetime wasn't something that Qian Duo deemed possible. As he wonders who Yun Xiao truly is, Hongbing reprimands him and reminds Qian Duo that the boy is his city lord now too. Of course, the team commander himself doesn't know who Yun Xiao really is, since he just became city lord half a month ago. However, what Hongbing does know is that Martial Flame City will prosper and become an amazing place under his leadership, making Qian Duo wonder what he considers to be amazing. The Team 1 commander thinks that Yun Xiao will make Martial Flame City not only greater than the Dust Flame Empire, but also help it become a first-rate power in Tianwu, or even bigger than that. Hearing this, Qian Duo starts laughing, reminding Hongbing that Tianwu is a vast continent, as even the Dust Flame Empire is insignificant. When it comes to the bigger picture, he deemed his claims to be naive. However, Hongbing remains steadfast in his belief. He tells Qian Duo to look far and wide, declaring that Yun Xiao is leading Martial Flame City to the pinnacle of Tianwu, one step at a time. Let him know king. Leaving the 9-star Martial King with these words, Hongbing heads off. After pondering over these words for a while, Qian Duo realizes that he will still return to Martial Flame City, even when he reaches the pinnacle of Tianwu. Moved by how much everyone trusts Yun Xiao, Qian Duo decides to trust him, just this once as well, and pulls out a pill to eat. Back at the Monument of the World God, Shu Han and Qing Fan come running back excitedly, celebrating that they have succeeded in refining the 4th-tier Holy Healing Medicine. The Sincere Snow Pill, being a pill from ancient times, is much stronger than normal 4th-tier medicine and brims with immense soul qi. Fully convinced that the Sincere Snow Pill can save Yun Xiao, Qing Fan feeds it to him, while everyone looks on with hopeful eyes. 6 hours later, the reincarnated soul still knows no reaction, making Chang Feng question what's going on. Having a deep understanding of the pill's immense healing effects, Qing Fan and Shu Han wonder why Yun Xiao is showing only slight improvement. In the end, they conclude that the boy's injuries were just too severe. So, the 2 4th-tier refiners get ready, to refine as many sincere snow pills as they need to feed Yun Xiao and start running off. Right then, Xing Wang tells them to hold on, since the great array is enveloping the reincarnated soul. Moments later, flowers start to bloom in the formation. Seeing the grand array coming alive and functioning better than when they activated it together, Qing Fan and Shu Han are left in disbelief. Amidst the blooming flowers, Yan starts breathing in the qi of life and feels himself getting revitalized. Chang Feng smacks it out of him, wanting Yun Xiao and Meng Wu to absorb all the good stuff. What a gad! Drake could learn a thing or two from him. Meanwhile, the grand array culminates in a lotus-like flower, enveloping the two wounded teens in a revitalizing glow. For an entire day and night, the array stays activated, after which Yun Xiao wakes up. Although the sincere snow pill couldn't heal the boy completely, it helped him recover a shred of his consciousness. With it, he could control the array and activate himself. While everyone celebrates Yun Xiao's awakening, Yu Shang worriedly asks why Meng Wu is still unconscious. The reincarnated soul reveals that Xingyan Kun shattered her spirits, meaning that they can't wake her up without the spirit-nourishing wood. Since this means that there's a way to save the girl, Yu Shang feels a bit relieved. However, she does wonder how a 15-year-old like Yun Xiao can stay so calm after experiencing the worst ordeal of his life. Announcing that he's fine now, the boy inquires about where Chunyang and Da Sheng are. Everyone lowers their heads with shame, while Chang Feng reveals that Chunyang left with Da Sheng. Hiding that he's heartbroken, Yun Xiao calmly remarks that he will go visit them and vanishes. The others try to stop him, but Yu Shang insists that they let him go. After all, Chen Da Sheng died to save him, so he must be feeling all sorts of emotions right now. Silence befalls in the World God Monument, as everyone stands frozen in place. Qing Wang makes the first move, declaring that this is no time to be standing around, as even tougher battles lie ahead. He orders everyone to go and cultivate, not wanting a repeat of what happened last time with Xingyan Kun. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao appears behind his grandfather, mourning over the grave of his sworn brother. Seeing that his grandson is finally awake, Chunyang asks him if he knows what the most painful thing in life is. Yun Xiao shakes his head, prompting the old fart to let out a small chuckle. With tears flowing down his face, Chunyang mutters that it's when you can't get drunk, no matter how much you drink. Hearing that his grandpa hasn't gotten drunk ever since becoming a martial king, Yun Xiao promises to refine a bottle of wine that can get him drunk. A cool breeze blows, and the two pay their respects to Chen Da Sheng. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. In the aftermath of Martial Flame City's battle with Xingyan Kun, Hong Bing quickly finishes up the cleanup, putting together the list of missing people. The greatest losses were suffered by the civilians, but some members of Heaven's Core and Heaven's Resolve died as well. Yun Xiao tasks Wu Zishi with providing compensation to all the families who were directly or indirectly affected by the battle, instructing him to grant 100 times the compensation to the families of Heaven's Core and Heaven's Resolve. Earlier, the reincarnated soul broke the tragic news of Da Sheng's death to Chen Zhen and Han Bai, resolved to keep his promise to Da Sheng of helping Chen Zhen become a martial lord within a year. The reincarnated soul sent them to Square Inch Mountain to train in seclusion. Now, Yun Xiao turns over to Jia Rong, questioning how much he managed to borrow. Jia Rong reveals that the Thousand Treasures Tower lent them 50,000 high-tier primordial stones, after which Yin Xiaoyang ran off into seclusion. The Tian Yuan Commerce Guild lent them the same amount, with Ling Daner swearing that they could only give them this much at the moment. Yun Xiao snarks, understanding that Xiaoyang hid himself in fear of getting extorted. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't as nice as to let the martial grandmaster keep a good relationship with him without taking some losses. Yu Xiao instructs Jia Rong to send someone over to Qiuyang to pass on the message that if Martial Flame City can't get 200,000 high-tier primordial stones, then he doesn't know him. Bro is a gold digger. If Qiuyang refuses to help them now, their bridge will forever be burned, regardless of how hard he tries to repair it later. Hearing Yu Xiao's words, Jia Rong worries for his well-being. After all, he is the one who will have to threaten the martial grandmaster to borrow the money. Right then, a guard comes running there with a jade letter for Yun Xiao. While Jia Rong continues to tremble in fear for his life, the boy puts the message to his head and finds out that it's from Ding Linger. Not only does she know everything that happened in Martial Flame City recently, but she has also attached thorough details on the Xingyang family and the Supreme High Palace for him. For the first time in his new life, Yun Xiao gets read like a book, making him realize that Ding Ling doesn't trust him. However, the boy refuses to blame her for keeping tabs on him, since he is her biggest investment. Understanding that he has to head to the Supreme High Palace before destroying the Xingyang family, Yun Xiao announces that he will be going out, leaving Hong Bing with instructions on what to do in his absence. Nung Fei Chun is to be brought into the Pill Tower to train, while Heaven's Core, Heaven's Resolve, and Heaven's Judgment are to train inside the 3 training grounds. With extremely harsh conditions, he is set up using formations. Moreover, since Da Sheng is no more, Yun Shang is to assume temporary leadership of Heaven's Core. After Hong Bing completely understands his marching orders, Yun Xiao moves out on his Tiger King battleship, looking to invade the Supreme High Palace alone. Despite the Dust Flame Empire's vast jurisdiction, only a small part of it is actually populated because of the endless stretches of mountain ranges that take up most of the Empire's land. The Supreme High Palace is located at such a cultivation ground as well, being a place that has a very rich soul chi. Due to this very fact, it gained power rapidly even without having a long history behind it. Currently, Yun Xiao is climbing the stairs to the cultivation ground, housing the Supreme High Palace, having changed his appearance so that Li Yi doesn't recognize him. Getting forced to take such measures due to a mere slave, Yun Xiao compliments him like a villain and lets out a sinister grin. Right then, a seemingly harmless guy politely asks the boy to wait, asking if he is attending the Supreme High Palace's celebration. Seeing that Yun Xiao is just a martial master, the stranger relaxes and introduces himself as Xiao Jian, the son of the 100-Sword Sect Master. Inquiring about the Reincarnated Souls sect, he suggests that they head to the palace together. Yun Xiao scans Xiao Jian from head to toe, realizing that he is a 3rd-star martial lord. Trying his best not to say the hostile things he has on his mind, the reincarnated soul politely introduces himself as the Locust Sky Sexmon Bai. However, hearing these words completely changes Xiao Jian's previously respectful demeanor, leaving Yu Xiao wondering if he said something wrong. Lamenting that he wasted his time, the martial lord overtakes the boy and instructs him not to overstep his boundaries. Well, that's something that will never happen. Putting on a masterclass in acting, Yun Xiao chases Xiao Jian and begs him to explain what he means by that. At first, the latter completely dismisses the former. Of course, Yun Xiao's sparkling eyes are too much for his heart to handle. Enlightening the clueless idiot, Xiao Jian reveals that the Sky Locust sect is notorious in the Dust Flame Empire for turtling up and being filled with a bunch of embarrassments. With only Nung Fei Chun possessing some level of skill, they are the weakest sect in the entire empire. Heck, the Supreme High Palace invited them to the celebration out of pity. In return, though, the Sky Locust sect has foolishly sent a weakling for the banquet, sarking at their arrogance of coning a poor martial master to do their bidding. Xiao Jian moves out, reiterating his earlier advice for Yun Xiao. After he leaves, the reincarnated soul realizes that the martial lord was right. Usually, there are 2 ways of handling these invitations properly. For weaker sects, they must send a disciple with a high cultivation level, while larger sects can get away with sending a relatively weak representative. That's why upon seeing that Yun Xiao is just a martial master, Xiao Jian assumed that he belongs to a great sect, only to get severely disappointed. Yu Xiao is left feeling troubled, as his current disguise will enrage the Supreme High Palace greatly. At the moment, either death or humiliation awaits him. Regardless, it's too late to do anything, and Yun Xiao just decides to go through with it, hoping that Li Yi doesn't recognize him too early. Later, at the Supreme Palace's entrance, an old man gives Xiao Jian a warm welcome. Looking around, Yun Xiao realizes that his intuition about the Supreme High Palace having a deep relationship with the Beiming family, the adversaries of his past life, was right. Even the scenery surrounding him is nearly identical to what he saw as Gu Fei Yang, albeit lacking in splendor. They stole the whole flow, word for word, bar for bar. Right then, his train of thought is interrupted by the arrival of Xingyang Ming, who gets escorted to his seat by the old man's orders. Seeing Xingyang Ming, the reincarnated soul notes that he is a 2-star martial lord at the cusp of a breakthrough. Suddenly, the grandpa asks Yun Xiao which sect he is from, thinking that a mere martial master like him must be a disciple of a giant sect. Handing him the invitation, the boy remarks that he is from the Sky Locust sect, leaving everyone there in utter disbelief. With veins popping out of his head, the old man's processor overloads. He tries to come up with an escape route for the disrespect committed by the Sky Locust sect, but only extremely violent thoughts come to mind. Yun Xiao rubs the back of his head, feeling bad for the poor guy. At that precise moment, the old man asks him what gifts he has brought for them on the Sky Locust sect's behalf. Since Yun Xiao's old storage ring got destroyed by Xiao Qing Wang, he had to get a new one. As such, the boy only has 2 items in his possession, the 5-line tripod and the Tiger Fang sword, both of which he loves with all his heart. Yun Xiao hesitantly starts removing his storage ring, but is unable to follow through with it, immediately putting it back on. He promises the old fart that they will repay him next time, infuriating him to no end. The onlookers conclude that this is all just a big plot from the Sky Locust sect, who is Yun Xiao as a scapegoat to carry out his provocation. They start cheering for his death, prompting the old man to call for Third Zhu to take the boy inside. As instructed, the guy with the weird name guides Yun Xiao inside, albeit away from the main entrance. The former takes the ladder to a doggy hole that leads to a firewood room, where he will be brought a bowl of rice to eat when the banquet starts. Everyone laughs at him, labeling the Sky Locust sect as an embarrassment. Yun Xiao tears up, fully selling himself as a poor scapegoat. Someone give this dude his Oscar. Of course, in reality, he already planned on leaving the banquet discreetly, so this just makes his life easy. Leaving Yun Xiao in a small room, the Third Zhu guy heads out laughing. After he leaves, the reincarnated soul uses Universal Detect on the Supreme High Palace, wanting to be careful in avoiding all the strong people there. While scouting the infrastructure, Yun Xiao finds out that not only did the Supreme High Palace bootleg the Beiming's palace outer features, but the interiors are practically the same as well. To top things off, the extreme frost chi cultivated by them is also just the Beiming family's yin frost chi, aka one of the most toxic true chi in the world. Incidentally, Luo Yunshang's 9-yang true chi is a direct counter to it. Despite living through his second lifetime right now, Yun Xiao never would have thought that both potent techniques of extreme yin and yang would show up in the Dusk Flame Empire at once. Back to the important matter at hand though, since the Supreme High Palace's design is exactly the same as the Beiming Palace, it means that their treasury would also be in the same spot. In his past life as Gu Fei Yan, the reincarnated soul slaughtered the Beiming Palace's people on 3 separate occasions. Of course, he would have died all those times if no one inside was helping him. Have you ever thought that OVO is working for me? Type beat. So, Yun Xiao is already completely familiar with the ins and outs of the palace. Soon, the boy reaches the treasury and snarks at the Supreme High Palace's forces for not having a creature bone in their bodies. After all, they blatantly and crudely copied even a simple building like that. Suddenly, he gets alerted by something and quickly rushes to hide in a nearby tree. Lo and behold, Li Yi arrives on the scene, making Yun Xiao conclude that they must share a common fate after all. Seeing Li Yi, the reincarnated soul wonders if he is there to steal from his own sect. Marveling at his bravery, Yun Xiao decides to use him as the scout. The reincarnated soul takes a closer look at Li Yi, noting that he has already become a 1-star martial lord. This annoys Yun Xiao, as this means that his slave is improving even faster than him. Right then, Li Yi finishes his warm-up and begins maneuvering around the field in front of the treasury. Taking calculated steps as if he were a ballerina, Li Yi manages to cross the yard, riddled with straw encryptions, impressing Yun Xiao. Moments later, 8527 reaches the stairs of the treasury. He grits his teeth in displeasure, questioning who set up the confusing encryptions, blocking his way. Must be the work of an enemy stand. Making some hand signs, Li Yi manages to open the door to the treasury and starts celebrating that enduring that pervert for so long finally worked out for him. Luckily for Li Yi, the bane of his existence is busy with the celebratory banquet, leaving him free to steal the heavenly obsidian jade. Using it, 8527 wants to train the extreme yin frost chi to the highest level, as this will allow him to fight off even martial kings. Hearing these words, Yun Xiao remembers that the treasure Li Yi is talking about is the Beiming family's prized possession, making him question how something like it ended up there. Without delay, Yun Xiao jumps out of the tree. Before Li Yi can even react, he swiftly covers the distance between them while dodging the encryptions in the yard with ease. Left holding Yun Xiao's disguise in his hands, The ex-slave gets alerted at first. However, upon seeing that it's just the random guy from the Sky Locust sect, instead of the Supreme High Palace's master, he feels a bit relieved and inquires about his identity. Right then, the realization hits him. If this mysterious person is just a random dude not from the Supreme High Palace, then he shouldn't have been able to clear the encryptions so easily. Even Vice Master Ma Fei Bai, whom Li Yi secretly watched over a dozen times to get a hang of it, can't clear them at that pace. Regardless, he deems the situation to be manageable, since the intruder is just a peak martial master. Li Yi once again asks the reincarnated soul who he is, warning him of the consequences of his actions. Oh, shiver me timbers. Removing his wig, Yun Xiao starts tying up his hair and questions if Li Yi has forgotten his old master, after getting a new one. These words stab 8527 like a dagger, distorting his face from fear. Yu Xiao turns around to greet his former slave, asking how he's been all this time. Seeing the boy's face shatters every thought in Li Yi's mind, and he only ends up growling his name like a wild dog. While the ex-slave continues to mumble gibberish, Yun Xiao thanks his fortune for letting him meet an old friend in a foreign land. Li Yi tries to give himself a pep talk, convincing his mind and body that a martial lord like him has no reason to be afraid of a martial master. For the first time in his life, Li Yi manages to pass a witty remark at Yun Xiao. Wondering when he became so humorous, the reincarnated soul laughs, since it's something he would say. Not thinking that the situation is funny at all, Li Yi grits his teeth in fury and questions how Yun Xiao got past the encryption. As if intending to make the former die with rage, the latter thanks him for coming in first and demonstrating how to do it. After all, had Li Yi not shown him how to bypass the encryption, Yun Xiao would have gotten blown to bits, trying to enter the treasury. Li Yi's processor overloads at this comment, as he previously had to look the steps over a dozen times before learning it. He refuses to believe that Yun Xiao managed to do it after watching it just once, no matter how big of a genius he is. Coming in with his signature witty reply, the boy remarks that it's just because Li Yi is born to be a crude servant, who knows nothing about music or rhythm. Bro is a bigger hater than K-Dot. On the other hand, Yu Xiao quickly understood that the key to solving the encryption is a dance move from ancient times called the Soul Sword Tap Dance. Li Yu's blood pressure shoots at this comment, making him cough out a ton of blood. Once again, Yun Xiao questions why he is getting so mad, patronizingly expressing concern for what anger is doing to his health. The boy reminds Li Yi to keep it down, if he doesn't want to get found out by the Supreme High Palace. Swirling around majestically, the reincarnated soul tries to lighten up Li Yi's mood by offering to dance with him. 8527's poor brain is unable to take the bombardment of witty remarks, and the blood spurting from his mouth makes him hit the canvas. He begs Yun Xiao to stop playing around and just say what he wants, worrying that they will get caught. Of course, the reincarnated goal is simple, taking all the treasures there. Since there are countless treasures in the Supreme High Palace, Li Yi lashes out at Yun Xiao for being so greedy. Being the first one there, the ex-slave demands that they split everything 6-4 in his favor. Yun Xiao asks Li Yi if he is hearing himself right now, refusing to accept a mere 40%. Huffing and puffing in anger, 8527 reluctantly agrees to split the loot 50-50. These words enrage Yun Xiao, as a mere dog from his Li family doesn't deserve anything. Stopping himself from fainting out of rage, Li Yi gets sick and tired of the disrespect. He leaps at Yun Xiao, attacking him with a blade enveloped in his extreme Frost Yuan Qi. Of course, the reincarnated soul easily avoids the onslaught. With a flick of his wrist, he lightly taps Li Yu's sword, sending him flying. Back when 8527 was a great martial master, he couldn't take the upper hand against Yun Xiao even once. Things should have changed, now that he is a martial lord, but it is turning out to be a repeat of before, infuriating Li Yi to no end. He digs his blade into the ground, demanding that Yun Xiao doesn't look down on him. Like that's gonna happen. A huge wave of ice erupts from the point of contact, enveloping the entire area in frozen shards, complimenting Li Yi for improving since the last time they met. Yun Xiao pipes him down by unleashing the Tiger Fang Sword, Lotus Sword Song causing flowers to bloom over the icy landscape. The ex-slave's domain gets utterly dominated, and a massive concentration of qi starts gathering over his head. Realizing that the obsidian jade or even his pride isn't more important than his life, Li Yi tries to make a run of it. He calls forth his benumbing qi, godly frost sword stands to wildly swing his blade, forming a barrier around himself. Running like a hamster in a wheel, Li Yi retreats, vowing to destroy Yun Shiyao one day. The reincarnated soul simply encourages him to do his best, looking forward to the next time they meet. These parting ways make Li Yi trip up one last time, truly cementing that Yun Shiyao lives in his head rent-free. Stealing everything in the Supreme High Palace's treasury, Yun Shiyao wants to make a run for it quickly, even if Li Yi doesn't report the incident. However, as all the items there are nothing compared to the heavenly obsidian jade, Yun Shiyao decides to stick around for now. Activating his universal detect, the reincarnated soul spots an out-of-spot tile inside the floor. Someone must have vented. Realizing that he almost got tricked, Yun Shiyao removes the tile, finding a box made out of dragon bones inside. Usually, they would have blocked his universal detect entirely. Fortunately, the small size of the bones limited their functionality. Opening the box, Yun Shiyao gets engulfed with the eerie ooze of the heavenly obsidian jade. However, it's only a small fragment, cut out from the actual treasure, which means that someone from the Supreme High Palace's Ma family betrayed the Beiming Palace to obtain it. Quickly removing the extreme Yuan Qi from his hands, Yun Shiyao heads out. Quite a bit of time has passed since Li Yi escaped, and yet, no one from the Supreme High Palace caught wind of what happened at the treasury, meaning that the ex-slave didn't rat out his former master. Taking advantage of this, Yun Shiyao activates private sound transmission, sending a message to Xing Yangming. Upon hearing it, the martial lord suddenly gets up. He asks the Great Palace Master and Vice Palace Master to excuse him, as an urgent matter has come up. Ma Tian, he declares that it's fine, as the Xingyang family must have many things to deal with, unlike the sects turtling themselves in the mountains. Xingyang Ming apologizes to the palace master, vowing to personally make it up to him next time. He then moves out, noting that the voice transmitted to him earlier contained a very profound technique of the heart. After hearing just a few words, the martial lord was able to loosen the bottleneck on his cultivation, convincing him that getting the complete technique would improve it greatly. Bro about to find out why all that glitters is not gold. Xing Yanming quickly arrives at the Supreme High Palace's treasury, understanding that it will be impossible to explain things if he is somehow discovered there. Right then, Yun Shiyao transmits the method to break the encryptions to him. Xing Yangming hesitates for a moment, but concludes that the risk is well worth the reward. The martial lord starts moving as carefully as he possibly can, soon arriving at the treasury's door, albeit completely exhausted. However, the voice instructing him up till this point completely disappears as if it never existed. Looking around, Xing Yangming is left confused about what's going on. Judging from the encryption outside, the place should have been highly important to the Supreme High Palace, but it's completely empty. Suddenly, he is overcome with an uneasy feeling and quickly rushes outside, only to find himself surrounded by the Supreme High Palace's forces. Getting reprimanded by the palace master, Xing Yangming realizes that he has been framed and tries to explain that this is all just a big misunderstanding. However, he isn't interested in hearing anything. With a wild roar, he demands Xing Yangming to hand over everything he took if he wants to live, making him cough out blood uncontrollably. Right then, Yun Shiyao resumes the private sound transmission, instructing the martial lord to run to the right. The latter does as told, prompting the palace master to become infuriated. Refusing to let a thief escape from right under his nose, he steps into the encryption. Much to Tianhe's dismay, his leg gets burned. Ma Feibai asks his dad what just happened, getting told that someone has modified the encryption. However, Tianhe doubts his own words, as even a martial grandmaster like him doesn't possess the ability to alter the encryption. For that very reason, he put the quartet pavilion within the treasury, without making anyone guard it. Refusing to let Xing Yangming escape with his treasure, Tianhe expands the search range. All disciples of the Supreme High Palace move out, having orders to kill the martial lord on sight. Running through the mountain range, Xing Yangming laments that he let himself get used. At the same time, the man understands that framing him without getting detected isn't a regular feat. Xing Yangming wonders who would want to frame him, and more importantly, why. Oh, you sweet summer child. Suddenly, a voice declares that it's because he is from the Xingyang family. Appearing through the mountain range, Yun Shiyao reveals himself to the martial lord. The boy's words leave Xing Yangming questioning reality, as a mere peak martial master could somehow read his mind. However, he does recognize his voice as the person who framed him. Suddenly, Yun Shiyao declares that the power of a martial master is enough to kill a dog like Xing Yangming. Infuriated at his mind getting read once again, the martial lord questions why Yun Shiyao framed him, getting told to ask Xingyang Kun after dying. With this, Yun Shiyao activates his perception arts, Demon Moon, to summon the 5-line tripod. Unleashing the universal guarding, eastbound purple mists technique, he makes Xingyang Ming meet a gruesome fate. Soon, a group of disciples from the Supreme High Palace comes running there. Not knowing who Yun Shiyao is, they inquire about Xingyang Ming. The reincarnated soul turns towards them, his eyes still crimson like the demon moon, and his clothes drenched in blood. Proclaiming that they should die too, Yun Shiyao declares the start of his revenge. Sometime later, Ma Tianhe and Ma Fei Bai arrive at the location, where the Supreme High Palace's disciples found Yun Shiyao. However, the place is riddled with the disciples' corpses. Witnessing this terrible sight, the palace master swears on his manhood that he will kill Xingyang Ming. Meanwhile, Yun Shiyao heads back to Martial Flame City for Xingyang Kun's crime of killing one of his men. The boy vows to kill his entire clan. After returning to Martial Flame City, Yun Shiyao immediately enters the World God Monument to train in seclusion. Within just a day, he breaks through the barrier of a martial master, reaching the Great Martial Master level. Now, Yun Shiyao tells his aides that he is heading to Hai Sun City, the capital of the Dust Flame Empire, where the imperial family resides. Worried about him, they question if he is going to the Xingyang family. Yun Shiyao confirms this, receiving Chun Yang's firm disapproval. After all, it was only recently that a single martial artist from the Xingyang family left Martial Flame City in shambles. Despite Qing Wang's recent breakthrough to the Martial Grandmaster level, Martial Flame City remains incomparable to the large Xingyang family, with centuries of history behind it. What a Debbie Downer. Yun Shiyao informs his worried grandfather that they would only be sitting ducks if no initiative is taken, as they are the first suspects in Xingyang Kun's disappearance. Moreover, he already has a plan, needing just 11 people to come with him. Qing Wang remarks that gathering only 11 people, who are martial lords or above, wouldn't be a problem, but such a meager force wouldn't even be able to defeat a noble family in the Dust Flame Empire. Right then, Qian Duo shows up there, wanting to be included in great things like this. Having broken through to the Martial Grandmaster level, he asks Yun Shiyao to take him along. While Qing Wang and Qian Duo banter, the reincarnated soul praises the latter for using the Moonbreak Scroll effectively. Having already stabilized his realm, Qian Duo is a step above Qing Wang. Even though he broke through before him, Yun Xiao's way of talking annoys the new Martial Grandmaster, who feels like a kid in front of the teenager. Already trusting the reincarnated soul with his life, the presence of 2 Martial Grandmasters puts Qing Wang at ease about going along with his plan. Meanwhile, Qian Duo realizes that Yun Shiyao has somehow become a great martial master, and his eyes almost pop out of his skull. As he starts going through an existential crisis, Chun Yang reiterates his earlier disapproval, announcing that new martial grandmasters have no chance against experienced ones. Whose side are you on, old man? Right then, Num Fei Chun arrives there and volunteers to participate in Yun Shiyao's plan too. Just like Qian Duo, he has also broken through to the martial grandmaster level with the boy's help. Chun Yang marvels at the 3 newly transcended martial grandmasters, who, despite belonging to a realm that he didn't even dare to think about in the past, are paying their respects to his grandson. Yun Xiao asks Nung Fei Chun for help in his endeavor, getting assured that everything will be carried out as per his orders. With this, the reincarnated soul gathers the 11 people he was looking for. The 3 martial grandmasters, Chun Yang, Chang Feng, the 2 vice sect masters of the Sky Locust sect, Jimeng, Hong Bing, and Yi An. With these mighty aids, Yun Xiao will be performing the 12 capital Divine Thunder Array. While everyone wonders what that is, Yun Shan gets alerted for some reason. Without delay, Yun Xiao reveals that it's just an array that attracts thunderbolts from the 9 heavens and causes lightning to strike. The strength of these thunderbolts depends on the strength of the people setting up the array. For instance, 12 martial sovereigns could attract the strongest Brahma's periwinkle world-destroying divine thunder, capable of turning even the immortal golden body to ashes. In order to set up the 12 capital Divine Thunder Array, they will need only 6 hours, exactly the amount of time it will take them to reach Hai Sun City. Sometime later, Yun Xiao meditates atop his Tiger King battleship when Yun Shang suddenly approaches him. The boy wonders if there's something about the array that she doesn't understand, getting told that he should understand what she's thinking about. With a melodramatic gaze, Yu Shang asks Yun Shiyao about the condition of that lord. Looking away sadly, the boy remarks that he is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Dude is self-aware, being third on the major power chart or being called a military breaker martial sovereign, being a sovereign-class refiner or being known as an honorary elder. None of it matters in Yun Shiyao's eyes. Despite tricking so many pure and innocent girls like Yu Shang into thinking about him all the time, it amounted to nothing. At the end for Gu Feiyang. Hearing Yun Shiyao talk, the lady sees the projection of the man she loves. Yu Shang begs him not to talk like that, deeming it to be a good day as long as Gu Feiyang is doing well. An ancient poem rings in her heart and mind, making Yun Shiyao sigh. Without talking in riddles anymore, he definitively tells Yun Shang that Gu Feiyang is fine, making her erupt in tears. Removing her glasses, Yun Shang wipes her tears and thanks Yun Shiyao. The boy stands there speechless, not understanding how he should deal with this. Suddenly, Yun Shang pulls him into her embrace, questioning how Gu Feiyang is right now. Trying to change the subject, Yun Shiyao remarks that this isn't time to think about these things, and promises to tell her when they get back. His words snap the lady back to reality, making her realize what she's doing. Utterly flustered by her own actions, Yun Shang turns away from Yun Shiyao and tries to calm herself down by acting like a teacher again. She also reminds him that he also owes her a performance of the Gu Onling Odyssey. Wanting to get out of the troublesome situation, Yu Xiao suggests waiting for Gu Feiyang to give her the performance himself in the future. Infatuated with him, Yu Shang wonders if he will really do it for her. Yu Xiao lets out an embarrassed cough, promising to at least pass on her request to Gu Feiyang. Hearing this, the maiden's eyes warp into hearts and she thanks Yun Xiao. Overwhelmed by Yun Shang, the reincarnated soul practically begs her to go back to her battleship and familiarize herself with the array. The lady smirks, questioning if Gu Feiyang taught him the 12-capital Heavenly Thunder Array too. How is girl still so clueless? Having been a part of the Heavenly Night Palace, Yun Shang reveals that it is one of their 3 supreme arrays. Despite not letting her use it, Teacher Luo's master imprinted the entire array in her mind, so she's already completely familiar with it. Estimating the combined powers of the 12 of them, Yun Xiao notes that they can at least attract one type of the 5 elements Divine Thunder. He hopes that it will allow them to contest the Xingyang family. Since condensing the Great Array is a flashy process, Yun Shang worries that the Xingyang family will disrupt their setup by sending a 2-star martial grandmaster. Of course, Yun Xiao has already thought about it, and assures her that there's no need to worry. Sometime later, the Martial Flame City's forces arrive at High Sun City. Feeling strong consciousnesses in the Dusk Flame Empire's shrine, Qing Wang and Yun Xiao understand that they can't launch an all-out attack on the Xingyang Ming family. Not with that energy, you can't. After discussing their game plan, Yun Xiao uses the secret art of concealment to hide the battalion of floating battleships. The Martial Flame City's forces then start making their way to the Xingyang family, during which the reincarnated soul feels 2 strong consciousnesses monitoring them closely. Of course, Yun Xiao remains unconcerned. After all, he intends to use the Heavenly Obsidian Jade as the core of the array to shift the blame to the Supreme High Palace. Meanwhile, in the Xingyang family's meeting room, the current family patriarch, a 4-star martial grandmaster named Xingyang Yi, feels restless over Xingyang Kun's absence. The Grand Chamberlain, Xingyang Cheng, tries to comfort him. However, Xingyang Yi is unable to make sense of the situation and starts pacing around worriedly. After all, losing him will be a way bigger blow to the Xingyang family than Xingyang Jia. Heck, the latter dying isn't even a bad thing to him, since it only grants his grandson a higher chance of succeeding the family. Regardless, as Xingyang Jia is the direct grandson of the Supreme Elder, the family patriarch sent Xingyang Kun to capture the person responsible for killing him and satiate the Supreme Elder. As the Grand Chamberlain wonders if they should send someone else to Martial Flame City, Xingyang Yi deems it better to involve the Cheng family in the investigation, since Cheng Feiji also died there. The family patriarch then inquires about Xingyang Ming's whereabouts, getting told that he should have returned yesterday, but still hasn't come back. I wonder how. I wonder why. Xingyang Yi is overcome with uneasiness, feeling that the 2 incidents are somehow linked. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes the meeting room. Questioning who dares to challenge the Xingyang family, the 4-star martial grandmaster leaps into battle. However, the impact of the lightning bolt from earlier stops him in his tracks, as the residue of the impact contains the Supreme High Palace's extreme yin frost chi. The purity of the extreme frost chi leaves Xingyang Yi in disbelief, as not even Ma Tian he possesses such true chi, making him question if Xingyang Min is in trouble. Gathering his forces, the family patriarch shouts out at the mysterious enemy to show themselves. Suddenly, even sharper thunderbolts start crackling in the meeting room. With each passing second, the electricity buzzes wilder. Xingyang Yi no longer considers it to be a mere provocation, but rather a declaration of war, as such powerful lighting and frost will blow the entire Xingyang family to smithereens if it were to strike. Right then, the family patriarch senses Yu Xiao's forces and prepares to strike them down. He gives a beastly form to his chi, launching worthy of a 4-star martial grandmaster. However, Yu Xiao remains unfazed, channeling the combined power of 12 martial artists. Through the heavenly obsidian jade, the reincarnated soul unleashes the Yang Gold Divine Thunder and the Yin Water Divine Thunder, calling them forth to blast the Xingyang family to smithereens. Concentrating into an otherworldly mass of chi, countless thunderbolts erupt from the 12 capital Divine Thunder Array, turning everything in their path to ashes. A large crater forms at the Divine Thunder's point of contact, leaving behind an eerie residue of the Supreme High Palace's extreme yin frost chi. In the aftermath of the blast, the Xingyang family suffers great losses. Not only do all the lower-level martial artists lose their lives, but the family estate gets destroyed as well, leaving them in a pathetic state. Despite most of their core members surviving, the Xingyang family suffers more shame than they have in their centuries' worth of history, leaving the patriarch in a rage. Womp womp, lil bro. He no longer cares about the identity of the attackers, only wanting to find and kill them. With blood gushing from his mouth, Xingyang Yi mobilizes all the elders of his family, ordering them to eliminate whoever left them in such a state. Gathering around their patriarch, the elders leap at the 11 green wolf battleships floating in the sky. However, they find no one on board. As Xingyang Yi starts losing his mind, one of the elders directs his attention toward the mysterious 7th-tier rock surrounded by the battleships. Within a split second of observing it, the 4-star martial grandmaster comes to a certain realization. Meanwhile, on Yun Xiao's battleship, everyone celebrates the success of their plan. Being the boar that he is, Chunyang suggests making preparations for a long battle, since the Xingyang family is bound to go crazy over this incident. However, the reincarnated soul simply smirks in response, being doubtful that the enemy can even survive through this, as not even a single one of the Xingyang family's experts died in the attack. Chunyang and Qing Wang wonder if Yu Xiao has a follow-up plan in mind. At that precise moment, the boy gets alerted by something and screams out, warning his allies that someone powerful is approaching. Suddenly, a voice compliments Yu Xiao for being pretty good for a little tyke. Bro out here inviting new slurs. A hole rips apart in the sky, revealing a mysterious old man, letting out a soft chuckle. The new character questions how a 15-year-old little tyke managed to notice him. Everyone else looks on, speechlessly staring at the old man, in anticipation and disbelief. After all, if not even the martial grandmasters managed to sense him, with their universal detect, he is bound to be an extremely mighty entity. Yu Xiao breaks the silence, revealing that the new character is a 7 constellations realm martial emperor. Seeing the old man yawn without a care in the world while standing against them, Martial Flame City's forces can only hope that he is an ally and not a foe. Closely observing Yun Xiao, the martial emperor questions what tier refiner he is, guessing him to be at the 4th tier level, understanding that there shouldn't be anyone above the 7 constellations realm in the entire Duskflame Empire, except perhaps in the Heaven Gathering itself. Yun Xiao concludes that the old man has immense authority. Despite this, he asks the martial emperor if their personal situation has anything to do with him. As they are in a hurry, Yu Xiao wants the old man to be accommodating. The latter questions if the former is afraid of getting caught by the Xingyang family, getting told that he should just move out of the way, since it's none of his business. Holy give it, Chad. Getting talked to in such a tone by a little brat, the martial emperor wonders if he belongs to a special background. Brimming with rage, the powerful entity reminds Yun Xiao that he is not only blatantly disregarding useless old geezers like him by committing murder in High Sun City, but is also daring to say that it is none of his business without even knowing who he is. The martial emperor then hypothesizes that Yun Shiyao's forces must be spies sent by either the Heaven Sent or the Wudong empires, making the boy realize that he's trying to justify killing them on the spot. Letting the old man know that he is aware of his intentions, Yun Shiyao warns the old man that he won't be able to win against them and asks him to cut to the chase. The martial grandmaster bursts out laughing, feeling glad to talk to someone smart. Stroking his beard and shaking his head, the old man mentions an interest in the array that Yun Shiyao used against the Xinjiang family. However, in pure tsundere fashion, the martial grandmaster tries to downplay it as much as possible and pretends like he is only intrigued by the array, not really wanting all that much. Of course, Yu Xiao knows that no one can resist one of the 3 supreme arrays passed down by the Heavenly Night Palace. Making sure that the martial emperor regrets lowballing it, Yu Xiao suggests that the palace master forbade them from giving out the secret array to an outsider. In order to fully sell the act, the reincarnated soul refuses to give out the name of his sect, but gives the martial emperor enough hints for him to deduce the Supreme High Palace as the culprit himself. W. Instigator. Using his master manipulation skills, Yun Xiao somehow convinces the old man to enter negotiations with them, asking for compensation in exchange for the array. He takes away all the possible excuses the martial grandmaster could come up with. After pondering over it long and hard, the old man realizes that he has to play along with Yun Xiao and introduces himself as Zhu Jin. Holding back his allies from making selfish demands in exchange for the array, the reincarnated soul puts a price of 200,000 primordial stones on it, refusing to let himself get played by a team. The martial emperor starts haggling. An intense back and forth follows, which is utterly dominated by Yun Xiao. In the end, the boy ends up exploiting Zhu Jin's fear of his reputation getting damaged and his desire to obtain the array design, extorting 300,000 high-tier primordial stones from him. Ah, the good old finessing elder citizen's tactic. As the deal concludes, Yun Xiao leaves Zhu Jin with a cryptic message about the Xinjiang family and heads out. Elsewhere, Qingyang Yi agrees with an elder's suggestion to keep the 12 green wolf battleships and deems the mysterious stone as the key to catching the culprits. Right then, the ship starts shaking wildly, getting ready to self-destruct. Moments later, the heavenly obsidian jade follows suit. Realizing that its explosion isn't something they can withstand, Xingyang Yi orders everyone to run away and protect the people in the house. However, their fate was sealed when they killed Da Sheng. The heavenly obsidian jade erupts into concentrated shards of extreme frost yuan qi, resembling the flower of death in its form. While the entire Xinjiang family gets devoured by it, Yun Xiao recites to his late uncle Chun, asking if he is seeing this. Although the boy is unable to bring Da Sheng back, he can help him take away the people responsible for his death. Wanting to take revenge for the death of Xinjiang Jia, a martial grandmaster by the name of Xinjiang Kun invades Martial Flame City, causing great losses. Although Yu Xiao and his allies are able to take him down, Chun Da Sheng loses his life in the process, while Meng Wu falls into a comatose. Afterward, the reincarnated soul cleans out the Supreme High Palace's treasury, encountering Li Yi in the process. He then takes revenge for Da Sheng, wiping out the Xinjiang family off the face of the planet. Sometime before the massive explosion that wiped out the Xinjiang family, Martial Emperor Zhu Jin spots Yun Xiao heading toward the Supreme High Palace. Without a doubt in his mind, the true chi he saw from the boy and his lightning were of the extreme yin frost attribute. Out of all the modern-day sects, only the Supreme High Palace should possess that type of power. However, Zhu Jin is unable to understand why they would feud with the Xinjiang family. Right then, the sky starts tearing once again, forming a crack in it like before. Teasing Zhu Jin, the Dust Flame Empire's shrine elder named Ao Di Jia appears at the scene. The latter thinks that the former got extremely lucky to obtain the lightning summoning array for only 300,000 high-tier primordial stones, considering that it's 7th tier or higher. Annoyed that he can't go anywhere without Ao Di Jia, Zhu Jin tells him to go away. The two start bickering, but are soon interrupted by a destructive beam piercing the heavens. Realizing that the massive ray of light is coming from the Xinjiang estate, Zhu Jin and Ao Di Jia rush over there as fast as they possibly can. Soaring through the sky, they arrive at the horrific scene in no time. The chilling frost emitted by the crystallized flower causes even a martial emperor like Zhu Jin to cower in fear. Not only that, but the eerie chi has also forced the other old farts that never show themselves to come out of hiding, Gathering around the glacier, the countless martial artists are left in utter disbelief, unable to believe that a centuries-old noble house got eradicated and turned into a piece of art in mere moments. A certain German historical figure could never. They start hypothesizing amongst themselves, concluding that the extreme yin frost chi responsible for the horror show is only used by the Supreme High Palace of the Dusk Flame Empire. Ao Dijia provokes Zhu Jin, insisting that he speak up, since he met up with the culprits earlier. The martial emperor takes offense to these words, lashing out at the implication of him being an accomplice. However, the shrine elder assures him that he isn't interested in his affairs and only feels concerned about how the Xingyang family met its fate. Marveling at the strength of the explosion that killed them, Ao Dijia wonders if even the martial supremes gathered at the scene could hold their own against it. Feeling threatened by the power surrounding the area, the martial supremes raise their kiss, alerting Zhu Jin. At that precise moment, Xin Pi asks the martial emperor if he is sure that the culprits are really from the Supreme High Palace. Zhu Jin remarks that it's only an educated guess, but feels confident, since no one else in the Dusk Flame Empire can use such powerful extreme frost chi. Xin Pi himself isn't concerned with the Supreme High Palace itself. However, he worries about the connections they have with a major sect in the northern region, not wanting them to intervene. Ao Dijia wonders if the entire event was orchestrated by the powerhouses in Tianwu, looking to get the resources in the southern region. After all, the Xingyang family and the Supreme High Palace have never had a conflict, making a full-blown wipeout like this highly confusing. Zhu Jin doubts this, as the Holy Region's orders would make it impossible for anyone to meddle in the southern region's affairs. He guesses that all of this is over a petty personal grudge, but Ao Dijia strongly protests against this idea, declaring that superpowers don't listen to the Holy Region. He reminds him of how Gu Feiyang eradicated all life within 4,000 miles of the Eastern Sea, and then led an all-out raid on the Holy Region, demanding them to fall under him. However, instead of fighting back, the Holy Region activated their main defensive arrays, and just went into seclusion. Give them a break, man, though we're up against the goat. Hearing this, Zhu Jin feels that Ao Dijia is intentionally being unreasonable. The military breaker Go Feiyang, the Bo family, and the emperors of the Four Seas, these massive forces joining hands, could destroy the entire southern region in one shot. Not to mention that the immortal golden body of the Terrant martial sovereign, Ao Changkong, and the divine capital's three great saints were with them too, leaving the Holy Region with no other choice. Still, Ao Dijia thinks that they can't even control the superpowers like the Heavenly Night Palace, Crimson Crescent City, the Beiming Palace, and the Heavenly Draconic Family. Dude got him making up names now. Ignoring Zhu Jin after agitating him, the Shrine Elder turns over to Xin Pi, asking him about his opinion, since the Dusk Flame Empire belongs to the Xin family. Proclaiming that they should make irrational guesses at the moment, Xin Pi puts Zhu Jin in charge of investigating the situation, because he has already met the people responsible. The Xin family's elder worries that Xingyang Huo, who is currently in seclusion, is going to go insane after finding out what has become of his family, and questions how he is going to explain it to him. Zhu Jin snarks, blatantly insinuating that the martial supremes deserved this for staying on the sidelines until something like this happened. This enrages Xin Pi, who flips it on Zhu Jin for not doing his job as an elder of the shrine. However, the martial emperor maintains that he couldn't possibly have known that something like this would happen. After all, the strongest members of the Supreme High Palace were at most one-star martial grandmasters. Left in doubt about them being the culprits by these words, Xin Pi decides to think about it later and focuses on sealing the extreme frost yin chi for now, not wanting High Sun City to fall to something like this. Surrounding the gigantic crystallized flower, all the martial supremes work together to set up a large array. With this, the extreme yin frost chi is contained within the Xingyang family's territory, protecting it from spreading throughout the Dusk Flame Empire. After confirming that the situation is stable, Xin Pi permits everyone to return, asking them to be careful of any suspicious personnel entering the empire. Soon, the news of the Xingyang family's demise spread throughout High Sun City. As the massive glacial flower behind the seal became a major attraction for the people, the emperor sent out city guards to keep them out. However, it was too late by that point, as the citizens had already made up their minds about the lightning being God's wrath toward the Xingyang family for their evil deeds. Emin's sisters. Outside of High Sun City, though, the extreme yin frost chi at the place of the incident convince everyone that the Supreme High Palace was responsible for the attack. Only one person managed to correctly guess the truth, being Ding Ling-er of the Tianyuan Commerce Guild. Yurong refuses to believe her, wondering why Yun Xiao would still be in Martial Flame City if he possesses the strength to take over the Dust Flame Empire. The young lady doesn't believe it herself, but for some reason, she is sure that Yun Xiao is the one responsible for ending the Xingyang family. Ma Tianhe, the strongest person in the Supreme High Palace, is only a 3-star martial grandmaster. In total, there are only 4 martial grandmasters in the sect. So, even if the entire sect were gathered together, the Xingyang family would make quick work of them. However, Yurong argues that Martial Flame City's strongest individual is a mere 9-star martial king, meaning that destroying the Xingyang family for them is an even more absurd feat. Heck, the old man goes even further and calls it the funniest joke Ding Ling has ever said. The girl herself is confused, especially since investigating the mysterious entity known as Li Yun Xiao proved to be utterly useless, as Ding Ling wonders what critical piece of information they are missing. Yurong insists that she is just overthinking. He thinks that there's no chance of Yun Xiao being responsible for the Xingyang family's demise. After all, their investigative agency is one of the best ones in the entire Tianwu continent. If they wanted, they could even find out the most personal details about a small-time city lord, meaning that there's no chance of any information being missing. However, Ding Linger's gut feeling is just too strong. She declares that from this day onwards, Martial Flame City will be their #1 VIP. So, the Tianyuan Commerce Guild will provide them with whatever they want to the best of their abilities. Hearing this, Yurong questions if the young lady is in her right mind. Of course, declares Ding Linger, proclaiming that this will be the greatest investment of her life. The old fart wonders if the girl has fallen for Yun Xiao, making her blush, and another one bites the dust. Flustered, Ding Linger huffs and puffs, throwing Yurong out of her room. However, this reaction only convinces the old man that the young lady can't be kept unmarried for much longer. As Yurong leaves, Ding Linger imagines Yun Xiao looking all handsome and stuff. The thought makes her turn red as a tomato, and she lets out a small chuckle. Meanwhile, in High Sun City, the Chung family's current patriarch, Chung Feng, plays a game of Go with the 6th-tier refiner, Bai Li Gongjin. The two of them have been analyzing a position set by the royal throne martial sovereign, Tang Guang, for half a month and half a year respectively, both to no avail. Called the Heaven and Earth Go position, it contains the martial sovereign's unmatched understanding of formations. It is said that whoever is able to solve it will receive the 800 volumes on formations written by Tang Guang, making them the generation's formation master. Ranked 7th on the major power chart, this position by the royal throne is being analyzed by countless people in the holy region, looking to understand the formations within. They must not be very smart then, no. Even without fully understanding it, many have been able to improve their cultivation greatly, just by comprehending the martial intent in the position. So, Gongjin hopes that Chung Feng can also increase his already shocking strength with it. The 6th-tier refiner then mentions that Tang Guang wants to take a disciple, but hasn't been able to find someone worthy enough. As such, the person who can understand the martial sovereign's Go position will become his disciple as well. Hearing these words, Chung Feng drools at the thought of getting the royal throne's teaching for his family, since it could help them compete against even the Heaven Gathering sect. Suddenly, Gongjin remembers hearing about someone who might be able to solve it. Chung Feng questions who he is talking about, getting reminded of how a youth in Tian Shuai solved Yang Di's painting a while back. However, the patriarch thinks that this youngling can't be that smart if he exchanged a favor from Yang Di with the Wang family to save his small-time princess. Moreover, since it was just a hidden message from Gu Feiyang dissing Yang Di, the idiotic youth probably managed to solve it by pure luck. Of course, to Gongjin, luck is also a skill, as Yuan Yuan Hao thinks highly of him. The 6th-tier refiner thinks that it's worth a try. With a cold sneer, Chung Feng declares that he's going to find this youth, even if Tang Guang's Go position hadn't been a factor. After all, the one they are talking about is the Martial Flame City Lord, Li Yun Xiao, the man responsible for murdering a disciple of the Chung family, and Xingyang Jia. The patriarch had previously hoped that the Xingyang family could take care of Yun Xiao themselves, leaving his hands blood-free, but they got hit with a disaster at the worst possible time. I wonder how, I wonder why. Gong Jin feels uneasy about the timing of the incident and wonders if it's related to Martial Flame City or Yun Xiao. Chung Feng laughs in response, thinking that the refiner is letting his imagination run a little too wild, considering even the entirety of Tian Shui working together wouldn't be able to destroy the Xingyang family. Moreover, if Martial Flame City was responsible for the ice that killed them, it wouldn't be nobody's, since it even has the 7 constellations realm martial emperors cowering in fear. However, Gong Jin still thinks that something is up with the entire incident, having heard that Xingyang Ming stole the Supreme High Palace's treasures during Ma Fei Bai's banquet and also killed their disciples. He deems it reasonable for them to fight back like this. Of course, the 6th-tier refine couldn't ever have imagined that the Supreme High Palace was hiding such immense strength. This worries Chung Feng greatly too, making him wonder if the modern sect has been sent by a superpower from the northern region. Gao Jin guesses that the Beiming Palace, eyeing Mount Meru, is involved even though no one has heard any news of them in the past 100 years. Chung Feng agrees, albeit questioning why the Xingyang family would try to rob the Supreme High Palace, knowing the risks involved. He thinks that there's something else going on, getting told that it doesn't matter either way, since the Xingyang family is no more. Only the peak 9-star martial grandmaster, Xingyang Huo, remains, who will undoubtedly head for the Supreme High Palace as soon as he catches wind of what's happened. When he does, it will be the perfect time for them to test if the Supreme High Palace was bluffing or not. As Mount Meru will open up soon, everything is bound to become clear in a few months. In the same vein, Gao Jin mentions that there's something mysterious about Martial Flame City's sudden rise to power, and his name is John Cena. Once again, though, Chung Feng concludes that all the recent events surrounding them only mean that they are either pawns sent by a great power, or just a bunch of idiots wanting attention. Moreover, the Thousand Treasures Tower has also denied the rumors about them backing Martial Flame City. Of course, since Chung Feng and Gao Jin are not in a position to interrogate them or the Beiming Palace about the situation forcefully, the two decide to just watch how it unfolds for now and go back to analyzing the Heaven and Earth Go position. Elsewhere in Hai Sun City, the Zhou family's higher-ups discuss the Xingyang family's demise in their own meeting room, arriving at the same conclusion as the Chung family. Zhou Biyao, the family patriarch, feels that the Xingyang family's annihilation is just a prelude to more destruction that is about to follow. To him, all the recent incidents point to Li Yun Xiao being a puppet of some great force, wanting to bait the Zhou family into making a rash decision. The two elders, Zhou Chu and Zhou Xing, become enraged at this public declaration of war, with the latter especially getting angry at how Yun Xiao deciphered Yang Di's painting, and just gave away the resulting favor to the Wang family. The elder comes up with the scheme to make Tian Shui's princess into Yushan's concubine, hence breaking the Wang family's promise to Yun Xiao, and not getting Yang Di's favor in return. Wait, bro was onto something. However, Zhou Chu advises against it, since the Wang family's experts are keeping a close watch on their residence without even bothering to hide it. For the sake of Yushan, who is currently training in seclusion, the elder doesn't want to make any mistakes at this crucial time. Zhou Xing then questions what they should do about the 5-line tripod, to which Zhou Biyao responds, revealing that they no longer require it, since he has already increased Yushan's cultivation by force, using 2 cauldrons. Hearing these words, the two elders get alerted. After all, these cauldrons are actually 2 martial experts who use their own true yuan to raise another martial artist's cultivation base forcefully. Although a person's strength can rapidly increase in a short amount of time, the gain is not only limited, but also fraudulent. Raising someone's cultivation base like this also requires a martial artist at least 2 major realms above them. Moreover, the so-called cauldron's true yuan will be exhausted in the process, effectively crippling them for life. As Zhou Yushan is a mere martial lord, raising his cultivation base by force would require the cauldrons to be at least martial grandmasters, a level at which a person can form an entire sect and dominate an area in Tianwu's southern region. Straight up sacrificing 2 great experts like this to raise an heir's strength, only the 4 great noble families have the luxury to do such a thing. Nepotism for the win. Keeping in mind the sacrifices he is making for Yushan, the family patriarch doesn't want to get directly involved in the current incidents. In the end, he decides to send the 2 elders to investigate Martial Flame City and the Supreme High Palace, instructing them to avoid any conflict and immediately report back if they find something. Finally, Zhou Biyao gives a motivational address to the elders, putting emphasis on the incoming opening of the southern region's secret realm, Mount Meru. Back over with Yun Xiao, he silently returns to Martial Flame City after his little trip to Supreme High Palace. Xiao Qingwang worries about getting figured out by the last remaining member of the Xingyang family, who is an elder of the Heaven Gathering sect and possesses unimaginable cultivation prowess. If he were to come to Martial Flame City, it would spell doom for them. Of course, fooling Xingyang, Huo, or not doesn't matter, since Yun Xiao always intended to retaliate openly, and it was only sped up by Chen Da Shum's untimely demise. The reincarnated soul declares that instead of worrying about external forces, they should focus on improving themselves, as wiping out the Xingyang family will have instilled some fear in the supposedly esteemed noble families. No one will dare mess with Martial Flame City, at least for the time being, allowing them an opportunity to increase their strengths. So, Yun Xiao gathers Heaven's Core, Heaven's Resolve, and Heaven's Judgment, taking them to Square Inch Mountain inside the World God Monument. For a little bit, the martial artists are left in utter disbelief, deeming it to be the reason that Martial Flame City has risen up in power in such a short amount of time. They aren't particularly wrong either, as this is a one-of-a-kind legendary item, even considering Yun Xiao's life as Gu Fei Yan. Turning to Nun Fei Chun, the reincarnated soul questions if this fulfills the conditions he promised him. Without hesitation, the sect master announces that it does, going as far as to declare that the training grounds are much better than promised. He now fully believes in Yun Xiao's words, trusting that the legendary item will allow Martial Flame City to become a superpower within the Dust Flame Empire. Absolute W glaze. Right then, using his control within the World God Monument, the boy teleports himself and starts floating midair. He addresses everyone present, announcing that the interior of the Pill Tower will serve as their new training grounds from now on. To that end, Yun Xiao has divided the grounds into 4 sections, one each for warriors of the First Origin, 2 forces, 3 powers, and 4 quadrants. Inside them, he has put 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and 10,000-fold gravity fields for the respective cultivation levels. As for the Martial Lord training grounds, countless surprises await them beside the 10,000-fold gravity field. Hearing this, the martial artists are overcome with fear, worrying that they have walked into certain death. As if he were reading their minds, Yun Xiao announces that a martial artist's path is an upstream battle. To him, the higher cultivation levels aren't hard to break through, because the difficulty rises, but rather because the martial artists become complacent and don't keep up with their training efforts. The thought of a great martial master training in a 100-fold gravity field, or a martial lord training in a 1,000-fold one, makes Yun Xiao laugh. Breaking through is all about shattering one's limits, so they can never do so if they don't put their lives on the line. Having enough talent or resources, none of it matters when it comes to cultivation. Yun Xiao declares that anyone who struggles with breaking through is simply not brave, strong, or determined enough. Blood is cooking them, like Kendrick cooked Drake. Hearing the reincarnated soul's words, the martial artists realize that he is completely right. Since no one ever put enough pressure on them, they didn't bother putting in more effort than the bare minimum and held themselves back from breaking through. Yun Xiao continues reiterating his promise to give them anything and everything for cultivation, as long as they follow him and train hard. Although the resources inside the tower will be made available for the martial artists without any limit, they are for them and them alone. If anyone dares to smuggle anything outside, Yun Xiao vows to grant them a ruthless demise. As even having unlimited resources is a privilege unheard of anywhere in the world, the boy's own allies are shocked by his speech. The independent martial artists present feel that they are having a fever dream, while Nun Fei Chun realizes that the Sky Locust sect wouldn't have had to stay in Qiyun Peak for countless centuries if Yun Xiao had come around before. Even for Qian Duo, who comes from a place of wealth and has seen pretty much everything out there, the prospect of unlimited resources defies all logic. Right then, Li Chunyang questions what everyone has been thinking all this time. That is, how Yun Xiao plans to sustain the amount of resources, if he is this generous with them. Always the party pooper, the reincarnated soul announces that they will get them like how they have been getting their resources all along, from everywhere, robbing or plundering. Nothing is off limits. As long as they have the strength to do so, going back out to take more resources is fair game. Everyone becomes speechless at this proclamation, prompting Yun Xiao to double down. He reminds them that all the superpowers in Tianwu fought for their resources, and are now residing in energy-filled mountain ranges, never caring about sharing these abundant resources. Since ancient times, the strong have preyed on the weak, so Yun Xiao is only following that rule. Understanding that the boy is only speaking the truth yet again, the martial artists get riled up, refusing only to let Tian Wu's superpowers enjoy such luxury. Fueled by a collective desire to get stronger, they shout and cheer in unison. In his closing words, Yun Xiao instructs the martial artists to work hard and warns them of the consequences of falling behind. Later, the reincarnated soul heads over to Mengwu, noting that the spirit-nourishing wood is the sea folk's treasure, condensed from the life energy through the Congo divine tree. Wait, did we end up in the wrong series again? Anyways, only the 4 great royal families and the Bo family might be holding on to some, but Yun Xiao obviously can't get any if he just goes to them, leaving him with only one option: regaining his full strength and forcing himself in. However, as that won't be happening anytime soon, he worries that Mengwu won't last till then. Yun Xiao then turns over to the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast, which still hasn't woken up after taking the second adversity-destroying pill. Since monsters have less chance of breaking through than humans, due to the rules on their bloodlines, the boy's little miss will stay a 5th-tier beast, unless, of course, a truly powerful material or mutation shows up. Currently stuck at the 5 Elements realm's bottleneck, it is using a slow-gathering technique to get energy from the surroundings. Petting the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast, Yun Xiao remarks that breaking through now is all up to it. Right then, he feels venomous energy coming from somewhere, prompting him to quickly teleport toward its location. Deep inside the cave, Yun Xiao spots Mumbai emitting copious amounts of toxic qi, activating his Yuan energy, toxic qi shield. The former approaches the latter. Seeing the eggshell nearby, Yun Xiao realizes that Mumbai really ate the whole egg at once, that too by the most nutritious method, raw. Although the poison rodent was simply to draw out the toxins inside the key's body, it has now left him curled up with the toxic qi running rampant. Yun Xiao moves out, vowing to find a better primer for Mumbai, to push him a step forward. Just like that, the reincarnated soul arrives at High Sun City and heads straight for the place where the best refiners within hundreds of miles gather, the Dust Flame Empire Alchemist Association branch. Despite the streets seeming very peaceful without a single martial artist roaming them, Yun Xiao understands that many gazes are monitoring every single movement within the entire capital, which is on high alert due to the Xingyang family's demise. Soon, he arrives before the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association. Knowing that a 6th-tier master-class refiner lies ahead, Yun Xiao understands that he has to be careful, since his power is way beyond that of Tian Shuoi's Alchemist Association. Heading inside, though, Yun Xiao finds the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association to be practically deserted. He approaches the beautiful receptionist to ask what's happening, getting told to stay quiet since an instruction convention is going on, a tradition in which every refiner hosts a public seminar when they get promoted to share their wisdom regarding alchemy and breaking through. Whispering close to Yun Xiao, the girl reveals that their Lord B, Qian Jin, is holding his instruction convention. After breaking through to 3rd tier, making the boy reminisce about the time Yu Shang tried to make him Jia Rong's disciple. Ah, the good old days when Jia Rong was still a relevant character. At the same time, he discreetly takes a sniff of the beautiful receptionist and starts flirting with her. Being used to such things, the girl assumes that Yun Xiao is just a spoiled young lord from a noble family, who is here to ask for some goods and hands him a form, instructing him to fill in his request and payment clearly. Much to her surprise, he instantly writes down what he wants without even looking. Seeing that the boy wants the blood of a demon beast above 4th tier, and will discuss its price in person, she warns him that such a rare item will take an incredible amount of luck and price to find. Understanding that the receptionist is right, Yun Xiao thinks about asking the association master for the precious materials later. Suddenly, his train of thought gets interrupted by a weird smell, coming from the sword being refined in the instruction convention. Pitying that the item is going to be ruined when it's so close to taking shape, Yun Xiao tells the receptionist to get away, unless she wants to get hurt by the explosion. Meanwhile, he gets closer to observe, blatantly announcing that the new 3rd-tier refiner's abilities can't keep up with his efforts to forcefully refine a 3rd-tier Shuan weapon. Hearing this, all the refiners present dismiss his words as an ignorant kid's ramblings. On the other hand, someone sends a private sound transmission to Yun Xiao, questioning why he is doubting the third-tier refiner when the sword is about to take shape. As their voice warns him to stop speaking about things he doesn't know of, the boy turns over to where it's coming from and gets alerted by what he sees. Yu Xiao then asks the tiny old man if he wants to make a bet, making him wonder if his true strength has been exposed. However, the old man chalks it up to overthinking on his part and decides to entertain the bet for now. Yun Xiao declares that the loser will have to listen to the winner's orders for a year. With this, the old man is left questioning if his true strength has really been somehow found out and tries to slither his way out of the bet. However, Yun Xiao provokes the geezer's pride, leading him to agree to the bet, albeit with snarky comment about the boy's family making trouble for him if he loses. Of course, Yun Xiao flips it on the old man, using this remark to reveal that he knows about him being a 7-star martial grandmaster master. This leaves the geezer in utter disbelief, as there's a secret technique on his body, rendering regular people unable to see through his cultivation. On the other hand, Yun Xiao feels relieved that he got a 7-star martial grandmaster to back him so easily at such a crucial time for Martial City. While the two banter, a commotion arises from the instruction convention. Lo and behold, just like Yun Xiao predicted, the sword suddenly becomes unstable, leaving everyone there wondering how he knew that it was going to explode so far in advance. As Bi Qianjin struggles to keep the sword in check, another third-tier refiner, Zhang Hua, jumps in to help him out. The two prepare to stabilize the violent energy with the form conversion technique, condensing it with their spirit power afterward. Nah, these translator notes are trolling us. What do you mean they mixed up spirit power, used by refiners, with soul power, used by martial artists this entire time? Not even John Wary messes up this bad. Back over with Yun Xiao, the 7-star martial grandmaster grins at him, thinking that the situation is turning around for the better. Of course, the reincarnated soul knows the reality. He loudly tells everyone the third-tier refiners couldn't have solved the problem with just a few movements, but instead chose to make it worse by doing all that extra stuff with their spirit power and form conversion technique. Now, the Shuan weapon will explode with a strength many times greater than before in 10 breaths' time. Getting sick and tired of Yun Xiao's shenanigans, everyone starts talking down on him. Meanwhile, the old man prays to the heavens for the boy to be wrong. Completely unbothered by the peasants, Yun Xiao begins the count. 1, 2. As the count reaches 6, the refiners lose control over the sword, and it starts running wild. At the count of 7, the martial grandmaster's eyes pop out of his skull in utter dismay. Unable to believe that not even 2 third-tier refiners could suppress the incomplete sword, the old man wonders how Yun Xiao knew this was going to happen so early. At the same time, Bi Qianjin asks everyone to run away, since the sword is going to explode. As the count reaches 8, a stampede begins. Valuing their own lives above everyone else, all the selfish refiners make a run for it, even trampling over a 2nd-tier refiner, wanting to go first in the process. Turning over to the 7-star martial grandmaster, Yun Xiao asks him if he is going to admit his loss now. Of course, the old man is still in disbelief and wonders how the boy knew. Liking the honesty oozing from the geezer's worried expression, Yun Xiao marches toward the incomplete sword, looking to save it with 2 counts left. Meanwhile, the 2 third-tier refiners try their hardest to buy as much time as they can for the others. As the reincarnated soul approaches them, they question why he is not running away and inform him of the dangers of staying there. Seeing the 2 third-tier refiners unfazed in the face of death and even risking their lives for others, Yun Xiao is moved by their integrity and helps them out. Pointing his hand outward, the reincarnated soul forms a flaming seal, blowing away the spirit power that Bi Qianjin and Zhang Hua were using to contain the incomplete sword. At first, they are convinced that Yun Xiao has a death wish. Nah, he don't got a skill issue like you lil bras. Of course, reality soon sets in, as the Shuan weapon's violet energy starts mellowing out. Yu Xiao then makes incredibly fast hand signs, shocking the 2 third-tier refiners and the 7-star martial grandmaster. The geezer finally understands the boy isn't just a spoiled brat who has only started alchemy, as using such complex techniques and movements requires a person to overcome countless challenges. Through Yun Xiao's intervention, the sword doesn't explode even after the 10 count, making the old man realize that he has lost to the mysterious teenager. However, at this moment, he uncontrollably lets a smirk slip. Meanwhile, The refiners who ran outside are left wondering what's going on, considering the place hasn't blown up even after 10 counts. Thinking too highly of themselves, they decide that their lives are way more valuable than the receptionist Fang. So, the refiners for the poor girl inside to check out the situation. With tears flowing down her face, Fang enters the Alchemist Association and starts trembling in fear. The other refiner tells her to hurry up, forcing the girl to drag herself inside. Much to Fang's surprise, though, Yu Xiao is playing with the sword that was about to explode earlier, while using another refiner as a seat. Everyone present is even taking a lecture from him, while extensively scribbling down notes to record his wisdom. Right then, Bi Qian-jin, referring to Yun Xiao as master, politely asks why the sword ran wild before, even though two third-tier refiners were containing its violent energy together, declaring the answer to be simple. The reincarnated soul demands a glass of water before he tells them. Fang tries to skedaddle out of there, only to get jumped by all the refiners there. Hurling countless insults at the receptionist, they force her to bring the glass of water to Yun Xiao. I can save her, for real. As the boy sips on his drink, Fang attempts to excuse herself, but gets ordered by the refiners to stay beside their master to serve him. Suddenly, Yun Xiao smashes the glass of water in rage, questioning the attitude he is seeing. Getting up from his human chair, he furiously approaches Fang while she continues to tremble in fear. As he places his hand on her shoulder, everyone looks on in anticipation at what is about to follow. Much to Fang's surprise, Yu Xiao reprimands the refiners for treating a pretty lady like her in such a harsh manner. Generational simping. After all, a true refiner must have a heart of gold. So if they treat a beautiful woman like this, he can't even imagine how they treat normal people. To the raging Yun Xiao, none of them are fit to call themselves refiners. Hearing his words, everyone starts treating Fang with more care than they ever have in their entire lives, just to prove that they have kind and loving hearts. One of the refiners gifts the receptionist 100 middle-tier primordial stones as a reward for her years-long service, while the others rally to increase her salary by 100 times. Just like that, Yu Xiao's flirtatious nature changes a broke girl's life, as the refiners vow to pay Fang from their own pockets if they can't get the Alchemist Association to approve her raise. She starts crying at their generosity and looks at Yun Xiao with grateful eyes. Remarking that they seem like decent people based on what they just did, the reincarnated soul decides to continue his earlier lecture and sits back on his human chair. Looking on, the 7-star martial grandmaster can't believe that the refiners have fallen so low that they are begging someone else like a dog, and wonders whatever happened to their prior arrogance. At the same time, he questions what mighty force could have trained such a young, high-tier refiner like Yun Xiao, who has disciplined even third-tier refiners into obedience. The 15-year-old who, aside from being a master refiner, is also a 1-star great martial master. The old man is left questioning where and when a talent like him appeared in the Dusk Flame Empire. Your time is up, old man. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao continues his explanation and is about to refer to Bi Qian-jin as master. However, the third-tier refiner begs the reincarnated soul not to torture him by addressing him like that, wanting to be called Little B or Little Jean. Fulfilling his wishes, Yun Xiao tells Little G the exact reason for his earlier failure and makes Fang realize that he isn't the lunatic young lord she thought he was. The explanation leaves the refiners in even more shock, as making such detailed observations just by observing the fluctuations in the Shuan artifact's energy is an impossible feat. Still having doubts, the 7-star martial grandmaster questions how Yu Xiao managed to suppress the violent energy, presenting his own hypothesis about it. Of course, his guess is completely off, and the reincarnated soul actually performed another impossible feat of repairing the materials damaged by the third-tier refiners. Blood is just built different. Hearing these words, everyone present loses their minds, considering refinement is supposed to be an irreversible process. Yun Xiao declares this notion to be rubbish and gives a heartfelt speech about the importance of Tian Wu's priceless materials, especially those in the higher tiers. For him, to understand the structure of the materials is to understand the process of refining. So, by guiding the damaged materials to reparation, a skilled refiner can go through the refinement process without diminishing the effects. Although theoretically possible, the idea would require a terrifying degree of control and mastery, leaving the refiners in awe. Trampling over one another, they rush to ask certain questions that they have been stuck on, only to get shut up by the reincarnated soul. Being the very busy person that he is, Yun Shiyao refuses to answer their questions for free. However, the refiner's teary eyes and eagerness to learn make him come around. Ah, guess he's not as big of a meanie as he pretends to be. He reluctantly agrees to answer their queries, so long as there are no more than 3 questions per person, with the maximum number of questions being 50 in total. Referring to Fang as beautiful, Yun Shiyao asks her to select and organize the 50 questions. Since his flirting knows no bounds, he leaves the selection completely up to the girl, giving her full power to accept those she likes and reject those she doesn't, promising to send someone over to get the questions from her in a few days, and answering all of them at once when he deems fit. Yun Shiyao heads out. After bidding farewell to their master, all the refiners turn over to Fang and glare at her like hungry dogs. Meanwhile, Yun Shiyao heads outside the Alchemist Association, now accompanied by his newly acquired underling, the 7-star Martial Grandmaster. Seeing him leave, the refiners who ran away earlier rush inside to get a gist of the situation. However, the sight that awaits them leaves the group in utter dismay. The useless receptionist they sent inside to inform them of what's going on is sitting atop a human chair, surrounded by a group of refiners bowing before her. Loki must be messing the timeline again. Overcome with fury, an arrogant second-tier refiner starts talking down on Fang and tries to kick her, but Zhang Hua blocks it with his body. Like a chivalrous hero, the 3rd-tier refiner vows to take even 1,000 more kicks for Fang and declares her as his sworn sister. Of course, the motive behind his actions comes out soon enough, as he begs the receptionist to take his questions to Yun Shiyao. Cheering on for Zhang Hua, the refiners start beating up the fool who missed everything and attempted to assault Fang. Standing over his toppled body, they ask Fang to pass her judgment on him for his crimes. A huge commotion follows, and everyone tries to sweet-talk the receptionist into getting their questions to Yun Shiyao, leaving the poor girl wishing for someone to save her. Elsewhere, Yun Shiyao has a cup of tea with the 7-star martial master and impresses him by deducing extremely fine details about the tea with just its taste. Introducing himself, the boy asks the old man to address him as young Master Yun and offers him a salary of 100,000 high-tier primordial stones for his year-long service. The geezer calls for a timeout, questioning if the boy has no respect for elders or martial experts, and really intends to make an old 7-star martial master serve him for a year. Reprimanding the Grams for trying to play tricks, Yun Shiyao takes back the salary offer and decides to give him just the basic necessities for his service. Quickly backtracking on his words, the 7-star martial grandmaster questions what Yun Shiyao wants him to do in his 1 year of service, asking some annoying things to follow it up. At the same time in his mind, the old man realizes that the boy's alchemy knowledge is exceptional for his age, so forming a good relationship with him this soon will prove to be beneficial in the future. Reminding the geezer to call him young Master Yun, the reincarnated soul tells him not to worry about things like whose kid he is. Yu Shiyao then sarcastically demands that the oh-so-great martial grandmaster introduce himself first, naively thinking that the brat is finally being respectful toward him. The geezer reveals his name to be Duan Yue, wanting to be called Old Duan. Overflowing with mischief, the reincarnated soul does the exact opposite to annoy the 7-star martial grandmaster. Shrugging aside the disrespect, little Yue lets out a smirk and questions if Yun Shiyao is looking for the poison blood of 4th-tier demon beast or above. Since the old man is right on point, the boy suppresses his excitement. Give this man his Oscar. Pretending like he just wants one to play with, Yun Shiyao wonders if Duan Yue has done, making him sigh and deny the idea. However, the cunning geezer does know the whereabouts of some such beasts. Duan Yue declares that he knows where to find poisonous monster blood, thinking that he has some valuable information. Of course, Yun Shiyao announces that the locations are all too obvious: the Land of the Devils, the Tianandong Mountains, the Ancient Barrens, the Glided Desert. The reincarnated soul wonders if Duan Yue wants him to name more places, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Trying to cope with his failure, the geezer questions who would decide to go to such places, when even Gu Feiyang died in the Tiandong Mountains, and suggests going somewhere with a higher chance of success. Feeling a bit offended by the mention of his past life, Yun Shiyao wonders if any mountain nearby has a few 4th-tier monsters residing in it, getting told that there's one with sea monsters in it. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul guesses the place he is talking about to be a small region in the South Sea beside the Heaven-Sent Empire. Duan Yue confirms this, reiterating his earlier phrase about how easy it is to talk to smart people. The old man thinks that hunting down a beast with fourth-tier monster blood would be a walk in the park, only to get shut down by Yun Xiao. Questioning if the geezer thinks that he is stupid, the reincarnated soul ambushes him with numerous factual tidbits on why he is wrong. Domain expansion, Lord Dumb. Overwhelmed, Duan Yue is left wondering how Yun Xiao knows so much at his age and brings out his trump card, a map of the most important locations, harboring priceless treasures. Seeing the Kamo divine tree marked on it, Yun Xiao jumps up in surprise and loses his cool, alerting the old man. Of course, he soon catches himself and pretends like it's just his passionate refiner spirit burning at the sight of a priceless material. Usually, the information about the Congo divine tree wouldn't matter much, since it often circulates around. However, as Meng Wu is in a coma right now and requires the Congo divine tree's spirit-nourishing wood for her treatment, the material has become a priority. Analyzing the sea locator map carefully, Yun Xiao decides to accept Duan Yue's proposal and dominantly tells him to name his price, along with his ulterior in detail. The geezer shouldn't try to play dumb either, as he would have never shown it to Yun Xiao otherwise. Although a bit scared that Yun Xiao saw through him in such a manner, Duan Yue acts tough and confirms that he needs his help. In fact, the 7-star martial grandmaster went to the Alchemist Association to ask Bi Qianjin for the same thing, but he wasn't good enough. So he's considering Yun Xiao now. Of course, the boy is aware that Duan Yue wants to deceive and use a youth like him, since he possesses strong spirit power. The geezer doesn't deny the allegations, but laments that he found the wrong person in the end anyway. After all, if Duan Yue had known that Yun Xiao was so cunning, he would have just gone to a higher-tier refiner. Turns out, not wanting to get scammed by the other person, and instead scamming an inexperienced youth, wasn't such a good idea. Being the professional troll that he is, Yun Xiao, with childlike sparkling eyes, wonders what experience a 15-year-old like him would have. Stopping himself from beating up the disrespectful brat, Duan Yue chugs down some tea and dumps some lore on the reincarnated soul, near the region of the South Sea that holds extremely valuable treasures. A small town called Verdant Seaport exists, which is one of the busiest places in the entire southern region. Countless businesses, large powers, Commerce Alliance representatives, and hunters all flock to Verdant Seaport in an effort to accumulate resources. Duan Yue is one of the hunters who kill and trade sea monsters for a living, having made a pretty decent reputation for himself. During one of his heroic escapades, the leader of a team gifted him a map of a rainbow fog, as thanks for saving them from a complete wipeout. Being a weird occurrence that appears out at sea, the rainbow-like fog covering its surface can't be seen through even by universal detect. Moreover, once the rainbow fog appears, that part of the sea warps, creating a tunnel that transports anyone who enters to another part of the sea, giving it great investigative value. Bro is just yapping at this point, since the map Duan Yue possesses has been marked with a fixed rainbow fog that's practically priceless, despite the few massive risks like ending up in a habitat of high-tier sea monsters. Of course, Yun Xiao is even further ahead than what the geezer thinks, because he has experienced the rainbow fog firsthand. One of the most popular stories in Tianwu is about the time when the military breaker Martial Sovereign, Hu Feiyang, massacred seafolk over an area spanning 4,000 miles just to save a friend, turning the surrounding seawater red with the blood of his enemies. However, this is only a story humans came up with to feel good about themselves. In reality, if confronted by the thousands upon thousands of mighty seafolk, even all of the 9 heaven realms, including the top 10 of the major power chart, wouldn't stand a chance, getting chased by the seafolk for 4,000 miles. Hu Feiyang actually did massacre them, and tainted the seawater red with their blood. However, he soon reached a dead end, and was about to die. The only reason the Martial Sovereign lived to tell the tale was because a rainbow fog suddenly appeared to transport him to a different sea. Blood had plot armor even back then. Letting out a sarcastic laugh, Yun Xiao mocks Duan Yue for coming all the way from the Heaven-Sent Empire to the Duskflame Empire's Alchemist Association just to find a young and inexperienced refiner. The boy even patronizingly remarks that he would fall for the old man's schemes and get deceived, annoying him to no end. However, the 7-star martial grandmaster is left feeling like he is the one who will fall into Yun Xiao's hands. At this point, though, Yun Xiao only cares about obtaining the Congo Divine Tree's branch and the poisonous monster blood. So, he asks Duan Yue to clarify the terms of their trade. Still doubtful, the geezer questions just how confident Yun Xiao is in dissipating the pink crystalline dust, only to hear that he has 100% confidence in succeeding. Shocked by the confident boy, Duan Yue proceeds to discuss how they will split the goods and proposes an 8-to-2 ratio in his favor. Never one to accept such bad conditions, Yun Xiao threatens to simply not help the 7-star martial grandmaster if he continues to put forward such unfavorable terms. With an aching heart, Duan Yue comes down to a 6-4 split, albeit still in his favor. Hearing this, Yun Xiao gives him an ultimatum. That is, the goods are to be split amongst them in a 5-5 ratio. However, the boy will keep the Congo Divine Tree for himself and will also get Duan Yue's help in hunting a 4th-tier or higher sea monster. This makes the geezer completely lose his mind, as a 1-star Great Martial Master getting to keep the Congo Divine Tree, along with a 5-5 split, is pure blasphemy to him. Hearing his scornful tone, Yun Xiao reprimands Duan Yue for not talking to him with sincerity. The 7-star Martial Grandmaster goes even crazier than before, wanting to be left for dead in the sea, rather than accepting such horrid terms. Still smirking, Yun Xiao gives the geezer a lesson on taking losses when doing business, and reminds him that a 5-5 split is already a 9-enough deal, considering he has to listen to him for a year anyway. Suddenly, Duan Yue turns around and curses his luck. The senile old man then starts beating himself up as punishment for accepting the bet when he didn't have to. Moments later, Duan Yue turns back around to Yun Xiao with a swollen face. Accepting the 5-5 split, he puts forward a condition, only to get preemptively denied. If it is anything like getting to pick the treasure first, once again giving himself a good beating. For getting into this predicament, Duan Yue calms down and reveals his actual condition. That is, when Yun Xiao has the power to do so, he must help him refine a Taishu Emperor gold pill. Deal or no deal? With almost no hesitation, the reincarnated soul quickly accepts the terms. The geezer questions if he even knows what the pill really is, noting it to be a legendary pill that aids a 9-star martial emperor in breaking through to the martial supreme level. Yet again, Yun Xiao bombards Duan Yue with factual information about the high 8th-tier pill, down to the last detail. After proving his intellect, the boy gets up and decides to move out to handle some important matters. As the 7-star martial grandmaster expresses interest, Yun Xiao promises to talk later on, since he will need his strength then, and brings out a Tiger King battleship from his storage ring. Duan Yue wonders if Yun Xiao should really be flaunting a 5th-tier item like the Tiger King battleship at such a time, as the recent incident with the Xingyang family has put the entire capital on alert. So, doing such a thing will put hundreds of gazes on them. Of course, that is exactly what the reincarnated soul was trying to achieve, becoming Aizen with this one. Finishing up the battleship's formation, Yun Xiao makes it zoom out of there, making Duan Yue realize that he truly isn't afraid of anything. Noticing the giant Tiger King battleship, the high-level martial artists nearby decide to give chase, while simultaneously sending someone to report the matter. At the same time, Zhu Jin is hard at training in the Dust Flame Empire's shrine. When he suddenly notices Yun Xiao's presence, he quickly appears above the clouds to see him. But it's too late, since the boy has already left in the Heaven-Sent Empire's direction. Over with Yun Xiao, he uses impeccable logic and arrives at the perfect conclusion of causing an even bigger scene. After all, things have already gotten messy, so making them messier will just buy Martial Flame City more time. Unaware that Yun Xiao was the one responsible for exterminating the Xingyang family, Duan Yue questions why he is provoking High Sun City's martial emperors for nothing, and fears for his life. Having faith in the geezer's capabilities to stall the old guys chasing them for a bit, Yun Xiao promises that there's nothing to be afraid of, since the Tiger King battleship's speed will allow them a swift escape. Soon, they arrive at Verdant Seaport in the Heaven-Sent Empire, which is the strongest out of the 3 empires, in Tianwu's southern region. Despite being a small port, it houses more than half of the empire's martial artists, and has over 10 million people residing there. As such, Verdant City Port has grown to be much bigger and more developed than normal cities. The rich get richer even here. There, Yun Xiao marvels at the sight of a 6th-tier Green Phoenix battleship. Having waited for a moment to ridicule the boy, Ever since they met, but not getting a chance to do so, Duan Yue bets that this must be an eye-opening experience for him. The old man yaps about how 5 6th-tier refiners are needed to refine a 6th-tier Green Phoenix battleship, making it an exceptionally rare item to have. Yun Xiao quickly shuts down his parade though, declaring that the only eye-opening thing here is just how poorly made the 6th-tier battleship is, labeling it an empty shell and a waste of materials. The reincarnated soul absolutely destroys Duan Yue's excitement to ridicule him. Stomping around like a gremlin, the geezer reveals that he doesn't like the Green Phoenix battleships either. Of course, it's just because he doesn't have one. So surely a brat like Yun Xiao mustn't know what he's talking about. Bro is clueless. Touched by Duan Yue's honesty, Yun Xiao changes the subject and questions if he knows who owns the only 2 Green Phoenix battleships there. Turns out, one of them belongs to the Thousand Crane Pavilion, whose position in the Heaven Sent Empire is equivalent to that of the Heaven Gathering sect in the Dust Flame Empire. As for the other one, it belongs to an even greater faction from the eastern region, named the Star Mansion sect. Thinking that there's finally something Yun Xiao doesn't know about, Duan Yue begins explaining it to him. Of course, the reincarnated soul knows all about them too, as the Star Mansion sect mainly trains in the wave shock technique, which requires sea monster pills in copious amounts. They pay a lot of attention to Verdant Seaport. However, most of their forces are still gathered in the Eastern Sea's Heaven Abyss City, since it holds the richest sea monster resources in Tianwu. Owen, the Star Mansion sect master, is a certified nonce who has a dedicated palace for raising girls to enjoy. The ones he ends up liking become his servants, while those he doesn't end up getting killed or thrown away. Hey Siri, play Meet the Grounds by Kendrick Lamar. Finding out that the sect master is such an evil son of a gun, Duan Yue declares that he should be killed. In the same vein, he throws a tantrum, refusing to accept that a mere 15-year-old knows everything about the world. Of course, there are many things Yu Xiao still doesn't know. However, all of them are far beyond Duan Yue's realm of understanding anyway. In the end, battling the reincarnated soul in a battle of common knowledge is bound to end in a loss. Yu Xiao then decides to take a look around, wanting to buy some things. Taking the only opportunity he has to make fun of the curious little brat, Duan Yue mocks him for being a country bumpkin, who will brag about exploring Verdant Seaport to his family later. Regardless, Yun Xiao starts exploring the city, realizing that every patrol team's team leader is at the Martial King level, with the lowest ranked team member being a great martial master. Seeing this, the reincarnated soul pouts, vowing to develop Martial Flame City to be even greater than Verdant Seaport. Just to be petty against them, using Martial Kings as team leaders, he decides to use Martial Grandmasters as team members in the future. Later, Yun Xiao arrives at the Thousand Treasures Tower branch of Verdant Seaport and is welcomed by a voluptuous receptionist named Xiao Ya. Duan Yue tries to convince him that he isn't exceptional enough to make a transaction there, only for Yun Xiao to turn around and ask for the person in the highest position. Hearing this, the bubbly demeanor of the receptionist completely changes. She was focused on Duan Yue before, but now she is left wondering if the mighty elder is the boy's servant. Meanwhile, the 7-star Martial Grandmaster starts worrying about his life, not knowing for sure if Yun Xiao won't just cause trouble there, as anyone who dares to call for the highest authority comes around once every few months to check up on their business. Xiao Ya guesses that Yun Xiao is backed by a great force and respectfully bows before him. To shock her even more, the boy reveals that he wants to make a business deal worth 1 million high-tier primordial stones. After a momentary pause, Xiao Ya leads Yun Xiao somewhere, promising to call the Tower Master there immediately. Meanwhile, the rest of the beauties look on in envy, since Xiao Ya won't have to worry about anything in life if she manages to close the transaction. Just like that, the lady takes her esteemed golden geese to the VVIP room and assures them that the Tower Master will be there soon. As Xiao Ya heads off, Duan Yue questions if Yun Xiao really isn't fooling around, advising him to run away. If this was all a facade, sitting down without a worry in the world, the boy tells the 7-star Martial Grandmaster to do the same. After all, there is no way he would play with so many lives like this. Yep, totally no way. I, for one, trust him with every fiber of my being. Right then, the Tower Master Yukong Shun arrives there. Introducing himself, he asks for the guests' names. The reincarnated soul reveals his name and asks Kang Shun to call him young Master Yoon, expressing surprise at a tower master like him. Being a martial grandmaster level expert, being humble about his cultivation process, Kang Shun poetically declares that he is nothing compared to Duan Yue. The former then orders Xiao Ya to bring out his treasured top-grade tea leaves, who uses them to brew the 1,000-year deep-seed fermented tea for the guests. Getting handed a cup of the highest-grade tea by a voluptuous woman, Yu Xiao lives in the moment and chatters with the tower master without an ounce of nervousness. On the other hand, Duan Yue sits beside him sweating buckets. After getting the pleasantries over with, Kang Shun inquires about the business deal that is supposedly worth 1,000,000 high-tier primordial stones. However, Yoon Xiao's next words change the entire mood, as he reveals that he is actually there to borrow items worth 1,000,000 high-tier primordial stones. Duan Yue spits out his tea, while poor Xiao Ya spills the cup she is currently brewing. Kang Shun deems Yoon Xiao's words to be a joke, but Duan Yue starts losing it, realizing that a few dozen people oozing with killing intent have surrounded them in an instant. Of course, the reincarnated soul is unfazed even in this situation, and continues sipping on his tea. Seeing his reaction, or rather lack thereof, Kang Shun wonders if a strong force sent him there to cause trouble. While Xiao Ya sighs at her pay raise going out the window, the Tower Master decides to entertain Yoon Xiao for now. However, the boy doubles down and confidently announces that he isn't joking at all, making Xiao Ya and Duan Yue both feel like they should run away to avoid the bloodshed that is about to follow. Right then, Yoon Xiao throws the card he got from Yin Xiaoyang onto the table and wonders how much it can borrow. Seeing the boy in possession of a real 1,000 Treasures VIP card, Kang Shun is left in disbelief and immediately prostrates himself. Feeling nervous around the first tier VIP, the Tower Master tries to bring up that the card is for getting large discounts at any 1,000 Treasures Tower branch and isn't typically for borrowing stones. First time for everything, lil bro. However, even getting these words out almost makes him puke his guts out, since there are less than 10 first-tier VIP cards in the entire South region. In fact, Kang Shun himself doesn't have the authority to distribute them. Seeing him in such a state, Duan Yue is yet again left questioning the identity of the person he has decided to follow. Of course, such a card isn't a big deal to the reincarnated soul, who knows of at least 4 higher-tier cards than it. For instance, there are only 5 of the highest Supreme-tier VIP cards in the entirety of the Tianwu continent, being simple pieces of wood in their form. Although Yu Xiao didn't have one of those in his previous life, he did have a tier-lower Jade card, which makes the 1,000 Treasures Tower's first-tier card pale in comparison. Ro was just flexing at this point. Knowing how to hit a nerve, Yu Xiao threatens to sell the card elsewhere if his demand isn't fulfilled. Since the entire southern region's prices will suffer if a commerce guild manages to get their hands on a first-tier VIP's 30% discount, Kang Shun worries about the consequences it will bring to his status. Without giving him any time to breathe at all, Yu Xiao offers to give a discount to the Tower Master if he buys it and starts walking off. Since the reincarnated soul will be in Verdant Seaport for a few days, he gives Kang Shun until the end of his stay there to think about his proposal. The Tower Master respectfully sees Yoon Xiao off, offering to help him if he ever faces any challenges in Verdant Seaport. This prompts the boy to give Kang Shun a proud look, declaring that he has a bright future ahead of him. Alerted by these kind words, the Tower Master thanks Yoon Xiao, bidding him farewell with a bow. After the boy leaves, the Tower Master puts Xiao Ya in charge and starts heading off to the Heaven-Sent Empire's branch. In his absence, he instructs the lady to do whatever Yoon Xiao wants, except to lend him money, offering to increase her pay tenfold if she does the job well. Back over with Yoon Xiao, he asks little Yue to lead the way, using any opportunity he can to mock the boy. The 7-star martial grandmaster is about to start ranting when a voice suddenly calls out for him. Ma 1D of the Heaven-Sent Empire's Soaring Sword Sect shows up and invites his old buddy, Duan Yue, to participate in a large group hunt, only to get repeatedly rejected. He's just like me, not taking no for an answer. Ma 1D tempts the old man with a chance at taking down a 6-tier sea monster. Since a sea beast that strong requires there to be a martial emperor in the hunting group, Duan Yue asks Yoon Xiao for permission, but gives him the go-ahead to participate. Grinning from ear to ear, Ma 1D reveals that the hunting group will be made up of Elder Hunya of the Hunya sect, the four-edge corpse Shi Hong Kai, the slaying tiger clan's Yan Fei Yue, the C2 couple, and him, including Duan Yue. The hunting group will have 7 people, making the 7-star martial grandmaster understand that they intend to use the 7-star striking array to take down the monster. He then wonders what beast they are hunting, getting told that it's a violet 9-strike moth. Hearing this, Duan Yue thinks that Ma Wandi has gone crazy. After all, a violet 9-strike moth is a 7th-tier beast. However, Yun Xiao is extremely intrigued and questions if they are hunting a young moth. Ma Wandi confirms Yun Xiao's hypothesis, as not even martial emperors would dare to go after a fully grown violet 9-striped moth. He repeatedly tries to convince Duan Yue that this is a once-in-a-deca millennium opportunity, a notion that Yun Xiao agrees with. According to legends, violet 9-striped moths have the bloodline of ancient true dragons. Being just 6th-tier as younglings, they mature to evolve into 7th-tier beasts. However, their evolution doesn't stop there. If allowed to live to 500 years old, they become 8th-tier creatures. Similarly, a 1,000-year-old violet 9-striped moth can break through to the 9th tier. At that level, if the beast can overcome a disaster, it can even recover its ancient dragon bloodline to transform into a dragon, thus entering the mythical 10 ultimate realm. Seeing Yun Xiao possess such knowledge, Ma Wandi guesses that he belongs to an exceptional family and is Duan Yue's disciple. Bro, really disrespecting my goat like this? The Soaring Sword sect member once again asks the old man if he is in, prompting him to discuss the matter with Yun Xiao. Fortunately, the highly poisonous blood of the 6th-tier beast is exactly what he is looking for, albeit worrying about its distribution in case of a successful hunt. Watching them talk, Ma Wandi feels like the power balance in their relationship is a bit off. Regardless, he reveals that the loot will be split 8 ways. As the organizer, Ma Wandi will take 2 shares, while the rest get 1 share each, along with 50,000 high-tier primordial stones. Those with higher cultivation levels will get the first picks, while the organizer will get the last pick to make things fair. Confirming that little Yue's cultivation is only matched by Elder Hunya and utterly eclipses the rest, Yun Xiao agrees to participate. Hearing this, the 7-star martial grandmaster celebrates and gets excited to check out what the violet 9-strike moth is like beforehand. Since not even major factions have managed to recruit Duan Yue, is listening to an inexperienced youth completely confuses Ma Wandi and his brain goes wild. If the boy isn't the old man's disciple, but is still a great martial master at such a young age, there can only be one logical conclusion. Yeah, that must be it. Yun Xiao must be Duan Yue's illegitimate child. Nah, dude burned down the whole kitchen with his cooking. Not wanting to delay things any further, Ma Wandi leaves the supposed father-son duo to a Tiger King battleship. Feeling excited to head out to sea, he invites Yun Xiao and Duan Yue inside, where everyone is waiting for them. Entering the room, they come up on a group of impressive martial artists, staying around a round table having a feast. As Ma Wandi tells the duo to help themselves, Elder Hunya starts bantering with Duan Yue. Taking a seat, a 7-star martial grandmaster claps back with an even harsher remark, infuriating Elder Hunya. However, Duan Yue reminds him that they are both on completely equal footing. Since none of them can beat the other, they shouldn't act all high and mighty, pretending like they can either. While Yun Xiao takes note of Elder Hunya smoking some soul grass, which is good for a person's body and cultivation, Duan Yue introduces the rest of the martial artists to Yun Xiao, as well-known 6 Directions Realm martial grandmasters in Verdant Seaport. He goes through their names and sects one by one, starting with the Square Pavilion's middle-aged scholar, Shi Hong Kai. Next up on the list is the tiger-slaying section Yan Fei Yue, followed up by Si-Tu Xing and his partner, Tang Chiao. Being quite renowned in Verdant Seaport, the Si-Tu couple assumes the looks of people in their 20s. In reality, though, both of them are old creatures, in the 80 to 90 years old bracket. Hearing Duan Yue's snarky remark, the two are about to snap when Yun Xiao suddenly introduces himself in a very respectful manner. Deciding that it's time to get down to business, Duan Yue asks Ma Wandi to show the map where he spotted the violet 9-striped moth. The Soaring Sword sect member excitedly fulfills the old man's request and points him to the beast's location. However, Duan Yue doesn't like what he sees and slams the desk. After all, the violet 9-striped moth is within 30 miles of the deadly rainbow fog. Being at his wit's end, the old man looks over to Yun Shiyao to see what he thinks. Of course, a master manipulator and habitual liar like the reincarnated soul hasn't flinched so much as an inch. At the same time, Elder Hunya spots the change in Duan Yue's expression and questions if there is something wrong with the location. Knowing that there is no one to blame but himself for this, the 7-star martial grandmaster tries to play dumb. However, it's too late to do so. Since the information he's withholding might be a matter of life or death, everyone jumps on him to spill it. Duan Yue starts trembling in fear, wondering what he should do now. Telling them the truth isn't an option, but making up a lie on the spot isn't in the cards either. In his heart, the geezer starts cursing Yun Shiyao for putting him in this predicament. Right then, the reincarnated soul chimes in to save the day. He makes up a lie about it being the place where Duan Yue got the bloodfish fungus, a legendary earthly treasure that can greatly increase a person's strength upon consumption. Realizing that he can't compare to the quick-witted kid, Duan Yue takes full advantage of the assist and bursts out in tears. The old man comes up with a tragic tale of being the only survivor out of a party of 7, all because of the cruel bloodfish fungus. While everyone else gets alerted, Elder Hunya doesn't buy it. Acting, old man. After all, Duan Yue is still at the same cultivation level as when they first met. However, this situation ends up giving the old man the perfect chance to take revenge for everything Yun Shiyao has put him through. Patting the boy on the head, Duan Yue reveals that the boy ate the bloodfish fungus. Since he couldn't have taken it normally, the old man split the treasure into over 1,000 portions to feed it to him. That is exactly how he became a great martial master at just 15 years of age, as 80 to 90% of the bloodfish fungus effects are lost by consuming it in such a way. Duan Yue announces that family is more important than cultivation, insinuating that Yun Shiyao is his child. Having had enough of the old man's shenanigans, Yun Shiyao fights back and shouts at his big bro to stop talking. With tears flowing down his face, the boy reminds Duan Yue that they are just stepbrothers, born of the same mothers, so he should stop treating him like a real younger brother. When he makes it big, Yun Shiyao vows to repay everything Duan Yue has done for him. These words cause silence to descend on the entire room, as this would mean the 100-year-old geezer's mother would have found a different man to birth a 15-year-old son. While Yun Shiyao wipes his tears, everyone gets invested in the family drama, making Duan Yue realize that he walked into something he truly shouldn't have. Poor Du literally exploded. News of the Xingyang family's demise spreads in the Dust Flame Empire, leaving the martial artists guessing what the future awaits them. On the other hand, Yun Shiyao makes preparations for the revolution he is about to bring in Tianwu. To that end, he heads to the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association, recruiting a 7-star martial grandmaster to his cause. After the two head to Verdant Seaport, they find themselves joining a hunting party for a 6th-tier beast. Getting absolutely demolished by his vicious stepbrother, Duan Yue wonders if he can even show up in Verdant Seaport after this, seeing the old man cry bloody tears. Yun Shiyao shows no remorse. After all, he did to this himself by trying to beat him in intelligence. After everyone processes this latest piece of information, Ma 1D playfully comforts Duan Yue. Since brotherly love overcomes all odds, he is convinced that their mission will be a success. The old fart's poor mother never beating the allegations. Elder Hunya quickly changes the topic, wanting to move on to making their battle plans. He asks Duan Yue what danger he faced during his last expedition, who is still trying to come to terms with Yun Shiyao's previous onslaught, all for the rainbow fog. The old man answers Hunyao's query by making up a believable story about an underwater vortex, finally getting everyone him of his case. Ma 1D then announces that they will be using the 7-star striking array against the violet 9-striped moth, confirming Duan Yue's earlier theory. As the hunt will take about a day and only requires good cooperation to succeed, he wants to practice in the meantime, and invites everyone elsewhere. Being completely familiar with the array, Yun Shiyao decides not to join them by feigning respect for their status as martial grandmasters. After they leave, he gets up from his chair. Ever since becoming a 1-star great martial master, the reincarnated hasn't gotten any spare time to train. So, he shatters some high-tier Shuan stones to finally do it now. Creating a creation link, Yun Shiyao begins absorbing the Shuan dust, being able to train his true Qi alongside normal Qi. without any drawbacks after acquiring a body like glass. A day passes, and the battleship finally reaches its destination. However, nothing shows up, making Hunya doubt Ma 1D's map and question if the Violet 9 Strike Moth has already changed locations. Si Tuxing reveals that it just isn't possible, as sea beasts live in their own territories. So, the Violet Strike Moth won't leave the area unless it's dead or an even stronger creature forces it to go away. Ma 1D verifies this statement and then calls for his martial brothers from the Soaring Sword sect. After collectively greeting their elder Ma, the 6 members start flying around on their blades and disperse in all directions. Dudes cosplaying flies. They then pour a green concoction into the sea, causing it to swirl around wildly and bubble up. Yun Xiao recognizes the liquid as the snake scent grass solution, impressing Ma 1D. The uncommon herb acts as bait for scaly beasts because of its smell, being the best item in luring them out. However, due to the Violet 9 Strike Moth's living conditions and the volume of the seawater, Yun Xiao thinks that the snake scent grass solution will not work this time around. The boy wonders if Ma 1D has a backup plan, making him raise an eyebrow. If you smell what the rock is cooking. Of course, since Yun Xiao is right, the elder praises Duan Yue for his brother being a genius, inflicting a fatal blow on him. Wishing that everyone stop calling Yun Xiao his brother, the old man understands that Ma 1D would go insane if he actually knew what the boy is capable of, and just nods in agreement. The gravity of the situation soon brings him to his knees, though. All the while, Yun Xiao smirks at his misery. Right then, the Soaring Sword sex members erupt with aura, forming a massive array around the area. Everyone on the battleship gets alerted by this mighty showcase, realizing that the sect truly deserves its status. Grinning at the reactions, Ma 1D asks Yun Xiao if he knows of this array. The latter doesn't for once, and wants the former to teach him about it. Overcome with excitement, the elder explains that it's the Cloud Drop Array, handed down within his sect from ancient times, allowing them to search for any living creature within 500 miles, including the Violet 9 Strike Moth. Hearing this, Yun Xiao starts acting like a fanboy for the Soaring Sword sect and its strength. However, he couldn't be more disappointed in his mind. After all, the Cloud Drop Array is just one of the 12 beginner-level arrays out of the Royal Throne's book, 800 arrays and formations, only being fit for fooling mere plebs. Suddenly, thunderbolts erupt from the sky above the swirling seawater. "It's here," mutters Yun Xiao as their entire surroundings change. Soon, the clouds start spreading, and the mist disperses, marking the arrival of the Violet 9 Strike Moth. As the seawater shoots toward the heavens, Ma 1D shouts at everyone to attack. With this, the martial grandmasters jump into battle. Before leaving, Duan Yue instructs the Soaring Sky Sect members and Yun Xiao to hide in the battleship somewhere away from there, deeming it an unwatchable battle for them. The martial grandmasters head toward the Eye of the Vortex, unfazed by the phenomenon. Right then, a wild and eerie roar echoes throughout the area as the Violet 9 Strike Moth finally shows itself in all its glory. The monster instantly rushes to attack Ma 1D, prompting him to take a quick battle stance. He unleashes his Soaring Sword sect, Scorching Sun Strike, to fend off the beast, albeit to no avail. Unfazed by the human's onslaught, the Violet 9 Strike Moth continues to charge forward and almost devours him. Fortunately, Elder Hunya starts the 7-star strike just in time, creating a protective barrier around Ma 1D to save his life. Following him, all the other martial artists do the same. Not wanting to waste any more time, Ma 1D joins them, completing the 7 components of the array. The Violet 9 Strike Moth screams out in rage, but Elder Hunya quickly combines the 7 strikes to entrap it. Unable to escape the seal, the beast starts going wild, causing the seawater to splash around wildly. Ma 1D shouts out at everyone to be careful, understanding that the monster is going to unleash its innate ability, Seabed Draconic Thunder. Moments later, the splashing water turns into creatures resembling the Violet 9 Strike Moth. Naruto got a file for copyright at this point. These water beasts crash into the 7 striking array, unable to affect it in the slightest. Seeing the monster struggle, Elder Hunya laughs at its brutish methods. He is unimpressed by the beast's 6 Directions realm strength, as even a 7 Constellations realm martial emperor would find it troublesome to break through the 7-star striking array. Top 10 moments before disaster. However, Yun Shiyao understands that the creature already awakening its innate ability is bad news, as the Violet 9 strike could reach the 7th tier if it doesn't die this time. The boy wonders if the martial grandmasters would be able to block it. Right then, the monster unleashes his seabed draconic thunder technique once again, making Elder Hunya burst out laughing yet again. Pitying the stupid creature that is still struggling, despite the outcome being decided already, he mocks it for wasting its energy meaninglessly. However, Yun Shiyao quickly realizes that something is off. Instead of going for the entrapment, the water beasts attack the martial grandmasters, just like the reincarnated soul expected. Possessing part of the dragon's bloodline, the smart Violet 9 strike Muth used its first attack as a test to understand how it could break the array, and then use the results to actually do it. With this, the beast manages to break free. The monster got more brains than Duan Yue. Roaring out, the Violet 9 strike Moth celebrates its freedom. Suddenly, it spots a human silhouette nearby. Eager to exact its vengeance, the monster rushes to devour the human, only to end up biting nothing but air. Appearing behind it, Duan Yue mocks the creature for being a dumb brute who gets tricked by a simple illusion. Now I know that ain't who I think it is talking about being a dumb brute. The old man then brings out his Shuan weapon, unleashing the white flame ghostly strike. 6 Evil's halberd to take out the beast. However, it quickly responds by concentrating a huge ball of energy in its mouth. With this, not only does the Violet 9 strike Moth block Duan Yue's attacks, but it also wounds him in the process. Understanding that the monster is way too strong to take down, the old man furiously questions where the other 6 martial grandmasters have gone, assuming them to be dead. Unable to escape in such a situation, Duan Yue realizes that he's going to die, and vows to take down the beast with him. Right then, Yun Shiyao shouts out at him. The reincarnated soul orders the geezer to return to the battleship instantly, reprimanding him for lashing out at the 6 martial grandmasters. After all, they were smart for hiding themselves and escaping the moment the array broke. On the other hand, Duan Yue waited for a chance to ambush the Violet 9 strike Muth like an absolute idiot. Hearing Yun Xiao's stern words, the old man is hit with the unfortunate realization of being the real clown. Finding out that everyone ran away when the array failed, Duan Yue rages, vowing to crush the cowardly turtleheads to pieces when he finds them. Yun Xiao tells him to stop complaining like a little girl since his own stupidity is at fault. Hearing this, the 7-star martial grandmaster pauses and puts on a heroic front, as there is no way for the Tiger King battleship to outspeed the Violet 9 strike Muth. Duan Yue prepares to sacrifice himself to buy time for Yun Xiao to escape. Unmoved, the reincarnated soul readily accepts his offer and leaves him behind. Realizing that playing cool in front of Yun Xiao won't work well in his favor, the old man practically begs him to bring him along. With all the shenanigans out of the way, Duan Yue seriously questions how the boy plans on dealing with the Violet 9 strike Muth, which is about to catch up to them soon. Of course, in classic Yun Xiao fashion, the plan is to make someone else take the hit. After all, it just so happens that Ma Wandi's men have another 5th-tier battleship in the vicinity. Already mad at the Elder for running away, Duan Yue readily jumps on the opportunity to exact his twisted vengeance. What a sadistic ass old freak. Grabbing Yun Xiao by the shoulder, the old man leaps onto the soaring sword-sex Tiger King battleship. Seeing them there, Ma Wandi's men anxiously inquire about the situation. However, Duan Yue only gives them a furious glare, making them flinch. At the same time, Yun Xiao turns toward the Violet 9 strike Muth and screams out, "Explode!" With this shout, a floating battleship near the beast erupts, resulting in a wild explosion that sends shockwaves everywhere. Forced to cover their eyes against the impact, the soaring sword sect members question what's going on. Before they can get any answers though, Duan Yue and Yun Xiao vanish, leaving the martial artists scratching their heads. Of course, things are only about to get worse for Ma Wandi's men. Enraged by the earlier blast, the Violet 9 strike Muth appears before them and begins chopping away. Enjoying the view from the comfort of his Tiger King battleship, Duan Yue remarks that the soaring sect members deserve this gruesome fate for abandoning him. In fact, he even thinks that Yun Xiao should blow up their battleship to damage the beast further. Since the reincarnated soul isn't a Nineth-tier refiner, at least not in this life, he can't perform such a feat with his current spirit power. After all, he had to prepare an encryption and a universal mark for the previous explosion to work as well. Despite that, a large store of his spirit power was depleted. Regardless, Duan Yue is thoroughly impressed. For a one-star great martial master to stay calm in such a situation and save the life of a martial grandmaster such as himself, the old man respects the boy and vows to remember this debt. My goat is the Thanos of collecting professional glazers. Heck, he even got us glazing him. However, Yu Xiao feels that it is too early to start celebrating and advises Duan Yue to heal himself. He hands the old man some pills, wanting him to take them in order to fight later. This leaves the 7-star martial grandmaster confused, as the distance they currently have with the Violet 9-strike Muth should make it easy for them to escape. Little does Duan Yue know, Yun Xiao has no intention of running away. Hearing these words, the old man shouts out, questioning if the boy really intends to try killing the monster alone. Duan Yue protests, labeling Yun Xiao insane for even thinking of such a thing. He wants no part in this madness, refusing to help the reincarnated soul in this suicide mission. Right then, Yun Xiao declares that no one said he was going by himself. Not having enough IQ to keep up, the old man is left shaking his head in confusion. With a sinister grin across his face, the boy reveals that Ma Wandi is still hiding in silence. As the ruthless elder refuses to show himself, even when his people are being slaughtered, Yu Xiao wants to see just how long he can keep hiding. Turns out, the other 6 martial grandmasters aren't dumbasses like the old man, and haven't left the scene yet, instead opting to hide themselves above the sea, with secret techniques. All of them are waiting on someone else to make a move first, wanting to reap the rewards at the best opportune moment possible. Only an idiot like Duan Yue decided to come out and make the first move. Infuriated by this revelation, the old man swears to make everyone pay when he gets his strength back. Of course, Yun Xiao tells him to stop complaining, since it's his own fault for being stupid in the first place, and focus on recovering. Observing the boy, Duan Yue concludes that his calm demeanor is the real thing, something that can't be faked, and is only obtained through a lifetime's worth of encounters with death. Blood is unaware. Just then, Yun Xiao starts an incantation. With the winds and clouds in hand, the world becomes his, bringing the 5-line tripod to him. As Yun Xiao has always surprised him, Duan Yue finally starts believing in the impossible. Maybe, just maybe, the boy actually has a way to defeat the beast. However, the old man's ramblings soon stop as the Violet 9-strike Muth rushes toward them at an immense speed. Duan Yue panically warns Yun Xiao of its arrival, but he remains unfazed. With the true fire of life flaring up on his forehead, the reincarnated soul imbues them into the 5-line tripod. Enveloping the nooks and crannies of the 5-star Yuan artifact, the blue flames of the true soul phoenix take form, turning into the projection of the ancient mythical creature. Witnessing this sight, the Violet 9-stripe starts quivering in fear. After all, it's only natural for a water-based true spirit to fear fire, said fire being a projection imbued with the breath of a true soul phoenix is just overkill. Having used the tear suppression between the beast's strengths to his advantage, Yu Xiao grins proudly. Just like that, the true fire of life surrounds the Violet 9-strike Muth, pulling its entire being into the 5-line tripod. With this, Yu Xiao completes the hunt all alone and declares that they are done, at least for now. Of course, this entire scene leaves Duan Yue questioning reality itself, making all sorts of thoughts flow into his already feeble mind. Even when he was ready to give up his own life to kill the 6th-tier sea beast, Duan Yue couldn't do it. So, for the monster to get captured so easily and without any bloodshed is something he truly can't comprehend. However, now is not the time for these thoughts, as the rest of the martial grandmasters show up to collect the loot, nonchalantly congratulating the 2 mighty brothers for capturing the Violet 9-strike Muth alive. Ma Wandi tries to feign ignorance about where they have been, only keeping his eyes on the price. However, Duan Yue isn't the least bit interested in receiving or accepting his praise. Taking a stern stance, he tells the wretched martial grandmasters to return wherever they came from. Hearing this, Elder Hunya steps up, guilt-tripping Duan Yue for forgetting about them after getting his hands on the prize. In the blink of an eye, the 6 martial grandmasters surround the old man and Yu Xiao, refusing to let them run off with the beast. Sti Tuxing chimes in, insisting that the only reason Duan Yue is even alive at the moment is because of them using the 7-star striking array to weaken the Violet 9-strike Muth. His partner, Tong Chiao tells the old man to listen and just split the loot into 7 equal shares as previously agreed. In fact, he can even go ahead and take the first pick for himself. Instead of Duan Yue, Ma 1D has a problem this time. Dudes aren't even on the same page, they grip lil bras. After all, the original plan was for the treasure to be split into each shares, with 2 of them belonging to the Soaring Sword sect. Tong Chiao reminds him that the basis for that arrangement was for the Soaring Sword sect's contributions to be the largest, something that they miserably failed to accomplish. So, there's no reason for the extra share to be given to them. Yan Fei Yue backs Tong Chiao's suggestion, practically telling Ma 1D to pipe down. The 80-year-old perverted lady gives him a wink for his service, creeping out the poor young dude. Hanya also declares that dividing the treasure into 7 shares is fair, forcing Ma 1D to back off. Right then, Yun Xiao speaks up. As they are keeping things fair, the boy wonders if he can also get a share. After all, he is the one who trapped the violet 9-strike moth in the 5-line tripod. Shi Hongkai tells him off, announcing that entrapping the violet 9-strike moth wasn't his personal contribution in the first place, since they weakened it with the 7-star striking array. The scholarly martial grandmaster starts giving Yun Xiao a lecture about the virtue of humbleness, and Tong Chiao jumps in with him. Instead of a share of the treasure, the lady kindly offers Yun Xiao to take a 3rd-tier Shuan weapon out of her arsenal as a reward. Hearing these words, the reincarnated soul demonstrates his masterclass acting and pretends to accept that he is a good-for-nothing, who was just harmfully having absurd fantasies. Elder Hunya praises the boy's maturity, also complimenting Duan Yue for having such a talented younger brother at the same time. Bro might as well accept his fate at this point. Suddenly, Yun Xiao reminds everyone that the agreed-upon distribution was for a dead violet 9-strike moth. However, as he has captured the beast alive in his 5-line tripod, the reincarnated soul wonders if the martial grandmasters intend to cut it up. Hearing this, the realization hits all of them at once. Before, they never even considered the possibility of capturing a live violet 9-strike moth, as the beast value is many times more alive than it is if it were dead. Cutting it up for distribution would be the equivalent of ruining a priceless treasure, something that no martial artist would ever dare to do. Understanding that he would be the first target if negotiations were to break down, Hunya bursts out laughing. He tries to defuse the situation, reiterating the vow of trust they took before setting out to sea. Hunya takes the moral high ground, prompting Ma 1D to remind him that they also agreed on an 8-shared distribution at the same time. Realizing that he has been had, the cunning geezer puts the blame on the other martial grandmasters and offers to trade his share for a satisfactory price. Shi Hongkai doubts that anyone there is rich enough to have something similar in value to the violet 9-strike moth, but Elder Hunya is convinced that someone would be willing to put a price on the beast. A momentary silence befalls the Tiger King battleship, getting broken by Yan Fei Yue. He brings out an ancient 6th-tier soul talisman, made by the Rune sect, revealing it to be a defensive talisman of immeasurable value that can even block a full-force attack from a 1-star martial emperor. Yan Fei Yue puts it up for trade, with a share of the violet 9-strike moth, instantly catching everyone's attention. On today's episode of Deal or No Deal, made by the Rune sect's secret technique, the talisman is a consumable item that houses its producer's cultivation. As such, it has an extremely low success rate in refinement. Even Yun Xiao, who was a 9th-tier refiner in his past life, is unaware of how the ancient talismans are refined. The Rune sect is already mysterious and private enough in Tianwu, so these talismans are very rare and secretive, even by their standards. In fact, only experts who are at the end of their ropes refine such talismans in exchange for their lives and pass them on to their descendants for protection. However, Si Tuixing and Tong Chiao express no interest in the item, since it has no use for them. While Yan Fei Yue rages, Hunya questions if any of them is in possession of an underworld stone, vowing to trade his share of the treasure in exchange for it. Hearing this, Yun Xiao falls deep into thought. Si Tuixing and Tong Chiao are left wondering what the geezer is talking about, while the boy notes that the underworld stone is a Shuan artifact similar to the heavenly obsidian jade, albeit being of a way lower tier. Yun Xiao laments that the small piece he stole from the Supreme High Palace exploded in the process of destroying the Xingzong family. Yet again, silence descends on the Tiger King battleship. Wondering how long they are going to just keep standing around, Ma 1D breaks the silence this time, suggesting that good old primordial stones be used to settle a matter. Ignoring his words, Yun Xiao turns his attention toward the 5-line tripod, which is going wild due to the violet 9-strike moth adapting to the phoenix's flames. Realizing that the beast won't stay trapped for much longer, Yun Xiao tells Yan Fei Yue that he can have Duan Yue's share for 100,000 high-tier primordial stones, on top of the ancient soul talisman. Confused at the boy speaking for him, Yan Fei Yue asks the old man if he really wants to do this trade. Side-eyeing the boy and getting a signal, Duan Yue starts walking off, declaring that Yun Xiao's word is his own. With this, Yan Fei Yue hands over the items to the reincarnated soul. Staring at the ancient talisman, Yun Xiao feels glad. After all, he couldn't find anything about the rune sex items, no matter how many of them were gifted to him in his past life. Once again giving an Oscar-worthy performance, Yun Xiao hands over the 5-line tripod, containing the violet 9-strike moth to Yan Fei Yue, and starts crying over the loss of his beloved 5th-tier Yuan artifact. The former's masterful acting works, as the latter hands him the 5th-tier Dragon and Phoenix dual rings that he used while being a martial king as compensation for the 5-line tripod. Nah, Blue got finessed. Grinning from ear to ear, Yun Xiao brings out another Tiger King battleship and starts heading off, not wanting to interfere with however the martial grandmasters choose to distribute the treasure. Leaving the previous Tiger King battleship as a gift for them, the boy moves out. Afterward, Duan Yue asks Yun Xiao how he has so many 5th-tier battleships, considering that they are meant to be extremely hard to get. The reincarnated soul tells the broke brat to stop trying to understand his life and just focus on healing his injuries, as he might have to fight later. Duan Yue feels extremely confused by this statement at first, though he soon remembers that going to the Rainbow Fog was their original mission to begin with. Although they will be going to the Rainbow Fog later, that isn't what Yun Xiao is talking about. After all, they still need the violet 9-strike moth. Since the martial grandmasters rested for so long at their expense before, Yun Xiao wants to return the favor and hides the Tiger King battleship above the clouds with some encryptions. Not keeping up with whatever the boy is on about, Duan Yue wonders if the martial grandmasters will start fighting over the distribution. However, Yun Xiao is talking about something else yet again, declaring that it should be about time. Sick and tired of feeling dumb, the geezer begs the boy to speak clearly for once and just tell him why he was in such a hurry to trade before. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't need to explain anything, as the echoing roar of the violet 9-strike moth, coming from the martial grandmaster's direction, soon makes everything clear to Duan Yue. The old man questions if Yun Xiao did all this on purpose, receiving only a grin in response, impressed by the boy's ruthlessness. Duan Yue starts laughing, celebrating the impending demise of the 6 who abandoned him before. Laying down to rest up after all his hard work, Yun Xiao feels annoyed by the 7-star martial grandmaster's earlier remark. After all, expecting a 1-star great martial master to deal with a 6th-tier beast that easily is just pure idiocy. The reincarnated soul only seal it temporarily, which forced unreasonable time constraints on him. Otherwise, he would have gotten more than an ancient soul talisman without losing his 5-line tripod. Duan Yue reminds the boy that Yan Fei Yue already compensated him for the rusty old tripod, with the Dragon and Phoenix dual rings recognizing them as a strong weapon. However, Yun Xiao tells the old man to stop talking about things he doesn't know. Not only does the 5-line tripod contain a full understanding of the 5 elements realm, making it the most valuable 5th-tier item in the entirety of Tianwu, but the reincarnated soul has also studied it thoroughly, becoming one with the tripod, so losing it greatly reduces his strength. Hearing details about the 5-line tripod, Duan Yue remembers it as the one tripod refined by Go Fei Yang that was auctioned off during the 1,000 Treasures auction recently. Turns out, the old man was looking for a refiner of the Dust Flame Empire branch at the time and happened to look at the brochures. However, he never could have thought that Yun Xiao was the one who bought it. Sure, let's go with bought. Moreover, completely grasping the 5-line tripod in such little time is beyond Duan Yue, as not even a 7-star martial grandmaster like him would have been able to do such a thing. Looking on at the 6 martial grandmasters struggling against the violet 9-strike moth, Yun Xiao simply shrugs off Duan Yue's comment by announcing it as the difference between their capabilities, telling the old man to just relax and focus on healing up. The boy turns his attention to the good show taking place at the moment. Of course, this is the 6 martial grandmasters struggling to even make a dent in the violet 9-strike month. Realizing that Yun Xiao tricked him, Yan Fei Yue vows to rip him to shreds if he ever sees him again. Meanwhile, Ma Wandi is shocked by Duan Yue's cruelty, lamenting ever letting him in on the hunt. Han Ya wonders how he is even surprised, having always considered the old man to be a greedy weasel. Hearing them complain, Tang Chiao questions what good it is going to do for them now, wanting to just team up and kill the beast as quickly as possible. In order to ensure that no one else betrays the group, Shi Han Kai declares that everyone will jump whoever tries to run away. Yan Fei Yue likes the idea and prepares to go all out, and the others follow suit. Elder Han Ya unleashes his bloody crocodile twin snip, forming a sinister scissor-like entity to deal with the beast. Shi Han Kai is up next, and he activates his spring-fall skyward scroll. Just like that, Yan Fei Yue leaps in with his agile tiger flame slash. The couple, Si Tuixing and Tang Chiao, unite to unleash their dual-blade full-strike technique. Lastly, Ma Wandi gathers his energy to let loose his soaring sword melding combustion. All the techniques rain down on the violet 9-striped moth, causing it to scream out in agony. Looking on, Yun Xiao snarks at the ragtag bunch. After all, if the 6 martial grandmasters had decided to cooperate like this, when the array broke, they wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible situation in the first place. Duan Yue notes that all of them just wanted to take the loot for themselves, but are forced to share it now. However, Yun Xiao thinks that they won't even get to do that. Since the martial grandmasters will exhaust themselves in killing the violet 9-strike moth, he plans for the brothers to collect the profits. Effing diabolical mate. At the same time, most of Duan Yue's injuries are completely healed, making him wonder what pill Yun Xiao gave him. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul gets alerted by something and gets up. Even though his universal detect isn't picking up anything, he has a gut feeling that a bad time awaits them. Announcing that there's been a change of plans, Yun Xiao instructs Duan Yue to prepare to flee at a moment's notice. The boy is deeply troubled by his universal detect failing him, as this might mean that a stronger sea beast is lurking around in the area. Of course, everything looks like it's all rainbow and sunshine to a dumbass like Duan Yue, even though a massive claw is popping out of the clouds behind him, utterly eclipsing the violet 9-strike moth in size. The gigantic purple hand clutches the beast with such force that it starts coughing out blood. Along with the 6th-tier monster, the claw soon pulls back into the portal it popped out from. Moments later, a 6th-tier Green Phoenix battleship appears out of the portal, with the violet 9-strike moth entrapped in a purple orb that floats atop his hand. An ominous man celebrates that his master Shu's troubles have been relieved. After all, he found such a good gift for his sect master's 500th birthday next month, as the pill made from the 6th-tier beast would be perfect nourishment for the old man. Dude's really fighting over steroids for martial artists. Reading his mysterious lord, Ma Wandi tries to say something about the violet 9-strike moth. However, he instantly gets shut down, stuttering over his words. Hunya greets the ominous man, recognizing him as a Peak 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster of the Star Mansion sect. To Hunya's knowledge, out of the elites of Star Mansion's sect that are currently on guard in Verdant Seaport, there should be only 2 9-star martial grandmasters other than Shu Feng, making him wonder if the man's one of them. Commending the elder for his insight, the imposing figure confirms his hypothesis and introduces himself as Han Yuan, with a harsh chi oozing out of his right eye. The entity once again tells Hunya to get lost if he knows him, threatening him with death if he doesn't. Grinding his teeth, Hunya is about to say something concerning his relationship with Master Shu Feng, but gets shot down without hesitation. Han Yuan doesn't care about whatever connections anyone has, as the only choice for them is to either scram or die. Hey, this dude is kinda based. Just like that, Hunya's body falls into the water below, where a ravaging sea beast eats it for lunch. This scene strikes fear into the hearts and minds of the remaining 5 martial grandmasters, causing them to fly off in separate directions. However, Ma Wandi runs into a solid wall, or rather, a portal. Li Yuan Yu, in aid of the Star Mansion's sect master, appears out of it. As per orders, he is there to take the martial grandmasters' lives. 3 more portals follow suit, bringing with them 1 martial grandmaster each for every member of the hunting party. While Yun Xiao and Duan Yue are left in shock, Ma 1D protests, questioning why they have to die, even after handing over the Violet 9-striked Muth. Well, turns out that the answer's pretty simple. Since all of them are martial grandmasters with big names in Verdant Sea part, Shu Feng just doesn't want any trouble later. Holy Giga Chad. Right then, Yun Xiao is overcome with an uneasy feeling. Leaving Li Yuanyu in charge of finishing off the martial grandmasters, the maniacal Hung Yuan turns his attention toward the 2 ants outside their web and rushes to finish them off. With this, an unstoppable foe approaches Yun Xiao and Duan Yue. In the face of impending doom, the reincarnated soul simply smiles, passing a sly remark about how they are truly done for this time. Duan Yue finds it difficult to understand this behavior, as the boy should definitely be well aware of their dire situation. Despite this, he looks neither scared nor panicked. Remaining calm even when confronted by death, this feat leaves Duan Yue questioning just how much composure Yun Xiao truly possesses. The old man also feels curious about the kind of cultivation path the boy has taken, as even a 7-star martial grandmaster like himself is panicking at the thought of Hung Yuan catching up to them at any moment. Right then, Yun Xiao asks Duan Yue if he feels confident in injuring the Star Mansion sect martial grandmaster with an all-out attack. Despite not being able to kill Hung Yuan with his full might and momentum, the old man at least feels confident about injuring him heavily. However, landing the attack is another story entirely. Thankfully, Yun Xiao only requires him to be strong enough. When Hung Yuan is 10 meters away from the battleship, the reincarnated soul will restrict his movements for a bit, allowing Duan Yue to strike. So, the geezer should start gathering his momentum when the enemy is 100 meters away. The thought of a 1-star great martial master being able to restrict a peak martial grandmaster utterly baffles Duan Yue, leaving him filled with doubt. This dumbass really doubting plot armor still. However, as Hung Yuan approaches the Tiger King battleship, the geezer has no choice but to believe in Yun Xiao yet again. Duan Yue brings out his white flame ghostly killer, unsealing it to unleash wild flames that start running rampant. Looking at this sight, Hung Yuan realizes that not even he can tank an all-out attack from a 7-star martial grandmaster. Still, the former is convinced that the latter will never be able to land a blow on him. Praising Duan Yue's exceptional abilities, Hung Yuan offers to spare his life if he enters the Star Mansion sect. Having the same misconception about Yun Xiao being Duan Yue's illegitimate child, the Peak 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster starts blackmailing the old man with his son's life. In response, the reincarnated soul tells Hung Yuan to send his greetings to his entire family instead, and activates the Universal Spirit Suppressor exile technique. As soon as the attacker gets within 10 meters of Yun Xiao, Crimson Madness takes control of him. Getting surrounded by countless moon eyes, Hung Yuan freezes in place. Seeing a mere kid affect him with such mental techniques, the martial grandmaster is left questioning his identity. However, he has better things to worry about at the moment, as countless chain-like structures emerge from the moon eyes to restrict Hung Yuan. Enraged by the petty tricks, the 9-star martial grandmaster feels infuriated that mere illusions are hurting him. Calling for the endless world, the shining stars, and the ghosts that hold him, Hung Yuan prepares to rip the illusory space apart. He succeeds in doing so too, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Taking advantage of the momentary restriction, Duan Yue appears behind the Peak 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster, striking him down with the White Flame Ghostly Killer, 6 Evil's Halberd. Named Harder Than Us? Wait, what? A clean slash passes right through Hung Yuan's torso, enveloping him in a ghastly flame. Barely managing to string words together, the Star Mansion Sect Guardian vows to rip Duan Yue into 1,000 pieces, only to burst into flames. Looking badass for the first time since his introduction, the old man tells Hung Yuan to try and stop his own organs from burning instead. Completely exhausted, Yun Xiao gives Duan Yue a thumbs up, praising him for a job well done. At the same moment, the boy falls unconscious. The geezer quickly catches him and shouts out, calling for Yun Xiao with a voice full of worry. As the Tiger King battleship moves out, Hung Yuan consumes his 6th cure holy medicine that he has been saving all this time to almost completely heal himself. Since Duan Yue's attack was equivalent to that of an 8-star martial grandmaster, he should not have any more energy left. So even with an injured True Yuan, Hung Yuan feels confident in ending the two ants with his bare fists if he chases them down. Screaming into the air, the Star Mansion Sect Guardian scolds Yun Xiao and Duan Yue for even thinking about leaving. However, despite his universal detect being locked on the supposed father and son throughout the entire ordeal, they somehow suddenly vanish into thin air. Suddenly, a mysterious fog starts gathering around Hung Yuan, making him think that it is another illusion. Of course, the realization of it being the rainbow fog hits him soon enough. Quickly surrounding himself with a barrier, the Peak Six Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster avoids touching the pink crystalline dust with all his might. At the same time, he refuses to let Yun Xiao and Duan Yue run away. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao celebrates that things turned out perfectly. Not only did the static rainbow fog warp them away from imminent death, but it also brought them safely near the Kungo Divine Tree. Seeing the boy move around so freely, Duan Yue is shocked at his spirit power, fully recovering so quickly. However, Yun Xiao wishes that it hadn't for some reason, leaving the geezer shaking his head in confusion. Turns out, the moment he spread out his universal detect, the reincarnated soul noticed that they had been surrounded. Oh, to be an ignorant fool like Duan Yue, who was so calm and happy before Yun Xiao told him anything, and is panicking all over the place now. Unfazed, the boy tells the 7-star martial grandmaster to just relax, since resisting isn't an option. As all the enemies are under the water, Yun Xiao guesses that the rainbow fog must have brought them into the deep sea territory of a seafolk tribe. Right then, the seawater starts splashing around wildly. Countless seamen erupt from the water, surrounding Yun Xiao and Duan Yue. Oozing with hostility, they reprimand the humans for intruding on their territory, demanding that they surrender peacefully. Seeing that there's a 5-star martial grandmaster and a dozen lower tier ones among the enemy forces, Duan Yue gets overwhelmed and freezes in place. What does bro even do? Meanwhile, Yu Xiao tries reasoning with the seafolk, asking for forgiveness. He explains that they ended up in their territory by pure accident, while running for their lives and had no intention of intruding. However, the seamen are convinced that humans are just playing tricks on them. Whatever reason Yun Xiao and Duan Yue have for being there doesn't matter to the seafolk, as they are still intruding on their territory. On the orders of the Blazefish tribe master, the seamen get up in arms to make the intruders yield. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao puts out his arms and surrenders, promising that they don't have any ill intent. Wanting to be captured instead, he acts scared and begs the seafolk to spare their lives. In reality, the reincarnated soul is pissed off that the seafolk can't be reasoned with. Their oozing killing intent and prejudice against humans make it clear to Yun Xiao that the seamen will kill them happily at any sign of resistance, regardless of the nature of the truth. So he signals Duan Yue to not make any rash moves, and the two get captured by the seafolk. Of course, Yun Xiao tries to check if he can break free of the restraints, but whichever beast's immensely elastic tendons were used to make it impossible for him to do so. At the same time, the seamen's leader commands his soldiers to take the intruders to their chief. He also commends the humans for their obedience, promising to leave their corpses intact if they continue to behave well. Acting like a little kid, Yun Xiao calls the seafolk out for their lack of honor, only to have his complaining shut down by getting force-fed a pill. With this, the seamen jump into the water, taking the humans with them. Yun Xiao realizes that what they ate were water-warding pills, treasures that enable living beings from the land to move freely in any water body. This makes him feel relieved, as the seafolk wouldn't have given him and Duan Yue such pills if they really wanted to kill them. After all, the water-warding pills are extremely rare valuables for humans. Even though the seafolk tribes have plenty of them, it would still be a waste to use them in such a way. While traversing through the deep sea region, Yun Xiao makes small talk with the leader of the seafolk soldiers. Inquiring about their destination, he tries to talk him out of killing them by attributing their meeting to fate. The reincarnated soul suggests that they should be friends, infuriating the seaman who doesn't deem humans to be worthy of being friends with the seafolk. Of course, Yun Xiao would never have tried to befriend someone like him if he hadn't been caught, but is now forced to use his charming eyes to seduce the enemy. Ayo, pause. Falling for the dreamy eyes, the seafolk starts lore dumping and reveals that a strong human, presumably Hung Yuan, intruded into their territory not too long ago. The wretched man injured 3 of their leaders, sending the entire Blazefish tribe into an uproar. Now, their chief has ordered the capture of that human. As it has been centuries since the sea folk last saw humans, the sea man refuses to believe that so many humans would just appear randomly in such a short amount of time. So he is convinced that Yun Shiyao and Duan Yue are related to Heng Yuan. Much to his surprise, the boy actually doubles down on being related to the human who wreaked havoc on the Blazefish tribe. However, Yun Shiyao hates the way that Heng Yuan talks and the way that he walks. The reincarnated soul even hates the way that the martial grandmaster dresses and wants to know if he is injured. Gritting his teeth, the sea man reveals that Heng Yuan ran away after being under fire from 3 of the Blazefish tribe's leaders and is probably in hiding to recover from his injuries. Since the 3 leaders were able to stand on equal footing with Heng Yuan, Yun Shiyao guesses that they are also 8 or 9 Star Martial Grandmasters. He hopes with all his heart that the tribe master isn't a martial emperor, so they can still have a chance of escaping. Wanting to avoid conflict altogether if possible, the reincarnated soul makes a plan to see what they are up to. As there are countless sea folk in the 4 seas, their tribes have been divided into 7 tiers for ease of management, with strength as its basis. The strongest amongst the sea folk is the Bo family, who currently reigns as emperor of the 4 seas. Considered to be godlike, they aren't put within the 7 tiers. Under them, however, is the first tier. It includes the 4 royal families, each of which rules the 4 cardinal sins. These are the Guam, Qin, Shun, and Run families, all deemed to be superpowers. Below the royal families in power, the second-tier tribes must have at least 10 or more martial sovereigns to be considered as such. Just like that, the third-tier tribes are those who have at least 1 martial sovereign, while the 4th-tier tribes have at least 1 martial supreme. Continuing the trend of requirements, at least 1 martial emperor is needed to be a 5th-tier tribe, while a 6th-tier tribe must have at least 1 martial grandmaster, putting them on the same level as a subsidiary of the Dustflame Empire. Lastly, the 7th tier only requires a martial king. The Seafolk tribes beneath this cultivation level aren't considered in the tier system and aren't allowed to call themselves Seafolk at all. Instead, they are known as Sea Dwellers. We are getting so fluent in Japanese. Feigning that he is just a curious kid, Yun Shiyao asks the leader of the Seafolk soldiers about the Blazefish tribe's tier. Captivated by the innocence and purity of the boy, the Seaman ends up revealing that they are a 5th-tier tribe that reigns supreme in a 1,000-mile radius. This annoys Yun Shiyao, as having a martial emperor there ruins their chances of escape. However, as Seafolk are naive compared to cunning humans and can't hide their emotions well, the reincarnated soul notices that the Seaman looks distressed and innocently inquires about it. This time, though, the Blazefish soldier doesn't fall for it. Putting his trident against Yun Shiyao's chest, he accuses him of trying to get information on them. While the boy swears up and down that he just wanted to help out since his face is full of worry, Duan Yue tries to contain his laughter. After all, the stupid fish has already told them almost everything. At the same time, Yun Shiyao reminds the seamen that they have a common enemy in Heng Yuan. Since an enemy of an enemy is a friend, they are already friends. The dumb seaman finds no faults in this argument and starts pouring his heart out to Yun Shiyao. Blood really folded under no pressure. Turns out, the Blazefish tribe's chief, despite being a 1-star martial emperor, is at the end of his life. Meanwhile, the strongest among their leaders, Tia Fan, only recently became a 9-star martial grandmaster. Their chief would have originally exchanged his remaining years to increase Tia Fan's cultivation level up to a peak 9-star martial grandmaster. However, the recent attack from Heng Yuan resulted in the leader suffering heavy injuries, making this feat impossible to accomplish. As the other leaders are only 8-star martial grandmasters, it will take them around 50 to 100 years to become 9-star martial grandmasters, a time that their chief doesn't have. So, if Tia Fan can't become a martial emperor before his passing, the Blazefish tribe will get demoted to the 6th tier. Not wanting his tribe to face this situation, the Seaman is motivated to capture Heng Yuan and tear him to shreds. Being the Oscar-worthy actor that he is, Yun Shiyao bursts into tears at this inspiring speech. Meanwhile, Duan Yue can't believe that the dumb Seaman really told intruders like them everything about his tribe. Guess the Seafolk are just stupid fish in the end. Hearing about the intense battle, Yun Shiyao concludes that it isn't possible for Heng Yuan to completely heal so soon, after fighting the Seafolk and Duan Yue back to back. Hoping that he stays out of their hair for a bit, As all three leaders of the Blazefish tribe are injured as well, the only pillar supporting them, as well as the only thing stopping Yun Shiyao from escaping, is the Martial Emperor tribe leader. And so the sea folk arrive at their city with the captured humans. Entering the majestic underwater city, Duan Yue is captivated by the sights and starts looking around like a child in awe. Little creatures are moving around with buckets on their backs, carrying purple crystals of some sort in them. Noticing the old man's excitement, Yun Xiao explains that they are called primordial crystals. Similar to how humans use primordial stones, the sea folk use them in refinement. Moreover, as the sea is filled with resources, the sea folk can simply focus on cultivating without having to worry about food or shelter. To keep things moving, though, the elderly and children are in charge of transporting the primordial crystals. For instance, the Blazefish tribe is ordering around weird little sea folk from weak tribes for this task, while focusing on cultivation themselves. Refusing to accept the knowledge gracefully, Duan Yue pretends that he is already aware of all that and raises his chin proudly. Both Yun Shiyao and the seaman smile at him, while the latter expresses surprise at humans having some understanding of the sea folk. He then orders his soldiers to take away Yun Shiyao's last Tiger King battleship to help with transporting primordial crystals, making the boy regret giving them away so easily. Well, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. In the next breath, the seaman orders Yun Shiyao and Duan Yue to follow him, wanting them to meet the tribe leader. After all, if the two of them can explain that they are not working with Hung Yuan, their lives just might be spared. Walking inside the palace, Duan Yue gets confused by the lack of seawater. Of course, Yun Xiao knows that it's a seafolk tradition to use waterproof membranes to keep the water out of the palace. Soon, they arrive at the throne room, where the tribe leader, surrounded by totems of fire, awaits them. This scenery confuses Yun Xiao, as most seafolk are afraid of fire, but the Blazefish tribe seems to have it even in their name. Right then, the tribe leader speaks up, referring to the seaman as Tia Fei. He inquires about the identity of the captives. Kneeling down before him, Tia Fei reveals that they are humans, infuriating the tribe leader, Tia Pin. The Martial Emperor's immense aura oozes out in all directions, exerting soul-crushing pressure on everyone present. Crossing eyes with Yun Xiao, though, Tia Pin relaxes and asks Tia Fei if the intruders are related to the human who attacked them. The seaman explains that Yun Xiao and Duan Yue insist on having a deep-seated grudge against Hung Yuan instead, but the tribe leader declares that it's nothing but an excuse. In his eyes, there isn't a single good seed among humans. He orders Tia Fei to drag away the intruders and feed them to the fish, prompting Yun Xiao to free himself from the restraints and protest. Abracadabra, I'm about to reach in my bag, brah. The reincarnated soul warns Tia Pin that if he doesn't drop the act already, they will eradicate the Blazefish tribe. Infuriated by the disrespect against the tribe leader, Tia Fei rushes to kill Yun Xiao. At the same time, Duan Yue frees himself from his restraints as well and intercepts the seaman. Stopping Tia Fei's weapon with his bare hands, the 7-star martial grandmaster lands a monstrous kick on the seaman's face, sending him flying to Tia Pin. Oozing with killing intent, the tribe leader threatens to end the humans' lives. However, Yun Xiao once again tells him to drop the act. After all, even with all this power, the Martial Emperor can only make one last move before his body gives up on him. Tia Pin may be able to fool others, but he can't hide being on his last breath from Yun Xiao's eyes. So, if the tribe leader foolishly attacks them, he'll die as well. Tia Pin is taken aback by these words, while Tia Fei begs him to say that it isn't so. With his entire body trembling, the Martial Emperor confirms Yun Xiao's words, but vows to kill him without hesitation if he threatens the Blazefish tribe. The reincarnated soul reminds Tia Pin that he was the one who wanted to kill him, and Duan Yue, even though they didn't have any ill intent, as the one thing that Yun Xiao hates more than anything is being threatened. He demands that Tia Pin apologize and show them a token of his sincerity. Otherwise, Tia Fei will lose his life, leaving the Blazefish tribe helpless. Womp womp. Enraged by the boy's declaration, the loyal seaman rushes to kill him. However, the tribe leader orders Tia Fei to stop. Tia Pin then asks Yun Xiao to just leave the Blazefish tribe's territory and never show himself there again if he truly has no ill intent. Hearing his chief's words, the seaman tells Yun Xiao to accept this great mercy and get lost. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't one to listen to a mere fish. Although he respects Tia Fei's loyalty, Yun Shiyao has two things to say to him. Firstly, Tia Pin's act was not a display of mercy, but rather an analysis of their strengths and understanding that it's a lose-lose situation. Secondly, he doesn't want to leave quite yet and has a business deal to make with the Blazefish tribe. However, Tia Pin instantly shuts down his offer. Telling the boy to leave, the tribe leader threatens to take back his decision if they don't hurry. Since Yun Shiyao realized long ago that the sea folk are arrogant and proud, he instantly gets to the point and proposes to give Tia Pin an additional 100 years of life, along with helping the heavily injured Tia Fan break straight through to Martial Emperor. Screaming out in utter disbelief, the tribe leader gets up from his throne and asks Yun Shiyao to repeat himself. Duan Yuwei scratches his chin in confusion too, as the boy's proposition seems a little too far-fetched to fulfill, even by his standards. A momentary silence descends in the room, after which Tia Pin sits back down. Swearing to kill Yun Shiyao if he is lying, the tribe leader inquires about the business deal and wonders how he can trust him. Assuring Tia Pin that it will be a win-win situation for both of them, the boy asks him if he knows of the Congo Divine Tree. For some reason, this alerts the Martial Emperor, as well as Tia Fei. Questioning if there's a problem, Yun Shiyao tells them once again what he is offering in the business deal. However, Tia Pin still looks distraught. Bringing his hand to his face, the tribe leader commands Tia Fei to inform the humans about the situation. Obeying his chief's order, the seaman reveals that his Blazefish tribe used to protect the holy item, known as the Congo Divine Tree. Unfortunately, it has fallen into the hands of the Razor Clan tribe. These dudes gotta be certified frauds. As the Congo Divine Tree should be nearby, Yun Shiyao wonders how that is possible. After all, Tia Fei was the one who said that they reign supreme for thousands of miles. Turns out, even though the Razor Clams are one tier below the Blazefish tribe, they have 3 9-star martial grandmasters. So, unless Tia Pin himself takes part in the battle, their overall strength pales in comparison to the Razor Clan tribe. By ingesting the leaves of the Congo Divine Tree, the Blazefish tribe has nourished themselves and increased their cultivation for tens of thousands of years. As such, the Razor Clams don't mind souring their relationship with them over it. In fact, maybe they knew about Tia Pin's condition and attacked them for that very reason. Ignoring everything Tia Fei just said, Yun Shiyao holds his chest, overcome with agony at the thought of the idiotic fish heads eating the Congo Divine Tree's leaves as is. Regardless, he controls himself and notes that the holy treasure should be about the size of a city, since the Blazefish tribe has controlled it for tens of thousands of years. Yun Shiyao wonders if they have a method to go directly into the Divine Tree. Ayo, chill on my boy Yuziyu. Unfortunately, there is no way to get there without alerting the Razor Clan tribe. However, they can make it difficult for the enemy to find them by breaking their seal and invading forcefully. Fortunately, this much is enough for Yun Shiyao, and he asks the tribe leader to lead them to the Congo Divine Tree. If they successfully break in and hide inside for just half a month, the reincarnated soul promises that Tia Pin will recover 100 years of life force. Despite this, Tia Fei protests, since the Martial Emperor can only launch one attack before dying. He worries about what will happen if Yun Shiyao ends up in danger. The loyal seaman begs that he be allowed to take them there instead, only to get shut down by Tia Pin himself. As all 3 of the Razor Clan tribe's 9-star martial grandmasters are guarding the Congo Divine Tree, Tia Fei won't be able to break in with his meager strength. So Tia Pin deems it necessary for himself to be the one to lead the humans there, though only on the condition that Yun Shiyao doesn't break his promise to make Tia Fan and Martial Emperor. Feeling impressed that the old fish isn't scared of death like other Geezers his age, but is actually ready to sacrifice himself, the reincarnated soul allows him to bring Tia Fan along as well, promising to help him break through to Martial Emperor within half a month. Right then, Tia Fan comes barging into the throne room and begs his tribe leader not to fall for the schemes of lying humans. On account of the Martial Emperor's deteriorating condition, the 9-star Martial Grandmaster asks for permission to kill the humans for him instead. Bringing forth a streaming vortex from his weapon, Tia Fan attacks Yun Shiyao, getting stopped by Duan Yuwei. Unbothered by the clashing Martial Grandmasters, the boy nonchalantly whistles, while the old man breaks his back protecting him. Exerting himself greatly, Duan Yue deflects Tia Fan's attack all the way to the roof. The former lets out a proud grin, prompting the latter to commend his skill. Unsatisfied by the outcome, Tia Fan prepares to unleash another streaming vortex. This time, Tia Pin is the one to order him to stop. The 9-star martial grandmaster begs his chief to let him proceed, insisting that the two humans are trying to trick him. However, Tia Pin tells Tia Fan to just follow his orders, as he knows what he's doing. Getting humbled by his chief, the leader prostrates himself. Right then, Tia Pin's daughter, the marine refiner Tia Ling, comes running, begging her father to listen to Tia Fan and not let the humans trick him. It's like a fishy bargain sale around here. Of course, the tribe leader shuts her down too, deeming it to be their last chance, considering the circumstances. Tia Pin is afraid that the Razor Clan tribe will overwhelm them if they don't take this chance, confusing Tia Ling. The naive daughter is convinced that no one in the region would dare go up against them. Once she ranks up to 3rd-tier marine refiner, not remembering that she only became a 2nd-tier refiner at such a young age by receiving an elder's teachings purely by chance. As all the 3rd-tier refiners in the 4 seas are over 100 years old, Tia Pin laments that it will take Tia Ling at least another century to break through again, an amount of time that the Blazefish tribe can't wait. While Duan Yue scratches his head in confusion, wondering what a marine refiner is, Yu Xiao understands that they are simply the seafolk counterparts of human refiners. However, they get way more respect in the deep sea because of how rare they are. Yu Xiao even spots evidence to back up this fact, noting that the 9-star martial grandmaster is using a simple trident as a weapon, something that not even a human martial warrior would want. Meanwhile, Tia Ling begs her father to reconsider, suggesting that they just hide themselves for 100 years until everything falls into place. Lil Sis is clueless. Tia Pin shakes his head in rejection, informing his naive daughter that the Razor Clan tribe won't leave them alone for that long. After all, they have almost taken over the region in just the last 20 to 30 years. The innocent marine refiner questions why the ruling Hoverback tribe doesn't do anything about this, getting reminded of what the Hoverback tribe master said when the Razor Clams arrived there 30 years ago. Turns out, he was the one who set up the Blazefish tribe by asking them to provide the Razor Clam tribe with a small piece of land on account of their service to the seafolk. The Hoverbat tribe even told them to get along with the Razor Clams, suggesting that the two tribes are conspiring together. Unaware of how the world works, Tia Ling wonders why they can't just complain to the tribes ruling over the Hoverbats, prompting Tia Fan to step in and inform her of the cruel truth. Just like the human world, might is right, and no one cares about the weak. Tia Ling shouts out, questioning why the South Sea King even set any mandates if they don't matter. The marine refiner's words make everyone panic, and Tia Pin reprimands her for speaking ill of the South Sea King, since the entire Blazefish tribe would suffer because of her if other seafolk heard what she said. He tells his daughter to stand aside like the kid she is. Oof, the dude really hit his own daughter with a fatality. Seeing the naive little fishy, Yu Xiao starts feeling mischievous and inquires about the Razor Clan tribe's origin. Tia Fan reveals that they migrated from the East Sea, where they originally enjoyed their status as a 2nd-tier tribe. The 9-star martial grandmaster worries that the Razor Clams are immensely more talented than them and will surpass the Blazefish tribe in a few years. Ignoring whatever he heard after 2nd tier, Yu Xiao wonders why such a powerful tribe that should have had more than 10 martial sovereigns would fall all the way down to the 6th tier. Not only that, but also migrating across seas makes him think that they offended a royal family, though the actual details are unclear, even to Tia Pin. What he did hear from the Hoverbat tribe master was that the Guang family ordered the Razor Clams to capture a human. However, in the process of obeying that command, they, along with many other 2nd-tier tribes, perished. Hundreds of martial sovereigns were killed by this human, and the Razor Clam tribe lost all their members, who were martial emperors and above. Thus, their power declined. As other tribes started taking advantage of the Razor Clam's downfall, they migrated to the South Sea in order to recover. While Duan Yue wonders just how ruthless a human is, a sudden realization hits Yun Xiao. 30 years ago, in the East Sea, it could only mean one thing. Right then, Tia Pin confirms his thoughts, cursing the very definition of heaven's cruelty, known as Gu Fei Yang. Tia Fan shares his sentiments, declaring that the martial sovereign's name stains the honor of all seafolk. The two seamen remain unaware that the very human they are talking about currently stands before them as a business partner, getting stabbed in the heart by their unkind words. As they're trying to defend his honor, Yoon Shi-yao remarks that there's no need to hate Gu Fei-yan this much, since he is probably already dead. He lied as naturally as he breathed. The boy wants them to focus on the future, but T.F. refuses to be satisfied, until even the dead human's descendants are killed. Trying to sneakily tell them that Gu Fei-yan died before procreating, Yoon Shi-yao quickly changes the topic to how they will get inside the Kongo Divine Tree. However, Tia Ling has an entirely other topic in mind. She wants Yoon Shi-yao to demonstrate some skill before they can believe in his wild promises, a sentiment that Tia Pin agrees with. So, after getting the naive little fish to boast about her status as a second-tier marine refiner, the reincarnated soul proposes that they have a contest, refiner to refiner. If Tia Ling loses, Yoon Shi-yao will command the action plan, and everyone participating will have to listen to him. While the boy gets excited at this opportunity to make the Blazefish tribe obey him, Tia Ling takes his challenge as an attack on her pride. Instantly agreeing to it, she even tells Yoon Shi-yao to go ahead and make the rules. On the other hand, Duan Yue looks on, feeling confident in the boy's capability to triumph over mere fish, even though he is unaware of his actual tier himself. Anyway, Yoon Shi-yao asks Tia Ling to make the rules instead and choose what she's best at, excluding swimming though. Feeling enraged by a mere human taking her so lightly, the marine refiner announces that they can just compete in simple refining. Yoon Shi-yao mockingly questions if she is sure about that, not wanting the fish to switch up that energy when she loses. In his mind, he feels thankful that the sea folk are so dumb that they are agreeing to his idea without asking any questions. Right as Tia Ling starts getting flustered, her father reminds her that it's no time to be playing as the heroine. Let her know, King, as competing against humans, puts the honor of not only the Blazefish tribe, but also of all sea folk on the line. Tia Pin wants his daughter to contend with what she's best at, fire manipulation. These words confuse Duan Yue and Yoon Shi-yao, as sea folk usually fear fire. To avoid turning into fish fillets, they even replace the flames during the refinement process with other natural elements. Trying to intimidate him, Tia Pin asks Yoon Shi-yao if he dares to accept the challenge. Of course, already intrigued by how a fish is going to control fire, the boy readily accepts. As the two parties agree to the terms, the sea folk start grinning and give each other nods of approval. Slightly worried, Duan Yue wonders if there truly isn't a problem for Yoon Shi-yao. Hearing this, the boy starts speaking in riddles, something about how accidents happen to him if he isn't the one to cause them. Turns out, this is just Yoon Shi-yao oozing with confidence. With a wide grin across his face, the reincarnated soul vows to destroy the sea folk in the contest, even if accidents befall him. Poor Duan Yue was just asking a question, but now Yoon Shi-yao is acting all cool. Even the atmosphere around him has turned stylish, glowing not with the light of alchemy, but with the light of respect. Bro got that aura. Smacking Tia Fawn for being blown away by the boy's imposing energy. Tia Ling decides to compete in the palace and lets Yoon Shi-yao set the rules, since she decided on the contest. As fire manipulation is about precision and strength, the reincarnated soul prepares to demonstrate a few actions, if Tia Ling can imitate them. She wins, otherwise she loses. Unimpressed by the challenge, the marine refiner signals Yoon Shi-yao to go right ahead. Not taking kindly to getting looked down on by a bunch of fishes, the reincarnated soul decides to show them something good to humble them, telling the sea folk to watch him closely. Yoon Shi-yao flicks his finger. Flames erupt from his palm, forming a stunning tree of fire. As the boy expected, he needs to protect the fire with Yuan Qi in order to successfully manipulate it underwater, which is an extremely difficult feat. Not letting cockiness get the better of him, the reincarnated soul exerts himself and increases the flow of flames. However, he doesn't slack on the precision at all. The result is a tree of fire that blooms as if it were the real deal, leaves and all. All the spectators are left in awe at the scene, especially Duan Yue. Despite training in the fire element, he has only ever thought of increasing its power, never even guessing that it could be controlled in this way. The flaming tree's leaves start flying around in the throne room, like an autumn evening, making the sea folk wonder if Yoon Shi-yao is even human. He is constructed alternatively. Satisfied with the reactions, the boy ends the demonstration and calls Tia Ling onto the stage. Feeling anxious, yet excited, that human refiners are just as amazing as she thought, the marine refiner courageously steps up to the challenge, even though she has never tried such a thing. Tia Ling starts following Yun Shiyao's movements, only to end up failing miserably. Tia Fei and Tia Fan get worried for her, but she signals them to stay back, replaying Yun Shiyao's demonstration in her mind. The marine refiner showcases masterful precision and manages to replicate the Tree of Fire in only her second attempt, bringing the seaman to tears. Brimming with pride, Tia Pin asks Yun Xiao if he has anything else to show them, declaring Tia Ling's talent in fire manipulation to be greater than even his own. The reincarnated soul gets ready to display his highest attainment in it. Yun Xiao promises to accept his defeat gracefully if the marine refiner can replicate what he is about to do, prompting everyone to watch him closely in anticipation. The boy puts his hands on the ground, forming a ring of fire. In mere moments, flames erupt from the circle and spread out in all directions, blooming into an entire lifelike forest. Blooming trees and chirping birds, all of different shapes. The scene makes the spectators question if this is still fire manipulation. In fact, they doubt that even a god of fire would be able to do such a thing. Seeing a bird fly by him, Tia Pin's eyes literally fall out of his skull. Right then, Yun Xiao announces that the show isn't finished yet and tells the tribe leader to keep his eyes open. Good one, little bro. Forming the king's instrument out of the flames, the reincarnated soul prepares to unleash the phoenix's advent of 100 birds, once again promising to accept his loss gracefully, if Tia Ling can imitate it. Moments later, Yun Xiao blows on the king's instrument to condense the true fire of life. The phantom of the ancient phoenix appears in the fire forest and starts flying around with the chirping words, completing the phoenix's advent of 100 birds. As Yun Xiao ends the demonstration, he breaks through to become a 2-star great martial master. Opening his eyes to see the spectators' reaction, the reincarnated soul gets confused, finding them frozen as literal statues. Yun Xiao unboxes Duan Yue with a hammer, prompting him to start crying like an 80-year-old child. The 7-star martial grandmaster declares that his young master Yun is a god, wanting to get down on his knees before him. Right then, Tia Pin actually gets on his knees, prostrating himself before Yun Xiao. Why did the proud Blazefish tribe chief kneel before a mere human? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Li Yun Xiao and Duan Yue join the hunting party to capture the Violet 9-striped moth, only for things to go wrong as the party betrays them. Of course, the reincarnated soul successfully uses his wits to finesse the 6 martial grandmasters back. However, a martial emperor named Hung Yuan appears to steal the 6th-tier beast, killing the hunting party in the process. Yun Xiao and Duan Yue manage to escape by the skin of their teeth, only to eventually end up in a deep-sea region ruled by the Blazefish tribe. Seeing their beloved tribe chief kneel before a human, the sea folk rush to check up on him. Even Yun Xiao is confused, not wanting Tia Pin to do such a thing at his age, even if he respects him greatly. Duan Yue takes it a step further, deciding that there won't be any trouble for him if he moves outside the panel. Right then, the martial emperor orders Tia Ling, Tia Fan, and Tia Fei to join him in kneeling before Yun Xiao too, leaving the humans worrying for his mental well-being. As if to prove their concerns right, Tia Pin erupts into tears and starts calling Yun Xiao the Holy Emissary. Despite this being his second life, the reincarnated soul has no clue what the old fish is talking about. Regardless, Tia Pin commands the 3 sea folk present there to greet the Holy Emissary immediately. Not appreciating the looks of disdain from the trio, Yun Xiao commands the tribe chief to hurry up and quickly explain what's going on. Instead, overcome with emotion, Tia Pin grabs the boy's hands and expresses his gratitude for getting the chance to meet the Holy Emissary before he kicks the bucket. Still as clueless as before, Yun Xiao keeps staring at the old fish blankly, finally calming him down a bit. Composing himself, Tia Pin asks everyone present if they are aware of the Blazefish tribe's origins. As none of them know anything, the tribe leader explains that even though the Blazefish tribe can't compare to the true soul's descendants, their status is far more than an unknown random tribe. He then questions if anyone knows about the Congo Divine Tree's origins, but the 3 sea folk are unaware of that too. Stop talking in riddles, old man. Just spill the tea. However, Yun Xiao knows that the Congo Divine Tree was a true soul phoenix's resting place in ancient times. During a phoenix's reincarnation cycle, the tree burned and then revitalized itself. This process took place over and over, turning it into what they know today as the Kumbo divine tree. Since Yun Xiao has the true soul phoenix's flames within him, it would make sense for him to have a sort of special status now. Tia Pin confirms this thought, re-declaring him as the holy emissary. Turns out, the Blazefish tribe were just regular old sea dwellers in ancient times until one day, a true soul phoenix reached nirvana on the Kumbo divine tree, purely by chance in that exact region. The flames of his reincarnation accidentally spread to a member of the ancient Blazefish tribe, seemingly killing them. In reality, though, the ancestor didn't die at all, instead undergoing massive changes with the phoenix's divine flame. From then onwards, it gained sharpened senses and a heightened affinity to fire. Even the ancestor's body transformed, evolving to become more suitable for training with fire. And so, they went on to become a martial sovereign, making the Blazefish tribe a force to be reckoned with. Having never heard this tale before, Tia Fan and Tia Fei question why no one else in the Blazefish tribe has broken through to the Nine Heavens realm since then. Unfortunately, Tia Pin thinks that it's because their bloodline is weakening. The flames that changed their ancestors' whole body, including their blood, are becoming thinner as generations go on. It has gotten to the point that their bloodline is no longer enough to break through to even the 8 Desolation realm. Tia Pin worries that the 7 Constellations realm is getting out of their reach too, meaning that the Blazefish tribe might eventually return to being mere sea dwellers. Hearing these words, the 3 sea folk fall into a depression. However, Tia Pin declares that there is no need to worry anymore, as the heavens have brought them their holy emissary. Earlier, when Yun Xiao unleashed the Phoenix of Projection, it warmly enveloped the martial emperor, activating the dormant ancient power flowing through his veins. So Tia Fan wonders if the boy really has a phoenix's divine flames on him. Utterly shocked by the entire thing, Duan Yue looks toward Yun Xiao. A true soul phoenix is supposed to be an ancient legend, but the ancient legend's very existence hasn't even been verified. So to meet a sea folk tribe who was empowered by a phoenix's divine flames is a huge deal to Duan Yue. To top things off, a legendary item that can apparently burn everything and allow a person to enter the reincarnation cycle is now in a teenager's hands. Baffling everyone present, Yun Xiao confirms that he does, in fact, possess the phoenix's divine flames. Tia Pin tears up and falls to his knees yet again, repeatedly thanking the heavens for sending their holy emissary to them. Reaching out to the martial emperor, Yun Xiao questions how he can actually help. After all, even with the divine flames in his possession, it's not like he can give them a sizzle, just for the fun of it. However, Tia Pin has faith that the heavens have brought him there to help the Blazefish tribe. Seeing his tribe chief in such a state, Tia Fan kneels before Yun Xiao, apologizing for all his actions up till this point. He wants the boy to do as he pleases to him, to make up for it. Embarrassed, Yun Xiao declares that all the kneeling's unnecessary, especially since he still isn't sure about how to help them. What the reincarnated soul can promise them, though, is that achieving the 2 things he mentioned in the last episode won't be a problem if they can get into the Kumbo divine tree. Go watch it if you haven't, my pookies, remembering that their ancestor came into contact with the divine flames inside the Kumbo divine tree too. Tia Pin deems it to be the key to their salvation. Brimming with excitement, the martial emperor wants to hold a welcome party as a celebration of the arrival of their holy emissary. However, Yun Xiao stops him and starts heading for the Kumbo divine tree, accompanied by Tia Pin, Tia Ling, Tia Fan, Tia Fei, and of course, Duan Yue. While traversing through the eerily silent deep sea region, Yun Xiao recognizes it as a dead zone. Ironically, the overflowing life energy in the water seems to irritate life, implying that they are edging ever closer to the location of the Kumbo divine tree. Right then, a voice calls out from the distance, belonging to a member of the Razor Clan tribe. Questioning the identity of the intruders, the voice tells them to stop. Tia Fan asks the holy emissary if he has ever seen any Razor Clams before, making him remember how he killed a ton of them while feeling from the East Sea in his past life. Of course, Yun Xiao feigns ignorance in front of everyone. Moving on to more important matters, Tia Pin wonders if they should just force their way through the Razor Clams, since the Kumbo divine tree is only 150 miles away. Yun Xiao confidently gives him the go-ahead. On account of their strength, not thinking that they would get unlucky enough, to come across two 9-star martial grandmasters together in such a vast region. He orders the sea folk to kill anyone who dares to stand in their way, prompting Tia Pin to praise his wisdom. Not wanting to waste their holy emissary's time, the martial emperor commands TFA to finish the job ASAP. Glad to obey the former's orders, the latter brings out his trident, spinning it around to unleash his raging signature technique, Water Vortex. As the move sweeps up all the razor clams, Yun Xiao orders the forces to speed up. With this, he and the three sea folks zoom past the region, not running into any more enemies on the way. While moving around, Yun Xiao spreads out his universal detect. At the bottom of the sea, he finds a colossal tree, expanding in all directions like a huge ancient city. Even the reincarnated soul is left awestruck at the sight, but he does wonder why the Kumbo divine tree is underwater, when it's supposed to be a place for the phoenix to start its reincarnation cycle. Turns out, the Kumbo divine tree used to be on top of an island. However, the land shifted as time passed, sending it underwater. After satiating his curiosity, Yun Xiao puts everyone on high alert, revealing that there are many razor clams residing inside their destination. He orders the sea folk to follow him, promising that the enemy won't be able to find them as long as they can get inside the Kumbo divine tree. Soon, the group reaches their destination, getting awestruck by the scene, easily detecting the unique energy flowing inside the mysterious thick and gelatinous liquid in the area. Yun Xiao feels his true qi expand and rise. While he enjoys the feeling, Tia Pin panics. With tears in his eyes, he announces that the idiotic razor clams are destroying the Kumbo divine tree. Turns out, the weird liquid is actually the sap of the legendary item. Thank the heavens, it wasn't something else. Wait, what? Tia Pin cries out, wondering how he can face the ancestors of the Blaze Fish tribe now. Yu Xiao tells him to calm down as there's no point in crying over spilled milk. The reincarnated soul wants to understand the situation before making any decisions and starts theorizing. He deduces that the razor clams are directly using the sap of the Kumbo divine tree to increase their whole tribe's strength at once. Since their talents are already better than the Blazefish tribe, doing such a thing will definitely put them in a dominant position. Although Yun Xiao detects many strong presences inside the tree, he can't pinpoint their exact locations due to them being hidden inside the Kumbo divine tree. As the destruction started a while ago, he wants to continue after they get inside as well. However, the group is stopped by a bunch of razor clams, who reprimand them for intruding on their forbidden lands. Unfazed, Yun Xiao simply orders his group to brute force their way into the tree, deciding to make their next moves on the fly. Being the nice guy that he is, the boy questions if anyone has any problems with the plan, wreaking havoc on the razor clams. Tia Fan, Tia Ling, Tia Fei, and Duan Yue shout out in unison, none at all. Heading inside the Kumbo divine tree, Yun Xiao deems that finding the spirit-nourishing wood is the most urgent matter. Since it is made up of large amounts of concentrated life spirit within the Kumbo divine tree, the spirit-nourishing wood is only found near its core. However, Yun Xiao decides to not be impatient, as just cutting their way into the core is a surefire way to attract enemies. So, the group marches onward. Suddenly, Yun Xiao gets blasted by a ton of the Kumbo divine tree's sap, causing his cultivation to rise. Undergoing a similar phenomenon, the phoenix's true fire deep within his soul riles up as well. Unaware of this, Duan Yue questions if Yun Xiao is alright. Announcing that he is all good, the reincarnated soul flies toward the waterfall of sap, leaking from the Kumbo divine tree's branch. Touching the exterior of the essence, Yun Xiao forms a creation link, absorbing its qi into his body. A feeling of nourishment starts flowing through him, turning the unlimited yuan qi of the sap into his true qi. The ancient phoenix's flames undergo the same phenomenon too, replenishing within the boy's soul. Marveling at the worldly treasure, Yun Xiao feels furious at the razor clams for destroying the divine object. Right then, Tia Pin informs the holy emissary of the Kumbo divine tree's 3 outer layers and 3 inner ones. As they are currently standing at the divide between them, they will enter the inner layers by proceeding further. Since the group hasn't met any razor clams on their way there, the martial emperor deduces that they are all training within the inner 3 layers. Of course, Yu Xiao already knows that, having sensed many strong presences inside with his universal detect. The Razor Clams are expending the Congo Divine Tree's entire power to raise the strength of their entire tribe at once, realizing the tale of the goose that laid the golden eggs. However, unlike the story, it's actually increasing their strength rapidly, making it above what Yun Xiao previously estimated. Nah, blood is washed. He would have predicted things right in his prime. Hearing this, Tia Pin panics yet again and wonders what they should do. Not wanting to waste a single second more, the reincarnated soul starts moving. After all, it is a race to see who can acquire the resources first. However, a member of the Razor Clan tribe overhears Yun Xiao talking. Praising the latter's way of thinking, the former threatens to kill him to make sure he isn't alive to carry it out. The Razor Clam also mocks the Blazefish tribe members for being sea dweller trash, declaring that they should thank them for using the Congo Divine Tree for a good cause. Tia Fan, Tia Ling, Tia Fei, and Tia Pin all are enraged at getting mocked like this. The Martial Emperor reminds the insolent Razor Clam that his tribe's strongest member was a mere peak 9-star martial grandmaster. When they first entered the South Sea, Stogie could have easily killed them back then, but decided not to. However, that very mercy has come back to bite him now, as the Razor Clams bit the very hand that fed them. Boasting about his tribe's peak status back when they were in the East Sea, the Razor Clam deems the Blazefish tribe unfit to even carry his shoes, proudly proclaiming that the Sea Dwellers should consider it a glorious opportunity to present them with the Divine Tree. The Razor Clam threatens to kill the group for even daring to talk back to him. In response, Tia Ling laughs in his face, mocking the Razor Clam tribe's experts for losing to a single human and coming all the way to the South Sea to run away from him. What she was aiming for comes to fruition, as her comment hits the Razor Clam right where it hurts. Making the Marine Refiner pay for her insolence, the enemy unleashes a black hole of sorts, pulling everyone towards him like a vortex. Witnessing the pressure, Tia Fan realizes that the Razor Clam is a 9-star martial grandmaster. Lo and behold, the Holy Emissary was correct all along. The Razor Clam's power has been underestimated, as all of their strengths shot up exponentially after getting a hold of the Congo Divine Tree. While Tia Fan worries about that, Tia Pin tells him to get out of the way and charges up an attack. The former expresses concern about the latter's body, getting told that it's fine, vowing to kill all the Razor Clams before kicking the buckets. Feeling the immense power, the 9-star martial grandmaster realizes that he is up against none other than the Blazefish tribe chief and starts panicking. After striking fear in the Razor Clam's heart, Tia Pin prepares to make him meet his demise. Ripping apart the enemy's vortex with brute force alone, the Martial Emperor isn't willing to let him go just yet, and charges forward, smushing the ever-living crap out of the Razor Clam's face. Even in such a state, the cocky fish doubles down and calls the Blazefish tribe's sea dwellers yet again. Bro really trying his hardest to end up in a top 10 moments before disaster compilation. Getting attacked so blatantly, he wonders if they are really not afraid of the Razor Clam tribe's wrath, a word that simply makes Tia Pin humph. Declaring that it's now time for them to suffer the wrath of the Blazefish tribe, the Martial Emperor unleashes his Twin-Star Jade technique, granting the Razor Clam a horrific death. As his dead froze bodily material comes raining down, Tia Pin falls to his knees. The 3 sea folk come running to their exhausted tribe chief, feeling deeply concerned about his state. While Tia Fei regrets not even being able to take care of a mere 9-star martial grandmaster, Tia Pin calls out to the Holy Emissary. Sweating out of his mind, he feels his life slipping away. The Martial Emperor leaves the Blazefish tribe's future to Yun Xiao, putting Tia Fan in charge of leading him to the core of the Congo Divine Tree. Right then, the reincarnated soul smacks the tribe chief's head away, making the sea folks' eyes pop out of their heads. Holding some of the Congo Divine Tree's essence in his hands, Yun Xiao tells Tia Pin to stop talking like he's about to die, since only his life force is running out. After all, the place they are in possesses the densest life force in the world, making dying due to the lack of it extremely difficult. Yun Xiao then forces something down Tia Pin's throat, upon seeing which Tia Fei threatens to kill him. However, the tribe chief orders the seaman to stop. Tia Pin is awestruck, as his body has never felt lighter in what feels like forever. Everyone is brought to tears by this miracle, except Yun Xiao, of course. Nonchalantly walking away, the reincarnated soul tells Tia Pin to hurry up and lead the way. Thanking the Holy Emissary, the Martial Emperor playfully scolds his fellow sea folk for crying when he isn't dead yet and ecstatically starts leading the way to the center. Shocked by the instant recovery, Tia Ling is left wondering if this is the result of mankind's extraordinary medicinal techniques, unaware that this is just a patchwork fix. Yun Xiao informs Tia Pin of this fact via private sound transmission, revealing that he has only stopped his body from deteriorating temporarily. So, the reincarnated soul will set up a formation to help him recover 100 years of his lifespan, where the group gets to the core. However, if the martial emperor were to attack again, before getting there, it would be out of Yun Xiao's hands to stop him from dying. With countless doubts erupting in his mind, Tia Pin looks toward the boy, with eyes full of worries, getting told to stop doing that, and just hurry up since a few strong presences are approaching them. Moments after Yun Xiao and his party leave, a group of razor clams arrives at the crime scene. Their tribe leader, a martial emperor named Da Lei, quickly spots 6 different energy signatures over the dead body of his fallen ally, noting that the weakest one is a great martial master, while the strongest one is a martial emperor. Panicking at the thought of going up against such a formidable foe, Da Lei's underlings wonder if they should inform the other elders too. However, he tells them not to disturb their seclusion. After all, the intruder's energies dictate that the martial emperor is only at the 1-star level, while the other 5 don't pose a threat at all. One of the razor clams starts rambling, implying through his words that this isn't the first divine tree that their tribe has absorbed, though it is the largest one that can probably keep them nourished for another century. He mocks the low-tier Blazefish tribe for not utilizing such wealth when they had it, a sentiment that Da Lei agrees with. Are they even wrong, though? The martial emperor vows to use the worldly treasure to produce a couple of martial sovereigns in 100 years. So, even if they can't recover to their peak from 30 years ago, it will be enough for them to take revenge on all the ungrateful tribes in the East Sea. Suddenly, a razor clam asks Da Lei what they should do about the intruders, getting told to leave them alone for the time being, since they have a martial emperor. Citing the vastness of the Congo divine tree, Da Lei understands that they wouldn't be able to consume it if it weren't for the Hoverbat tribe's support. As such, it is none of their concern. Who else gets to keep a share of the divine tree's abundant resources, as long as it doesn't mess up the Razor Clan tribe's plans? Glazing their elders' great judgment, the underlings head out to continue patrolling. Back over with Yun Xiao, Tia Pin excitedly informs him that they are very close to the Congo divine tree's core, so they can hide themselves to cultivate as soon as they find the correct path. Duan Yue questions what he means by that, getting told that no one in the Blazefish tribe was able to understand the Congo divine tree's internal layout completely, even when they possessed it. Here it is. Yun Xiao's voice suddenly echoes out throughout the area, opening a passageway within the Congo divine tree. The boy asks Tia Pin if it is the path that he is talking about. The tribe chief can't help but wonder how the holy emissary did such a thing, considering the tree trunk is riddled with countless holes, and even blocks universal detect. Turns out, Yun Xiao doesn't know how he found the hidden path either. The reincarnated soul just knew, making him think that the true Should Phoenix's flames have something to do with it. As they continue following the path, TFA gets shocked by the surroundings along the way, making Duan Yue doubt if the Blazefish tribe has ever even entered the Congo divine tree before. Moments later, Yun Xiao announces that they have arrived at the place and asks Tia Ling to help him set up the formation. The 2 refiners work together in unison, soon completing it. Curious about what the formation actually is, Tia Ling inquires about it. The girl also wonders how the formation works, as a few of its parts go against the basic rules of formations. Praising her eye for detail, Yun Xiao explains that it's a simplified creation link formation that absorbs soul chi and converts it into a martial artist's true chi. As worldly treasures became rarer with time, this formation was forgotten. However, people were unaware that the 4 seas still contained many treasures. So, Yun Xiao promises to teach the creation link formation to Tia Ling when they leave, receiving her sincere gratitude. Meanwhile, Duan Yue wonders if such a formation can really help them break through, getting told not to look down on it since ancient powers often used it. With the thinning of Yuan Qi, though, this formation can now only be used on treasures in the sea. Regardless, the old man should just stop being a doubter and get in the creation link formation. And so everyone sits down to reap the Congo divine tree's benefits. Just moments later, Tia Pin is brought to tears by the strong sensation of soul chi flowing within and around him. Heck, He feels like swimming around in the sea of soul chi, as the absorbed energy converts into true chi for his body. TFA and TF undergo the same nirvana, with the latter's injured sea of chi rapidly repairing itself. Having experienced such a thing, TF is convinced that he can even become a martial sovereign if he could train there for only a year. Everyone getting plot armor at this point. While the sea folks celebrate, Yun Xiao sighs out, being aware that even many more Kumbo divine trees wouldn't be able to withstand the absorption of the creation link formation for such a long time. Let alone a year, the current one wouldn't even last 10 days with 8 people using it simultaneously. Since the formation directly extracts soul chi from worldly treasures, it is even more destructive than the Razor Clam tribe's method of chopping down the Kumbo divine tree for its essence. After all, the legendary item can recover after being chopped, but it can't do the same if its soul chi is completely extracted. Even if the Kumbo divine tree had countless years to recover fully, it would remain a giant piece of dead wood after this. Yun Xiao doesn't know what the Blazefish tribe would think if they knew this, so he decides not to tell them since they can't afford any hesitation. Shortly after, Yun Xiao breaks through to become a 3-star Great Martial Master, leaving even himself impressed at the speed. Right then, he looks over to Duan Yue, only to see him sitting depressed. Yun Xiao approaches him and questions what's going on, as his true chi hasn't changed even one bit since they began. With a melancholic expression on his face, Duan Yue reveals that his body has been sealed. Instantly, Yun Xiao rips apart the old man's shirt, finding the 3 directions gusty curse seal on his chest. Utterly shocked by the boy's words, Duan Yue questions how he knows what it is. A grin filled with intrigue spreads across Yun Xiao's face, and he asks the old man about the identity of the person who sealed him. Not answering the query directly, Duan Yue notes that Yun Xiao should be able to guess it himself if he recognizes the seal. After all, not many people can cast it to begin with. The poor 7-star martial grandmaster reveals that he has searched far and wide for a master refiner who could help him, only to meet disappointment. Ignoring his ramblings, Yun Xiao starts listing the people who could cast the seal. Pue, Qian Shu, Mo Xiao Chuan, Jun Ru Yun, Hao Lian Xiao Huan. He excludes Yang Di from the list though, citing his inability to do such a thing. Duan Yue wonders if it's possible to undo the seal, only to get ignored again. Looking like a villain brimming with curiosity, Yun Xiao reveals that the 3 directions Ghost Eye Curse seal not only prevents its target from cultivating, but also constantly devours the cultivation that they possess. As this would mean that Duan Yue was above 7-star martial grandmaster in the past, the reincarnated soul questions how strong he truly was. Maybe the old man was a 9-star martial grandmaster, or he was a martial emperor. This time though, Yun Xiao's query doesn't get answered. Filled with sadness, Duan Yue reveals that the person who sealed him is none other than Hao Lian Xiao Huang of the city of mercenaries Qingge Forest. In the past, the old man was a mercenary in the same place as well. However, he made the unfortunate mistake of offending Hao Lian Xiao Huang, who sealed him instead of killing him like he was going to. Whether it was mercy or not, Duan Yue doesn't know for sure. What the geezer does know is that he's been trying to break through the curse seal for many years, only to fail miserably over and over again. Even right now, Duan Yue is risking his life to earn money in Verdant's seaport, so that he can save up to consult an expert from the deity Transformation Sea. For the first time in forever though, the old man feels hopeful. After all, if Yun Xiao knows so much about the seal, he must also know how to undo it. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul gets annoyed at the Xiao Huan brat, feeling pissed off at the kids still causing him trouble even in his second life. Duan Yue asks the boy to just answer without talking in riddles for once, questioning if he can undo the seal or not. Finally, Yun Xiao gives a direct response, remarking that the method to undo the seal is really simple. In fact, the old man can even do it himself. Hearing these words, Duan Yue falls to his knees. Clutching the reincarnated soul's legs, the geezer rambles on about not getting a good night's sleep, ever since the curse seal was put on him. He pathetically begs the boy to reveal the method. However, what Yun Xiao says next leaves everyone present in utter disbelief. Turns out, the seal will automatically be undone if Duan Yue simply castrates himself. RIP in the comments for bro's lil bro. The sea folk burst out laughing at the reincarnated soul's words. While Duan Yue is overcome with despair, Citing his terrible situation, he asks his young master Yun to stop joking around, only for him to say that it isn't a joke at all. The ancient seal was accidentally discovered by Hao Lian Xiao Huang's master, Gu Feiyang, who mercifully changed it a little to enable its victims a way to break it, of course, as long as they are willing to. In his time, Gu Feiyang used the three directions Ghost Eye Curse seal on many people. Most of them understandably went into hiding, never to be seen again. However, a martial sovereign named Run Bu Bai castrated himself, undoing the seal. While the sea folk are enraged by hearing Gu Feiyang's name, Duan Yue forgets the situation he is in and begins chomping down on a watermelon. Apparently, the old man has heard of Run Bu Bai, knowing him as a short-tempered expert who's into pretty boys. Oh, and he also kills people for fun. Suddenly, the realization hits Duan Yue, badmouthing Gu Feiyang for inventing such a torturous move. The old man slices apart a watermelon, hoping that the martial sovereign dies a terrible death just like it. Not appreciating getting disrespected like this, Yun Shiyao comes up with an excuse that Gu Feiyang is the person he respects the most. Glazing himself, the reincarnated soul praises his own unparalleled achievements, well-respected status, and handsome looks that appear once in a millennium. With an infuriated look, Yun Shiyao tells the old man to either stop slandering Gu Feiyang or just go castrate himself. Meanwhile, behind the boy, Tia Ling throws up after hearing all these nice things about the sea folk's worst enemy. The reincarnated soul's spidey sense starts tingling, and he turns around with a ferocious look, but the marine refiner pulls a fast one on him, heading back to cultivate like nothing happened. Right then, it hits Duan Yue that Yun Shiyao said the word "or" while scolding him before, meaning that there's a way to undo the seal without castrating himself. Yun Shiyao confirms this, but refuses to reveal the actual method since the old man was being disrespectful to Lord Gu Feiyang. Seeing their holy emissary holding so much respect for the sea folk's mortal enemy, Tia Pin is overcome with conflicted feelings. At the same time, Duan Yue's heart erupts with immense martial passion for his lord and savior Gu Feiyang, blazing him harder than ever Yun Shiyao. Feeling disgusted by a naked old man singing praises for him, Yun Shiyao tells him to stop and put his shirt on first. Finally, the boy decides to tell Duan Yue the truth, revealing that the three directions Ghost Eye Curse seal requires the caster's blood to be undone. Since acquiring Hao Lian Xiao Huang's blood is practically impossible, the old man prepares to end things once and for all. Yun Shiyao shouts at him, revealing that he isn't finished speaking. Being the master refiner that he is, the reincarnated soul can teach Duan Yue a secret technique that will allow him to break the seal for half an hour each day. Just barely escaping death, the 7-star martial grandmaster inquires if they can really unseal his body without the martial supreme's blood. Yun Xiao assures Duan Yue that it's true, also promising to present him with Hao Lian Xiao Huang's neck to take his blood in due time as long as he continues to obey him. With this, it's time for the geezer to pay attention and learn the secret technique that will allow him to cultivate normally, making it so it won't be much different than if he didn't have the seal at all. Despite this, Duan Yue still has doubts in his mind. After all, if Yun Xiao really had the ability to make Hao Lian Xiao Huang submit to him, staying in the Dust Flame Empire of all places would make no sense. However, if it really is true, then half an hour with his strength fully restored is plenty of time to accomplish a lot. So, Duan Yue sits down with Yun Xiao to learn the technique. The former remains unaware that the latter is actually glad that he has been sealed with the three directions Ghost Eye Curse seal, since the geezer now has to follow him until it is completely lifted. The reincarnated soul feels thankful to Hao Lian Xiao Huang, who has done an extremely great favor for his teacher. Meanwhile, in the city of mercenaries Qingge Forest, sounds of moans echo throughout the area on an otherwise quiet night. Inside a tent, a few girls complain to their lord Hao Lian for suddenly stopping, wanting more and more of him. The martial supreme reveals that he has suddenly remembered his late master, though he doesn't know why. My guy really thinking of a man while being with a woman? What a giga-chad. While stroking the face of one of the girls beside him, Xiao Huang reminisces about Gu Feiyang being a giga-chad, who never chased a woman, even when he was surrounded by beauties. However, the martial supreme feels that his late master's way of living was foolish, since taking every girl one sees for himself is how life should be lived. Completely misunderstanding his comment, the idiotic girls start making fun of Gu Fei Yang. While praising Xiao Huang, they pile on his late master and make snarky remarks about his manhood. All of them pile on Xiao Huang's late master, flying snarky remarks about his manhood. Right then, the fire cauldrons lighting the place go out. Xiao Huang furiously gets up, announcing that he forgives the girls this time. However, if they were to speak ill of his late master again, they would not live to see another day. Completely getting his mood ruined, Xiao Huang heads out, leaving the girls to settle things themselves, if they still want more. Wearing his jacket, the Peak 9-star Marshal Supreme remembers that his master's death anniversary is coming up soon, and so Gu Fei Yang's handsome fourth disciple vows to head to the Tiandong Mountains to search for the truth when he breaks through to the Nine Heavens realm. Just like that, a few days pass and Yun Shiyao enjoys his extravagant cultivation that he didn't get to experience even in his past life. Right as the reincarnated soul feels that he's about to break through and become a 4-star Great Martial Master, something alerts him. Everyone sitting within the formation stands up as a razor clam shows up there to reprimand them for stealing the Kungo Divine Tree's soul chi. He demands that they hand over the formation's diagram, declaring dire consequences either way. Suddenly, Tia Pin shouts out, recognizing the enemy as the razor clam's tribe chief, Da Meng, who has somehow become a martial emperor. Telling the Blazefish tribe chief to smartly hand over the formation's diagram, the razor clan promises to forgive their crimes on account of Tia Pin's status as a martial emperor. Only if he cooperates, though. Da Meng is under the impression that the Blazefish tribe is working with humans, as a person broke into the Kungo Divine Tree just a few days ago. Of course, the idiotic fish couldn't be more wrong, since the one he is talking about is Hung Yuan. Refusing to accept his offer, Tia Pin reprimands Da Meng for destroying the Kungo Divine Tree, announcing the Blazefish and Razor Clam tribes to be sworn enemies from now on. Not feeling the least bit guilty, Da Meng is of the view that treasures belong to the strong. After all, the Blazefish tribe had the Kungo Divine Tree for tens of thousands of years, but embarrassingly remained stuck at the 5th tier. On the other hand, the Razor Clan tribe has made remarkable improvements in the little time they have possessed the legendary item. In fact, Da Meng himself was only a 9-star martial grandmaster when he came from the East Sea, but now stands strong as a 2-star martial emperor. It's like a bargain sale for martial emperors around here. Hearing this, Tia Pin once again laments not getting rid of the razor clams when they came to the South Sea. Unfortunately, it's too late. Not only is Da Meng a 2-star martial emperor, whose entire tribe is reaching its prime, but Tia Pin is an old and out-of-shape 1-star martial emperor, leaving him no chance of winning against the enemy. Right then, Yun Xiao sends a private sound transmission to the tribe chief, instructing him to hold off Da Meng as much as he can. Turns out, Tia Fan is about to break through, so as long as Tia Pin can buy enough time, he would be able to join him to defeat Da Meng together. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, the martial emperor turns around to look at Tia Fan and sees him trying his best to cultivate. Tia Pin then gazes at the other sea folk standing in the formation, recognizing them as the future of the Blazefish tribe. With this, he gets prepared to protect them, even if it costs him his life to do so. Just like that, Tia Pin shifts his focus back to Da Meng, who is still busy hurling threats at him. Without giving the Razor Clam a chance to even finish his sentence, the tribe chief sends him flying with a full force attack, announcing that he will only get the formation diagram over his dead body. Despite getting slammed into the Divine Tree's branches, the 2-star martial emperor remains unfazed by Tia Pin's attack and questions if he is really delusional enough to kill him or is just trying to buy some time. Regardless, even if it is the latter case, Da Meng isn't worried one bit. After all, Tia Fan breaking through to the martial emperor won't make any difference in the outcome, which will be the Blazefish tribe's forces losing their lives at his hand. Heck, since they are so stubborn, Da Meng promises to teach them a lesson they won't forget even in death. As the battle rages on, Yun Xiao can only look on as a spectator. However, he is more worried about Hung Yuan entering the Kungo Divine Tree and becoming a martial emperor than he is about the enemy in front of him. Meanwhile, Tia Fei fanboys over his strong tribe chief, who is somehow suppressing a 2-star martial emperor, and Tia Ling questions if her father is going to be alright. Suddenly, Yun Xiao shouts out, wondering what's everyone doing. Informing them that Tia Pin is just trying to buy time, the reincarnated soul instructs them to focus and increase their strengths as much as they can. Since Tia Pin's life force is depleting quickly, they only have a short amount of time left until he kicks the bucket. Tia Fan is also aware of this fact, causing him to tremble in rage and lose focus of his cultivation. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Yun Xiao tells the Peak 9 Star Martial Grandmaster not to panic, giving him thorough instructions on how to break through. The boy's powerful words strike Tia Fan like a bolt of lightning, causing him to relax and focus on circulating his energy. Soon, just like Yun Xiao told him to, Tia Fan conquers his heart as well as the devil. With this, the Yuan Qi concentrating inside his body transforms into true Qi. Looking on, Duan Yue can't believe that someone who's only on the verge of becoming a 4-star martial master could guide a Peak 9 Star Martial Grandmaster to make a breakthrough. After all, even if the roles were reversed, and Yun Xiao was the one with higher cultivation, guiding someone so casually, like he's your own student, is a nigh impossible feat in the world of martial arts. As the energy swirling around Tia Fan starts running wild, the reincarnated soul feels his own cultivation, nearing a breakthrough to 4 stars. Moments later, Tia Fan screams out, breaking through to finally become the long-anticipated 7 Constellations Realm Martial Emperor. The first thing he does afterward is bow to the Holy Emissary, thanking him for all he has done for them. Yun Xiao just nods his head in response, sending Tia Fan off to help Tia Pin. Right then, the boy himself breaks through, becoming a 4-star Great Martial Master. Getting up, he tells everyone to get ready to run, since the 2 1-star Martial Emperors can't hold off Da Meng for long. Moreover, since the intense fighting has alerted other Razor Clams too, they can no longer afford to stay there. Concerned about Tia Pin and Tia Fan, Tia Ling asks Yun Xiao if they are really going to be okay. Much to the marine refiner's surprise, Duan Yue is the one who answers her query, telling her to continue cultivating in peace. Looking genuinely cool for like only the 2nd time since his introduction, the geezer confidently declares that they can leave the rest to him and joins the battle. Witnessing this, Yun Xiao lets out a smile. His earlier assessment proves to be true, as Duan Yue turns out to be a martial emperor in his unsealed state. At the same time, outside the Divine Tree, the battle between the 3 martial emperors riles up. Da Meng unleashes his Galaxy Purification Vortex Blade technique, forming a drill out of his chi, striking down Tia Pin and Tia Fan. The Razor Clam laments that he was originally going to leave the Blazefish tribe as his servants, but they chose death by acting rebellious instead. Da Meng's technique damages Tia Pin greatly, making him cough out a large amount of blood and clutch his heart in pain. While Tia Fan goes to his aid, the 2-star Martial Emperor announces today to be the day when the Blazefish tribe's history ends. Right then, Yuan Yue arrives at the scene, proclaiming that the one who's going to die is Da Meng. Removing his robe, the geezer claims that the tree belongs to his party now. With his eyes glowing with a mysterious light, Duan Yue threatens to make seafood out of the Razor Clam. Hearing these words, Da Meng bursts out laughing. After all, a mere 7-star martial grandmaster is as threatening to him as an ant. Convinced that he doesn't even need martial techniques to kill Duan Yue, the 2-star martial emperor attacks him with a mighty kick. Seemingly frozen in place, the old man is unable to dodge the incoming onslaught and gets struck down, blowing up into a cloud of smoke. Witnessing this sight, Tia Pin and Tia Fan are overcome with despair, regretting that they couldn't protect their holy emissary's escort. Unbeknownst to them, Duan Yue has blocked Da Meng's kick with nothing but his bare hands. Suddenly, the geezer starts laughing maniacally. After all, it's been ages since he has felt like this. The mark of the curse seal on Duan Yue's chest fades, and he instantly breaks through to the 8-star Martial Grandmaster level. Da Meng is left in utter disbelief, remaining unaware of what is about to follow. The old man's cultivation keeps rising, making him a 9-star Martial Grandmaster. It doesn't stop there, taking him to the Peak 9-star level and even further beyond, finally reaching his full glory as a Martial Emperor. Calling on the 3 directions Ghost Eye Curse Seal to unseal, Duan Yue bursts into his signature white flames. With this, the feeble old man completely transforms. His body turns into that of a big, muscular man, possessing a glorious stature that even younglings would be jealous of. Having a ring of white fire hovering over his back, Duan Yue casually snaps Da Meng's leg during the transformation process as punishment for kicking him with his dirty feet. Tia Fan is left in utter disbelief at the scene. as the geezer somehow stands tall as a peak one-star martial emperor, whose cultivation still doesn't stop rising. Taking a deep breath, Duan Yue shouts out, announcing that not only is he finally back at his peak, but he even broke through, becoming a 2-star martial emperor. Regenerating his lost leg, Da Meng curses the human scam, but still feels confident that he can beat him. After all, his realm should still be unstable. However, the Razor Clam gets his ramblings ignored, as Duan Yue only seems to be interested in the strange anatomy that lets him grow back a limb. Patrick Starr, is that you? Utterly furious by the disrespect, Da Meng unleashes his ultimate technique, Galaxy Purification, Double Vortex Demonic Flash. Twin blasts of extremely powerful chi charge toward the old man, but he sees them as mere petty tricks. Spinning his weapon around, Duan Yue lets loose and hurls his White Flame Ghostly Killer, Divine Demon Extermination, at the Razor Clam's attack. Much to the latter's dismay, the former's technique completely blows past his own, taking his arms with it. As his wounds burn with Duan Yue's white flames, Da Meng tries to regenerate his lost limbs, but to no avail. Advising the Razor Clam to stop wasting his energy, the old man reveals that his limbs won't grow back after being sealed by the white flames, no matter how good of an anatomy he has. Backed into a corner, Da Meng gives up on fighting back and starts calling for backup. Tia Pin realizes what he's doing and begs Duan Yue to quickly kill him. Of course, the old man wasn't born yesterday and is already aware of that. Without delay, he pierces Da Meng's body with his white flames, ripping his entire being apart. However, even in such a state, the cocky Razor Clam laughs like a maniac. In his last words, Da Meng reveals that many members of his tribe will soon get there. As this will include 5 to 6 martial emperors, Duan Yue's party is bound to die, no matter how much strength they possess. Even as Da Meng disintegrates, he continues to laugh. Da Meng dies just like that, and his spirit flies into the Kungo Divine Tree. Unfazed by his threat, Duan Yue declares that a pile of scum, at the end of the day, is still scum. Right then, the pile of scum he was talking about shows up to kill the intruders, while Tia Pin and Tia Fan join Duan Yue to help him vanquish the enemy. Yun Xiao starts heading off somewhere. Via private sound transmission, the reincarnated soul orders the martial emperors to just focus on killing as many Razor Clams as they can without minding what he is doing. Curious about what Yun Xiao is up to, Duan Yue pauses for a moment, but quickly refocuses on the battle at hand. Meanwhile, the boy starts digging into the Kungo Divine Tree, cutting through the inner layers with his tiger husk blade. Yun Xiao soon reaches the core of the worldly treasure, where the spirit-nourishing wood awaits him. Although it hasn't fully formed, a large piece of spirit-nourishing wood is enough to be refined by Yun Xiao to save Meng Wu. Turns out, when Da Meng died, the reincarnated soul faintly felt the direction his spirit flew in, which ended up guiding him to the Kungo Divine Tree's core. Since the spirit-nourishing wood evolves by absorbing wandering spirits for tens of thousands of years, the larger its size, the more difficult it is for it to mature. Very relatable. Wait, what are we talking about again? As the Kungo Divine Tree's spirit-nourishing wood is yet to mature, Yun Xiao decides to wait until Duan Yue exterminates the entire Razor Clam tribe. In this way, it will improve its effects by absorbing the spirits of the fallen fish. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's train of thought gets broken by a mysterious voice, questioning if its chance is finally here. After tens of thousands of years, the reincarnated soul spreads his universal detect to find out who's there, only for him to not find anything at all. Yun Xiao is shocked that there's a being who can escape his universal detect, even within the Kungo Divine Tree, but isn't even given a chance to catch his breath as a disturbance erupts from underneath his feet. Yun Xiao stares at the disturbance in a state of alert, only to hear the voice chuckle and tell him that there's no need to be afraid. Moments later, the Kungo Divine Tree's essence erupts like a geyser, forcing the reincarnated soul to leap back. Out of the sap, an enormous wooden creature, possessing the appearance of an old man, reveals itself. Kneeling down on one knee, Yun Xiao recognizes the mysterious entity as the spirit of the Kungo Divine Tree. Ironically, the strange wooden being deems Yun Xiao to be the strange one. Even though the teenager's strength isn't impressive at all, his soul power is as pure as someone who is over 100 years old, surprising the tree spirit. Since the old creature is the first one to discover the secret of his soul, the reincarnated soul slightly panics. Of course, he still focuses on the more important matter at hand, as this explains why the spirit-nourishing wood didn't form perfectly, even after tens of thousands of years. That is, the tree spirit absorbed everything coming its way. Yun Xiao half-rhetorically questions if the old entity is trying to devour his soul, getting assured that there is no need to worry. After all, the tree spirit can only absorb the souls of the dead, or of those without their consciousness intact. However, the old being does have a request for Yun Xiao. The reincarnated soul preemptively rejects it if the request has anything to do with not taking the spirit-nourishing wood, as Mengwu's life depends on it. The tree spirit definitely would have requested that if it were anyone other than the boy, but he no longer needs the spirit-nourishing wood now that he has met him. Since the entity's body and soul qi are damaged beyond repair due to the razor clams and Yun Xiao's formation, he doesn't have long to live. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul assumes that the tree spirit wants to possess his body and goes on the defensive only to get ruthlessly roasted on account of being a mere human, whose body isn't even as good as higher-level sea folk, let alone the great tree. What the tree spirit really wants is Yun Xiao's help to be reborn through fire. Despite instantly understanding what the old being is talking about, the boy tries to feign ignorance, not wanting to accidentally burn himself to ashes because of his lack of control of the phoenix's true fire. Turns out, that isn't a problem at all. Since the tree spirit has seen the true phoenix rebirth with his own eyes, he knows how to mobilize its fire. So, in exchange for Yun Xiao's help, the wooden creature promises to teach him how to refine the phoenix's flames. Not only that, but he will also transfer all of his remaining soul qi into the reincarnated soul's body, helping him break straight through to the martial lord level. Since the boy finds both these benefits extremely tempting, but still has doubts in his mind, the two little Yun Xiaos on his shoulders duke out for him. Listen to the left one, my goat. Listening to the curious side, he questions if there will be any discomfort for him during the rebirth process. Praising his cautiousness, the tree spirit assures Yun Xiao that he will be reborn with him, getting nothing but great benefits. Moreover, his tired body tempering technique will also get raised by at least one stage after the rebirth. Not getting anything past the tree spirit's sharp eyes, Yun Xiao does a cost-to-benefits analysis once more, as the physical strength of his body will increase by several types. By advancing the tyrant body tempering technique to the next stage, the reincarnated soul's temptation increases, and he no longer finds any reason to refuse. Hearing this, the tree spirit asks one final thing of Yun Xiao, since he will return to his original sealing state and enter a deep sleep after rebirth. The old creature wants the boy to take him away to a safe place, with an abundant flow of soul qi, planting him there. As long as Yun Xiao helps him like this, the tree spirit promises to give him even greater benefits after waking up. Wishing for the old being to explain these benefits clearly, the reincarnated soul mischievously threatens to eat him if this is a lie. Not wanting to risk Yun Xiao getting any funny ideas, the tree spirit promises to give him a trace of Taiyi mystic qi if he can care for him until he wakes up. At first, the old being's words don't register properly in the boy's head, and he shrugs them off. However, as soon as the realization hits him, Yun Xiao gets right up in the tree spirit's face, unable to believe that he can actually cultivate Taiyi mystic qi. Pulling the reincarnated soul away from himself, the wooden creature reveals that he currently only possesses a trace of it, which he has refined into his own qi. After rebirth, though, the tree spirit would be able to cultivate a second and third trace of the Taiyi mystic qi. As such, he will give one of the traces to Yun Xiao as a reward. The boy quickly accepts the offer before the old being changes his mind, considering that Taiyi mystic qi is the primal energy born of chaos that existed at the start of the universe, even before the separation of yin and yang. Since all elements are evolved from it, obtaining a trace of such a legendary thing will greatly increase his odds of reaching martial deity. Moreover, only ancient true spirits could cultivate Taiyi mystic qi, but all of them have disappeared. Despite being influenced by the phoenix and cultivating for tens of thousands of years, the Congo divine tree only managed to refine a trace, making the chance to obtain it an opportunity that comes only once in 2 lifetimes. Bro out here inventing new rarity levels. Seeing Yun Xiao's enthusiasm, the tree spirit starts the process without delay. The latter recites the same words that the former otherwise does for people to follow him, transferring all the information about the rebirth process to his mind. After confirming that everything is clear and a bit of banter, Yun Xiao prepares to start. However, he asks the old entity to hand over the spirit-nourishing wood first. The tree spirit readily gives it to the boy, putting his mind at ease about Mengwu's life. At last, Yun Xiao brings out the projection of the true fire of life to start the process, and follows the old being's lead without any mistakes. Soon, the tree spirit no longer needs his body and transfers all the soul chi within it to the reincarnated soul, rapidly advancing him up to a 6-star great martial master. Feeling refreshed, Yun Xiao starts mewing like a cat. However, his state of nirvana is disrupted by Hung Yuan's appearance. Charging at the boy, the now peak 1-star martial emperor demands to be compensated for the cultivation level he has lost ever since his arrival and prepares to forcefully take it back. Declaring that 3 powers realm trash, like Yun Xiao doesn't deserve the Congo Divine Tree's soul chi, Hung Yuan charges forward, fully prepared to kill him in one blow. However, the idiot remains unaware that he came an hour too early for his assault to be effective. Forming a triangular sign with his hands, and then clapping them together, Yun Xiao sends the peak 1-star martial emperor flying into the distance. He then recites a poem, detailing the true fire of life's characteristics, unleashing it in all its glory. The ancient true soul phoenix's flames bloom like a beautiful yet deadly flower, resulting in a fiery existence that can burn anything and everything, even a person's very soul. Hung Yuan realizes this, and he also notices the scary tree spirit behind Yun Xiao. Not willing to throw away his life for some soul chi, the peak 1-star martial emperor decides to retreat. Of course, he doesn't forget to curse the boy on the way out. Generational hater. Moments later, the tree spirit gets burned by the phoenix's flames and bids farewell to Yun Xiao, promising to see him after their rebirth. Erupting into blue flames, the reincarnated soul goes into free fall, soon dissipating like specks of dust. Meanwhile, the razor clams notice that the Congo Divine Tree's soul chi has disappeared, and they furiously go on a search to find the culprits. Elsewhere, Da Lei informs the Hoverbat's tribe's Lord Wei Shi of the events that have transpired and begs for his help. However, the latter angrily refuses to help the former, reminding him that the Razor Clan tribe dying off has nothing to do with him, since this was never in their agreement. Not wanting to offend Wei Shi with his words, Dale starts groveling and mentions that letting the intruders run wild will result in the divine tree dying, rendering him unable to cultivate as well. These words hit the mark, as Wei Shi seemingly gets ready to help the Razor Clams. Of course, he doesn't do so without leaving them with a few harsh words. Hearing that the Lord of the Hoverbat tribe is ready to help them, Dale repeatedly starts thanking him. Prostrating before Wei Shi, the Razor Clam showers him with endless praises, only to get a blade put to his neck. His worshipping soon turns into whimpers, as he begs not to be killed. Wei Shi isn't someone who fights for free. Since the supply of soul chi suddenly stopped during an important stretch in his cultivation, he is overcome with rage. To make up for it, Wei Shi absorbs Da Lei's martial emperor-level cultivation into his own body, leaving the Razor Clam completely drained like a dead piece of wood. At the same time, Duan Yuwei's group finishes up the battle with the Razor Clam tribe's martial emperors. Although they emerge victorious, all 3 of them are completely exhausted. So Tia Pin asks Duan Yuwei and Tia Fan to leave with Tia Ling first, deciding to wait for the holy emissary there. The old man wonders where Yun Xiao is, fearing that he's dead. Right then, Tia Fei arrives there and announces that their holy emissary is definitely alive. After all, he has brought Tia Ling with him, who has advanced to a 3rd-tier marine refiner. While the father and daughter celebrate a breakthrough, Tia Fan tells Tia Pin to look at Tia Fei, who has also become a peak 9-star martial grandmaster. Witnessing this sight, the tribe chief erupts into tears and thanks the heavens for sending the holy emissary to help his people. Duan Yue wonders why they don't just use the opportunity to keep cultivating quickly here, getting informed by Tia Ling that the soul chi within the Congo Divine Tree has completely disappeared. This makes the old man question if it has something to do with Yun Xiao. That's the secret cap that always does. Have to do with who? These words fall on the entire group with soul-crushing pressure, as Wei Shi arrives there to interrogate them about what has happened to the Congo Divine Tree, despite getting crushed under the Martial Supreme's aura, which leaves even Duan Yuet trembling in fear. Tia Pin refuses to back down and calls him out for conspiring with the Razor Clams. However, Wei Shi just repeats the same lecture about the strong possessing such items that Da Lei gave him earlier, promising to annihilate the entire Blaze Fish tribe if he'll get him his soul chi back, insisting that they don't know what happened. Tia Pin begs Wei Shi to spare everyone else and offers himself up as a sacrifice. Asking for mercy, the tribe chief reminds him of the offerings that the Blazefish tribe has given to the hoverbats for the past 10,000 years. At the same time, Duan Yue's curse seal reappears, sending him back to the 7-star martial grandmaster level, declaring that the Blazefish tribe's lifetime worth of offerings can't compare to a single day's worth of the Kumgo divine tree's effects. Wei Shi lifts Tia Pin in the air and threatens to kill him if no one speaks up. Right as the hoverbat is about to absorb the martial emperor as a supplement, a comforting voice echoes throughout the area, demanding that Wei Shi release Tia Pin. The voice promises to tell him the reason why the Soul Chi disappeared. Hearing it, Duan Yue and the sea folk smile, while the hoverbat looks around in a panic and demands to know the voice's identity, having failed to notice him creeping up even at his cultivation level. In true Yun Shiyao fashion, he announces that his identity is unimportant. Regardless, Wei Shi can have the Soul Chi that he wants as long as he stays alive to take it, of course. With these words, countless bursts and waves of the true Phoenix's flames rain down in the region, surrounding it in a sphere of fire. Even the Martial Supreme is unable to withstand its power and tries to focus all his energy on getting out, only to fail miserably. The instant he touches the circle of fire while trying to escape, Wei Shi starts getting devoured by the true fire of life, unable to comprehend what is happening to him. In his last words, the Martial Supreme struggles and shouts, refusing to accept his reality. Just like that, a Martial Supreme who commanded the region for over 400 years perishes in the Phoenix's flames, remaining unaware of the identity of the person who sent him to his demise. Yun Shiyao soars throughout the sea, wreaking havoc on the razor clams. The Phoenix's divine flames burn the very souls of the enemy, all the while encircling Duan Yue, Tia Pin, Tia Fan, Tia Ling, and Tia Fei to protect them. Even on his last breaths, the tribe chief is overcome with joy and celebrates that the divine fire has graced them in his lifetime. The Razor Clan tribe is going through entirely different emotions at the moment, though, as their forces dwindle down with each passing second, unable to run away from the rampant flames. This scene reaches the Blazefish tribe's home place, leaving them questioning why the Kumgo divine tree has gone up in flames and abandoned them. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, 2 members of the Blazefish tribe are on patrol, discussing the events of the past few days. Suddenly, the water below them starts to gurgle and boil. With each passing second, it gets hotter and hotter, forcing them to run for their lives. Moments later, a huge geyser of the true Soul Phoenix, a terrifying flame, erupts from the sea. The patrollers try to make sense of what's going on, but the sight they witness next leaves them lost for words. From the spot where the fire erupted, the entire sea has been split apart, as if Moses himself walked through it, though real ones remember that a Beyblade actually did it. Elsewhere, thousands of miles away in the deep South Sea, Qin Ming, the Lord of the South Sea, is cultivating. Suddenly, he stops, overcome with a feeling that a powerful warrior has entered his domain. Calling forth the sea-taming Yaksha, Qin Ming orders him to go north to investigate the source of the extraordinary power. Wary of this mysterious entity, the former instructs the latter to report back immediately without offending the powerful person. Several days later, at the location of the Kumgo divine tree, several members of the Blazefish tribe gather to discuss their next move. Turns out, the fire has been burning for 3 days and 3 nights straight, drying up its surrounding seawater. Not only that, they haven't heard from Tia Pin ever since either, making them wonder if they should leave the area entirely. Meanwhile, inside the burning Kumgo divine tree, the sea folk and Duan Yue are on the end of their ropes. The old man wonders if Yun Shiyao ended up burning himself to death, but Tia Pin is convinced that nothing bad can happen to their holy emissary. Tia Ling agrees, considering the divine flames would have consumed them by now if no one was controlling them. Regardless, Duan Yue doesn't feel relieved at all, since they would all die if the Phoenix's fire keeps burning like this for much longer. As if he triggered an event by uttering these words, the seawater starts flooding back in. Moments later, the divine flames slowly dissipate, taking the Kumgo divine tree with them. At the center of all this, Tia Pin spots Yun Shiyao, who is burning like the true Soul Phoenix itself. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul demands the person spying on him in the void to show themselves. Respectfully asking Yun Shiyao to calm down by referring to him as his lord, the sea-taming Yaksha inquires about his entity, carefully choosing his tone and words. Instantly recognizing him, the boy tells the sea-taming yaksha to get lost. Hearing the former's words, the latter is left in disbelief. Despite Yun Shiyao's cultivation only being at the martial lord level, the aura and pressure he exerts makes the soul of the one-star martial sovereign tremble, convincing him that his true strength is far beyond what he is showing off. What's more concerning is the fact that Yun Shiyao recognized him as the sea-taming yaksha. Remembering Qin Ming's explicit orders not to offend the powerful person, the one-star martial sovereign practically begs the reincarnated soul to reveal his name so that he can report back to his lord. However, Yun Shiyao refuses, declaring that Qin Ming better come ask him himself if he really wants to know who he is that badly. The boy goes a step further, promising that the sea-taming yaksha will stay there forever if he doesn't leave within 3 breaths. With these words, Yun Shiyao starts enveloping him with the phoenix's divine flames. Understanding that such experts actually follow through with their eccentric threats, the one-star martial sovereign doesn't want to die needlessly and retreats. Once again asking Yun Shiyao to calm down, the sea-taming yaksha breaks through the void and escapes to report the situation to the Sea King. After the one-star martial sovereign leaves, the boy wipes the sweat off his forehead and breathes a sigh of relief, having somehow managed to fool such a powerful entity. Stretching like a reborn cat, Yun Shiyao feels glad that there was still some residue of the true fire of life to scare off the sea-taming yaksha. Suddenly, his body starts to crack. Yun Shiyao's entire body shatters, revealing a crimson demon-like build underneath. With this, he unlocks the second stage of the tyrant body tempering technique, the unending tyrant physique. Not only can the boy now match a martial lord in strength without using any true chi, but he is also a 4 quadrants realm martial lord in cultivation now, getting him ever closer to his past glory. Right then, Duan Yue and the others come up to the reincarnated soul looking all barbecued, confirming that the being who appeared earlier was the sea-taming yaksha of the Crystal Quartz Palace. Tia Pin is left in shock. He can't believe that his hopeless emissary managed to stand his ground against the 9 Heavens realm martial sovereign of the Yaksha tribe and scared him off with only one scolding, considering they are second-tier beings only behind the royal tribes in status. Duan Yue can't believe that a 4-star great martial master managed to scare off a 1-star martial sovereign, instantly catching himself upon noticing that the boy is somehow a martial lord now. Observing his body closely, Duan Yue refuses to accept that someone can skip through an entire realm in this world and asks to be hit to see if he's dreaming. Of course, Yun Shiyao gladly fulfills the old man's request and sends him flying with a punch to the face. He doesn't even use any true chi, blowing away the 7-star martial grandmaster with the tyrant body strength alone. Nah, we gotta find someone thicker than Lizzo to describe bro's plot armor now. Complaining about the punch hurting him, Duan Yue starts crying at Yun Shiyao's logic-defying cultivation speed, since it is unfair to normal people like him. Ignoring the geezer, the reincarnated soul instructs everyone to hurry out of there. After all, not only will the seawater come flooding back in soon, but the sea-taming yaksha might return with Qin Ming too. Hearing the Sea King's name, the scaredy fishes rush out of there, leaving Duan Yue behind to get blasted by a powerful vortex. Even Yun Shiyao bursts into a sweat, realizing that the seabed that the Kumdo divine tree used to be rooted on is about to collapse and suck them in. Sometime later, things settle down, and the reincarnated soul pops back out of the strong whirlpool without suffering any damage at all. Feeling impressed by the unyielding tyrant physique at first, Yun Shiyao quickly gets worried about the others and focuses on finding them with his universal detect. In the process, he spots an injured Hung Yuan running away and rushes after him to finish the job. The 2-star martial emperor tries to scare Yun Shiyao with the 3 realms of cultivation difference between them, only to fail miserably. With relentless abandon, the reincarnated soul continues to chase after Hung Yuan, using his tiger husk sword, right as the latter tries to wrap his head around how a measly martial lord was uninjured by the earlier whirlpool. The realization hits him that the former was just a 1-star great martial master a few days ago. In Hung Yuan's shocked state, Yun Shiyao closes the distance between them and cuts up his face, continuously talking down on the 2-star martial emperor for running away from a mere martial lord. Yun Shiyao prepares to unleash his Lotus Sword Song, Zero Respect style, to finish him off. Right then, Tia Ling calls for Yun Shiyao in tears. Worried that her father isn't going to make it, she begs the holy emissary to help him. Despite Hung Yuan still having the Violet Nine-striked Muth that he won't be able to get back after this moment, Yun Xiao decides to abandon the chase and approaches Tia Pin, making Tia Ling hopeful. Elsewhere, Jia Rong decides to watch our recaps to keep up with the story. Upon finding out that his master is cheating on him by making Duan Yue his idiotic servant, the poor refiner cries out. While Tia Ling begs for his help, Yun Xiao simply pulls out a robe from his storage ring and clothes himself. Announcing that no one can escape nature, the boy reveals that Tia Pin has truly hit his limit and only another Kungno divine tree would save him. Tia Ling falls into despair, getting comforted by her dying father. Regretting the mistakes he has made in his life, the tribe chief just feels relieved. The heavens sent the holy emissary to help him repent for some of them. These words make the three sea folk erupt into tears as they praise their tribe chief for being the best one that's ever lived. Suddenly, Tia Pin falls to the ground. Edging ever closer to death, the martial emperor feels glad that he saw everyone grow to such a level with his own eyes, and formally appoints Tia Fan as the new Blazefish tribe chief. Unable to contain his emotions, Tia Fan lashes out at first, but honors Tia Pin's dying wish in the end, promising to protect the Blazefish tribe with all his might. With this, the dying martial emperor makes Tia Ling an elder to support the new tribe chief. He then thanks the holy emissary, leaving the Blazefish tribe in his care. However, Yun Xiao regretfully informs him that he will return to Tianwu soon, but vows to take care of them, if fate allows it, leaving Tia Fei and Tia Fan trembling with rage. Of course, Tia Pin understands his situation and declares that the holy emissary will always be a respect-worthy friend of the Blazefish tribe. No matter what, gritting their teeth, Tia Fei and Tia Fan promise to heed his words. Just like that, Tia Pin peacefully leaves for the afterlife. This is enough to make a grown fish cry. Right then, Yu Xiao bids his farewell to the group, enraging Tia Fan. He utters some harsh words, feeling infuriated that the boy didn't even try to lie about staying behind, so that Tia Pin could leave in peace. Unfazed, the reincarnated soul proclaims that the Blazefish tribe's future is in their own hands now, and questions if Tia Fan really wants to leave it to an outsider. The new tribe chief notes that he trusts the holy emissary to be her ally, getting told that this trust is the very reason he can't lie to them. Right then, Tia Ling screams out, wishing to learn the art of refinement from Yun Xiao. This time, he doesn't flat out refuse. Instead, the boy wants the marine refiner to come and look for him when the Blazefish tribe settles down. Introducing himself as the Martial Flame City Lord, Li Yun Xiao pets Tia Ling and gives her his address to find him. With this, the third-tier marine refiner vows to eventually come to Martial Flame City and learn his refinement techniques. Hearing this, Yun Xiao gives her some words of encouragement, declaring that a time will come when she becomes an exceptional marine refiner in the four seas, surpassing even Haas, Shelley, and An Sun. The reincarnated soul knowing about them shocks the sea folk, as those three are treated like gods in the four seas. Of course, Yun Xiao deems them to be just three old geezers, and doesn't feel that Tia Ling has any less talent than any of them. With this, Yun Xiao gets ready to leave for the surface with a smile, feeling that the things he experienced there in just a few days are comparable to his past life. Unaware of what the boy has gone through during his time there, Duan Yue is surprised that he is willing to leave a place filled with treasures so easily. Suddenly, Tia Fei and Tia Ling kneel before Yun Xiao and the old man, while Tia Ling bows, thanking them for all they have done for the Blazefish tribe in the past few days, since getting lost in the vast region is quite easy. Tia Fei offers to lead them to the surface. Yun Xiao gladly accepts, riding out of the sea on a water ball that he takes a liking to. While Duan Yue and the boy banter, Tia Fei announces that they have arrived at the place where they first met, wondering where the holy emissary will go now. Not knowing when the rainbow fog will appear, Yun Xiao wants to wait for it and decides to rest on a nearby island. Wishing him a safe journey, Tia Fei bids the holy emissary farewell and heads back to the deep sea. Seeing the Blazefish leave, Yun Xiao is overcome with a sense of irony. In his past life, the reincarnated soul's hands were stained with the blood of countless sea folk. But now, he has gotten so close to one of their race. Duan Yue dismisses the boy's profound thoughts as just him having the hots for beautiful fishes, getting a no reverse in an instant. Oh, this poor old soul just doesn't learn his lesson, does he? Duan Yue gets verbally obliterated by the evil Yun Shiyao and is left to take out his frustrations on the creatures of the island. While the old man runs off, the reincarnated soul takes a look at the glowing item in his hand. A wide smile appears across Yun Shiyao's face as the reborn Kumgo divine tree is now in his possession. And so, the second saga comes to a rousing conclusion, self-glaze. But this series is so peak. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Li Yun Shiyao and Duan Yue find themselves in the deep sea region ruled by the Blaze Fish tribe. Demonstrating the power of the true Soul Phoenix, the reincarnated soul gets hailed as the Holy Emissary and is escorted to the Kumdo Divine Tree. After an all-out war against the villainous Razor Clan tribe, Yu Xiao is reborn with the true fire of life. Now he heads back to the surface to catch the rainbow fog back to Vernon's seaport. Holding the reborn Kumgo Divine Tree in his hands, Yun Xiao starts grinning and salivating, since consuming such mystical power would allow him to break through at least 3 tiers in one go. The reincarnated soul is tempted to swallow it whole, right then and there. However, since it's the first time he has come across a spirit that can be stored in a Shuan weapon, like his storage ring, Yun Xiao suppresses his intrusive thoughts. After all, no amount of soul power is better than Tai Mystic Qi. While the reincarnated soul fawns over the rarity among rarities, that is the Kumgo Divine Tree, Tai Fei, along with some other members of the Blazefish tribe, pops back out of the sea. Hoping that their holy emissary isn't delayed because of them, the reverent fishes return his Tiger King battleship and bid him farewell for real. As Tai Fei heads back, Yu Xiao notices something different about his 5th-tier treasure and hops on to take a quick peek, only to end up screaming out in excitement at what he sees. Turns out, the Blazefish tribe filled their holy emissary's Tiger King battleship to the brim with amazing treasures. Swimming around in his newfound wealth, Yun Xiao laments that he blew up the other 2 battleships, since the sea folk would have filled them up too. Of course, the reincarnated soul is anything but ungrateful and giddily stores the bounty in his storage ring. Right then, the rainbow fog reemerges, carrying the monsters he hunted on his back. Duan Yue fortunately shows up on time too. Thinking about finally returning home, the old man grins with excitement. Suddenly, some of the pink crystalline dust comes flying his way, making him doze off. Yun Xiao slaps Duan Yue awake, making him question if the rainbow fog is supposed to hurt their faces. Pretending like he totally wasn't the one responsible, the reincarnated soul doesn't correct the old man's misunderstanding, and instead gaslights him into believing that it's exactly what happened. Du never beating the master manipulator and habitual liar allegations. Anyway, since the pink crystalline dust entirely negated his universal detect, Duan Yue questions if Yu Xiao can really make it through the immensely dense fog, getting told not to worry as his spirit power has grown quite a bit recently. Hearing this, the geezer doesn't want to wait a single moment to leave. However, the boy tells him to wait a moment. This confuses Duan Yue, as the denser the pink crystalline dust, the safer the spatial transfer, making this the best moment for them to enter. Yu Xiao agrees, but he is waiting for something to happen. Right then, a burst of light zips past the duo and into the rainbow fog. As Duan Yue recognizes him as none other than Hung Yuan, the reincarnated soul orders to chase after him without hesitation. The 7-star martial grandmaster flies into the rainbow fog, and Yu Xiao follows behind, riding on the sea folk's water ball. Duan Yue starts struggling in the pin crystalline dust, prompting the boy to open a path up front with his spirit power for him to follow. With this, Yu Xiao zooms forward, making the old man question if he is really trying to end Hung Yuan there of all places. Bro still can't match his freak. Barely managing to keep up with the boy, Duan Yue bombards him with countless queries, getting told to pipe down and just speed up. Soon, Yun Xiao catches up to his friend from the Star Mansion sect and asks him to hold on. Bringing out his Tiger Fang sword, the reincarnated soul greets Hung Yuan with his ferocious roaring tiger terraquake technique. Easily blowing away Yun Xiao's attack, the martial emperor declares Yu Xiao insane for challenging him, while still being a mere martial lord, announcing that he isn't afraid of the boy. Hung Yuan reminds him that they will both die if they fight inside the rainbow fog. Almost as if just realizing that fact, Yu Xiao puts his Tiger Fang sword back into the storage ring. The martial emperor sighs out in relief, thanking the heavens that the boy isn't dumb. In the same breath, Han Yuan starts acting like he is the one sparing them, only to get struck with instant karma. Seeing Yun Shiyao completely ignore his words and charge a blast, the martial emperor's eyes almost pop out of his skull in shock. Roasting Han Yuan for being exactly like the Star Mansion sect's old geezer, who would rather die than not lie, the reincarnated soul gathers the pink crystalline dust into a concentrated ball. Overcome with despair at the sheer insanity of this act, the martial emperor begs him to stop. Of course, Yun Shiyao isn't one to listen to the desperate cries of his enemies. Forming a perfect sphere out of the pink crystalline dust, the boy hurls it toward Han Yuan like a bowling ball, dubbing the technique Fortunate Spirit's Strike. Call them Minato Namikaze the way these names sound. Confronted by a true maniac, the martial emperor activates his boundless realm, Star Mesh Shield, to protect himself from certain death. However, he still tries to act like a tough guy, prompting Yun Shiyao to go wild with his spirit power manipulation. The concentrated ball Yun Shiyao formed with Fortunate Spirit's Strike expands and shatters at his command, turning into a giant crystalline dust war axe. As the reincarnated soul ruthlessly prepares to crush him, Han Yuan gathers all of his Yuan energy to unleash the threefold Star Mesh Shield. Once again refusing to accept even the possibility of losing to a mere martial lord, the martial emperor promises to kowtow to Yun Shiyao 10,000 times if he somehow breaks the Star Mansion sect's ultimate shield. Of course, the conniving boy doesn't intend to even attempt such a thing, and instead spins the crystalline dust war axe to attack him from the side. The underhanded trick leaves Han Yuan in tears, who, for some reason, was under the impression that they were fighting head-on. To Yun Shiyao, though, the Star Mansion sect doesn't have a right to talk about morals. About to send the martial emperor straight to hell, the reincarnated soul boosts the crystalline dust war axe, forcing him to block with a last-second barrier. However, it is too weak to stop it. Realizing that he can no longer block the incoming attack, Han Yuan summons a mysterious stone and throws it at the crystalline dust war axe. The collision results in a massive explosion, shattering them both. While the pink crystalline dust dissipates and returns to the rainbow fog, Han Yuan's item is completely destroyed, causing him to mourn over its loss. Recognizing the artifact as the Stone of Three Lives, Yu Xiao rages out. After all, if he had known that Han Yuan possessed such a thing, his life could have been spared. However, now, killing the martial emperor even 1,000 times isn't enough to make him pay for the crime of exploding a treasure as precious as the Stone of Three Lives. Turns out, Han Yuan didn't know what the stone that saved his life was at all, having bought it purely by chance. With tears in his eyes, the Star Mansion sect's elder looks on helplessly as Yun Shiyao starts to gather pink crystalline dust in an even greater amount than before. Left with no other choice, Han Yuan begs and pleads to be spared, promising to treat the boy well when they meet again. Of course, the latter doesn't stop collecting the pink crystalline dust whatsoever, forcing the former to kowtow in front of him. Yes, that's right, keep acting submissive like that. Wait, wrong channel. Referring to Yu Xiao as a hero, Han Yuan vows to give him anything he wants in return for his puny life. Right then, Duan Yue finally catches up to them. However, the unexpected scene leaves him wondering what he missed. He doesn't miss the chance to pile on the martial emperor, although labeling him as a coward and an embarrassment to all martial emperors. Instead of refuting the statement, Han Yuan declares that the geezer is right and starts hurling insults at himself, begging Duan Yue to ask Yun Xiao to spare him. The pathetic martial emperor promises to become their servant when they return, disgusting both of them with his antics, not the least bit surprised that an elder of the Star Mansion sect is comparable to that oldie in being appalling. The reincarnated soul unleashes his shooting star fireball at him. Realizing that his pleading didn't pay off at all, Han Yuan drops the act and goes back to disrespecting Yun Xiao, promising to take down the Violet Nine-Striped Moth with him, bringing out the 6th-tier beast from his storage ring. The martial emperor breaks its entrapment and throws it into the shooting star fireball as his final act of defiance. After all, if he can't have it, no one can. This doesn't stop the crystalline dust flames from burning him, though, and Han Yuan gets engulfed by them from head to toe. However, despite his entire body turning pink from being scorched, he somehow ends up living. Suddenly, something overcomes the martial emperor, making him fall unconscious. Yu Xiao himself looks on at the phenomenon in anticipation, having never witnessed the aftermath. of someone getting sucked into the pink crystalline dust before, not even in his past life. With all eyes on him, Hung Yuan floats lifelessly in the rainbow fog. Moments later, he snaps awake with a wide grin across his face, leaving both Duan Yue and Yun Shiyao startled. To make things even creepier, the martial emperor starts laughing like a crazed maniac. A hexagram appears on Hung Yuan's forehead, and the pure white of his blind right eye gets diluted with a bar-like pupil, making him regain vision in the process. Du copied Grey Matter's whole flow, word for word, bar for bar. Smirking at the strange pair of Yun Shiyao and Duan Yue, the ominous entity intently starts observing them. As if this is his first time seeing the duo, Hung Yuan recognizes the reincarnated soul as a 15-year-old fourth-tier refiner, and the geezer as a sealed martial emperor. However, unlike before, his universal detect exerts soul-crushing pressure on them both. While Yun Shiyao and his old servant are still trying to process what's going on, Hung Yuan raises his right arm. With this single motion, the pink crystalline dust scatters, forming an entire tunnel for the martial emperor. Sparing a glance in the strange pair's direction, he ignores them for now and makes his way out of the rainbow fog. After he leaves, Duan Yue tries to calm down his thumping heart and asks Yun Shiyao to explain what's going on, considering the pressure Hung Yuan exerted earlier almost made him collapse. Usually, the reincarnated soul is pretty calm in these situations and clowns the geezer for tripping out. However, for the first time since Chum Da Sheng's death, something has shaken him up. Pure horror is visible on his face as he reveals that Hung Yuan was possessed. The shocks Duan Yue is shocked, as he had always thought that the existence of such an evil technique was nothing but a myth. These dudes be killing each other, but possession is where they draw the line. Makes total sense. Regaining his composure, Yun Shiyao explains that whoever took control of the martial emperor's body is a being with extremely strong spirit power. After all, they managed to pierce the entirety of the rainbow fog by simply raising their arm, a feat that not even he can accomplish. Duan Yue questions if the one who possessed Hung Yuan is a refiner, getting his hypothesis confirmed by the boy. As only refiners have spirit power, strong enough to detach them from their physical bodies, no one else besides them usually cultivates possession techniques. Yun Shiyao himself went through a similar experience when he was reborn in Tian Shui after dying in the Tiandong Mountains, though that was because of the godly evolution technique. On the other hand, whoever possessed Hung Yuan remained in the pink crystalline dust as a spirit body, waiting for a human body to use as their vessel. Finally, the mysterious entity got its chance to be reborn through Hung Yuan. The reincarnated soul marvels at the vastness of the world and its wonders, feeling like a frog that has just seen the opening of a well. Following this, Duan Yue gets scared of another spirit body, popping out of the pink crystalline dust at any moment. Announcing that they are lucky that Hung Yuan's possessor couldn't be bothered to fight them, Yun Shiyao instructs the geezer to focus on searching for the great treasure. That is the violet nine-striped muff's corpse. The boy speeds up, getting begged by Duan Yue to wait for him. Soon, the duo finds the great treasure and escapes the rainbow fog. Feeling refreshed, the old man starts laughing with relief and lets out a wild cry, causing the entire seawater to ripple wildly. Suddenly, a voice shouts out at Yun Shiyao and Duan Yue, questioning who is noisily disrupting the limitless sex hunt. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, the two of them end up getting surrounded by numerous floating battleships. Bra's got the faulty plot armor. Laughing in the face of the enraged members of the limitless sect, Duan Yue celebrates, since this means that they are finally back at Verdant Seaport. Right then, one of them reprimands the old man for still daring to laugh in their face, considering he just disrupted their hunt for the golden mystic sea cow, which they had been preparing for over 3 months. Since the setup required countless resources and hidden techniques, the angry guy questions how Duan Yue intends to repay them. Unfazed by the threat, the latter glares at the former with intense contempt, prompting a blonde to forcefully shut up her martial brother's mouth. Not being able to detect Duan Yue's cultivation whatsoever, she recognizes that his cultivation is far beyond theirs and doesn't want to anger him. Valuing her life, the girl asks the sealed martial emperor to ignore the dumbass beside her, even though all their efforts to hunt the golden mystic sea cow went to waste because of him. She just chalks it up to the limitless sect being unlucky, causing the idiotic dude to open his mouth again. The blonde dropkicks the ever-living crap out of him, not wanting another word out of him. Suddenly, Duan Yue begins to move, declaring that the idiotic boy is right. he gets ready to repay them. Feeling a soul-crushing pressure from the 7-star martial grandmaster, the girl begs him to stop. As Duan Yue increases his power, the limitless sect panics. Activating their battleship's arrays, they prepare for combat. Meanwhile, the geezer zips through the air. After reaching a certain height, he stops and unleashes his white flames, taking aim at the dumb dude's floating battleship. Sweat dripping down her face, the blonde questions why such an elder is killing complete strangers like them. Ignoring the girl's words, Duan Yue ferociously hurls his spear of white fire at the idiotic guy's battleship. Showing tremendous chivalry, the dumbass stands in front of his martial sister to protect her. Much to the surprise of both of them, Duan Yue's attack completely curves their floating battleship and makes its way toward the water. Right then, the golden mystic sea cow pops out of the sea and leaps into the air, surrounded by a barrier made out of its golden chi. The gigantic beast collides with Duan Yue's white flame ghostly killer, not knowing that this would be its biggest mistake. The 7-star martial grandmaster's weapon shatters the golden mystic sea cow's shield and pierces through its head, killing the monster in a single blow. Never mind. The plot armor is working just fine. After slaying the beast, Duan Yue starts acting all cool and goes on a cocky monologue. His mighty showcase leaves all the onlookers with their jaws dropped, and they thank the heavens that they weren't fast enough to attack. Due to his time with the reincarnated soul, the geezer had almost forgotten how it felt to hear nice things. So, he revels in the moment as all the glazing by the spectators' members falls like music on his ears. Continuing to impress them, Duan Yue teleports instantly swoops down. He sits down on his weapon, announcing that the limitless sect can take the sea cow as repayment for earlier. Overcome with uneasiness, the blonde thinks that this is a wicked joke, since no one would give away such a treasure after going through the trouble of hunting it, and begs the elder to let them go. Announcing himself as Duan Yue, someone who doesn't bully the weak, the geezer tells the limitless sect members to just accept his gracious offer and scram. For some reason, the girl is surprised upon hearing the elder's name, while the idiotic boy questions why he isn't dead. Duan Yue lashes out at this disrespect, prompting the blonde to choke out her martial brother to shut him up for good. Finally, the reincarnated soul steps in, asking the duo to elaborate on why they thought that Duan Yue died. Foaming out of his mouth, the dumbass questions Yun Xiao's identity. Being the good servant that he is, the 7-star martial grandmaster reasserts his dominance for his master's sake and orders the two kids to speak. Turns out, certain rumors circulated in Verdant Seaport a few days ago that Duan Yue, along with the other elders that went to hunt the purple 9-striped moth, all died. Since this meant that 7 martial grandmasters of the 6 Directions realm lost their lives, the entire city was thrown into chaos. The uproar particularly affected the sects belonging to Ma 1D, Yan Fei Yue, and Shi Hong Kai, along with the Soaring Swords and Tiger Slayer sects, as well as the Square Pavilion. All of them even sent out experts to investigate the matter, but all of their efforts were in vain. Concluding that this is all Hung Yuan's doing, Duan Yue rages out. Yu Xiao signals him to calm down and asks the kids where they got their info. Lo and behold, the information came from an expert belonging to the Star Mansion sect who was claiming to have watched the martial grandmasters die with his own eyes but was lucky enough to escape himself. And no one doubted the story. Okay, even a penny has more sense than these idiots. At the same time, the blonde wonders why a famous martial grandmaster like Duan Yue is following the lead of a mere 1-star martial lord. Right then, Yu Xiao thanks her for the info and reiterates that the limitless sect can take the hunted beast with them. All the while the geezer keeps freaking out. Once again, the blonde hesitates to accept the offer. With this, the reincarnated soul menacingly stares at her, threatening to shed some blood if there are any more delays in their departure. Thanking Yun Xiao and Duan Yue for their help, the limitless sect's floating battleships tie the golden mystic sea cow and head out in the blink of an eye. Still high from all the praise he got earlier, the 7-star martial grandmaster refers to the reincarnated soul as a kid and questions if they should reveal that the Star Mansion sect was responsible for the death of their teammates. Of course, the latter quickly brings the former back down to earth by reminding him that he is his young master Yun. With no sense of dignity left, the geezer does as told. Blue got humbled instantly. Finally, Yu Xiao reveals their next plan of action, going through their next course of action, while Duan Yue nods along. However, the sudden realization of what the boy just said leaves the old man dumbfounded. Yu Xiao wants to take advantage of the chaos to borrow the Star Mansion Sect's Green Phoenix battleship, making Duan Yue panic and wonder if he has truly gone insane this time. After all, stealing such an immensely powerful item from the Star Mansion sect would ensure that no place on Earth is safe for them for at least a few aeons. However, Yu Xiao thinks that the old man is belittling the Star Mansion sect, since losing a mere Green Phoenix battleship isn't going to be a huge loss for a force as big as them. The reincarnated soul tries to emotionally blackmail Duan Yue by reminding him that he had to sacrifice 3 Tiger King battleships to save his life earlier. Yu Xiao reprimands the ungrateful geezer for throwing a tantrum when it's his turn to return the favor, but he doesn't fall for his tricks this time and promises to return the 3 battleships instead, not wanting to anger the monstrous Star Mansion sect. Refusing his refusal, the boy assures Duan Yue that there is no need to worry and tells him the game plan. Since the strongest fighter of the Star Mansion sect in Verdant Seaport is a mere 1-star martial emperor named Shu Fyun, the geezer will easily take him out in the 1 hour he is unsealed, with his true strength as a 2-star martial emperor. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao will find a way to control the Green Phoenix battleship. Despite this immaculate strategy, Duan Yue doesn't stop ranting and practically begs the boy to think things through. Scared of the might of the Star Mansion sect, the cowardly old man reiterates that they won't be able to hide anywhere in Tianwu if they follow through with this, getting reminded that the Star Mansion sect is already out for him. Duan Yue seems to have forgotten that his still being alive, while Hung Yuan has disappeared as a crime in and of itself, which will get him hunted, even if he doesn't do anything from now. So Yu Xiao isn't the one who needs to think things through, but rather the old man. My goat is also a professional instigator. What can't he do? Hearing Yu Xiao's words, Duan Yue realizes that he is kind of right, leaving him with no reason not to return the Star Mansion sect's favor. The geezer tries to inform the reincarnated soul that a full power blast from a Green Phoenix battleship can output the strength of realms, allowing it to kill even him, even in his unsealed state as a 2-star martial emperor. However, Yu Xiao tells Duan Yue to just focus on Shu Feng. After all, the Green Phoenix battleship that the Star Mansion sect has in Verdant Seaport is nothing but a half-assed item meant to scare people and can't really utilize its full power. Moreover, even if it was a top-tier Green Phoenix battleship, they still wouldn't have any reason to worry, since operating it would require many third-tier refiners. Freed of all doubts about the plan, Duan Yue ponders over where his heart is at. Finally, he decides to follow Yu Xiao's lead to exact his vengeance and go all out, vowing to repay the Star Mansion sect's hostility with some of his own. 2 days later, the story of the Star Mansion sect assassinating Ma Wandi and the other martial grandmasters to steal the violet 9-striped muff spreads throughout Verdant Seaport. It only takes half a day from then for the Soaring Sword and Tiger-slaying sects, along with the Square Pavilion, to send numerous of their experts there. Obviously, the streets start talking about the incident as well. People lose faith in the Star Mansion sect, and rumors of their sect master, being a perverted old man who is into young maidens, begin to catch on as well. At the same time, on the Star Mansion sect's Green Phoenix battleship, countless guards surround the core formation area. Inside it, 4 refiners working together manage to repair only a single formation source, after using up countless materials to do so, making them question the strength of the refiner, who made such an amazing 6th-tier floating battleship. While the 4 refiners continue to lose their minds over the Green Phoenix battleship, Yu Xiao suddenly appears behind them, lamenting that it is even worse than he thought. Shocked by the boy popping up out of nowhere, the refiners start causing a commotion. 4 nearby experts get alerted by the noise and rush for the reincarnated soul, wondering how he managed to enter such a heavily guarded place. He put 100 points into his sneak stat. Yu Xiao questions if they don't feel any shame asking him that. After all, they wouldn't have known that someone was there had he not spoken up. Surrounded by 4 8-star martial lords, the boy stands there unfazed. Turns out, he snuck into the Green Phoenix battleship by pretending to be a primordial stone transporter from the Manduo Commerce Guild. Praising the refiner who recognized this fact, Yu Xiao walks away from the martial lords, wanting to examine and study the main formation. However, the idiotic guards don't let the reincarnated soul proceed peacefully and rush to kill him. Forced to engage in a battle that is beneath him, Yu Xiao lets out a deep sigh. The 4 8-star martial lords jump the boy, attacking him from all directions with their unique weapons. Of course, he simply slides out of the way, using the guards' weapons against them. Yun Xiao makes quick work of 3 of them. Right then, the 4th one appears behind him, with a blazing wrecking ball announcing that he is done gathering his power. This leaves Yun Xiao truly disgusted, as shouting loudly when the intent is to sneak attack is a level of idiocy that transcends even Duan Yue's stupidity. Old dude is so dumb. He catching strays from us, not bothering to dodge the onslaught at all. The reincarnated soul instead opts to simply get pushed into the ground by the 8-star martial lord, giving him enough false confidence to believe that he can grind the boy into a paste. Moments later, Yun Xiao pops back out. Of course, he is completely undamaged, having unleashed the unyielding tyrant physique to tank the blow. Yun Xiao lets out a devilish grin that truly complements his crimson body in this state. Effortlessly shattering the 8-star martial lord's weapon, the reincarnated soul patronizes him for his earlier remarks and sends him flying into a nearby wall with a massive punch. His body comes crashing down behind the other 3 guards, who are left in utter disbelief by seeing the state that it is in. The dude's body is completely disfigured, barely looking like a human anymore. Making an example out of people as usual, Yun Xiao completely destroyed his 4th-tier Shuan artifact with his bare hands, a feat that even a martial emperor can accomplish. Walking toward the 3 remaining guards, the reincarnated soul vows to leave anyone who steps out of line looking like he is at a loss for words, trying to explain what to call it himself. A person, a corpse, a pie, or simply flesh paste. I strive for this level of pettiness. Regardless, it doesn't matter either way, as long as they get the point. Yun Xiao walks away after making this bone-chilling proclamation, leaving the guards literally pissing themselves. The boy then takes a close look at the Green Phoenix battleship's formation core, which is so badly wrecked that it might as well be just for show, to maintain the Star Mansion's sex public image, just like he thought. While Yun Xiao contemplates how much money he would have to put into fixing such trash, the 4 refiners wonder if he is any good with formations to say these things. Bloods are more clueless than harem protagonists. Suddenly, Yun Xiao brings out an insignia made out of qi, enveloping the formation source with a strange marking that causes it to start moving. As if that wasn't enough to shock the 4 refiners watching him, a huge commotion breaks out elsewhere as someone barges into the battleship. The fight causes the entire Green Phoenix battleship to tremble wildly, something that not even the 4 refiners can do, despite working together. So, they wonder if the 3 great sects are involved in the attack. At the same time, Yun Xiao asks this mysterious troublemaker to be careful and not wreck the ship any further, not wanting to waste any more money on it. To top things off, the highest authority of the Star Mansion sect in Verdant Seaport, Martial Emperor Shu Feng, makes a move to confront the intruder, who is courting death. Sitting atop a pile of corpses, Duan Yue shames Shu Feng for appearing only after so many of the Star Mansion sect's disciples have been killed, and declares that he is the one who's courting death. Shu Feng demands that Duan Yue reveal his identity, announcing himself as someone who doesn't kill nobodies. The latter one-ups the former, declaring that he isn't qualified to know his name. Enraged by the arrogance of the little 7-star martial grandmaster, Shu Feng lifts up his finger, preparing to swipe him out of existence. Suddenly, Duan Yue's entire appearance changes. The 1-star martial emperor instantly stops right in his tracks, recognizing that the old man's energy is higher than his own. Questioning what Duan Yue did to suddenly become a 2-star martial emperor, Shu Feng starts sweating and does a complete 180 on his behavior. He begs the Lord to be kind, promising to make things right if the Star Mansion sect offended him in any way. Being a professional glazer, Duan Yue has no interest in listening to his fake glazing and strikes him down with a white flame ghostly killer. Shu Feng barely avoids the attack, but ends up killing one of his disciples instead. With the warning shot launched, the geezer decides to refresh his opponent's memory and gets ready to reveal his name, vowing to bury him along with that knowledge. And so, the Verdant Seaport Beast Hunter, Duan Yue, announces himself. Hearing his name, Shu Feng gets agitated, rushing toward the feral old man. The 1-star martial emperor mobilizes the elders, accompanying him. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they jump the intruder. Of course, Duan Yue takes them all head-on. Witnessing the scene, the 4 refiners can't believe that someone stronger than Shu Feng showed up, albeit feeling a bit relieved that the Star Mansion sect has many powerful fighters to outnumber him. Right then, the realization hits them that the lone martial emperor might not be alone at all. The four of them turn over to Yun Shiyao, instantly forgetting their reason for doing so upon seeing what he is up to. Shouting "Whoa" in unison, like they are the crowd during Cody Rhodes' entrance, the refiners note that the formation source has never been operated at such speeds before. They conclude that Yun Shiyao has somehow fixed the Green Phoenix battleship, but the reincarnated soul understands that it's still far from being operational. Since the 6th-tier item is completely falling apart, the only way to make it work is by forcefully activating its arrays using primordial stones. As using the Green Phoenix battleship freely requires repairing it completely, Yun Shiyao laments that he will still have to go, quote-unquote, there. Before that, though, there are some annoyances to deal with. So, the reincarnated soul steps forward, reaching the center of the formation core. Suddenly, the circular lid there slides open. With their faces touching each other, the four refiners look on in awe. Moments later, a mechanical system pops out of the battleship's floor, making them lose their minds. Pitying the poor fools who have never seen the navigation panel before, Yun Shiyao invites them to come closer so they can see something cool. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining 8-star martial lords think that the boy has his guard down and rush to kill him to avenge their boss. Right then, Yun Shiyao activates the Green Phoenix battleship's navigation panel, causing a massive ball of energy to erupt from it. The reincarnated soul doesn't even have to move a finger, as the green burst of light eviscerates the 3 guards, turning them into the same mush of flesh as their ally who fell before. Unbothered, Yun Shiyao ruthlessly celebrates striking gold, while putting the martial lord's 3rd tier Shuan weapons into his storage ring. Elsewhere, Duan Yue continues to beat up the horde of fighters attacking him. This ain't 20 versus 1. It's a 1 versus 20. Xu Feng orders all of his troops to attack at once, believing that their numbers will win them the fight. Although the former mocks the latter for using his sect members as bait, he is actually worried that things will go south if they continue like this. Fortunately, the green burst of energy reaches his location right that moment and continues to expand, becoming a barrier. Soon, it pushes all the members of the Star Mansion sect out of the battleship, keeping only the old man inside. Realizing that Yun Shiyao's plan worked, Duan Yue starts laughing. On the other hand, Xu Feng is fuming. After all, losing the Green Phoenix battleship will ensure that they die a horrible death. He orders the elders to use all their remaining strength to bombard the intruders, though the barrage of attacks does no damage to the shield. Standing on the opposite side, Duan Yue notes that even his peak strength might not have been enough had the Star Mansion sect members decided to unleash on him instead. Since they can't stay like sitting ducks forever, he hopes that Yun Shiyao has something else up his sleeve to get them out. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul asks the 4 refiners to come and help him, as activating the Devil's Tone Cognate formation requires the combined strength of multiple people. Despite their hearts brimming with the light of alchemy, wanting to help Yun Shiyao, the refiners try to pretend otherwise and question why they should aid an enemy. Moreover, they wonder what their help would even do, since the main offensive formation of the Green Phoenix battleship is already broken. These words trigger the boy, as he is already pissed off about going through so much trouble to steal such trash. Feeling agitated after putting great effort in fixing the garbage battleship, Yun Shiyao snaps. He no longer asks nicely, and instead demands that the refiners get their asses over to him. Will she talk to me like this? No. I swear my cat ran over my keyboard. Shaking in their boots, the quartet goes over to the boy, who scribbles down the mechanics of the Devil's Tone Cognate formation on a notepad and passes it on to them. He gives the 4 refiners only until the count of 10 to understand the mechanics, promising to kill anyone unable to do so. Over with Xu Feng, the realization hits him that the barrier they are trying to break is none other than the defense formation that broke over a decade ago and couldn't be fixed since only to start working now. While he throws a tantrum over the identity of the person who fixed it, his minion tries to calm him down, since maintaining the defense formation requires an incomprehensible supply of primordial stones. Right then, an opening is created in the shield. Xu Feng quickly orders everyone to start moving to capture the intruders, demanding that they be brought to him in the central formation area. However, his rant soon stops as one of the elders' attacks directly strikes the Green Phoenix battleship. As Xu Feng gives him a deathly stare, the elder tries to explain what happened, only to get threatened in return. With tears flowing down his face, the latter gets ready to follow the former's orders. Suddenly, a wave of energy strikes all the members of the Star Mansion sect, making Shu Feng realize that it's the Devil's Tone Cognate Formation. Wild tremors echo everywhere, sending the one-star Martial Emperor and the Elders into a spiral. In a nearby building, a bunch of geezers try to analyze what's going on in the Star Mansion sect's Green Phoenix battleship, mistakenly attributing the heist to the three great sects. They express interest in the mysterious two-star Martial Emperor, who fended off so many experts all alone, wondering if he's someone popular from the southern region. Turns out, people from the three great sects secretly contacted these geezers, trying to recruit them against the Star Mansion sect. Seeing the bloodshed, one of them feels lucky that they declined getting told not to say such a thing out loud. After all, they should actually unite against the wicked Star Mansion sect and other common enemies with the Heaven-Sent Empire's major forces, namely the Soaring Sword sect, the Tiger-Slaying sect, and the Square Pavilion, especially since they, the Thousand Crane Pavilion, suffer the most because of them. Just in case things go wrong, though, the geezers don't want to openly declare war on the Star Mansion sect, instead wanting to give the intruders a little help in secret. Ghost Helper is a new one. Drake would be proud. Right then, the oldest guy sitting atop a platform in the center of the room notices the energy of the Devil's Tone Cognate Formation. However, he was told that the Star Mansion sect's main offensive formation was broken. So, the ancient dude inquires the Intelligence Hall Master, Xu Zhengqing, about who gave them that information. Xu Zhengqing swears that the intel was correct, but the geezer refuses to believe that two formations were repaired in just a few days, reprimanding the Intelligence Hall and its master for losing half a year's worth of primordial stones, only to feed him false information. The old man sentences Xu Zhengqing to punishment by thorns, something he cannot protest. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao talks to the Star Mansion sect members via the Devil's Tone Cognate attack. Originally created by a famous ancient martial sovereign, the technique unleashes a profound sound art, disturbing the minds of its listeners with the devil's heart. As the most important thing for martial artists is to protect their yuan and mind, the stirring of the devil's heart messes up their true qi. In the worst-case scenario, they go crazy, and some even die. Hearing Yun Xiao's voice echo throughout his entire existence, Shu Feng shouts at him to shut up. This is Golden Experience Requiem. Ever since entering Verdant Seaport, the one-star Martial Emperor tried his best to find people to repair the Devil's Tone Cognate Formation all day, every day. However, every refiner he recruited was a piece of trash who couldn't help him whatsoever. Now, when the offensive formation is unleashed for the first time, it is attacking the very person who previously wished to have it repaired. This irony is lost on Shu Feng at the moment, though, as he is stabbing his ear canals out, just so he doesn't hear the profound sound art anymore. At first, Shu Feng no longer hears the voice anymore, making him think that it worked. Of course, Yun Xiao was just catching a breather. The reincarnated soul continues to talk, not stopping, until he completely explains the lore behind how the Devil's Cognate Formation came to become the main offensive formation of the Green Phoenix battleship. With the blood from his own ears dripping down his fingers, Shu Feng gets blasted by another wave of the attack, leaving him in immense agony. Right then, Duan Yue shows up there to troll the one-star Martial Emperor for being so stupid. After all, there is no world in which the effects of a top-tier formation can be avoided by merely destroying one's ears. Hit with the sudden realization that Duan Yue isn't getting affected by the Devil's Tone, Shu Feng questions why that is the case. However, the two-star Martial Emperor deems that there is no reason to tell that to someone who is about to die soon. With these words, he unleashes his white flame ghostly killer, slashing through Shu Feng. The latter doesn't want to die like this, but the former curses him to regret his action even in death. Getting the chance to do something so cool gives Duan Yue a whole new level of respect for Li Yun Xiao. After all, had it not been for him, he would have died with Ma 1D and the others during their hunt. Instead, Duan Yue returned alive, and now even learned the high-level heart-calming technique to withstand the Devil's Tone attack from the boy. His mental glazing gets interrupted, though, as Shu Feng suddenly grabs him. In a moment of desperation, the one-star Martial Emperor prepares to self-destruct, resolved to take Duan Yue down with him. However, the geezer isn't falling for it at all. Grabbing Shu Feng by the neck, Duan Yue shouts at him to get lost and throws away his exploding body. With this, the former's ditch effort ends up delivering the final blow to his own allies, causing their bodies to rain down on the city. Everyone in the city watches the show, as if it were fireworks, playing a guessing game on the falling figures and recognizing them to be martial grandmaster level elders of the Star Mansion sect, as well as the martial emperor Shu Feng. Upon noticing that some of the martial artists are still alive though, they start running, not wanting their fine yuan to get absorbed. At the same time, the Three Directions Ghost Eye curse seal reappears on Duan Yue's chest. The old man sighs out in relief that the fight finished just in time and jumps over to Yun Xiao, questioning how things are on his end. Suddenly, the Green Phoenix battleship's wings start flapping, and it begins to move. This sight leaves all the onlookers in shock. After all, the ship has been stuck in Verdant Seaport for a decade, convincing them that it's just for show. Huge shockwaves erupt from the Green Phoenix battleship as it gets driven away for the first time in forever after getting stolen by thieves, no less. The Star Mansion dude's incompetence is really getting exposed in Ford. With this, only the Thousand Crane Pavilion's battleship remains in the city. Everyone instantly starts speculating over which mighty force was responsible for screwing over the Star Mansion sect, all coming to the same conclusion. They attribute the theft to the combined forces of the Soaring Sword sect, the Tiger Slaying sect, and the Square Pavilion, with a little bit of help from the Thousand Crane Pavilion. In the sky, 3 Peak 9-star martial grandmasters listen to the gossip. Shinan, Duan Qian Hu, and Liu Jian Fei, the heads of the Square Pavilion, Tiger Slaying sect, and the Soaring Sword sect respectively. Since everyone thinks that they were responsible for the attack, Duan Qian Hu is enraged that they won't clear their names unless they somehow catch the real culprit. This confuses Shinan, who thinks that there's no reason for them to wash their hands of the incident at all. In fact, it is even better that someone else took out the Star Mansion sect for them. Turns out, Duan Qian Hu's worried about the false allegations reaching the Star Mansion sect's head, descending on the Heaven-Sent Empire, having heard that he is a 9 Heavens realm expert. Despite being old and perverted, he possesses the power to wipe out even the Thousand Crane Pavilion, much less them. Shinan reminds the tiger-slaying sect head that crossing regional borders just to exact his revenge would be a violation of the Holy Region's laws, so even a 9 Heavens realm expert like the old pervert won't dare do such a thing. Duan Qian Hu counters with the fact that it wouldn't be a violation of the Holy Region's laws if the Star Mansion oldie could prove that they stole the Green Phoenix battleship, but Shinan remains unworried. After all, they actually didn't do it, leaving the old pervert with no way of proving it. Duan Qian Hu doesn't say it, but he is disgusted that sects like the Square Pavilion who cultivate the grand chi of justice by burying themselves in books are so naive when it comes to how the world works. So, he turns over to Liu Jian Fei for his opinion, who has been quiet until now. Announcing that they are in big trouble, the Soaring Sword sect head turns the other two's attention to what's happening in the city. Turns out, some mysterious figures are killing all of the Star Mansion sect's disciples, ensuring that the 3 great sects take heavy blame for when the old pervert crosses over to the Heaven-Sent Empire. Lo and behold, everyone is greedy even in this world, as this act has been orchestrated by none other than the Thousand Crane Pavilion. They intend to take advantage of the situation and recruit the Star Mansion oldie to wipe out the remaining sects in Verdant Seaport, hence becoming the only major force there. Oldie got a weird case. Why is he around? Meanwhile, the Green Phoenix battleship, now belonging to Li Xiao, has already moved hundreds of miles out of the South Sea. Being the kind soul that he is, the reincarnated soul even brought the 4 refiners from before along with him. While the boy paces around the control panel furiously, Duan Yue can't believe that he really managed to steal a Green Phoenix battleship and questions if the teenager is even human. Tingling with curiosity, the old man wonders if he is allowed to touch any buttons on the ship. Right then, Yun Xiao screams out, making Duan Yue swear that he didn't touch anything. Fortunately, the reincarnated soul isn't enraged at him, but rather at the entire battleship for having no use other than being a pretentious, floating decoration piece. Duan Yue is utterly confused at this, as the 2 formations alone should already make the Green Phoenix battleship valuable enough. However, the next piece of information he hears leaves the geezer in complete disbelief. Apparently, the primordial crystals Yun Xiao spent on starting the defensive shield and using the Devil's Tone attack for only 10 counts were equivalent to 50,000 middle-tier primordial stones. Duan Yue starts tripping out, as he can't even make that much money in an entire year. Of course, it is only natural that something capable of affecting a martial emperor's blood circulation and mind would devour such large amounts of yuan qi. After all, even 7 constellations realm martial grandmasters are thought of as peak beings in the heaven-sent empire, let alone martial emperors. Changing the subject, Duan Yue asks Yun Xiao what they should do with the 4 refiners. The quarter huddle up and start begging for their lives, swearing that they will be of use, since they are all 3rd-tier refiners. The geezer wonders if it's okay to spare their lives, considering the 4 refiners belong to the Star Mansion sect. Yun Xiao declares that there's no need to worry, as the quartet is very familiar with the ship, making the 4 refiners quite useful indeed. Since the most important thing at the moment is repairing the Green Phoenix battleship, the reincarnated soul announces that he will have to look for, quote-unquote, them. Shaking his head like a confused chicken, Duan Yue wonders who he is talking about, prompting Yun Xiao to reveal that he is referring to the Commerce Guild, which will accept any business deal. Being below only the Thousand Treasures Tower, his destination is none other than the Thunderwind Commerce Guild. Hearing the name, Duan Yue is confused, knowing the Thunderwind Commerce Guild as just some random small-time guild that gets no business and has 1-person-wide entrances. Yun Xiao assures him that they are a massive commerce guild, not even needing to build tall and stupid skyscrapers to be one. Money, power, respect. The last one is better. Say, it's a lot of goofies with a check. Still, Duan Yue thinks that the boy is exaggerating when he says that they will accept any business deal. After all, no one would be stupid enough to take a commission for, say, the tyrant martial sovereign Ao Chong Kong's head. However, Yun Xiao believes that the Thunderwind Commerce Guild will even accept that business deal as long as the payment is made upfront, but no one has enough money for it. Anyway, since the Green Phoenix battleship is too large to fit inside a storage ring, the reincarnated soul decides to dock it on a nearby island, before heading to the Thunderwind Commerce Guild. There, he teaches the concealment formation to the 4 refiners so they can help him set it up. The quartet is baffled, unable to believe that they managed to learn more from the boy in one day than they did by themselves in a whole year. Soon, the 4 refiners work together with Yun Xiao. In the time Duan Yue returns from a toilet break, the Green Phoenix battleship, along with the entire island, vanishes into thin air. Afterward, the reincarnated soul wonders how Martial Flame City is doing, after being away from it for half a month, and decides to head back on his last Tiger King battleship. The next day, the ship enters the Dusk Flame Empire's borders. Being drunk out of his mind, Duan Yue inquires about Yun Xiao's identity, still being in the dark even after all this time. The boy reveals that he is the Martial Flame City Lord, which falls in a small country named Tianshui within the Dusk Flame Empire. Of course, the old man calls cap and doesn't believe a word he says. Tapping Yun Xiao on the shoulder, Duan Yue declares that possessing such extraordinary prowess and strength at the young age of 15 just isn't possible without being a massive superpower's disciple. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul decides to tell him the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yun Xiao proudly proclaims that he was once a 9 Heavens Realm Martial Sovereign and a 9th-tier refiner, making Duan Yue 50% sober. However, the claim is so insane that the geezer goes back to the city lord's stuff and guesses that the boy is a disciple of the Heaven Gathering sect, whose sect master is Qi Feng, having recently stepped into the 8th Desolation Realm. Moreover, Qi Feng's master Hua Qian Shu is a 9 Heavens Realm Martial Sovereign, making the Heaven Gathering sect the strongest sect in the Dusk Flame Empire. So if only they have the ability to create a monster like Yun Xiao. Thinking about it, Yun Xiao remembers that Hua Qin Shu is his elder disciple, meaning he does have some connection to the Heaven Gathering sect. Duan Yue starts boasting about getting it right and inquires about the kind of connections the boy is talking about, only to absolutely plummet to the ground in disbelief when he claims Qi Feng to be his grand disciple, furiously swearing out Yun Xiao for always lying. Duan Yue warns him never to say such a thing out loud, unless he wants to get turned to ashes by the Heaven Gathering sect. The low IQ specimen remains unaware that he is the only one in the entire world who knows about the reincarnated soul's real background. Regardless, since the geezer is going to be following Yun Xiao for a bit longer anyway, he is convinced that his darkest secrets will soon come to light. Willard wants it to be all on his face, like what happened to Mike. At nighttime, in Martial Flame City, an ominous figure floats around the city lord's residence, having flattened it to the ground. Only Martial Flame City's ugly pill tower is left standing in the location, without so much as a scratch on it. In a burst of rage, the mysterious entity unleashes his wild green flames to demolish the pill tower once and for all. However, his attack doesn't faze it one bit. With his green flame burning in his left hand and Li Yi at his right, the old man with ruffled hair questions why nothing is working on the tower. Trembling in his oversized sleeves, the cockroach promises that he doesn't know anything about it, only to get dropped from the massive height. Even while falling through the air, Li Yi swears that Li Yun Xiao is responsible for everything bad in the world. Referring to the geezer as Millard, the former insists that he will know everything by capturing the latter. Li Yi already resented Yun Xiao before, but it only grew after the incident at the Supreme High Palace. If you don't remember, the reincarnated soul stole the items that the cockroach wanted to steal. Anyway, Li Yi wanted to reveal the truth to Ma Tianhe, hoping to recruit him to exact his vengeance on Yun Xiao. Before he could do that, though, Xingyang Huo entered the Supreme High Palace and wiped out over half the sect members without saying so much as a word. Just like everyone, he was under the impression that they wiped out the Xingyang family. So, Xingyang Huo tortured Ma Tianhe and his son to death. Even on their deathbeds, they didn't get to frame them for such a grave crime. Nah, Yun Xiao not going to heaven. When it came time for Li Yi to die, he got the bright idea to push all the blame onto the reincarnated soul, despite not knowing for sure if he even had anything to do with the Xingyang family's demise. In fact, Li Yi only did so because he saw Yun Xiao frame Xingyang Ming for stealing the Supreme High Palace's items. However, his sniveling court is paid off. Saving his own life and creating trouble for Yun Xiao, Li Yi slays two birds with one stone. Everything seemed to be going well, but when Xingyang Huo dragged him to Martial Flame City, the reincarnated soul was nowhere to be found. Infuriated, the Peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster started wreaking havoc on the City Lord's residence, only to fail in doing any damage to the pill tower there. Bombarding it with his green flames, Xingyang Huo is convinced that Yun Xiao is hiding inside, and using some sort of defense formation to make the pill tower invincible. Since such formations rapidly consume immense amounts of resources, he only has to wait until the boy runs out of them. Overcome with a thirst for revenge, the head of the deceased Xingyang family vows to keep burning the pill tower with his lotus field flames that never go out, no matter how long it takes. Looking on, Martial Emperor Zhu Jin feels that something is up with Martial Flame City. After all, the pill tower is not only withstanding Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames, but it's also blocking off the universal detect of Martial Emperors. He asks Xinpi's opinion on the matter, who is left questioning if the Martial Flame City lords somehow massacred the Xingyang family. Xinpi usually wouldn't entertain such an idea, since even Tian Shuoi's royal family can't perform such a feat. However, the large formations on the pill tower leave him questioning otherwise. The shrine elder Ao Di Jia feels the same way as well, seeing the geezers nonchalantly yapping. Xingyang Huo gets annoyed that they aren't helping him and wants to start squinting at them. Of course, he instead opts to take out his anger on the Martial Flame City's ugly pill tower. Right then, Yun Xiao emerges from the lotus field flames, burning with rage. Despite being only a 1-star martial lord, his intense bloodlust makes the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster cower in fear. In the same way, the 3 martial emperors in the area get alerted by the reincarnated soul's arrival too. Bro got that Shanks-level conqueror's haki. Calming himself down, Xingyang Huo inquires about the teenager's identity. Before he can answer though, Li Yi emerges from the rubble to introduce him as the Martial Flame City Lord, Li Yun Xiao. Meanwhile, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster grits his teeth. Turns out, he stopped cultivating himself to cultivate the flames instead, practically pausing his own progression to the Martial Emperor level. So, for a 1-star martial to easily ward them off, Xingyang Huo feels that his entire life's work is becoming meaningless. Looking like the most intimidating person on the planet, Yun Xiao questions the intruder's identity. At the same time, he steps through the lotus field flames like they are nothing. Seeing the green flames blow away from the reincarnated soul, Li Yi cluelessly concludes that Xingyang Huo is willingly keeping him alive for interrogation purposes. Regardless, he makes sure to inform the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster that Yun Xiao is extremely cunning, practically ordering him to burn the boy to exact their vengeance. Of course, Xingyang Huo doesn't take kindly to this, and blasts Li Yi away for trying to command him. In reality, the former is hiding that he is trying to burn the reincarnated soul, but just can't. Having trained with his lotus field flames to the point of connecting his heart with them, Xingyang Huo realizes that they aren't being warded off, but are instead cowering in fear of something. The sensation he feels from them is like that of a mere quote-unquote peon encountering a legendary being. In such a situation, even thinking of fighting back is impossible, let alone actually following through with it. Experience so humbling, Lud started glazing his enemy mid-fight, left with no other choice but to talk things out. The intruder introduces himself as Xingyang Huo and asks Yu Xiao if he wiped out the Xingyang family. Hearing his introduction, the reincarnated soul loses it. Without delay, he releases his unyielding tyrant physique and unleashes the true phoenix flames, scaring off all other flames. Trembling in his boots, Xingyang Huo questions what his family did to anger him so much. In response, Yu Xiao furiously proclaims, "Take one man from me, and I will take everything from you." Elsewhere, Li Yi rolls around like a bowling ball while getting burned alive from Xingyang Huo's earlier stunt. Quickly using extreme yin frost chi to freeze his own face, the cockroach sighs out in relief, only to end up losing his mind upon seeing Yun Xiao's devilish figure in the reflection of the ice. With his entire body painted crimson, due to the unyielding tyrant physique, the reincarnated soul flies around using the phoenix's flames as wings and promises to wipe out the Xingyang family from the face of the continent by killing the intruder. Enraged by the preposterous declaration, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster exerts himself, threatening to burn Yun Xiao to ashes. He even vows to crack the pill tower open to kill everyone hiding inside it. With this, Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames gather and then explode, unleashing his coveted shooting star fire rain technique. Convinced that this is the end for Yun Xiao, Li Yi starts celebrating. Of course, it is extremely premature, just like many other things in his life. Afraid of him, Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames completely avoids the reincarnated soul. Still thinking that this is some sort of mistake, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster unleashes his green flames once more, intending to incinerate the boy. Not even bothering to move, Yu Xiao simply waves his wing. The true Soul Phoenix's flames don't struggle whatsoever, blowing away Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames as if they were nothing. Witnessing his life's work come crumbling down before him, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster can only question how such a thing is possible. Refusing to accept the reality of someone, 2 whole major realms below him, withstanding his flames, Xingyang Huo starts bombarding Yun Xiao with his lotus field flames. Of course, nothing has changed, as they completely avoid the boy entirely. The reincarnated soul menacingly walks towards Xingyang Huo, who keeps begging him not to come closer. As Yun Xiao closes the distance between them, the bum ends up falling on his bum. Seeing the former up close, the latter finally realizes what's going on. Feeling strange heavenly flames residing within Yun Xiao's body, Xingyang Huo finally understands that their tier is far above his lotus field flames. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul prepares to land the finishing blow on his enemy, only to end up losing control of the Phoenix's true fire at the very last second. Even though the Kungo Divine Tree itself taught Yun Xiao how to refine the flames, gaining complete control over them at the martial lord level turned out to be too difficult, just like he thought. Dude is the thinker. To make matters worse, Xingyang Huo decides to not be a coward anymore. Declaring that Yun Xiao isn't fit to possess such heavenly ancient divine flames, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster rushes to take them from him, annoying the boy greatly. Right then, Duan Yue makes a heroic entrance, saving the reincarnated soul's life. Of course, he makes sure to remind him that they don't owe each other anything now. Telling the geezer to shut up, Yun Xiao sits down to suppress the Phoenix's true fire. He also asks the former not to kill Xingyang Huo, wanting to kill him with his own hands. At the same time, the unexpected appearance of a 2-star martial emperor leaves Zhu Jin, Xin Pi, and Ao Di Jia in utter disbelief. Not using the phantom of the true Soul Phoenix's flames and actually using the real thing for the first time, Yun Xiao realizes that the ancient divine objects are as complex as he thought. So, if the reincarnated soul wants to control them, he will have to become a martial sovereign once again. Meanwhile, Duan Yue mocks Xingyang Huo for being scared of Yun Xiao, when he could have just suppressed him with his realm. Completely losing track of what's going on anymore, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster just questions who he is, Having learned from the best thief on the planet, Duan Yue declares that there is no need for Xingyang Huo to know his name and promises to secretly let him go if he hands his flames over. Not appreciating someone eyeing his beloved lotus field flames, the intruder lashes out. Even though he was scared against a one-star martial lord moments before, he shows no fear against the two-star martial emperor and charges toward him. Duan Yue returns the favor by striking with his white flame ghostly killer, albeit deciding to spare Xingyang Huo's life for the sake of acquiring his flames. Witnessing Duan Yue's might, the three martial emperors in the sky speculate over his identity. Ao Dijia hopes that he is just some hidden expert from a small sect, but Xinpi says about him being an expert from one of the other three regions. Turns out that even though the Tianwu continent is split into 4 regions, not all of them are equal in strength, with the southern region that the 3 great sects belong to being the weakest. Embarrassing. Regardless, Xinpi feels that Duan Yue's origin location doesn't matter, since something weird is going on in Martial Flame City anyway. As even the Thousand Treasures Tower denied backing them, the Martial Emperor is left wondering just who in the world is really behind the youth called Li Yun Xiao. Right then, Ao Dijia announces that they have no room for error, since Mount Meru is about to open, and wonders if they should just kidnap the Martial Flame City Lord for interrogation. However, Xinpi strongly forbids it. After all, Mount Meru's impending opening also means that the other 3 regions are keeping a close eye on the 3 great sects, just praying for them to cause some trouble so that they can do the same. So, as long as their forces don't do anything, no one in the other 3 regions would dare to openly break the Holy Region's laws either. Ao Dijia calls BS on that, as the large powers have always snuck in, some detestable acts undetected anyway, prompting Xinpi to preach about the unfairness of the world. After getting that out of his system, the Martial Emperor issues his orders, declaring that Martial Flame City is to be monitored closely from now on. However, they are to be left alone if they don't cause any trouble, at least for the time being, since they can always sort out the matter after Mount Meru opens. The 3 geezers then change the subject to the raging battle taking place before their very eyes, and Xujin asks Xinpi if there is any way for Xingyang Huo to emerge victorious. Even though the peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster's Lotus Field Flames are a tier higher than the 2-star Martial Emperor's White Ghostly Flames, he is still a major realm below him. So Xinpi concludes that Xingyang Huo can only win if Duan Yue is greatly inexperienced. To summarize, blood is cooked. Through his countless years of experience, the geezer recognizes that he can't suppress the enemy with his flames, and instead opts to pull out a new trick he hasn't shown before. Using a true water element martial skill, Duan Yue swirls around Xingyang Huo's Lotus Field Flames, fully suppressing them in the process. Turns out, the geezer learned many useful things like this during the time he was trapped inside the flaming Congo Divine Tree with Tia Fan and the others. Duan Yue lets out a proud grin, mocking the peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster for getting demolished in such a smart way. Analyzing the shortcomings of the geezer's technique against the enemy, even Yun Xiao is shocked by his quick-witted and practically flawless showcase. Since water element techniques are softer and not as deadly as other elements, Duan Yue will also be able to avoid killing Xingyang Huo and extract the Lotus Field Flames from his body. The reincarnated soul smiles, recognizing his otherwise idiotic servant's battle IQ as the real deal. Xinpi is thoroughly impressed as well, concluding that the 2-star Martial Emperor is an expert who has gone through thousands of trials, leaving Xingyang Huo with no chance of victory. Desperate to not suffer a complete and utter defeat like this at the hands of someone so arrogant, the peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster prepares to self-destruct to take Duan Yue down with him. Erupting into a burning vortex of his Lotus Field Flames, Xingyang Huo announces that the geezer can get them from him in their graves, somehow always getting unlucky enough to meet petty people who blow themselves up when they lose. Duan Yue grits his teeth in annoyance, making people explode. Gotta qualify bro as fruity. Right then, Xingyang Huo starts laughing maniacally, declaring that the entire city will go down. Meanwhile, Ao Dijia decides that this incident has nothing to do with them and starts heading out, albeit feeling a tad bit disappointed that he didn't get to see the formation in the Pill Tower. However, Xujing and Xinpi continue to look on intently, as Xingyang Huo's entire being tears apart with his own Lotus Field Flames. Yun Xiao's threatening words echo in his mind, soul, and body, announcing that the likes of him don't deserve the entire city to decorate their grave. With this proclamation, birds of death start flying around in the air. The ugly pill tower transforms into an ominous blood-weeping creature, possessing a bloodshot eye that shines a devilish light Xingyang Huo to exert immense mental pressure on him. Unleashing the universal spirit suppressor, Exile, Yun Shiyao pulls the Peak 9 Star Martial Grandmaster into a horrific nightmare. Despite understanding that it's just a mental attack and everything around him is nothing but an illusion, Xingyang Huo completely loses his sense of self, leaving him questioning just who Yun Shiyao really is. Moments later, the universal spirit suppressor, Exile, shatters, waking the intruder to an even harsher reality. Grabbing him by the collar, Duan Yue rips Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames right out of his body. After smacking away the nuisance, the two-star martial emperor gets ready to suppress the flames, as any delay will cause them to break off and escape. Unaware of Yun Shiyao's mental attack, Zhujin, Stin Pi, and Ao Di Jia look on at the scene in confusion, questioning why Xingyang Huo stood still for a split second and gave the enemy a chance to attack. Being the mischievous one of the three, Ao Di Jia tries to provoke Sin Pi into swooping onto the scene and killing everyone to take the Lotus Field Flames for himself, as they can increase his level by 1 star. However, the calm Sin family head doesn't lose his cool, remarking that he doesn't cultivate the fire element as his specialty. Sin Pi deems the Lotus Field Flames to be worthless for him, since he can simply break through 1 star normally in the same amount of time. He's a better man than me? I would have instantly folded. With the Xingyang family's incident finally reaching its rousing conclusion, the Martial Emperor announces that there is no need for them to worry about it anymore, and orders everyone to return. He orders them to avoid injuring the up-and-coming Martial Flame City, not wanting any nuisances when Mount Meru opens, especially since the Xingyang family's demise has shown that even a millennia-old family can fall in the blink of an eye. Hearing Sin Pi's words, the other Martial Emperors and the Martial Grandmasters accompanying them all return to their locations. At the same time, the sun begins to shine on Martial Flame City. In the aftermath of the battle, Duan Yue consumes the Lotus Field Flames and starts rolling around in agony. Yun Shiyao quickly orders the 4 refiners he got from the Star Mansion sect to help him suppress them, feeling annoyed at the same time that Li Yi somehow disappeared during the chaos yet again. He then heads inside the Pill Tower, whose interior is fortunately unaffected by Xingyang Huo's bombardment. There, Jia Rong, who has become a 3rd-tier refiner and a harder punching bag, comes flying to his young master Yun with excitement. Of course, the reincarnated soul happily greets him with a massive punch to the face. You know, the usual on the menu. Jia Rong fills in Yun Shiyao about what they did upon Xingyang Huo's arrival. Turns out, Hong Bin stepped up big time and led the evacuation to the Pill Tower, while Qian Duo suffered some injuries while investigating on his own, but is now doing fine. Suddenly, it hits Jia Rong that Yun Shiyao entered the Pill Tower directly, making him question what happened to the Peak 9 Star Martial Grandmaster. Talking like it isn't a big deal at all, the boy quickly mentions that he is dead and moves on to the next order of business, which is to rebuild the City Lord residence and expand the city. Oh, and if Jia Rong finds a heavily injured person outside who is as big of a glazer as him, he shouldn't interrupt or annoy them. Just like that, Yun Shiyao disappears into the wind, leaving the 3rd-tier refiner in complete and utter disbelief. For a pinnacle existence in the Dusk Flame Empire, to die in Martial Flame City, Jia Rong wonders just how much more chaos his young master Yun is going to cause in Tianwu. Afterward, the reincarnated soul heads to the mythic cloud, shaking thunder-roaring beast, who has broken through to the 6th tier. Since beasts are usually limited by their bloodlines and can't break through easily, managing to do so causes a mutation that makes them stronger. Closely observing the little thing, Yun Shiyao realizes that its eyes are marked with a glint of the legendary demon beast, meaning that he has greatly underestimated its ancestral line. Despite wanting to see the mythic cloud shaking thunder-roaring beast's true strength instantly, Yun Shiyao kicks it away for now, ordering the creature to guard the entrance and prevent anyone from entering. Of course, the little Pikachu readily fulfills its master's wishes. Finally, the reincarnated soul arrives before Meng Wu and announces his arrival. And so, the 200-chapter milestone comes with a full-circle moment, a hopeful reunion between Yun Shiyao and a sleeping beauty. Tune in next time to see what happens from here on out. Making his way back from the deep sea region, Li Yun Xiao defeats the martial emperor, Hun Yuan, only for him to get possessed by a mysterious entity inside the rainbow fog. Fortunately, he manages to recover the violet nine-striped monk's corpse and heads back to Verdant's seaport, stealing the Star Mansion Sec's 6-tier Green Phoenix battleship. Finally, Yun Xiao returns to Martial Flame City, defeating and intruding Qingyang Huo, and reuniting with Meng Wu. Towering over Meng Wu, Yun Xiao feels relieved that there's nothing wrong with her body aside from the unconsciousness. In fact, the girl has a life force even stronger than that of a normal person. With all of his worries quenched, the reincarnated soul brings out the spirit-nourishing wood from his storage ring and begins the process of waking her up. Right then, Xiao Qing Wang, Li Chunyang, Li Changfeng, Luo Yunshan, Jimeng, and Han Bing come running there, agitating the mythic cloud-shaking thunder-roaring beast. Following Yun Xiao's earlier orders, the creature starts buzzing with electricity, forcing everyone to stay back. Pikachu if he locked in. Meanwhile, the boy uses his signature Buddha-like projection to peel off the spirit-nourishing wood's external layer, dubbing it the Spirit Training Arts Cocoon Shedding Technique. The entire process takes 2 days, leaving Yun Xiao with an amazing spiritual supplement that could advance a normal refiner's spirit power instantly by a whole tier. Yun Xiao gets up, preparing to nourish Meng Wu with the concentrated item. Witnessing the scene, Yan Shang questions why he is so similar to Gu Fei Yang, mainly in how easily they do things. She wonders if it's just because he is that lord's disciple, but quickly realizes that it can't be the only reason. After all, Yang Di is also his disciple, but the two couldn't be more different. On the other hand, Yun Xiao makes Yun Shang feel like Gu Fei Yang is right before her very eyes. Suddenly, a wild thought crosses her mind. What if, just what if, the boy is his son instead? She instantly dismisses the idea and goes back to watching Yun Xiao perform the procedure by constructing a formation. However, Yun Shang is unable to completely shake off the strong impression the boy makes every time he is in front of her. It's almost as if he has Gu Fei Yang's very shadow in him. Seeing Meng Wu floating in Yun Xiao's arms for her treatment, Teacher Luo feels jealous and wishes that she was there instead. Lock her up in horny jail. Once again, she tries to shake off a wild thought, only to fail miserably. The reincarnated soul's unspoken riz is just too strong, rendering her unable to suppress the desire to be in Meng Wu's position. Right then, Yun Xiao announces that he will now start teaching an unparalleled spirit training art, instructing everyone to memorize it. Following this, the boy begins reciting a bunch of stuff that no one in the cave is able to understand. Fortunately, the refiners outside Square Inch Mountain also hear Yun Xiao's voice and recognize the recitation as a spirit training art. Ji Yarong realizes that it is even more profound than what he learned from his young master Yun last time, causing everyone to panic. Some run around to find a pen or a brush to write down the boy's words, while others choose to rely on their memory. Yun Xiao probably had the latter struggling for their lives though, since he continued to talk for a full hour. Whispering that her spirit will get stronger, the more materials she consumes, the reincarnated soul leaves the rest of the process to Meng Wu. He asks the girl to wake up as soon as possible, causing her unconscious self to erupt in tears. Yun Xiao starts walking towards his entourage, getting questioned about his whereabouts for the past few days. Having thought that his grandson died outside, Li Chunyang strikes him down with his iron fist of love, only to get his fingers crushed by the boy's steel-like body. Closely observing him, the geezer realizes that Yun Xiao is emitting the force of 4 quadrants. Unable to believe that the reincarnated soul is a 1-star martial lord now, Chunyang completely loses his mind. The other martial artists in the cave suffer the same shock and end up smashing their heads into a wall, wondering if anything is even worth it anymore. Xiao Qingwang, who was so excited to show off that he broke through to become a 2-star martial grandmaster, now stands in tears, lamenting that there's nothing for him to boast about. The commander screams at Yun Xiao, questioning how they can live with themselves when he can cultivate at such an inhuman speed. Meanwhile, poor teacher Lu can't do anything but wail like a little kid. On the other hand, Li Chunyang and Li Changfeng cry tears of joy and go crazy, excited at the thought of no one in Tiaowu being able to hold a candle to their boy. Brimming with joy, the grandpa goes a step further and asks Yun Xiao when he plans on becoming a 9 Heavens Realm martial sovereign. Hearing these words, everyone else spits out in disbelief. After all, not even the entire southern region is capable of producing such a powerful warrior, much less Tian Shuai. Shaking their heads at the senile geezer, the martial artists drag him away from Yun Shiyao and tell him to stop dreaming. Little do they know, Oldie is actually Lisan al-Ghaib. The reincarnated soul himself acknowledges that becoming a Nine Heavens realm martial sovereign isn't an easy task, especially since the only reason he crossed a major realm recently is because of extreme luck. Since there's no chance of such great fortune befalling him in the future, Yu Shiyao announces that he will have to advance one step at a time. Right then, Han Bai, Chen Zhen, Jia Rong, Zhang Qingfan, and Xu Hun come running there to celebrate the boy's return, just in time for him to claim something beyond absurd. Since Yun Shiyao only progressed greatly because of his luck, Xiyao Qingwang and Li Chunyang feel relieved that they aren't total failures. Of course, the reincarnated soul has an entirely different definition of what it means to cultivate slowly. According to him, trying to get to the Nine Heavens realm by working hard, one step at a time, will take quite a while. To be particular, Yu Xiao will become a martial sovereign in about 2 or 3 years worth of time. This statement turns everyone inside Square Inch Mountain into a Picasso painting, as there's no other way to capture its sheer absurdity. Yun Xiao's words split the listeners into 3 factions. His friends and pets support him with all their hearts, the refiners bow in respect, and the martial artists dive head first into the nearest wall. Getting annoyed by all the shenanigans, the reincarnated soul heads off to check up on Meng Bai, declaring that no one is to bother him. Walking through the perilous cave, Yu Xiao soon arrives at the kid's location. As usual, his earlier command ends up being filled with wisdom, since no one except him would be able to withstand the density of the poison in the area. The reincarnated soul slowly approaches his disciple, whose strong poison is enveloping him in silkworms. Activating his unyielding tyrant physique, Yun Xiao touches the green silkworm, but is unable to break through, making him realize that Meng Bai's poison body would have melted him, if not for his body tempering technique. Deciding to speed up the process, the boy brings out the violet 9-strike musk's blood and pours it all over his disciple. The green silkworms enveloping Meng Bai turn into a cocoon and change color, putting him in a state of deep sleep. Telling the kid to take care and mature properly, Yun Xiao heads out of the pill tower. Outside, extensive efforts are being made to repair the Martial Flame City Lord's residence. Nearby, the 4 refiners from the Star Mansion sect are helping Duan Yue recover and excitedly greet their young master Yun. The harem of glazers continues to grow. Passing them a gentle smile, Yu Xiao suddenly turns around, only to see Yu Rong standing there in complete shock. The old servant prepares to go on a rant about how the reincarnated soul has managed to reach the 4 Quadrants realm, getting stopped right in his tracks. Speaking on our behalf, Yu Xiao doesn't want surprise people to take up any more precious panels and invites Yu Rong for a chat outside. Walking through the city, the reincarnated soul remarks that Ding Ling must have invited him to meet her, revealing that he intended to visit the girl soon anyway, to acquire the finances needed to repair the city lord's residence. Infuriated, Yu Rong scolds Mr. Bottomless Pit for trying to extort money from them again. Annoyed, Yun Xiao spares a glance in the old man's direction, scaring his heart out. Yu Rong is taken aback, unable to comprehend how a single glare from a mere 4 Quadrants realm martial lord can scare an 8-star martial king like him. Towering over the old git, Yun Xiao reminds him that Ding Ling is the person lending him money. So the geezer has no right to talk down on him, especially since it was his stupidity that cost the Tianyuan Commerce Guild twice as many resources in the first place. With these words, Yun Xiao orders Yu Rong to tell Ding Ling to look for him herself and heads out. Sweating his balls off, the old servant admits that he was wrong, insisting that the young mistress has some important business with him that will benefit both parties greatly. Yu Rong practically begs Yun Xiao to join them. However, this only annoys the reincarnated soul further, declaring that being an 8-star martial king isn't an impressive feat. He implies that the old git isn't worthy of inviting him without Ding Ling. In fact, Yun Xiao is surprised that an intelligent person like her would even send such a dumb geezer to invite him in the first place. Bro giving Kendrick a run for his money with all this hating. Uttering these harsh words, the reincarnated soul brings out a green wolf battleship and heads to High Sun City with Yu Rong. Roaming around in the air, Yun Xiao feels relieved that the strong forces have lowered their guards. after the Qingyang family's demise, no longer keeping watch on his every movement. Soon, they arrive at their location and begin heading inside. Walking up the stairs to the residence, Yun Xiao glances back and catches Yurong staying further behind. While letting out a sigh, the former wonders if the latter is still sore from their earlier interaction, enraging him. Having already held himself back greatly, the geezer breaks his silence and questions why Yun Xiao insists on fussing over nothing. Literally looking down on Yurong from atop the stairs, the boy reprimands him for being stupid along with being weak. Once again, Yun Xiao doesn't forget to remind the old man that the Tianyuan Commerce Guild would have saved millions worth of resources if only he had been nice during their first meeting. To the reincarnated soul, Yurong following Dingling because of his unyielding loyalty is really the only good thing about him. Pushed beyond the edge, the old servant lashes out and declares that Yu Xiao has no right to talk about him. Yurong also announces that the boy shouldn't think that he is clever. After all, everyone already knows that he wiped out the Qingyang family, leaving Martial Flame City awaiting impending doom. Being in a pretty good mood, Yun Xiao decides to entertain the old man's ramblings and notes that Dingling would have been trying to cut off connections instead of inviting him to her residence if things were truly as he says. Since they aren't, it only means that the Tianyuan Commerce Guild's situation is more dire than expected, causing Dingling to look to Yun Xiao as her only saving grace. The reincarnated soul goes even further beyond, concluding that the incident with the Qingyang family will only cause the girl to bet her life on him. Of course, he hits the nail right on the head, as Yurong doesn't argue and concedes the point. After glazing Dingling a bit and hurling some more insults at the poor geezer, Yu Xiao announces that they aren't the ones helping him. Quite on the contrary, in fact, he is the one helping them for their survival. Chill, dude, he's already dead. The boy then threatens to walk away one day if the old man continues to act stupid, questioning who Dingling would turn to. With this, the harsh realization hits Yurong. His young mistress is trying her hardest to remedy the Tianyuan Commerce Guild's precarious situation, but he only seems to keep making things worse. Overcome with guilt, the old man lowers his head. Right then, Dingling comes marching there. Declaring that Yun Xiao is right, she asks Yurong to treat him like he treats her from now on. After all, the boy is a rare existence, like a diamond in the rough, so it's not worth fussing over small things when they have him by their side. Complimenting the girl's charming smile that washes away all his sorrows, Yu Xiao remarks that he listens to good people and heads inside with her. Witnessing the sight, Yurong laments his dumb and rash demeanor, feeling ashamed that Dingling was forced to fix all his mistakes. Meanwhile, instead of taking Yun Xiao to the main hall because it's too formal, the young mistress brings him to her private room. There, she serves him some desserts and extremely high-quality iced tea, prompting Yun Xiao to rise her up, classic Li family style. Hearing the boy's words, Dingling starts blushing. With her heart beating wildly, she looks down and lets out a soft smile. Quickly calming herself, the girl expresses curiosity about Yun Xiao's earlier statement. He mentioned that there weren't many other teas that could compare to the one she brought him. However, as far as Dingling is aware, there shouldn't be anything at all that could compare to it. Even her father, who was a connoisseur of such rare teas, didn't mention anything in this regard. Turns out, Yun Xiao knows of at least 3 kinds of tea that are on par, if not better, than the one in his cup. First, a mysterious kind of blood tea from Crimson Crescent City. Brewed using a secret method, it looks, smells, and tastes like blood. Still, records show that the blood tea is sublime in its taste, comparable to the iced tea itself. Hearing this, Dingling can't comprehend how anyone could bring themselves to drink blood like tea, even if it has an otherworldly taste. So, Yun Xiao decides to spare her the creepier details about the blood tea, particularly the fact that it requires human blood to grow and that the quality of its leaves depends on the cultivation level of the martial artist who bleeds for it. Who drinking this freaky tea, the reincarnated soul quickly moves on to the second type of tea that originates from the mystical fairy realm, a kind of green tea called eternal verdance. Having lived for 100,000 years, the leaves of this tea absorb qi from their luscious surroundings, developing into a rare treasure. Since eternal verdance is grown from a divine water source, it possesses great benefits for a martial artist's cultivation, body, and soul. This time, Dingling starts bursting with excitement and questions if Yu Xiao has been to the mystical fairy realm. He quickly denies this claim, pretending to have heard about it somewhere. Mr. Habitual Liar strikes again. However, the girl isn't convinced, since the reminiscing look on Yoon Shiyao's face as he uttered those words painted another picture entirely, though she finds the alternative harder to believe. Curious about the third type of tea, Ding Ling wonders if Yoon Shiyao saved the best for last. Turns out the last kind doesn't exist on the Tia Wu continent at all. The former questions if this mysterious and rare top-tier tea is found in the Four Seas, but the latter reveals that he is talking about another place entirely, the exoteric space. According to Yoon Shiyao, above even the clouds themselves, the power of stars and moons will converge in a void of space within 9 days. This will give form to an eon's old existence, particularly a mess of voids in time. Collecting anything worthwhile from this mess is an extremely difficult task. As such, the resulting treasure, the Stardust Tea, is only possessed by those who somehow manage to acquire it, namely the Holy Region. Hearing the names of the three teas, Ding Ling is overcome with a melodramatic feeling. Considering even her very knowledgeable father didn't mention any of them to her. Womp womp lil sis, Yoon Shiyao gives the girl some nice words of encouragement, declaring that her innate sense of love and respect will grant her wishes in the future. This interaction leaves Ding Ling completely stunned. After all, talking with the boy should have answered some of her questions, yet she continues to find him more mysterious with each passing moment. Yoon Shiyao's cultivation speed was already faster than any martial artist in history, which previously could have been chalked up to using some secret method or medicine with severe side effects. However, after thorough evaluation, Ding Ling understands that the four quadrants realm energy he emits showcases a deeper understanding of martial arts than even herself. With this, the young mistress is convinced that there is no longer any need to question her plan involving Yoon Shiyao. Ao pause, glazing him a bit, for teaching her something new in their conversation. Ding Ling mentions that she has some business with him today. Instead of being surprised or shocked, Yoon Shiyao continues to calmly sip his tea, making the girl wonder how he seems even foxier than century-old geezers. Regardless, Ding Ling questions if the boy has heard of another place in Tia Wu that is comparable to the mystical fairy realm in its beauty. Yoon Shiyao quickly guesses that she is talking about Mount Miru, and he is right on the mark as expected. With a grin across his face, the reincarnated soul notes that Mount Miru is one of the 5 mystic realms of Tia Wu, created from the brilliant qi gathered within it. As such, it has come to be known as the dream abode for all martial artists. Bit surprised, Ding Ling wonders if Yoon Shiyao also thinks that such a place was naturally formed. Turns out, he is of the view that Mount Miru wasn't created by an ancient being at all. Rather, in his opinion, all the 5 so-called mystic realms are merely major sects from ancient times that couldn't withstand the test of time. Drifting off into space, they eventually stabilized, coming to be known as the qi-abundant places they know as the 5 mystic realms today. Ding Ling is shocked to hear that someone from the southern region like Yoon Shiyao is aware of this viewpoint, considering many high-level scholars share it. Of course, because of his past life, the boy already knows of this, as an agreed-upon fact between superpowers. However, he doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that Mount Miru will be opening soon. As Ding Ling mentions it, Yoon Shiyao gets startled for the first time in front of her, making her feel a sense of accomplishment. Capitalizing on the moment, the young mistress reveals that even though the exact time of the mystic realm's opening can't be predicted, there are certain signs that just can't be ignored. So, the southern region's 3 empires employed refiners to closely monitor the situation. According to them, Mount Miru will open in the Dusk Flame Empire in a month at the earliest and 3 at the latest. Unusually excited, Yoon Shiyao gets all up in the girl's face and wonders if the rest of Tia Wu is as crazy as he is right now. Taken aback by this reaction, Ding Ling informs him that it's actually the complete opposite, since Mount Miru's opening is old news by now. Huh. Bro is on a missing streak right now. Washed. However, all the superpowers are trying to find a way to get a piece of it. After all, a new batch of the world's greatest martial artists appears every time a mystic realm descends. In fact, all the famous and powerful people in Tia Wu's history have reaped the benefits of at least one mystic realm. Yoon Shiyao knows this firsthand, as his perception arts came from the mystical fairy realm, without which he wouldn't have placed 3rd on the major power chart. Continuing her point, Ding Ling remarks that the Holy Region's laws prevent the other regions from interfering whenever a mystic realm descends in a particular region. This is a blessing in disguise for the southern region, considering they wouldn't stand a chance against the other regions in a power struggle. The girl then asks her young master Yoon his opinion on this information, getting told that it's a no-brainer at all. Since Mount Miru is opening, they, as people of the southern region, have no choice but to participate. Right then, it finally hits Yoon Shiyao that the reason for the Dusk Flame Empire's leniency toward Martial Flame City was the Mystic Realm's descent. Smashing his fist into his palm, the boy is disappointed that he didn't act up more, as if wiping out the entire Qingyang family wasn't enough trouble for him. After the shenanigans, Yoon Shiyao questions why Ding Ling invited him today, as relaying such information couldn't possibly have been the entire reason. Of course, he's right yet again. Aside from this preliminary information, the girl wants the boy to know the restrictions on Mount Miru's entry. Firstly, no one above the age of 50 is allowed to enter the Mystic Realm, meaning that the old experts from major sects won't be able to get in. So, at worst, their best competition upon entering will be martial kings or martial grandmasters. Secondly, as the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild has obtained 2 places in Mount Miru, Ding Ling wants Yoon Shiyao to enter with her. This statement surprises him, as there shouldn't be any restriction on the number of people that can enter a mystic realm. Bro is clueless right now. Feeling a bit mischievous, Ding Ling teases the reincarnated soul for knowing some of the world's greatest secrets, but not being aware of facts that are practically common knowledge in the southern region. She questions if he is really even from there, but Yoon Shiyao insists that he is a Li family man through and through. In fact, Ding Ling should know that better than anyone, considering there's no way she didn't do a clean background check on him. So he shrugs off the girl's remark and tells her to explain the other restriction as well. Meanwhile, Ding Ling thinks about how they have tried to dig up dirt on Yoon Shiyao dozens of times, only to end up with nothing. Of course, the reincarnated soul not having any problems in his background is exactly the biggest problem for her. Anyway, Ding Ling informs Yoon Shiyao that Mount Miru doesn't actually have an entry limit. However, the southern region's sects have agreements to decide entry ratios. This ensures that a single sect doesn't end up expanding too much from the mystic realm, hence maintaining the current stable power dynamic. As of right now, the 3 leading forces are the Dusk Flame Empire's Heaven Gathering sect, the Heaven Sent Empire's The Thousand Crane Pavilion, and the Woodon Empire's Grim Reaper cult. This annoys Yoon Shiyao, who thinks that restricting such massive resources is exactly why the southern region is the weakest in Tiawu. After all, even the opportunity to enter Mount Miru wouldn't have come to them, had it not been for the Holy Region's laws. Regardless, the reincarnated soul realizes that each of the 3 countries will struggle internally to acquire the entry spots for Mount Miru, and inquires about the quota. Turns out, every country is allowed to send 3,000 people, and the country in which the mystic realm descends gets another 1,000 entries. As such, the Dusk Flame Empire will have a quota of 4,000 people this time. Yoon Shiyao can't wrap his head around the meager figure of only 10,000 people participating from the entire southern region, prompting him to ask for more details about the distribution, all the while complaining about the Heaven Gathering sect's way of dictating things. According to Ding Ling, the quota distribution amongst the various sects of a country depends on the collective agreement between their martial emperors and above. So if the sects with higher cultivation levels are bound to snatch more places, and the rich get richer. Yoon Shiyao wonders if any force not having a martial emperor in their ranks will simply be barred from entry, getting told that it isn't entirely the case. Dude, can it catch a break? Girl really got my goat tripping like this. Although martial emperors will take 90% of the places, 5% of the spots will go to talented youths. To that end, the Dusk Flame Empire will hold a large martial arts competition soon. Split into 3 age groups, the youths that will showcase the most potential in their respective brackets will be granted the available places. As for the remaining 5%, the entry spots will be auctioned off. Since this means that 200 places will be up for grabs, Yoon Shiyao questions why the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild can't just use its immense wealth to purchase a dozen or so spots. However, Ding Ling assures him that buying open places for Mount Miru's entry will require more primordial stones than an entire sea can hold, a luxury that they cannot afford. Moreover, while the martial arts competition doesn't allow participants from those sects that have already been given places, the auction poses no such restriction. So a single spot can go for at least 1 million middle-tier primordial stones. Hearing this absurd figure, Yoon Shiyao is left in disbelief and ends up spitting out his tea. The world gotta be ending or something. Cousin Chaperone has gotten more shocked in these 2 chapters than he has in the entire series. He even suggests that Dinglinger should just sell his spot and give him the money to spend, something that she ends up taking seriously. So, the reincarnated soul is forced to sit through a whole lecture about the importance of Mount Miru's opening from her. Classic mom move when you show her a meme. Yoon Shi-yao quickly changes the topic and questions when the martial arts competition will begin, considering Ding Ling will be able to win a place from that too. Praising the boy for his discerning eye, the young mistress claims that it wouldn't be hard to acquire a spot with her strength. Of course, she doesn't want to expose her capabilities just quite yet, considering Yoon Shi-yao will easily be able to win a place by himself as well. The reincarnated soul simply smiles in response, fully understanding that entering Mount Miru or any other mystic realm is a dream come true for every martial artist. Getting the chance to do so in his second life as well, Yoon Shi-yao refuses to let this amazing opportunity go to waste, especially since it's also the best way to quickly raise Martial Flame City's status and power as a whole. Just like that, the boy bids farewell to Ding Ling and heads back, leaving her in bittersweet mood. Aboard his Green Wolf battleship, Yoon Shi-yao notes that entering Mount Miru is a heaven-sent opportunity that is limited to everyone by quota. Well, everyone but him, since he can bring in as many people as he wants to the mystic realm using the World God Monument, as long as they are under the age of 50. History lesson time. Many years ago, a top expert from the Holy Region gathered Tia Wu's top refiners to make him a peak 9th tier spatial Shuan artifact. Although it wasn't as strong as the World God Monument, its capabilities were quite extraordinary, making it the strongest spatial Shuan artist in recorded history. Soon after, Mount Miru descended, giving the Holy Region's expert a bright idea. Hiding their entire sect in the peak 9 tier spatial Shuan artifact, they tried to smuggle themselves into the mystic realm. Unfortunately, Mount Miru's spatial power utterly shattered the spatial Shuan artist, exterminating every martial artist inside above the age of 50. However, those under 50 entered the mystic realm completely unharmed. The Holy Region's top martial expert was also hidden in the spatial Shuan artifact, suffering heavy injuries, since they were spiritually connected with it. Using their incredible strength, the martial artist tore apart space itself to escape back home, only for their efforts to prove in vain. Seemingly possessing a soul of their own, Mount Miru's encryptions crossed dimensions to chase the martial expert into the Holy Region's capital, killing them in front of many peak martial artists. After that incident, no one ever tried sending anyone above the age of 50 into the mystic realm again. Of course, Yoon Shi-yao himself isn't sure if the most important point is the age itself, or the fact that Mount Miru doesn't support such artifacts. After all, if the peak 9 tier spatial Shuan artifact was the thing that triggered the encryptions, even the World God Monument wouldn't be able to withstand them. If it was just about his own cultivation, the reincarnated soul would never risk sacrificing the World God Monument. However, with Martial Flame City's strength as a whole on the line, it is a risk he is willing to take. As long as Yoon Shi-yao can bring in thousands of people inside Mount Miru using it, he is willing to accept the destruction of his beloved World God Monument. Ah, my selfless and noble king. With this resolve, the boy arrives at Martial Flame City's Pill Tower. As the Soul Chi inside the World God Monument won't support his allies' cultivation for long, without the 9 Dragons' Soul Absorption Array, Yoon Shi-yao seals everything together inside it. His forehead then erupts into a golden glow, bringing the process to competition by putting the World God Monument into his sea of consciousness. Witnessing this sight, Du On Yue and the Star Mansion's Sec's 4 refiners are left in utter disbelief. The geezer can't comprehend how an indestructible pill tower that withstood the attacks of a martial emperor can vanish into thin air so easily. Together with the quartet, he comes to an immaculate conclusion. Yoon Shi-yao must have eaten the pill tower. Not even bothering to entertain this rubbish, the reincarnated soul suddenly congratulates Du On Yue for becoming a 3-star martial emperor. This leaves the geezer in more horror than shock, as Yoon Shi-yao is right on the money, but still insists that he only guessed as much due to context clues. Sherlock Holmes, at your service, sire. In the end, Du On Yue stops struggling against the boy's unmatched wits and comes to peace with the fact that he will never be him as long as Yoon Shi-yao is around. While the geezer blissfully celebrates his newfound enlightenment, the boy instructs the 4 refiners to relax and not resist his universal detect. Just like that, Yoon Shi-yao transports them to the World God Monument as well, making Duan Yue think that he is eating people now. Realizing that there's no limit to how low the old Git's intelligence can fall, the reincarnated soul tells him to hurry up and just follow along. A few hours later, the duo arrives at the Supreme High Palace to borrow it for a while. Before they could get off their Green Wolf battleship, Yun Shiyao gets reprimanded by someone for daring to mess around in the 100 Sword sect. Unfazed, the boy easily avoids the attack and crashes the floating battleship right into the rude guy. Writhing in agony, the 100 Sword sect member screams out, threatening to kill him for his crime. Meanwhile, Duan Yue mocks Yun Shiyao for his terrible driving skills, just not in the way one would think. Instead of crushing the dude's legs, the geezer thinks that the reincarnated soul should have crushed his annoying mouth under the Green Wolf battleship instead. Of course, Yun Shiyao was going to go a step further and originally intended to kill the guy with the crash for insolently swinging his sword at them. However, he spared the dude's life for being an old acquaintance. Yun Shiyao's attempt at vehicular manslaughter gets interrupted by the fact that the rude guy has an old face he recognizes, making Duan Yue curious. Right then, some of the dude's underlings come running up to him and start asking stupid questions like if he is alright or not. Suddenly, it clicks for the guy, and he recognizes Yun Shiyao as the supposed disciple of the Sky Locust sect. The boy lets out a villainous grin, mocking the old face for being as stylish as ever. Does anyone remember who this is? Not us. As the rude guy rages at Yun Shiyao, his underlings, the 3 jacks of the Oso Mighty 100 Sword sect, rush to remedy the situation. Of course, the reincarnated soul makes quick work of them with his ocular technique. While Yun Shiyao plays around and labels the 100 Sword sect's welcoming methods as unique, Duan Yue seems shaken up. Turns out, the former unleashed the earlier mental attack indiscriminately in all directions, even affecting the latter. Despite being a 7-star martial grandmaster in his sealed state, the geezer felt like his head was going to split open. Another history lesson time. Reaching the top 10 ranks of the major power chart not only required that martial artists reach their peak prowess, but they also needed to have unique and powerful techniques to back their reputations. As for Gu Feiyang, the secret arts he relied on to enter the top 10 are specialized mental attacking arts, known as moon set arts. These techniques allow him to utilize the power of his soul and spirit via his eyes to attack those with spirit power lower than his own. Of course, this transfers over to Yun Shiyao, who reigns supreme in spirit power in this new life as a former 9 Heavens realm martial sovereign. As of right now, the boy's spirit power has risen to the level of a 4th-tier Lord class refiner, causing the moon set arts to show a glimpse of their true glory at last. Spoiling the party, the familiar rude face starts going on about how the sect master will make Yun Shiyao regret messing with their 100 Sword sect once he finishes his meeting in the Grand Hall. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul questions why the guy insists on calling their current location the land of the 100 Sword sect. After all, the Supreme High Palace isn't theirs to occupy, even if all its residents are scattered. Right then, a voice shouts out, announcing that Yun Shiyao is definitely right. This is the Daybreak Sect Master and a 1-star martial grandmaster, Yuan Wei. He reveals that his sect rented out the Qi Veins around the Supreme High Palace to the Hundreds Word sect, but will now be taking them back, seeing as it is empty. Suddenly, another voice calls him out for his BS, belonging to the Nun Aspect Sect Master named Guan Buzai, also a 1-star martial grandmaster. Following him, yet another 1-star martial grandmaster called Lu Wuman appears to lay claim to the Supreme High Palace on behalf of his first Sky Sect. Lastly, Xiao Guan, having the same cultivation level as the men before, shows up, like goats to a slaughter. Being the 100 Sword Sect Master, he demands Yun Shiyao to release his son. Continuing to stomp down on the rude guy, the reincarnated soul questions if the distance from the Qi-filled mountain of the Supreme High Palace's Qi-filled mountain is all that it takes to make it theirs. The 4 sect masters insist that it's only natural that way, but Yun Shiyao isn't convinced. After all, if that is how things truly work, then the Qi Vein mountains of all their sects are in the range of Martial Flame City. Realizing the greedy implications of what he is saying, the quartet collectively rages at the boy. Soon enough, they recognize him as the Martial Flame City Lord, who wiped out the Qingyang family, Li Yun Shiyao. So instead of being hostile, the 4 sect masters start glazing him to get on his good side. At the same time, Xiao Guang begs Yun Shiyao to let go of his son, before continuing the conversation. Of course, The reincarnated soul is anything but kind and swiftly removes the green wolf battleship from the arrogant guy's legs. Expressing surprise at the fact that four sects like them are fighting over such a decrepit place, Yun Xiao offers Guan Buzai, Yuan Yuan Wei, Lu Wuman, and Xiao Guang to join his martial flame city. The underlying meaning fills all of them with horror, and they rush to return to their respective sects, leaving the dispute unsettled. However, Yun Xiao isn't willing to let them go quite yet. Although he doesn't want to force them to join Martial Flame City, the boy doesn't want to make up the cost of his recent feud with the Qingyang family. Yun Xiao feels that fate has brought them all together so that he can borrow some primordial stones from them, a statement that the four sect masters try to dismiss as a joke. However, the reincarnated soul is extremely serious at the moment and gives them an ultimatum. If they truly see him as a friend, each of them is to lend him 50,000 middle-tier primordial stones. Otherwise, it simply means that he isn't their friend. Extortion, his middle name. With these words, Yun Xiao lets rip his moonset arts. Exerting intense spirit power on the one-star martial grandmasters, the reincarnated soul once again questions if they would prefer joining Martial Flame City or simply giving him the 50,000 middle-tier primordial stones as a token of their friendship. Of course, he doesn't mind ending their friendship right that moment if the sect masters don't think it's worth even that much. Realizing that their lives will be gone along with this supposed friendship too, the quartet gives in to the blatant scam and quickly pays up. After thanking them for their generosity, Yun Xiao announces that he will be using the Supreme High Palace temporarily anyway. Permitting the four sect masters to leave, he bids them farewell. Afterward, Duan Yue wonders why the boy is so greedy, considering he is not only a city lord, but also has the backing of the Thousand Treasures Tower. Denying that he possesses such backing entirely like he is being interrogated, Yun Xiao lets Duan Yue in on a little secret. Turns out, because of his body tempering techniques, the reincarnated soul requires a tenfold or even 100-fold number of primordial stones to advance, as compared to other martial artists. I would pay attention in class if my teachers drew diagrams like this. Back to the topic, Yun Xiao realized this fact when he soaked up almost the entire soul power of the Congo Divine Tree, only to end up going by just a single realm. If any normal martial artist consumed such an immense amount of soul power, they would have advanced to the martial grandmaster or even an emperor level. Sighing out in disappointment, Yun Xiao laments that he truly has to go one step at a time. Of course, the boy also wishes that there was a way to ask Ao Chan Kong how he became a peak 9-star martial sovereign. Did the tyrant truly possess the toughest body, or was he just drowning in primordial stones? Guess we will never know. Since such resource-intensive powers are only utilized by superpowers in Tita Wu, Duan Yue questions if Yu Xiao is one of their disciples. However, the boy insists that none of them would take him either way and brings out the Green Wolf battleship. Soaring through the air, Yu Xiao spreads out his universal detect, soon finding the Qi-filled mountain's most valuable spot. Just like that, he brings out the World God Monument to begin laying the foundations for his next grand scheme. As Yun Xiao brings out the condensed World God Monument, it crashes into the ground and starts digging deep inside. Soon, the rectangular structure erupts, transforming into a magnificent, glowing tree. While Duan Yue tries to wrap his head around what's going on, Yun Xiao realizes that he didn't even need to activate the 9 Dragons Soul Absorption Array this time, making him wonder if other arrays can also be used like this by setting them up in the World God Monument. The implication of this greatly excites Yun Xiao, as it would mean that he now possesses a moving fortress that can continuously grow stronger. At the same time, Duan Yue tries his best to spoil this moment of realization by asking stupid questions like how the Black Tower suddenly turned into a tree. Wait, let bro cook for once. Not letting the geezer ramble any longer, Yu Xiao forcefully drags him into the World God Monument. This being his first time there, Duan Yue aggressively starts rubbing his eyes to make sure that he isn't dreaming. After all, within the tiny stone monument they entered moments earlier, there now lies an endless expanse, meaning that this is a real spatial Yuan artifact containing a spiritual plane. Yun Xiao compliments the geezer for being knowledgeable on the matter, considering even refiners might not know about the existence of such things. While Duan Yue literally turns to stone in shock, the reincarnated soul gives him a lecture on the long history of spatial Yuan artifacts within Tita Wu, their relation with the 5 mystic realms. and even more details on why they share no similarities with mere storage Shuan artifacts. Not caring that the poor geezer is literally crumbling from the overstimulation, the boy nonchalantly picks up his broken pieces and kindly reconstructs him. As Yun Xiao picks up his shattered head, Duan Yue finally speaks up for once, still unable to believe that he is inside a true spatial Shuan artifact. Dude got to enforce now he might be beating Goku though. Just kidding my kittens. No one beating Goku, even with a move called Beats Goku. Anyways, it was tens of thousands of years ago when the expert Bai Li Zun gathered Tia Wu's entire power to refine the spatial Shuan artifact, Heaven's Arc. However, unlike Duan Yue's head, which quickly lashed back onto his neck, Heaven's Arc couldn't recover after getting destroyed while entering Mount Miru. In fact, its destruction caused generations of refiners to argue about its status as a spatial Shuan artifact entirely. Still, there is no doubt in Duan Yue's mind that the place they are in is a true spatial Shuan artifact, something that he has only heard of in rumors. Not responding to Yun Xiao's praise about being well-read on the matter, the geezer sniffs around like an excited dog, and soon recognizes that they aren't in Heaven's Arc, meaning that there's a second spatial Shuan artifact on the Tia Wu continent. Despite feeling a bit sad that he never got to witness Heaven's Arc in person before, Yun Xiao assures Duan Yue that the tier of his world god monument is above that of its predecessor spatial Shuan artifact. However, the actual kicker is the fact that he still doesn't possess the strength to refine such a treasure completely, only managing to link his mind with it. With these words, Yun Xiao starts moving out. Before leaving, he instructs Duan Yue to stay inside the world god monument to cultivate, since the 9 Dragons' soul absorption array will provide him with an exponentially greater amount of soul chi than outside. Of course, the geezer is more focused on how Yun Xiao just casually floated away. Realizing that the boy's very word is law there, Duan Yue recognizes him as the greatest being within the world god monument. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao comes to understand that he has gained more enlightenment from his experiences in the South Sea and prepares to take a closer look at the legendary treasure. Releasing all of his primordial stones, Yun Xiao shatters them into Shuan dust and establishes a creation link to absorb it. The amount of energy currently flowing into him would have caused a normal one-star martial lord's body to implode a while ago. However, no matter how much Yuan Qi flows into his Dan Tian, it doesn't get filled up, almost as if it were a bottomless pit. The plot armor goes crazy. This trading process makes Yun Xiao realize that Tyrant Marshal Sovereign Ao Chang Kong wasn't in first place on the major power charts, merely because of his luck. After all, with the amount of Yuan Qi one needs to cultivate the Tyrant Body Tempering Technique to the peak of the 9 Heavens realm, 100 martial artists could break through to it. Of course, the fruit these hard efforts will bear is sweeter than anything in the world, so Yun Xiao exerts himself greatly, edging ever closer to acquiring the immortal golden body. Dude is always edging. When will it be time to goon, looking on from far away? Duan Yue realizes that the boy's future achievements might as well be beyond his achievements. Even with its lengthy history and countless experts, the Tia Wu realm will record Yun Xiao's name and forever etch it in its books. At the same time, the reincarnated soul reaches the next stage of enlightenment, reforming one's entire being via the body of glass, evolving it to draw out the extreme strength hidden inside via the unyielding tyrant body, and then building upon these foundations to achieve an immortal body, shredding everything in one's way. The tyrant body tempering technique makes Yun Xiao question if the martial artists throughout history ever even cultivated correctly in their entire lives by training only in Qi. After all, a martial artist's body is supposed to be an infinite treasury that contains unparalleled strength, just like the constellations. Spirit, body, and Qi. All 3 are great treasures, training each of which to the limit separately can bless a martial artist with logic-defying prowess. However, here lay Yun Xiao, cultivating all 3 at the same time. As tough as his current path, it might just be the way for him to go beyond his past life to reach the 10 ultimate realm. Right then, another realization hits him. If all techniques were originally one, then is there even a difference between the tyrant body tempering technique and refining artifacts? Turns out, there isn't any at all. At this moment, Yun Xiao's body resonates with some sort of world-changing law, making him understand that Ao Chang Kong's immortal golden body is simply Shuan artifact refined using the world as a tripod, and his body as a mold. Bro burned down the kitchen to create a 5-star meal. Moments later, Yun Xiao breaks through to become a 2-star martial lord and comes in contact with a type of law, silently working above his cultivation space. Captivated by the glow, the reincarnated soul quickly rushes to examine it, finding himself surrounded by the power of laws, or rather a godly realm technique. Although the text is similar to the godly evolution technique that gave Gu Feiyang a second chance at life, isn't the same at all, shocking him greatly. In legends, there are some supreme laws that cannot be written into words, and hence are contained within entire worlds. Despite getting crushed by these laws at the moment, Yun Xiao lets out a wide grin. If what he thinks is correct, if these golden tadpole words are really used to describe the supreme laws, then fate has brought him to his second godly evolution technique. Releasing his unyielding tyrant physique to prevent himself from getting crushed by the supreme laws, Yun Xiao realizes that understanding them is the key to fully connecting his soul with the world god monument. Even in this dire situation, the reincarnated soul smiles, still in disbelief that training in Ao Chang Kong's body tempering technique caused the very scriptures containing the higher rules of the world to appear before him. And so Yun Xiao begins reciting the tadpole-like words, suffering a great toll on his body. Moments later, he coughs out an immense amount of blood. With this, the reincarnated soul confirms once and for all that it's the exact same type of divine scripture as the godly evolution technique. As such, reading it with just language is almost impossible, considering the unyielding tyrant physique is failing against it. However, Yun Xiao also recognizes that he will probably never get another chance to witness the supreme laws again. So the boy convinces himself that his sea of consciousness, which contains the godly evolution technique, should also be able to withstand another godly realm technique. Brimming with resolve, Yun Xiao begins imprinting the divine scripture into his consciousness, only for him to get utterly overwhelmed. Plot armor.exe has stopped working. Absorbing every word it sees, the golden glow on his forehead runs rampant. No longer possessing the strength necessary to withstand the power of laws, Yun Xiao gets crushed by the pressure of the cubicle prison. A deafening silence descends in the area, and some time passes just like that. However, the cubicle prison harboring the power of laws soon emerges, forced open by the boy's sea of consciousness. Surrounded by the tadpole-like words, Yun Xiao falls through the air, realizing that he is hearing the sound of the divine scripture of evolution, the exact one that gave him his memories back after his reincarnation. Overcome with this sensation, the boy is left questioning if he died again, or heck, if he ended up reincarnating again. After all, the blood raining down from the sky is most definitely his own. Moments later, though, the terrible fatigue and pain overwhelming Yun Xiao's body disappears and turns into spirit power, getting as high as that on the 5th-tier refiner. Collecting himself, the reincarnated soul gathers both the godly realm technique and the godly evolution techniques in his sea of consciousness. Never mind then, plot armor still here. At the same time, he wonders if these divine scriptures were left behind by a 10th ultimate realm martial artist, despite the fact that nothing about such an expert has ever been recorded in Tiawu's history. What's even more baffling is how Yun Xiao managed to obtain 2 supreme laws in such a short time. Right then, something grave catches the boy's attention, forcing him to leave all these questions for later. Yun Xiao quickly appears at the Supreme High Palace, finding Qi Zunzi and his underlings there, all confused about where everyone else went, confirming that the extreme Yin Frost Qi belongs to the same ragtag bunch. He sent scurrying off a while back. The reincarnated soul kindly greets the group and questions where they secluded themselves to avoid the massive tragedy. The boy is actually interested for once, considering his universal detect wasn't able to reach them in their hiding spot. Ignoring Yun Xiao's questions, Qi Zunzi rages out, vowing to take back the true Phoenix's flames from him. The 4th-tier refiner, Hu Yangming, calms him down and reminds the geezer that Yun Xiao needs to be alive for their purpose. Coming to his senses, the old martial grandmaster unleashes his qi. Lightning buzzes wildly as Qi Zunzi thanks Yun Xiao for coming to them so easily. Standing his ground, the latter informs the former that the Supreme High Palace is his now. So, if anything, the geezer is the one coming to him. With these words, the boy unleashes his Tiger Fang sword, stopping Qi Zunzi's attack right in its tracks. Witnessing this might, the 1-star martial grandmaster is left questioning how a 9-star martial master can become a martial lord in mere months. Yi Xiaoshan wonders the same thing, while Hu Yanming tries to cope, and chalks up the otherworldly cultivation speed to the true fire of life. The group demands that Yoon Shi-yao return their flames, promising to forget their past if he complies. Dudes really think that they are in a position to bargain, Delulu. Right then, Duan Yue pops out of the World God Monument, complaining that the boy called just when his training was getting good. The geezer questions who they are fighting this time. Duan Yue's arrival leaves the enemies frozen in fear, as the power he emits suppresses even Qi Zunzi completely. While the one-star martial grandmaster tries to hold a conversation with his fellow geezer, Hu Yanming, being a curious fourth-tier refiner, seems more interested in how Duan Yue just popped out of a Yuan artifact. So he kicks a backseat, while Qi Zunzi has a little back and forth with the opposition. As their talks progress, Yu Xiao implies that he doesn't need really backup to beat the one-star martial grandmaster. Offended by this remark, Qi Zunzi grits his teeth in anger. Duan Yue is also confused, wondering how Yun Xiao intends to bridge the two realms' difference between him and Qi Zunzi. Of course, he keeps this to himself. Right then, Hu Bianming speaks up, promising to aid Duan Yue if he doesn't interfere in the fight. Of course, the geezer has no interest in a fourth-tier refiner and tells him to get lost, especially since a certain someone beside him managed to increase his spirit power to the 5th-tier level. Being under the impression that Duan Yue is just a 7 constellations realm martial grandmaster, Hu Bianming questions how he dares to anger a respected 4th-tier refiner. At the same time, he recognizes that the geezer isn't faking the reaction and cleverly decides to pipe down. Qi Zunzi doesn't shut up though, and reiterates his plan to capture the little thief known as Li Yun Xiao. While Duan Yue laughs at his stubbornness, the reincarnated soul proposes a bet. Qi Zunzi refuses at first, but soon ends up falling for it anyway. And so Yun Xiao confidently presents very fair terms. Throughout the duration, Duan Yue wouldn't be allowed to make any moves, English or Spanish. However, the one-star martial master will be able to do whatever he wants to take the boy down. If the old git succeeds in doing so, he will have the true phoenix as flames. However, if Qi Zunzi fails, he, Hu Yanming, and Yi Xiaoshan will all have to follow Yun Xiao for the rest of their lives. Qi Zunzi gets offended that Yun Xiao dares to challenge him one-on-one, while Hu Yanming takes offense to the fact that the boy isn't qualified enough for them to follow him. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoshan smartly maintains his silence, since they can instantly accept. Yun Xiao resorts to provoking the enemy's pride. Of course, it works like a charm, just to be certain. Qi Zunzi asks Duan Yue if he truly won't interfere in the bet. The geezer turns to Yun Xiao for a signal, only to see him standing proudly without a shred of fear, declaring that he won't interfere, since both sides have agreed. Duan Yue starts heading back to the World God Monument. However, he does threaten to make Qi Zunzi and the others pay without mercy if they go back on their word after losing the bet. With both sides bearing witness to each other's words, the competition officially begins with a bit of back and forth trash talk. Then, Yun Xiao launches the first attack. Blowing into his tiger finger sword, the reincarnated soul literally gives wind to a ferocious beast, sending it roaring toward the enemy. Acknowledging that Yun Xiao's strike possesses power far beyond the capability of a martial lord, Qi Zunzi decides to not take it lightly and blocks with a barrier of extreme yin frost qi, still thinking that the force behind the boy's attacks is only because of the true phoenix's flames. The one-star martial grandmaster resolves to capture him and acquire all the benefits for himself. Dissipating the tiger fang sword's blow with ease, Qi Zunzi declares that his extreme strength will overcome whatever heaven-defying techniques Yun Xiao possesses. Unleashing his extreme yin frost qi, the former insists that the latter surrenders with his life intact. Even Duan Yue is worried, as the chilling aura being emitted by Qi Zunzi leaves him questioning his own ability to overcome such yin frost qi if they were in the same realm. This old dude really don't got that dog in him. However, Yun Xiao is built differently and rushes headfirst to strike the enemy down. Continuing to talk down on the boy, Qi Zunzi unleashes a barrage of icicles and the like. Since they are all made out of yin frost qi, the reincarnated soul is forced to dodge them with swift movements, and even gets complimented for it. Unfortunately, Qi Zunzi declares them to be useless, and condenses his extreme frost true qi, finally backing Yun Xiao into a corner. The boy leaps, skids, and practically runs through the air, but it is all in vain. Announcing that this bout is boring, since he hasn't even warmed up yet, the one-star martial grandmaster instructs Yun Xiao not to act so foolishly in the future and restrains him in a prison of ice. He also self-proclaims himself as the victor of the bet, only for the reincarnated soul to devilishly grin at him from inside the entrapment. Unleashing his tyrant-unyielding physique and enhancing it with wings, made out of the true soul phoenix's flames on his back, Yun Xiao emerges from the ice prison, unscathed and unharmed. Mocking Qi Zunzi's earlier remark, the boy feels bored that he fell for such a basic trap and decides to help him warm up. With this, Yun Xiao gives the one-star martial grandmaster just a taste of the true fire of life. Qi Zunzi activates his extreme frost true qi, ice shard armor to shield himself, freezing the entire area. However, just a slight twinge of the true fire of life burns everything but the platform he is standing on. Witnessing this sight, Hu Biangming loses his mind and concludes that Yu Xiao has managed to refine the phoenix's flames, unaware that he still has quite a long way to go. As they say, fake it till you make it. Meanwhile, Qi Zunzi no longer has his ice shard armor protecting him, and he is forced to just stand helplessly as Yun Xiao charges at him. Of course, the reincarnated soul takes full advantage of the situation and unleashes his Tiger Fang sword, Lotus Sword Song, bringing down the one-star martial grandmaster. Everyone is left in awe at the scene, particularly Duan Yue. After all, it's his first time seeing Yu Xiao fight for real. His first impression? Well, someone who fights like he has gone through hundreds of battles, achieving a level of battle IQ that no martial artist can obtain just by training in seclusion. Brought to his knees, Qi Zunzi refuses to accept defeat and screams out. The entire scenery around the geyser changes as the bell of mountains and rivers appears above him. Since the item was a treasure stolen from the Supreme High Palace, Hu Yanming is infuriated. Even more so, since the then Palace Master investigated the matter for months on end, only to end up wrongfully destroying the cultivation bases of countless martial artists in the process. On the other hand, Yu Xiao picks up a magnifying glass and closely starts examining the treasure. Nodding his head like a disappointed doctor in a TV show, the reincarnated soul informs Qi Zunzi that his treasure is nothing but a cheap imitation. The one-star martial grandmaster is caught so off guard that he ends up getting hurt by the boy's words and begs him to conduct a re-examination, soon realizing who he's talking to. While Yu Xiao mischievously backs off, Qi Zunzi loses all semblance of how to act and almost demonetizes us. Thankfully, his rage swiftly switches back to the boy, and he aggressively starts ringing his totally real bell, aiming to shake the mountains and rivers with each toll. As the bell of mountains and river rings, the ground erupts. Everyone starts panicking, except Yun Xiao. Of course, complimenting the treasure for still possessing such great power, despite being a counterfeit, the reincarnated soul marches towards it. Meanwhile, Qi Zunzi musters up all the strength in his old bones to slam the bell as quickly and forcefully as he can, sending wild shockwaves in all directions. Even his own allies, Hu Yanming and Yi Xiaoshan, aren't safe from its effects and suffer greatly. Duan Yue also grits his teeth, albeit bearing it with great gusto, so as to not show any struggle on his wrinkled face, laughing maniacally. Qi Zunzi reveals that the bell of mountains and rivers attacks a person's mind directly, along with their qi veins. The old man is convinced that as long as he is in possession of the treasure, even stronger enemies can't win against him. Unfortunately for the geezer, normal rules don't apply to Yun Xiao. Casually walking amidst the crushing pressure with his eyes closed, he starts reciting the divine scriptures, surrounding himself with a glowing barrier. Against the reincarnated soul's powerful soul and hardened body, the tolling bell's specialized attacks turn into pure garbage. Turns out, Qi Zunzi could have defeated Yun Xiao if he utilized all his true qi and attacked him through complete martial realm suppression. Unfortunately, the geezer stupidly decided to use the one attack that gave his enemy the most advantage against him. Petitioned to do an IQ check before making someone a martial grandmaster. Floating around in the air, Yun Xiao notes that Qi Zunzi is expending a lot of true qi every time he rings the bell. On the other hand, the sound of its vibrations only swells and expands his own true qi. Unaware of this fact, the one-star martial grandmaster mocks Yun Xiao, declaring that there is no way for a four-quadrants realm martial artist to beat him. Qi Zunzi is still under the impression that Yun Xiao's body and soul will disintegrate under his bell's power as it's crushing everything and everyone around it without discrimination. Soon, the geezer exhausts all of his true chi and stops ringing the bell. When the dust settles, everyone on the battlefield is on their knees, huffing and puffing wildly. On the other hand, Yun Xiao sits calmly in a meditating pose, devoid of any emotion. The air around him is so tranquil that Qi Zunzi is left questioning if his entire soul got blown away, as he starts wondering if the true phoenix's flames will remain intact after the death of the boy's soul. Yun Xiao's entire being erupts with multicolored waves of qi. Since the situation is still unclear, Qi Zunzi makes a wise decision for the first time in their altercation and stays away from the devious brat for now. Soon, Yun Xiao's qi settles down. Much to the dismay of everyone present, he breaks through to become a 3-star martial lord. Duan Yue is the one most offended by this, as the little liar gave him a whole lecture about how hard it will be to rank up in cultivation from now on, just a few chapters ago. Instead, he ends up going from 1 star to 3 star in mere days. While Duan Yue jumps around like a mad ape, Yu Xiao calmly observes himself. Turns out, this development is something even he did not expect. Sure, buddy, we totally trust you. Of course, it was bound to happen, due to the recent series of events, accumulating an unbelievable amount of qi from the Kungo Divine Tree, followed by securing the Godly Realm technique, and topping it all off with the stimulation from the ringing of the counterfeit bell of mountains and rivers. It would have been weird if Yun Xiao didn't break through. The author would definitely be a W lawyer with the way he justifies these power-ups. He always cooks. However, he doesn't let Qi Zunzi get a whiff of any of that. Rubbing it into him, the boy gleefully thanks the geezer for helping him advance. This patronizing remark causes the 1-star martial grandmaster to pull his hair so hard that he ends up slamming himself into the fake treasure. Yi Xiao Shan and Hu Yanming start asking questions as well, considering the Bell of Mountains and Rivers is hard to fend off for even martial kings and grandmasters. To break through a star because of it is something unheard of in Tita Wu's history. For this exact reason, Qi Zunzi goes utterly insane. Lifting the bell, he decides to crush Yun Xiao with pure brute force and dubs the tasteless move, blockade of all mountain and rivers. While the geezer's own allies retreat, the boy doesn't move an inch from his spot and seemingly gets eradicated. Duan Yue starts panicking only to calm down moments later upon noticing something curious. The weird giant tree, half of the world god monument, has vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Qi Zunzi musters up his remaining strength to violently ring the bell of mountains and rivers, all the while repeatedly screaming at Yun Xiao to die. Returning the favor in kind, the boy begins to bang the bell from inside the entrapment. Qi Zunzi deems his struggles to be fruitless, as the treasure is a 7th-tier Shuan weapon. So, unless Yun Xiao has something equal to it in his possession, giving up would be the easier way to go out. Once again, though, Qi Zunzi is completely wrong in his assessment. Just moments later, the counterfeit bell of mountains and rivers shatters to pieces. The geezer's allies foolishly accuse him of breaking the treasure, instantly getting told to shut up. Rightfully so too, because Qi Zunzi couldn't possibly perform such a feat in his current state. Lo and behold, it was all Yun Xiao and the world god monument in his hands. Desperate to know more about the Shuan weapon that somehow broke the bell of mountains and rivers without so much as a scratch on itself, Hu Yanming begins asking questions again. Of course, the reincarnated soul has yet another surprise in store for the 4th-tier refiner. Reciting the ancient divine scriptures, Yun Xiao gives form to the tadpole-like words and wraps them around the world god monument, leaving Hu Yanming in utter disbelief. With this, the small rectangular structure in the boy's hands starts to expand, increasing exponentially in size. The gigantic world god monument locks down the entire space surrounding Qi Zunzi, making it impossible for him to avoid his impending fate. Just like that, Yun Xiao seals the geezer's fate with his own brutish methods, making him the first recorded victim of the world god monument. The unbelievable scene of a martial lord crushing a martial grandmaster to death without breaking so much as a sweat and acting like he did nothing impressive afterward leaves the onlookers questioning reality. If Yu Xiao can defeat someone as powerful as Qi Zunzi in such a manner, do the martial artist rankings even make sense anymore? Seeing the 4-star martial lord in action, the entire meaning of what it means to truly cultivate has forever changed for the spectators. Dude out here making everyone else look like town hall rushers. Still in awe, Duan Yue hurriedly catches up to Yun Xiao, questioning if Qi Zunzi is really dead. Instead of answering with words, the reincarnated soul pulls the world god monument back inside his sea of consciousness to let the geezer see for himself. Yi, Xiao Shan, and Hu Yangming join in as well, and the three stand together to peer into the vast rectangular crater left behind by the world god monument. At its bottom lies the one-star martial grandmaster who died so helplessly that his body has been reduced to nothing but goopy paste of flesh. Of course, this doesn't stop Yun Xiao from taking his storage ring for himself. Despite everything they have been through together, Duan Yue finds this disgusting act to be a new low, even for the boy, shamelessly putting the storage ring in his shirt anyway. Yun Xiao reiterates that he is an oh-so-poor city lord who needs all the resources he can get. This reminds Duan Yue to throw a tantrum about how the boy lied to him about the difficulty he will face in breaking through from now on, only to advance by 2 stars in mere days. Vowing to never trust Yun Xiao again, the geezer stomps off. Completely ignoring his ramblings, the reincarnated soul steps up to Yi Xiao Shan and Hu Yangming, questioning if they want his true fire of life as well. Since they are too stunned to reply, Yun Xiao gives them 2 choices to ease their worries. It's pretty straightforward, actually. The 2 can either submit to him or simply die. And so, Yi Xiao Shan and Hu Yangming swear their loyalty to Yun Xiao, getting sent to the World God Monument where he is the mightiest existence. The 4th-tier refiner is assigned to Square Inch Mountain to refine pills, while the 8-star Martial King gets placed at its Soul Chi Center to concentrate on his cultivation. Upon arriving at his destination, Yi Xiao Shan comes across Xiao Qing Wan, who has left him in the dust to become a 2-star Martial Grandmaster. Later, the 2 former mortal enemies sit together, sharing a drink over the ever-changing, unpredictable nature of the world that has led them to this point. Yi Xiaoshan calls for a toast, celebrating that the next time they bare their fists at each other will not be on the battlefield, but in a spar. Frubia interaction, but we move. While this new friendship blossoms, Yun Xiao informs Duan Yue that he is going to Verdant Seaport to take care of the Green Phoenix battleship. The former wonders if the latter will join him or stay in the World God Monument to cultivate. Of course, the geezer is too high on the treasure to leave so soon and decides to keep cultivating. However, he does worry that the Yuan Qi inside the World God Monument is slowly dispersing, without a new source of soul Qi to replace it. Yun Xiao thinks that's natural though, since a spatial Yuan artifact couldn't possibly replace the grand world they live in, since the World God Monument nourishes itself. By absorbing resources from its surroundings, the amount of soul Qi required for its maintenance is beyond comprehension, as the 9 Dragons Soul Absorption Array has already sucked all the soul veins within 300 miles of Martial Flame City dry. Yun Xiao decides that he will kick out all the leeches once his standing in the Dusk Flame Empire is solidified. Meanwhile, Duan Yue is left wondering just which ancient power could have refined the World God Monument, accepting it as a better artifact than Heaven's Ark. Many days later at Verdant Seaport, Yun Xiao uses his connection with 1,000 Treasures Tower Elder to extort 1,000,000 middle-tier primordial stones without any hiccups. Curiously enough, countless rumors still float around about the 1,000 Crane Pavilion's involvement with the Star Mansion sect's demise in the city. Most of these, however, are worries about what would happen if the Star Mansion sect's main forces, the 9 Heavens Realm Martial Sovereigns, were to cross over to the southern region. Unbothered by these whispers, Yun Xiao meets with a mysterious, hooded, hunched-up figure who soon reveals himself to be the Thunderwind Commerce Guild Guildmaster, Shan Guan Tia. Since they are willing to take any business deal, the boy questions if a customer can also request for certain secrets to be kept. Shan Guan Tia confirms that it depends on the payment, prompting Yun Xiao to take him to repair a battleship. Quickly enough, the 2 arrive at the hidden island, where Yun Xiao unseals the concealment array to reveal the Green Phoenix battleship. It is then that the realization hits Shan Guan Tia. He has gotten involved with the dangerous person who exterminated the Star Mansion sect's Verdant Seaport branch. Too late to back down now, old man. Yun Xiao treats Meng Wu and later heads to meet Ding Ling where they talk in length about Mount Meru's opening. The reincarnated soul then makes his way to the Supreme High Palace, extorting quite a bit of primordial stones from the families who try to oppose him there. Afterward, Yun Xiao gains control over a second divine scripture. Dealing with a returning Qizun Zi, the boy finally meets with the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild Guildmaster to repair the Green Phoenix battleship. The Thunder Wind Commerce Guild guildmaster, Shan Guan Tai, screams out, questioning if Yun Xiao is really behind the Star Mansion's sex extermination. Simply smiling in response, the boy wonders if that information will change anything for his guild. Guan Tai catches Yun Xiao's drift and apologizes for his reaction, remarking that he's just surprised. After all, most of the entire Heaven-Sent Empire, as well as the southern region, is wrongfully blaming the three great sects for the incident. Implying that there's no need to worry about such things, Yun Xiao moves the conversation along and inquires about the price of the repairs. Since fixing a Green Phoenix battleship is quite a daunting task, Guan Tai requests 1 million middle-tier primordial stones and a 1-month time frame. Money is no problem for the reincarnated soul, but he does worry if waiting that long is possible, considering Mount Meru is about to open soon. Elaborating further, Guan Tai remarks that the time is just an estimate, since repairing a Green Phoenix battleship would require the use of transportation grand arrays, sending it to either the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild HQ or to their deity Transformation C branch. He can place the order on the high priority list to finish it ASAP though, but only if Yun Xiao pays up. Of course, the boy instantly brings out a bag of exactly 1 million primordial stones and hands it to Guan Tai. Richie Rich would be proud. After confirming that the amount is all there, the geezer brings out a mysterious blue ball to take the ship away. Zipping through the air, the Shuan artifact starts spinning around wildly and erupts, turning into a massive sheet that wraps around the Green Phoenix battleship until it can't be seen. Suddenly, Guan Tai's mechanical left hand appears in the sky to grab it away. When all is said and done, the old man ends up holding a miniature wrapped-up Green Phoenix battleship in his hands. Witnessing this trick, Yun Xiao starts clapping and compliments the mysterious guild master for almost surprising him. Putting away the item, Guan Tai chuckles and thanks the boy for his kind words. As the geezer heads off, Yun Xiao announces that he will be waiting on the island for him to come back. Sometime later, at the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild's Verdant Sea Port branch, Guan Tai's assistant informs him that the men he asked for have all arrived, belonging to either the Dusk Flame or the Wood Dawn Empire, and not from the Heaven-Sent Empire. Surprised that they came so soon, the geezer orders the underling to take him there. On the way, the latter informs the former that Mount Meru's impending opening is causing many smaller sects to get wiped out by larger ones. Since their martial artists are left with no place to go, they end up becoming roaming cultivators. However, Guan Tai isn't surprised. After all, Mount Meru's descent is a grand occurrence that last happened over a century ago. If the age restriction weren't a thing, even a holy region's laws could have stopped the other region's superpowers from taking Mount Meru for themselves. Soon, the two arrive at the gathering of martial artists. Observing them closely, a martial lord catches Guan Tai's attention. Approaching him, the geezer inquires about his identity, finding out that everyone's favorite character has returned yet again. The martial lord is none other than the Dusk Flame Empire's beloved cockroach, Li Yi. More plot armor than the MC is crazy. 2 weeks pass after Yun Xiao starts waiting on the island for the Green Phoenix battleship to get repaired. Within that time, he ends up using all of Qi Zun Zi's primordial stones. Still wanting more, Yun Xiao then brazenly threatens some others for 200,000 of the primordial stones. Qian Duo gets reminded that he's being allowed to stay in the World God Monument, so it's only natural for there to be a cost. On the other hand, Duan Yue is forced to remember that he still needs Hao Lian Xiao Huan's blood to remove his seal. To top it all off, Yun Xiao threatens to make the two powerless and throw them to entertain the lonely 1,000+ men inside the World God Monument. Bro wants them to drop their soaps. Despite this shamelessness though, Yun Xiao only manages to reach peak 3-star martial lord, not advancing by a single star even after 300,000 primordial stones in total. Finally, Guan Tai returns to the island. Seeing Yun Xiao's progress, the old man begins complimenting him for being a genius, who believe the prodigies of prestigious families in the dust with his cultivation speed, unaware that he is unsatisfied. Guan Tai notes that getting a place in Mount Meru shouldn't be a problem with Yun Xiao's strength, but he neither confirms nor denies. The reincarnated soul understands that as only those from the southern region can enter, Guan Tai is trying to pry for his background and calls him out. Of course, the geezer quickly apologizes, since doing such a thing is deeply frowned upon within the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild. Requesting Yun Xiao not to use this as a complaint, Guan Tai brings out the blue ball from earlier and throws it into the sky. Once again, the Yuan artifact erupts, turning into a sheet. From within it, the Green Phoenix battleship emerges in all its glory. Guan Tai reveals that along with the repairs, the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild has also removed all labels and markings left on the ship by any previous owners, making it practically brand new. Yun Xiao quickly jumps up onto the Green Phoenix battleship and unleashes his universal detect to confirm the claim. Lo and behold, the countless physical damages, as well as the hundreds of arrays, have all been fixed, making one question: if the ship was ever even broken. Finishing the examination, the reincarnated soul jumps back down and praises the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild for being as trustable as always. After letting himself be praised, Guan Tai questions if there was anyone else who tried to repair the ship before them. Yun Xiao wonders why he is asking, getting told that the refiners who worked together to repair the Green Phoenix battleship wanted to know. Turns out, the traces of repairs were so incredibly brilliant that they received universal praise from even the best of the best. Guan Tai assures Yun Xiao that this isn't prying but an official query, meaning he can openly decide whether or not to answer it. At the same time, the geezer stalks the boy's face like a hawk to catch any sliver of expression, any ounce of feeling on it. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao doesn't even try to look innocent. Making the most absurd face of innocence, he feigns complete ignorance and continues to do so when Guan Tai credits the repairs to someone from the Star Mansion sect. This dude really lying for no reason at all, because he damn sure isn't getting an Oscar for this horrid acting. Ahem, exclaims the geezer loudly, desperately wanting to move things along. Guan Tai asks Yun Xiao if he would be interested in making a deal with him. With a grin across his face, the reincarnated soul questions if this deal will be between them, or if the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild is involved too. Taken aback by Yun Xiao's slyness, Guan Tai declares that it's all the same thing anyway, that includes the guild too, hoping that it would make him interested in the deal. The boy finally comes around and inquires about the details. Guan Tai then reveals that Mount Meru will be opening in around 40 days, as per the superpower's calculations, with its expected descent being somewhere near Tian Shui. This intrigues Yun Xiao, as it would mean that Martial Flame City is the most likely place for the Mystic Realm's descent. As for Guan Tai's task for Yun Xiao, he wants him to retrieve just a single item from Mount Meru, making the reincarnated soul wonder just what could possibly make the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild hire someone to find it. Insisting that the item's location is only a calculated guess from a trustworthy guild member, Guan Tai declares that no one truly knows the situation inside Mount Meru. In the same breath, he pulls out a map of sorts, detailing the entire landscape of the place. On it, a certain marking catches Yun Xiao's eyes, alerting him. He asks Guan Tai if revealing the exact nature of the item is really not possible, getting told that he will find out what it is upon entering the Mystic Realm. However, the Guildmaster does reveal an important piece of information. Born inside Mount Meru, this mysterious treasure was once taken out by someone, only to get lost a few years later. Now, the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild's members conclude that it must have returned to its place of origin. Handing Yun Xiao the map, Guan Tai announces 10 million middle-tier primordial stones as payment for successfully completing the task. Suddenly, Yun Xiao lets out a gentle smile, proclaiming that this retrieval mission is neither from the geezer nor the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild. Instead, it's commissioned from someone else entirely. Left in disbelief, Guan Tai questions why the boy is saying such a thing. With a wide-eyed grin, Yun Xiao reveals that the map is sketched in the art style of one of his old friends. Ecstatic to find out that he has hidden himself in the southern region, the reincarnated soul wonders if Guan Tai would be kind enough to disclose his whereabouts, leaving the geezer's jaw dropped. Marching toward the guild master, Yun Xiao presses him for his old friend's whereabouts. Although he doesn't know the identity of the map drawer himself, Guan Tai already thinks that he is an extremely mysterious person. Possessing no yuan chi fluctuations, the green-haired man seems like a normal person through and through, even down to the wooden guqian he carries around. However, what's weird is the fact that he gave Guan Tai's forces 1 million high-tier primordial stones, worth 100 million middle-tier ones, without any thought, just for taking the mission. This information soon reached the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild's headquarters, prompting them to issue an immediate order. No one is to offend the mysterious person no matter what, and his mission is to be completed using any means necessary. For such an enigmatic being to be an old friend of a boy, Guan Tai doesn't believe that for a second. So he apologizes to Yun Shiyao, declaring that the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild cannot reveal a customer's personal information. Of course, the reincarnated soul gives him a bit of encouragement to break that rule by questioning if the mysterious person carries around a common wooden guqin all the time. Completely panicking, Guan Tai pulls back his hood and shouts that he can't answer such a query, but realizes that it's too little too late. Still, the geezer tries to get Yun Xiao off his case, even resorting to getting some sympathy points from him. Womp womp. Finally, the reincarnated soul changes the query to why he was chosen for the task. Guan Tai reveals that it was nothing but a spontaneous decision, since the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild doesn't have any secret force raised in the southern region. So, they couldn't find suitable people for Mount Meru's opening and tried recruiting young martial artists, but they weren't capable enough. On the other hand, Yun Xiao gave Guan Tai a completely different feeling. The former questions why that is, as a decent amount of money would have helped him find a martial king-level youth anyway. Guan Tai explains that it is simply because the southern region is a backward place, so acquiring someone who was talented enough to become a martial king before the age of 50 would only attract unnecessary attention. Accepting this as a decent enough response, Yun Xiao decides to accept the mission, but leaves its success up to fate. At the same time, he brings out the World God Monument to have it interact with the Green Phoenix battleship. While Guan Tai is captivated by the treasure, the boy once again questions if the time and location of Mount Meru's landing are confirmed, getting told that they shouldn't be far off from the earlier deduction. 3 days later, Yun Xiao arrives at High Sun City. Floating on the water ball he got from the Blazefish tribe, the reincarnated soul reaches the Zhou family's heavily guarded estate. Without delay, he starts shouting loudly. Announcing himself as the Martial Flame City Lord, Yun Xiao calls out the trash who kidnapped Princess Qin Rushue, Zhou Yushan, reminding him of their agreed-upon match. The boy provokes his enemy, declaring that he can just submit to him if he's afraid to die. Yun Xiao's voice echoes throughout the city, leaving everyone in shock. Turns out, a martial law has been imposed in High Sun City after the Xingyang family's demise. For someone to challenge the four great families again after only 2 days of peace is an utterly baffling situation, especially when the deceased ruins haven't even been cleared. The blatant provocation makes people question if the Zhou family will meet the same fate as well. Meanwhile, Dingling, Er, and Yurong peek out from the Tianyuan Commerce Guild's Dusk Flame Empire branch. The geezer can't believe that Yun Xiao is confronting the Zhou family directly, while the girl deems him to be crazy, realizing that his earlier joke about regretting not causing a greater fuss wasn't a joke at all. Yun Xiao's voice also reaches the Wang family's estate, shocking Yang Di's disciple, Wang Chun. Wish we had seen what happened when he told his master about Gu Fei Yang's painting calling him a donkey. Of course, the roaring proclamation makes its way to the Dusk Flame Empire's imperial palace as well. While feeding a rabbit to his pet crocodiles, the court prince Xin Ruyu wonders if Yun Xiao fears death at all, and remarks that he's a fool for thinking that a martial emperor's backing can help him against the four great noble families, being under the impression that he was the one who let Yun Xiao off at the auction. Xin Ruyu vows to teach him an unforgettable lesson the next time they meet. Meanwhile, at the imperial family shrine, the three martial emperors Zhu Jin, Sten Pi, and Ao Di Jia worry that the Dusk Flame Empire's nobility won't have any dignity left if the Zhou family is challenged like this. Back over with Yun Xiao, Elder Zhou Bo arrives to meet him. Furious, the geezer demands that the boy reveal his identity, only to get told to stop acting dumb. After all, the entire city just heard Yun Xiao's name, so for him to ask us a question only shows that the Zhou family is truly shameless. Taken aback by the response, the elder tries to talk down on the reincarnated soul for being a mere brat, who can afford to offend the legendary Zhou family. With a calm smile across his face, Yun Xiao asks Zhou Bo if his family's status is truly unparalleled and lords over other forces in the Dusk Flame Empire. As the elder doubles down on his statement, the other martial artists in High Sun City turn on him. Some declare the Zhou family an embarrassment on the name of the four great noble families, announcing that it's about time to reorganize their position a bit. Others, well, they are offended that Zhou Bo said that his family is above all others, considering the imperial family and the heaven-gathering sect are far more than what they will ever be. Infuriated, the elder commands everyone to shut up and stop spouting BS. Jobo insists that he meant that they are above the vast majority of forces, not all, but it's too late for damage control. In fact, the martial artists take personal offense this time and name their families to question, if you meant their families, somehow instantly zooming past all the guards. Yun Xiao trolls Jobo a bit more, telling him to give a few examples of the vast majority of forces he is talking about. Nah, this dude is an absolute menace. While the elder worries for his life, 3 expert martial artists appear to take care of the situation. Zhou Yan Biyao, the current family head, leads the conversation and patronizes Yun Xiao for challenging them. The reincarnated soul tells Yan Biyao that he made a life and death bet with Zhou Yushan, so he's really just there to keep his promise. Yun Xiao declares that the family head acting like this is treating their oath like a joke, riling him up. Bursting with wild energy, Yan Biyao reminds the boy that the bet with his son is still a month later at the Dark Gold Arena. Standing his ground, Yun Xiao proclaims that the Zhou family will keep delaying the battle, however they please, and that Yushan will come out to fight right now, if he's not a wimp, at least. The other martial artists rally behind the reincarnated soul, backing his provocation with their wild remarks, making fun of the Zhou family. This finally pushes Yan Biyao over the edge, and he lets out a roaring cry, proclaiming that Yun Xiao is courting death. His shout sends intense shockwaves in the boy's direction, causing the onlookers to fall down like dominoes. A full-power roar from the 9-star martial grandmaster convinces some that the Zhou family really lords over everyone else like the elder claimed, while others turn against him even more. They deem Yan Biyao to be an embarrassment for breaking an oath and silencing the person who he made it with. The family head grits his teeth in annoyance, realizing that people from the other 3 great noble families are in the crowd, exploiting this opportunity to make fun of them. Looking on, the crown prince is irritated as well. Senru, you would have looked the other way if this was a fight between noble families, but an outsider laughing at his empire's system is something he refuses to allow. Back over with Yun Xiao, the aftermath of Yan Biyao's assault leaves him holding his chest in agony, suddenly back flipping to the ground. The boy starts coughing ferociously. With an Oscar-worthy performance, Yun Xiao calls out the Zhou family for ruling with an iron fist and praises the incredible martial technique for leaving him with grave internal injuries. Looking like he is about to plop over at any moment, the reincarnated soul insists that he won't be able to compete with Yushan in this state, but wants to breathe his last on the battlefield. So if the Zhou family still has a martial artist's dignity, they will call the young lord out to fight him to the death. Realizing that he is being played, Yan Biyao starts trembling with rage. However, he is forced to calm himself when the onlookers start piling on him. Understanding that every move he makes will affect the Zhou family's reputation, Yan Biyao takes what he thinks is the best course of action. The family head announces that it's impossible for Yushan to come out instantly, since he's secluded in cultivation, but will fight Yun Xiao to the death in 7 days after breaking the seal. Moreover, to make up for injuring the boy with his sound attack, Yan Biyao hands him a holy 4th-tier recovery medicine that might even help him break another breakthrough. Grabbing the gift, Yun Xiao lets out a sinister smirk. What is he cooking? The family head looks on with a poker face, all the while boiling with anger inside. After Mount Meru's opening, he vows to exact his revenge by utterly decimating Li Yun Xiao and his beloved martial flame city. Holding the holy 4th-tier recovery medicine in his hands, a devious light bulb suddenly goes off in Yun Xiao's head. Not feeling comfortable accepting the item, the reincarnated soul announces that it wants Yan Biyao to take it back and exchange an equal amount of primordial stones, if he truly means his words. The head of the Zhou family insists that he won't try to take his life in such a manner, prompting Yun Xiao to remind him of the earlier sound attack. As Yan Biyao rages out, the reincarnated soul starts parading the item around in the crowd, asking if any refiners could help him check the medicine for poison. Getting accused of resorting to such underhanded means, the family head almost explodes with anger. After all, no one has dared to humiliate them like this in the past millennium. Right then, Bai Li Gongjin steps up to take a look at the holy 4th-tier recovery medicine. Being a 6th-tier refiner, he is the legendary master of the Dusk Flame Empire Alchemist Association branch. Yun Xiao intently observes the strong soul power fluctuations around him, concluding that he is definitely the real deal. Yan Biyao arrives before Master Bai Li as a sign of respect as well, thanking him for helping with their dispute. Du thinks he's part of the team, declaring that it's no problem. The sixth-tier refiner turns his attention to Yoon Shiyao, having heard many great things about him from Yuan Hao. At first, he didn't believe the elder, but the boys showcased today exceeded his expectations entirely. Yoon Shiyao humbly thanks Bai Li Gongjin for his kind words, and Yang Biao is left baffled by the interaction. Swiftly stepping up, he practically begs the sixth-tier refiner to take a look at the medicine and clear the Zhou family's name. Gongjin closely examines the item and its chi fluctuations, confirming it as a high-grade fourth-tier medicine. Thanking the master for his help, Yang Biao starts screaming at the reincarnated soul. He insists that the Zhou family, who has been in the Dusk Flame Empire for over 10,000 years, would never break their oath like this. The family head orders Yoon Shiyao to head back and recover, vowing to have Yushan teach him an unforgettable lesson in their upcoming duel. This series of events turns the crowd on the boy, leaving them thinking that he pulled such a stunt because he was scared. Yu Rong and Ding Ling arrive at the scene in the meantime, worrying about Yoon Shiyao's reputation. At the same time, some in the crowd notice that Bai Li Gongjin hasn't stopped staring at the medicine. Suddenly, the sixth-tier refiner announces that the pills are poisonous, turning Yang Biao's whole world upside down. The countless martial artists scream out, unable to believe that the Zhou family would do something like this. Some question if Yoon Shiyao poisoned the medicine himself, but this notion is quickly denied. After all, countless martial artists stronger than him are in the crowd, so they would have noticed if a martial lord made any suspicious movements. Who's gonna tell him? With the Zhou family's entire dynasty on the line, Yan Biao desperately asks Bai Li Gongjin if he really checked the item properly. The latter tells the former to try one for himself if he still has any doubts, prompting Yan Biao to call for the seventh elder to try out the pill. Taken aback at first, Zhou Bo instantly understands what the family head is scheming. If Bai Li Gongjin says the pill is poisonous, then it most definitely is. However, they can falsely prove their innocence if the seventh elder uses his true chi as a peak 9-star martial grandmaster to suppress the poison, playing the crowd and acting like it's impossible for high-grade 4th-tier medicine to be poisoned. Zhou Bo confidently consumes a pill. The top 10 moments before disaster list just gained its number 1 entry. After all, not many poisons can harm someone on the verge of becoming a martial emperor. Using true chi embalming, he makes a barrier around his dantian to protect it from getting poisoned. Yang Biao and Zhou Bo then exchanged nods, feeling relieved that a matter concerning the Zhou family's millennium-long legacy has finally settled in their favor. With a proud grin, Yan Biao turns to Yoon Shiyao, boasting about his innocence being proven. The benevolent head declares that defaming the Zhou family would have been an unforgivable crime had it not been for the boy's upcoming battle with Yushan, and decides to spare his life for now. However, he refuses to settle things like this and demands at least 5 million middle-tier primordial stones as an apology if Yoon Shiyao wants to leave with his life intact. Right then, the reincarnated soul starts smiling while the rest of the crowd stares elsewhere in disbelief. As Yoon Shiyao whispers that he brought it upon himself, Yan Biao looks to his side, only to see the 7th elder on his knees, writhing in agony. Moments later, Zhou Bo's entire body turns green. The peak 9-star martial grandmaster goes out vomiting poison, leaving the world in a truly gruesome manner. Everyone looks on in disbelief while Yan Biao is left mourning for the 7th elder. Well, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. Witnessing the scene from the sky, the 3 martial emperors break out into a sweat, seeing Zhou Bo fall flat on his face without getting a chance to say anything leaves the trio questioning the extreme nature of the poison, as he was the strongest one around below them until moments ago. While Zhu Jin imagines what the poison would do to martial emperors, Ao Di Jia worries that something mysterious is up with Yoon Shiyao and suggests capturing him for interrogation. However, the former defends the boy, questioning if the latter saw him spiking the medicine, which he didn't. Ao Di Jia questions if Zhu Jin thinks the Zhou family or Bai Li Gongjin spiked it then, all the while piling on him for helping the kid's case, just because he got something from him. Zhu Jin rages out at the Baldy for trying to pin this on him over a puzzle piece of an array, and reiterates that a martial lord wouldn't have been able to spike the medicine without 3 martial emperors noticing him. In fact, he asked their boss Simpi to weigh in, who declares that he didn't see it either. However, Shinpei also maintains that the Zhou family didn't spike the medicine, as they neither possess such extreme poison, nor would they have risked the life of a core elder like Zhou Bo, who was going to be a martial emperor soon. Unfortunately, that puts the suspicion on Bai Li Gongjin instead, an idea that the trio doesn't even dare entertain. Old man got that aura. Even if all of this circles back to Yun Xiao being the culprit anyway, Shinpei questions just how 3 martial emperors couldn't see him spiking the medicine. Moreover, even if they weren't there, at least a few hundred martial artists with cultivation higher than the boy are present in the crowd to catch him. Trying to make sense of the situation makes Shinpei's head hurt, and he decides to watch things unfold for now, refusing to believe that there isn't a significant force back in Yu Xiao's gutsy attitude. Meanwhile, Yan Biao explodes with killing intent. Unfazed, the reincarnated soul mocks the family head for taking it upon himself to finish the job the poison couldn't. With rage distorting his very face, Yang Biao announces that Yu Xiao won't leave there alive no matter what. The reincarnated soul claps back, declaring that he wouldn't leave, even if the family head left him, reprimanding Yang Biao for not only going against his values and word, but also resorting to lowly methods, like poison to kill him in broad daylight. Yu Xiao declares that he is ruining the reputation of the 4 great noble families. So, unless the family head has a proper explanation for his lack of faith, justice, and morals, the boy refuses to leave Hai Sun City. Infuriated, Zhou Yang Biao starts laughing like a maniac, declaring that someone like Yu Xiao isn't even qualified to die together with him. Suddenly, something in the sky makes the heavens themselves tremble. Yang Biao and the 3 martial emperors look on in disbelief as the Star Mansion Sect's stolen Green Phoenix battleship appears in Hai Sun City out of nowhere. Ding Ling Error and Yu Rong wonder if their eyes are deceiving them, while Wang Chun wonders just how many more surprises his young master Yun is hiding from him. Bai Li Gongjin is shocked as well, having never thought it possible to see a Green Phoenix battleship in Hai Sun City of all places. The Crown Prince, Shinryu, trembles in fear, wondering what kind of a deity Yun Xiao is, refusing to believe that a mere city lord can have such a treasure. Zhou Yang Biao demands to know about the force that sent him there. Pointing his finger to the sky, Yun Xiao mutters a single word, hammer. The people start speculating over its meaning, wondering if the force backing him has that name. Most very confidently assume that Yun Xiao is talking about the Green Phoenix battleship as a metaphorical hammer that will rain down on all those who stand against him. Sherlock got a higher bro for this analysis. Right then, the reincarnated soul puts the speculations to rest by questioning what the hammer his Green Phoenix battleship has to do with Yang Biao. Dude is out here losing aura points just to censor himself for our monetization. That's why we love him. Seeing Yun Xiao not being afraid to challenge the Zhou family at all, the head grits his teeth in a wild rage, vowing to keep both Yun Xiao and his battleship there by force. Suddenly, the sky erupts in a blinding light, revealing 5 imposing figures. Descending onto the estate, their leader questions what the boy can do with the Green Phoenix battleship if he doesn't have the refiners to control it. Proclaiming that no one can touch the Zhou family's tens of thousands of years' worth of foundations and reserves, the man also demands that Yun Xiao leave both his battleship and life behind. All the martial artists present fall to their knees under the presence of these imposing figures, instantly recognizing them as the Zhou family's supreme elders. Being 7 constellations realm martial emperors, they are all the pinnacle of the southern region. However, the Zhou family's supreme elders were supposed in seclusion at the Heavenly Jewel Gate, so if the strongest amongst them bothering with the family's matters, after all this time spells instant death for Yun Xiao, no matter the support he has, does it really go? Meanwhile, the proud Zhou Yan Biao and the other elders instantly kneel, greeting their supreme elders. The family head apologizes for his incompetence, regretting that he brought shame to their name. Right then, the strong among the supreme elders, Zhou Changfa, calls upon Yun Xiao, not knowing his goals or who is behind him. However, what he does know is that no one who has dared to make a fuss in the Zhou family for the past millennia has lived to tell the tale. Continuing to impose his presence on everyone, the benevolent supreme leader gives Yun Xiao a chance to present the Green Phoenix battleship to them respectfully. After doing so, the boy is to kneel at the side and await further instructions if he wants a chance in his life to be spared. To the surprise of absolutely no one, Yun Xiao remains defiant, declaring that Zhou Changfa is thinking too highly of himself The reincarnated soul lifts his right hand toward the Green Phoenix battleship, unsealing the green array to control its movements. He is more than happy to fulfill the Zhou family's wish and give them the battleship, just not in the way that they would have thought. With Yun Shiyao's command, the Green Phoenix battleship descends from the sky, tilting completely downwards. Unfazed by the threat, Chang Fa advises the reincarnated soul not to continue down the wrong path. After all, no matter how strong the battleship, it's just a 6th Here Shuan artifact that will never defeat the entire Zhou family on its own. On the other hand, the Supreme Elder could kill Yun Shiyao in an instant. Of course, the boy doesn't really care whether the Green Phoenix battleship can defeat the Zhou family or not. He only knows that they won't be able to breach its defenses instantly, giving his refiners just enough time to crash the Shuan artifact into the Zhou family and blow it up. With a sinister chuckle, Yun Shiyao rhetorically inquires if Martial Emperor can withstand the full might of his self-destructing Green Phoenix battleship. He also makes sure to tell everyone present that his death won't stop it from crashing into the Zhou family's buildings and blowing up, killing at least thousands no matter what. Mass murder for the win. Realizing that Yun Shiyao has truly gone crazy, the entire crowd panics and starts to run. Ding Ling shares their sentiment, yet she refuses to listen to Yu Rong's begging to run away, wanting to see the extent of Yun Shiyao's strength for herself. Witnessing this insanity, Shenru regrets not killing the boy back in Martial Flame City. While Zhou Changfa stands there in shock, Ao Dijia, Zhu Jin, and Xin Pi reveal themselves, wanting to de-escalate the situation and stop this fight before both sides suffer huge losses. The latter two martial emperors practically beg Yun Shiyao to stop and talk things out with them. This confuses the reincarnated soul, as there's no reason for him to speak to them when Chang Fa is the one trying to kill him. Yun Shiyao shouts out, announcing that the entire Zhou family should die with him. Once again telling him to stop, Xin Pi provides his guarantee that Zhou Chang Fa won't try to kill the boy and promises to be the mediator, so that the matter can be resolved peacefully. In reality, though, the martial emperor is scared out of his wits, considering none of them will survive if the Green Phoenix battleship were to explode. Really? Mutters Yun Shiyao innocently, leaving Xin Pi baffled with the sudden 180 in his demeanor. Blue do be having this effect on people. Regardless, he promises to live up to his word. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul points over to Zhou Chang Fa. With the same innocent look, he reminds Xin Pi of the Supreme Elder's earlier words. If he said that no one who makes a fuss with the Zhou family leaves there alive, then won't his not dying cause the Zhou family to lose all its face? Yun Shiyao seems like a crazed psychopath asking this question, proving that looks aren't deceiving in his case by doubling down. Believing that Chang Fa can't let him live, the boy gets ready to die together. As he's about to proceed with the Green Phoenix battleship's self-destruction, Zhu Jin begs him to stop. At the same time, Ao Dijia rushes over to the Supreme Elder, wanting him to tell Yun Shiyao his stand on the matter. Shouting at the boy to stop instantly, Chang Fa announces that he can make an exception this one time, still bringing the Green Phoenix battleship down, but slowing down its descent. The reincarnated wonders if he is just spouting BS, declaring that rules can be broken anyway. Xin Pi once again vows to be a fair and impartial mediator. As a representative of the imperial family, Zhu Jin also pleads with Yun Shiyao, remarking that his boss Sten would not joke around with his credibility when High Sun City's entire population is there watching them. Convinced by the martial emperors, Yun Shiyao decides to believe them just this once and halts the Green Phoenix battleship's descent. Witnessing the sight, Bai Li Gong realizes that the technique used by the boy to communicate with the refiners in the battleship is truly one of its kind. Suddenly, Zhou Chang Fa appears in front of Yun Shiyao and seals all of his meridians with an abundance of true qi. The other martial emperors look on, as the Zhou family's Supreme Elder disgraces his own word and rushes to punish Yun Shiyao for challenging them. With the reincarnated soul restrained, Zhou Chang Fa gathers his true qi, forming a scythe-like weapon on his left hand. And so, the shameless martial emperor lands a fatal strike by assaulting a helpless martial lord. Slicing Yun Shiyao apart with a surprise attack, Zhou Chang Fa prepares to kill everyone on the Green Phoenix battleship afterward. However, the reincarnated soul suddenly erupts with a crimson glow. The ghastly energy that enveloped his body, Zhou Chang Fa's attack starts to spiral, containing itself within a small area. Soon, the martial emperor's qi entirely dissipates, taking with it the legendary defensive talisman that Yun Shiyao acquired a few episodes earlier. Suddenly, an emerald-like light shines from the Green Phoenix battleship, successfully transporting the boy to safety. Desperate, Zhou Changfa tries to run after him to finish the job, but fails miserably. The scene leaves Zhu Jin and Xin Pi in disbelief, as a talisman that can withstand a strike from a 3-star martial emperor is almost unheard of. While Zhou Changfa rages at Yun Xiao for running away, Ding Ling looks on from nearby, having just gotten the shock of her life. With her fists surrounded by a fiery qi, she tries to calm down. After the martial emperor misses his follow-up attack, the girl finally breathes a sigh of relief as if it had connected. The strike would have killed someone, who is the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild's only hope, someone who they have gambled everything on. Forgot to mention that you have a crushed little sis. As the energy around her hand dissipates, Yurong can't believe that Ding Ling almost used the guild's secret technique to save Yun Xiao by force. After all, it would have formally made the great and noble Zhou family their enemy. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul arrives on the Green Phoenix battleship, celebrating that the ancient soul talisman he exchanged for his beloved 5-line tripod ended up proving useful. Now, since the Zhou family has shown their sincere intentions, Yu Xiao announces that it's time for everyone to die together. As the Green Phoenix battleship continues its descent, Xin Pi scolds Zhou Changfa for sealing all their fates. Still consumed with the thought of killing Yun Xiao, the latter finds the former quite annoying and wants him to shut up. Of course, he doesn't say it loudly. At the same time, Bai Li Gongjin notices that the Green Phoenix battleship is coming down with a legendary 6 universes stargazing formation and starts to panic. He begs young Master Yun to stop, insisting that they can still talk things out. A 6-tier refiner is dismayed, as the killing formation he is using will kill the entire population of High Sun City. However, Yun Xiao has no intention of falling for false promises again, simply wanting everyone to die together. We stand as psychopathic protagonist. Xin Pi speaks up next, formally swearing not to let anyone hurt so much as a single hair on him if he just stops. In fact, the martial emperor promises to eradicate the Zhou family himself if they hurt the boy again, since Xin Pi belongs to the imperial family and is the master of the shrine. There is no way he won't keep his word, making Zhou Changfa realize that killing Yu Xiao now is no longer possible. "Oh," mutters the reincarnated soul, looking like a devil incarnated. The 6 universes stargazing formation continues to mature, sending waves of extremely powerful qi toward the Zhou family estate. While the martial emperors burst out into a cold sweat, Yun Xiao looks down on them from the Green Phoenix battleship, questioning if the noble families even value their words. After all, Zhou Changfa was on his high horse just moments ago, completely disrespecting him. However, Xin Pi is now saying that he won't do any of that. Doesn't that mean that anything they say from now on holds no weight? Announcing himself as the current emperor's uncle and the master of the shrine, Xin Pi swears that he always keeps his word, promising to never lie to Yun Xiao. The martial emperor asks him to put away the formation on his battleship so that they can talk. Of course, the boy refuses to do so, since he feels safer this way. Xin Pi questions why Tian Shuoi's prince, Wucheng, is causing trouble in High Sun City, even though he was thriving as the martial flame city lord. This query makes Yun Xiao unhappy, and he makes sure to let old Jizerk Sin know of it. Hearing a mere plebeian referred to address Xin Pi like this, the crown prince gets offended on his behalf and calls out the boy for this disrespect. Someone else got a glazer for once, completely ignoring him. Yun Xiao lets everyone know that he isn't the one causing trouble in High Sun City at all, and is just here to settle the score with the Zhou family, who have done numerous detestable things to anger him. Xin Pi is like a god in High Sun City, above even the emperor himself. So, for a martial lord to address him with such disrespect leaves the martial artists present questioning just who Yun Xiao really is. Meanwhile, Zhou Changfa calls BS, insisting that the boy is the one who made a big deal out of nothing, and is defaming them. Bro really doesn't know when to shut up, reminding the Supreme that the entire Dusk Flame Empire now knows just how trustworthy his family truly is. Yu Xiao remarks that he will just shut up if there's even an ounce of shame left in him. As Zhou Changfa is about to rage out once again, Xin Pi signals him to stop talking and asks the reincarnated soul what he wants to do now. Yu Xiao then puts forward his terms, starting with the demand for the release of Tian Shuoi's Princess Qin Ru Shue. Since Zhou Yushan kidnapped her, she is to be properly compensated and apologized to. Next, as the Zhou family has gone back on their word and tried to assassinate Yun Shiyao multiple times, they will no longer be allowed to run or put off the duel between Zhou Yushan and him. Hearing this, Chang Fa starts throwing a tantrum. Denying that they ever put off the battle, he accepts the release of Princess Qin Rushue, but refuses any compensation or apology. The Supreme Elder insists that they are doing a big favor, as is by sparing Yun Shiyao's life, so any demand on top of that is him overplaying his position. With this, the talks break down. Announcing death for all, the reincarnated soul activates the Green Phoenix battleship's 6 universes stargazing formation, prompting Xin Pi to practically beg him to not go overboard. Yun Shiyao disrespectfully declares that he is doing no such thing, considering he is prepared to give up his own life, getting cursed out in front of everyone. Xin Pi realizes that the boy is actually crazed and agrees to his conditions on the Zhou family's behalf. Chang Fa leaps at him, protesting that submitting to Yun Shiyao's demands will ruin their demands. However, Xin Pi isn't having any of it. Refusing to let the Supreme Elder bring High Sun City down with him, the Shrine Master tells him to look around and see if the Zhou family even has any reputation left. Chang Fa grits his teeth, vowing to crush Yun Shiyao one day. Right then, the boy speaks up once again, stating his new conditions that aren't up to bargaining whatsoever. Thank God my mom isn't here to shop. First, the Zhou family is to immediately release Qin Rushue. Then, they will provide 5 million middle-tier primordial stones as compensation and issue a public apology to Tian Shuai. On top of that, the Zhou family will give Yun Xiao 50 million middle-tier primordial stones to make up for the 2 times they tried to shamelessly kill him. However, words won't do anymore. The Zhou family has to fulfill his demands immediately if they want him to leave. Otherwise, everyone will die together. Yun Xiao isn't a patient person either, so the Zhou family better hurry up. Even if he wasn't impatient, the 6-universe stargazing formation is incomplete and might just activate on its own if left for too long. Seeing Yun Xiao take advantage of his winning position with such viciousness, Xujin and Ao Di Jia are impressed. They think that even an idiot would agree that so great power is backing Martial Flame City, remaining unaware of the reality of things. Stripped of the power to protest against Yun Xiao, the Zhou family elders tremble with fear and rage. With half their estate destroyed, they finally bring out Princess Qin Rushue, and the 6-universe stargazing formation finally dissipates. With her head lowered, Qin Rushue emerges from the Zhou family's estate, still in doubt about her freedom. Multiple reaction panels like One Piece follow, after which Yun Xiao finally speaks to her. As someone who always got the vibe of a caring older sister from Qin Rushue, he questions why she's crying so much right now. Hearing his voice, the girl readily looks up. Like a true knight in shining armor, Yun Xiao stands atop the Green Phoenix battleship, announcing that he has come for the princess. Seeing him extend his hand to her, Qin Rushue's mind overflows with memories of the last time they met when Zhou Yushan kidnapped her and Li Yun Xiao put his life on the line to rescue her. Muttering the boy's name, the princess starts sobbing uncontrollably. She wants him to take her home, no longer wanting to stay with the cruel Zhou family. As Yun Xiao descends from the Green Phoenix battleship, Qin Rushue remembers how she felt the entire time she spent in captivity. The poor girl had hoped for Yun Xiao to rescue her many times, but she didn't want to, considering offending the Dusk Flame Empire's 4 great noble families would spell doom for Tian Shuai. Qin Rushue was fully convinced that she would remain locked up and get beaten up or even tortured mercilessly for life. However, no one came to touch her after she got thrown into a cellar, all because Yun Xiao exchanged an extremely valuable promise for her safety. Seeing him stand in front of her after all this time, Qin Rushue can no longer control herself. She leaps into Yun Xiao's embrace and begins wailing loudly. Grow about that heroic savior Riz. Petting her head, the reincarnated soul comforts the princess and proclaims that they are going home. Yun Xiao promises that no one will bully her, and she will have nothing to fear from now on. The boy swears to Qin Rushue. If anyone in the Dusk Flame Empire dares to touch even a strand of her hair, he will wipe their entire lineage from existence, making it seem like they never even existed. Putting everyone on alert with his declaration, Yun Xiao returns to the Green Phoenix battleship. Xin Pi is especially shocked as he gets thought of the boy as nothing more than a talented up-and-coming teen. However, the martial emperor now feels a murderous sense of coldness from him. It's almost as if Li Yun Xiao is a landmine, blowing up anyone who makes a single wrong step to bits. Both the Xingyang and Zhou families fell to him, worrying Xinpi that it might be the royal family next. So he questions if Yun Xiao has any other conditions, asking him to take the ship and leave otherwise. Zhou Changfa rages, promising to have Yushan exact their vengeance against the boy at the Dark Gold Arena. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao thanks Lord Xin for his services, declaring that he only reclaimed what was his. The boy bids everyone farewell for now. Before flying off for good, he suddenly remembers something, popping out his head through the battleship. Yun Xiao mischievously thanks Wang Cheng, Cheng Feng, Mo Jia, and Master Bai Li for taking care of him. Generational trolling. Being the idiot that he is, Yang Di's disciple excitedly shouts at his young master Yun to show him some more puzzling stuff the next time they meet, instantly realizing that he effed up. His disappointed father, the family head Wang Mong, shows up beside him, lamenting that they have been dragged into a mess. Bai Li Gongjin lets out an exhausted sigh as Zhou Changfa erupts with killing intent. Xinpi questions what he is doing, but the martial emperor is consumed with rage to listen, calling upon Wang Mong, Cheng Feng, and Mo Jia. He asks them to explain what Yun Xiao meant. The Mo family's elderly family head insists that he has never seen the boy before and tries to convince Chang Fa that thanking them was just a ploy to turn them against each other. Cheng Feng speaks up as well, backing Mo Jia's conclusion. Zhou Changfa screams out, getting offended by the suggestion that he would fall for such childish ploys, even though it quite literally did, embarrassing himself. The three-star martial emperor doesn't excuse Wang Mong though, as he had a dozen people watching over the Zhou family's compound the entire time. Not refusing that they know Yun Xiao, the Wang family head insists that they only had one dealing with him and nothing else. Going crazy with anger, Chang Fa gets all up in Bai Li Gongjin's face this time, demanding to know what happened with the medicine. The 6th-tier refiner wonders that he is being accused of conspiring with Yun Xiao, getting told that a mere martial lord couldn't have spiked the medicine with countless eyes on him. So, despite his respectable status, Zhou Changfa wants Bai Li Gongjin to tell him what happened. As the latter becomes enraged, Xu Jin steps in to get the former to stop talking. Calming Changfa down, he bets Master Bai Li's innocence on his life. Xinpi tries to make a case for the Supreme Elder, trying to get the 6th-tier refiner to excuse his rash behavior. It seemingly works, as Bai Li Gongjin remarks that he will pretend that Chang Fa said nothing. However, while walking off, the 6th-tier refiner announces that the Alchemist Association will no longer work with the Zhou family, effective immediately. No shot the trolling actually worked. That's why he's the GOAT, the GOAT. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder realizes the grave consequences of what he did in a blind fit of fury. His hatred toward Yun Xiao continues to grow, while the heads of the other 3 great families celebrate his downfall. Using private sound transmission, Xinpi attempts to help Chang Fa out by letting him know that there's still a chance to repair his relations with the Alchemist Association. For now, though, as Martial Flame City's actions and strength are beyond even his comprehension, the Shrine Master insists that they leave him alone until Mount Meru's opening. Xinpi's kindness backfires, though, as the idiotic Supreme Elder replies to his private sound transmission loudly, refusing to stand the disrespect the Zhou family suffered due to Yun Xiao. They really let anyone become a martial emperor. Huh. Annoyed, Xinpi gives it to Chang Fa straight, questioning if a single incident is more important to him than a several millennia-old lineage to him. He thinks that such a troublesome occurrence right before Mount Meru's opening isn't a coincidence, but rather a deliberate action by a superpower who could even afford to toy with the Green Phoenix battleship. If the Zhou family wants to destroy themselves by trying to compete against such a foe, then Xinpi won't stop them. However, if they interrupt or mess up Mount Meru's opening for him, he vows to kill them all himself. Finally, Chang Fa contains himself, deciding to wait till the Dark Gold Arena duel and have Yushan destroy Yun Xiao. Xinpi is fine with this arrangement and advises the Supreme Elder to be careful, who thanks him for it. As Chang Fa vows to wash away this embarrassment in 7 days, Xinpi encourages him to earn back some respect for the Dusk Flame Empire's nobility. The Shrine Master is about to say something about Yun Xiao too, but stops mid-sentence, instructing Chang Fa to just keep his guard up instead, since things won't be so simple from now on. Afterward, Xinpi orders Zhu Jin and Ao Di Jia to mobilize all resources and manpower to upkeep Hai Sun City. He then turns over to Mo Jia, Wang Mong, and Cheng Feng, telling them to keep their guards up and work together. Walking away with Zhu Jin and Ao Di Jia, Xin Pi makes an announcement for all families and sects to hear. Whoever causes trouble before Mount Meru's opening will be killed without exception. One of the martial artists present speaks up, complaining that the martial emperors only know how to bully the weak like them, and couldn't do anything to Li Yun Xiao. Infuriated, Xin Pi sends a death beam in his direction, beheading the martial artist. The shrine master wonders if anyone else has anything to say, hearing not even a single peep. With this, he orders everyone to scram. Reintroduced with the terror of royalty, the martial artists run for their lives. Elsewhere, Ding Ling praises Yun Xiao for showcasing that he is brave and wise by not fearing a martial emperor and manipulating thousands of people. As she celebrates not misjudging him, Yu Rong notes that even the cheap tactic the boy used before leaving ended up having the major effect of cutting the Alchemist Association's ties with the Zhou family. Their reputation already tanked due to the incident, so a divide is bound to happen between them and the other three great noble families. Finally, Yu Rong accepts Yun Xiao as a capable youth possessing great cultivation, intellect, and strategy, who will sooner or later become a certified menace. Nearby, Shenru asks his uncle if he thinks that Zhou Yushan will win his duel against Yu Xiao in 7 days. Hearing this, Yuan Ji Yuling starts comparing the two warriors. Zhou Yushan not only possesses an exceptional physique and a shallow emotion body, but he has also received the favor and teachings of the legendary emotion-severing mountain. After emerging from seclusion, Yushan will almost be unrivaled among the Dusk Flame Empire's younger generation. On the other hand, Li Yun Xiao withstood a hit from Zhou Changfa, even if his own strength was involved in surviving the residual energy alone. As for his backing, Yue Ji Yulin thinks that the force behind Martial Flame City might just be stronger than the emotion-severing mountain. Lil Bro is clueless. Ignoring all that, Shenru takes issue with his uncle, calling Yushan unrivaled among the younger generation. He questions if either warrior can compare to his 24 Bridge Moon Knight, a thought that Yue Ji Yulin doesn't entertain at all. The uncle then notes the downfalls of the two warriors. He thinks that Yun Xiao's rashness might get him killed before he fully matures, while Yushan's limited abilities won't be able to fully realize the emotion-severing mountain's teachings. Hinryu disagrees with his assessment of Zhou Yushan, as the emotion-severing mountain's emotion-neglecting heavenly Tom is supposed to be a pinnacle existence. Be that as it may, Yue Ji Yulin tells his nephew that the heaven-gathering sect's void scripture that he cultivates is definitely stronger. Since Shinryu also has the Heavenly Jewel Gate's 24 Bridge Moon Knight, his uncle is convinced that he is the strongest among the southern region's younger generation. Hearing this praise, the Crown Prince smiles, revealing that he has already mastered techniques belonging to 2 of the 3 great sects. Shinryu is only missing the emotion-severing mountain's emotion-neglecting heavenly Tom, but they kept rejecting him. So he looks forward to seeing Zhou Yushan after he comes out of seclusion, wanting to see just how strong the technique is more than ever. Yue Ji Yulin stops his nephew right there, insisting that techniques aren't important. Rather, raising one's strength is the only way forward. These two giving Dumb and Dumber a run for their money. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao returns to the Supreme High Palace, noting that the soul chi within a 300-mile radius has been sucked dry by the World God Monument. He always intended to use the place temporarily, but it's running out of resources a little too fast. Yun Xiao wonders if he should start hunting the Heaven-Gathering sect's treasures, considering their location should be the richest in terms of soul chi. However, the Chi Feng kid would have entered the 8 Desolation realm already, meaning that Yun Xiao can't threaten them with a self-destructing Green Phoenix battleship like he did with the Zhou family. So, for once, the reincarnated soul gives up on his thieving ways. Meanwhile, Shinru Shuwei has adorably fallen asleep while clinging to his arm. He tries to free himself, but the grip of a maiden in love is too hard to break. Asking teacher Lu to help him out, the boy complains about the strange creatures known as girls. After all, falling asleep while standing shouldn't be possible for normal beings. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Shang is pouting at the sight, almost as if she's annoyed by Qin Ru Shui's presence. Regardless, she takes her off Yun Xiao's hands. Finally free, the reincarnated soul summons the World God Monument from his sea of consciousness and crashes it into the ground. With regrowth, this spatial Yuan artifact takes form as a giant tree, taking root. Brimming with excitement, Yun Xiao prepares to drive the Green Phoenix battleship straight into the World God Monument. Suddenly, Yun Shang rains on the brat's parade. As the battleship charges forward, Teacher Luo questions if the boy is actually dumb or if he is just playing dumb, making him burst out sweating. Yun Shang stares at Yun Xiao, her eyes filled with bloodlust. The reincarnated soul pretends that he didn't hear her clearly, making Teacher Luo realize that he has been playing dumb all this time, just like she thought. Get off her case, lady. He is married to the grind. Pinching his ear, Yun Shang questions Yun Xiao if he really likes Qin Ru Shu Wei or Meng Wu, not wanting to hear both as an answer. The boy insists that they are both still students of Ji Yalan Academy, so it's forbidden for them to date. He mischievously remarks that Yun Shang is making him blush by saying such a thing, causing her to rage. She shouts at Yun Xiao to quit his bad acting, prompting him to run away. Being above all inside the World God Monument, he uses substitution jutsu to leave a doll in his place to get its ear pinched. With the boy gone, Yun Shang tells Qin Ru Shu Wei to get up. Pushing her hair aside, the blushing girl innocently asks Teacher Luo if she really thinks that Yun Xiao likes her. Yun Shang tells Qin Ru Shu Wei that the boy wouldn't have taken such great risks to save her if he didn't. However, she just worries that Teacher Luo hesitates to finish the sentence, only finding the courage to do it after the girl insists. The lady just worries that her status as a princess might result in her love not coming to fruition. A cold breeze blows as Qin Ru Shu Wei clenches her heart in agony. Sometime later, Yun Xiao arrives in an empty area of the World God Monument, having just taken a look around Square Inch Mountain. Thankfully, all three heavenly groups have increased their strengths tremendously. Training exceptionally hard, the refiners inside Square Inch Mountain have also broken through. However, Meng Wu and Meng Bai still haven't woken up. At the rate Yuan Qi is being consumed in the World God Monument, Yu Xiao worries that it might dry out soon. Instead of providing it to the refiners in Square Inch Mountain, the reincarnated soul pours 1 billion middle-tier primordial stones into the mysterious stream at his feet, fulfilling his promise to a certain someone. In fact, Yu Xiao is probably the only one in Tianwu who can use such a large number of primordial stones to enrich the land for this person. Ooh, who's the girl? Nah, who am I kidding? With this, the reincarnated soul brings out the entity that will give him Tai Mystic Qi, the Kungno Divine Tree, reborn. As soon as Yun Xiao plants it into the stream of primordial stones below, the sapling plops open, quickly growing into a sapling and beyond. And so, the Kungno Divine Tree takes root at the World God Monument's Soul Qi source. 7 days later, in the cave where Meng Bai slumbers, the cocoon surrounding him bursts open. Xiao Qingwang leads Li Chunyang, and the Sky Locust sects Nung Fei Chun to the cocoon, having found it after sensing some suspicious qi. Baffled by the intense fluctuations surrounding it, Chunyang wonders when such an item appeared in Square Inch Mountain. Nung Fei Chun thinks that he should ask her young master Yun, as he probably brought it there. Give this man a cookie. Suddenly, the qi fluctuations surrounding the cocoon start going wild, taking the form of a butterfly. The residual energy makes its way toward the 3 geezers, who instantly protect themselves with barriers. However, they are shocked upon seeing what it does. Despite not being that powerful, the cocoon's energy somehow starts corroding their true qi, at a ridiculous rate too. Suddenly, the cocoon completely explodes, revealing Meng Bai. Seeing the kid who helped them do random chores around the manors emerge as a naked butterfly, the 3 geezers' jaws fall to the floor. Meanwhile, Meng Bai slowly opens his eyes, questioning where he is. Upon seeing Xiao Qingwang, Li Chunyan, and Nung Fei Chun though, the kid starts floating around excitedly. His eyes almost pop out of his skull though when he realizes that his naked body is exposed to everyone. Fortunately, the holy light of censorship prevents everyone from catching a case. Since the geezers aren't like Drake, they look away out of shame anyway. Xiao Qingwang throws his cape at Meng Bai to cover himself for now, only for his wings to erode away. The old men can't believe this sight, especially since Xiao Qingwang's cape was woven from fire rat fur, making it especially resistant to fire and water-based corrosion. Not understanding what's going on, Meng Bai starts crying. He begs the geezers to help him, being very afraid to die. Chunyang tells Meng Bai to calm down and pull his aura back in, but the kid doesn't know how to. Right then, Yun Xiao shows up, instructing the dummy to mine his Dantian and resolve himself. Meng Bai excitedly looks toward his master, who tells him to remember the first lesson he learned. Since the toxic area surrounding him is his own, the kid has to try not to push it away. Instead, Mungbai has to sense, accept, absorb, and cleanse his aura to make use of it. Listening to Yoon Shiyao's instructions, the disciple closes his eyes. Calm and focused, Mungbai pulls the butterfly wings back into his body and finally gets to wear his clothes again. He then flexes his muscles, feeling stronger than ever before. Yoon Shiyao instantly puts Mungbai to the test and brings down a spike on him, forbidding him from dodging. The kid obeys and unleashes his wild energy, eroding the stone away. Looking on, Chunyang and Xiao Qingwang realize that Mungbai is releasing highly corrosive true qi, even though his power isn't that great. So, defending against it would require many times the amount of qi normally needed to fend off an attack of that level. Yoon Xiao compliments his disciple, revealing that his poison body has finally awakened. From now on, Mungai's cultivation speed will increase exponentially and surpass most. Moreover, despite being only a martial master right now, his power will enable him to defeat even a great martial master. Hearing this, the boy starts jumping around in joy. After all, he went up an entire realm just by sleeping. While Mungbai looks forward to sleeping again, the three Jeezers are disheartened. Unable to understand how both Yoon Xiao and his disciple disappeared for a few days and magically returned one realm higher. As if to rub salt in their wounds, the reincarnated soul gives Mungbai a lecture about the never-ending road of martial arts in front of them. Wanting to skip this dialogue, Xiao Qingwang reminds Yoon Xiao that it's been 7 days and wonders if he's going to meet up with the Zhou family. Of course, the boy has all intention of heading there soon, worried that they will have a trap laid out at the arena. Chunyang suggests that Yoon Xiao leave the Dusk Flame Empire and find a rich resource to cultivate in seclusion, returning only when he can defeat the Zhou family. However, the boy refuses to go to such lengths for some random, unimportant ability. Still, Chunyang is worried that Yoon Xiao won't be able to leave, even if he wins, considering the Zhou family has managed to stay afloat for many millennia. Xiao Qingwang agrees with him, only for Yoon Xiao to ignore them both. Announcing that he will just blow up High Sun City with the Green Phoenix battleship, Yoon Xiao heads out. Appearing at the Supreme High Palace, the reincarnated soul reunites with the mythic cloud-shaking, thunder-roaring beast, who already possesses the strength of a peak martial grandmaster. Yoon Xiao promises to look for materials to help him break through the Six Directions realm barrier. Once he has some time, he then pulls back the World God Monument in its portable form, only for Duan Yue to suddenly pop his head out of it and question who will help him break the seal if Yoon Xiao dies in battle. Smacking him back inside, the boy announces that Duan Yue can remain sealed forever if he dies. The old man wants Yoon Xiao to call for him if he's about to die, promising to save his rear end in case such a time comes. Proclaiming that no one in the southern region can kill him, the reincarnated soul looks back at his pet, who has gained into a new form to look cooler than ever before. Pikachu if he locked in and became Raichu. And so, Yoon Xiao rides his demon beast into battle to stun everyone who lays eyes on them. Meanwhile, in High Sun City, Yoon Xiao's humiliation of the Zhou family has become the talk of the town. Since someone dared to challenge one of the four great families for the first time in many millennia, anyone not talking about it was seen as dumb and uncool. Martial Flame City's reputation reached an all-time high as well, catching the attention of countless powers. As such, the day of the battle excited the people of High Sun City more than any festival or celebration. Some ended up starting betting centers for it, instantly succeeding in their business ventures. At one of these centers, Jia Rong currently stands, betting 10,000 middle-tier primordial stones on Zhou Yushan's victory. Dang, I really lost his best ear. The refiner sings countless praises for Yushan in front of all, shutting down anyone who tries to compliment Yoon Xiao. Jia Rong even tells everyone that the boy used a 6th-tier ancient soul talisman to deflect Zhou Changfa's attack, citing it as the only reason he managed to survive. After he sings a few more praises for Yushan, everyone gets convinced by his words and starts betting on Yushan. One of the bettors wonders how he knows all this, prompting Jia Rong to reveal that he got his information from the Four Poles Commerce Guild. Being one of the 7 main commerce guilds, it is known as the #1 commerce guild for information trade, and any information obtained from them is extremely trustworthy, but just as expensive. Jia Rong then brings out a booklet, revealing that it has all kinds of info on Yoon Xiao and Yushan. He directs them to Royal City Road, where a limited 1,000 of these booklets are being sold for 1,000 middle-tier primordial stones each. Falling for the shenanigans, all the bettors run to buy the booklet, convinced that it contains valuable information from the Four Poles Commerce Guild. As Jia Rong sneaks off, he gets caught by Ding Ling and gets shamed for betting on the enemy. The refiner breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing that it's the young mistress, yet still tries to act like he is just there to earn a bit of pocket money by betting against Yun Xiao since he will lose. However, Ding Ling knows all about his scheme. By convincing others to bet on Yushan, the refiner can use another identity to bet on Yun Xiao elsewhere and make a huge sum. Jia Rong still continues to act clueless, even teasing Ding Ling using the boy's name. However, he soon reveals that all this is a big scheme by Yun Xiao himself, even down to using the Four Poles Commerce Guild. Worried for the reincarnated soul, Ding Ling reveals some incredible details about Yushan, stunning Jia Rong. Collecting himself, the refiner tells the girl to have faith in Yun Xiao. After all, he has never lost and will never lose, no matter the opponent. Seeing a subordinate shows such pure respect and trust for his master, Ding Ling finally feels at ease. Lilith's professional glazing actually did something for once. Meanwhile, at Royal City Road, the Four Poles Commerce Guild's booklets sell out instantly. Selling them are none other than Chun Zun and Han Bai. Disguised, of course. It fully doubled down, promising to sell more new information the next day and beyond, without repeating anything. In the crowd, Luo Yunshan acts like a Fujiashi. Turns out, the very real booklets have Yun Xiao and Yushan written as lovers turned rivals. Some question why the information contains BL instead of analysis. Getting told that understanding the causes and effects of the battle is key for deducing the result of the match. As Chun Zun and Han Bai try to overplay their part, a few people start to leave. The two ruthless businessmen tell them to come back tomorrow, revealing that they will be selling originals and replicas of equipment used by Yun Xiao and Yushan. Meanwhile, at what's left of the Zhou family's mansion, Chan Fa and the others are enraged upon reading the booklets. After all, they not only state that Yushan and Yun Xiao are lovers, but also defame the former by saying that he became a plaything and boy toy of the Emotion-Severing Mountain's elders in order to learn their techniques. Well, that's one way to ruin a reputation, since this means that ignorant nobodies are using the Four Poles Commerce Guild's name to spread such rumors. Chan Fa gives orders to exterminate their entire families and to send news of this to the Four Poles sect. A round of boring discussion follows, where they all talk about Yushan's assured victory, as well as about the ones backing Yun Xiao. Finally, Zhou Yang Biao brings up the only one in the younger generation who can match Yushan, whose exceptional talent is something even Chang Fa can't figure out, Xin Ruyu. In the end, they decide to restrict the actions of the Zhou family members to avoid causing more trouble, wanting to settle things once and for all at the arena. Elsewhere at the Dusk Flame Imperial Palace, the Crown Prince reads the booklets, finding them quite amusing. Yuan Ji Yulin thinks they are rubbish, but he understates the content dearly. Despite the R-rated content though, Xin Ruyu is entertained by Yushan's public humiliation. At the same time, he decides to put 5 million middle-tier primordial stones on his victory. However, Yuan Ji Yulin advises against it, citing Yun Xiao's mysteriousness as grounds for doubt when judging the match's outcome. The Crown Prince decides to heed his uncle's advice and acts cautiously, betting only 3 million primordial stones on Yushan's victory instead. Just like that, the day of the battle arrives and thousands come running to the Dark Gold Arena. Until next time, my Pookies. Getting his Green Phoenix battleship repaired, Li Yun Xiao heads over to the Zhou family's estate. Through his masterful schemes, topped off with a bit of blackmailing and deceit, Yun Xiao manages to rescue Qin Rushue and extorts a huge amount of primordial stones from the Zhou family, all the while turning everyone on them. Mengbai also wakes up, stronger than ever. Now, with Yushan's reputation completely destroyed, the day of the fated battle is finally here. At the Dark Gold Arena, thousands gather to witness the long-awaited duel. Zhou Yushan floats around at the center of the stage, emanating a dark, shadowy energy. In the VIP section, the 3 martial emperors, important members of the 4 great noble families and the royal family, and the Crown Prince, all gather to watch the battle unfold. Sitting somewhere nearby with Ding Ling Yu Rong worries that they are being too reckless by betting a huge amount on Yun Xiao. After all, not only has Zhou Yushan somehow become a 5-star martial king in just a few months, but the energy he is emitting at this very moment is sending chills right up the geezer's spine. On the other hand, Yu Xiao is a mere martial lord, making him question their odds of victory. This old man has never seen plot armor, clearly, insisting that there's no point in worrying about what's already done. The young mistress instructs her advisor to just wait patiently for now, having faith in Yun Xiao to surprise them once again. Yuan lets out a sigh and decides to listen to her, understanding that crying over spilled milk truly won't do them any good now. He remains unaware that Ding Ling is actually feeling a bit anxious, as all her faith in Yun Xiao can't make her ignore Zhou Yushan's massive improvement. Right then, the three-star martial king's energy starts to settle down, leaving Xin Ruyu, Wang Chun, Chun Feng, Wang Mong, and Mo Jia in disbelief. Xin Pi turns over to Zhou Changfa, remarking that Yushan has immaculate control over his true qi and a complete understanding of the five elements realm. He don't got that dog in him, though. He labels him as the apex of the new generation, annoying Xin Ruyu. Changfa is grateful for the kind words, but thinks that the best of the new generation title belongs to the crown prince, considering he has inherited the 24 Bridge Moon Knight. So, it's impossible for Yushan to ever compare to him. Hearing this, Jianji, a martial grandmaster and elder of the emotion-severing mountain, gets offended. He questions if Changfa is implying that their emotion-neglecting heavenly Tom is incomparable to the heavenly Jewel Gates technique 24 Bridge Moon Knight, prompting him to insist that it's not what he meant. The Supreme Elder remarks that Yushan has only cultivated the emotion-neglecting heavenly Tom for a short time, while Xinryu is the heavenly Jewel Gates pride itself. Basically, the difference in the boys' capabilities isn't because of their martial arts. Rather, it's the time they spent training and their cultivation levels. Lore dump time, beyond the Dusk Flame Empire, the Heavenly Gathering Sect, the Emotion-Severing Mountain, and the Heavenly Jewel Gate reign as the supreme powers. As such, any of their backing is enough to help maintain a family for an entire millennium. Out of these, the Emotion-Severing Mountain's Emotion-Neglecting Tom is an extremely powerful yet peculiar art to learn. In order to master it, a person must at least be a five elements realm martial king, who has freed themselves from all emotions and feelings. Coincidentally, Zhou Yushan possesses the shallow emotion body, which makes him the perfect candidate to receive the Emotion-Severing Mountain's full support. As such, he has become their core disciple. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, Zhou Yan Biao even sacrificed most of his own power to help raise his son's strength to a martial king. The father's efforts bore fruit as Yushan, becoming the Emotion-Severing Sect's core disciple, allowed him to have close relations with their elders. In fact, they even sent two of them to watch the event. Changfa can't believe that he almost angers two elders of the Emotion-Severing Mountain. After all, they are the Zhou family's largest backer, so keeping them as such is the key to ensuring their future as one of the four great noble families. Xin Pi backs Changfa, remarking that the difference that arises from the power of martial arts is minor when compared to cultivation. No matter what powerful technique one has, if the gap in cultivation is too large, overwhelming strength is bound to overcome it. Lil Bro is clueless. Xin Pi asks for Ms. Hongling's opinion on the matter, and she declares him to be right. Looking on, Chum Feng can't believe just how big the difference is in Zhou Yushan's strength before and after seclusion. The Chun family head fears that allowing him to cultivate further would soon spell their demise at the hands of the Zhou family. Mo Jia is also concerned, especially since a recent report stated that the Emotion-Severing Mountain's sect master will betroth their daughter Yushan if he manages to learn the emotion-neglecting Heavenly Tom's 5th stage. Wang Mong feels that the report is likely to be true, considering said daughter, Lung Hongling, is currently present at the event. All three family heads worry that the Zhou family's union with the Emotion-Severing Mountain will put their positions as the great families in jeopardy. Right then, Jianji speaks up, declaring that Yushan's special body not only makes him a great fit for learning the emotion-neglecting Heavenly Tom, but also enables him to pass all 9 stages of the art. Almost as if to mock Xinryu, the geezer announces that the creator of their sacred technique was a martial sovereign, while the person who created the Heavenly Jewel Gates 24 Bridge Moon Knight peak as a mere martial supreme. So, one just can't compare the two. Getting offended, Xinryu proclaims that talent is what matters in order to become a martial sovereign. No matter what powerful arts a person trains in, it won't matter in the long run if they just don't have the talent to get stronger. Hearing these words, Long Hongling and Jianji give him a hateful glare. Stimpy immediately jumps in, seeking their forgiveness on behalf of the young and naive crown prince. Meanwhile, Jianji comments on Xin Ryu's pearlescent body, recognizing that he has learned both the 24 Bridge Moon Night and the heaven-gathering sex void scripture. After confirming it with his own eyes, the former declares the latter as the apex of the new generation. However, Xin Ryu feels uneasy by this comment, unable to believe that Jianji saw through him with a single glance. Since the relationship between the emotion-severing mountain and the Heavenly Jewel Gate is a big mystery, he no longer wants to say anything that might get him in trouble. Moreover, Long Hongling's affectionate yet cold eyes peer straight into Xin Ryu's soul, leaving him questioning how someone who is younger than him possesses such a powerful gaze. Having always thought that he was the top of the new generation, the Crown Prince finally comes to understand just how naive he has been. Character development? Dude might be alright after all. Suddenly, a mysterious private sound transmission tells Xin Ryu not to feel intimidated by Long Hongling, as she is just a weird outlier in martial arts, not really possessing the strength to match up to him. After all, the girl wouldn't have been stuck to Zhou Yushan if that weren't the case. The Crown Prince turns over to the source of this voice, spotting his uncle Yue. Meanwhile, the second elder of the emotion-severing mountain laughs maniacally, wondering just what kind of a dumb person the Martial Flame City Lord is to be seeking his own death so enthusiastically. Remarking that it's a long story, Xin proceeds to briefly summarize everything for the two elders and Long Hongling, particularly focusing on Yun Xiao's interactions with the Xingyang and Zhou families. Hearing the Martial Emperor's retelling of the events, the three of them are left in utter disbelief. Long Hongling first saw the reincarnated soul in Tian Shui when Yushan kidnapped Qin Ru Shui, only thinking of him as a normal brave martial artist back then. She never could have imagined that he would go on to do such insane things. On the other hand, Jianji and his fellow elder are outraged by the boy's arrogant actions, wanting him to die at Yushan's hands. After all, this will not only clear the stain on the Zhou family's name, but it will also serve as a great demonstration of the emotion-severing mountain's power. However, Xin thinks that things will just not be that simple. Right then, Mozart questions why Li Yun Xiao hasn't shown up even though it's already nearing noon, wondering if he ran away. Cheng Feng feels that the boy would definitely dare to fight if he dared to challenge Yushan, but the old man is unconvinced. After all, even a pig would choose to run away in the face of certain death. Suddenly, a voice in the sky answers Mo Zhai, asking where anyone would find such an intelligent pig other than him. Offended by this statement, the old man looks up. Cheng Feng does the same, spotting a wild burst of electricity raging in the clouds. Moments later, Yun Xiao makes his grand entrance into the dark gold arena with a new outfit, riding atop the fully transformed, ferocious oaking mythic cloud, shaking thunder-warring beast that leaves a trail of lightning in its path. My goat's drip is so fresh. He's here. No one says a word, but everyone thinks the same thing, as all eyes are stuck on Yun Xiao. Chang Fa is the first to speak up, celebrating that the mutt has finally come to die. Doubling down, the Supreme Elder commands Yushan to kill that mutt, right then and there. For the sake of his uncles Zhou Chuan and Zhou Bo, as well as for the reputation they lost in the Dusk Flame Empire, Chang Fa wants the Zhou family's name to be untarnished at last. Heeding the Supreme Elder's words, Yushan finally opens his eyes to see the enemy standing before him. Marching forward and calling Yun Xiao a mutt, Zhou Yushan reprimands him for causing trouble for his family on their first meeting, vowing to wring his blood dry and use it as bleach. The reincarnated soul isn't surprised that the son is just like his father, only wanting to see if he is still arrogant. When all is said and done, with this, the mythic cloud shaking thunder-roaring beast screams out. Electricity buzzes out in all directions, showcasing his power as a peak Grandmaster-level demon beast. Realizing that Yun Xiao came there with such a trump card, Zhou Changfa and Zhou Yang Biyao become alerted. Meanwhile, the Wang family's top refiner of the new generation and Yang Di's disciple, Wang Chun celebrates betting 5 million primordial stones on the reincarnated soul. A huge amount surprises Mo Ziqian, who is the Mo family's new generation's elite warrior. Wang Chun then turns over to Cheng Xiaolan, questioning if she bet on Zhou Yushan instead. Being the Cheng family's elite warrior of the new generation, the girl couldn't decide between the two competitors and didn't enter the bid at all. Or so she says, getting high praise from Wang Chun. In reality, Chung Xiaolan bet 3 million primordial stones on Yushan and wishes for him to win. The refiner turns back to Mozi Qian, mocking him for going all in with his 2 million primordial stones on the loser. While his friends cry, Wang Chun is over the moon, considering he's going to be rich soon. If even the crown prince has bet 3 million primordial stones on Yushan. Blue trying his hardest to jinx it. Unconcerned with his monetary losses, Xin Ryu is completely focused on the peak 6th Here Lightning Demon Beast. After all, it's exactly what his uncle Yue has been looking for. Right then, some in the audience start chanting victory is assured in support of Yun Xiao, while others vocally complain that he is cheating by using a demon beast to fight for him. Yurong feels relieved, realizing that trying to predict the boy is a lost cause. Grinning mischievously, Ding Ling is glad that Yun Xiao is as big of a schemer, as she thought and worries for Yushan's mental well-being. Right then, Xin Pi tells the reincarnated soul that a fight in the Dark Gold Arena is to the death, so bringing in a demon beast to fight on one's behalf is unfair. No matter how you look at it, everyone who bet their money on Yushan supports this notion, demanding that Yun Xiao forfeit the match and receive punishment. Wan Chun instantly shuts them all down, announcing that the demon beast is just like a weapon, and within rules if Yun Xiao is a beast tamer. Chan Fa and Yan Biao give him a menacing glare, prompting the poor kid to hide behind the bleachers. However, it's too late for damage control, as Wang Chun's words give Yun Xiao's supporters a cause to rally behind. Xin Pi can't argue against them either, as beast tamers have always been allowed to use demon beasts in combat. Not getting the memo quite yet, Yushan shouts at the reincarnated soul to get lost if he is so afraid of dying, announcing that using a demon beast requires no skill. Not letting this disrespect go unpunished, Yu Xiao bluffs a little and gives him a taste of the mythic cloud, shaking thunder-roaring beast's power. Getting exposed as the one who is actually afraid to die, Zhou Yushan falls on his back, once again complaining about the boy not fighting on his own. Snarking at these words, Yun Xiao declares that the Dark Gold Arena is a matter of life or death, rather than to play hero. So, if Yushan truly isn't afraid of dying, as he says, he wouldn't back down from fighting a beast tamer like him. Along with this proclamation, the reincarnated soul flexes his demon beast's lightning a bit more, making Yushan tremble in fear. Looking on, Long Hongling is confused about how a martial lord managed to tame a peak martial grandmaster level creature. He is just constructed alternatively. Yun Xiao notices the lady, recognizing her as the one who stopped him from rescuing Qin Ru Shuwei back in Tian Shui. Right then, Zhou Chan Fa lashes out, questioning if the slick brat can prove that he is a beast tamer. The Supreme Elder accuses Yun Xiao of dulling the demon beast's senses by using some sort of pill as a last-ditch effort to help him survive the battle. Jian Ji backs this statement, declaring that the creature's eyes are unfocused and drifting, confusing even the furry thing. Unable to believe that they are still trying to spin lies in front of High Sun City's entire population, Yun Xiao questions how he can prove himself. Making up a few more lies, Jian Ji tells the boy to show that the demon beast will obey his every order down to the details. The former grins internally, as what he has asked of the boy is the highest level for the beast tamer. In fact, it can only happen in two scenarios. First, where the beast tamer's beast grows up alongside him. Second, where the beast tamer's cultivation outclasses that of his beast by a large margin, neither of which applies to Yun Xiao. Unsurprised that the Zhou family started using every underhanded trick to undermine him when they started losing, the reincarnated soul decides to shut them up anyway. Ringing out a whistle to seal the deal, Yun Xiao commands little Xuan to turn into cotton candy. To the surprise of absolutely everyone, the mythic cloud-shaking, thunder-roaring beast instantly fluffs up. What a cutie pie! Ding Ling and Long Hongling laugh at the adorable little cub, while all the men in the Dark Gold Arena are left with their eyes popped and jaws dropped. At the same time, Yan Biao and Chang Fa are enraged that Zhou Yushan's future wife is amused when his life is in danger. Yu Xiao doesn't stop there with the entertainment, though, and increases the difficulty, throwing his tiger fang sword into the air. Like the good boy that he is, little Xuan quickly jumps up to catch it. Everyone is left in disbelief, questioning if they are seeing a demon beast or a dog in action. For his last trick, Yu Xiao has the mythic cloud-shaking, thunder-roaring beast jump through a flaming ring, leaving Jia Ji, Yan Biao, Chan Fa and Sin Pi foaming at their mouths. With that over with, the reincarnated soul announces that it's time to kill. Yushan leaps back, wondering if someone is playing a joke on him. Suddenly, Sin Pi tells young Master Yun to hold on and hear him out, announcing that the Dark Gold Arena is a place to prove oneself, which will lose all meaning if the demon beast is the one fighting. The former asks the latter to leave little Xuan out of the duel. In fact, they can forget the fight to the death deal and just have a spar. Of course, Yun Shiyao calls the martial emperor out on his BS, who is telling him to change a fight to the death only when his win is already in sight. After all, not only will this make the Dark Gold Arena lose all its meaning, but the demon beast he rented for a hefty sum will go to waste. So Yun Shiyao will only consider not using it if they give him about 50 to 60 million middle-tier primordial stones as compensation. Sin Pi can't believe that the devilish brat is trying to scam the Zhou family again, after extorting them out of 55 million just a few days ago. On the other hand, Yan Biyao rages out, calling Yun Shiyao out for not actually being a beast tamer. Alright, can't even argue with bro here. The scam got a little too obvious this time. Going on about the glorious men of the Zhou family, he refuses to pay up and commands his son to use everything against the reincarnated soul. If Yushan dies, then he can die with glory. However, tainting the Zhou family's name anymore is not an option. Hearing his father's words, Yushan bursts out into a cold sweat. As has always been him granting other people's death sentences, he questions why the tables have suddenly turned on him. Exposing that he is truly afraid of death, the three-star martial king pathetically rants about what he can accomplish in the future and begs Yang Biyao to just pay the 50 million primordial stones to save him. Utterly enraged by his son, the family head lowers his head while gritting his teeth. Suddenly, Ji reprimands Chan Fa for not rushing to save Yushan, who is not only the Zhou family's future leader, but has also been chosen as the successor by the Emotion Severing Mountain's sect master. The geezer warns the supreme elder of the consequences in case anything were to happen to Yushan, prompting him to announce that the Zhou family will pay up the 50 million middle-tier primordial stones. As always though, Yun Shiyao doesn't shy away from squeezing out every bit he can and demands that they pay 60 million instead, all up front too, no deposits allowed. Foaming at their mouths, the Zhou family reluctantly hands over 60 million primordial stones to Yun Shiyao, all the while the entire arena calls out both parties for their shady and unlawful deals. After collecting the amount, the reincarnated soul instructs little Xuan to find a place to cool himself. Being just as mischievous as its master, the demon beast heads off to sit near some of Yushan's supporters. Ding Ling can't believe that Yun Shiyao gave up a guaranteed victory, while Wang Chun cries out. Worrying about his bet, he wonders if the reincarnated soul has another trump card to win. Meanwhile, Yan Biyao vows to kick Yushan out of the house immediately, if he doesn't end Yun Shiyao in an utterly gruesome manner. The three-star martial king tells his father to rest assured, promising to use his enemy's blood to wash away the Zhou family's humiliation. Oh, now this little B-word wants to fight. Huh. Bursting with a wild rush of energy, Yushan furiously screams out at Yun Shiyao, only to get mocked for turning up now, even though he was scared to death just moments ago. Refusing to accept such humiliation, the Zhou family's heir charges straight at the reincarnated soul. Once again mocking Yushan for crying earlier, Yun Shiyao sleekly dodges the incoming attack, with his hands tied behind his back. Declaring that it's normal for a young man to be afraid of death, the boy gets in an almost falling position, kicking Yushan into the air. Closely observing the battle, Wang Hongling wonders if Yun Shiyao has trained in body techniques. At the same time, Yushan announces that a mere ant trying to struggle against him is useless. With this, he unleashes the extraordinary martial skill, Emotion Neglective Heavenly Tom, Test of the Strong. Witnessing the technique's countless scythe-like waves of wind, Chan Fa declares that its reputation is well deserved. The Emotion Severing Mountain's second elder lets out a chuckle, revealing that the Emotion Neglecting Heavenly Tom contains dozens of their sex martial skills, each of which possesses the ability to shake the world itself. Bro thinks he's Ultra Instinct Goku. Back over on the battlefield, Yun Shiyao masterfully avoids every single slice of chi coming his way. Dashing forward, the reincarnated soul sticks his Tiger Fang sword right in the core of the attack. Mojai can't believe that Yun Shiyao is really courting death like this, as stabbing the place where the strong winds meet will tear apart his very sword. However, the Emotion Severing Mountain's elders are shaken up by this development. Moments later, Lung Hongling explains why that is. As a wise man once said, there is life and death. Similarly, breaking Yushan's technique is only possible by fearlessly charging straight to its strongest point, the place where the tornado gathers. Wondering how Yun Xiao managed to recognize this weakness, Lung Hongling questions if he has also read the emotion neglecting Heavenly Tom. The explanation leaves Shinru in an utterly shocked state, to the point that he can't even string together a proper sentence. Suddenly, a lotus flower appears at the tornado's core, causing it to dissipate. The flower's countless petals then dart toward Yushan, forcing him to go on the defensive. Seeing such a thorough technique, Wang Man concludes that Yun Xiao's comprehension of martial arts is at an unbelievable level. In fact, the family head is left questioning if even he would have managed to execute such a technique. No, you just aren't that guy, pal. Meanwhile, the paddles overwhelm Yushan and surround him. Struggling to escape from them, the three-star martial king gets trapped. Moments later, a gigantic fist made out of sharp winds erupts out of the entrapment. Shouting at Yun Xiao to watch his technique, Yushan unleashes emotion-neglecting Heavenly Tome, Emperor Fist rolling crazy. As the enormous punch charges toward Yun Xiao, Jiang Ji celebrates that the three-star martial king made the most effective move at the moment. Of course, the reincarnated soul is hell-bent on proving him wrong. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao unleashes his unyielding tyrant physique, Unmoving King's fist technique, to take Yushan's attack head-on. Xin Pi screams out, unable to believe that the boy has actually trained in body techniques. Meanwhile, the gigantic fist crushes Yun Xiao into the ground. Everyone intently looks on, anticipating the outcome of the clash. Declaring that withstanding an attack a whole major level above one's level is impossible with just body techniques, the emotion severing Mountain's second elder wonders if the reincarnated soul is dead. When the smoke clears, though, Yun Xiao stands unhurt, only getting his outfit damaged, complaining that they instantly ruined the first change of clothes he has gotten in over 200 chapters. The boy puts it on the Zhou family's tab too. Jiang refuses to believe that he managed to withstand the Emperor Fist with nothing but his body's strength, considering a demon beast of the same tier wouldn't have been able to accomplish this feat either. The same sentiment echoes throughout the arena, leaving the spectators questioning if Yun Xiao is even human. Lung Hongling was aware that Tianwu's top expert, the tyrant martial sovereign Ao Changkong, had practiced body techniques in his lifetime. Despite this, she doubted their strength. However, Yun Xiao's showcase has convinced her of their value. At the same time, Xin Pi recollects all the extraordinary stuff he has seen from the reincarnated souls so far, noting that an ordinary force can't be behind such things. Bro's the only one with common sense around. Right then, Yushan comes back to the ground. As not even a 5-star martial king would have dared to face his Emperor Fist head-on, he can't comprehend how a mere martial lord withstood its direct impact. Concluding that Yun Xiao has an undying body, the Zhou family's heir wonders how he can fight him. Once again, the entire arena erupts with victory as assured chance. In an instant, the reincarnated soul closes the distance between him and his opponent. Although he is taken aback, Yushan demands that Yun Xiao not underestimate him. With this, the former lifts his right leg to kick the latter, only to get his eggs cracked instead. Every man in the arena lets out a collective oof, while Yushan falls to the ground in tears and starts rolling around in agony. Seeing a 3-star martial king in such a pathetic state, the onlookers don't waste their own chance to make fun of him. As if getting publicly humiliated by a martial lord's sausage-snapping kick wasn't enough, Yushan's manhood begins to be questioned. Making fun of his mini cocktail sausage, the entire audience erupts into laughter. The Zhou family's heir rages out and screams at Yun Xiao for not dying, only to see a palm flying towards his face. Continuing his streak of utter disrespect, the reincarnated soul slaps Yushan into oblivion. While the 3-star martial king grovels on the ground, Yun Xiao declares that countless people want to kill him. However, someone who can actually kill him doesn't exist anywhere in the southern region. However, Lung Hongling thinks otherwise. As Yun Xiao towers over Yushan, Shinru is enraged, realizing that Yun Xiao is his greatest competitor for the top position among the younger generation. At the same time, Zhouyan Biyao panics, questioning what they should do now. Lung Hongling insists that there's no need to worry, announcing that Yushan won't lose if the body technique is the only thing in Yun Xiao's arsenal. Xin Pi doesn't understand why she is saying that, considering the boy's incredible body technique is not only sturdy, but also extremely fast, putting Yushan at a complete disadvantage. The martial emperor also worries that the three-star martial king's dignity is already in the dirt, so much so that the result of the battle might as well be set in stone. Meanwhile, Yushan is filled with pure hatred for Yun Shiyao and his guts. After all, the reincarnated soul's demon beast first utterly frightened and shamed him. Then, Yun Shiyao didn't even bother dodging Yushan's full power attack. Further adding to the humiliation, the Zhou family's heir gets kicked in his golden jewels and smacked around like a little B-word. To top it all off, the entire audience sneer at him. Getting ridiculed in such a manner, Yushan feels like he is trapped in a prison of shame. A sort of dark shadow overcomes the three-star martial king, trickling down from his very existence and into his very soul, making him question if he should die. Everyone looks on in confusion at the bone-chilling scene, as Yushan's body starts floating in the air like a corpse. Suddenly, all the bones in his body start to twist, contort, and crack. The three-star martial king's entire being turns black and white, and his neck suddenly snaps back like an otherworldly entity that can't feel pain. The emotion-severing sect's second elder recognizes this phenomenon as the emotion-neglecting Heavenly Tome's fifth layer, Grand Emotion Neglection, shocking Chang Fa and Long Han Ling. Looking like a handsome Squid Ward version of Ghost Freak, Yushan tilts his head toward Yun Shiyao and thanks him. After all, had it not been for the latter, the former wouldn't have been able to enter the Grand Emotion Neglection realm so soon. Finally understanding what's going on, the reincarnated soul complements the technique's ability to lull the 7 emotions and 6 desires despite its inhumane approach. However, Yun Shiyao questions if the person who created it could have known that leaving behind one's emotions and being free of such restraints is a saint's curse. On the other hand, people like them live and die by emotions. Hearing this, Long Han Ling's otherwise cold eyes pop open, and she repeats the boy's words. At the same time, within the World God Monument, Luo Yunshan repeats Yun Shiyao's entire poem word for word, bar for bar. While Qin Rushui is confused, tears drip down Meng Wu's face, who is still unconscious and recovering inside the formation. The reincarnated soul's poem shakes up Yushan a bit too, but soon recovers and reprimands Yun Shiyao for trying to disturb his mind with nonsense, declaring that Grand Emotion Neglection is an unrivaled heartless technique that was created by the emotion-neglecting martial sovereign. Yushan announces that a mere ant like Yun Shiyao could never understand the meaning behind it. However, the 3-star martial king is aware enough to recognize that even this realm might not be able to overcome the boy's extremely weird body technique. Suddenly, Yushan extends his hand, causing the winds to gather around him. Moments later, a black and white sword resembling the 3-star martial king's appearance shows up in his grip, called the Shining Frost Machete. Getting excited at the sight, Chang Fa asks Elder Jiang if that's really what he thinks it is. The geezer confirms that it's indeed the same weapon their sect leader once carried, the 6th-tier Shuan weapon named Shining Frost Machete. Everyone present is left in disbelief as the legendary item used to be very well known throughout the Dusk Flame Empire at one point in time, practically synonymous with the emotion severing Mountain Sect Master Lung Sin Bo's name a while back. The Shining Frost Machete hasn't been seen in over 20 years. There were many speculations on why the Shuan weapon was shelved, but what everyone knew for sure was that it faded into the background, along with the 8 Desolation Realm Martial Sovereign. Now, it has reappeared in Yushan's hands, which could only mean that Lung Sinbo is really planning to marry his daughter to him. Bro on that Game of Thrones type wavelength. Zhou Chang Fa burst out laughing, celebrating that his family's future is blessed. The emotion Severing Mountain's second elder remarks that it's only natural, as Yushan's extremely rare, shallow emotion body is getting him raised as the Sect Master's direct successor. As such, he now possesses the Shining Frost Machete, which is the pinnacle of 6th-tier Shuan artifacts that can ever shatter an artifact of the same artifact with a single strike. The geezer wonders if Yun Shiyao's body technique can withstand its edge, a notion that Sin Pi dismisses as being a funny joke. Talking down the reincarnated soul, the martial emperor tries to stay in the Zhou family's good graces, considering Yushan's marriage with Long Han Ling will mean that they will lead the 4 great families for the next century. On the battlefield, Yushan leaps in the air, unleashing his unnamed Saint Grand Emotion Neglection, Machete of the Cold Moon, Strike of Emotion Neglection. Yun Shiyao counters with his Tiger Fang Sword, Lotus Sword Song, resulting in a massive collision with the enemy. However, the reincarnated soul's sword shatters in the exchange. Crossing paths with the boy, Yushan announces that the Grand Emotion Neglecting technique gives him the power of a peak martial king. Combine that with the 6th-tier Shuan weapon. Not even a martial grandmaster would dare to fight him, much less a martial lord like Yun Xiao. Despite losing the exchange, the boy lets out a wide smile. Dude is as unserious as Slim Shady. Reciting a poem while praising Yushan and his blade, he questions who refined the machete of the cold moon. Seeing Yun Xiao still being relaxed enough to recite a poem and be caught up in his emotions when facing certain death, Dingling starts blushing. Right then, the reincarnated soul imbues his chi into the shards of the Tiger Fang sword, controlling them like a whip. Sparks fly throughout the battlefield as Yun Xiao's lotus flower petals clash with Yushan's winds. Much to the latter's dismay, the winds cutting the former's petals only end up multiplying them into smaller ones. Composing himself, Yushan opts to completely eradicate the petals instead and exchanges a nod of mutual respect with the reincarnated soul. Chang Fa and Xin Pi look in awe, wondering if Yun Xiao is truly only 15 years old. Ao Dijia, who is otherwise a hater, is impressed by the reincarnated soul staying graceful and elegant, even in such danger. Hu Jing gets his entire understanding of martial arts shaken up, unable to comprehend Yun Xiao's godlike techniques that make up the difference in cultivation between him and Yushan. Lung Hongling marvels at the mystery of the tactical genius as well, while Elder Jiang questions how he can fight with a broken weapon, declaring his death to be certain. Wang Mong and Cheng Feng both share the same sentiment, lamenting that such a talented teenager will die so meaninglessly and throw away a bright future. Moments later, their worries are further confirmed as Yushan cuts off the Tiger Fang sword's handle itself concerning Dingling. The blade's shards blow away into the wind, and Yun Xiao bids it farewell. Standing across the 3-star martial king without a weapon, the reincarnated soul understands that his body won't withstand the shining frost mache's emotion-severing techniques. He still has the World God Monument as his trump card, but abstains from bringing it out until there's no other choice, since using it will only cause trouble for himself. Wringing his hands together, Yun Xiao instead opts to recite a poem, unleashing the floating life seal. Watching the battle from within the Dusk Flame Empire's Alchemist Association, along with Bai Li Gongjin, Yuan Hao questions how the boy knows Lord Yang Di's floating life seal. The 6th-tier refiner deems it to be impossible as well, considering Yun Xiao would have been a toddler when Yang Di left the southern region. Right then, Yuan Hao notes that the floating life seal is still changing, prompting Master Bai Li to reveal that it might be the evolved Dusted World seal. Turns out, Wu Feiyang's signature seals are split into 3 stages: the floating life seal, the Dusted World seal, and the Divine Earth seal. However, the martial sovereign only taught his disciple the first stage before his demise. Later on, Yang Di tried to learn the 2nd stage on his own, but to no avail. Bai Li Gongjin questions if what Yun Xiao is currently showcasing is the Dusted World seal that Yang Di searched for, and the plot armor grows ever thicker. Over on the battlefield, the reincarnated soul slams the gigantic palm into the ground, causing a sea of purple goo to spread across the battlefield, sweeping Zhou Yushan along with it. Yun Xiao then recites another poem, fully unleashing the Dusted World seal. It reaches the spectators as well, forming a complete image of the bitter sea under their feet. While the martial artists witnessing the scene live question the extent of Yun Xiao's understanding of martial arts, Bai Li Gongjin can't believe that the only person who knows the Dusted World seal is going to die soon. The 6th-tier refiner regrets not being aware of this fact earlier, as he would have stopped the fight from happening otherwise. Back over on the battlefield, countless skeletons erupt from the projection of the bitter sea and try to pull Yushan back down with them. Cutting through the creatures with his blade, the 3-star martial king once again reiterates that a weak 4-star martial lord trying to go up against his emotion-severing techniques is an absolute joke. Refusing to get trapped by mere illusions, Yushan unleashes his emotion-severing slash, hurling it right at Yun Xiao. Of course, the reincarnated soul is no pushover. In an instant, he summons spheres made of yin and yang together, shocking Bai Li Gongjin. The balls of energy combine to form a barrier around Yun Xiao, dissipating Yushan's attack. Witnessing the sight, the 6th-tier refiner loses all composure. Stuttering over his words, Bai Li Gongjin recognizes the boy's latest technique as the Divine Earth seal. Sure enough, Yun Shiyao unleashes a gigantic projection of the Buddha with Divine Earth Unbound. Six-path reincarnation, completing the Divine Earth formation. With the Bitter Seas projection still under his feet, Yushan braces himself for the incoming attack. Moments later, the reincarnated soul points his finger down, bringing down Buddha's hand on the enemy. Yushan tries to stand his ground and uses the emotion-severing slash, extinction scale technique, countering Yun Shiyao's onslaught with an X made of sharp winds. Elon Musk gotta be going crazy over this. The two martial skills collide with otherworldly might, resulting in a massive burst of light that blinds almost everyone and leaves them questioning the outcome of the fight. As the dust begins to settle, Chang Fa wonders if the two fighters are somehow equally matched. He can't believe it though, as the destructive power put on display by them should only be possessed by martial grandmasters. It is still somewhat understandable for Yushan to barely squeeze out such might with the shining frost mashiki, but a bare-handed 4-star martial lord doing the same thing is beyond unheard of. Meanwhile, the emotion-severing mountain's elders and Long Hong Ling are especially speechless, recognizing Yun Shiyao's technique to go on a higher level than the emotion-neglecting Heavenly Tom. Seeing the reincarnated soul's 3 seals progressively increase in power, Sin Pi bursts out into a cold sweat. The Dusted World seal has him especially feeling a sense of dread and fear, almost as if the world was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. Zhu Jing shakes his head in confusion as well, understanding that Yun Shiyao's seal is way stronger than Yang Di's floating life seal. Ao Di Jia wonders if Yun Shiyao is also Gu Fei Yang's disciple, but Sin Pi reminds him that he has been dead for ages. The martial emperor guesses that Yun Shiyao is instead under one of the martial sovereign's disciples. Hearing this, Chang Fa realizes that his family is done for, if the boy is really somehow related to Gu Fei Yang. The emotion-severing mountain elders worry about themselves, as they can't afford to mess with any of the martial sovereign's disciples. After all, their status in the Dusk Flame Empire doesn't stop them from being mere ants in the context of the entire Tianwu continent. Right then, every eye in the arena shifts back to the battlefield, where the smoke has finished dissipating. Lo and behold, Yun Shiyao stands tall in the center of the stage, having suffered next to no damage. The audience screams out, questioning the whereabouts of Zhou Yushan. Asking Ding Ling if Yun Shiyao is really a 4-star martial lord, Yural notes that his power would put him above even a martial grandmaster. The young mistress trembles and cries tears of joy, announcing that she has picked the winning number in the lottery. Ding Ling is rightfully overcome with bliss, as not many young people in the southern region can say that they have a martial grandmaster's strength and a 4th refiner's skill, unlike Yun Shiyao. She is convinced that he will be the one to save the Tianyuan Commerce Guild from their perilous situation. At the same time, the reincarnated soul observes his body, once again understanding why he could never beat Ao Chang Kong. Turns out, almost all of Yushan's powerful blows got absorbed and converted into true chi by the unyielding tyrant physique. On the other hand, the 3-star martial king will have definitely suffered great damage in the earlier exchange. Of course, Yu Xiao knows that Yushan isn't quite dead yet and tells him to come out, hearing no response. Questioning if the latter is playing dead to end their bout or is merely buying time, the former declares that everyone who has ever wanted him dead is now dead themselves. So, Yushan will be no exception. As Yu Xiao prepares to drag his opponent out of hiding by force, he pops out behind him. Like all those before him though, Yushan idiotically wishes death upon the boy before swinging his blade, defeating all purpose of a sneak attack. Nah, they gotta invent IQ tests in this world ASAP. The 3-star martial king unleashes his emotions, severing slash at Yun Xiao's back, only for him to turn around in an instant with a sinister grin, revealing that he has been waiting for Yushan. The reincarnated soul masterfully uses a picture-perfect blade flick to unarm him. Witnessing the 3-star martial king get sent flying in such an extraordinary manner, Sin Pi is left in disbelief. After all, that small finger movement by Yun Xiao captured such great martial intent that it might as well have been filled with the very rules of the world. Finally, the martial emperor realizes that the boy's understanding of martial arts is far beyond what he will ever be able to comprehend. Meanwhile, Yushan comes crashing on his back, baffled by the fact that his final swing, something he put everything into, was handled with a single flick. As Yushan's Shining Moon Mashidi gets stuck in the ground right beside him, Yun Xiao decides to add further insult to injury and stomps on his chest. fiercely advises the three-star martial king to use his eyes next time. The reincarnated soul proclaims that some people aren't to be messed with and prepares to crush his Dan Tian. Xin Pi and Chang Fa look on, unable to intervene without shaming themselves. However, Jiangji doesn't care about such things and rushes to save Lung Xinbo's successor. Yep, dude about to die. Forcing Yun Xiao to leap back, the elder reprimands him for being so cruel at such a young age and promises to teach him what his parents didn't. Xin Pi shouts at Jiangji for his actions, as not even royalty has been allowed to break the Dark Gold Arena's sacred rules for over 10,000 years. Jumping backward, the reincarnated soul proclaims that all lives in the arena are in heaven's hands now and prepares to unleash the ancient scripture, wanting Jiangji to kneel for him, since he has already thrown away his pride. The elder reprimands Yun Xiao for his audacity and gets ready to kill him, only to get enveloped by the tadpole like characters of the divine scripture. Suddenly, the entire scenery around Jiangji changes. He stands under a crimson sky, filled with gigantic rectangular structures, both above and below him. The elder questions if this is his soul attacking art, and turns to Yun Xiao, who is preparing to finish him off for good. With bloodshot eyes, the reincarnated soul unleashes the godly realm technique, Universal Spirit Suppressor, dual arts resonance commanding Jiangji to kneel. In the illusion that no one can see, except Yun Xiao and him, the emotion-severing mountain's masked elder gets crushed by the pillars. On the other hand, people in the real world see a martial grandmaster kneeling before a 4-star martial lord. Yun Xiao's foes and allies, both sides lose their minds at the sight. Itachi would have done numbers with his genjutsu here. Infuriated by the humiliation, Jiangji vows to kill the boy. Of course, Yun Xiao didn't give him permission to get up yet. His overwhelming spirit towers over the martial grandmaster like a giant, crushing him with just his palm. This translates into the real world in a truly shocking scene. Jiangji slams his head into the ground with all his might, crushing even his mask in the process. Once again, all onlookers are left in utter disbelief. Growling miserably, Jiangji soon lifts his bloody face up, wanting the hound to die with all his heart. In fact, he attempts to send Yun Xiao to hell himself. However, the elder's full-power chi attack gets blocked by a massive black cuboid that we all know and love as the World God Monument. Not being as aware as us, Xin Pi and Chang Fa express confusion over the mysterious Shuan artifact that not even Jiangji could break through. Sucks to suck. Moments later, the huge block starts floating into the air, stopping right above Zhou Yushan and Jiangji. The 3-star martial king pathetically cries out, not wanting to die. However, his pleas to be spared are thoroughly ignored, as the World God Monument crushes both him and the elder. Zhou Biao and the emotion-severing mountain's second elder shout out, having just witnessed their beloved son and big brother respectively meet such a horrific demise. Meanwhile, Chang Fa and the audience don't know what to think right now. After all, a 4-star martial lord just killed a powerful martial grand master right in front of their very eyes. Xin Ryu, who wanted to see who was stronger between him and Yun Xiao, now wants to do nothing of the sort. Lung Hongling is especially shaken up, as she took pride in having a good understanding of Yun Xiao's strength before, when they met in Tian Shui. However, seeing him kill a martial grand master with a single wave of his arm has thrown all that out the window. Refusing to just take the murder of his big brother standing down, the emotion-severing mountain's second elder lashes out at Yun Xiao and rushes to kill him. On the way, he provokes Zhou Biao, questioning if he isn't going to do anything about his son's death. His words work, as the family head joins him to kill Yun Xiao. Nonchalantly holding the miniature World God Monument in his hands, the reincarnated soul spares Yan Biao and the elder a glance, declaring that killing them is no different than killing dogs. Enraged, the geezer unleashes his emotion-severing tyrannical palm, while the family head strikes with his dire wolf divine claws. Yun Xiao doesn't even look at the duo, as their attacks get blocked by a fiery jade vortex. A mysterious silhouette appears beside Yun Xiao, bringing with him Xingyan, whose green lotus flames, shocking Xin Pi yet again. Does bro even have any other reaction? Duan Yue erupts from the fire in his unsealed state, reminding Yun Xiao that he was right about being useful earlier. Of course, the reincarnated soul doesn't want to hear him yap and only wants him to clean up his foes. Enveloped by 2 types of flames, Duan Yue rages like a wild beast, leaping toward Zhou Biao and Elder Jiang. He punches them away with an otherworldly might, but doesn't stop there, instead following up with his new technique, green flames, chalk flames, dual extreme hell pursuit. The flames spin around on his fists like a drill, aiming to send the two foes to a burning demise. Right then, Chan Fa intervenes, blocking Duan Yue's attack. Both parties return to their allies, but the Supreme Elder recognizes that he is at a disadvantage. After all, the 3-star martial emperor was able to suppress him using Xingyang, who was green lotus flames. Meanwhile, Elder Jiang rages, questioning the identity of the mysterious martial artist who so blatantly dares to make the emotion-severing mountain his enemy. Yun Xiao responds to him with a bone-chilling proclamation, declaring that it doesn't matter if it's the emotion-severing mountain's pet dog, their favorite disciple, or even their sect master Lung Xingbo. Anyone who dares to cross him dies. Blue got ice in his veins. Anyone whose ears these words fall on is left questioning if they heard right. After all, Lung Xingbo is a symbol in the Dusk Flame Empire, being one of the 3 strongest martial cultivators, along with the Heaven-Gathering sect's Qifeng and the Heavenly Jewel Gate's Sua Songhe. Overcome with despair, everyone wonders if Yun Xiao doesn't know what he's talking about or if he simply doesn't fear them at all. Ding Ling is especially shaken up, as the Tianyuan Commerce Guild will share the consequences of his words in the future. Meanwhile, Lung Hongling is enraged. The emotion-severing mountain's second elder declares Yun Xiao to be fearless, considering he wouldn't dare to speak of such crazy atrocities otherwise. Doing a complete 180, Yun Xiao apologizes for still being young and asks the geezer not to mind his words. Chang Fa regrets that the boy actually knows the meaning of death if he is taking back his words, only for him to continue talking. Being as blunt as ever, Yun Xiao announces that if his words have offended Elder Jiang, then he can tell Lung Xingbo to come at him. Yan Biao, Chan Fa, and Elder Jiang. Everyone's jaws fall to the floor as they realize that Yun Xiao really doesn't know what death is. Who's gonna tell him? Just as the emotion-severing mountain's geezer is about to lash out, Lung Hongling jumps onto the battlefield, vowing to remember the words uttered by, quote-unquote, Master Yun today. Announcing that the details of the event will be reported to her father directly, the girl looks toward the shining moon Mashidi, which had never lost a single battle in its 40-year-long journey with Lung Xingbo. However, as the emotion-severing mountain sect lost their pride to Yun Xiao in the earlier duel, he's free to keep it for now, promising to come back to retrieve the Shuan weapon personally in the future. Lung Hongling heads off. Elder Jiang has no choice but to stand down, and he leaves the scene as well. Afterward, Yun Xiao grabs the shining moon mashite and closely observes it, labeling it as a decent Shuan weapon that should fetch him a good price. Everyone collectively looks at him in disgust, unable to stand his greediness. Xin Pi intentionally coughs to get everyone's attention, officially announcing Martial Flame City's Li Yun Xiao as the victor of the day's Dark Gold Arena match. However, the reincarnated soul isn't pleased. After all, it is a famed place for final battles, where competitors have fought to their deaths for thousands of years. So, for several people to try and take Yun Xiao's life after his win is something he never would have thought possible, especially since the Dark Gold Arena's rules are set in stone. His voice echoes throughout the arena, giving Xin Pi a bad feeling. The Martial Emperor arrives on the battlefield, apologizing for his incompetence in enforcing these rules. Since Jiangji has already been crushed, Xin Pi promises to personally punish the Zhou family accordingly. However, Yun Xiao blatantly refuses to believe anything he says, understanding that the boy wouldn't be afraid of him if he wasn't even scared of the emotion-severing mountain. Xin Pi contains his rage and asks him what he wants, only do with common sense in the series. You know, proclaims Yun Xiao menacingly, all the while using private sound transmission to give Xin Pi instructions. As usual, the reincarnated soul is willing to forget everything that happened if the Martial Emperor just gives him some primordial stones. If he doesn't, though, the day's events will become tomorrow's special edition. Everyone will talk about his failures, everywhere, realizing that the Dusk Flame Empire's royalty will lose all dignity if Yun Xiao follows up on his warning. Xin Pi questions how many primordial stones he wants. The boy raises his index finger, infuriating the Martial Emperor. Thinking that Yun Xiao is asking for 10 million middle-tier primordial stones, Xin Pi scolds him for his greediness. The poor guy has no clue what he's walking into though, as the reincarnated soul questions if he usually makes jokes like these. Since even the Zhou family took out 60 million on a whim, Yun Xiao declares that the current prince's uncle should feel ashamed for thinking he meant only 10 million and points to his one finger. Realizing what it means, Xin Pi ends up coughing out blood. No longer holding his composure, he lashes out at Yun Xiao for asking for 100 million. Being a professional heckler, the boy starts walking out on the negotiation, promising to make Xin Pi the first person who receives tomorrow's special edition, if he doesn't think much of the matter. Completely panicking, the martial emperor instantly agrees to give him 100 million primordial stones. However, only if Yun Xiao promises him one thing. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't just any other pushover, and orders Xin Pi to hand over the amount first. Witnessing the former still having the nerves to think so carefully, even though any normal person would have instantly folded after getting such a profitable deal, the latter bursts into a cold sweat. While Yun Xiao is acting like a sneaky old git, Xin Pi feels like the careless teen in the exchange. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Assuring the boy that he will come to look for him in a bit, the martial emperor starts heading off, crossing eyes with Chang Fa on the way out. Suddenly, Xin Pi stops, sentencing Zhou Yang Biao to 3 unconditional slashes for breaking the rules of the Dark Gold Arena. Moreover, he is to be submerged in the black sludge for 3 years. With no one protesting his judgment, Xin Pi officially concludes the match and orders everyone to disassemble. Mo Zi Qian grits his teeth in anger, having lost all his savings by betting on the trash called Zhou Yushan. On the other hand, Cheng Xia Lan congratulates Wang Chun on his big payday, something he humbly declares to be nothing but pure luck. Meanwhile, the Cheng, Wang, and Mo family heads exchange mischievous nods as the entire arena erupts. Everyone who lost their money betting on Yushan lashes out at the Zhou family, while the winners express gratitude for their young master Yun. As Xin Ryu prepares to move out too, he receives a private sound transmission from Xin Pi, who warns him not to anger Yun Xiao, even if he is unhappy with the current situation. The martial emperor assures his nephew that there will be better chances to remedy things in the future. Ryu tries to protest at first, but realizes that Xin Pi is right. Containing himself, he asks Hue Ji Yulin what they should do next. Although he doesn't know whether they will be able to touch Yun Xiao or not, what the uncle does know for sure is that he will get his hands on the mythic cloud-shaking, thunder-roaring beast. At last, the battle in the Dark Gold Arena reaches its rousing conclusion, resulting in Yun Xiao's victory. Zhou Yushan and Jiang Ji lose their lives, while gamblers suffer significant monetary losses to the point of financial ruin. Meanwhile, people from Martial Flame City prosper under the orders of Jia Rong, Chun Zun, and Han Bai, instantly redeeming 20 million primordial stones, making their scammer dad proud. Somewhere in the city, Yu Rong walks with Ding Ling He declares that Yun Xiao has surpassed all of his expectations, labeling him a talent that is rare in the entirety of Tianwu. The young mistress notes that the summit at Moonrise City should be no problem with the boy's strength, albeit worrying about the consequences of exposing it so early. She also worries that he will get in trouble for offending the emotions-severing mountain, prompting Yu Rong to question if he should mobilize the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild to protect him. However, Ding Ling advises against it, as only more issues would arise if other commerce guilds discover their relationship with Li Yun Xiao. At the same time, the girl hopes that she is just worrying too much, and Yu Rong understands that they are to do nothing for the time being. After all, despite all his rashness, the reincarnated soul is extremely conniving, to the point that even Ding Ling can't see through him. Moreover, he possesses that mysterious yet extraordinary Shuan weapon that suppressed a martial grandmaster with a single move earlier. Right as Ding Ling wonders just what great power can nurture such an exceptional disciple while possessing incredible resources, she spots Yun Xiao flying through the air on his demon beast. Seeing him heading in the direction of the Thousand Treasures Tower at that exact moment, the girl mistakenly ends up attributing it to them. She isn't alone in this either, as practically all forces focus their attention on the movements of the Thousand Treasures Tower and Li Yun Xiao. Everyone in this world gotta be jobless to have this much free time. Now, the reincarnated soul makes himself at home at the Dusk Flame Empire's branch of the Thousand Treasures Tower. Its elder guardian, Yin Xiaoyang, questions why he is there again, sitting with girls all over him. Yun Xiao wonders if he isn't welcome there. Xiaoyang assures him that it's always a pleasure for them to host their young master Yun, simply worrying about what others would think after seeing him head there right after causing such a huge commotion. Yun Xiao announces that he isn't there for anything particular, really. Just that, since Elder Yin went into seclusion after the last time he borrowed money from him, Yun Xiao has stopped by to thank him in person this time around. Of course, the reincarnated soul is in no way there to pay the huge sum of money back, since he is short on cash right now. Although Qiao Yang doesn't say a word, he is infuriated by the boy's terrible acting. After all, everyone knows that he extorted an unreal amount of primordial stones from the Zhou family. In fact, Yun Xiao has even more money than the Thousand Treasures Tower's Dusk Flame Empire branch. So, for the reincarnated soul to cry about poverty while pretending like he isn't there just to have them act as a shield for him makes Elder Yin lose his mind. However, the words that come out of Qiao Yang's mouth say that the borrowed money isn't a huge sum at all, and Yun Xiao can simply return it on his own time. Getting excited, the reincarnated soul gives him a thumbs up. At first, he was worried that the Thousand Treasures Tower would be poor, but now feels relieved, seeing as how that amount was just a drop in the bucket for them. Yun Xiao finally announces the purpose of his visit. Lo and behold, he is there to borrow some primordial stones again. Everyone in the room starts foaming at their mouths, utterly shocked by the boy's greed. Duan Yue can't comprehend the extent of Yun Xiao's shamelessness, concluding that his way with words might just be as good as his cultivation. Bro, letting everyone know what that mouth does, pause. Qiao Yang bursts into tears, only to have his head taken off completely when Yun Xiao nonchalantly asks for 10 million primordial stones, like it isn't a big amount at all. Utterly defeated, Qiao Yang tries to convince himself that he will get promoted for helping a friend of Yu Wenbo, even if he is a blatant robber, and slithers away to discuss the matters with the others. After Elder Yin leaves, Duan Yue calls out Yun Xiao for being so cruel. However, the reincarnated soul insists that Qiao Yang is the greedy one for wanting his favor without paying the price. The former argues that he is simply helping the latter to make up his mind to stay on his side, but Duan Yue doesn't buy it. After all, extorting 10 million primordial stones from someone is anything but. Hearing this, Yun Xiao reminds the geezer that he isn't collecting the primordial stones just for himself, but also for everyone cultivating inside the World God Monument, including him. Putting the absurdity of borrowing primordial stones to cultivate aside, Duan Yue wonders if Yun Xiao is going to keep extorting more of them, until he can get strong enough to repay the poor guy. With pure ruthlessness, the reincarnated soul questions if he would need to pay Qiao Yang back once his cultivation reaches a certain height, leaving Duan Yue speechless. Unaware of these schemes, Elder Yin soon returns with 10 million primordial stones, having used all his power to get them. He begs his young master Yun not to forget him in the future, and to put in a good word about him to Yu Wenbo, getting told not to worry. Snatching the primordial stones away, the reincarnated soul promises to ask Yu Wenbo to promote Qiao Yang to the Thousand Treasures Tower's headquarters. Dude is lying through his teeth so much that he might just break a tooth. Unable to believe that Yun Xiao would do something so nice, Elder Yin questions if he really means it. Shaking on it to convince Qiao Yang, the reincarnated soul asks him to personally send them out. Despite understanding that Yun Xiao only wants to show everyone that he is close to the Thousand Treasures Tower, Elder Yin can't protest against him. He personally sends out Yun Xiao and Duan Yue, receiving gratitude for his hospitality. A little too much perhaps, as the reincarnated soul makes sure that everyone can hear him thanking Qiao Yang and the Thousand Treasures Tower for their help. Yun Xiao even attributes his sudden rise to them, turning countless gazes to Elder Yin. The latter tries his best to downplay his contribution, but the former is hell-bent on painting him as a staunch supporter, right until he flies off. Successfully putting everyone's attention on a distraught Qiao Yang, Yun Xiao quickly leaves the Thousand Treasures Tower along with Duan Yue and heads to Martial Flame City. However, Xin Ryu and Yue Ji Yulin intercept them on the way back. After formally exchanging names, the Crown Prince reprimands Yun Xiao for the stir he has recently caused. The reincarnated soul questions if anything he does has anything to do with him, but Xin Ryu refuses to argue or fight with him. He only wants Yun Xiao to leave Little Shu on, the Shining Frost Mashihi, and the World God Monument, if he wants to continue living. Oh, and to submit to him and become his slave. These demands leave Yun Xiao wondering if he can be any more idiotic, making the Crown Prince laugh, fully knowing beforehand that the boy wouldn't obey him so easily. Xin Ryu came prepared to crush his arrogance, He proclaims his desire, wanting the whole world to see Yun Xiao as his loyal dog. In an instant, the reincarnated soul appears in front of Shinryu, preparing to slap the ever-living crap out of him. With his hand inches away from the crown prince's face, a bolt of lightning stops Yun Xiao in his tracks, forcing him to retreat. After confirming that the boy is okay, Duan Yue turns over to Yushan's savior, but is unable to see his cultivation level. Arriving on the scene, Yue Ji Yulin reprimands the wild Yun Xiao for trying to slap the crown prince. At the same time, Shinryu trembles in rage, understanding that he would have suffered great embarrassment had it not been for his uncle. Noting that Yue Ji Yulin uses a lightning-type martial skill, Yun Xiao rightly concludes that he is after his lightning demon beast to help him cultivate. Complimenting the latter's knowledge, the former declares that it's in his best interest to obey them since he has no chance of winning against him, since the restrained aura of the crown prince's uncle shows that he is a 5-star martial emperor with a combat power of a 7-star one. Yun Xiao concurs with his statement. Yue Ji Yulin and his nephew are a bit taken aback, wondering how the reincarnated soul managed to be spot on about his true level. After all, even other 5-star martial levels may fail to accomplish this feat. Regardless, Yue Ji Yulin maintains his composure and asks Yun Xiao to surrender as a wise man would. He remains unaware that even though they might not be able to win, no one said anything about not being able to escape. However, the crown prince's uncle deems it to be impossible for Yun Xiao and his demon beast, albeit not for Duan Yue. Dude finally getting the respect he wants doesn't mean he deserves it though. Yun Xiao lets out his sigh and reiterates that they are idiots full of brawn and no brain, just like he said in the beginning. Turns out, there are at least 3 or 4 other factions hiding in the area. However, only Shinryu and his uncle are impatient idiots, as everyone else is still waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Shocked by the revelation, Yue Ji Yulin shouts at all the hiders to come out. Lo and behold, the sky begins to crack, revealing a Tiger King battleship boarded by none other than Bai Li Gongjin and Yuan Hao, instantly changing his entire demeanor. The crown prince's uncle respectfully asks Lord Bai Li why he is there, getting asked the same question in return. After all, Li Yun Xiao is a refiner in their alchemist association, giving Yue Ji Yulin no authority to ask them any questions. The 5-star martial emperor insists that it's just a personal dispute between Shinryu and Yun Xiao, asking them not to get involved. Bai Li Gongjin confirms this with the reincarnated soul, questioning if it's really a personal issue or if he is being bullied. Running with this opportunity, Yun Xiao not only accuses the uncle and nephew of bullying him, but also alleges contempt toward a 4th-tier refiner, revealing that they wanted to make him their slave. I mean, is he even lying though? The reincarnated soul requests for a kill order to be issued against Shinryu and Yue Ji Yulin, both being people who hate refiners. This shakes them up badly, as the only one in history who has ever survived the Alchemist Association's kill order is none other than Tianwu's number 1, the tyrant martial sovereign Ao Chang Kong. Both the crown prince and his uncle bow before Bai Li Gongjin, begging him not to listen to Yun Xiao's nonsense, unaware that only 8-tier refiners and above even have the authority to issue the Alchemist Association's kill orders. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul starts welding out like a malfunctioning robot, continuing to exaggerate the situation more and more. Yun Xiao goes on a rant of a lifetime, hurling terms at Yue Ji Yulin and Shinryu that they haven't even heard someone say in real life before. Even Bai Li Gongjin piles on, demanding that the naive crown prince apologize to the boy for the matter to be settled. Infuriated, Shinryu admits his fault and heads off with his uncle, vowing to finish this some other day. After mocking Shinryu to the very last second, Yun Xiao expresses gratitude to Bai Li Gongjin for his help and bids him farewell, promising to visit the association sometime soon to formally thank him. The 6th-tier refiner has no plans on letting the boy run off. After using him just like that though, he invites Yun Xiao to come with him to the association, since they are together anyway, only to get his offer politely yet cleverly refused. Containing his annoyance, the slay old git graciously threatens to forget Yun Xiao's 4th-tier refiner badge if he doesn't come with him to get it now. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't care for it either way and starts moving out. With this, Bai Li Gongjin drops the nice grandpa act and demands that the stupid kid thank him for saving his butt by coming along. Yoon Shi-yao and Bai Li Gongjin bicker and fight like children, leaving everyone else in disbelief. In the end, the geezer successfully forces the boy to come with him. Even this guy met his match before GTA 6. Meanwhile, the other forces hiding in the clouds can only express intrigue at the scene. Soon, they arrive at the Alchemist Association's Dusk Flame Empire branch, since the Alchemist Association is a rare exception. In the way that operates independently, no one dared to continue investigating Yoon Shi-yao once he entered their premises. Inside the breathtaking Dusk Flame Empire branch, the reincarnated soul praises its refiners for knowing how to set the mood. Bai Li Gongjin then introduces Yoon Shi-yao to 3 elderly refiners, pretending as if he insisted on coming there after their coincidental meeting. The boy joins in on the lies, making Duan Yue realize that all refiners are the same. Vouching for Yoon Shi-yao, Yuan Huo suggests giving him a 4th-tier refiner badge without a test. However, Xin Zi, one of the Crown Prince's uncles, protests against the idea. Bai Li Gongjin reveals that he is a 4th-tier refiner, just with the 2 elders beside him, Ga Xian, Qian, and Lu Haochu. Xin Zi refuses to believe that Yoon Shi-yao is on the same level as them, only for him to sit in his seat and question how he can prove his skill. Me, personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect. Shocked by the insolent act that even the Dusk Flame royalty wouldn't dare do, Xin Zi tells the boy to just pass the test normally. Yuan Hao once again confirms his strength, only for Lu Haochu to jump in to protest as well. Since none of them are happy, Yoon Shi-yao suggested beg the 3 4th-tier refiners versus him in a battle of refinement. Everyone present is left in utter disbelief, as only a 5th-tier refiner would be able to win in a handicap match like this. Yuan Hao advises Yoon Shi-yao against it, but he is only interested in what the 3 refiners bet. Xin Zi puts the 7th-tier Vibrating Void Jade that multiplies a refiner's capabilities on the line. Lu Haochu bets his Heaven's Flame Battle flag that is damaged and has unknown effects, and Ga Xian wagers his valuable Purple Cloud Centipede wings, intriguing Yuan Hao. For some reason, Yoon Shi-yao only seems interested in the damaged flag. Since he only wants primordial stones though, the boy accepts only the Heaven's Flame Battle flag as a bet, declaring its value to be 50 million middle-tier primordial stones. As for the other 2 items, Yoon Shi-yao wants the refiners to use primordial stones instead. To keep things consistent, he bets 150 million himself. Ga Xian complains about this arrangement, prompting the reincarnated soul to have Yuan Hao put a price on them instead. As the latter values them at 60 million primordial stones, Yoon Shi-yao accepts his bet. Huan Chu wonders where the boy's own primordial stones are, getting told that he has only 60 million at the moment. However, Yoon Shi-yao assures everyone that someone will bring another 100 million soon, enraging the 3 refiners. Xin Zi questions what kind of idiot would be stupid enough to do such a thing, only to find out that it's none other than his 3rd brother Xin Pi. The martial emperor hands over the promised 100 million to Yoon Shi-yao, insisting that Xin Zi not ask him why he's doing it. With this, the reincarnated soul tells the last 4th-tier refiner to change his bet. Xin Zi lashes out, repeatedly announcing the effects of his Vibrating Void Jade. In the end, Bai Li Gongjin offers to buy it for 50 million primordial stones if Yoon Shi-yao wins, putting all the wagers in order. Yoon Shi-yao then invites Xin Pi to stay for a pot of tea's worth of time, confusing him. Bai Li Gongjin explains everything that happened, leaving the martial emperor in disbelief. After all, a 15-year-old challenging 3 famed 4th-tier refiners is even more ridiculous than him challenging Yushan. Despite this, Yoon Shi-yao looks more confident than ever. While the boy stretches nonchalantly, Huan Chu and Xian mock him. Yoon Shi-yao lets out a smirk, expressing hope that they will still be able to laugh when everything is said and done. Spoiler alert, they won't. Making a grand entrance at the Dark Gold Arena, the duel between Li Yoon Shi-yao and Zhou Yushan commences. What follows is blatant extortion, a one-sided beatdown, and utter humiliation for the Zhou family. A martial grandmaster of the emotion-severing mountain tries to intervene, only to lose his life in the process. Some more thievery later, Yoon Shi-yao arrives at the Alchemist Association, where he is about to take on 3 4th-tier refiners in a handicap battle. Yoon Shi-yao, doing his signature nonchalant stretches, asks the 3/4 tier refiners how they should compete, not caring whether it is pill or artifact refining, purification, array formation, or even material decomposition. Xinzi and Gu Xian Qian are speechless, while Lu Haochu labels the reincarnated soul as arrogant, conceited, and self-assured. The old git is left wondering if Yun Xiao is really foolish enough to believe that he can take on 3/4 tier refiners by himself. When no one says anything, the boy suggests that they refine something very simple, an item that he has grown quite fond of recently: primordial stones. Lore dump time yet again. Although refining primordial stones isn't difficult, since it is basically purification and can be done by any refiner, is the best way to test one's abilities. After all, not only does this task evaluate the refiner's ability to decompose materials and control the loss of primordial energy, but it also puts the strength of their spirit power to the test. The 3/4 tier refiners aren't on board, thinking that Yun Xiao is up to no good and will sneakily put out a powerful formation artifact. However, the boy announces that no formations will be allowed, ensuring fairness, since pure spirit power will be used for refining. Xinzi, Lu Haochu, and Gu Xian Qian are all left in disbelief, as this arrangement guarantees a genuine refining test with no room for luck. They are still skeptical, but the possibility of winning such a huge sum of money suppresses all their doubts. Ecstatically initiating the duel, Xinzi asks Bai Li Gongjin to be the unfair witness and provide 4 primordial stones, all of the same quality. The 6th-tier refiner accepts and brings out a big chunk of primordial stone, cutting it into 4 equal cuticle pieces in order to ensure fairness. He asks the competitors to inspect the materials just in case they have any doubts, getting told by the 3/4 tier refiners that there's no need for such a thing. After all, the respected Master Bailey arranged them. However, Yun Xiao seems to have a problem. It's always something with this dude. Flicking away 2 of the pieces, the reincarnated soul announces that they don't need that many primordial stones. Since it's him versus the trio of 4th-tier refiners, they only need 2 pieces of primordial stones for the competition, 1 for each party. Hearing this absurd statement, all the refiners present let out a collective gasp. Yuan Hao screams out, questioning if Yun Xiao really intends to refine 1 piece alone, while his opponents refine 1 together. The reincarnated soul nonchalantly doubles down, insisting that there would be no point in a 1-on-3 match otherwise. Hearing this, Xinzi, Gu Xian Qian, and Lu Haochu stare at Yun Xiao in disgust, declaring that there should be a limit to how condescending he can be. Duan Yue is annoyed as well, wondering why any sane person would choose to make a bet worth 150 million difficult for themselves. Not knowing crap about refining, Xin Pi praises Yun Xiao's boldness. Realizing that the martial emperor doesn't understand the implications of the boy's words, Bai Li Gongjin informs him that refining primordial stones is a unique process. If they were crafting anything else, even 3/4 tier refiners working together wouldn't be able to create a 5th tier item. However, their spirit powers and comprehension will fuse when they are refining primordial stones, culminating in results that rival a 5th tier refiner. These panels gonna make Toei copyright strike us. Right then, Yun Xiao announces that he is starting the process, all the while provoking his opponents. Taking a step back, the reincarnated soul assumes a strange stance, almost as if he were dancing. Bai Li Gongjin looks on in awe, as Yun Xiao starts spinning around like a tornado, seemingly multiplying. His hands begin to poke and prod the primordial stone piece. The 6th-tier refiner screams out upon witnessing this scene, recognizing it as the basic refining technique: 12 forms of falling snow. Acting as the spokesperson for the people, Duan Yue questions what that is, prompting Duan Yue to reveal that there were only 36 forms in the basic refining technique just 60 years ago. However, the extremely talented Gu Feiyang created 12 new forms, causing heated debates in the refining community. After 20 years, though, the basic refining techniques ended up getting expanded to 48 in total. Noticing Yun Xiao's violent and disharmonious movements, Yuan Yue wonders why they have a nice name like the 12 forms of falling snow. Turns out, when Gu Feiyang created the 12 new forms, he also found their movements to be ugly. However, even after months of trying, Gu Feiyang couldn't make them more elegant. In the end, he gave up and decided to compensate for them with a beautiful name instead. Hearing the explanation, Duan Yue realizes that the 9th-tier refiner is just as whimsical as Li Yun Xiao. I wonder why. Such a mystery. Meanwhile, Bai Li Gongjin reveals that only 4th-tier refiners or above can even attempt to comprehend the 12 forms of falling snow, let alone unleash their full power. As such, Yun Xiao must have spent several decades trying to master them. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. After all, he's a 15-year-old teenager who was a 3rd-tier refiner just a few months ago. Getting tired of waiting around, Lu Haochu jumps in and starts the refining process. He tries to one-up Yun Xiao by using the 12 forms of falling snow as well, only to end up struggling. While Yuan Hao expresses disappointment in his progress, the reincarnated soul's primordial stone advances to the low tier. Realizing his current situation, Lu Haochu exerts himself beyond his capabilities. Understanding that the 12 forms of falling snow are rapidly draining his ally's energy, while Yun Xiao is handling them quite casually, Xinzi worries about what will happen when Gu Qian takes over. At the same time, Lu Haochu forces the primordial stone to advance to the middle tier, coughing out blood in the process. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao's primordial stone continues to progress, without suffering any damage or loss of soul qi. For comparison, during its progression, Lu Haochu's primordial stone lost a huge amount of yuan qi. What town hall rushing does to a dude. Looking on, Gu Qian realizes that his fellow 4th-tier refiner is completely exhausted, but refuses to give up because of pride, since the bet will be lost if nothing is done. He steps in to take over and forces Lu Haochu aside, while Xinzi tries to wrap his head around the fact that Yu Xiao was really taking on 3 of them by himself. Gu Qian plops up countless crimson balloons from the lake below and envelops the primordial stone with them. This culminates in the 8-fold heart refining technique, a unique and powerful stone refining skill that Gu Qian has perfected for decades, to the point that even Bai Li Gongjin admits his inferiority to him in comprehending this particular technique. Just then, Yuan Hao announces that Yu Xiao's primordial stone has reached the middle grade as well. Bai Li Gongjin is barely able to believe his eyes, and declares the resulting product to be a masterpiece, having felt no loss of spiritual energy in it whatsoever during the refining process. However, he is curious about what method Yun Xiao will use next, considering the stone's quality will barely improve using the 12 forms of falling snow. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul takes a deep breath, summoning his signature Buddha-like glowing arms to refine the primordial stones. Witnessing the technique's majestic aura and rapid fluctuations in its frequency that demonstrate Yun Xiao's profound comprehension, Yuan Hao is left in utter awe. Even Xin Pi, who doesn't understand the refining process much, is able to tell that his craftsmanship is greater than that of Gu Qian by more than one level. Bursting into a cold sweat, Duan Yue explains Yun Xiao's technique as the convergence of martial and artistic paths, the ultimate point of space and the pinnacle of time. Bai Li Gongjin starts trembling and mutters, This is. Barely managing to string together his words, the 6th-tier refiner jumps up in childlike joy, revealing that Yun Xiao is using the legendary Heavenly Phantom Scripture technique. Turns out, Bai Li Gongjin first encountered the technique when he was a mere 4th-tier Lord-class refiner, cultivating with his master at the deity Transformation C. At the time, the refiner headquarters had only granted the title of Honored Elder to 2 individuals in existence. One day, Bai Li Gongjin's master informed him and his other disciples that the Alchemist Association's headquarters had gained another Honored Elder, who would be giving them a lecture the next day on the Heavenly Phantom Scripture technique. Of course, everyone excitedly attended. Bai Li Gongjin went a step further to master the technique and sneaked into the sleeping chambers of this Honored Elder, Hu Fei Yang, only to find him seated motionless, seemingly in deep meditation. Unable to contain his excitement, the young refiner knelt down, begging the Honored Elder to teach him the Heavenly Phantom Scripture technique. Deeply invested in the story, Duan Yue questions what happened next, wondering if Gu Fei Yang said anything. Bai Li Gongjin shakes his head, having kept kneeling in silence until the break of dawn. However, with the rooster's crows, he realized that the Honored Elder imparted something of even more importance to him. Yuan Hao is confused, not understanding how a profound night of silence managed to accomplish such a thing. Like my English teacher who always overanalyzed an author's intentions, Bai Li Gongjin thought that Gu Fei Yang wanted to convey to him that the path of alchemy is boundless. However, their lives are finite. Despite this, when one pursues this path steadfastly, eventually, success will come like a rooster's crow at dawn. Everyone is left in awe at the revelation, and Yuan Hao declares Gu Feiyang to be an extraordinary figure. Hearing the story, Yun Shiyao remembers something like that taking place, albeit not in the way that it was described. What actually happened on that day was, after the lecture, a mischievous friend invited Gu Feiyang to see a breathtaking sight. One thing led to another, and they ended up spying on the Red Lotus martial Empress Liu Feiyang while she was bathing. While retreating, Gu Feiyang was stunned by her peerless figure and hesitated, falling behind his mischievous friend. At that moment, Liu Feiyang locked onto him with her universal detect and gave chase. In a panic, the 9th-tier refiner retreated to his chambers and pretended to be in deep meditation. Just as the furious Red Lotus martial Empress was about to confirm whether he was faking it or not, a clueless Bai Li Gongjin suddenly knelt before him. Of course, Gu Feiyang only saw him as an obsessed young man who yearned to learn the heavenly phantom scripture technique and paid little attention to his words. After all, he had better things to do at the time, like staying still, since Liu Feiyang was secretly observing him. In the end, Bai Li Gongjin's remarkable perseverance to keep Milan all night caused her to grow impatient and eventually leave. Shortly after, the young man suddenly thanked Gu Feiyang and excitedly ran away, leaving him utterly confused. Now, the reincarnated soul finally realizes what took place that day. A clueless disciple's simple misunderstanding saved his life. As fate would have it, that disciple was Bai Li Gongjin all along, who saved Yun Shiyao from Yu Wei Ji Yu Lin. An old acquaintance misinterpreted his intentions and ended up succeeding because of it. This thought causes the reincarnated soul to almost lose focus on his heavenly phantom scripture technique. This is more motivational than anything Andrew Tate has ever said. Meanwhile, the 6th-tier refiner reminisces about his old master, who told him that the path of alchemy will flourish through Gu Feiyang in the future. Inspired by these events, Bai Li Gongjin strived for the pinnacle of art without rest, becoming someone respected by all. Originally, the 6th-tier refiner captured Yun Shiyao for the 3 Great Seals. However, he now knows that the boy is in possession of the heavenly phantom scripture technique, something he has been dreaming of for all his life. Of course, since facing 3 4th-tier refiners isn't possible even with this technique, Bai Li Gongjin plans to get on Yun Shiyao's good side by bribing him when he loses. Looking on, Xinzi can't believe that the reincarnated soul somehow possesses a technique of such remarkable origin. As the battle progresses, Yuan Hao shares the sentiment, declaring the extraordinary heavenly phantom scripture technique to be an unfair advantage. Jumping to Yun Shiyao's defense, Duan Yue reprimands Yuan Hao for implying such a thing, when it's a 3 versus 1 bout, making him apologize for misspeaking. Hu's aura points just went up by 10,000. Right then, Guxian Qian unleashes the 2nd stage of his 8-fold heart-refining technique, Persistence of Refining. With this, he advances his team's primordial stone to the high tier. Suddenly, Yun Shiyao shouts out refinement, preparing to upgrade his primordial stone as well. Moments later, it gets enveloped with his glowing aura and advances to the high tier. Bai Li Gongjin is left in awe at the sight, unable to believe that a 15-year-old possesses the necessary control to upgrade a raw primordial stone to a high tier one, with nothing but his own strength. Just then, Xinzi steps in to take over for his team. Wanting to win no matter what it takes, Guxian Qian gladly leaves it up to him. Xinzi understands where he's coming from too, as just winning is nothing to be proud of anymore. However, losing would utterly humiliate them. Reaching the point of no return in the bet, Xinzi gets ready to use his ultimate technique. Submerging the high-tier primordial stone, he touches the surface of the water below, causing it to swirl around rapidly. And so, Xinzi unleashes the Seascape Moonrise technique. Bai Li Gongjin and Yuan Hao can't believe this, as even though it's the Xin family's ultimate technique, the role it would play in advancing the primordial stone to the highest tier is minimal. Since only strong spirit power can accomplish this feat, the geezers recognized that Xinzi primordial stone would reach the pseudo-highest tier at max. This worries Duan Yue, as Yun Shiyao seems to be close to his limit too, meaning the battle will end in a draw. Although Bai Li Gongjin hopes that it's a draw as well, he reveals it to be unlikely, since primordial stones have different levels even in the high tier. Yuan Hao agrees, declaring that Yun Shiyao's eventual defeat will be an honorable one. Blue never gets tired of being wrong. Huh. Right then, the reincarnated soul chimes in to deny the notion that he is losing. Yun Shiyao then reminds Yuan Hao of the time they met in Tian Shuai a few months ago. The latter thought the former would lose his pill-refining battle with Sun Zhongzong, only for him to win. Vowing to repeat history, Yun Xiao unleashes his godly evolution technique, Spirit Possession. Witnessing the symbols of the ancient divine scriptures envelop the bay, Bai Li Gongjin screams out, questioning just who he really is. The three seals and the heavenly phantom scripture technique already had the sixth-tier refiner shaken, but seeing a teenager use the ancient scripture in front of him has the poor guy questioning if anything he believes in is even real anymore. Having previously thought that no one would recognize the symbols, Yun Xiao realizes his oopsie upon remembering that Bai Li Gongjin is the disciple of Dan Yan, someone who used to specialize in ancient scriptures. Regardless, he doesn't have any other choice. Just like that, the refining battle proceeds. Xin Zi and Yun Xiao both scream out, almost as if they were planning on going Super Saiyan. Soon, the two refiners reach their limit. Yuan Hao announces that both primordial stones stopped evolving just before the highest tier, questioning if it's a draw. Bai Li Gongjin corrects him, revealing that even though both stones are quasi-highest tier, the quality of Yun Xiao's primordial stone was better preserved during the refining process, making him the winner. Lu Haochu and Ge Xian grit their teeth in anger, while Duan Yu starts celebrating the boy's victory. Right then, Xin Zi declares that the competition isn't over yet and pulls out a purple pill, making Yun Xiao panic. Witnessing Yun Xiao display such calmness, Bai Li Gongjin recognizes that he is no ordinary person. To the latter, the former seems like a natural king, casually accepting the adoration of his subjects. Even Bai Li Gongjin ends up bowing to his lord Yun Xiao, declaring him an otherworldly being, whose talent surpasses that of prime Gu Fei Yang. Just as Dan Yan called the 9th-tier refiner the future of alchemy, Bai Li Gongjin grants that title to Yun Xiao, leaving Xin Pi speechless. After all, the Dusk Flame Empire's leading refiner treating a teenager as an equal is unheard of. The reincarnated soul doesn't seem interested in any of that though, only wanting to get his hands on the reward for the bet. Duan Yu quickly brings the Heaven's Flame battle flag and the primordial stones to Yun Xiao, pleasing him greatly. Walking off happily, the boy shows no semblance of a refiner's dignity and greedily instructs the adults to call him if there are any similar competitions in the future, vowing to participate in all of them. Suddenly, every refiner in the room swarms Yun Xiao, wanting him to stay for a few days so they can study alchemy together. If my girlfriend isn't this romantic, I don't want her. The boy has no problem with this arrangement, as long as they pay him by the hour, of course. To please Yun Xiao even further, Bai Li Gongjin officially announces his promotion to a 5th-tier refiner, something no one present disagrees with. Suddenly, Xin Pi calls on Bai Li Gongjin and Yun Xiao, wanting to discuss something with them. He insists that the boy can't stay in the association for long, enraging the refiners, not caring about anything other than alchemy. The lunatics are willing to let even the Dusk Flame Empire collapse if Yun Xiao gets to stay with them. Regardless, Xin Pi continues, revealing that the allocation of slots for Mount Meru has been announced. With a total of 2,000 free places left, the major forces and the 3 empires have collectively decided to host a test, allowing only those noble families and sects who haven't been allocated any slots to compete. Since Martial Flame City hasn't been given any slots, Yun Xiao's strength will be key in acquiring them for the Dusk Flame Empire. Hearing this, Bai Li Gongjin screams out, refusing to let a rare genius like Yun Xiao risk his life in such a dangerous test. However, the boy assures him that it's no problem. He wants to participate in the test on the Dusk Flame Empire's behalf, though only if they let him distribute the obtained slots. Understanding that obtaining even hundreds of slots won't be a problem with Yun Xiao's strength, Xin Pi objects to giving them all to Martial Flame City, and worries about fair distribution. The reincarnated soul tells him not to worry, as his city won't be keeping a single slot. Instead, he will hold an auction to sell off all the slots for primordial stones. While everyone is baffled by his greed, Yun Xiao makes an excuse about how the slots will be wasted on the useless folk of Martial Flame City, not letting anything slip about his plan with the World God Monument. With the terms settled, Xin Pi informs Yun Xiao that the competition will take place at Hua Island in a week. The boy is unaware of this location, getting filled in by Duan Yu. Turns out, at the border of the southern region's 3 empires, the vast Clearheart Lake is home to 1,000 islands, the biggest of which is Hua Island. Currently, major forces have occupied it to make preparations for a fair competition. After getting all the details, Yu Xiao starts heading off. Bai Li Gongjin shouts at him to stop, only to get hit with a rate list for his lessons. For the floating life, dusted world, and divine earth seals, the reincarnated soul will charge 200, 500, and 800 million middle-tier primordial stones respectively. The heavenly phantom scripture technique will cost 1 billion middle-tier primordial stones, while the world god monument is a priceless treasure that is not for sale no matter what. Of course, this is after the friends and family discount, leaving everyone in despair. Meanwhile, inside the world god monument, the poor Kungo divine tree whimpers and cries after getting scanned by Yun Xiao. Despite their agreement, the poor thing got more than half of his spirit power drained by the heartless dude. As Yun Xiao heads off, Bai Li Gongjin and the other refiners start going crazy over the thought of primordial stones. The 6th-tier refiner orders everyone to sell all the association's alchemical products, wanting to acquire 25 million high-tier primordial as soon as possible. He goes a step further, declaring the Alchemist Association temporarily open to all outside refiners for commissions. Yuan Hao and the 4th-tier refiners rush to fulfill his wishes, while Xin silently sneaks away, feeling his sanity slipping away with each moment he spends with them. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao arrives at the World God Monument's entrance at the Supreme High Palace, where all the mountains have been drained of their soul qi. As the boy starts having intrusive thoughts about stealing again, Duan Yue questions if he really intends to sell the legendary 3 Great Seals at such a low price, not knowing if he is being clever or foolish in doing so. Yun Xiao insists that he has no other choice, reiterating his urgent need for a massive amount of primordial stones. Moreover, not only is it the highest price the boy can set for them in the short run anyway, even selling them for it wouldn't be enough for the amount he needs. Duan Yue is utterly shocked, wondering how 2.5 billion high-tier primordial stones still aren't enough. He has a sneaking suspicion that Yun Xiao isn't looking for them just for cultivation purposes anymore, being spot on for once. We are seeing the dude's IQ go up in real time. The reincarnated soul tells Duan Yue to follow him to a good place, only to arrive in a silent, cold void. Sneezing his guts out, the geezer wonders if they are still inside the World God Monument, only to get countered with a question. Yu Xiao asks him if he knows the current strongest refiner in the world. Landing on the lifeless plane, Duan Yue remarks that it's Lu Kongzi, the head of the Alchemist Association headquarters. Turns out, he is wrong. Lu Kongzi has his position not because he is the strongest, but because of his excellent interpersonal skills and knowing how to mediate the superpowers. In fact, the current strongest refiner in the world isn't even at the deity transformation sea. Rather, they are in the divine capital of the holy region, considered the supreme land of martial prowess. The entire world obeys without question when they issue an order. Just as Duan Yue tries to wrap his head around Yun Xiao, knowing such a hidden secret, he reveals that not even the current strongest refiner can refine the World God Monument, declaring it a godly object that defies the heavens. Not only is it above the transcendental artifact, Nova's Ark, by several grades, but artifacts of the same caliber only exist in Tian Wu's ancient legends. No one thought those myths were true, for good reason too. However, as a 9th-tier refiner is incapable of refining the World God Monument, it can only mean that its original master was an entity of the 10 Ultimate Realm. Duan Yue's eyes pop wide open upon hearing this, considering that is the end goal of all martial arts. Pulling out the World God Monument's physical form, Yu Xiao reveals that he has eventually been gaining a deeper understanding of it. This has led him to guess a few things, such as the fact that the World God Monument should have been filled with abundant yuan qi and its own soul space. Although he doesn't know what happened to it, Yun Xiao now understands a shocking reality. The World God Monument, in its current form, is actually just a dead stone. Duan Yue is left in disbelief as the thought of its full capabilities goes beyond his wildest imagination. Yun Xiao continues, revealing that the World God Monument will come back to life once enough soul qi is accumulated. When that happens, the space inside it will expand infinitely, forming its own world. Of course, this is possible only if the World God Monument is activated by opening the 4 great domains of Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind. The 4 nations lived together in harmony until the Fire Nation attacked. Wait, wrong show. All of these are supported by currently dormant ancient formations, whose locations Yun Xiao has gradually started to sense, after cultivating the Godly Realm technique. to activate them. A large amount of soul chi is needed, which is exactly the grand goal he has been working towards by acquiring so many primordial stones. Yu Xiao proceeds to make another shocking revelation, informing Duan Yue that they currently stand in the domain of fire. The old man finds it hard to believe, considering his beard is about to freeze off. Telling Duan Yue to stop blabbering, Yun Xiao reminds him that the domain's ancient formation hasn't been activated yet. Following this, he unleashes the Phoenix True Fire, godly evolution technique with the divine arts fusion. Merging with the ancient scripture, the blue flames carry it to the ground. The divine symbol imprints itself into the floor and erupts with a golden glow, sending wild shockwaves in every direction. Moments later, the entire scenery changes as a crimson light shines from the ancient scripture. Sent flying from the earlier shockwaves, Duan Yue lands face first onto the floor, finding himself on hard rock. Right then, the ancient scripture explodes like a volcano. Sizzling lava bursts forth with great force and comes back down like fireworks, surrounding the divine symbol. Yun Xiao looks on from the sky as the ancient fire domain formation fully activates, and so the domain of fire opens. Suffering from yet another unbelievable occurrence, Duan Yue jumps around everywhere, failing to protect his rear end from getting burned by the lava. Jiat. Suddenly, a nourishing sensation overcomes him as his green lotus flames start to evolve under the fire domain. Duan Yue quickly rushes to Yun Xiao, inquiring about the progress. He is informed that even though the formation has been activated, it is extremely unstable and will dry up without a continuous supply of soul chi. So, the reincarnated soul plans to add another formation to it for stabilization purposes. With a snap of his finger, Yun Xiao summons everyone in the World God Monument to the fire domain, informing them of their current situation. Due to its scarcity, he will temporarily build a sea of soul chi, where they stand in order to concentrate the majority of it there. While the martial artists take in the experience of flying for the first time, Yun Xiao reveals that he needs them to maintain a large formation, one that requires 3,600 people. Before that, though, the reincarnated soul summons all the primordial stones and soul chi he has, for his people to enjoy their heart's content. With the Heaven's Flame battle flag in hand, Yun Xiao leads the exhilarating celebration as people start breaking through left and right. In Liu Haochu's hands, the Heaven's Flame battle flag only had value if it were researched. However, Yun Xiao recognizes its true purpose as a fire attribute artifact most suitable for activating the fire domain formation. Modifying the damaged flag with the ancient scripture, he plants it into the volcanic ground. A huge eruption follows, and a massive formation appears in the sky. Yun Xiao then prepares to transmit the technique for his followers to use the Heaven's Flame battle flag, requiring the combined power of 3,600 people to do so, due to their insufficient cultivation. The reincarnated soul instructs everyone not to dodge what comes next, assuring them that it won't hurt. With this, countless fiery tentacles emerge from the fire domain formation, attaching to the foreheads of everyone present. The transmission proceeds with ease as the technique directly seeps into them. And so, Yun Xiao announces that it's time for everyone to practice together. Soon after, he accumulates enough soul chi and breaks through to become a 5-star martial lord. Not surprised by his shenanigans anymore, Duan Yue just looks at him like a sad puppy. Yu Xiao then informs him of an interesting fact, something he is really looking forward to. Turns out, he can directly draw upon the Heaven's Flame battle flag's power, even if he is outside. Containing his intrigue, Duan Yue inquires about their next course of action. As a week has passed, Yun Xiao announces that they will head for Qiyang Hua Island now. Meanwhile, at Clear Heart Lake, Mount Meru's imminent opening has resulted in almost all of the southern region's extraordinary young talents gathering on its banks, awaiting the brutal competition that lies ahead. On one of the ships there, two friends discuss the possibility of facing martial grandmasters, wondering if becoming that strong while being less than 50 years old is even possible. This leads to them talking about the rumor, which said that a 15-year-old kid killed a martial grandmaster with a single wave of his hand during a battle in High Sun City's Dark Gold Arena. Right then, a crazed drunken man boasting a long braid interrupts the two friends, expressing interest in their story and the person they just mentioned. This is none other than Luo Qingyun, who belongs to the Heaven Sent Empire. Threatened by his presence, the two friends fill him in on all the details they know. Bras folded quicker than I would in front of Sydney Sweeney. Elsewhere, the Heaven Sent Empire's royalty gathers to witness the upcoming competition, discussing the same rumor. The calm and collected Chuyu believes that the 15-year-old might have a powerful technique that caught the martial grandmaster by surprise to kill him, but the giant Huo-sun dismisses it. Both of them pile on Sin-Pi, insisting that he tell them the whole story, since he was present there that day. Sin-Pi tells them that the young man only traded blows with the martial grandmaster, keeping out most of the details. He gatekeeps like this not only to save face, but to also hide Yun Xiao's true strength, ensuring that the surprise factor remains intact when the competition begins. At the same time, the martial emperor worries about the few exceptionally powerful individuals who have been sent from the other empire. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao hasn't arrived even though it's almost time. Sin-Pi quickly changes the topic, expressing amazement at the Heaven-Sent Empire's powerful younger generation. Chuyu is impressed by the Wood Dawn Empire's experts, but Huo-sun tells him to stop pretending, considering the Heaven-Sent Empire's Luo Qingyun is at least a 3-star martial grandmaster. After a bit of banter and a little trolling, the discussion comes back to the 15-year-old who traded blows with a martial grandmaster. Chuyu inquires about his name and if he is present in the people below, finally revealing his name to be Li Yun Xiao. Sin-Pi informs them that he hasn't arrived yet. The martial emperor slyly undermines the boy, remarking that he might have gotten scared after seeing so many strong opponents. Of course, Chuyu and Huo-sun don't buy it. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao gets ambushed by Yue Jiulin. Pulling out his sock puppet, the former tries to threaten the latter by reminding him that he is helping the Dusk Flame Empire acquire spots for Mount Meru. Du would have made a killer career as a ventriloquist. He uses Sin-Pi as a bargaining tool, but Yue Jiulin doesn't back off. The 5-star martial emperor demands that Yun Xiao hands over his demon beast and shining frost machete, promising to let him leave unharmed afterward. With a sinister smirk, the boy drops the sock puppet and questions if he is being serious. In response, Yue Jiulin expresses hope that Yun Xiao is smart enough to cooperate, considering Bai Li Gongjin won't show up again, to help him from his clutches. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul starts to panic, pointing into the distance. He screams out at the leader of the Heaven Gathering sect, Qi Feng, showing up out of nowhere. Terrified, Yue Jiulin instantly looks back, only to realize that he has fallen for Yun Xiao's trickery. The 5-star martial emperor furiously turns back toward the reincarnated soul, refusing to let him escape with such a cheap tactic. Much to his dismay, Yun Xiao isn't running away at all, but instead charging right at him. Yue Jiulin instantly closes his eyes to activate the soul awareness seal to protect himself from any mental attacks, thinking that it is the only danger he faces. Confident that nothing will harm him anymore, the 5-star martial emperor reopens his eyes, only to find himself below the gigantic fire domain formation, Genjutsu Mother Trucker. As Yue Jiulin cluelessly wonders if he is inside an illusion, a whip of fire emerges from the formation to grab his feet. Right then, Yun Xiao's projection appears before him, surrounded by flames. Revealing that this isn't an illusion, he remarks that it doesn't matter where they are anymore. Following these threatening words, several more whips of fire erupt from the formation to stop Yue Jiulin from moving. Utterly confused, the 5-star martial emperor questions how an illusion is working. When there's such a huge gap in strength between them, Yun Xiao simply responds with a smile, forming a flaming cocoon to trap him inside. Marveling at the rare opportunity to practice offensive formations on a 5-star martial emperor, he addresses everyone in the World God Monument, summoning them to practice together with him. 3,600 people appear before Yue Jiulin, as Yun Xiao threatens his life by forcefully making him his sparring partner. Riding his Tiger King battleship, Yun Xiao celebrates his luck, which allowed him to trap Yue Jiulin inside the World God Monument when he was off guard, considering a head-on fight would have resulted in his defeat. Soon, the reincarnated soul arrives at the gathering, making Sin-Pi breathe a sigh of relief. However, as no one is allowed to drive a floating battleship inside Qianghua Island, people start complaining about Yun Xiao, blatantly breaking rules that everyone has to follow. Unimpressed by the arrogant young man's grand display, Chuyu signals her guard to move out, all the while Huo-sun wonders how Yun Xiao looks unscathed after having a showdown with the martial grandmaster. Anyway, the guard reprimands the boy for disrespectfully sitting in a floating battleship on land, as sacred as Clear Heart Lake, instead of walking like everyone else, and shouts at him to get down. Sin-Pi questions Chuyu's intentions in pulling this stunt, getting assured that it's just to keep an eye on a dangerous young man risking Clear Heart Lake's safety. Huo-sun laughs at this statement, considering this guard is a 9-star martial king. However, Chuyu insists that he is just overthinking, since someone who has faced a martial grandmaster before wouldn't fear a martial king. Chuyu snarks at Xin Pi, wanting his opinion on the matter. With a fierce gaze, the martial emperor declares that he isn't worried about Yun Shiyao, but rather about him going wild and taking the guard's life. Yet another W Glazer joins the team. As Xin Pi expected, the reincarnated soul instantly unleashes the 6 universes stargazing formation to take on the 9-star martial king's 5th-tier hammer, wanting to see which is tougher. Worried about the formation being one of Yun Shiyao's powerful tricks, the guard tries to retreat. Of course, the boy has no intention of letting him flee so easily. Obsessed with letting his Tiger King battleship have a good time together with the 9-star martial king's hammer, Yun Shiyao slams him with a 10,000-fold gravity formation. Getting crushed under the immense pressure, the guard begs the reincarnated soul to stop. The latter reminds the former that he was the one who was begging him to get down, so this is just his wish being fulfilled. With these words, Yun Shiyao slams the 6 universes stargazing formation on the guard. Unable to exert any strength with his meridians sealed, the 9-star martial king begs his master Chuyu to save him. Looking on, Xin Pi bursts out into a cold sweat, wondering why Yun Shiyao always has to cause him such trouble. Right then, the reincarnated soul rides out of the Tiger King battleship on his floating water ball and pushes the 6 universes stargazing formation even further. Once again, the guard is forced to beg to be saved. This time, Chuyu, Xin Pi, and Huo-sun jump in, combining their strengths to activate the 3 powers shield formation. With this, the impact of the Tiger King battleship's self-destruction is contained, albeit barely. Of course, it's too late for the 9-star martial king, who perishes in the attack, R.I.P. Bozo. Releasing the 3 powers shield formation, Xin Pi stands staring at the consequent nothingness, recognizing Shiyao's ruthless ways. To make things worse, the latter casually joins the former at his side and thanks him for wrapping things off. In classic Yun Shiyao fashion, he refers to Xin Pi as uncle to get him out of trouble if anything goes wrong. While the martial emperor questions the boy's methods, Chuyu starts shouting at him. He reprimands Yun Shiyao for his ruthless and reckless actions, only to get presented with immaculate arguments on why he did no such thing. Of course, Yun Shiyao doesn't forget to top it off with a signature snarky remark. Enraged by mere words, Chuyu unleashes a chi beam to end his life once and for all. Xin Pi intervenes, flicking away the attack with ease. With a threatening gaze, he compliments Chuyu for improving his arc-light finger beam and proposes that they have another friendly match. The tension between them sends waves of panic throughout the martial artists in the area, prompting Huo-sun to intervene and remind them that they are holding up the competition. Xin Pi agrees with him, infuriating Chuyu even further. He menacingly wishes Yun Shiyao good luck, hoping that he can make it out of Chiang Hua Island alive. Feeling uncomfortable with the way Chuyu said those words, the reincarnated soul questions if he ate crap as breakfast, impressing Huo-sun with his audacity. Once again defending Yun Shiyao, Xin Pi playfully yet intimidatingly makes a proclamation for anyone who is trying to cause trouble behind the scenes. All look at Uncle growing a soft spot. This alerts Huo-sun, who calms down the martial emperor and tries to start the competition ASAP. Chuyu is more affected by this declaration though, as Zhou Changfa personally came to him a few days ago. Presenting a tempting deal, the Zhou family's supreme elder sought to use the Heaven-Sent Empire to eliminate Yun Shiyao from the competition. To that end, he provided Chuyu with comprehensive details and information about the boy, which were all confirmed to be true after further investigation. The battle in the Dark Gold Arena, where Yun Shiyao bested a martial grandmaster, particularly stood out to Chuyu. There was no faking it either, considering tens of thousands of people watched him do it. With all that in mind, Chuyu hopes that the foreign disciple Luo Qingyun will deal with the reincarnated soul. Despite not knowing his true identity, the former understands that the latter's status as a 3-star martial grandmaster doesn't do justice to his combat strength. Chuyu grins, believing that it would spell doom for Yun Shiyao if Luo Qingyun were to take action. Right then, Huo-sun leaps into the air, shouting at everyone to calm down. Without any further delay, he shows them a golden crystal and reveals the details of the competition. A total of 10,000 participants will compete over 2,000 places, with a time limit of 3 days. Each slot to enter Mount Meru is represented by the crystal Huo-sun holds in his hands, and the participants are allowed to gather as many as they can find. To that end, they are allowed to use any means necessary, except malicious killing. Fortunately, rules are meant to be broken. Anyway, to ensure that this rule is enforced, experts from the Vanishing Valley, the Heaven Gathering Sect, and the Thousand Crane Pavilion will monitor everyone from within the island. Moreover, a participant is allowed to shout "I surrender" if they are in a life-threatening situation, upon which the experts will rescue them from Manhua Island. Of course, anyone who does that will forfeit the crystals they have collected up till that point. In case all the crystals aren't found within the 3 days, the undiscovered ones will be dropped from a sky formation, at which point it will be every man for himself and survival of the fittest. With all the rules completely cleared up, Huo-sun brings out some marked stones. He uses them to form a short-distance teleportation gate, capable of transporting the competitors directly to Manhua Island. Lastly, since the teleportation will be random, each person will get a different landing point, forcing them to find their allies on their own. And so, everyone starts entering the portal. As Yun Xiao and Luo Qingyun stand in front of a portal, a mysterious man walks past them, tipping his hat on the way. After he leaves, only the 2 young men remain. Luo Qingyun respectfully tells Yun Xiao to go ahead, an offer he gratefully accepts. Stepping foot into the blue vortex, the reincarnated soul finds himself in the middle of a forest on Manhua Island. He instantly uses his universal detect to investigate the situation, only to end up getting stalked by a formation set up particularly to hinder universal detect. Of course, the boy could forcefully break through it if he wanted to with the godly evolution technique. However, not wanting to cause a commotion, Yun Xiao decides against it in the end in favor of testing his luck. Elsewhere, the man with the hat from earlier counts his blessings, having stumbled onto a crystal right after entering Manhua Island. Turns out, he's a 2-star martial grandmaster named Lung Shuan, belonging to the Heavenly Tremor sect of the Wood Dawn Empire. Suddenly, clouds of smoke erupt around Lung Shuan, as 2 brothers attempt to jump in for his crystal. Nah, we gotta increase the top 10 moments before disaster list to top 20 at this point. Despite all their trash talk, the 2-star martial grandmaster gives the brothers a chance to go away for now and collect some crystals, promising to come back for them then. However, they refuse to accept his generous offer and continue disrespecting him, all the while singing their own praises. Hiding in the clouds of smoke, the senior brother decides to attack first, greedily wanting to join in on the fun and torture their prey. The junior brother quickly leaps out of the smoke as well. Much to his dismay, what awaits him isn't Lung Shuan, but rather his senior brother's empty clothes. Don't worry. These words echo through the man's ears as the 2-star martial grandmaster appears behind him with his umbrella, announcing that the man's brother is waiting for him down there. Lung Shuan mocks the two for being mere weaklings inexperienced in real combat. He then sticks his umbrella into the attacker's head, ignoring both his pleas for mercy and surrender. Telling him to improve his insight in the next life, Lung Shuan drains the man of his energy. Right then, one of the experts appears, reminding the 2-star martial grandmaster that malicious killing is prohibited. Formally introducing himself, Lung Shuan insists that he only acted in self-defense, questioning if that still counts as malicious killing. Impressed by his gusty response, the expert lets him off with a warning and disappears. Grinning at his victory, Lung Shuan opens a map using a Shuan artifact to decide his next target. He walks off, vowing to get at least half of the 2,000 crystals in the coming 3 days. Spare some for the rest, you greedy pig. Just like that, the first day quickly passes. Since most people remained cautious, there were no casualties except the 2 killed by Lung Shuan. Sitting in the royal gathering, Huo-sun observes the radar of competitors and crystals, wondering which sect's disciple has already collected 32 crystals after only 1 day. As this competitor quickly moves towards the next crystal, Huo-sun concludes that they might have a way to detect crystals. Chu-yu dismisses this notion, considering not only is there a formation in place that blocks universal detect, but the crystals themselves are made such that no one is able to detect them. Xin-pi expects it to be Yun Xiao, as he was recognized by Bai Li Gongjin as a 5th-tier refiner. Concluding that the boy might have a way to detect crystals, the martial emperor feels relieved and thinks that they will be able to acquire over 100 slots with ease. The poor guy remains unaware that Yun Xiao is running around like a headless chicken, having collected a grand total of 0 crystals so far. Realizing that he isn't going anywhere, the reincarnated soul gives up on not trying to raise suspicion and sits down, unleashing his godly evolution technique to use his enhanced universal detect. Quickly finding a target, Yun Xiao moves out and lands on a rock. Talking to it, he tells the competitor hiding in it to come out. But the boy gets ignored. He apologizes for his ruthlessness in advance and smashes the rock apart. Barely dodging the onslaught, a crying guy tries to swim away through the ground. Blood thinks he is Diglett, intercepting him with ease. Yun Xiao promises to let him go if he hands over his crystals. At first, the dude swears that he doesn't have any crystals, only to have his eyes pop out of his skull upon realizing that Yun Xiao stands before him. The reincarnated soul acts all humble, pretending like he doesn't know where his fame is coming from. Meanwhile, the guy just prays that he doesn't have to fight someone who can easily defeat a martial grandmaster and begs to be spared. The underground idiot insists that he doesn't have any crystals on him and is only hiding in the ground to cultivate, but Yun Xiao doesn't fall for his tricks at all. In the end, the slightest threat makes the dude fold and give up his crystal. Being the kind soul that he is, the reincarnated soul even lets the pathetic guy keep his life on account of him being a disciple of the Dusk Flame Empire. Afterward, Yun Xiao closely observes the crystal's peculiar yet masterfully crafted structure, concluding that it came from the deity Transformation Sea. Wanting to understand the purpose of the seal on its top, the boy dismantles the slot crystal. As soon as the glowing crystal shatters, an ominous energy starts flowing from it in all directions. A sinister feeling overcomes Yun Xiao, exactly the same as what he felt in the memory of the true soul Phoenix. Understanding that he must retain a trace of it, the reincarnated soul activates his godly evolution technique to contain the energy. Suddenly, an eerie sensation seeps down Yun Xiao's entire existence, forcing him to instantly seal the creepy energy in a jar. Somehow, the mysterious force directly penetrated his consciousness and would have made him go crazy, if not for his strong spirit power. Wondering why such a thing even exists, Yun Xiao starts walking off, only to get bombarded with a band dropping some bars. At first, the lead singer expresses their prowess in a bouncy verse and threatens the boy to hand over his crystals. However, the realization that he's trying to go up against Yun Xiao throws him off his entire rhythm. Uncle Snoot D.O.G.G would be disappointed in you, nephew. Talking normally, the rapper tells the 5 members of his group to run in different directions. Already being able to distinguish the aura of the crystals with his universal detect, Yun Xiao recognizes that only the middle-aged man has 4 crystals, while the others have nothing. So he chases him alone. This leaves the rapper utterly shocked, making him wonder if the reincarnated soul is somehow cheating. Right then, someone hiding in the woods shoots an azure beam of energy at the man. Barely managing to avoid the attack, he inquires the identity of the attacker. 3 almost identical blonde triplets emerge from the shadows, referring to the rapper as Heek Sin from the Dusk Flame Empire's Blazing Phoenix residence. Mocking him for running around like a scared dog, they question if he has any crystals on him. This got to be racially motivated. Realizing that he is caught between a rock and a hard place, Heek Sin starts shouting for Yun Xiao, promising to give him 3 out of the 4 crystals if he saves his life. The rapper smartly threatens to surrender if the city lord doesn't help him, ensuring that no one present gets any of his 4 crystals. Looking around for the person Heek Sin is calling, the triplets offer to let him leave safely if he gives them 3 of the 4 crystals. However, the rapper blatantly announces that he isn't scared of pushovers like them when Yun Xiao is on his tail. As one of the triplets charges at him, Heek Sin starts running, all the while utterly roasting him with his raps. The blonde guy soon manages to catch up, only to get blasted in the face by a kick from Yun Xiao, who has agreed to Heek Sin's terms. Unaware of the 5-star martial lord's game, the oldest of the triplets seeks revenge for his brother's demise. Trash-talking Yun Xiao, the blonde dude unleashes a wild bolt of lightning, intending to kill both him and Heek Sin. While the rapper warns him of the enemy's power, the reincarnated soul extends his palm. 5 different colors of chi appear on each of his fingers, taking the form of whips, swirling around like a flexible rainbow. Yun Xiao's energy not only deflects the blonde guy's attack, but also absorbs it. Dude just making attacks up at this point. With this, a rainbow-colored whip of lightning charges towards the eldest triplet, resulting in a massive explosion. Towering over the enemy, Yun Xiao recognizes his might as a peak 9-star martial king, despite it not being strong enough to beat him. Feeling generous today, the reincarnated soul promises to let the triplets leave with their lives if they hand over their 4 crystals. The only brother who didn't get beaten up by Yun Xiao's protests, blatantly disrespecting him. However, the eldest sibling realizes their situation and fiercely orders his younger brother to hand over all the crystals. With this, the triplets run away. Scared by this demonstration, Xin instantly bows and thanks Yun Shiyao for his help, receiving no response. As he looks up, the reincarnated soul has vanished, somehow taking the crystals off him without his knowledge. Meanwhile, at the royal gathering, Huo-sun notes that someone has already collected 200 crystals and shows no signs of stopping. On the other hand, the second most is at just 40. Chu Yu and Xin Pi closely look on, wondering if it's Luo Qingyun or Li Yun Shiyao. At nighttime, the reincarnated soul sits down to meditate. Moments later, he orders everyone lurking in the shadows to stop watching and just come out to get things over with, since there are various forces hiding all around. No one comes out thinking that Yun Shiyao isn't talking about them. So, he announces where everyone is, how many people they are clustered up as, and what they are currently doing. Soon, 20 people surround Yun Shiyao, questioning how he detected them with Universal Detect being blocked on the island. Remarking that it won't help them even if they know, the boy offers to let everyone go about their business if they hand over their crystals peacefully. However, the competitors aren't interested in his generosity and actually dare to enrage a foe who they know can easily defeat a martial grandmaster. And you just made the list. Leading the charge, the martial kings express their desire to see if Yun Shiyao still remains arrogant when they make him submit to them. Unfazed, the reincarnated soul tells them to just stop talking and attack already. Every competitor unleashes their aura as he starts floating into the air with his glowing incandescent radiance, the Great Sun Wheel. With the power of the sun and moon at his back, Yun Shiyao swiftly takes down all those who dare to stand against him. Despite being outnumbered, the reincarnated soul not only wins the battle in a dominating fashion, but also extorts all of his opponent's possessions, obtaining some good items. While he observes his loot, the other competitors kneel before him. Unable to protest, they simply thank their lord Yun Shiyao for showing mercy. Putting everything away in his storage ring, he notes that collecting all the crystals on his own is likely impossible. Since there's still a day and a half left, Yun Shiyao decides to give the martial grandmasters on the island some more time to collect the crystals, intending to snatch them away at the last moment. Meanwhile, in the royal gathering, Huo-sun announces that there's a huge problem. That is, someone has somehow managed to gather over 500 crystals. We're about to be flying around in creative mode. He suggests that this person be investigated to rule out cheating, but the other two aren't concerned about this. Shuyu hopes that this mysterious competitor is Luo Qingyun, while Xin Pi puts his faith in Li Yun Shiyao, reiterating that the crystals have been transported from the deity Transformation Sea. Chuyu declares that they are practically immune to cheating means. Huo-sun finds his words suspicious, wondering if he knows how someone has acquired more than 500 crystals. Chuyu tells him not to worry so much, considering the leaders of the three major forces are aware of the situation on the island. Happy to just spectate, he asks Xin Pi his view on the matter. Feeling that collecting the crystals depends on the youngster's luck, the martial emperor shares Chuyu's opinion on just watching. Suddenly, Huo-sun directs their attention to the radar, which shows that the two disciples with 97 and 45 crystals respectively are about to encounter each other. Meanwhile, Yun Shiyao walks through the island, having collected 45 crystals. With rain pouring down on him, he notes that defeating the martial grandmasters will guarantee his success. Right then, he notices the person with 97 crystals hiding behind the bushes nearby. As Yun Shiyao is about to make a move, a chilling feeling overcomes him, and he quickly steps aside to avoid its cause. However, upon looking back, the reincarnated soul spots nothing. Suddenly, something pierces his hand. Still not seeing what it was, Yun Shiyao starts jumping around. Moments later, he sees some leaves rustling on the ground, getting ripped apart. Du really has beef with Mother Nature. Realizing that the piercing force is the rain itself, Yun Shiyao quickly activates his unyielding tyrant physique. Seeing this, Lung Shuan steps out from the shadows, complimenting the boy for instantly noticing the hidden attack. After all, anyone else would have died without ever realizing what hit them. Fortunately, Yun Shiyao isn't just anyone. He also quickly analyzes the dark clouds in the sky, recognizing that they aren't real rain clouds. Rather, they are a water element rain formation. Lo and behold, the boy is right. With this, Lung Shuan is fully convinced that Yun Shiyao's reputation isn't built upon any lies at all. Ignoring his glazing, the reincarnated soul notes that the rain formation is one of the 7 strongest elemental formations having been passed down from ancient times. In fact, he even had a friend years ago who wanted to collect their methods and combine them into one. However, many of the diagrams were either incomplete or damaged. Since Lung Xuan and his allies don't have the necessary cultivation to set up such formations on themselves, it could only mean that they have the rain formation diagram on him. So, Yun Shiyao vows to make Lung Xuan hand it over along with his crystals. The two-star martial grandmaster can't believe the boy's arrogance, questioning if the old friend he is talking about is the royal throne martial sovereign Tang Guan. Lung Xuan is being rhetorical, not knowing that it's exactly who the reincarnated soul was talking about. Yun Shiyao then reminds his opponent that no one can reach them within the rain formation, meaning no one will be there to save him in their upcoming life and death battle. Fortunately, he's feeling generous. The boy agrees to spare Lung Xuan's life if he hands over the crystals and the rain formation diagrams upon his loss. Nah, since when did my goat become so soft? Watched. Once again, Yun Shiyao's arrogance surprises the two-star martial grandmaster. After all, they will be battling within a formation that greatly enhances the power of those who practice water-type techniques, putting the reincarnated soul at a great disadvantage. Of course, Yun Shiyao still doesn't lose even an ounce of his confidence, and so, the battle officially commences. Made invisible by the rain formation, Lung Xuan's martial king-level allies jump the reincarnated soul. Using his sense of hearing, he ducks under the first kick. In an instant, a second martial king appears, striking Yun Shiyao from above. Although he manages to dodge, the boy is surprised that someone managed to get so close before his notice. Suddenly, another attacker charges toward him. Going on the defensive, Yun Shiyao closes his eyes. With his other senses enhanced, he slams the two enemies into one another. However, defeating them means nothing, as the rain formation continuously rejuvenates them. Dashing around the water cycles flying toward him, Yun Shiyao realizes that he needs to find the rain formation's core as soon as possible. After completely styling on another martial king, the reincarnated soul finds the core. Realizing that his rain formation is about to go down, Lung Xuan panics. Forced to partake in the battle, he slams Yun Shiyao away with his umbrella. The two-star martial grandmaster is impressed yet again, recognizing that he underestimated him. Lung Xuan's ally, who is maintaining the rain formation's core, worriedly questions if he exposed a weakness. Not being a complete hold to his allies, Lung Xuan tells him that it's not his fault. The two-star martial grandmaster then shares a secret with Yun Shiyao, revealing that he hates getting his clothes wet, despite his water-type techniques. That explains the yee-ass umbrella. Turns out, Yun Shiyao is the only one who has been able to make Lung Xuan look so miserable in his own rain formation by forcing him to participate. Wondering if the praise is supposed to make him happy, the reincarnated soul returns the favor and compliments Lung Xuan's formation. After all, he would have been in trouble had it not been for his body techniques, which remain as strong as ever. The two-star martial grandmaster is glad that Yun Shiyao wasn't a disappointment, getting called out for thinking that his victory is assured. Hearing this, Lung Xuan becomes excited, declaring that it would have been boring if their game ended so easily. Finally, Yun Shiyao fills his opponent in on a very crucial detail and reveals that he is skilled in water-based techniques as well. The boy summons a gigantic water dragon, leaving Lung Xuan in disbelief. However, Yun Shiyao thinks that it isn't a big deal, considering all techniques are one, being just different transformations of the 5 elements. With the battlefield leveled, the reincarnated soul tries out the water dragon's roar technique. Thrilled to see just how strong Yun Shiyao's move is, Lung Xuan responds by enveloping his umbrella in a swirling golden glow, making it look like a drill. The two-star martial grandmaster charges toward the water dragon, blowing past it with ease. Just as he declares that his water techniques are nothing special, Yun Shiyao unleashes his water elemental transformation, Crowd Claws. Lung Xuan instantly responds with his own move, Water Elemental Transformation, Giant Clamshell, expanding it to overcome Yun Shiyao's Crab Claws. Without wasting so much as a breath, the latter returns fire with Water Elemental Transformation, Sandpiper Thrust, prompting the former to unleash his Raging Serpent, winning the exchange. Landing back on his beast, Lung Xuan admits that Yun Shiyao's mastery of watery techniques is impressive. At the same time, he declares that a 3-star martial lord has no chance of winning. After all, he is up against Lung Xuan and his Raging Serpent, both possessing combat power equivalent to martial grandmasters. Even if Yun Xiao somehow wins against them, 4 martial kings are lurking around in the rain formation to ensure they can't get its diagram. Almost as if he were assured of his victory, Yun Xiao praises Lung Xuan for having a strong warrior's demeanor, expressing hope that he will go further on the path of martial arts after their battle. Baffled by the arrogance, the 2-star martial grandmaster questions if the boy thinks himself to be a guru of martial arts, and vows to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Who's gonna tell bro that he is literally the guru of all gurus? Doubting that Yun Xiao will be able to handle the attacks of 2 martial grandmaster level foes, Lung Xuan rides at him, striking with his umbrella. As the reincarnated soul steps out of the way, the raging serpent's tail attacks him from behind. Yun Xiao is sent flying, but Lung Xuan isn't done yet. Unleashing the raging serpent chaotic dance, the latter throws the former around like a rag doll. Lung Xuan then focuses all his energy on his umbrella and tells Lord Yun Xiao to watch closely, declaring that their little game will be over after one more strike. Actually feeling threatened by the attack, the reincarnated soul concludes that he shouldn't drag things out any longer, and finally makes his move. Right then, Lung Xuan's full power strike seemingly lands, causing a huge explosion. However, it actually ends up running into the World God Monument. Yun Xiao admits that the 2-star martial grandmaster is superior to him, as long as they're in the rain formation. In the same vein, he declares that Lung Xuan isn't invincible. With these words, Yun Xiao activates the Heaven's Flame Battle Formation, turning the rain formation into a sea of fire. Lung Xuan tries to retreat, but the flames catch up to him with ease. Worried about their senior brother, the 3 martial kings not maintaining the formation's core run to his aid. The 2-star martial grandmaster shouts at his idiotic allies, instructing them to gather their true chi to resist the flames. Moments later, Lung Xuan joins them, as they use all their power to maintain the water curtain call. That album do be fire though. However, the protective barrier quickly falls to the Heaven's Flame Battle Formation. A few moments back, outside the rain formation, 3 experts discuss the intense battle between Yun Xiao and Lung Xuan. The trio wonders how the reincarnated soul hasn't died yet, considering even they would be in great danger in his situation. Having observed Lung Xuan for a while, the 3 experts think that only Luo Qinyun, who has already collected over 600 crystals, stands a chance against Lung Xuan. Suddenly, a sea of flames right before their very eyes. Not only does it block their universal detect just like the rain formation, but its visibility is even worse. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao towers over Lung Xuan and his allies, all of whom are greatly wounded. Holding the Heaven's Flame Battle flag in his hands, he questions if the 2-star martial grandmaster still has strength for one more battle. Why? Mutters Lung Xuan, though not in response to Yun Xiao's query. He is wondering why the flames are retracting, considering they would have consumed him in a few more moments. Side note, bro has glorious hair. Lifting Lung Xuan's damaged hat from the ground, Yun Xiao notes that he must be dissatisfied with the loss. Promising to wait for him inside Mount Meru, the reincarnated soul throws the 2-star martial grandmaster's hat back to him. Touched by the gesture, Lung Xuan gracefully surrenders the rain formation diagram and all of his crystals to Yun Xiao. Having gained respect for him, the reincarnated soul leaves his foe with 5 crystals, 1 each for him and his allies, hoping that Lung Xuan's martial arts will have progressed further. When they meet again in Mount Meru, Yun Xiao heads off. As the sea of flames dissipates, the 3 experts are confused to see both competitors still alive. Upon checking their radar to understand who won the battle, the trio is shocked to find out that over 100 crystals are leaving with Yun Xiao, while only 5 are left behind with Lung Xuan. While they try to wrap their head around what actually happened, something else on the radar puts them on alert. Lo and behold, Luo Qingyun is on the move, rapidly making his way toward Yun Xiao. You guys aren't ready for this? Gotta wait till next time to see it though. Battling the 3 4th-tier refiners, Yun Xiao gets ahead quickly. They desperately resort to using a pill to beat him, only for the boy to replenish himself with the reborn Kungo Divine Tree. Winning the bet, Yun Xiao takes his riches to the World God Monument, unlocking its new capabilities. Taking the Crown Prince's uncle prisoner along the way, he arrives at Qiyang Hua Island to compete for Mount Meru's slots, defeating the 3rd strongest competitor with ease. Now, the toughest battle of his new life is about to begin. Yun Xiao starts meditating to quickly regain his breath, understanding that the incoming competitor is the strongest on the island. Right then, A jade ray of doom shoots at him from the sky. Although the reincarnated soul doesn't manage to dodge the onslaught, he is able to use the ancient divine scripture to tunnel out of it just in time. From a distance, Luo Qingyun's chant rings out mystical cosmos, primordial chaos, cosmic restoration art. Suddenly, the gigantic beam starts moving toward the retreating boy, leaving behind a trail of terror. Standing his ground, Yun Xiao quickly unsheathes the shining frost machete, unleashing his star-extinguishing sword art. With a single swing, the boy tears through Luo Qingyun's cosmic restoration art. As the intact parts of the beam cross Yun Xiao, they rip through a hill like butter. Of course, the reincarnated soul makes sure to keep standing like a badass and sheathes his blade. The enormous explosions are visible even to a faraway Lone Chuan, who is surprised to see that the two strongest fighters on the island cross paths with each other so quickly. Meanwhile, over on the destroyed landscape, Li Yun Xiao and Luo Qingyun stand off. Looking on intently from nearby, the three geezers who are Qiang Hua Island's highest authority talk about the competitors. Tu Lei, an elder of the Heaven-Sent Empire's Thousand Crane Pavilion, spots Lung Qing Bo's shining frost machete on the reincarnated soul, as this means that he is the one who destroyed the Qingyang family and killed Zhou Yushan. The old man compliments his martial brother, Fang Di, for his impressive patience in hiding such an extraordinary talent for so long. Being an elder of the Dusk Flame Empire's Heaven-Gathering sect, Fang Di insists that the Heaven-Sent Empire is the one hiding the extraordinary talent, thinking that the mysterious Li Yun Xiao stands no chance against Luo Qingyun. Blood is clueless. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong doesn't bother chiming in. Being from the Wood Dawn Empire's Vanishing Valley, he just feels bad that someone robbed their strongest disciple Long Chuan of his crystals. Who's gonna tell him? Since whoever wins or loses the 1,000 crystals between Yun Xiao and Luo Qingyun has nothing to do with him now. The old git smartly decides to just enjoy the show. At the same time, a cold breeze blows as Luo Qingyun admits his astonishment at Yun Xiao's strength. The latter is annoyed at the former for almost killing him, though, wondering if he enjoys ambushing people. Completely ignoring getting called out like this, Luo Qingyun starts praising the reincarnated soul's offensive and defensive capabilities. After all, even the mighty rain formation only managed to give him minor superficial injuries. Irritated, Yun Xiao sarcastically insists that it's quite fun in the formation and tells Luo Qingyun to try entering it, if he gets the chance. Luo Qingyun laughs at his words, claiming that the rain formation can't trap him. In the same vein, he acts all humble, remarking that it would be more troubling for him to get out of the rain formation than it was for Yun Xiao. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul questions how Luo Qingyun managed to collect so many crystals without his universal detect. The 3-star martial grandmaster reveals that he has a gold-swallowing rodent with him, which can sense the presence of the 1,000 steel stone embedded in all the crystals. Yun Xiao shakes his head at the revelation, almost feeling disappointed that he didn't think of that himself. Dude's plot armor glitched out. Luo Qingyun continues, declaring that the reincarnated soul should catch his breath since he managed to survive the ambush. As Yun Xiao's vitals aren't stable at the moment, the Heaven-Sent Empire's disciple doesn't want his eventual victory to be questioned because of them, so he wants to wait until Yun Xiao is fully recovered to fight him. Although the reincarnated soul appreciates Luo Qingyun's kindness, he declares that there's no need for them to wait. Yun Xiao's chi starts to boil over as he proclaims that his condition is the best it's ever been. At first, Luo Qingyun is a bit taken aback. Soon, though, he composes himself, announcing that there's no need to waste any more words. The two warriors unleash their energies, making the earth shake and causing the winds to rise. In the blink of an eye, Luo Qingyun clashes with Yun Xiao, who has already activated his unyielding tyrant physique. Despite the body technique, the reincarnated soul feels the pressure of his opponent's overbearing power surging through his entire being. At the same time, Luo Qingyun is impressed by Yun Xiao's exquisite awareness, who accurately counterattacked before he even launched his attack. Glazing an opponent mid-battle is crazy. Unable to contain his smile, the 3-star martial grandmaster throws a wild punch toward the boy. However, before it connects, Yun Xiao counters with a kick to his face. Luo Qingyun is no pushover, though, as he returns the favor with a kick of his own, sending the reincarnated soul flying. Much to the former's dismay, the latter unleashes his moonwalk, horse's re-entry, to instantly reclose the distance between them. Yun Xiao follows this up with his astral leap, Starlight Footfall, landing a drilling dropkick on his opponent. With this, the battle returns to where it started. Letting out a small chuckle, Luo Qingyun once again goes on the offensive. The bracelet on his arm begins to glow with a purple hue, turning into a chain of circles. Heavenly Spirit Ring. Harmonious Misty Dance Technique. Calls out the 3-star martial grandmaster as he spins the rings into a circular hypnotic motion. Yun Xiao is frozen in place, making Fan Di realize that he has been struck with a mental attack. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyun jumps around the reincarnated soul on his rings, revealing that even someone on the same level as him wouldn't be able to resist a mental attack like this, much less a martial lord like Yun Xiao. As the boy's body starts to droop, Luo Qingyun stops fooling around and lands before him. Having expected more from someone with his strength, the 3-star martial grandmaster lets out a disappointed sigh, declaring what a pity it is. Suddenly, Yun Xiao lets out a devious grin. Questioning what Luo Qingyun is pinning him for, the reincarnated soul unleashes his Moon Eye technique. Falling through the abyss, the Heaven-Sent Empire's disciple is left in disbelief, wondering how it is possible for his own mental technique to get reversed on him. Luo Qingyun tries to wrap his head around the strength of the spirit technique that would be needed to perform such a feat, only to have his train of thoughts interrupted by a massive projection in the celestial plane. Right then, the enormous projection calls out, Grand Mirage Annihilation Fist. Frozen in place, Luo Qingyun stutters over his words, muttering the technique's name to himself. Soon, the realization hits him that he is about to get struck by the Tarrant Martial Sovereign Ao Chong Kong's Grand Mirage Annihilation Fist. Just like that, a single punch shatters the 4 poles of his sea of consciousness. As the gigantic fist makes its way toward him, Luo Qingyun is left questioning Yun Xiao's true identity, wondering if he has met Ao Chong Kong and seen his techniques, or if he is simply imitating him. Either way, the 3-star martial grandmaster understands that he won't be able to take the hit directly, meaning the only way for him to ensure his survival is to force his way out of the mind space. We got Mr. Sherlock Holmes out here. Although Luo Qingyun accepts Yun Xiao's superiority in a battle of mental attacks, he refuses to give in without demonstrating his own bag of tricks. Just like that, the Heaven-Sent Empire's disciple showcases his true dragon transformation, looking to use it to puncture through Yun Xiao's mental space. Following this, he unleashes his soaring dragon body, unyielding King's Grasp, to charge straight into the barrier of the celestial plane and begins clawing through it. Unfortunately for him, the Grand Mirage Annihilation Fist is just a bit faster. Luo Qingyun does manage to break out of the mental space, though only after getting struck by the massive punch. Back in the real world, the 3-star martial grandmaster goes flying back from Yun Xiao, leaving the onlooking elders in shock. They collectively wonder how it is possible for Luo Qingyun of all people to get repelled after using a mental attack, especially when it has been boosted by his brass rings. The trio is baffled, unable to understand what Li Yun Xiao could have possibly done to repel such a powerful mental attack. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul is huffing and puffing, surprised that Luo Qingyun actually knows the hidden techniques of ancient true dragons. Since Yun Xiao possesses the mental strength of a 5th-tier refiner and the godly evolution technique, not even a 6th-tier refiner could have broken out of his mental prison. It's clearly the power of God and an I am at work. Of course, the 3-star martial grandmaster managed to do so by turning into a true dragon. This annoys the boy, as Ao Chong Kong's Grand Mirage Annihilation Fist would have finished off Luo Qingyun completely if the mental prison lasted only a second longer. Instead, it just damaged him, albeit quite a bit. Yun Xiao starts jumping around the battlefield, trying to locate Luo Qingyun in order to finish him off. However, the 3-star martial grandmaster is nowhere to be found. Just like when he got sneak attacked earlier, Yun Xiao can't detect Luo Qingyun at all, and concludes that he has a way to conceal himself in space. Fortunately, the reincarnated soul has an answer for everything. Letting out a loud sigh of disappointment, he sits down on the ground and starts insulting the 3-star martial grandmaster for running away like a chicken. Loudly declaring himself as the strongest, Yun Xiao intentionally shows little regret about not obtaining Luo Qingyun's 600 crystals, deciding that the ones he has are enough. This strategy works flawlessly, as the 3-star martial grandmaster gets curious. Wondering if Yun Xiao is really giving up, he peeks out of his space to test the waters, only to get trapped by a glowing nest. Lo and behold, the reincarnated soul had set up a trap to capture the rat, when it inevitably showed itself. Blood really fell for the oldest trick in the book, shame. Unsheathing his shining frost mashihi, Yoon Xiao unleashes his sword technique, Light Rush, hurling a swirling vortex of golden chi at his opponent. Instead of trying to dodge meaninglessly, Lu Qingyun uses his brass rings to take the attack head-on, dissipating it in all directions. Finally realizing how the three-star martial Grand Master has been manipulating space to conceal himself, Yoon Xiao compliments the Suan weapon, remarking that it might have more value than even his shining frost mashi. Under the blowing winds, the two warriors face off once again. The reincarnated soul is as good as new, while Lu Qingyun costs a huge amount of blood. Wiping his face, the latter questions the former's identity, considering he can mimic Ao Chong Kong's Grand Mirage Annihilation Fist, along with knowing how to use Gu Fei Yang's sword techniques, instantly turning the tables on Lu Qingyun. Yoon Xiao starts inquiring about his family background. After all, he is not only able to use true dragon hidden techniques, but also recognizes the techniques of both Ao Chong Kong and Gu Fei Yang. Annoyed that a young teen is asking him whose family he is from, Lu Qingyun grits his teeth and announces that there's no need for him to know such a thing. "You're not the protagonist, lil bro." Insisting that Yoon Xiao is delusional if he thinks his victory is assured, even if he has the advantage at the moment, the three-star martial Grandmaster leaps back onto a rock. After telling the reincarnated soul that a single cheap blow isn't enough to beat him, Lu Qingyun swallows a mysterious pill. Suddenly, his entire being erupts with a monstrous energy, transforming his body into a beast of sorts. The intense pressure coming from the three-star martial Grandmaster makes Yoon Xiao burst into a cold sweat, while the three onlooking elders are left questioning what's going on. Feeling a weird vibe from Lu Qingyun's chi, they wonder if he consumed a demonification pill earlier. However, seeing him look like the dragons of legends, the three elders get lost in their thoughts. After all, the dragon race is supposed to be nothing more than a whimsical legend about the 10th ultimate realm. Of course, the reincarnated soul understands that Lu Qingyun is actually emitting a dragon's aura. Yoon Xiao had a sneaking suspicion when he showcased his incredibly powerful hidden techniques that could break out of his mental prison, but this confirmed it. Lu Qingyun has dragon blood in him. According to legends, ancient true dragons are born naturally from the heavens and earth. Although they are the strongest among all spirits, dragons lack the ability to reproduce themselves and can only continue their lineage by mingling with other powerful races. Unfortunately, this method greatly weakened the bloodline of dragons and caused it to disperse. It's gotten to the point that dragons are on the verge of becoming nothing more than a children's tale. Womp womp. However, Tian Wu's records show that a powerful warrior of the dragon's bloodline appears from time to time. Whether this person is a demon, a human, or belongs to any other race, one fact has remained common: every single warrior with the dragon's blood in their veins has become one of the most powerful individuals of their time. Continuing this tradition in the present day, Lu Qingyun screams out, transforming into a dragon-human hybrid, while sparks fly, as he vows to make sure that Li Yoon Xiao doesn't regret making him use this form on him. Before the reincarnated soul can fully react, the three-star martial Grandmaster appears in front of him. With a massive amount of chi gathered on his right claw, Lu Qingyun strikes Yoon Xiao right in the chest, sending him flying into the distance. Rolling around on the floor, the boy quickly catches his footing. Although he managed to activate his unyielding tyrant physique just in time, Lu Qingyun's punch almost destroyed his body anyway, speaking volumes to the might of the dragon's bloodline. As the dust settles, the three-star martial Grandmaster also comes to understand the true reason for Yoon Xiao's strength. No longer does he wonder how the reincarnated soul defeated a martial Grandmaster with a single strike, or how he bested Long Chuan unharmed. Everything finally clicks for Lu Qingyun, as he proclaims Yoon Xiao to be his ultimate opponent. Among the geniuses of the new generation throughout all of Tian Wu, is there no limit to the glaze? Wiping his mouth, the reincarnated soul wonders if he is supposed to be flattered by the praise. Well, it depends on what these next words mean to him. Vowing to end Yoon Xiao right then and there, Lu Qingyun unleashes his overwhelming killing intent and shouts out, "Dragon Emperor's Power Pulse, release." Lu Qingyun's chi takes the form of an ancient dragon as he prepares to shatter anything and everything that stands in his way. A single burst of energy causes the entire landscape to change, making Tu Lei realize that he is witnessing the strength of a martial emperor, arguing that the battle is no longer fair because of the pills consumed by Lu Qingyun. Fang Di suggests that they intervene and capture him. Tu Lei calls out the cunning old git, reminding him that taking pills isn't against the rules. Of course, Fang Di is forced to shut up instantly. No longer worried about losing the crystals, he starts thinking of ways to prevent Li Yun Xiao from dying in the battle. After all, such a genius dying so meaninglessly is a loss that the Dusk Flame Empire can't afford to bear. Back over on the battlefield, Yun Xiao jumps around on the pieces of debris. He gives Luo Qingyun his props, understanding that this fight is the most difficult one. Since his reincarnation, normally the boy could have used the Heaven's Flame formation to block the Enforcer's Universal Detect and call out Duan Yue to kill Luo Qingyun. However, since they are watching the battle so closely, Yun Xiao doesn't want to risk getting disqualified and decides against it. Come on, man. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Right then, moving like a dragon, his martial emperor level Fu charges toward him. Brimming with killing intent, Luo Qingyun unleashes a wild burst of qi at point-blank range only for it to get blocked by the World God Monument. Not understanding what blocked his attack at first, he jumps back. Upon taking a better look though, Luo Qingyun recognizes the markings on the treasure as ancient golden writings. Enraged, the little punk like Yun Xiao somehow possesses ancient artifacts and knows divine scriptures. The Heaven-Sent Empire's disciple vows to rip him apart and find out all these secrets by force. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul is impressed by his extraordinary opponent, considering he not only has the dragon's bloodline, but also recognizes the Rain Formation, the Grand Mirage Annihilation Fist, and Gu Feiyang's sword techniques. To top things off, even the ancient artifacts and divine scriptures aren't unknown to him. Of course, none of this is going to stop Yun Xiao from demonstrating that Luo Qingyun isn't invincible. Vowing to suppress the martial emperor and extract the dragon's blood, the reincarnated soul hurls the flaming world god monument at him. The heaven's flame formation unseals, engulfing the landscape in a huge hurricane of fire. Bro said really F martial arts and became a firebender. Taken aback by this phenomenon, Huang Xiaolong calls on his fellow elders to quickly activate the barrier. Meanwhile, Fang Di, who has been on guard against Luo Qingyun, is in shock at Li Yun Xiao being the first one to launch the wide AoE attack. Regardless, he snaps out of it and jumps back. Huang Xiaolong, Tu Lei, and Fang Di work together to activate the Four Quadrants shield, stopping the Sea of Fire from going wild on the entire island. Having experienced the Heaven's Flame formation firsthand earlier, Lung Chuan notices that it's even stronger than before and wonders just what kind of a dog Yun Xiao got in him. The intense clash between the reincarnated soul and Luo Qingyun pops up on the Royal Gathering's radar too, leaving them in disbelief. Although Xin has no doubt that one of the two energy signatures is Yun Xiao, he can't believe that someone on the island is able to compete with him. At the same time, Chuyu grits his teeth in rage as even he isn't fully able to comprehend Luo Qingyun's strength, since it should have been enough for him to sweep through Qiyang Hua Island with ease. Chuyu wonders just what sort of opponent is holding up the disciple. Over on the battlefield, Yun Xiao realizes that someone has trapped him and his foe inside a barrier, ensuring that they truly fight to the death. Suddenly, Luo Qingyun swings his beastly arm, blowing away the flames engulfing him with ease. Acknowledging that the Sea of Fire is far more intense than ordinary flames, the martial emperor that they won't change the outcome of the battle whatsoever. Yun Xiao wonders if he is sure about that, doubtful that Luo Qingyun will still say the same thing after getting turned into a roasted dragon. The reincarnated soul then points toward the Heaven's Flame formation, turning it into a web of fire. Heaven's Flame killing ground. Manifestation of Fire calls out Yun Xiao as countless horrific-looking spiders emerge from the web and start dangling all around. Yeah, big no. I surrender right here. At first, Luo Qingyun isn't impressed, thinking that it's just an ordinary elemental transformation. However, he soon realizes just how special it truly is. Suddenly, one of the spiders attacks him. Luo Qingyun manages to avoid the complete strike just in time, only getting grazed a little on the face. Despite this, the spider's strong fighting spirit leaves a residual flame at the point of contact, making him realize that he isn't up against a simple elemental transformation after all. Quite the contrary in fact, as the Sea of Fire is none other than the legendary 9th tier Heaven's Flame formation, fending off the countless spiders crawling all over him. Luo Qingyun tries to wrap his head around how a mere martial lord can deploy such a high-level formation. Nothing comes to his mind except a massive slash coming his way interrupts Luo Qingyun's train of thought, forcing him to jump into the air. In an instant, a second spider attacks the martial emperor, sending him crashing into the nearby wall. Right then, something clicks for Luo Qingyun, and he starts laughing maniacally. Yun Xiao questions what's so funny, only to find out that his secret is out. Getting struck by the last attack turns out to be a blessing in disguise for Luo Qingyun, as he finally manages to understand how the reincarnated soul can unleash a ninth-tier formation while being a mere martial lord. Ripping apart the spider that's pinning him in place, the martial emperor announces that the Heaven's Flame formation is incomplete, containing only ancient battle intent. It lacks any killing moves and was only meant to intimidate Luo Qingyun, a trick that he almost fell for. With his cat finally out of the bag, Yun Xiao bursts into a cold sweat, getting impressed by Luo Qingyun's capabilities and knowledge at the same time. Not only is the Heaven's Flame formation greatly damaged, but its main body still being in the World God Monument greatly limits its maximum power. So Yun Xiao only has two choices if he wants to win the battle: either risk getting disqualified and call out Duan Yue, or try to pull Luo Qingyun into the Suan artifact. In the end, he opts for neither. After all, even if his opponent has the bloodline of a true dragon, Yun Xiao is still Go Fei Yang reincarnated. Fueled by this resolve, with the shining frost mashie in his hands, the World God Monument at his side, and the giant spider at his back, the boy leaps at Luo Qingyun. Clawing his way through every strike coming his way, the martial emperor compliments Yun Xiao for being able to control the formation and the ancient Suan artifact, while engaging in direct combat. At the same time, the former declares that the latter's cultivation as a mere martial lord will leave him drained in no time. When that happens, Luo Qingyun wants to skin Yun Xiao alive. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't one to lose in a battle of words. As his shining frost mashie clashes with the martial emperor's claws, Yun Xiao reminds him that he is the one who duped himself and will soon run out of dragon chai. So when that time comes, the boy promises to drain Luo Qingyun's blood. They're really having a freak off right now. Acknowledging the boy's sharp foresight, the Heaven-Sent Empire disciple admits that a prolonged battle will suit neither of them and suggests that they end things with one final clash. With this, the two warriors separate themselves, as Luo Qingyun promises to hand over all his crystals if Yun Xiao is able to withstand his next move. Suddenly, he digs his claws into his own chest, causing wild sparks to fly out of it. Following this, his entire body starts thumping loudly. Realizing what's going on, the reincarnated soul bursts into a cold sweat. Luo Qingyun begins transforming as he unleashes his innate divine ability. Dragon-like horns appear on the martial emperor's head, leaving Yun Xiao in utter disbelief. Turns out, by relying on the dragon chi in the pill he consumed earlier, Luo Qingyun can just about perform the innate divine ability, passed down from the ancient true dragon bloodline. The reincarnated soul still can't believe his eyes, as beings born with these extraordinary abilities could split entire seas in ancient times. Naturally awakened, only when a descendant's strength or blood concentration reaches a certain level, an innate divine ability is at peak into the legendary 10 ultimate realm. Looking like the furthest thing from a human being, Luo Qingyun suddenly roars out. Declaring the innate divine ability to be his greatest trump card, he promises to accept defeat if Yun Xiao is somehow able to withstand the next attack. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul ponders over his next course of action, wondering whether he should block the attack or deploy the World God Monument to hide from it. While his reluctance to risk exposing the World God Monument's secret serves a part in his eventual choice, there's a more important factor at play. That is, there is no martial technique in this world that Gu Fei Yang dare not face. Talk the talk, my king. Surrounded by flames, Yun Xiao lets out a confident smirk and unsheathes his shining frost machete, deciding to take Luo Qingyun's innate divine ability head-on. The Heaven-Sent Empire's disciple is pleased with his choice and lets his ancient chi run wild, resulting in an ethereal dragon head forming around him. On the other hand, Yun Xiao turns his blade upright and closes his eyes. A wave of golden energy envelops him, which Luo Qingyun recognizes as starlight. As it only gathers when a martial artist uses quote-unquote that move, he wonders if it's even possible. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao gives his bloodthirsty, shining frost mashie a pep talk and focuses the starlight on it. Inside the Heaven's Flame Formation, another purple formation appears behind the reincarnated soul, making Luo Qingyun realize that what he previously thought impossible is coming to pass. As the two warriors continue to prepare for one final clash, their energies end up colliding. Moments later, both Yun Xiao with his clockwork-like formation and Luo Qingyun with his ethereal dragon find themselves in an otherworldly celestial plane. Braz really shattered the dimension like Gogeta and Broly. Witnessing the clash from outside, the three elders realize that a domain has formed inside the barrier, a feat only a martial supreme should be able to accomplish. It's a truly absurd sight, as even two martial emperors can form a domain. Of course, this particular domain formed not because of the warriors reaching the 8th Desolation Realm, but rather because the martial arts they unleashed far exceeded their cultivation levels and ended up forming a domain of their own. Back over in the battle, the clash between Li Yun Xiao and Luo Qingyun intensifies, separating the celestial plane into yin and yang. Seeing the former's clockwork-like formation expanding with the star light, the latter recognizes that it's the only move that can go up against his draconic might. Right then, Yun Xiao tells Luo Qingyun to watch closely, vowing to use everything in his bag in the next strike. Entering creative mode, the reincarnated soul starts spamming his abilities. Unyielding Tyrant Physique, Phoenix True Fire, Constellation Impaling Sword, Godly Evolution Technique, and Godly Evolution Divine Scripture. Unleashing everything, Yun Xiao demonstrates his true full power. With this, the Ancient Dragon and the super buff Ancient True Soul Phoenix charge at each other. Answering back with his strongest attack, Luo Qingyun unleashes his innate divine ability, Dragon's Nexus, Four Poles Sovereignty. Right as the two ethereal ancient beasts roar out, Yun Xiao declares that an ancient true dragon is nothing to him. Vowing to cut through the four poles and sever Luo Qingyun's dragon form, the reincarnated soul makes use of the ancient true soul Phoenix of projection, and prepares to strike with his ultimate sword technique, the culmination of his past and present lives. Stellar Sunder, Sword of Infinite Cosmos, shouts out Li Yun Xiao, charging blade first with his Phoenix Blaze, Constellation Impaling Sword. Finally, the reincarnated soul clashes with the ancient dragon's descendant, resulting in an impact so massive that it turns the next few panels black and white. The three elders and Long Chuan look on at the scene in disbelief as the earth-shattering explosion blows away the four quadrants shield and destroys the center of Qiyang Hua Island. Moments later in the royal gathering, Huo Sun, Chu Yu, and Xin Pi are taken aback by an unusual phenomenon. The Clear Heart Lake, which has always been calm and stable, suddenly starts churning out huge waves. Xin Pi recognizes that all of them carry an immensely powerful elemental energy fluctuation, suggesting that they are artificial. Astute observation, old man. Huo Sun gets worried, wondering if someone is disrupting Clear Heart Lake to target Qiyang Hua Island. Right then, Chu Yu turns his attention to the disturbing fact that the waves are coming from Qiyang Hua Island. Huo Sun doesn't believe this, as it would take an extraordinary amount of power to create artificial waves that reach them thousands of miles away from Qiyang Hua Island. However, Xin Pi agrees with Chu Yu's observation, but Huo Sun still doesn't believe it. After all, not even martial emperors can create such a powerful impact. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of the battle, Qiyang Hua Island becomes a literal donut. The three elders, in awe of the earth-shattering sight, wonder what happened to Li Yun Xiao and Luo Qingyun. Not wanting to lose such talented individuals, they rush to save them. Suddenly, a giant vortex erupts from Clear Heart Lake. Luo Qingyun's brass ring appears at its opening, having given him a passage of escape from the earlier clash. Seeing the battered and bruised martial emperor emerge from the spatial tear, Tu Lei starts laughing and celebrates his victory, leaving Fang Di in tatters. Right then, having no energy left, Luo Qingyun falls toward the spiraling Clear Heart Lake. In a panic, Tu Lei rushes to rescue Luo Qingyun. However, Fang Di stops him, reminding him that he is the one who said that they can't intervene in whatever happens on Qiyang Hua Island. Of course, he doesn't need to do anything, as Luo Qingyun's heavenly spirit ring protects him from falling into Clear Heart Lake. His resilience, endurance, and ability to control the Suan artifact in such a way, while being on the verge of death, impresses the three elders greatly. Once again, Tu Lei starts gloating with his heavenly spirit ring. Luo Qingyun concealed himself inside the void and hence lived. Li Yun Xiao, on the other hand, has definitely been obliterated from existence, or so Tule thinks. His maniacal laughter leaves Fan Di speechless, as he has been searching for Yun Xiao's presence throughout Qiang Hua Island with his universal detect, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyun breathes an exhausted sigh of relief, understanding that he would have met the same fate as his opponent had it not been for his heavenly spirit ring. Right as he tries to move, though, a crimson reflection appears in the clear heart lake below. Realizing that it's coming from the direction of the sunlight, Luo Qingyun looks up. It is then that it hits him what is going on, causing shivers down his spine. Ah yes, top 10 moments before disaster's 11th entry. Suddenly, the clear heart lake erupts. The martial emperor goes on the defensive, wondering how his opponent is still alive. However, the incoming onslaught can't be blocked, as it's none other than Ao Chong Kong's Grand Mirage Annihilation Fist again. Unable to cope with the fact that he fell for Yun Xiao's mental prison twice, Luo Qingyun simply stares at the massive fist flying toward him. At that moment, the martial emperor, who had never tasted defeat in his entire life, feels the fear of death. Utterly distraught, Luo Qingyun is forced to abandon his pride as a martial artist. Barely hanging by his heavenly spirit ring, he lowers his head in shame and begs Li Yun Xiao to stop, officially surrendering to him. With this, the mental prison shatters before the Grand Mirage Annihilation Fist lands. Suddenly, Yun Xiao pops out of clear heart lake, being in much better condition than Luo Qingyun. Landing on his floating water ball, the reincarnated soul kneels across his opponent. Witnessing this sight, Tule screams out in dismay. Huang Xiaolong and Fan Di look on in awe, as Luo Qingyun finally asks Yun Xiao what everyone has been thinking, since even the martial emperor's dragon soaring body technique couldn't withstand the earth-shattering impact of their clash. He wonders how Yun Xiao could possibly live through it without the void at his side. Well, he's the MC, duh. Letting out a soft smile, the reincarnated soul claims that there is no way for a single blow like that to truly split the heavens and earth. Confused, Luo Qingyun questions what he means. Yun Xiao reveals that just before his constellation-impaling sword clashed with the martial emperor's dragon's nexus, he dug through the ground with his world god monument. So when the two forces collided, the boy used those cracks to escape into the deeper depths of Clear Heart Lake. Of course, the impact ended up being more dangerous than he expected, and still injured him severely, as evident by his right eye not being able to open. Otherwise, Yun Xiao could have easily stopped Luo Qingyun from escaping with his heavenly spirit ring. Since planning one's escape in such a manner amidst a heated battle requires countless battles worth of experience, the latter wonders how a mere teenager like the former possesses it. Losing all will to fight him anymore. Luo Qingyun hands all of his crystals over to Li Yun Xiao. Of course, this isn't enough for the reincarnated soul. Just like he said earlier, Yun Xiao fully intends to drain the martial emperor's dragon blood. Trembling in fear, Luo Qingyun demands the kid to stop, only to get cut before he can even react. Through the open wound, Yun Xiao starts draining Luo Qingyun's blood with his divine scriptures. Utterly humiliated, the Heaven-Sent Empire's disciple screams out in agony and vows to repay the reincarnated soul 100-fold. Yun Xiao stops draining Luo Qingyun after collecting a huge ball's worth of dragon blood, not wanting to kill such a talented individual accidentally. Sparing him totally doesn't have anything to do with the fact that the reincarnated soul will always have a living blood bank to come back to. Dude might as well be the villain of the series at this point. Of course, Yun Xiao also recognizes that Luo Qingyun is outstandingly powerful among Tian Wu's younger generation and qualified to enter Mount Meru. Leaving the martial emperor hanging on his heavenly spirit ring with a crystal, the reincarnated soul moves out. Afterward, Yun Xiao's battle with Luo Qingyun destroys Qiang Hua Island and the formation that restricted universal detect, rendering it impossible to find any more hidden crystals. This causes widespread chaos among the various sects, as disciples start falling like flies trying to rob crystals from others. It escalates to the point that even the three major sects enforcers are unable to contain it. Meanwhile, having acquired over 1,000 crystals, Li Yun Xiao finds a silent place to cultivate alone. Despite the fact that he was meditating, no one dared to make a move on him after the earlier battle. Just like that, the third day ends as well. The reincarnated soul arrives before the teleportation barrier, where all the disciples are all over one another trying to acquire the slot crystals. Trying to turn around, Yun Xiao accidentally bumps into one of them. Acting up, the disciple almost enrages the reincarnated soul. Fortunately, he quickly realizes who is standing behind him just in time. Li Yunxiao's name echoes throughout the area as everyone stops fighting to give him his space. Right then, a voice announces that the competition is over, adding that no more blood will be shed from now on. This voice belongs to none other than Xin Pi, who is accompanied by Chu Yu and Puo's son. He then declares that Mount Meiru's opening time and location have already been calculated, revealing that it will descend in a mere 5 days. Before saying where it will open, though, Xin Pi looks toward Yun Xiao. Finally, he announces that Mount Meiru's entrance will be at the border between the Dusk Flame Empire and Tian Shui. Hearing these words, all the disciples are overcome with a feeling of despair. Xin Pi continues for anyone who isn't great at geography, proclaiming that the mystic realm will descend 1 kilometer above Martial Flame City. The reincarnated soul nonchalantly rubs his head, acting like hitting such a jackpot is his birthright or something. Xin Pi tells everyone to head on their way, reminding them to enter Martial Flame City using the crystals in 5 days. Suddenly, Yun Xiao tells everyone to hold on, while turning on the fancy microphone he brought out from who knows where. After getting it working, the reincarnated soul announces that Martial Flame City will hold a crystal auction in 3 days, open to the entire Dusk Flame Empire. However, since the city has to be restricted to avoid unnecessary trouble, the auction will have an entry fee of 1 million middle-tier primordial stones. Yu Xiao isn't kind about it either, declaring that there's no need for anyone to embarrass themselves by showing up if they can't afford such a meager amount. Chu Yu, Huo's son, and Fang Di all look on in disbelief while Xin Pi pretends like he had no idea this was going to happen. Meanwhile, every disciple is outraged, wondering why they even bothered participating in the competition if the crystals were just going to get sold. Ignoring their cries, Xin Pi does a bit of quick math in his head. Since various forces are bound to infiltrate the auction, he realizes that Yu Xiao will ruthlessly manage to get tens of billions in entrance fees alone, an amount that he couldn't possibly have gotten by selling the crystals alone. Living up to Xin Pi's view of him, the reincarnated soul lays out the red carpet for everyone present, welcoming them to Martial Flame City in advance. After witnessing Yun Xiao seize half the slots and flatten Qiyang Hua Island, all the foreign disciples return home under the escort of major sects. However, Li Yun Xiao has no interest in such a formality. Dummying Xin Pi and Fang Di's offers, he heads off for Martial Flame City alone. Of course, not wanting the crystals to get stolen, the geezers secretly follow him anyway. Though much to their dismay, the reincarnated soul completely vanishes without a trace just a few hundred miles later. Houdini would be jealous of this dude. Fang Di is utterly confused, considering Yun Xiao never stepped out of his universal detect's range. On the other hand, Xin Pi simply shakes his head, having accepted that he will never be able to fully comprehend the mysterious boy. Acknowledge that Yun Xiao is an extremely rare talent in all of Tianwu. Fang Di worries that he is a little too arrogant for his own good, and will meet an early demise before reaching his full potential. However, Xin Pi isn't worried, remarking that no extraordinary figure who has ever left a mark in history has done so without being completely full of themselves. Hoping that he is right, Fang Di lets out a massive sigh. Regardless of whatever Yun Xiao does from now on, though, the elder is sure of one thing: they should keep Yun Xiao as a friend. Fang Di also reveals that the 3 sects will soon set up a great formation in Martial Flame that suppresses everyone's cultivation, ensuring no one causes any trouble. Furthermore, to ensure Mount Meiru descends safely, Xin Pi will handle all security matters personally. With this revelation, Fang Di decides to head back to the Heaven Gathering to report everything to Sect Qifeng, the sect master. Exchanging a bow and expressing his gratitude, Xin Pi bids him farewell. Elsewhere, Li Yun Xiao's Tiger King battleship charges full speed ahead, when an ominous man with long white hair blocks its passage. Since a domain is blocking his way, the reincarnated soul realizes that he is up against a martial supreme. Turns out, the mysterious man with the closed eyes didn't actually appear out of nowhere, nor did he use any concealment techniques. The dude has been standing there menacingly all this time, yet somehow Yun Xiao's extremely powerful universal detect only just registered his presence, while Xin Pi didn't even notice him. Right then, the man opens his eyes, revealing a pitch-black darkness with a bit of crimson in them. Understanding that it's the effect of the emotion neglecting Heavenly Tom, Yun Xiao realizes the mysterious guy's true identity and descends from his Tiger King battleship. Moments later, the reincarnated soul lands on the field of black and white, causing an ink-like splatter where his foot touches the ground. Meanwhile, The man is impressed by Yun Xiao's ability to recognize a martial supreme's domain. Since his disciple proved to be useless, he decided to step in himself. The man is none other than the emotion-severing mountain's master Lung Xingbo, there to retrieve his shining frost mashity. Hearing this proclamation, Yun Xiao bursts into a cold sweat. Noticing this, the martial supreme tells him to rest assured, since he isn't there for a fight, but only to retrieve the blade that symbolizes his emotion-severing sect. As Leng Xingbo alone is the honored one throughout the 8 Desolation realm, Yun Xiao thinks that he wouldn't attack a junior like him and tries to pull one of his usual primordial stone stunt. However, it quickly backfires as the martial supreme playfully threatens to fight for the sword if that's what Yun Xiao wants. Realizing that his shenanigans won't work with Lung Xingbo, the reincarnated soul quickly folds and hands over the shining frost mashity. Retrieving his blade, the emotion-severing mountain's master laments that Yun Xiao's constitution isn't suitable for learning his techniques. Otherwise, Lung Xingbo wouldn't mind taking the boy as his disciple and betrothing his daughter Hong Ling to him. Yun Xiao reluctantly reminds the martial supreme that he killed Zhou Yushan, so taking his widow on top of it would just be doing too much. Impressed by the boy's guts, Lung Xingbo lets out an emotionless chuckle. However, he is suddenly overcome with blank rage upon feeling out his sword. Yun Xiao doesn't say a word, seemingly knowing the reason for this reaction. Instantly appearing before the reincarnated soul, Lung Xingbo puts the shining frost mashiki to his neck. With his ink-like hair flowing wildly, the martial supreme reveals that his blade has been by his side like family for around 100 years. So, for it to lose all its spirit and die after accompanying Yun Xiao for only a little, while isn't something he can understand, prompting him to demand an explanation. Fearless in the face of death, the reincarnated soul declares that even though the emotion-neglecting heavenly tongue requires supreme apathy, Lung Xingbo has developed emotions. The latter doesn't care for the former's yapping, declaring his explanation unsatisfactory. Right then, Yun Xiao tells the martial supreme to carefully feel his blade's emotions, which has no regrets, despite losing its sword soul. Taken aback by this statement, Lung Xingbo asks his old friend if that's really the case. Suddenly, he feels the shining frost mashity transmitting the aura of eternal farewell to him. The sword's intent has a tinge of sorrow, yet it's filled with joy, not having any regrets at all. Feeling another presence in his domain, Lung Xingbo quickly turns back only to see his blade's spirit smiling back at him. Right then, Yun Xiao declares that the sword has finally found its best home. After all, as ruthless as the blade may be, its spirit still possessed feelings. Overcome with a melancholic feeling, Lung Xingbo is finally satisfied with the explanation. Sheathing it, he thanks the blade for all the time they have spent together. Although the martial supreme doesn't say it, he is also grateful to the strange martial lord, who helped him understand his sword's true intent. With his every word filled with immense martial intent, Li Yun Xiao then asks Lung Xingbo if supreme forgetfulness really entails leaving everything behind. Suddenly, cherry blossoms bloom inside the martial supreme's inky domain, as the pitch-black void in his eyes disappears. Before anything is said, Yun Xiao congratulates the sect master for breaking through. Lung Xingbo lowers his head, having never expected that he would overcome his years-long bottleneck just like that. Unsheathing the shining frost mashity for one last time, the emotion-severing mountain's leader instantly severs a nearby hill in two, bidding his old friend farewell. Lung Xingbo sheathes it back and drops it into the cracked earth. He then smacks his hands together, causing the hill to stick itself back together. No shot blue, just flex tape the rocks together. Afterward, the martial supreme thanks Yun Xiao for helping him overcome his bottleneck, deciding to betroth his daughter Hong Ling to him as a reward. Of course, the reincarnated soul has no desire to accept such a terrifying gift and simply wants to be given passage. Yun Xiao has to show his audacity somehow though, so he pulls out a pamphlet and invites Lung Xingbo to marshal Flame City to get Hong Ling auctioned for marriage instead. Hearing the boy's gutsy words, Lung Xingbo bursts out laughing. Just like that, he disappears into an inky black portal, moments after which his domain disappears. Calling for his Tiger King battleship, Yun Xiao feels relieved that the martial supreme had the grace not to throw hands with a junior like him. At the same time, he laments no longer having any decent weapons, except the World God Monument. Although the reincarnated soul could easily refine a peak 5th grade artifact with his current prowess, he feels that it's not worth his time. For now, arranging the auction and collecting the entrance fee is his top priority. After all, if everything goes well, Yoon Xiao will be able to open another domain inside the World God Monument. And so, he rides the Tiger King battleship back to Martial Flame City. News of Li Yoon Xiao's feats at Hua Island spread like wildfire, making him the hot topic of Tianwu's entire southern region. Within it, Hai Sun City is especially run amok, with wild rumors about the reincarnated soul. Some think he is a centuries-old cultivator, while others imagine him as a nigh-invincible hybrid between a dragon and a phoenix. A few rely on their cousins to get their information on Yoon Xiao, and many deem him to be a villainous creature, like Ben 10's Vilgax. However, a fat man sitting at the reception of the fancy hall has his own take on the boy's secrets. With his lifelike imagery and storytelling skills, he gathers a huge ground and tells them the tale of Li Yoon Xiao's adventures at Hua Island. Turns out, the reincarnated soul can actually turn into a Super Saiyan to vanquish his foes. Aside from that, Yoon Xiao also has a 40 pocket on his stomach, like Doraemon to retrieve Suan artifacts from, as well as the bamboo copter to fly around as he pleases. In fact, it's apparently how the reincarnated soul managed to escape with 1,000 crystals without getting jumped. This is exactly how I answer my exams random study. After relaying his audience, the storyteller's cute assistant brings out a supposedly authentic replica of Yoon Xiao's bamboo copter. Of course, it can't grant flight, but Hai Sun City's best craftsmen work day and night to create these treasures, making them a collector's dream. So, the man prices the bamboo copters at 79 silvers each, even throwing in a buy 5, get 1 banger deal. Unsurprisingly, his entire audience walks out upon hearing this absurd price, leaving him begging for them to come back. No one does though, so the man's assistant has to comfort him. Right as he starts crying over how hard business is in modern times, a fancy-looking guy sitting nearby invites him over, expressing interest in buying a bamboo copter replica. Giving a whole sales pitch, the fatso instructs his cute assistant Kuoi Hua to quickly present the goods to the guest. The girl does as told, only to get forcefully pulled into his arms and lap. Turns out, the only good he is interested in is Kuoi Hua. Both the storyteller and his poor daughter beg the creep to leave her alone, causing the onlookers to come running to their side. However, the suited dude doesn't unhand Kuoi Hua at all. Instead, he calls the 300-year-old fatso a liar for saying that a 20-years-old girl is his daughter. Inquiring about the identity of the mother, the creep drops Kuoi Hua a bit lower and threatens to do something else if the storyteller doesn't answer. Ayo, pause. Don't demonetize us, dude. Looking to send the weirdo to hell for daring to touch her, the girl suddenly tries to stab his carotid artery with her fingers. However, the former easily blocks the latter's soft assault. If anything, the dude is seemingly turned on by her assertive nature and wonders if she is a certain someone he knows. Referring to the supposed daughter as Milady, for some reason, the storyteller tells her to move out of the way and throws a bamboo copter at the creep like a shuriken. Kuoi Hua ducks under the attack, but there seems to be no need for it, as the man turns the item into smithereens, with a single flick of his hand before it gets anywhere near them. As the supposed daughter returns to her father's side, he screams out, recognizing the creep's technique as the flying cold hand. Hearing this, all the onlookers start running away. Calm as a cucumber, the fancy dude continues sipping on his tea and questions why 2 people from the reputable Mandu Commerce Guild are in Hai Sun City, spreading stories and selling bamboo toys. Turns out, he pulled the earlier stunt to expose their identities. Lo and behold, he is right. Completely changing her demeanor, Kuoi Hua removes her disguise. The fake daughter's true identity is Shuoi Luoyan, one of the strongest members of the Mandu Commerce Guild's new generation. Of course, the girl thinks that she is quote-unquote the strongest among them. You will never be Gojo Satoru, lil sis. Scared that Shuoi Lu Oyan's rude behavior will anger the fancy dude, the storyteller meekly bows before him. Turns out, the creep from earlier is none other than Wei Hongfu, the Lord of the Thousand Treasures Tower. He presses the Mandu Commerce Guild members for coming up with such bad disguises, when they are trying to prepare for Mount Meru like him. After all, Shuoi Lu Oyan managing to enter and train in the mystic realm would ensure that the Mandu Commerce Guild becomes one of the council members in the upcoming Commerce Alliance tandem. Hearing his words, the storyteller formally introduces himself as He Feng and bows before 1/3 of the Thousand Treasures Tower's lords, apologizing for not being aware of his arrival and preparing for it beforehand. Wei Hongfu insists that there's no need for such formalities, as he isn't there as a lord of anything, but as an envoy of the only overseer, Lord Xie Yuhang. However, the man is intrigued that a place as run down as the southern region has caught the attention of 3 Commerce Guild powerhouses. Hifeng is confused, wondering who the third one is. Instantly answering his question, Ding Ling marches onto the scene, accompanied by our goat, Li Yun Xiao. As her eyes meet Shuoi Luo Yan, invisible sparks of hatred fly, as the 2 girls clearly harbor resentment toward one another. Composing herself, Ding Ling apologizes to Wei Hongfu for being late. Suddenly, Hifeng speaks up and passes a snarky comment at the girl, as well as her Tian Yuan Commerce Guild, something that Yun Xiao doesn't let slide. Suddenly appearing before the fatso, the reincarnated soul expresses dislike for his face and wonders if he can slap him around a bit. Enraged, Hifeng demands Ding Ling to allow him to teach her disrespectful underling a lesson. Ignoring his rant, the young mistress introduces the fat martial emperor and the slippery woman to the boy. She then introduces him as City Lord Yun Xiao to Wei Hongfu, who is actually the Thousand Treasures Tower's finance minister for the southern region. While Shuoi Luo Yan and Hifeng wonder if their ears didn't deceive them, the reincarnated soul sees $signs and instantly rushes over to Wei Hongfu. Using his master manipulation technique, Yun Xiao gaslights the lord into thinking that Hifeng's earlier comment about Ding Ling also insults him. The fatso begs Wei Hongfu to not listen to the boy's nonsense, but winning a battle of words against him is practically impossible. Yu Xiao continues to act like a professional Karen, making it seem like Hifeng is being disrespectful to the lord. This infuriates the fatso to the point that he almost slaps the teenage boy, albeit only proving his point by doing so. Blood really lost a 1 versus 0. Successfully making Hifeng look terrible, the reincarnated soul decides to shut up for now, so that Wu Hongfu can settle the matter later himself. Hearing this, the dumbass finally realizes what he just did and starts panicking. Right then, Shuoi Luo Yan smacks him away and approaches Li Yun Xiao, wondering if he actually defeated Luo Qingyun on Qiyang Hua Island. Not bothering to answer her query, the reincarnated soul instead questions if she really knows Luo Qingyun. Offended by being doubted, Shuoi Luo Yan lashes out at Yun Xiao, declaring that a mere 6-star martial lord like him would easily lose to her, let alone the dragon's descendant. Being the most unserious person on the planet, the boy snarks that it wasn't hard to beat Luo Qingyun at all. After all, he turned Super Saiyan and used the bamboo copter to fly around. Shuoi Luo Yan gets flustered and turns red, while Ding Ling lets out a small chuckle. The realization then hits her. They were being followed all along. Of course, Yun Xiao thinks that he hasn't paid them back for tarnishing his reputation and making everyone think that he is just a knockoff shonen MC. Hifeng argues that there's nothing wrong with them taking some liberties for the sake of storytelling, considering they couldn't possibly have known what happened on Qiyang Hua Island. Since the fatso doesn't have a problem with assassinating someone else's character, Yun Xiao decides to give him a taste of his own medicine. Pulling out his signature technique, Middle Mock, the reincarnated soul paints Hifeng as a product of Sweet Home Alabama and his family. Obviously, this is quite effective, and all the chip damage makes the fatso fall to the floor. As if to rub salt into his wounds, Ding Ling mischievously asks Hifeng if these rumors about him are true. With this, Yun Xiao proves his point about taking liberties, as long as he kept the fact that the fatso was born of his mother and father. Questioning if the boy is courting death, Hifeng rages and unleashes his martial emperor aura. Although Wei Hongfu is surprised that the dude is acting up like this in his presence, he wants to take this moment to see for himself just how many rumors about Li Yun Xiao are true. Much to his surprise, the reincarnated soul is sitting right across him. Completely ignoring the welding martial emperor, he is ready to start their chat. For a 6-star martial lord to be so calm, when a martial emperor is charging at him with the intent to kill, Wei Hongfu can't believe what he's seeing. Getting put on the spot, the lord halts Hifeng in his path with a lightning technique, not wanting him to ruin the mood between him and his guests. Yu Xiao lets out a smirk, as just one flick of the finger from the martial supreme sends Hifeng bouncing around the building. Respectfully addressing his guests as Miss Ding and City Lord Li, Wei Hongfu announces that he has important matters to discuss with them, reiterating that Hifeng should no longer ruin their mood and scram. The fatso runs away, vowing to make Yun Xiao and Ding Ling pay for his humiliation the next time they meet. Once again, the reincarnated soul presses him for his choice of words, questioning why he is mad at Dingling Er. Of course, Yoon Xiao answers his own question, and sarcastically labels Hifeng's tantrum as the mandu commerce Guild's crafty super hatred lumping technique, once again using Wei Hongfu as a bargaining chip to twist his intentions, as the fatso moves out in a blind rage. Shuoi Lu O Yan follows. Suddenly, she stops, expressing her desire to fight the boy who beat Lu Qingyun in Mount Meru. Yoon Xiao more than welcomes the challenge, but Dingling Er gets offended on his behalf, insulting Shuoi Luo Yan. She asks him to teach her a lesson in Mount Meru without holding back. Right then, Wei Hongfu points out that Shuoi Luo Yan is as reputable in the Commerce Alliance as Dingling Er, even having the same number of people who follow her. Looking toward Yoon Xiao, the girl completely misunderstands his words and starts blushing. Like a panicking fawn, she tells Wei Hongfu not to say such embarrassing things. Dingling Er gets so hot that she almost loses her head, prompting Wei Hongfu to clarify his words and ask Yoon Xiao not to misinterpret him. Acting clueless about what's going on, the reincarnated soul questions how his words had anything to do with him, instantly cooling down the young mistress's fantasies. Literally hiding her tears behind a smile, Dingling Er threatens to leave if Wei Hongfu says another weird thing. After he apologizes and the girl sits back down, the Lord has tea buffer his guests. However, poor Dingling Er is still sulking about getting rejected so brutally. She looks so much like a sad puppy that even Yoon Xiao starts feeling bad about saying that. Further breaking her heart, he asks Wei Hongfu to get down to business. The Lord reveals that he is there as the Thousand Treasures Tower's finance minister for the southern region to make sure nothing befalls their organization when Mount Meru descends. All of his yapping has fallen on deaf ears though, as Dingling Er is still daydreaming. So, Wei Hongfu decides to demonstrate some of his cunningness and begins talking to Yoon Xiao. The Lord informs the boy that Chu Zi Zhuo, who is now a 6th-tier refiner and will continue cultivating in the deity Transformation Sea, is abandoning his position as the Tower Master of the Thousand Treasures Tower's Dusk Flame Empire branch. Well, that's a blast from the past. One of the original victims of our scamming goat, as his parting message, he personally asked Wei Hongfu to thank Yoon Xiao for the Sun Yuan pill recipe. Understanding the implication loud and clear, the reincarnated soul wonders if the Lord will be taking over the role himself. Of course, Wei Hongfu has no intentions of spending his days in the Dusk Flame Empire, meaning the only two suitable candidates are Yin Chaoyang and Gan Diming. Although the latter is the ideal candidate by every metric, the former has a good relationship with Yoon Xiao, putting Wei Hongfu in a difficult position. The reincarnated soul sees the cunning old fox's scheme from a mile away, and gives the most diplomatic answer, making sure he says nothing that seems like an opinion. Wei Hongfu doesn't give up trying to gain favor with Yoon Xiao though, even snapping the business expert Dingling Er awake from her daydreams. Despite this, the boy doesn't give him an inch, staying as ambiguous with his words as possible. In the end, Wei Hongfu decides to designate Yin Chaoyang as the Tower Master, hoping Yoon Xiao will let his guard down for just a moment. However, his responses are as limited as an NPC failing to get the boy to slip up. Wei Hongfu gets to the point and brings up the upcoming auction where he has given over 1,000 slot crystals to the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild. Yoon Xiao nonchalantly wonders if there's something wrong with that, while Dingling Er gets a bit agitated. Like the cunning old git that he is, Wei Hongfu reminds them that the auction is as dangerous as it is important, wondering if the girl will be able to handle things alone. This offends Dingling Er, as she questions if the Lord underestimates the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild so much that he feels a mere auction will overwhelm them. Being a professional yapper, Wei Hongfu insists that he is doing no such thing. However, everyone knows that the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild's main strength is not in the southern region, and it is also too late to gather their forces now. Worst case scenario, something goes wrong in the auction, ruining the reputations of both Martial Flame City and the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild. Looking at things from an unbiased perspective, Dingling Er understands that Wei Hongfu is right on the money. At first, she was overwhelmed with happiness at getting such a major opportunity. However, the girl now fears that rival commerce guilds will intentionally sabotage the auction to make a fool out of the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild. Faking sympathy, Wei Hongfu suggests that she co-hosts the auction with the Thousand Treasures Tower. Although the benefits will be great, Ding Ling realizes that this will push her Tian Yuan Commerce Guild to the sidelines and worries about Yun Xiao not understanding that. Lo and behold, he quickly agrees to the partnership. Just as Wei Hongfu thinks that his scheme worked, the reincarnated soul makes it clear that the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild will still be leading the auction, with the Thousand Treasures Tower as a supporting partner. Of course, the Lord refuses to be ranked second, when his organization is the leader of the 7 great commerce alliances. Yun Xiao tells him not to worry, as the Thousand Treasures Tower won't be relegated to second place if they participate in the auction. After all, they will actually be in third place. Blib really got no chill. He needs to start hesitating. Leaving both Ding Ling and Wei Hongfu in utter disbelief, the reincarnated soul reveals that he already asked Bai Li Gongjin to mobilize his Alchemist Association to act secondary to the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild in case things go wrong. Hearing this, Wei Hongfu loses his mind. Understanding that the Thousand Treasures Tower is way less powerful than the Alchemist Association, he questions why they would be participating in such an auction, getting told that it's none of his concern. The only thing Wei Hongfu needs to answer is whether the Thousand Treasures Tower is willing to become the auction's tertiary supporter. Ding Ling looks on in awe at Yun Xiao's masterful dealing, while Wei Hongfu goes silent. Noticing this, the reincarnated soul gives him a nudge and starts explaining all the benefits of participating, especially the fact that the Alchemist Association will be providing precious items to auction off. After all, a certain someone left Bai Li Gongjin desperate for primordial stones. Thinking about it, Wei Hongfu doesn't find any reason to refuse, since his lord Xie Yuhong already repeatedly warned him not to offend Li Yun Xiao at any cost. He agrees to have the Thousand Treasures Tower play a supporting role this time around. Just like that, without Ding Ling having to do anything, all her worries are quenched. Feel like she's on top of the world, the girl looks toward Yun Xiao with a warm gaze. 3 days later, at Martial Flame City, a huge crowd is going wild, complaining about the 1 million middle-tier primordial stones entry free, with no discount for children. Xiao Qingwang, Qian Du Duo, and Nung Fei Chun stand at the entrance, dealing with any troublemaker who tries to get in without payment. Not like they need to do much in the first place, as the formations set up in Martial Flame City by the 3 major powers suppress the cultivation bases of all those who enter the city. And so, the reincarnated soul's extortion plan is put into motion. Inside the Martial Flame City Lord's residence, Yun Xiao sits down meditating, getting annoyed by the flow of true qi in his body being disrupted because of the 9 Pillars dustless formation. He closes his eyes, activating his universal detect net. It spans far and wide, locating several pillars that the 3 major sects dare to move above Martial Flame City in order to maintain the formation. Recognizing that the core of the 9 Pillars dustless formation is among the Kuanzhong, the Xianlu, and the central Nanlu pillars, Yun Xiao unleashes soul manifestation to make his way to them. He flies around the pillars, closely observing them to locate the formation core so that he can repurpose it for his own purpose. The Taisu Heaven's Capital Array and the Great Sun Golden Light Array. Yun Xiao set up both of them to protect Martial Flame City, but the lack of soul chi restricted them to 1/10,000th of their power. Yeah, dude never beating the Shonen MC allegations, since the 3 major sects forcefully raised the soul chi in the area to maintain the 9 Pillars dustless formation. Manipulating it will ensure that Martial Flame City will become an impenetrable fortress. While his train of thought runs wild about the future possibilities, Yun Xiao arrives before the massive pillar containing the formation core. Gathering a beam of divine scriptures, he strikes the center of the structure, causing it to snap open. Inside, there lies a small polygon surrounded by 2 slip rings, illuminated by a purple aura. Curious to decipher the secrets of the formation core, the reincarnated soul takes his soul projection up close and personal with the glowing object. Suddenly, it starts acting up. Realizing that the formation core is even actively attacking his soul manifestation, Yun Xiao lets out a mischievous smirk, excited to take the invaluable treasure for himself. To answer the buzzing resonance of the formation core, the boy puts his hands together to unleash his ethereal mirage, reflective lotus water. A drop of glistening water forms around Yun Xiao's fingertips, which then drips onto the glowing structure. Moments later, the violet aura of the formation core turns golden as it gets encrypted by the divine scriptures, successfully establishing a connection with the treasure. Yun Xiao gets ready to check out what grade it is. Right then, Two elders responsible for protecting the nine pillars' dustless formation come barging into the pillar, questioning who is courting death by being there. Understanding that he can't afford to be found out no matter what, Yoon Xiao quickly restores the formation core to its normal appearance. He then unleashes his soul manifestation, dragon form, changing his appearance to run straight past the protectors. Blue copied Luo Qingyun's entire flow, word for word, bar for bar. Refusing to let the intruder escape, the old Gits activate their soul entrapment net, halting the reincarnated soul for a moment. Although the geezer's ability to unleash a soul attack impresses Yoon Xiao, it is far from enough to stop him. Roaring out, the reincarnated soul lets rip his overwhelming spirit power, blowing straight through the soul entrapment. So, instead of chasing him, the two elders decide to go back and check the formation core first. Despite observing it extremely closely though, they find no issues with the treasure. In the end, the old Gits conclude that they forced the intruder to escape before he could tamper with the Great Yin core. After all, only with extremely powerful stealth techniques or incredibly strong scriptures could anyone change the formation core without them noticing at their strength level. At the same time, inside the City Lord's mansion, Yoon Xiao's soul manifestation returns to his body. Lo and behold, since he possesses both of the tools needed to trick the protectors, his little trip has been successful. While everyone in Martial Flame City remains powerless, the Nine Pillars' dustless formation no longer affects Yoon Xiao's power at all. Meanwhile, at the city entrance, one of the martial artists gets annoyed at not being allowed entry without payment. He starts rallying the troops, uniting them so that they can force their way into Martial Flame City. Suddenly, a giant structure comes flying out of nowhere and crushes the loud mouth, leaving everyone else in utter horror. Of course, this is none other than the World God Monument. Literally looking down on everyone, the City Lord emerges from the shadows. He declares that everyone who can't afford to pay the primordial stones should peacefully leave. After all, anyone who dares to cause trouble on his watch will meet the same fate as the guy earlier. Hearing this, Xiao Qingwang feels that his comprehension of the entity known as Li Yoon Xiao is even less than before. Dude lets no one know his next move. At the same time, the reincarnated soul puts the blame for his actions on the three major sects. Enraged, one of the martial artists starts protesting loudly. Before he even gets to finish his rant though, Yoon Xiao appears right before him like a ghost, issuing his first and final warning. Getting jump scared, the idiot falls to the ground and crawls backward. The crowd also starts retreating, as all of them are hit with the same realization. Li Yoon Xiao is not bound by the formation. Striking fear into the hearts of everyone present, the reincarnated soul proclaims that he is the one who decides everything in Martial Flame City. After demonstrating arrogance that is unheard of even in the three major sects, Yoon Xiao flies off with the World God Monument, wanting no delays in the auction's preparation. All the onlookers are speechless, as the City Lord's Suan artifact leaves behind an enormous crater. Meanwhile, a mysterious person starts interrogating Yoon Xiao, questioning how the formation doesn't affect him. Instantly recognizes the cloaked figure as Sin Ryu. The reincarnated soul snarks and refuses to tell him since they aren't close. Shocked that he has already been found out so soon, the Crown Prince decides to drop this topic for now and talks about what he came there for. The whereabouts of his uncle, Yua Ji Yulin. Yeah, you get no answers till the next episode, buddy. On Cheonghua Island, Li Yoon Xiao engaged in the toughest battle of his new life against Luo Qingyun, a descendant of the ancient dragons. It was a hard-fought battle, but the reincarnated soul's experience was just too much for the youngling to overcome. After obtaining over 1,000 slot crystals for Mount Meru, the boy returns to Martial Flame City, running into Lung Xingbo on the way back. There, he tweaks the cultivation-suppressing formation to exclude himself, takes care of troublemakers, and is now confronted by Sin Ryu over his uncle's disappearance. Questioning what the Crown Prince's dog being lost has to do with him, Yoon Xiao refuses to tolerate such arrogance when they are in Martial Flame City, instead of High Sun City. Getting talked to like this, Sin Ryu genuinely starts tweaking out. As his inner monologue goes wild, he vows to kill the reincarnated soul for disrespecting him so blatantly and tries to gather his true chi in a crescent shape. Emphasis on the word tries though, as the moon shatters before it can fully form. Seeing the Crown Prince failing to sustain his true chi, Yoon Xiao lets out a little chuckle. Enraged by the latter's reaction, the former leaps at him and brings out his 6th-tier Summon weapon, Jade Ruler, Yao Qi Painting Staff. Without moving a single inch, the reincarnated soul simply points his index finger at Sin Ryu, instantly summoning countless glowing blades above him. Unleashing the power of the great sun golden light array, Yoon Xiao renders the crown prince unable to move a single muscle. Adding further insult to his injury, the boy walks up to Sin Ryu without an ounce of fear for the blade in his hands. When their faces are right across from each other, Yoon Xiao proclaims that he could kill the crown prince with a flick of his hand, if angered. Understanding that the 9 pillars dustless formation truly doesn't affect the reincarnated soul, Sin Ryu questions how it is possible. After all, 2 esteemed formation masters from the Vanishing Valley set it up. More importantly, Yoon Xiao's eyes are filled with immense killing intent, so he fully means every word he says. Politicians could learn a thing or two from bro. Turning his back to him, the reincarnated soul reminds Sin Ryu that his status as royalty doesn't give him the right to act all high and mighty in his presence. After all, Xingyang Jia and Zhou Yushan already went down that road, and everyone knows how that turned out. So Yoon Xiao only wants to make sure the next idiot who suffers that fate isn't the crown prince. With this threat, the reincarnated soul frees Sin Ryu and walks away, leaving him on his knees, utterly humiliated. Hit with the realization that Yoon Xiao doesn't even think him to be worth a second thought, the crown prince becomes infuriated, to the point that he starts coughing up blood. Sin Ryu's face twists and contorts with rage, as he curses the lowly commoner known as Li Yoon Xiao for looking down on him. Sometime later, the reincarnated soul arrives at the auction venue, apologizing for being late. Ding Linger, Wei Hongfu, and Bai Li Gongjin, who have been awaiting his arrival, greet him. The 6th-tier refiner mischievously mentions the great disturbance that Yoon Xiao caused with the formation core earlier, having detected it with his extraordinary universal detect, assuring the old git that there's no need for him to worry about such trivial matters. The reincarnated sits down beside Ding Linger, concerned that the major powers in the Dusk Flame Empire will be offended and hold grudges that eventually explode at once. All 3 of Yoon Xiao's partners express their worry about his absurd entry fee of 1 million primordial stones for Martial Flame City. The reincarnated soul thinks they are mistaken, albeit about the amount. After all, that is just the cost of entering the city, as those who actually want to participate in the auction will need to pay another 1 million primordial stones. Yeah, this dude is a whole-ass villain at this point. Hearing Yoon Xiao's words, Ding Linger, Wei Hongfu, and Bai Li Gongjin all collectively scream out in shock, finally realizing what they signed up for by working with him. Meanwhile, outside Martial Flame City, Qian Dudu sits at the reception to ensure that everyone entering pays the required amount in full. Suddenly, a bag of primordial stones with a special engraving drops on the desk, leaving him trembling. Resembling Qian Dudu and referring to him as a piece of trash, a towering figure remarks that it's been a long time since they have last met. The man mocks Qian Dudu for disappearing to the southern region only to get a promising job as someone's watchdog. While the mysterious figure starts laughing out loud, Yoon Xiao's toll collector calms himself. Grabbing the man's money, Qian Dudu puts aside his personal feelings and lets him enter as he has paid the amount in full. An ominous silence befalls the area as the towering figure enters Martial Flame City. On his way, he once again insults Qian Dudu for being a piece of trash, who will remain a watchdog for the rest of his life. Noticing the uncomfortable interaction, Xiao Qingwang inquires about the man's identity, wondering if he did anything hostile. With a melancholic expression, Qian Dudu reveals that the guy used to be his elder brother, but they no longer share that bond, alerting Xiao Qingwang. Anyway, tens of thousands of people end up entering Martial Flame City. They complain, but no conflicts arise after Yoon Xiao's earlier demonstration. Of course, as the enormous crowd heads to the auction house, it realizes that another 1 million middle-tier primordial stones are needed to participate in the auction. Overcome with rage, people end up vomiting blood in front of the ticket booth, making Duan Yue feel bad, as the one responsible for collecting their money. Inside the auction venue, Yoon Xiao sits comfortably, unbothered by his extorting ways. Realizing that he wasn't bluffing whatsoever, Ding Linger, Wei Hongfu, and Bai Li Gongjin all become literal blockheads. They worry about the Dusk Flame Empire's revenge tour that will ensue after Mount Meru's descent, though none of them dares say it to the boy's face, even when he asks them if anything is wrong. Of course, the reincarnated soul understands that extortion this blatant will lead to severe consequences. We stand a self-aware king around here. However, he also knows that the world respects strength. By taking control of the 9 Pillars Dustless Formation, the Taisu Heavens Capital Array, and the Great Sun Golden Light Array, Yoon Xiao has made Martial Flame City's defense superior to any power in the entire southern region, so anyone who dares to oppose him there will meet a tragic fate. The boy then lets out a sinister smirk, knowing that his stunts have also made the Thousand Treasures Tower, the Alchemist Association, and the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild his accomplices, even if the blockheads don't realize it yet. Hence, no power in the southern region can threaten him anymore. Meanwhile, at the auction house, greenery erupts everywhere as the extorted people await the start of the event. After making an extremely bad pun about chives in this panel, the author thankfully makes up for it by showing Shuwei Luo Yan tweaking out in the very next one. She was losing her mind at the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild, being the auction's primary supporter above the Alchemist Association and the Thousand Treasures Tower, but He Feng is unbothered. Being as clueless as always, the Fatso thinks that Ding Ling must have sacrificed a lot for this stunt, and will soon become history along with her guild. Shuoi Lu Oyan is unconvinced though, as the girl is bound to have grown a lot stronger after their battle a year ago. She rightly that the auction will help the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild gain a lot of power, but He Feng once again misleads her completely by being too cocky and suggesting that they play safe. Yeah, the dude needs to be fired ASAP. Right then, an elder of the Mei family arrives on the stage, being the host of the event. After shouting out the auction's backing powers, he reveals the items to be sold. Seeing an esteemed member of the Mei family as the host, the crowd gets riled up. However, their hype soon turns to rage, as it is revealed that the crystals will be auctioned off in bundles of 10, despite being over 1,000 in total. Regardless, the bidding begins. People start shouting like rabid dogs, and the bid instantly goes up to 50 million middle-tier primordial stones for the very first bundle. Seeing the highest bid spike up to around 100 million, Bai Li Gongjin jokes about Yoon Xiao being the southern region's richest man after the auction. However, the reincarnated soul acts all humble, remarking that he can only dream of that when a lord of the Thousand Treasures Tower, aka the head of the Commerce Alliance, is sitting in the room with them. Wei Hongfu isn't chuckling to himself, as the boy suggests though, considering the auction seems to have exceeded all expectations in its scope, becoming comparable to those held by ancient families in the southern region. However, the old git worries that Yoon Xiao has made people wary of him by flaunting his wealth so blatantly. Unbothered, the boy sarcastically implies that daring to oppose him is practically courting death. Left in disbelief at what he just heard, Wei Hongfu wonders where Yoon Xiao, even with his rare character and tolerance, finds such confidence. Right then, Bai Li Gongjin gets all excited as one of his treasures is about to get auctioned off. Formally announcing that the next item has been provided by the Alchemist Association, the host reveals it to be a 6th-tier compound Suan artifact, refined by none other than Bai Li Gongjin himself, the Devil's Armor and Spear set. Witnessing such an exquisite item with their own eyes, the entire audience loses their minds. Some lament not selling their house before coming to the auction, so they could have had more money, while others forget about Mount Meru's slot crystals and go all in on the shiny item. Shuoi Lu Oyan is confused about why an average compound artifact is getting so much attention, and chalks it up to the south being an undeveloped slum. Acting intelligent for the first time since his appearance, He Feng informs her that it's the underlying intention behind it that's important. Since Bai Li Gongjin himself refined the compound artifact, auctioning it off there showcases that the event is deemed to be of great importance by the Alchemist Association. Worrying about the implications, the Fatso wonders if the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild has somehow formed an alliance with Bai Li Gongjin. Shuoi Luo Yan doubts that, as the Alchemist Association has always been an independent party. However, He Feng lets her know that she's being too naive. After all, no such power can be truly independent as long as it exists in Tianwu, provided there's enough incentive. Shuoi Lu Oyan is still skeptical, thinking that the trashy Tian Yuan Commerce Guild couldn't possibly have anything worthwhile to offer to the Alchemist Association. She concludes that Ding Ling only made a deal with the Dusk Flame Empire branch's 6th-tier refiner to sell his items, but He Feng wonders if it's really so simple. After all, Bai Li Gongjin is the disciple of that lord. While the Fatso hopes that he's just overthinking things, the entire crowd starts bidding furiously over the Devil's Armor and Spear set. In the end, it gets sold for a hopping 40 million middle-tier primordial stones to a random and insignificant family from the Dusk Flame Empire. No one bothered the poor guys afterward, as they were just regular people looking to take it back as a family treasure. Just like that, the auction continues, ending after a whole day. Everyone who participated in the auction ran out of money, but most left happy, as they gained something of great value in return: a slot crystal for Mount Meru. However, those who failed to get any at all collectively raged out at Yoon Xiao, as getting a slot crystal wouldn't have been a problem had he not exploited them out of 2 million primordial stones just to get to the auction. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Wei Hongfu, Ding Linger, and Bai Li Gongjin were losing their minds just like those people, albeit for an entirely different reason. Turns out, the auction netted them around 10 billion middle-tier primordial stones. Unlike them, Yoon Xiao remains calm, despite making dozens of billions of primordial stones with his scamming ways. Blood is richer than my entire ancestry combined. After making his 3 partners jealous, the reincarnated welcomes them to stay in Martial Flame City, while he goes into seclusion until Mount Meru's descent. Elsewhere, a bunch of masked idiots pretending to be ninjas try to sneak into Yoon Xiao's chambers, hoping to get rid of him and take back their primordial stones. However, as they approach his residence, the Great Sun Golden Light Array activates and starts raining down countless blades on them. Instantly giving up on their plan to assassinate the city lord, the wannabe ninjas try to get away. Of course, the mighty formation's homing blades latch onto them like an obsessive X, granting the idiots a swift but painful death. Witnessing yet another slaughter happen right before their very eyes. Hifeng and Shuoi Lu Yan understand that Yoon Xiao doesn't care about killing everyone in his way. The Fatso is sure of one thing though: Martial Flame City will bear the wrath of the entire world once Mount Meru closes. With only 2 days remaining until the Mystic Realm's descent, the sky begins to thunder from time to time. Numerous powerful martial artists from the entire southern region gather above Martial Flame City to ensure the safety of the major sects, disciples, and families, while the resentful small fry who died while trying to attack Yoon Xiao get buried disrespectfully. However, no one present knew that they were killed by the Great Sun Golden Light Array. Regardless, major suspicion fell on the reincarnated soul, as none of the martial artists could understand how he killed those disciples. Elsewhere, Ding Linger is troubled by Yoon Xiao's extreme measures. Right then, Bai Li Gongjin arrives there and instantly notices her worries. With her head lowered, the girl expresses concern over Yoon Xiao taking such blatant shortcuts in his desperate search for primordial stones, wondering if making an enemy of the entire southern region in the process will be worth it. Comforting Ding Linger, Bai Li Gongjin reminds her that every single time Yoon Xiao has ventured to do something, he has found himself in a life-or-death situation. However, it is never the boy who loses his life, but his enemies. In fact, he only continues to get stronger. Do really just explain plot armor. Ha! Hearing this, Ding Linger realizes that the 6th-tier refiner is right. Every time it seems like there is no way out, Yoon Xiao finds a way to overcome the odds. From having a trash body in Tian Shui to now possessing a martial grandmaster's strength isn't something that should have been possible either, but it came to pass, making the girl hope that all her worries are for naught. Once again, Bai Li Gongjin tells Ding Linger to relax, having a gut feeling that Yoon Xiao and his martial Flame City will be regarded with the likes of the 3 major powers in the Dusk Flame Empire after Mount Meru closes. The 6th-tier refiner also compliments her mental prowess, believing that the Tidon Yuan Commerce Guild will soon rise to greatness under her leadership. Felt touched by his words, Ding Linger bows to Bai Li Gongjin, declaring that he will always be welcome with them when his prediction comes to pass. Gladly accepting the girl as a friend, the old git walks off laughing. After he leaves, Ding Linger lights up, since Bai Li Gongjin made it clear that his friendship is with her and not the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild. The young mistress feels over the moon. After all, she has personal connections and resources for the first time in her life. With flushed cheeks, Ding Linger lets out a gentle smile. She feels immense gratitude toward Yoon Xiao, who has made all of this possible for her. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul heads back to the domain of fire inside the World God Monument. Unfortunately, overusing the Heaven's Flame Battle Array on Chiang Hua Island has caused it to go dormant again, and the martial artists there have to rely on their own strength to maintain its shape. Yoon Xiao then heads over to Yu Wet Jiu Lin, who has been restrained in a fiery spider web all this time, wondering when he will get his freedom back. Of course, the reincarnated soul doesn't want to risk everyone knowing that something as absurd as the World God Monument is in his possession, or else he will become the biggest target in Tianwu. Basically, Yue Ji-lin should give up all hope of being a free man ever again. Squaring on his life, the 5-star martial emperor vows to never spill a word to anyone or cross Yun Xiao ever again if he is released. However, the reincarnated soul has no intention of believing him, though he isn't a lass. So Yun Xiao isn't interested in keeping Yue Ji-lin there forever, and will free him when he becomes a 9 Heavens realm martial sovereign. Well, enjoy your stay there, buddy. Hearing this, the 5-star martial emperor complains that he might as well be dead when that time comes. Yun Xiao has no sympathy for him though, as Yue Ji-lin should have been prepared for the consequences of provoking him. Fortunately, Mount Meru's descent will be a chance for the crown prince's uncle to get out for some fresh air. To prevent him from running away, the ruthless reincarnated soul brings out a demonic scroll, preparing to seal Yue Ji-lin's cultivation and capture a piece of his soul. Looking like the devil himself, Yun Xiao opens the scroll in his hands, unleashing the 3 directions Ghost Eye Curse seal. Crimson arms fly out of the markings inside the scroll, latching onto Yue Ji-lin. While he wonders what kind of power the boy is using, the demonic limbs dig into his body. The 5-star martial emperor screams out in agony as a piece of his soul is forced, getting sealed inside the scroll. With that part of the procedure done, Yun Xiao begins sealing Yue Ji-lin's cultivation. The former's crimson hands rip the skin around the latter's heart, embedding the area with the 3 directions Ghost Eye seal. As the reincarnated soul completes the process, Du-On Yue comes flying there. The geezer is surprised that Yun Xiao knows the mark that made his life a living hell, forgetting that he couldn't have granted him the ability to temporarily unseal otherwise. Du-On Yue then looks over to Yue Ji-lin with pitiful eyes, as he has been sealed far worse than him, becoming weaker than even a 7-star martial grandmaster. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao bites his fingers to make it bleed. With his own blood, he seals the scroll, thus fulfilling all the conditions for the 3 directions Ghost Eye Curse seal. Puffing and panting, Yue Ji-lin asks Yun Xiao what he did to him. Completely ignoring the former's query, the latter informs Du-On Yue of Mount Meru's age restriction, assigning him to manage all the martial artists above the age of 50 that he will be sending to Martial Flame City. Annoyed, Yue Ji-lin screams out and reiterates his question. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't bother answering again and simply disappears, taking the over 50 crowd to Martial Flame City with him. Dude making me feel bad for the bad guys at this point. After explaining the situation to the confused souls, the boy lets them know that he has set up the Taisu Heaven's capital array up to a 1-kilometer radius, ensuring that no outsider can enter, nor can an insider leave her. Of course, Du-On Yue recognizes that this so-called kindness is just a plot by Yun Xiao to ensure no one can leak the secrets of the World God Monument. The reincarnated soul then heads back to the 3,000 young people still left in the World God Monument, informing them that they will accompany him when Mount Meru opens. Following this, Yun Xiao drops all the primordial stones from the auction there to open the fire domain again. Revitalized by the overflowing amount of rich spiritual energy, the Heaven's Flame Battle Array becomes a tangible entity once again. Just as the martial artists wonder if it's okay for them to sneakily yoink some of the energy for themselves, Yun Xiao tells them to stay away, since the temperature is about to rise. With this warning, he unleashes the Phoenix's true fire, flicking it into the ocean of spiritual energy. The 2 powers mix and merge, resulting in the Heaven's Flame Battle Array erupting with the essence of fire, becoming stronger than ever before. Witnessing this scene, the Kungo Divine Tree's spirit comes flying there. The kid is all giddy, revealing that the phenomenon feels similar to the very creation of heaven and earth. Wondering if the domain of fire is trying to open up its own space, the tree spirit asks Yun Xiao to quickly plant his roots there so that he can absorb the essence of fire. Of course, the reincarnated soul doesn't want to make him a spoiled brat by listening so easily, and first wants the kid to spill the beans about the array. Daddy chill. Although the Kungo Divine Tree's spirit doesn't know for sure, he can guess that the World God Monument is an ancient artifact that has been sealed away for countless ages. Much to Yun Xiao's surprise, the brat also knows his intentions about opening up the 4 domains of earth, water, fire, and wind. After all, it was very popular in ancient times, albeit its popularity seems to have dwindled recently. The Kungo Divine Tree's spirit then sings praises for itself, revealing that this is his 17th time being reborn from Nirvana. Hearing this, Yun Xiao grins, feeling glad that he rescued the treasure of heaven and earth from the low-level sea monsters. The reincarnated soul is curious about one other thing: if the ancient beings who could open up such independent spaces were all 10 ultimate realm martial deities. Completely shocking Yun Xiao, the Kungo Divine Tree's spirit reveals that opening a domain is like the real creation of heaven and earth, meaning not even a 10 ultimate realm martial deity could truly open up a realm with their own strength. However, in ancient times, the rich liquid spiritual energy that currently flows in the World God Monument used to be everywhere in Tianwu. As it so happens, a mad and obsessed, a powerful refiner named Yuan Shi spent countless years devising a way to mimic the creation of heaven and earth. In the end, he ended up succeeding in creating his own domain by stimulating the environment using the 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. Can we accidentally start recapping a TLA? Anyway, Yuan Shi's discovery was the greatest achievement since ancient times, as this led to some of the most powerful 10 ultimate realm martial deities refining their own independent spaces. To the Kungo Divine Tree's spirit, the domain of fire inside the World God Monument seems like an ancient existence that should have shaken the region in its heyday. Fortunately, the Heaven's Flame Array, combined with Yun Xiao's true fire of life, can enable it to fully recover. Otherwise, reopening the 4 great domains at the boy's current level would be downright impossible. While this means that he can open the other 3 domains with enough spiritual energy and a divine object to stimulate it, it's highly unlikely that Yun Xiao will encounter something on the same level as the true Soul Phoenix's flames again in this lifetime. Or so the Kungo Divine Tree's spirit thinks. All of his words have made the reincarnated soul realize his narrow-mindedness in thinking that Tianwu was already in his grasp. Obtaining both the Phoenix True Fire and the World God Monument makes him believe that he will find other divine objects in this lifetime. Wishing him good luck, the little brat demands that Yun Xiao pay him back for extracting his spirit power last time by letting him absorb the domain of fire's essence. Finally listening to the Kungo Divine Tree's spirit, Yun Xiao plants his root right in the center of the Heaven's Flame Battle Array. Over the moon about his new comfortable life, the little kid jumps around in the essence of fire. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't one to let him have all that fun for free, and declares this kindness to be a loan, running the brat's entire mood. Suddenly, Yun Xiao is overcome with a tingling sensation. He looks up with a big smile across his face, concluding that Mount Meru is open at last. Meanwhile, above Martial Flame City, the entire sky starts to crack. As the residents start panicking, an announcement is made to comfort them, revealing that the Great Spatial Tremor is just because the 2 spaces are merging. With the prelude to Mount Meru's opening underway, Ding Linger worries about Yun Xiao still being in seclusion. Even Bai Li Gongjin, who is standing beside her, can't see through the boy's restrictive barrier, but hopes that he will come out soon. Right then, the heavens erupt, shattering into countless pieces. Martial Flame City merges with the realm beyond, as Mount Meru's magnificent scenery lights the sky to mark the end of the story's 250th chapter. With the Mystic Realm's opening coming to pass, the people of Martial Flame City look on in awe. Mount Meru slowly starts to descend, with just its entrance showing itself at the moment. Tu Lei, Huang Xiaolong, and Fang Di rush to the scene, revealing that the Mystic Realm's entrance isn't as close as it seems. In fact, only by breaking through space and traversing the void can one reach Mount Meru. To that end, they greet the 2 elders responsible for helping the martial artists cross over, Liu Kun and Zhang Gao. Bringing out their comically large brushes, the geezers start painting like madmen. Their jade paint swooshes across the rooftop as it turns into a tree with countless branches. As Liu Kun and Zhang Gao complete their drawing, it starts floating into the air. Suddenly, the painting comes to life as the tree begins to grow like a mythical beanstalk and reaches into the sky. Soon, its branches go all the way to the entrance of Mount Meru. The elders then command their underlings to go and inspect the passageway, but they get blocked by a mysterious barrier. As the 2 martial artists report that some sort of field is restricting them from going any further, Liu Kun and Zhang Gao observe it closely, only to realize that it is none other than the 9 Pillars Dustless Formation. Huang Xiaolong wonders what's going on, prompting the elders to use their universal detect. Much to their dismay, the Great Yin Core has been tampered with, since they were responsible for watching over the 9 Pillars Dustless Formation. Huang Xiaolong questions how someone could have messed with it, and tells the protectors to stop joking around. "Let's get you to bed, Grandpa." Understanding that the spirit projection they saw earlier did something with the formation core, Li Yukum and Zhang Gao start discussing the perpetrator's intentions and identity amongst themselves, albeit being completely off the mark. Right then, Fang Di arrives before the elders, declaring that they should just think about how to send the disciples to Mount Meru for now. Since all of them are affected by the formation, he suggests that they combine their remaining strengths to punch a tunnel into the void. Tu Lei agrees with his assessment, as messing up the Mystic Realm's descent anymore will result in severe consequences for all of them. Suddenly, the geezers hear someone cackling behind them. A disciple named Lu Qingcheng, deciding to leave the southern rust buckets behind, goes on ahead and rides his 7th tier bice-bidding blade straight through the 9 pillars dustless formation. While the 3 enforcers look on in disbelief, a thundering voice echoes throughout Martial Flame City, questioning who allowed Lu Qingcheng to go in when he hasn't made his appearance yet. An enormous amount of true qi begins to gather at the top of the beanstalk, taking the shape of a giant foot. Bai Li Gongjin and Ding Ling are overcome with sheer horror, realizing that Yun Xiao might be the one behind all this. While the gigantic foot charges toward Lu Qingcheng, the young mistress loses her mind, understanding that the boy's reckless acts will result in heaps of trouble for them all. Ride or die, lil sis. Anyway, thinking his bice-bidding blade can slash through anything and everything, Lu Qingcheng gets cocky, referring to himself as young master. He tries to pierce straight through the huge foot, only to get stuck in it as if it were jelly. Raging at the martial artist for daring to call himself young master in front of him, the owner of the voice proceeds to stomp the ever-living crap out of him. All the martial artists on the ground scurry away, as the gigantic foot shatters the earth, while putting Lu Qingcheng into the dirt, where he belongs. Seeing this, Fang Di starts to understand that Li Yun Xiao is the one meddling with Mount Meru's descent, and begins shouting for him. At this point, Ding Ling is seeing stars, as there is no doubt left that the reincarnated soul is the one behind this insanity. Bai Li Gongjin grits his teeth in utter disbelief too, since even the Alchemist Association wouldn't dare to offend so many powerhouses all at once. Meanwhile, Lu Qingcheng crawls himself out of the hole in the ground, vowing to make the Martial Flame City lord again. However, he gets smacked back inside by Yang Fanzhou and Shun Ao Bei of the Silver Wing Sect and the Sky King Creed respectively. While insulting the southern region, the 2 martial artists unleash their heavenly wrathful blade and 9 days of radiant time to force their way through the formation. Refusing to let them have all the spotlight, Zhang Qiqing, with his exceptional Suan artifacts and special chakra contracts, joins them to rush the gigantic foot. Seeing the eastern region's 3 disciples show off so blatantly, while looking down on southerners like him, Fang Di starts cheering for Yun Xiao and wishes that he stomped the arrogant fools to death. What a based old man. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a guy named Yu Qing and his friends start acting all high and mighty, making fun of the eastern and southern martial artists alike. Hearing their insults, the south region's martial artists grit their teeth in rage, hoping that all the other region's fighters meet a terrible demise. Right then, Yang Fanzhou, Shun Ao Bei, and Zhang Qiqing break through the 9 pillars dustless formation almost a little too easily. Just as they start celebrating though, the reincarnated soul's moon eye technique appears in the sky. As they freeze in place, all the onlookers are left confused. After all, the mental attack is invisible to them. Brimming with hostility, they wonder if the eastern region's trio is showing off by not entering Mount Meru even after breaking the formation. Suddenly, the 3 martial artists start dancing in the sky, convincing everyone that they are mocking them. Even Fang Di is fooled and rages out, shouting at the trio to open up a path for everyone else, instead of wasting time. Of course, the dancing doesn't stop at all. In fact, their moves keep getting more provocative and vulgar with each passing second. The men in the crowd are disgusted, while a certain Fujishi can't be more excited and tells the 3 martial artists to shake that thing harder. Suddenly, the trio's entire arsenal comes crashing to the ground. Li Yun Xiao's shenanigans go a little too far, forcing the author to step in and censor the panel himself. At this point, the spectators are left questioning if they are really the ones being mocked. Yang Fanzhou, Shun Ao Bei, and Zhang Qiqing all integrated their consciousness with exceptional Suan artifacts to break through the 9 pillars dustless formation without getting affected by it. Now, with their entire arsenal on the ground, the onlookers finally understand that something is wrong with the trio. Seeing this, Ding Ling turns pale, questioning why Yun Xiao wants to become the main villain in all of Tianwu. That one dude from earlier, Su Qing. doesn't dare to back all of his trash talk either, and publicly accepts that he is nothing but fodder. Right then, the reincarnated soul's voice echoes throughout Martial Flame City, announcing that he arranged the earlier dance to alleviate everyone's boredom while they wait for him. Of course, Yoon Xiao refuses to take responsibility for the vulgarity, pinning the blame entirely on the trio of their magical Eastern origin. True Qi then begins gathering at the top of the beanstalk, taking the shape of a circular door. Moments later, the reincarnated soul walks out of it, nonchalantly asking the spectators if the show satisfied them. All eyes instantly turn to him, though not brimming with any affection whatsoever. At the same time, Yoon Xiao permits the three hardworking dancers to roll away. Devoid of any energy, the Eastern region's trio falls to the ground like dead flies. Tu Lei, Huang Xiao Long, and Fang Di all instantly appear before the boy, questioning if he knows what a huge disaster he is causing. Of course, Yoon Xiao thinks of it as just playing with his juniors, despite being a teenager himself. He then snaps his fingers together, creating a golden bridge above the beanstalk, ringing out his trustworthy microphone. Yoon Xiao informs everyone that the bridge is privately owned by him. As such, it will ensure that none of them suffer the same fate as the trio earlier and get safe passage into Mount Meru, all for a mere 5 million middle-tier primordial stones. Hearing about the boy's latest scam, the entire crowd rages, protesting that they have to pay another fee after going through so much trouble for the slot crystals. Yoon Xiao claps back, declaring that anyone who wants to redeem the slot crystals is more than welcome to seek out the southern region's 3 major forces, since they issued those. Of course, the people who actually want to enter Mount Meru before it closes are to line up before the small-time Martial Flame City Lord and hand him his asked amount. Right then, one of the Veiled Elders reprimands Yoon Xiao for offending the entire continent of Tidonwu, simply shrugging off the remark the latter questions which sect or faction the former belongs to, proudly announcing that he is from the Heaven-Sent Empire's Warwolf Temple, equivalent to the Dusk Flame Empire's Emotion-Severing Mountain and the Heavenly Jewel Gate. The man tries to advise Yoon Xiao, only to get the entrance fee doubled for his entire sect's disciples. Well, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. The veiled figure trembles with rage and jumps at the little brat, fully prepared to kill him. With a single flick of his hand, the reincarnated soul simply invokes the Great Sun Golden Light Array to punish the dumbass geezer who dares to attack him in his own territory. Countless glowing blades go flying at the elder, unveiling his scared old face. However, the swords start dissipating right before striking him, as Yoon Xiao benevolently spares the geezer on account of his efforts in maintaining Martial Flame City's order. The other Veiled Elders don't try to anger the crazy kid, but guess that his actions will cause the War Wolf Temple to wipe out the entire land after Mount Meru closes, sharing their opinion. The entire crowd starts protesting against Yoon Xiao for dragging them down with him. Suddenly, the boy lets out a wide grin, questioning who the hell they think he is. Dancing around like Michael Jackson, the former military breaker Martial Sovereign refuses to be afraid of anyone in the whole world. In fact, he vows to be even more spectacular and arrogant than Gu Fei Yan, as Li Yoon Xiao. Ignoring the teenager's masterful performance, Chi Ondudu's elder brother walks up to him, becoming the first guy to pay up the 5 million middle-tier primordial stones. Confirming the amount, Yoon Xiao lets him pass through to Mount Meru. This is all it takes for everyone to stop protesting and follow suit, as the reincarnated soul's pockets start getting filled with primordial stones. Soon, Shuoi Lu Oyan steps up to pay the amount. However, Yoon Xiao stops her, declaring that she has to hand over 20 million middle-tier primordial stones. The girl questions why she has to pay an extra fee, but the reincarnated soul seemingly has no particular reason, and is doing so just because he can. Of course, Shuoi Lu Oyan also has the option to simply leave, if she can't pay and not delay the people behind her. Refusing to be bullied like this, the girl charges up a huge ball of pink energy, promising to eradicate Yoon Xiao right then and there as a lesson for the wicked woman, Ding Linger. Surprisingly, the boy is actually taken aback by her attack. Right then, Long Chuan shows up, paying on Shuoi Lu Oyan's behalf. Ha, simp. With sweat dripping down his face, Yoon Xiao compliments his former foe, but he humbly shrugs it off. Meanwhile, Shuoi Lu Oyan gets flustered, insisting that she doesn't need the help. However, Long Chuan isn't giving the girl a choice, since her martial condensing pill worth 30 million should be saved for Mount Meru. Just like that, Shuoi Lu Oyan heads up to Mount Meru along with Long Chuan, albeit bickering with him the entire time. Li Yun Xiao starts speaking into the microphone again, threatening to close the bridge if no one else is able to pay the amount. Hearing this, the two comedy relief dudes named Su Cheng and Yan Yi from earlier walk up to the reincarnated soul. Amidst all their random gibberish and fake tough guy talk though, the two guys reveal a useful piece of information. Turns out, the martial condensing pill that Shuoi Lu Oyan had is a priceless treasure that's created when a powerful martial artist condenses their own attack into a pill. As such, it can be used by their junior for self-defense in life or death situations. Of course, after all their trash talk, the duo instantly folds in front of Yun Xiao, handing over their respective 5 million middle-tier primordial stones without any protest whatsoever. As they walk up the suspension bridge, the reincarnated soul reiterates his warning about closing it. Unable to help themselves, Su Cheng and Yan Yi insult the poor dudes for not being able to afford such a meager amount. Almost as if to punish them for all their crap up to this point, Yun Xiao suddenly has a change of heart and lowers the entry fee to 3 million middle-tier primordial stones, also allowing the poor martial artist to hand over something valuable instead. Forgetting that he is the one scamming them in the first place, the ones who can afford to enter now start singing praises for their young master Yun. Of course, as soon as they pay up, the reincarnated soul shows his true intentions of wanting to extort everyone completely. He further lowers the price to 1 million for the last batch, once again receiving countless praises for his benevolence. At last, the utterly penniless martial artists remain. With tears flowing down their faces, the poor guys plead their case to their city lord Big Brother, begging to be let in. Yu Xiao starts feeling bad for them, though he refuses to let it show. Acting like an annoyed old hag, the reincarnated soul allows the broke blokes to pass, but vows to kill them all if they are still poor next time. Hailing the merciful city lord, the poor guys giddily head up the suspension bridge. This makes the enforcers realize that Yu Xiao may be a blatant scammer, but he isn't a complete hole. Anyway, the reincarnated soul turns to his side, announcing that it's time to go in. Blushing from ear to ear, Ding Ling sarcastically remarks that she doesn't have any money. Of course, being the sly dog that he is, Yun Xiao one-ups her instantly, declaring that a broke beauty can just pay in a certain other way. He leaves the maiden utterly flustered. As Yun Xiao's suspension bridge closes, the elder who Yun Xiao humiliated earlier rages out at his arrogance, wanting him to be captured and sliced into 1,000 pieces, as well as for Martial Flame City to be razed to the ground. Fang Di calls out the man for his extreme statements, as Li Yun Xiao didn't really harm anyone. The elder disagrees, considering the amount extorted by the boy is almost equivalent to a major sex riches. Fang Di still defends Yun Xiao, ticking the man off even more. Huang Xiaolong steps in to calm both parties, being of the view that the entire thing is their fault, since they let a teenager exploit them. However, he also thinks that Li Yun Xiao has to be punished severely to keep the prestige of the southern region's sex intact. Tu Lei suggests that they capture and punish the reincarnated soul after Mount Meru closes, so the innocent residents of Martial Flame City are spared. Everyone is on board with this, leaving Fang Di no room to argue anymore. And T little bro, at least you tried. Meanwhile, Li Yun Xiao finds himself in a luscious and colorful forest inside Mount Meru, having been separated from Ding Linger because of the entrance's random teleportation. Not all that bothered by it, the boy starts inhaling the fresh and rich spiritual energy of the mystic realm. Loving what he smells, Yun Xiao jumps around like a child in a candy store. Although this age-restricted paradise also opened in his past life, the reincarnated soul couldn't enter and always regretted it. Getting a second chance to make up for it, he can't contain himself. Sniffing even the ground like a desperate puppy, Yun Xiao realizes that the spiritual energy here is not only pure and dense, but also feels similar to the World God Monument. He wonders if an ancient powerhouse created the mystic realm as an independent space and eventually lost it. None of that matters though, as time is extremely precious. Wanting to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible, the reincarnated soul sits down and unleashes his universal detect net to find the densest spot. Much to his surprise, only one person is running around within the 1,000-mile forest, despite the fact that over 10,000 people are in Mount Meru. Surprised at the sheer size of the mystic realm, Yu Xiao eventually finds a valley to the east, brimming with liquefied spiritual energy. He heads there on his floating battleship and starts raking it all in, understanding that all the superpowers would be fighting over the treasure land if it were in Tianwu. Quickly placing his world god monument, Yoon Xiao begins absorbing the concentrated spiritual energy faster than humanly possible. He then heads inside the fire domain, where all the martial artists are over the moon at this turn of events. Floating around, the reincarnated soul wonders how much the world god monument will be able to recover in the 3 months Mount Meru will remain open. Right then, a certain beautiful martial king with long crimson hair makes her appearance after countless chapters, wanting to go out into the mystic realm. Her drip leveled up like 10 levels. Somehow not drooling like an idiot, as I would have been if I saw Luo Yunshang. The reincarnated soul insists that staying in the world god monument's fire domain is better and safer than heading outside. Of course, the lady doesn't fear any dangers as long as Li Yun Xiao is by her side. Instantly realizing what she just said, Luo Yunshang gets flustered and demands to be let out, forcing the boy to comply. Outside, the teacher marvels at the mystic realm's beauty. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao wants to proceed with caution. Since the world god monument also has to be hidden, he suggests that Luo Yunshang stays with it in one place until Mount Meru closes and automatically teleports her out. Of course, she has no intention of listening to him. Worried that Luo Yunshang is acting more and more like a little girl in front of him, Yun Xiao awkwardly bites his finger. Suddenly, something alerts him, and he rushes back to his floating battleship, asking the lady to come with him, revealing that someone is quickly approaching. Not wanting to expose the world god monument, Yun Xiao and Luo Yunshang quickly head to high ground. Putting away the floating battleship, the former shushes the latter, informing her that someone is close by. After some time, a panicked and screaming moss head comes running there. Did Zoro get lost again? Seeing his condition, Luo Yunshang realizes that he came there from thousands of miles away and wonders just how powerful Yun Xiao's universal detect has gotten. Right then, the runner shouts out for them. However, he puts the two on alert by begging for their help. After all, Yun Xiao's universal detect is shielding their hiding spot, so they shouldn't have been discovered. Unless, of course, the Moss Head's abilities are somehow much stronger. Once again, the panicked dude shouts at Luo Yunshang and the reincarnated soul to come out of hiding and help him against something powerful, promising a generous reward for it. As soon as he hears this, Yun Xiao pops out and the lady follows. Cries tears of joy. The Moss Head starts running toward them. However, upon seeing that one of them is a martial king, while the other is a mere martial lord, he insults the duo and changes his direction. Of course, the idiot quickly doubles back when he realizes that the one with the weaker cultivation is none other than Li Yun Xiao himself, or Young Master Yun as he likes to be called. Hiding behind the almighty savior, the Moss Head introduces himself as Zhou Ziyuan from the northern region's Plum Blossom Island. Turns out, he met a monster as soon as he entered Mount Meru, and has been running ever since, only surviving due to his special skill set. Annoyed at being touched, Yun Xiao punches away Zhou Ziyuan, who hasn't seen the monster's form yet, despite somehow seeing through his savior's universal detect shielding. Apparently, Zhou Ziyuan used a heavenly mirror to observe within a 1,000-mile radius and found the two of them. He does find one thing strange, though. The treasure that is never wrong spotted only one person at first for some reason, with the second one appearing out of nowhere. Answering wrongly, the Moss Head guesses that the City Lord just came in from Martial Flame City. You will get it next time, buddy. Anyway, Yun Xiao notes that the Heavenly Mirror is Plum Blossom Island's legendary 9th-tier treasure. However, the one in Zhou Ziyuan's hands is nothing more than a 7th-tier knockoff. Not knowing how Yun Xiao figured that out, the Moss Head insists that it's just a small heavenly mirror. The reincarnated soul doesn't care either way though, as the knockoff is still pretty valuable. Suddenly, the monster catches up to them. Zhou Ziyuan hides away, while his two saviors get ready to fight. Moments later, the nearby trees get engulfed in a mysterious goop. Tripping all over the place, the green fluid charges toward the group. Luo Yunshang pushes him back, not wanting Yun Xiao to go up against something that not even a martial grandmaster like Zhou Ziyuan could handle. Confidently claiming that he will be fine as a martial grandmaster is nothing compared to him, the reincarnated soul leaps into battle. Meanwhile, parts of the goo instantly change form and attack Yun Xiao with laser-like beams. He manages to intercept the strike just in time, but Luo Yunshang and Zhou Yiyuan are having trouble even seeing it. While Yun Xiao jumps around the trees, cutting his way through the lasers that are ricocheting all over the forest, the two spectators do nothing but be stunned by him. However, The shuttling attacks soon overwhelm the boy. Losing all his earlier cockiness, he shouts at Luo Yunshang and Zhou Yi Yuan to help him, instead of just watching the show. After judging and rating Yun Xiao's less than stellar performance, Zhou Yi Yuan jumps in to assist him. Bringing out his small heavenly mirror, the martial grandmaster creates a cage of sorts around the reincarnated soul and the monster. With a battle IQ as high as his, Yun Xiao soon realizes the creature's weakness and marks it with his own blood. Getting its invisibility shtick busted, the monster tries to flee. Jacket in hand as a capturing tool, Yun Xiao rushes after it. The invisible entity runs away from the boy, only to end up running into the boundary of the small heavenly mirror. As a result, both the mysterious creature and Yun Xiao freeze in place. Zhou Yi Yuan starts celebrating like he caught the monster all by himself, but then a sinister thought crosses his mind. Since not even Martial Emperor can move inside the small heavenly mirror, nothing or no one is stopping the Moss Head from stealing the billions of middle-tier primordial stones Yun Xiao extorted earlier. However, Zhou Yi Yuan's daydreams are instantly shattered as the boy unleashes his godly evolution capture art to break free from the freeze effect, capturing the monster with the divine scriptures. Seeing this improvisation, the martial grandmaster loses his mind and questions how a martial lord can move under his treasure's effects. Of course, Yun Xiao understands how the actual heavenly mirror works, so breaking free from its 7th tier knockoff and catching the creature was no problem for him. Hearing this, Zhou Yi Yuan bursts out sweating, thanking the stars that he didn't do anything rash. Yun Xiao notices his distorted face and questions if the Moss Head is conspiring against him, getting assured that he is definitely not interested in his mysterious capturing technique and primordial stones. Yep, that would totally be a crazy thing to want. Anyway, with the monster no longer being a problem, the reincarnated soul shoos Zhou Yi Yuan away. The latter wonders if he can take a look at it before leaving, something that the former has no problem with, albeit for 5 million middle-tier primordial stones. Not wanting to get extorted again, the Moss Head sprints away. After he leaves, Luo Yunshang questions why Yun Xiao let him go, considering he was definitely up to something. In all of his poetic wisdom, the reincarnated soul announces that grasshopper can't touch the sky, leaving her in awe, not being able to estimate or predict Yun Xiao's strength anymore. Luo Yunshang lets out a gentle smile while reminiscing, fully convinced that he is Gu Feiyang's disciple. As she gets curious about what monstrosity they captured earlier, Yun Xiao hypes it up as something good and unwraps his jacket, revealing a small beast that has goop for meat around its skeleton. This is a rare green bond tom demon, which, while not being tough, possesses unimaginable speed and is capable of breaking apart space by evolving into a 7th tier. Deciding to gift the fun little guy to Luo Yunshang, the reincarnated soul siphons out a piece of its soul since she can't tame it at her current cultivation level. Our goat really turned into a simp right before our very eyes, damn. While the demon beast quivers, Yun Xiao etches its soul on the lady, ensuring that it becomes a good boy and doesn't dare disobey her. Lo and behold, the green bond tom demon loses all of its rage and starts purring like a little kitten, embracing the little thing. Luo Yunshang thanks Yun Xiao for the gift. Suddenly, the creature wraps around her wrist, becoming a bracelet for portability purposes. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul gets a tad bit worried that the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild's map only covers a tiny corner of Mount Meru, and wonders where he is going to find it. Since the Mystic Realm is bigger than he thought, Yun Xiao wants to start exploring. Luo Yunshang decides to tag along, joining the boy on his floating battleship. After flying around the breathtaking scenery for some time, Yun Xiao finally starts to sense a few people nearby. Right then, a ferocious roar echoes throughout the area. Wondering what's going on, the boy quickly changes the floating battleship's trajectory and rushes toward it. Soon, he comes across several martial grandmasters fighting a rock beast. Although these creatures are usually 6th tier, this one is about 4 times larger and fiercer, forcing the martial artists to go on the defensive. While Yun Xiao drools over the rock beast's magmatic heart, an extremely valuable earth-based treasure, one of the martial grandmasters asks for his help, promising to split the profits for him. Pulling out his trap card, the reincarnated soul insists that they won't be of any help, since he is just a martial lord, while his companion is a martial king. Enraged at this revelation, the martial grandmasters question how such trash entered Mount Meru, chalking it up to be the southern region's fault. One of his fellow fighters, being a southerner himself, gets offended at the outsider looking down on them. Flipping off the racist, he threatens to kill him right then and there. Of course, reality is often cruel, so the rock beast decides to stomp the southerner to death first. The creature then starts charging up a blast in its mouth, making the martial grandmasters cower in their boots. Ooh, shiver me timbers. They start running, but the rock beast blows before all of them can get out of the way. 3 more martial grandmasters fall, as the sand tornado erupting from the creature's mouth turns the entire forest to stone. To make things worse, it suddenly starts pulling in the entire area like a vortex. Realizing what's going on, Yoon Xiao screams out. Turns out, the rock beast has swallowed enough martial grandmasters to evolve, and is now hiding in a massive boulder-like cocoon to prepare for it. Seeing this, the remaining 5 martial grandmasters also come to understand that the monster is about to evolve. However, they are overcome with greed, as this particular rock beast's magmatic heart will yield them hundreds of millions of primordial stones. After a discussion amongst themselves, the martial grandmasters come clean about the fact that they have been hiding their full strengths from each other, deciding to truly work together to defeat the monster. Feeling uncomfortable about how the rock beast is changing, one of them suggests that they shouldn't act rashly and investigate it first. Another dude disagrees, having a brighter idea than that, announcing that there is no need for any of the martial grandmasters to risk their life as the investigator. He points to the sky, wanting the floating battleship to stop enjoying the show and work for them instead. Very much down for this arrangement, all 5 martial grandmasters start acting like crazed dogs and demand the dew in the sky to do their bidding. Despite the peer pressure, Yoon Xiao commits to the bid of being a weak martial lord. Shouting at the martial grandmasters below, he refuses to go near the rock beast, since it would be a guaranteed death sentence. The dude who volunteered him as the investigator tries to rope him into it with his empty promises, but the reincarnated soul isn't convinced at all, and tells the martial grandmasters to investigate the rock beast themselves. Being an esteemed martial grandmaster in the eastern region, the guy is too full of himself to let this disrespect slide and flies to the floating battleship to teach the martial lord a lesson. Upon landing, he spots 2 individuals waiting for him and demands that they investigate the rock beast immediately. Or, before the words come out of his mouth, the idiot is hit with the realization of who he is talking to. Looking more threatening than ever with a beautiful woman by his side, Yoon Xiao dares the martial grandmaster to finish his sentence. While the dumbass has an existential crisis in the sky, the rock beast's cocoon erupts. The boulder that was containing the monster turns into volcanic rock and starts to crack, unveiling its new form piece by piece. Soon, the entire cocoon shatters, revealing the rock beast's new appearance that looks awfully similar to Godzilla. Hey, different colors, no copyright infringement here. Witnessing this, the martial grandmasters foam at their mouths. Even Yoon Xiao is shaken up, understanding that no one there stands a chance against the 7th-tier demon beasts now. The dumbasses on the grounds realize it too and start running away, only to get stopped by the guy who suggested the investigation earlier. This time, he convinces them to attack the rock beast together and fight it until they die. Devil Spear, Primordial Phantom Palm, and Scorching Sun Emperor's Grasp. The 3 martial grandmasters unleash their strongest attacks and wait for him to join in, but he never does. Realizing that the southern rat played them, the idiots promise to tear him in shreds. Of course, they will never get the chance to, as the rock beast gobbles them all up. Meanwhile, the southern martial grandmaster huffs and puffs his way to Yoon Xiao's Green Wolf battleship. The dude who went there earlier tries his hardest to leave him behind, but the southerner's will to live is just a little too strong. Emptying his lungs, he propels himself to the floating battleship and starts laying it into the guy who tried to abandon him there. Of course, since the latter is a 4-star martial grandmaster while he himself is a 3-star one, the dumb ass uses his target SWAT technique and starts going off on the reincarnated soul. Much to his dismay, this new target is Li Yoon Xiao, an even worse person to offend. Not knowing what to do with himself, the idiot brings out his target SWAT technique 2.0 and begins disrespecting Luo Yunshan. Yeah, the dude definitely hates living. Annoyed, the reincarnated soul hits the southerner with the revelation that he is talking to his teacher, leaving him foaming at his point. Right then, the 4-star martial grandmaster uses private sound transmission to talk to the idiot, suggesting that they work together and take control of the floating battleship. After thinking about his proposal, the 3-star martial grandmaster opts to snitch on him instead and spills the beams to Yoon Xiao. Infuriated at this betrayal, the Easterner doesn't even bother denying the allegations and unleashes his aura, wondering why the Southerner is afraid of the martial lord. who was only strong due to martial Flame City's formations. Refusing to side with the outsider, the idiot hides behind his young master Yoon and pledges his allegiance to him. Of course, the reincarnated soul wants him to prove it if he wants to be forgiven by tossing the 4-star martial Grand Master to the rock beast. Fearing the enemy who was 1 star above him, the southerner begs Yoon Xiao not to make him fight. Upon getting assured that there's nothing to be afraid of while he is there, the idiot realizes that he will get in trouble by not listening. Fortunately for him, the 4-star martial Grand Master decides to strike first and charges at the boy with his blade. Unfazed, Yoon Xiao lets out a smirk and coats his hands with the unyielding tyrant physique, casually intercepting the 4-star martial Grand Master like it's an everyday thing for him. The reincarnated soul shatters his sword with one hand and flicks him away with the other. That's why he's the goat, spraying his disgusting blood everywhere. The Easterner goes flying. Somehow, the dumbass still has the gall to announce that he isn't done with Yoon Xiao yet, unaware that the rock beast is right behind him. While the monster chumps down the 4-star martial Grand Master, the Green Wolf battleship rushes ahead. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the southerner is convinced that Li Yoon Xiao will throw him out as well. So he clings to the boy, quite literally for his life. Begging to be spared, the 3-star martial Grand Master promises to use his status as a disciple of the Heavenly Jewel Gate to repay Yoon Xiao many times over. Curious about the offer, the latter inquires about the former's name, finding out that he is none other than Wang Qiang, the son of the Heavenly Jewel Gate sect master, Wang Song-hee. This changes Yoon Xiao's demeanor, albeit ever so slightly, as he tries to find out just how rich the idiot is. Getting hopeful, Wang Qiang tries acting humble. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul turns around and starts setting up an array. Upon inquiring about it, the 3-star martial Grand Master finds out that it's a short-distance spatial transportation array that will take them somewhere about 20 kilometers away from the rock beast. Wang Qiang starts celebrating, only to get told that he won't be coming with them, and still has to escape by himself. Hearing this, the idiot's heart falls to his stomach, as he starts crying and ranting uncontrollably. Yoon Xiao comes around and checks to see if he is worth saving, quite literally. The 3-star martial Grand Master offers to give everything he has to him, but it obviously isn't even close to enough for someone who is the Heavenly Jewel Gate's main disciple. Yoon Xiao instead drafts a written IOU for Wang Qiang that he will claim once they get out of Mount Meru, leaving him in utter disbelief. In the latest edition of his extorting ways, the reincarnated soul prices the idiot's life at a whole 1 billion middle-tier primordial stones. You should be flattered, lil bro. Convincing him that he is worth at least that much, Yoon Xiao gets Wang Qiang to stamp the IOU. In tears, the latter can't believe that the former really had the gall to ask the Heavenly Jewel Gate for money. Regardless, his current woes are over with as Yoon Xiao permits him to stand inside the array. With a snap of his fingers, the boy transports them all to safety, leaving the rock beast chomping on nothing but air. Getting played like an idiot, the monster roars out. Elsewhere in Mount Meru, a group of martial artists, including the 3 dancers from earlier, hang around a weird tree amidst a gloopy river. They all look on intently as the glowing fruit in its center sprouts another leaf. This is the 7 Constellations Realm Cultivation Essence, which now possesses 6 leaves, meaning it's almost ripe. 2 8-star martial Grand Masters from the northern region, Kuoi Si and Sue Chue, discuss the unavoidable battle that is bound to ensue over the fruit. The former wants to find a peaceful solution to make sure the treasure isn't damaged, but the latter doesn't think that it is possible at all, refusing to give up the item no matter what. After all, ingesting the 7 Constellations Realm Cultivation Essence can not only help a person become a martial emperor, but it also speeds up their cultivation until they are a 9-star one, making it one of the most valuable treasures in Tianwu. Turning over to the others, Kuoi Si and Sue Chue announce that all trash below the martial Grand Master level is to stay 500 kilometers away from the treasure, or they can simply die. The martial kings rage out, only for Kuoi Si to reiterate that they are mere trash, albeit with a touch of racism because they are from the south. Thinking they are part of the team, Yan Fanzhou, Shun Aobei, and Zheng Qiqing join in on the hate against the Southerners and start ranting about Li Yoon Xiao, rightfully taking offense to the bigotry. The South region's martial artists clap back. Unfortunately, they aren't the protagonists, so this doesn't end happily for them, telling Kuoi Si to create a barrier and instructing the others to protect the cultivation essence. Sue gets ready to sweep out the stinking trash. Unleashing his 8 Desolation Transcendent Blast, the martial Grandmaster burns the Southerners to a crisp. Meanwhile, Huoi covers the cultivation essence with her hidden technique. Ching Chung, the guy with the 7th tier biting blade from earlier, calls her out for being selfish, getting told that he has no right to judge her when he isn't putting in any effort to protect the fruit. Right then, a martial Grandmaster of the South region prepares to strike Sue down with his sky-splitting halberd, of course not choosing to flee when it doesn't end well for him. Stealing Frieza's whole flow, word for word, bar for bar, the 8-star martial Grandmaster bursts open and mixes the Southerner like Krillin on Namek. To add insult to injury, Sue declares the South a filthy slum, since even the martial Grandmaster from there was using a mere 4th-tier Suon weapon. Heck, a sky-splitting halberd isn't even worth keeping for the Northerner, and he throws it away like trash after snapping it in half. Ching Chung passes a backhanded compliment to Sue, who, in turn, expresses that he is jealous of him for lucking onto a weapon as amazing as the biting blade. This makes Ching Chung raise an eyebrow, but he isn't allowed to linger on it much longer, since Huoi suddenly screams out, getting her barrier attacked by a gigantic blade. Much to the lady's dismay, the Suon weapon erupts in a violet glow, shattering her barrier with a single blow. Huoi is left in utter dismay, as not only is the pressure emanating from the blade that of the 7th tier, but its mysterious wielder also seems to possess cultivation equal to or higher than her own. Surprisingly, Ching Chung is more competent than Yoon Xiao may look, since he recognizes the Suon weapon as the purple penumbra blade, something that belongs to him. Soon, the blade returns to its wielder, who literally looks down on everyone there, while making fun of them. This is the Northern Region's 9-star martial Grandmaster, Zhan Fan, accompanied by none other than the Moss Head, Zhou Ziyuan. The dancers worry about the trouble they will have to go through to get the cultivation essence, now that 2 more tough opponents have arrived. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Du nonchalantly walks up to the tree, yapping about the small heavenly mirror, Mount Meru's beauty, and all the weaklings there along the way. Right as tensions are at an all-time high, a new trio enters the area made up of a funny combo of a martial Grandmaster, a martial king, and a martial lord. Zhou Ziyuan is like, hold up, that's a bit familiar, while the utterly clueless dancers make fun of the non-existent trash Southern family that sent in a martial lord there to die. Who's gonna tell him? Before anyone realizes what's going on though, a green laser-like thing swoops in and yoinks the 7 constellation's realm cultivation essence from right under their noses. It then returns to the green wolf battleship, where a certain someone is surprised that no one wanted to take such a valuable treasure. He then starts heading off, leaving all the infuriated martial Grandmasters chasing after him. Zhou Ziyuan is a bit late though, as his body hesitates to move after realizing who the thief is. All the martial Grandmasters desperately chase after Yoon Xiao, who seems to not care about dying by pulling such a bold stunt. Turns out, while Wang Qiang and Luo Yunshang were worried about consequences and boring stuff like that, the reincarnated soul was busy cooking up his greatest master plan yet, as he leads the martial Grandmasters toward the rock beast. Of course, Yoon Xiao has no interest in putting himself in a disadvantageous position either, so he prepares the short-distance spatial transportation array to get out of there, before the 2 forces collide. While Wang Qiang stuffs himself with pills to avoid hurling again, all the martial Grandmasters start catching up to the unusually fast green wolf battleship. Suddenly, Zhou Ziyuan's small heavenly mirror starts reacting. After checking it out, he warns everyone of the powerful demon beast awaiting them. However, they don't care, thinking so many of them will be enough to take it down. Meanwhile, Yoon Xiao finishes up the array. Heading straight for the rock beast's mouth, he starts counting down from 3. At the same time, the martial Grandmasters chasing him wonder if the monster in front of them is a martial emperor level threat. When Yoon Xiao's count reaches 2, they decide to risk it for the biscuit and prepare to do a full wipe out. Hoof, they will not enjoy what's going to happen next. 1. Shouts out the reincarnated soul, suddenly zooming away from the rampaging rock beast and the martial Grandmasters at the speed of light. As such, the monster's claw that was intended for him ends up raining down on his chasers instead, though they manage to avoid it by spreading out. Spotting where the trio is going with his small heavenly mirror, Zhou Ziyuan informs everyone that Yoon Xiao is the one who stole the 7 constellations' realm cultivation essence and takes them to him. One of them worries about the risk of chasing after the boy when the rock beast will be doing the same, but another feels that there is nothing to worry about because of its speed. How to trigger a red flag event 101. Almost as if it wanted to prove them wrong, the rock beast starts rolling around like Sonic the Hedgehog, forcing the martial grandmasters to run away with everything they have got. Elsewhere, Wang Qiang hurls uncontrollably, while Yun Xiao expresses his disappointment in the martial grandmasters being such cowards. Deciding to give them a hand, the boy summons his divine scriptures. After already throwing up his entire family's resources, Wang Qiang even spills his drink upon witnessing a martial lord floating in midair. Anyway, Yun Xiao brings out all the broken Suan artifacts he has stolen from his enemies to set up a formation core, creating an invisible trap. From that point on, the reincarnated soul only waits as the infuriated martial grandmasters and the rock beast blindly try to catch up to him. Suddenly, every human flying toward Yun Xiao freezes in midair, confusing Wang Qiang. Of course, this is also the boy's doing, who has used his moon eye technique. When the rock beast is a bit closer, he releases his mental attack, forcing the martial grandmasters to focus on it instead of him. Right as the chasers are about to get eaten by the monster, Yun Xiao calls upon the golden light treasure wheel, power of the four directions, and shouts out, "Collapse." With this, the rock beast runs into a brick wall, unable to do anything but screech wildly. While the martial grandmasters quickly move out of the way, the formation core's Suan artifacts start shattering. Confused at what's going on, the idiots start yapping amongst themselves. The reincarnated soul shouts out, scolding the martial grandmasters for not acting swiftly. However, one of the three dancers, Yan Fan Zhou, refuses to listen, promising to kill Yun Xiao, even if he dies in the process himself. Once an idiot, always an idiot. Would he get punished for it though? Tune in next time to see. Turning martial Flame City into an impenetrable fortress where his word is law, Li Yun Xiao makes bank scamming people. After reigniting the Heaven's Flame Battle Array, the reincarnated soul learns about the conditions to open the other three domains from the Congo Divine Tree. Soon, Mount Meru descends, marking the start of another scam by the reincarnated soul. Later, inside the Mystic Realm, Luo Yunshang makes her reappearance. Yun Xiao then starts beefing with several martial grandmasters, and now schemes to use them to defeat the rock beast. Understanding that none of them will survive the rock beast if there isn't fighting, Zhan Fan blocks Yang Fan Zhou from attacking Yun Xiao, making him tremble with rage. Of course, the reincarnated soul never felt threatened to begin with, as killing him would have left the martial grandmasters fighting the rock beast without his formation. Meanwhile, Zhan Fan convinces everyone else to work together for the time being as well. Sue Chue agrees to the arrangement, promising to personally kill anyone who screws up. The two then initiate the attack and hurl their respective Suan artifacts at the rock beast, inflicting visible damage on it. Seeing that the monster isn't invincible, Yan Fan Zhou, Shen Bei, and Zhang Qiqing join the battle, unleashing a barrage of combination attacks. The rock beast screams out in agony, but its limbs start to move a bit. Luo Yunshang and Wang Qiang look on in worry as the formation begins to crack. Putting his all into slowing its decay, Yun Xiao urges the martial grandmasters to use everything they have. Heeding the boy's words, Sue Chue and Kuoi Suoi unleash their combo skill, Mark of the Dragon, Sky's Spirit. Zhan Fan prepares to strike with his purple penumbra spatial rend, while Lu Qingchang gets his bice-biting cyclone ready. Shen Bei and Zhang Qiqing jump in with their combined sky-searing flame flash, and Yang Fan Zhou tops it off with his wave-breaking moss serpent. Hey, where did the moss head go? The martial grandmaster's collective attack rips straight through the rock beast, shattering its entire body. A rain of rocks follows, drowned out by the screams of the creature. As the monster's severed head falls toward the ground, the martial grandmasters start celebrating their victory. However, it is cut short when the rock beast's pieces suddenly stop falling. Much to Yun Xiao's dismay, all the stones rise back into the air. Like a swirling vortex, the countless shards begin gathering around a crimson boulder of sorts. While the martial grandmasters question what's going on, Yun Xiao closely observes the spiky core. Recognizing the red-colored stone as a rock beast king, the reincarnated soul instructs them to attack it at once. Of course, a martial grandmaster like Zhan Fan is competent enough to infer that the stone is the rock beast on his own. Preparing his purple penumbra blade, he calls for Lu Qingcheng to get his bice-bidding blade ready. With this, the two martial grandmasters clash the tips of their swords and shout out, "Dual blades, weld. Ayo, pause." They do what? Ding ding, time for some lore dump. Turns out, these swords originated from a singular blade that used to be well known throughout the eastern region. This was the purple penumbra bice-bidding blade, refined by, drumroll please, the purple bice martial Silveregg. Unfortunately, when the blade-intense sect that belonged to him disappeared, the former disciples fought tooth and nail over the treasured sword, eventually damaging and splitting it into two 7th-tier blades. Now, looking at them merging into a decent weapon, Yun Xiao's scamming senses tingle. Right then, the Rock Beast King starts regenerating itself. Suwe Chue and Kuoi Suoi scream out, with the latter questioning why Zhang Fan and Lu Qingcheng aren't attacking it. Well, despite the two swords becoming a singular blade, the martial grandmasters wielding them aren't in sync. Since they are having trouble controlling it, the monster's counteractive force can't be overcome. Suddenly, Yun Xiao calls out, "Golden Lake Treasure Wheel, power of the four directions," taking control of the purple penumbra bice-bidding blade. While the two martial grandmasters cluelessly look on and wonder who's controlling it, the boy sets the Rock Beast King as the sword's target. Achieving a perfect weld, he drives the purple penumbra bice-bidding blade deep into the core. As Yun Xiao screams out while exerting himself, Zhang Fan and Lu Qingcheng finally realize that he is the one controlling their blades. It must suck not being the MC. Huh. Right then, the Rock Beast King explodes, causing a massive hail of stones and chi in all directions. Overcome with sheer protective instinct, Luo Yunshang runs forward to defend Yun Xiao with a barrier. Of course, even the shields made by the martial grandmasters aren't able to withstand the barrage of rocks, let alone the lady. Her barrier instantly crumbles to pieces, prompting the person she was protecting to end up protecting her instead. Leaping forward, Yun Xiao takes Lu Yunshang into his arms and turns away to have his back take the brunt of the hail of rocks. The teacher is flustered in the boy's embrace, but still tries to form another shield, only for the outcome to remain the same. With the giant boulders hurling at him with full force, Yun Xiao unleashes his unyielding tyrant physique and holds onto Luo Yunshang tightly. He even tries to comfort the teacher in his battered state, calling her brave for trying to protect her student after everything. Already feeling useless as is, Luo Yunshang tells him to shut up and bursts into tears. She rests her head on Yun Xiao's chest as the boulder hailstorm goes past them. Afterward, surrounded by the massive pile of rubber, Luo Yunshang ends up in the boy's lap. Flustered, she quickly shifts aside and stutters over her words, wondering if Yun Xiao is fine. Fortunately, his unyielding tyrant physique absorbed most of the damage and is now nurturing his body. Moments later, the reincarnated soul gets up, wanting to check out the magmatic heart. He swoops in to take a closer look at the crimson core, which is still emitting a thunderous pressure. Suddenly, the magmatic heart starts hurling rocks at Yun Xiao, getting told to stop resisting. Assuring the Rock Beast King that he isn't going to kill it, the reincarnated soul orders it to serve him instead. With this, he seals the magmatic heart with his divine scriptures, calming it down. As soon as Yun Xiao tries to pick up the treasure though, Zhou Ziyuan jumps out of nowhere and uses his small heavenly mirror to stop him. Of course, just like before, the bogus mirror doesn't do anything to the reincarnated soul. The martial grandmaster demands that Yun Xiao hands him the 7 constellations realm cultivation essence and the magmatic heart if he wants to live, getting miserably ignored. Putting the magmatic heart in his storage ring, the boy presses Zhou Ziyuan for not being there. When everyone else risked their lives, Blood really got caught in 4K. After all, locking the space with his small heavenly mirror would have mitigated the explosion greatly. However, everyone is dead or heavily injured now, while Zhou Ziyuan remains perfectly healthy, telling Yun Xiao to pipe down. The martial grandmaster insists that he just ran faster than everyone else. Being a dumb ass, the latter threatens to take the former's life if he doesn't hand over the treasures. Unfazed by the solo martial grandmaster, Yun Xiao proclaims that he is free to try, making him tremble with fear. Noticing this, the boy questions how Zhou Ziyuan expects to fight him when he is already this intimidated. Right then, Wang Qiang chimes in, deciding he wants to risk fighting Yun Xiao for the treasures instead. The 3-star martial grandmaster wants no smoke fair and square though, so he takes Luo Yunshang hostage. Feeling like a burden, the teacher begs Yun Xiao not to hand over the cultivation essence, And just a venture later. Saying this, she suddenly pushes Wang Qiang's knife to her truth, shocking him greatly. Enraged that his hostage is doing as she pleases, the martial grandmaster roughly pulls her head by grabbing her hair. Wang Qiang then paralyzes Luo Yunshang with his superior cultivation, causing her to burst into tears. Overcome with immense rage, Yun Xiao demands that he release her. Prepared for his mental attacks, Wang Qiang tells the boy to choose between Luo Yunshang and the 7 constellations realm cultivation essence. Suddenly, the very ground they are standing on shatters, leaving everyone confused, including Yun Xiao. All the martial artists in the area get sucked into the earth, disappearing as if they were never there. Wait, they get what? Anyway. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul continues to fall, utterly baffled. He can't sense anyone anymore, even though it shouldn't have been possible for them to escape without him noticing. Landing elegantly, Yun Xiao looks around, realizing that even the inanimate objects that fell with him vanished. This phenomenon allows him to conclude that he is the one who got transported somewhere else. Right then, Yun Xiao spots a tunnel behind him, made out of an unknown material. As he enters it, though, the reincarnated soul discovers something astounding. The markings inside the tunnel prove that despite Mount Meru's opening and closing trends that have withstood for tens of thousands of years, someone has stayed within it for an extremely long amount of time. Since he still can't sense Luo Yunshang, Yun Xiao continues to investigate further, finding many formation markings and ancient scribbles everywhere inside the tunnel. All this convinces him of one thing: Mount Meru isn't a natural occurrence, and is instead linked to the ancient martial artists. Upon touching just one of the engravings, Yun Xiao finds that it has rules set in them. Wondering what it means for the entire tunnel, he decides to test something out and unleashes his divine scriptures. Lo and behold, they resonate with the scribble on the tomb-like structure, causing it to glow with a bright blue glow. Moments later, all the engravings in the tunnel flare up, lighting a path to a teleportation array. Walking up to it, Yun Xiao tries to recall the World God Monument, since his life might be in danger there. Much to his dismay, the tunnel has severed his connection with the Suan artifact. To make things worse, the reincarnated soul can't even make out any part of the mysterious teleportation array. Even with his strength crippled to such an extent, though, Yun Xiao decides to keep moving forward, hoping to find Luo Yunshang as soon as possible. Moments later, he finds himself in a void, only having stairs of qi leading somewhere, since the mysterious phenomenon isn't harming him. Yun Xiao starts walking. As soon he takes a step, though, pure tyrannical power begins to flow to his Dan Tian, reminding him of the godly evolution and godly realm techniques. Regardless, everything seems safe, so Yun Xiao is in no hurry to investigate the strange occurrence. He keeps moving forward, obtaining mass amounts of primordial qi with each step. Protagonist privileges really putting in over time as usual. Just like that, Yun Xiao's cultivation goes up 1 star, by taking roughly 10 steps. Knowing how jealous the martial artists would be if they knew of this insane cultivation method, the boy giddily continues, soon breaking through to become an 8-star martial lord. From that point on, Yun Xiao sprints through the stairs in the void, eventually reaching a podium of sorts, marked with the blue engravings from earlier. Right as the reincarnated soul steps on it, he breaks through to the martial king level. However, Yun Xiao isn't able to use the mysterious power, even though it's already in his Dan Tian, leaving him confused. Once again, though, he decides to investigate it later. For now, the boy turns his attention to the strange scribbles and opts to repeat what he did in the tunnel. Unleashing his divine scriptures, Yun Xiao copies one of the markings onto the center of the podium. Lo and behold, the engravings start resonating with the godly writing. Moments later, a pillar of light erupts from the podium, brimming with the blue scribbles. Familiar with this occurrence, Yun Xiao realizes that he has once again come across some powerful divine scripture. At its core, the reincarnated soul finds a tiny golden blade made out of a mysterious material. Does Bro's plot armor never run out? Since it is strong enough to block his universal detect, Yun Xiao understands that the blade is an extraordinary Suan artifact, and discreetly yoinks it out of the pillar, hoping nothing bad happens. Right then, Hortal appears beside him, filled with the chatters of people in Mount Meru. Realizing that he is still in the mystic realm, Yun Xiao steps into the portal. As he exits the void, the stairs that helped him break through to the martial king level dissipate. More lore dump time. According to legends, the center of Mount Meru has a grand estate called the Meru Divine Palace, containing endless treasures of extreme value. Although no one has ever managed to find it, the mystic realm's current descent has caused this legend to resurface, with people bringing many tools like maps and such to find the Meru Divine Palace. Lo and behold, it has finally come to pass, as the Divine Palace of Legends is revealed to Mount Meru's participants. Holding Luo Yunshang hostage, Wang Qiang flies toward the Meru Divine Palace, with Zhou Ziyuan and Yan Fanzhou trailing right behind. Filled with rage, the martial grandmasters wonder if Li Yun Xiao died in the tunnel earlier. While the two grit their teeth, Luo Yunshang cries, lamenting that her uselessness caused things to turn out like this. Suddenly, Zhou Ziyuan and Yang Fanzhou's entire moods change, as they realize that the Meru Divine Palace contains treasures far more valuable than the cultivation essence. They zoom past Wang Qiang, leaving him annoyed, infuriated that he has to carry around a massive liability like Luo Yunshang, until he knows Yun Xiao's status for sure. The martial grandmaster joins the other two. Meanwhile, numerous martial artists go ham on the Meru Divine Palace, unable to break through it. Having exhausted their options, many others, including Ding Linger, decide to cultivate in the dense sea of Qi instead. As the martial grandmasters land, the girl is surprised to see Luo Yunshang with them, and quickly approaches her to inquire about Yun Xiao's whereabouts. Right then, Wang Qiang threatens to kill the lady, prompting Ding Linger to completely change her demeanor. Since the martial grandmaster dares to use an acquaintance to threaten her, the girl has no problem just killing him. With this proclamation, Ding Linger charges at Wang Qiang, forcing him to release Luo Yunshang. She then hits the man with a palm strike, sending him flying. Understanding that Ding Linger is way stronger than her, Wang Qiang runs away. Afterward, the girl checks up on Luo Yunshang and asks about Yun Xiao's whereabouts. Not knowing anything, the teacher shakes her head. However, Ding Linger remains calm, guessing that the boy must have found something to disappear like this. The girl even comforts Luo Yunshang, who feels that she won't even be at peace if anything happens to Yun Xiao. Of course, Ding Linger couldn't care less about the lady's feelings and gets annoyed. Ayo, Gertly didn't even hesitate. Right then, Tang Yuan, belonging to one of the Commerce Alliance's council guilds, the Four Poles Commerce Guild, shows up to annoy the young mistress even more by acting like a creepy flirt. Despite getting blatantly rejected, Tang Yuan continues to act like a condescending mark and invades her personal space. Not only that, but he even insults the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild and makes some truly disgusting comments about Ding Linger with it. Finally snapping, the young mistress strikes Tang Yuan right on the forehead. Unfortunately, the weirdo is able to block it. Without letting up, Ding Linger chases after Tang Yuan, only for him to avoid every hit while continuing to act condescending. Watching the young Commerce Alliance council members fight, everyone is left in awe, all the while Luo Yunshang feels bad about being so weak. Right then, Can Dudu's so-called elder brother shows up there, declaring Tang Yuan as the shame of the Commerce Alliance. Shuoi Lu Oyan pops up as well, poking fun at him for being jealous of a lover's quarrel. Of course, the uptight man, named Qian Wudi of the Golden Wealth Commerce Guild, is just disgusted by Tang Yuan embarrassing the Commerce Alliance. So, he hurls an earth ring made of qi at the creep and Ding Linger, right as they are about to clash, forcing them to separate. Tired of the battle, the girl huffs and puffs. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan starts going off on Qian Wudi for disrupting him. The uptight man proceeds to give him a lecture, threatening to enact his justice if he tarnishes the Commerce Alliance's image anymore. This dude is literally the final boss Asian parent. Tang Yuan refuses to be bossed around though, prompting Shuoi Lu Oyan to instigate matters further. She insists that Qian Wudi would even keep Li Feiyu the Thousand's treasure tower in line, let alone someone like him. Hearing this, Tang Yuan starts laughing and makes fun of the uptight man for even implying such a ridiculous thing. The creep tries to provoke him even further, thinking that Qian Wudi is all bark and no bite. Right then, the latter begins to crush the very ground the former is standing on, making him realize that he isn't joking around. With one wave of his hand, Qian Wudi smashes Tang Yuan with a gigantic earth ring, seemingly eradicating him completely. Moments later, though, the ground erupts, revealing a completely unscathed Tang Yuan. Normally, he would have died, but the devil's armor and spear set that Bai Li Gongjin sold at the auction earlier saved his life. Protected by such a treasure, Tang Yuan feels confident enough to press Qian Wu Di for trying to start a war between her two guilds. He doesn't even shy away from the uptight dude's threat, knowing full well that an all-out battle will result in both of them dying. At least, Shuoi Lu Oyan will make sure of that with her martial condensing pill. Hearing this, she reprimands the creep for trying to drag her into this. At the same time, Qian Wu Di realizes that Tang Yuan isn't really lying and walks away, vowing to kill anyone who dares to continue these acts the next time. Have some fun in your life, man. Utterly flustered, Shuoi Lu Oyan directs her anger toward Ding Linger, accusing her of being a seductress. The Tian Yuan Commerce Guild's young mistress claps back, putting the same allegations of her rival, except in a much worse way. Hearing this, Shuoi Lu Oyan riles up Tang Yuan by bringing up Li Yun Xiao as the man for Ding Linger. Vowing to end the reincarnated soul, the creep fully commits to the bit of being a harasser. Before the girl snaps again, Luo Yunshang calms her down, promising that there's nothing to be afraid of Yun Xiao at her side. Hearing this, Ding Linger calms down and warns Tang Yuan of the boy's strength. Convinced that Yun Xiao only uses martial flame cities arrays to appear strong, the creep threatens to make him eat crap. Suddenly, someone smacks the soul out of Tang Yuan for his remark, sending him flying into the distance. The one enacting justice is none other than Luo Qingyun, despite not caring about Tang Yuan bullying women. However, as someone who lost to Li Yun Xiao, the dragon descendant takes offense to the creep, saying he can make him eat crap, demanding to know who dared to hit him. Tang Yuan furiously crawls his way back, only to lose all his gall upon seeing Luo Qingyun. After all, he is one of the top dogs of the new generation. While the dragon descendant threatens to kill the creep if he speaks again, Shuoi Lu Oyan can't believe that the rumors of his defeat to Li Yun Xiao are true. Right then, a huge commotion erupts as a blue portal of sorts appears in front of the Meru Divine Place. Although the entrance is inciting, most martial artists remain cautious and don't make a move. Of course, some don't care how odd of an energy it is giving off. They blindly rush in, only for an invisible barrier to bounce them back like a trampoline. Suddenly, a very familiar silhouette appears in the portal. Everyone intently looks on, wondering what mighty entity is gracing them with their presence. However, as soon as the mysterious person steps out of the portal, the faces of all the martial artists there contort out of sheer shock. Lo and behold, it is none other than Li Yun Xiao. Confused about where he is, questioning why they always have to deal with him, the entire field screams out. Ding Linger and Luo Yunshang are baffled as well, wondering why he is there. As people start demanding that Yun Xiao let them into the Meru Divine Palace, he quiets them down and inquires about the identity of the valiant man who wanted to make him eat crap and insulted Ding Linger. Everyone turns over to Tang Yuan, forcing him to own it. In fact, he even doubles down, announcing that the girl belongs to him and no one else. Yun Xiao simply smirks at his proclamation, prompting Ding Linger to turn to him in tears. How does one achieve this level of raise? Suddenly, the reincarnated soul announces that he knows how to open the Meru Divine Palace's entrance after all. However, Yun Xiao won't do so, because the valiant man will make him eat crap. Everyone assures his safety, but the boy wants to be sure, and asks them to beat up Tang Yuan like a bunch of animals. Hearing this, the creep uses his status as the heir of the Four Poles Commerce Guild to scare them. The martial artists fold, prompting Yun Xiao to start heading back for treasure hunting. Seeing this, everyone begs him to stop and turn their eagle gazes toward Tang Yuan. As they jump him, the creep tries to use the devil's armor and spear set to protect himself. Of course, with countless martial grandmasters out to hurt him, even Bai Li Gongjin's 6-tier Suan artifact isn't able to save Tang Yuan. When everything is said and done, the Four Poles Commerce Guild's hair is nothing but a pile of bloody mush, a sight that Yun Xiao enjoys while sipping on his drink. With this, the martial artists demand that the boy fulfill their request, not knowing that there's another encryption behind the portal, making it a decoy. Of course, Yun Xiao understands that the jade scriptures he acquired in the mysterious place earlier are the key to opening the Divine Palace's actual entrance. Much to his surprise, though, the invisible encryption suddenly dissipates. It is replaced by an extremely oppressive pressure, one that seems to be coming from inside. Moments later, a gigantic gate descends from the sky, marked with a symbol resembling the ancient dragons. Utterly gobsmacked, Yun Xiao starts running away from the Meru Divine Palace, while the rest are hurled back by the door's descent. Luo Qingyun looks on with a soft smile, but a certain duo isn't as glad to see the reincarnated soul. It really mad 'cause they bad. Huh. Standing before the actual entrance, Shuoi Luo Yan invites someone who is well-versed in formations and arrays to take a look at it. However, an idiot isn't as patient as her and charges in like a maniac, trying to blast the rock door open. Of course, both the man and his weapon turn to ice in the process. Shuoi Luo Yan and the other martial artists look on in utter disbelief as the fool's head separates from his body and comes falling back to them. Elsewhere, Bai Li Gongjin finds out that his armor met its end. Anyway, Shuoi Luo Yan isn't one to show her disturbed state. Kicking away the dismembered head, she once again calls on a formation expert. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao reunites with Ding Ling and Luo Yunshan. After the small talk, he notices that the formation covering the entrance has a dragon's image engraved in it and is emitting a familiar aura. Luo Qingyun also feels something ominous as refining an ancient true dragon, a creature of the 10 ultimate realm, into a formation core would make the Divine Palace's owner an unimaginable being. Right then, a timid expert named Su Feng steps up to take a shot at the mysterious formation, albeit seeing it for the first time himself. Turns out, he belongs to the northern region's legendary Su family, which is one of the major pioneers in formation engineering. As fate would have it, it is led by a disciple of the royal throne martial sovereign, Tum Huang, who is one of Gu Feiyang's disciples. Yun Xiao is intrigued, but Su Feng doesn't manage to decipher the formation at all even a whole hour later. As the martial artists start getting agitated and hurl insults at him, the Su family's disciple gets impatient. Unleashing a blood art of sorts, he tries to release the formation with brute force, alerting Yun Xiao. Su Feng's gamble seemingly pays off as the door slowly starts to open. However, the tiny bit of excitement he felt soon leaves the disciple's face. Instead of breaking, the dragon's image engraved on the formation starts swirling around wildly, emitting an intense emerald-like pressure. Before anyone realizes what's going on, Yun Xiao grabs Ding Ling and Luo Yunshan, retreating with them. Everyone competent does the same, while the fodder martial artists literally start foaming at their mouths under the powerful pressure. Bloods really got hit with Conqueror's haki. However, one guy actually enjoys the destructive energy. Of course, this is Luo Qingyun, who's getting his blood's qi purified by the draconic pressure. Yun Xiao chimes in, revealing that it's practically impossible for an ancient true dragon to be refined into a formation core. Although pure, the draconic qi isn't the purest, and probably belongs to a younger generation of dragons. As Qian Wudi questions what they should do now, the reincarnated soul inquires about Qian Dudu's relationship with him. The uptight man declares his brother mere trash from the Golden Wealth Commerce Guild, disappointing Yun Xiao. Turning over to Luo Yunshan and Ding Linger, the reincarnated soul tells them to take his hands. All hot and blushing, the two women do as they are told. With a smile on his face, Yun Xiao starts walking toward the Meru Divine Palace's entrance. Much to the shock of everyone present, the intense draconic pressure emitted by the dragon's image flows around the trio, not affecting them in the slightest. Just like that, they enter the Meru Divine Palace. While Qian Wudi stands there confused, Shuoi Luo Yan feels that she can do whatever Yun Xiao can do, but better, and decides to take a crack at walking through the entrance too. Of course, the intense draconic pressure almost crushes her to death. Coughing out blood, she quickly retreats. Right then, an ominous entity remarks that what Yun Xiao did shouldn't be possible, since all beings succumb to dragon qi. This is Cao Ya-Sing of the Sacred Blood Palace, who guesses that the intense qi can be countered with something of equal or greater magnitude to brute force through it. Hearing this, one of the martial artists comes up with a bright idea to turn to Zhang Fan and Lu Qingcheng, asking them to fuse their blades and pierce through the draconic qi with the resulting 9th tier artifact. Rare smart side character moment. However, Zhang Fan completely refuses to work with Lu Qingcheng after what happened last time. Fortunately, Cao Ya-Sing has an art they can learn in an hour that will help them establish a mind and heart connection, sort of like fusion. The two martial grandmasters are reluctant, but the peer pressure is too much for them to not comply, and they eventually give in. Meanwhile, Ding Ling and Luo Yunshan are inside the Meru Divine Palace, free of the draconic pressure. Turns out all Yun Xiao did to overcome the dragon's qi was lace their hands with Luo Qingyun's blood he extracted on Qiyang Hua Island. While Ding Ling is astonished that the boy managed to accomplish such a feat, he only wonders why the place doesn't have any treasures in sight. Suddenly, the girls turn Yoon Xiao's attention to the nearby pillar, circled by the statue of an ominous dragon. Much to their surprise, he is in a state of shock and disbelief, more than they have ever seen him. Bursting into a cold sweat, Yoon Xiao looks on at the familiar dragon. He starts stuttering over his words as the past finally comes back to bite him. Instantly grabbing the two confused women, Yoon Xiao makes a run for it, promising to explain things later. Unfortunately, the exit gets sealed before they can escape. Suddenly, the statue starts talking, wanting the human to stay, now that he has come there. Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang are at a loss for words, but Yoon Xiao recognizes the voice as someone he hasn't seen for a very long time. Turning around with a look of dismay, the reincarnated soul greets the demonic dragon. Seeing Yoon Xiao's eyes, the statue starts losing its mind, wondering how it is possible for him to be there. The demonic dragon recognizes the former 9th-tier refiner's cursed glare all too well, having sworn to remember it, until it is burnt to ashes. Revealing its pink-colored soul projection, the creature starts laughing maniacally. Meeting him, there is something that never even crossed its mind, so the demonic dragon thanks the heavens for sending it such a gift to torment. Turns out, the monster was originally the Meru Divine Palace's dragon spirit protector. It managed to escape 100 years ago, and arrived in Tianwu after traversing countless void dimensions only to get turned into a sword spirit by Gu Fei Yang. Womp womp lil bro. After his untimely death in the Tiandong Mountains, the martial sovereign's sword shattered. Freed from its shackles, the demonic dragon came back to Mount Meru to recover its strength. However, the creature is now finding out that Gu Fei Yang's soul didn't actually die in the Tiandong Mountains, but instead fused with another's in a stroke of godly luck. Meanwhile, Yoon Xiao understands that he can't defeat the demonic dragon in his current state, and calls for the World God Monument. Thousands of miles away, the Suan artifact erupts from the spirit Qi waterfall, and zips its way to the reincarnated soul. At the same time, the demonic dragon is glad that he isn't dead yet, so it can still exact its revenge. Yoon Xiao's worst fears come true, as the creature refers to him as Gu Fei Yang out loud, leaving Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang frozen in complete and utter shock. Finally understanding how Li Yoon Xiao rose to power so quickly, the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild's young mistress can't believe that the person aiding her, someone who she's fallen for, is none other than the military breaker martial sovereign. However, Ding Ling is overcome with a feeling of depression at the same time, fearing that a legendary figure like Gu Fei Yang wouldn't choose to stay with her. Meanwhile, Luo Yunshang begins to tremble. Yoon Xiao helping the lady advance as a refiner and her holding him back from going too far, the boy getting smacked around for being a flirt, yet making Luo Yunshang proud to be his teacher, the lady pouring her heart out about Gu Fei Yang in front of Yoon Xiao, and seeing his chivalrous acts afterward, the misunderstandings and the yearnings, her jealousy of Meng Wu and the lectures she gave him about playing with hearts. All these memories and moments Luo Yunshang shared with the reincarnated soul come flooding back to her. The lady erupts into tears and falls to the ground, unable to believe that her beloved lord Gu Fei Yang has been beside her all this time. Sobbing like a little child, Luo Yunshang is barely able to form words. However, even with endless tears flowing down her face, the love-struck maiden celebrates, finally finding her lord Gu Fei Yang after all this time. Understanding that he just exposed the reincarnated soul's secret, the demonic dragon is over the moon, wanting to exact his revenge in the most painful way possible. With things becoming awkward and complicated for him, Yoon Xiao is a bit shaken up, but stays focused on the demonic dragon. Ding, 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 important lore reveal again. When Gu Fei Yang created the demon impaling, star extinguishing, and light eclipsing sword arts, he refined 3 separate blades for each of them to maximize their efficiency. As fate would have it, the demon impaling blade ended up having the lesser dragon's soul trapped inside it, and became the strongest out of the 3 after the martial sovereign refined it. Later, during a heated bet with a powerful demon kin member, Gu Fei Yang combined his 3 blades into one, refining his constellation impaling sword that exceeded the 9th tier. Since the demonic dragon enjoyed the martial sovereign's sword art polishing, its understanding of sword intent is about the same as his, so Yoon Xiao has absolutely no chance of beating the monster. As a last resort, the reincarnated soul tries to use his moonset arts, carving moon on the demonic dragon. However, with his current spirit power, Yoon Xiao himself falls to the ground with exhaustion, reminding him that Gu Feiyang's moon set arts at their peak, used to instantly warp reality and let him travel through the void. The demonic dragon makes a complete mockery out of his story state. To add insult to injury, it shatters the moon set arts with a single roar, and then proceeds to pity the reincarnated soul. Understanding that he is currently like a toddler in a fist fight with a grown man, Yoon Xiao decides to rely on his strongest asset, his wits. Hoping that he can BS his way out of this conundrum, the reincarnated soul sits down like he is unfazed and reminds the demonic dragon of one crucial detail. They manage to bypass the formation and arrive there unscathed. The beast is left questioning if Yoon Xiao's body descends from the bloodline of ancient dragons, but he actually comes clean for once. Instead, the boy presents a deal to the demonic dragon, offering to refine a body for it that transcends the 9th tier once he regains his prime. Wait, let him cook. The creature finds the deal quite attractive, as its soul might disintegrate soon if it doesn't get a body and remains in the soul state. Of course, the demonic dragon isn't sure whether or not Yoon Xiao will keep his promise when he regains his full power. As the beast twists and turns in contemplation, the reincarnated soul notices its conundrum and vows to be a man of his word like always. While bantering with the demonic dragon, Yoon Xiao scribbles something down on his palm. He then shows it to Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang behind his back, telling them to run for the exit on his signal. Moments later, the boy presents his condition to the creature, asking it to become his sword spirit until he can refine its new body. Infuriated by the audacity, the demonic dragon starts going wild, fully intending to kill Yoon Xiao. Lo and behold, this was the signal all along. Getting chased by the monster, the human trio rushes for the exit. After all, they just need to buy time for the World God Monument to arrive to get to safety. Something even more fortunate happens though, as the demonic dragon ends up biting its way through the entrance while trying to kill him. As Li Yu Xiao, Ding Linger, and Luo Yunshan go flying out of the Meru Divine Palace, the purple penumbra biting blade takes aim at the demonic dragon, albeit accidentally. As the demonic dragon breaks through the entrance, Zhan Fan and Lu Qingcheng's fused sword ends up stabbing it. While martial grandmasters at the scene are left in utter disbelief, Yoon Xiao skedaddles away from there. Suddenly, the demonic dragon starts growling, annoyed that someone poked him with something. No one dares to speak, except Zhan Fan and Lu Qingcheng. Acting like they literally weren't the ones responsible, the two start yapping about random stuff. "Go to hell," screams out the demonic dragon, emitting intense draconic pressure with its roar. Meanwhile, Zhou Yizuan and Yan Fan Zhou notice that Yoon Xiao running away from the calamity, although don't give chase due to the hectic situation. A couple of martial artists try to rile everyone up, insisting that they can attack the injured dragon's soul and split the rewards. Just moments later, though, the beast rips them apart. The demonic dragon charges toward Li Yoon Xiao, blowing away anything and everything in its way. Qidan Wu Di and Shuoi Lu will Yan start running away as well, but Luo Qingyun is frozen in place. The heaven-sent Empire disciple erupts into a grin, understanding how valuable a dragon's soul is to him. Soon, Luo Qingyun realizes what he has to do, and so, the dragon descendant runs away as fast as he possibly can, leaving everyone in the dust. Hey, at least he is self-aware. Refusing to fall behind him, Shuoi Lu Yan summons her butterfly wings and Qian Wudu brings out his earth ring. The duo starts flying off, leaving Zhou Ziyuan confused. Right then, a mysterious gigantic creature erupts from the sea of liquefied qi there. Luo Qingyun, Shuoi Luo Yan, Qian Wu Di, and Cao Yasing all lose their minds upon seeing that it is a Green Phoenix battleship captained by none other than Li Yoon Xiao. Almost as if to mock them, the reincarnated soul is flying back ward with his defenses up. Of course, this is another one of his scamming schemes. Afraid of the demonic dragon, everyone practically starts begging him to help them, promising various rewards for his service. Even Qian Wu Di and Shuoi Lu Yan fold and begin glazing Yoon Xiao. All the while, he enjoys his best life with Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang at his side. However, despite the tempting offers, the reincarnated soul remains doubtful. After all, a martial king like him wouldn't be able to do anything against him. While trying to convince Yoon Xiao of their sincerity, the martial grandmasters are hit with a sudden realization. Seeing that the troublesome martial lord who scammed them while entering Mount Meru is somehow a martial king now, The martial artists are left in disbelief. Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang are surprised as well, but try to contain themselves, considering they know his true identity. Pulling up his shades, the reincarnated soul insists that they just treat him as Li Yun Xiao and not make things awkward. Of course, it's easier said than done, as the two women keep referring to him as Lord. Getting annoyed, the boy sits up, renouncing himself of his past life's name. Declaring that he is just Martial Flame City's city lord Li Yun Xiao now, the reincarnated soul tells the ladies to keep acting, the same as before they knew his secret. Basically, get your act together, women. Oh, and to keep it to themselves. While Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang struggle to drop the honorific, Yun Xiao walks in the front of the Green Phoenix battleship. After declaring the martial artists witnesses for each other's promises and threatening to reprimand them if they go back on their statements, Yun Xiao allows everyone to join him on the Green Phoenix battleship. All the martial artists are beyond relieved. Shuwei Lu, Yan, may be a little too much. She lies down on the boy's beach bed and asks Ding Linger to serve her a drink, even daring to take it, when it's ironically presented to her. Of course, this results in an all-out catfight between Ding Linger and Shuwei Luo Yan. Meanwhile, the World God Monument returns to Yun Xiao, putting him at ease. With his trump card back, the reincarnated soul makes a move on Shuwei Luo Yan. He reminds the girl of her promise to serve him together with Ding Linger, only to get brutally rejected. The two comedy relief idiots from earlier, Su Qing and Yan Yi, make a case for the average-looking city lord for being such a young martial king, but Shuwei Luo Yan wants her future husband to potentially place on the major power chart. After a bit of yapping, the duo laughs at her high standards, not thinking she is beautiful enough to marry a title-holding martial sovereign. These two better become recurring characters at this point. Before Shuwei Luo Yan flips out, Su Qing and Yan Yi remind her that even the world's prettiest lady, Chu Hongyan, got her feelings rejected by the legendary Gu Fei Yan. While Yun Xiao shrugs off the glaze, Shuwei Luo Yan insists that the rumors of Chu Hongyan's beauty are greatly exaggerated, and it's exactly why Gu Fei Yan rejected her. Refusing to let the girl spout such nonsense, Luo Yunshang confronts her. She poetically declares that her palace master Chu is 1,000 times more beautiful than Shuwei Luo Yan, infuriating her. Right as the latter is about to smack the life out of the former, Qian Wu Di screams out, questioning why they are fighting amongst themselves. With the demonic dragon is about to catch up, not wanting to be chow for the beast, the comedy relief duo begs Yun Xiao to go faster. Of course, the Green Phoenix battleship is already at top speed, making the battle inevitable. Su Qing and Yan Yi are utterly dismayed, and so is Qian Wu Di. Losing his mind, Wang Qian asks Yun Xiao to use the formation he trapped the rock beast with, getting told that it's meaningless against a 9th tier. However, the reincarnated soul still thinks that they have a chance of winning. After all, the demonic dragon is just a soul at the moment, while the demon beast's strongest asset is his body. Yu Xiao only worries that someone will betray him again, embarrassing Zhou Ziyuan and Wang Qian. With the fish-eye view making him look even creepier, Cao Yasing chimes in. He agrees with the city lord's decision to attack the monster head-on, especially considering that the dragon's soul is an invaluable treasure. Hearing this, the martial artists' treasure senses start tingling, replacing their fear. As the demonic dragon quickly approaches, Luo Qingyun smirks, Zhou Ziyuan squirms, Lu Qingchun is taken aback, and Shuwei Luo Yan tries to contain her fear. Meanwhile, Cao Yasing unleashes a harrowing aura, impressing Yun Xiao and giving him the creeps at the same time. Right then, the demonic dragon slams into the Green Phoenix battleship. Unable to break through the defensive formation, it suddenly turns into Sword Chi. Just like that, the beast slices through both the formation and the Green Phoenix battleship itself. While everyone tries to find footing, Luo Qingyun recognizes that the demonic dragon turned into Gu Fei Yang's demon-impaling sword art. Yun Xiao is shocked as well, but he still has the mind to focus on the more important matter for now. He quickly warns everyone that the Green Phoenix battleship is about to go down, helping them jump away just in time. However, the demonic dragon's little demonstration makes the martial artists lose heart. Although the reincarnated soul is taken aback too, he takes it upon himself to boost everyone's morale, preventing them from wavering. Surprisingly, Zhou Ziyuan is the first one to heed his words. Riling up the martial artists, the Moss Head initiates the counterattack by unleashing his small heavenly mirror. W character development, my boy. With the demonic dragon frozen for a moment, Qian Wu Di and Shuoi Lu Oyan join the fight, both resolved to become the Commerce Alliance's leader one day. Following their lead, the remaining martial artists join in, while Zhang Fan and Lu Qingcheng prepare their purple penumbra bice-biting blade. Finally suffering some damage, the demonic dragon gets enraged and starts spinning around like a wild animal. The beast rampage soon breaks through the spatial barrier, shattering Zhou Zi Yuan's small heavenly mirror in the process. Right then, Cao Yasing unleashes his blood burn technique. Like all blood arts, it looks extremely tyrannical and devilish while doing it, creeping Yun Xiao out. Anyway, Cao Yasing takes the demonic dragon's spinning tail attack head-on, getting smacked away. Of course, this has been all part of his plan to poison the dragon's soul. Cao Yasing's blood burn takes effect, eroding the demonic dragon. Meanwhile, Zhou Zi Yuan cries over his broken mirror. Suddenly, he starts hearing chomping sounds. Lo and behold, it is Li Yun Xiao eating a watermelon, having been on the sidelines watching all this time. Yeah, this dude Zhou Zi Yuan screams out, considering he reprimanded him for doing the same thing earlier. The boy tries to BS his way out of the allegations, but everyone starts getting mad at him. Chop chop, better get to work, my goat. Throwing away his watermelon, Yun Xiao finally joins in. He brings out his Heaven's Flame Battle flag, lighting up the demonic dragon. Moments later, the effects of the Heaven's Flame Battle array come into play, overwhelming the dragon's soul with multiple flaming dragons. Infuriated, the ancient spirit screams out Gu Feiyang's name, thankfully getting drowned out in the fire. Seeing Yu Xiao unleash a ninth tier formation, Zhou Zi Yuan realizes that he was courting death by threatening him earlier. However, the demonic dragon isn't impressed by the broken formation and roars out to break through, only to find itself in another world. Unleashing the godly realm techniques, suppression. To contain the beast, Yun Xiao presses Zhang Fan and Lu Qingcheng to hurry up. Thankfully, the martial grandmasters are finally ready to unleash their purple penumbra bice-biting blade, scaring the demonic dragon. Meanwhile, the weird power Yun Xiao's Dan Tian absorbed earlier starts getting used in the divine scripture. Suddenly, his body gets enveloped by the jade qi in a specific pattern. Seeing this sight, the demonic dragon starts losing its mind, questioning how the reincarnated soul can possibly possess divine qi. Right then, the purple penumbra bice-biting blade pierces the beast straight through its torso. Screaming out in rage, the demonic dragon breaks through the godly realm techniques suppression and flees, leaving the onlookers confused. At the same time, Yun Xiao closely observes his newfound power. Watching the demonic dragon get scared away by Li Yun Xiao, the martial artists present turn to him in shock. Ignoring them, the boy simply yoinks the purple penumbra bice-biting blade and takes it for himself. Zhang Fan and Lu Qingcheng try to recall the sword, but doesn't listen. Yun Xiao thanks the two martial grandmasters, though it's hardly a donation, since he forcefully severed the tight link between their mind and the purple penumbra bice-biting blade with his superior universal detect suppression. Du should legally add scammer to his name at this point. While Zhang Fan and Lu Qingcheng are brought to tears, Lu Qingyu gets excited, announcing that the demonic dragon has left behind a lot of its purest part, the dragon essence. Suddenly, Yun Xiao starts sucking it all up with his creation link. Luo Qingyun flips out, refusing to give up the dragon essence so easily. A heated back and forth follows, with the two warriors having a sucking battle for treasure. Ayo, pause. In the end, Yun Xiao ends up absorbing most of the dragon essence that he didn't even know was there, until Luo Qingyun told him. The boy then signals Luo Yunshang and Ding Linger, quickly scurrying away before he gets jumped by everyone there. While Luo Qingyun throws a tantrum, even the comedy relief duo ends up questioning the extent of Yun Xiao's strength. Getting curious as well, Cao Yasing asks the dragon descendant about it. With his head lowered, Luo Qingyun declares Yun Xiao impossible to read and feels like even he is no threat to him. Hearing this, Shuoi Lu Oyan gets nervous, regretting being so rude to Yun Xiao. At the same time, Wang Qiang wonders if they should chase after the boy. However, Qian Wu Di advises against it, and so all of them just decide to spend the remaining time cultivating, including the sad and depressed artifact lost trio. Meanwhile, Li Yun Xiao heads back to the Meru Divine Palace. Walking past the countless bodies, he enters the building through the broken entrance. There, the reincarnated soul tries to convince the demonic dragon's statue that they are the ones for each other. However, the beast isn't having any of it and threatens to blow them both up. Blood really went full kamikaze style, expressing hope that he will be able to break through the 10 ultimate realm in this lifetime. Yoon Xiao reiterates his earlier offer for the monster. After a momentary pause, the latter questions how the former possesses divine chi, getting told that he got it by pure chance. Unable to believe what it just heard, the demonic dragon inquires about the mysterious small golden blade from earlier. As Yoon Xiao brings out the item, the beast reveals its soul and wonders if all this is fate. Well, if it is, the demonic dragon is willing to be Yoon Xiao's sword spirit, though only if he finds a better blade. Of course, the reincarnated soul convinces the creature that the purple penumbra bice-bidding blade isn't that bad and seductively invites it to be with him again. Like the majestic being that it is, the demonic dragon reaches for the sky, melodramatically bidding farewell to its freedom. Ruining the moment, Yoon Xiao tells the beast to stop pretending like it is going to die, and puts the 9th-tier blade above his head. The demonic dragon annoyedly enters the sword, giving birth to the majestic dragon spirit purple penumbra bice-bidding blade. After welcoming his old friend back, Yoon Xiao inquires about the small golden blade and divine chi. Turns out, the former is the key to opening the Meru Divine Palace, while the latter is a power only the 10 Ultimate Realms fighters can wield by walking the path of divine arts. Ignoring all that, Yoon Xiao focuses on the more important matter, like why is the demonic dragon's new appearance hot? Moments later, his teenage brain finally catches up to the revelation of divine arts. The reincarnated soul is in awe, unable to believe that another massive door is opening for him on the other side of the endless path of martial arts. At first, Yoon Xiao is a bit intimidated by the challenge. However, his frown soon turns upside down as the prospect of divine arts begins to excite him. Bro, just like Goku for real. Right then, Luo Yunshang and Ding Ling arrive. Unable to see the demonic dragon, they wonder why the boy is talking to himself. Meanwhile, the hot spirit reveals that the Meru Divine Palace they have been in so far is just a reflection, and tells Yoon Xiao to use his universal detect below. Doing as told, the reincarnated soul finds an insanely deep ocean of chi. However, his universal detect gets hindered by a mysterious power around 1,000 meters deep, exactly where the actual Meru Divine Palace is. After getting Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang to safety inside the World God Monument, Yoon Xiao starts heading for the legendary place. Enjoying the sea of condensed chi on the way, he soon arrives at the underwater building. Although the Meru Divine Palace emits an insanely strong pressure, the reincarnated soul is able to push through it with his divine scriptures. Before opening it with the small golden blade, though, he asks the demonic dragon about the creator and internal workings of the Meru Divine Palace. The beast is just as clueless as him, but Yoon Xiao proceeds anyway. Proving that danger is his middle name, the fearless city lord charges ahead. Swimming around, the reincarnated soul soon finds the Meru Divine Palace's keyhole. As soon as unlocks it with a small golden blade, an intense pressure erupts, pushing even the dense sea of chi back. Under the protection of his divine scriptures, Yoon Xiao withstands it and stands before the grand entrance in awe. However, as soon as he enters, his amazement turns to disgust. Accidentally stepping on a skeleton arm, the reincarnated soul freezes in place. He takes a look around, only to see corpses and smell death. With the hall basically being a massive tomb, the demonic dragon urges Yoon Xiao to be careful and not die. Right then, 5 silhouettes approach the boy, congratulating him for cracking open the campus's treasure hall. Gum Chi-yu of the Beiming Palace, Li Mu of the Myriad Star Valley, Lu Feng of the Spirit Snatch Sect, Li Yuanheng of the Sword Steel Sect, and Deng Xian Juwei of the Crimson Crescent City, all belong to the so-called 7 Great Super Factions. Although their members aren't there, the Heavenly Knight Palace and the Skycrest Long family are the other 2 sects that make up the 7 Great Super Factions, supposedly as strong as the Holy Region's divine capitals. These sects defy the holy laws in secret without repercussions, and have known about the campus's treasure hall for a bit. With his role in the endeavor done, Li Yuanheng permits Yoon Xiao to leave, only for him to reveal that 4 other grasshoppers have stowed away there as well. Getting called out like this, Qian Wu Di, Lu Qingyun, Su Qing, and Cao Yasing reveal themselves. Li Yuanheng acts all high and mighty, allowing the 4 to enter the campus's treasure hall with them. Of course, the strongest ones amongst Tian Wu's younger generation know that no one worth anything from the 7 great super factions would bother coming to Mount Meru and square up for a brawl. Dudes didn't even bother denying the allegations. Before the two parties start duking it out, Yoon Xiao announces that he doesn't want to die in their fight and will be heading inside. Hearing this, the members of the 7 great super factions come to their senses, promising to deal with the others. Once they get out, the 5 warriors rush inside. Suddenly, all the skeletons in the hall erupt with an ominous energy and start gathering, blocking their way. Soon, the bones give shape to a gigantic 3-headed and 4-armed skeletal samurai. Unfazed by the dead bones, the sword steel sex disciple riles up his fellow martial artists and leads the way by cutting through the enemy, impressing Yoon Xiao. The other 4 follow, shattering the gigantic skeleton to bits. Just like that, the 5 martial artists advance without breaking a sweat. Turns out, the reincarnated soul pulled the earlier stunt deliberately all along. Since they are desperate for attention, Yoon Xiao wants to let the 5 martial artists show off and pave the way for them in the process. Impressed by the boy's scheming ways, the other 4 decide to follow his lead for now. Soon, the group arrives at a lifeless forest. Witnessing this horrible sight, Yoon Xiao starts crying actual tears and throws a tantrum. After all, the fossils, there were once ninth-tier heaven-defying soul herbs, absorbing which would have advanced him to a 9-heavens realm martial sovereign. Just in, local MC is unable to cheat and gets mad. Anyway, the 5 martial artists quickly make their way out of the dead forest and catch up to the other group, which is standing in front of an ominous bridge without making a move. Yoon Xiao asks them to go ahead, but they refuse to act as guinea pigs this time and tell them to get going if he wants to. Everyone is hesitant to advance, as there's a restriction on the bridge blocking their universal detect. Right, Yoon Xiao declares that the 7 great super factions member is spitting facts, so Kid listens to him and starts moving forward, being the first one to try his luck with the ominous bridge. The demonic dragon applauds his guts, but Yoon Xiao feels that is the obvious choice. After all, none of the others would ever be brave enough to step up first, and they would all leave empty-handed. Resolved to explore the contents of the camp's treasure hall, the reincarnated soul charges forward. Even as a burst of ominous energy attacks him, he spreads it out with the floating life seal and continues marching onwards with no difficulty, being careful at the same time. Right then, Yoon Xiao starts hearing the cries of a woman. Lo and behold, it is a mental attack that's messing with both his mind and soul. The reincarnated soul's eyes lose light, albeit regaining it just moments later. However, he finds himself in Tian Shui, right at the start of his journey as nothing but trash, who couldn't even open his chakras. Suddenly, someone kicks Yoon Xiao's face in, sending him flying to a nearby wall. On his knees, the boy coughs out a ton of blood, but he isn't off the hook yet. Just like the good old days, Lan Fei and his gang are there to bully the ever-living crap out of him. Completely powerless, Yoon Xiao questions whether he is an illusion or if this is just his reality now. Hearing the reincarnated soul mutter such nonsense, Lan Fei and his gang burst out laughing. They start kicking his head into the wall, wanting to make sure he truly loses his mind, if he wants to act like an idiot. Getting pummeled to oblivion, the boy starts coming to terms with the fact that he is just the young master of Tian Shui's Li family, Li Yoon Xiao. Or does he? Getting irked by the look in his victim's eyes, Lan Fei orders his underling to bring him his sword to gouge them out. The sidekicks try to convince their boss that they shouldn't go so far with the Duke's grandson, but he is hell-bent on making him pay. As Lan Fei lifts Yoon Xiao up by his collar, their eyes meet. Once again, the latter is showing no ounce of fear, infuriating the latter. Vowing to end the trashiest young master whom they bully every day right there, Lan Fei stabs him in his left eye, gouging it out like he said he would. Even the bully's underlings are sickened by his act, but he continues to laugh. Someone gotta put this dude down for good. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul rides in agony, as the pain inside the illusion feels all too real. If it were only the soul known as Li Yoon Xiao, Lan Fei would have succeeded in breaking him for life. However, that won't come to pass now. Pulling out the blade from his eye, the boy announces that the truth of Lan Fei's failure, both then and now, all boils down to one thing. He's Li Yoon Xiao, sure, but he is also Gu Fei Yang. Begone, shouts out the reincarnated soul, blowing away Lan Fei and his gang. With them, the illusion. Yoon Xiao wakes up in a daze, getting checked up on by the demonic dragon, announcing that he is fine. the boy reveals that the illusions there directly attack the soul, being unavoidable. Thankfully, it means that they are in the clear for the remainder of the bridge. While Yoon Xiao marches onwards, everyone else watches the scene from afar, trying to make sense of what happened to him. However, Luo Qingyun refuses to back down. After the reincarnated soul has already passed through, his sentiment motivates Cao Ya-sing and Qian Wu-di, who then join him. Meanwhile, Yoon Xiao arrives at an empty white expanse, with some stairs leading up to a mysterious chamber at its end. Standing in the place that looks an awful lot like the hyperbolic time chamber, the reincarnated soul wonders what it is, considering even his universal detect isn't picking up anything. For some suspicious reason, though, the framing focuses a lot on Yoon Xiao's shadow as he begins to walk. Least obvious owner foreshadowing. Soon, the reason for it becomes clear, as the reincarnated soul eventually runs into a one-fold gravity array. This confuses him greatly, as such a thing can't even stop a martial apprentice. So Yoon Xiao continues to walk forward, or he tries to. With one singular step, his shadow expands exponentially, as the gravity becomes tenfold. Realizing what's going on, Yoon Xiao stops in his tracks. After all, at this rate, the gravity would be around 10 million times the normal, before he would be able to reach the chamber. Only an 8 Desolation Realm Martial Supreme can bypass it, by creating his own dimensional aura, but Yoon Xiao isn't at that level yet, leaving him stumped. Right then, the rest of the martial artists arrive there fully exhausted. Deng Xian Juwe of the Crimson Crescent sect is even missing, not making it past the soul attack. Luo Qingyu notices Yoon Xiao's worried expression and questions what's going on, getting told to come over and see for himself. As the former joins the latter, he finally understands the situation. The remaining martial artists start getting curious, so Yoon Xiao tells them to head over too. With everyone on the same page, Cao Ya-sing informs them that a piece of life soil must be responsible for this phenomenon. Almost extinct in Tianwu, the treasure is considered to be the mother and nurturer of all things nature. While martial grandmasters get riled up, Yoon Xiao tries to hide his excitement as much as possible. He is resolved to obtain this priceless treasure, wanting to use it as the formation core for the World God Monument's Earth domain. According to legends, like soil gave birth to the entirety of the land in Tianwu, making it a treasure as legendary as the true phoenix flames. Of course, all this comes after the gravity arrays are released by digging out the life soil. Lu Feng of the Spirit Snatch sect speaks up, revealing that he has a valuable item that might help them in this endeavor. As Su Qing presses him, the big masked man agrees to use it if they let him have the first pick in the inner palace, provided there are more than 5 treasures to choose from. Everyone agrees, though only on the condition that Lu Feng actually solves the problem, and not just tries to. With all the terms and conditions cleared up, Lu Feng summons a rat-like 6-legged furry beast to help them overcome their turmoil. While everyone else scratches their heads, Li Yoon Xiao recognizes the little thing as something resembling an aureate silver mouse. Complimenting the boy's knowledge, Lu Feng reveals that his beast is a special aureate gleaming mouse, possessing the ability to find and consume rare treasures. The rarer the treasure it consumes, the brighter and more saturated shade of bright gold it will glow. Suddenly, the aureate gleaming mouse rushes over to Lin Mu and starts glowing a bit, sniffing out some good core disciple stuff on him. We still talking about treasures, right? Right? It then heads over to Cao Ya-sing, glowing even brighter, an amount equivalent to treasures possessed by sect elders. After getting its fill there, the aureate gleaming mouse charges at Li Yoon Xiao. It starts glowing, brighter than it did for both of the people before. However, the 6-legged creature continues glowing brighter with no end in sight, blinding everyone present, while Yoon Xiao contemplates getting such a creature for himself, so he can rob others more effectively. Lu Feng is in disbelief. After all, the aureate gleaming mouse glowed brighter for Yoon Xiao than it did for the Spirit Snatch sect's divine techniques and sacred artifacts. Shooing away the stupid rodent, the reincarnated soul insists that it has an agenda against him, since everyone knows he's a broke boy. This tantrum doesn't convince anyone, and they are left wondering if they should just rob Yoon Xiao clean, instead of going into the inner palace. Before someone acts on this intrusive thought, though, the aureate gleaming mouse suddenly starts digging and vanishes into the ground. Moments later, it pops back up, having become fat. Lu Feng thinks that the little rodent found the life soil and is now consuming it, but it goes back into the ground and comes back even fatter. Much to the man's dismay, the aureate gleaming mouse starts squirming and burrowing around like a beast possessed, a phenomenon that he has never seen before. Suqing guesses that the like soil is spread around everywhere, forcing the rat to consume it little by little. Lu Feng agrees, but the aureate gleaming mouse proves them both wrong by popping out of the ground even fatter than before. In fact, the little rodent falls unconscious due to overeating, almost as if it never found any like soil in the first place. Yeah, Buddy gotta change countries after this embarrassment. Seeing this phenomenon and hearing Cao Ya Sing's explanation about life soil not being able to split up, Yun Xiao figures out the situation. Getting told to explain, he reveals that the treasure is neither in the ground, nor is it suspended in the void. The life soil is actually within the inner palace itself, with its divine power being moved there using transport arrays. However, this leaves them stuck in a paradox. Removing the life soil from the inner palace will remove the gravity arrays, but doing so is only possible if they manage to get through the gravity arrays in the first place. Fortunately, Yun Xiao was hoping someone would bring that up, as he has something to help overcome their predicament. Of course, the boy has the same terms and conditions as Lu Feng earlier. Knowing that Yun Xiao wouldn't try to strike a deal if he isn't confident, Luo Qingyun answers on behalf of everyone, accepting his proposal. With this, the reincarnated soul brings out the magmatic heart, or Little Rocky, as the demonic dragon likes to call it, after complimenting the spirit for having a naming sense as good as his own. Yun Xiao lies in wait, W self-glaze. Soon, Little Rocky starts emitting intense pressure everywhere, prompting the demonic dragon to sing endless praises for it. Meanwhile, the others are left questioning how the boy has a 7th-tier demon beast heart. Right then, the demonic dragon reveals that Little Rocky is trying to mold the land, but it's too hard. So Yun Xiao decides to help it out, shocking everyone present. He brings out the dragon soul purple penumbra bice biting blade and unleashes his demon impaling sword art to slice through the ground. A couple of reaction panels later, Little Rocky starts absorbing the traces of the life soil's chi there, soon developing a big and sturdy, yet clumsy body. Calming down his excited new pet, Yun Xiao issues it marching orders. With this, Little Rocky starts heading for the chamber. Affected by the life soil gravity array, it undergoes compression, reinforcement, and purification, gaining a formidable Mewtwo-like body as Little Rocky makes it into the chamber. Cao Ya Sing and Suqing are relieved. At the same time, Li Yongheng refuses to challenge Yun Xiao anymore. Moments later, the gravity arrays disappear. All the martial artists rush for the inner palace, soon coming across several legendary treasures. Much to the shock of everyone, the inner hall of the Meru Divine Palace is actually a mysterious formation, maintained using 5 9th-tier Suan artifacts: a blade, a bell, an armor set, a mirror, and a spear. At the formation's core, though, there is a mysterious yet ordinary-looking cauldron. Considering not even 9 Heavens Realm martial sovereigns necessarily possess them, a single 9th-tier item appearing on Tian Wu could lead to a bloody conflict. There's no telling what will happen now, considering there are 5 of them in front of the martial artists at the moment. Initiating what is to follow, Yun Xiao tells everyone to hold on while he checks the treasures out. They don't comply, though, as his first pick is null and void, with only 5 items available to be distributed among 9 people. The reincarnated soul then proposes that they keep the 5 9th-tier Suan artifacts, but let him have the ordinary-looking small purple cauldron in the middle. However, Lu Feng objects to this as well, demanding that they count it as a 6th artifact to be split amongst the 9 of them. Famous last words. Annoyed, Yun Xiao unleashes his Dragon Soul Purple Penumbra Bice Biddle Blade. Demon-slaying sword technique, the demonic dragon erupts, reducing both Lu Feng and his primordial Suan artifact to dust. His allies turn to Yun Xiao, who has had enough of being targeted repeatedly by the same guy. Meanwhile, Qian Wu Di, Luo Qingyun, Suqing, and Cao Ya Sing are left in utter disbelief, realizing that Yun Xiao's sword soul is the same as the 9th-tier demonic dragon from earlier. Regardless, with 6 treasures left to be distributed among 8 people, no one dares to go against the reincarnated soul. As everyone agrees to let him have the purple cauldron, Luo Qingyun makes the first move on the remaining treasures, deciding to take the long spear for himself. Although it is a bit of a struggle to get to it, he eventually manages to obtain the 9th-tier Suan artifact. However, possessing an artifact soul, the long spear suddenly tries to escape. While the demonic dragon and Yun Xiao drool over Luo Qingyun's dragon blood, He unleashes his dragon blood refinement to take control of the ninth tier Suan artifact. With only 4 items remaining, Kavya Singh declares himself as the most worthy after them. Su Qing and Qian Wu Di are about to go up against him, but the 7 great super factions remaining 3 members try to stick their noses where they don't belong. Right as Liu Yangheng, Li Mu, and Geng Qiyu are about to square up against Kavya Singh, Qian Wu Di, and Su Qing, all of them hear some clanking sounds. Turning around, they catch Li Yun Xiao in the act of stealing the gigantic 9th tier bell. Greedy-ass dude, what a goat. Believing in finders, keepers, Yun Xiao moves on to yoink the next item, leaving everyone enraged. Kavya Singh quickly unleashes his blood dance ignition power to obtain the huge sword, while Qian Wudi hurls his earth ring at the mirror to take it for himself. However, Su Qing's strings cut his chi to bits. While the 2 martial grandmasters engage in an all-out war over the mirror, a 7 great super factions trio sneaks up on the purple cauldron, only to find little Rocky already chomping on the life soil inside it. Understanding that the life soil is even more valuable than the 9th tier Suan artifacts, they try to steal it from the little beast, but to no avail. Suddenly, the legendary treasure starts glowing and seemingly explodes. Liu Yangheng, Li Mu, and Geng Qiyu go flying, forcing everyone, including Yun Xiao, who is currently busy stealing the 9th tier armor, to turn to the blinding light. Just what is this unexpected situation? Find out next time.